On a full moon night, the sky shimmered with countless stars, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. A gathering of numerous knights stood in anticipation, their armor reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air. The commander knight rallied his comrades, urging them to attack and vanquish the figure they deemed a demon. The so-called demon, driven by an unyielding determination, swiftly charged toward the horde of knights. Closing in on the commander, who was issuing orders, the demon unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, bringing a swift end to the commander's life in a single strike. Without hesitation, the demon, now standing amidst the fallen, unleashed a potent ability, his hand pressed firmly against the ground. In an instant, a haunting purple fire engulfed all the knights present, extinguishing their lives with merciless efficiency. Overwhelmed and exhausted, the demon sank to his knees, his breath ragged. It was then that he sensed a presence approaching. He turned his gaze to see a female knight with fiery red hair approaching him. Wearing a pained expression, she confronted him, addressing him as Nox von Reinharfer, and demanded to know why he had made a pact with the devil and betrayed them. Nox, who was still catching his breath, looked ahead and countered her accusation. He smiled faintly and stated that from their perspective, it might seem like a betrayal. However, he asserted that it was they who had betrayed him, not the other way around. The female knight, filled with frustration, implored Nox to stop arguing and simply tell her when he had become so broken. In response, Nox began to explain that the beginning of his journey was like a crash landing. Suddenly, a notification popped up on monitor and informed Yu Chan, the player behind Nox, that he had successfully cleared the first part of a game called Enrollment, with a total clear count of 27. Yu Chan expressed satisfaction with his achievements, acknowledging the acquisition of valuable items and the successful completion of hidden quests. Yet there was a somber reality lurking in the background. He had received the news that he would die the following month. Reflecting on the past, 2 years prior, Yu Chan had visited multiple hospitals, seeking answers about his condition. The doctor's explanation had been unsettling, advising him not to panic and simply listen. Despite undergoing numerous tests, the results remained consistent, leaving him with little hope. The doctor had prescribed pain relief medication, suggesting he take them when the pain became unbearable. Alone in his room, Yu Chan reflected on the passage of time, realizing that 2 years had already slipped by. As he glanced at the calendar, a sudden bout of illness struck, causing him to vomit blood. Staring at the crimson stains on his hands, a profound understanding washed over him. Yu Chan accepted the harsh reality that his days were numbered, and he acknowledged that dwelling on the inevitable wouldn't change the final outcome. Yu Chan was feeling isolated and devoid of social connection, heard a series of notifications, and saw that they were some hospital appointment confirmations. He couldn't help but express his loneliness, realizing that no one had reached out to him after his memory loss, and he had no one to reach out to in return. Additionally, his deteriorating health prevented him from venturing outside, further intensifying his isolation. Glancing at the papers on his desk, he saw various documents related to late-stage cancer support groups, church flyers, and hospice options. Overwhelmed by the emotions welling up within him, Yu Chan discarded the papers, and some tears escaped his eyes. Turning his attention to the monitor in front of him, Yu Chan noticed Lunar Lunatic prompting with the question of starting a new game. He contemplated his limited options and decided that this was all he had left. With a sense of resignation, he entered the player's name as Carl. Yu Chan, lost in thought, contemplated the kind of character he should create this time. He weighed the options, considering the possibilities of a mana sensitivity genius and swordsmanship and combat genius. However, a warning message appeared, cautioning him about the penalties associated with choosing multiple genius traits. It urged him to select only one or fewer genius traits to avoid those penalties. Noticing that the neutral trait was empty, Yu Chan's attention was drawn to the negative trait listed as terminally ill. He laughed, realizing that he and his character were both afflicted with this condition. Despite this revelation, he decided to proceed and accepted the game's prompt to start with the chosen character. Suddenly, a strange sensation overcame Yu Chan, causing him to fall from his chair. Fear gripped him as he wondered if he was truly dying at that moment. On his monitor, a message displayed that character creation was successful. He thought death was something he was accustomed to, but he at least wanted to die the way he wanted to. A notification appeared alerting him that his character's name had been forcibly changed. Shortly after, another notification appeared, indicating a synchronization level of 4%. Then it increased to 6% and further climbed to 19%. Finally, the synchronization abruptly halted at 71%. Another notification appeared, announcing that the character settings were completed. As he awakened, Yu-chan found himself in a state of disbelief. He surveyed his surroundings with astonishment, wondering if this place could truly be what he thought it was. In search of answers, he approached a nearby mirror, observing his reflection intently. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he came to a startling realization that he had become the worst character known as Nox von Reinhofer in this accursed game. Nox von Reinhofer, the youngest of 5 siblings in the Reinhofer family, was a member of the infamous organization Lunatic. Throughout history, the Reinhofer family had produced exceptionally talented individuals skilled in magic and swordsmanship. However, Nox stood as an exception, an untalented outcast within his own family. Haunted by resentment toward a world that denied him the gifts bestowed upon his siblings, Nox made a fateful decision. He entered into a forbidden contract with the devil, ultimately transforming himself into the most despicable villain in the inner lunatic story. Gazing at his altered appearance in the mirror, Yu-chan couldn't help but question the reality before him. It felt surreal, as if he had stepped into a dream where he had become Nox. But his excitement grew as he unexpectedly encountered a stat window. He observed the information displayed within the window, revealing his basic details. His name was Nox von Reinhofer, a 14-year-old male human with darkness as his main element. However, his enthusiasm quickly diminished as he noticed his stats. With disappointment, he questioned the low value of only 2 points in stamina. Nox's attention then turned to his traits. He discovered a neutral trait called Void Revelation, which piqued his curiosity. However, his spirit sank as he read through his negative traits. Terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. The realization that he was terminally ill in both his real life and this new world left him disheartened. The system also displayed that he had only 1 year of lifespan remaining. Nox reflected on his past actions, trying to make sense of why he had chosen to create a character with a terminal illness, someone who faced imminent death and had no support. Upon further contemplation, he began to understand his underlying motivation. He wanted a character that mirrored his own experiences, someone who could empathize with his struggles. Little did he know that he would eventually become that character himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating an unread mail in his mailbox. Nox's curiosity compelled him to investigate its contents. The mail began with a greeting, addressing him as Yu-chan, his previous name, but then it corrected itself, saying that it should call him with his new name Nox now. Nox was surprised and questioned how the system knew his name. Yu-chan was a name given to him by his parents, whose whereabouts he was unaware of. Nox couldn't help but question if the entity that put him here held the key to unlocking his lost memories. The system acknowledged that Nox wouldn't remember them, but conveyed the need to deliver a message. It greeted him with a nostalgic, "Long time no see," leaving Nox astounded. The system went on to acknowledge Nox's achievements over the past 2 years, affirming that he deserved to be where he was now. It offered a warm welcome back, leaving Nox in a state of disbelief. Nox couldn't believe what he was hearing. The idea that he was no longer in his old world, and that this new reality was his new existence, seemed impossible to accept. The system responded, acknowledging that there were many aspects of its identity it couldn't disclose, but it expressed a desire to assist Nox. Nox questioned the notion of help. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system suggested that he join the Elden Academy, where he could strengthen his forces and strive to follow the main story as closely as possible. According to the system, the complete truth would naturally unfold. As the system mail started to disappear, Nox exclaimed in surprise and asked if that was it. In a state of worry, he tried to gather his thoughts. He realized that he had been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic, but now he was being told to follow the main story. Regardless of how he interpreted it, this simply meant that eventually he would meet his demise. Nox's thoughts raced as he contemplated his situation. Even if Inner Lunatic had become his new reality, he refused to give up on regaining his memories. He was determined to follow the main story and uncover the purpose behind his existence in this world, all while ensuring his survival. For that purpose, he was willing to embrace his role as a true villain. As he reflected on his past life, Knox realized that not much had changed. 2 years before losing his memories, he had been afflicted by a terminal illness. Each moment had been a reminder of his impending death, and fear had consumed him. The only difference now was the shift in setting to a familiar world he knew well. Curiosity compelled Knox to inquire about the current date. When the system displayed February 4, 1812, he felt a sense of urgency. Time was not on his side, and he had to act swiftly. With determination burning within him, he resolved to embark on his 28th clear attempt. As Knox attempted to open the door, his wrist bones throbbed with intense pain, turning red. To his surprise, a notification appeared, revealing a negative trait activation. It informed him that due to the effects of his constant sickness, he had acquired wrist inflammation level 1, urging him to rest and allow it to heal. In disbelief, Knox muttered, "The fuck?" As Knox made his way down the hallway, he clutched his hand tightly, plagued by an unsettling thought. What could be wrong with his body? He couldn't fathom how fragile he seemed. In an unexpected turn of events, a maid collided with him, causing her to lose her balance and the tray of dishes she was carrying to shatter on the floor. The maid looked up in surprise, her eyes widening upon recognizing Knox as she muttered his name. "Young Master Knox!" Knox's gaze met hers, and at that moment, he felt a flash of recognition. This maid with her brown hair and light orange pupils, could it really be Rona? Memories stirred within him, fragmentary and vague, but he recalled that Rona had spoken ill of Knox behind his back. He thought, could this seemingly innocent girl, who now stood before him with tears welling in her eyes, have been the one talking behind Knox's back? Knox decided to grant her forgiveness, but not without a warning. An evil grin crept across his face as he contemplated the consequences of any future mistakes she might make. Rona, with tearful eyes, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Knox noticed the tranquility around him, and the surprised gazes of the butler and maids confirmed that his act of madness had slipped his mind. He questioned himself, contemplating the kind of life he had led thus far. Rona looked at Knox with caution and asked where he was going so early. Knox simply replied, stating that he was heading to the practice hall. The butler and maids reacted with shock upon hearing his response, unable to comprehend his sudden decision. Knox, with a smile on his face, added that he wanted Rona to accompany him. Fear instantly gripped Rona's thoughts as she wondered about Knox's intentions. Together Knox and Rona walked towards the practice hall. In his mind, Knox recognized the paramount importance of survival. Having experienced the chilling embrace of death, he had become resolute in his desire to avoid it. He understood that adapting quickly to his new circumstances was crucial. Deep in thought, Knox assumed a contemplative posture. He knew that despite the challenges ahead, he still held a chance. With 27 previous playthroughs, he possessed extensive knowledge of the game's hidden aspects. The game Enrollment had gained immense popularity worldwide, with its captivating story that pitted angels against demons, along with the Empire. However, what truly set Enrollment apart was its extensive customization options, allowing players to adopt different styles of play. While lower-ranked traits like Ordinary and Talented could be assigned multiple times, the highly sought-after Genius traits were typically limited to a single assignment. However, he possessed 2 Genius traits, a rare occurrence in the game. Within Inner Lunatic, there existed a concept known as trait penalties. By exploiting the system's attempt to analyze traits beyond the player's limits, Knox managed to assign 2 Genius traits. The first was Swordsmanship and Combat Genius, which granted exceptional sword skills and allowed the user to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The second trait, Mana Sensitivity Genius, heightened the user's sensitivity to magic, enabling more efficient spellcasting. Knox contemplated the vast array of other useful traits at his disposal. As a main character perk, Insight bestowed the ability to view the status window of other characters, providing valuable information. Additionally, Master of Acting allowed the user to effortlessly adapt to any situation, making it particularly advantageous in his current circumstances. Furthermore, steel mentality, when utilized during battle, enabled the user to maintain mental fortitude, keeping a cool and composed demeanor. Knox assessed his negative traits, acknowledging the significant challenges they posed. Among them, the terminally ill stood out the most. The other negative traits he possessed were the curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, and possession. For those afflicted with cold hands and feet, entering icy areas without a warming skill was nearly impossible. As for frequent sickness, Knox anticipated fainting at least once every chapter due to its effects. Knox contemplated his situation, realizing that he had no other choice but to proceed step by step, accepting the challenges that lay ahead. Observing Knox standing still, Rona, with a hint of disbelief, wondered if he truly intended to enter the practice hall. Moments later, her surprise grew as she witnessed Knox walking toward the gate. Knox pushed open the gate, determined to address the first obstacle, the curse of the weak. This curse afflicted users from birth. It reduced the growth rate by half, and made the users twice as susceptible to enemy debuffs. As Knox continued his sword practice, a sense of despair washed over him. Regardless of how much he pondered the situation, he could only arrive at one conclusion: he was doomed. Just like reading the beginning of a story, exhausted and lying on the ground, Knox struggled to catch his breath. The realization that he couldn't even swing the sword more than 10 times hit him hard. He lamented the immense difficulty imposed by the curse of the weak. Looking around, Knox found solace in the availability of numerous weapons. This abundance could be attributed to the Reinhardt family's origins, which centered around the sword. Known as the High House of the Blade and Darkness, the Reinhardt family had earned this title due to their mastery of imbuing attribute magic into their dark blades, allowing them to slash through their enemies with great proficiency. All of this was made possible by the legendary Commander's Blade, also referred to as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. This ancestral sword had been passed down through generations of family heads, continuing the tradition and legacy of the Reinhardt family. Knox contemplated the benefits of being part of a noble family, excluding the swordsmanship. One of the greatest advantages was the abundance of money. With a delighted expression, he expressed his admiration for the wealth possessed by the Reinhardt family. As one of the prominent noble families in the story, their wealth was so substantial that even their seemingly useless young son Knox had enough money to sustain a life without ever having to work. Knox believed that his father, Teo, likely didn't care much about how wisely he managed his finances. After all, Knox didn't possess that kind of character. He was the youngest son of a noble family, and his character archetype was clear. With his legs trembling, Knox managed to stand up. He recalled Rona's fearful behavior and her plea not to involve her in anything strange. A few minutes earlier, Rona had brought a wooden sword and a towel and informed Knox that they were ready for him. However, she couldn't help but wonder if he truly intended to engage in exercise. Knox realized that there was no one around and motioned for Rona to come closer. Rona displayed a frightened demeanor, questioned his intentions, and expressed concern that he might hit her. Knox, caught up in his frustration, exclaimed and asked her, what was she talking about? He then grasped Rona's ear, pulling her closer, and whispered something in her ear. After hearing Knox, Rona shouted in surprise, questioning Knox's plans. She looked at him, expressing her disbelief that his ideas were merely garbage. However, Knox commanded her to figure it out and sharply told her to be quiet. Rona replied with a trembling voice and acknowledged his request. As Rona left to retrieve the requested items, she couldn't help but think to herself that young master hadn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, Knox contemplated the time it would take for Rona to complete her task, hoping that everything would be ready by tomorrow. He poured himself some tea, pondering a solution to his curse and the need to increase his stamina. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the head butler, Rodwell de Ernark. Knox was taken aback as he recognized Rodwell, who held a significant position as one of the main managers of the Reinhardt estate. Rodwell served as an advisor to Knox's father, Theo von Reinhardt, who was also the family head. Knox realized that dealing with Rodwell wouldn't be as straightforward as with others, as he held a position of authority within the family. Knox pondered the encounter, considering it a potentially significant challenge. He wondered if Rodwell had noticed something unusual happening and pondered his own means to handle the situation. Knox activated his positive trait of Master of Acting and questioned Rodwell's presence, saying that the head butler should be serving the family head. Head butler Rodwell informed Knox that he had received orders to share some news with him. Knox curiously inquired about the nature of the news. Head butler revealed that Knox was instructed to participate in tonight's dinner. Knox was unfamiliar with the family and the situation, hesitated at the idea of having dinner with the family head. He contemplated the request, realizing his lack of knowledge about the family dynamics. Knox responded to head butler, expressing his reluctance to attend the dinner. Head butler internally pondered about the master's intentions behind ordering young Master Knox to participate in the dinner. Head butler then reported that the lady of the Styliner family had arrived and was seeking night training. He emphasized that if Knox refused to participate, it would likely anger the family head. Knox let out a sigh, acknowledging the circumstances. He understood the importance of following his father's orders and reluctantly agreed to attend the dinner. Head butler observed Knox with a questioning gaze and thought aloud that something was off about him that day. Knox, somewhat defensive, asked if there was something the head butler wanted to say. The head butler acknowledged Knox's unusual behavior, noting that Knox had never shown much interest in wielding a blade before. He inquired about the reason behind Knox's decision to visit the practice hall on his own. Knox, with a stern expression, firmly asserted his independence and authority, warning the head butler not to overstep his boundaries as a mere butler. He made it clear that his actions and intentions were his own to decide. Taken aback, the head butler apologized, recognizing that he had crossed a line. As Knox walked away, the head butler's gaze was filled with questioning thoughts, and he realized the need to report this encounter to the family head. Inside his room, Knox closed the door and took a moment to catch his breath. He reflected on the unexpected confrontation, feeling relieved that possession didn't activate. Knox shifted his focus to the mention of the young lady from the Styliner family, wondering why she was present in their household. Amid the dinner, Knox found himself being mocked by twin brothers Hartz and Alan. Alan expressed surprise and disbelief that Knox had shown up, indicating that he wouldn't enjoy the meal because of it. Hartz questioned whether Knox still had regrets about being part of the family, to which Alan agreed. Alan directly addressed Knox, expressing his disbelief at seeing him there and accusing him of inappropriate behavior with one of the maids. Hartz joined in, stating that Knox was a lost cause. Despite the mocking, Knox remained calm, recognizing that he hadn't done anything to warrant such treatment. At that moment, Theo von Reinhafer, the family head of the Reinhafer family, and Knox's father, entered the scene. Knox acknowledged his presence, knowing his role within the family. Following Theo's arrival, a beautiful girl with red hair introduced herself as Talia von Stilliner. Family head mentioned that Talia had requested night practice and would be spending time at their estate, and urged everyone to greet her warmly. Knox gazed at Talia and contemplated her significance. In the game Inner Lunatic, she was the hero and the character who opposed the future villain, Knox. Knox recognized that in the near future, it would be Talia who would eventually stab him in the chest with a sword. Family head Theo acknowledged Knox's presence at the dinner and suggested that since everyone was there, they should proceed with the meal. During the dinner, Knox noticed that Hartz and Alan were engaged in a discussion. Hartz then proposed to their father, Theo, that it was time to make a decision regarding the next person to enter Eldine Academy. Theo considered the suggestion and agreed that it was indeed time to make that decision. Eldine Academy held great importance within the game Inner Lunatic, as it was where pupils faced various challenges and fought demons, forming the main storyline. Knox realized that attending the academy was crucial for him. It would allow him to gather his own allies while following the overall structure of the story. However, family head Theo clarified that Eldine Academy only allowed 3 individuals from each family to attend. The limitation was intended to restrict the influence of the nobles. Theo mentioned that he had already used 2 slots for his first and second sons, which meant that the Reinhafer family had only 1 more entrance ticket available for the academy. Knox listened to the family head's announcement and thought about the importance of obtaining the remaining entrance ticket to Eldine Academy. He realized that he needed to do whatever it took to secure that ticket before he could focus on forming alliances. Knox then spoke up and concluded that the family head was proposing a fight between the brothers. The family head was taken aback by Knox's quick response, as he had not anticipated him being the first to react. Confirming Knox's assumption, The family head declared that a duel would take place in the practice hall 1 month from now to determine the next attendee. The duel would follow their family traditions for such decisions. Hartz took the opportunity to mock Knox, urging him to stay quiet to avoid embarrassing himself. Alan joined in, belittling Knox and stating that someone like him, who had never wielded a sword, stood no chance against them. Knox calmly took a sip of his wine and responded to Alan's taunts, stating that they could discuss it after he emerged victorious. Alan shouted back, expressing his disbelief in Knox's abilities. Meanwhile, Knox maintained his focus and understood that the upcoming duel was another trial he needed to face in order to secure the entrance ticket. He refused to be swayed by the taunts and insults directed at him. Confident in his own abilities, Knox looked ahead and boldly declared that he would be the one to attend Eldine Academy. This surprised the family head, while it further infuriated Hartz and Alan. Talia, the young lady from the Stilliner family, chuckled at Knox's declaration and commented on his confidence. Knox glanced at her but internally felt a sense of unease, realizing that he might have drawn the attention of someone he shouldn't have. Inside the family head's office, Teo acknowledged that something had indeed changed about Knox, as reported by the head butler. Teo pondered the cause of this change, wondering if Knox had been possessed by a demon. Regardless, he acknowledged that Knox had captured his attention. Teo instructed the head butler, Rodwell, to continue keeping a close eye on Knox. The family head was curious about the transformation in Knox and wanted to understand the reasons behind it. Meanwhile, Knox was running at the practice hall, sweating and panting heavily. Observing the scene, one of the maids commented on his frequent visits to the practice hall. Another maid mentioned the upcoming duel in 1 month, sparking curiosity among them about Knox's sudden dedication to physical training. Knox, overhearing their conversation, wondered why he was able to pick out their words so clearly and questioned if he had a special trait. At that moment, he received a system message indicating a slight increase in his stamina stat. Knox expressed disappointment at the small increment and reflected on the significance of stamina for him. He recognized that his low stamina was his greatest obstacle and a hindrance to unlocking his full potential with the trait swordsmanship and combat genius. Knox understood that the requirement to utilize the trait was to have his stamina stat reach 4. However, due to the curse of the week, it had taken him a month to increase his stamina by only 1.9 points. Knox felt frustrated with the curse of the week, a trait that reduced his growth rate by half. Despite putting in a lot of effort, he had only managed to increase his stamina by a small amount, and the terminal illness trait further hindered his progress. Knox realized that he needed to exert 4 times as much effort compared to others just to see minimal improvements. The difficulty of his situation weighed heavily on him. However, Knox decided to put aside those concerns for the time being. Just then Rona arrived there, pushing a moving tray filled with the materials Knox had requested the previous day. Knox acknowledged her arrival, realizing that she was faster than he had anticipated. With the supplies now available, he felt confident about making progress. Contemplating how to reach a stamina level of 4, Knox reassured himself that there were no issues. He believed that his knowledge would allow him to overcome any obstacles. Curious about the purpose of the materials, Rona questioned why Knox needed them, expressing concern about their dangerous nature and their expensive cost. She pointed out that the scroll seemed to be the only useful item among them. Knox simply replied that people didn't know how to use those materials effectively, implying that their usefulness was hidden from others. As Rona looked at him with a questioning expression, Knox picked up a bottle of elixir and drank it in one go. Panicking, Rona shouted that it was poison. Sweat covered Knox's face as he acknowledged the potency of the poison. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the poison of the 3-headed gorgon, and his health would temporarily increase by 1.5 times. It also informed him that his death counter had started, with 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until death. As Rona grew increasingly panicked, she exclaimed that she would call the head butler for assistance. However, Knox urged her to wait, and proceeded to eat the core, ignoring her pleas. Rona's worry intensified as she exclaimed that the core was not meant for consumption. A system notification appeared, indicating that Knox had consumed the core of the golem and would slowly be petrified as a result. Another notification followed, stating that a hidden piece had been activated and that the poison of the three-headed Gorgon was reacting with the golem's core. Nox was pleased with the results and thought that his plan was working perfectly. The golem's core was originally used to petrify people or increase their defense quickly, or to create artificial golems. However, when combined with the three-headed Gorgon poison, it had a special effect. Notifications continued to appear, indicating that a special effect had been activated and the poison of the three-headed Gorgon had been diluted, causing the negative trait, Curse of the Weak, to disappear. Nox was ecstatic, as the curse that had plagued him was now gone. However, Rona, with tears in her eyes, looked at Nox and expressed her concern, fearing that he might soon die. Ignoring her worries, Nox suddenly began to unbutton his shirt, causing Rona to cover her eyes in embarrassment and exclaim in shock. After opening a few more buttons on his shirt, Nox proceeded to pour an elixir bottle onto his head, resulting in a series of notifications. The dew of the Remembering Fairy countered the petrification effects of the golem's core, and a hidden piece was activated. Nox was granted the temporary trait, Blessing of Growth, through the interaction between the dew and the golem's core. Nox was pleased with the outcome, as his plan had unfolded just as he had intended. The notification indicated that the Blessing of Growth would double his stat growth until his stamina reached 5. With only a scroll remaining, Nox picked it up and used it. Another notification appeared, stating that he had activated the Rapid Stamina Growth scroll, which doubled his stamina growth rate. Nox contemplated the results, realizing that he had successfully eliminated the curse. And with the Blessing of Growth mitigating the debuffs from the terminally ill trait, coupled with the effects of the scroll, his current growth rate should be twice that of most people. This meant he should be able to increase his stamina stat at a faster pace. Suddenly Rona jumped on Nox, causing him to nearly lose his balance. She expressed her concern with teary eyes, questioning if he was okay. Nox was slightly annoyed and told her to bring him a towel. However, seeing Rona's distress, he decided to go easy on her now that the curse had been lifted. With a smile, Nox assured Rona that he was fine. She continued to worry, suggesting that he should rest and consider calling the head butler. Nox reassured her once again, insisting that he was all right. Curious about his next course of action, Rona inquired about his plans. Nox simply replied, "Run!" With that, Nox and Rona sprinted through the practice hall, catching the attention of Talia, who stood nearby and observed their actions. Talia, who had been observing Nox, questioned why someone as weak as him would accept a match against his brothers. Her maid Emma tried to advise Talia against staring at Nox and reminded her of proper etiquette. However, Talia interrupted Emma, expressing her frustration and disbelief at Nox's lack of sword skills and his refusal to accept help from the other knights of Reinhafer. Talia couldn't understand why she was so bothered by Nox's situation, considering that she believed he would simply end up getting beaten up in a month. Despite her thoughts, Talia couldn't shake off her annoyance. Determined to address the matter, Talia walked towards the practice hall, telling her maid Emma that she would be right back. Approaching Nox as he rested, Talia introduced herself, stating her name. Nox was surprised by her approach and wondered why she had come looking for him. He asked her what she wanted, mentioning that he had heard her name before. Talia felt flustered by Nox's cold attitude and thought to herself that he must have been surprised by her beauty. Talia confronted Nox, questioning his confidence in being able to defeat his brothers, and asked if that was the reason why he had accepted the match. She asked him if he thought that he could defeat his brother just by running like this. She then offered her assistance, expressing her willingness to help him. However, Nox calmly rejected her offer and told her to get lost, showing no interest in her help. Talia was taken aback by Nox's response and exclaimed in disbelief, expressing her indignation at being treated this way when she was offering her support. On the sidelines, Rona observed the exchange and thought that if Nox continued to speak in such a manner, it would make girls dislike him. Talia gave up on trying to persuade Nox and started to walk away from the practice hall, clearly upset with his refusal and dismissive attitude. Nox used his insight ability on Talia, gaining access to her stat window and learning more about her abilities and traits. He observed that Talia had impressive stats, particularly in terms of stamina, which was higher than most grown males. While her potential may not match the 3 swordmasters or the 4 great mages on the continent, Nox recognized that she had the potential to reach their level and could effectively combat demons with her fire attribute magic. Nox also knew that in the near future, Talia's fire attribute magic would awaken to white flames and be used to burn the demonized version of himself. He understood that if he managed to make Talia his ally at this point, it would drastically alter the future events of the story. Therefore, he needed to find a way to navigate the original story while avoiding his own death. He pondered whether it was possible to maintain a good relationship with someone who would eventually be responsible for his demise. 1 month later, Talia walked through the hallway. She pondered about the praise she had received for her quick learning abilities and the expectations tied to the Stillreiner family's talent. However, she couldn't help but feel inferior compared to her sister's exceptional talent. Talia questioned her own potential and wondered if she could ever become a knight. She reminded herself of the qualities and principles that a knight must possess. They should never be consumed by greed, maintain a frugal lifestyle, and be willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In addition, they must master the art of swordsmanship and adhere to proper form to become a true knight. Talia pondered the possibility of Nox being able to defeat his brothers, who had trained for years, by solely focusing on cardio exercises. She expressed her doubt, believing that it was unlikely for him to succeed. The next day arrived, and Nox and Alan stood in the center of the ring, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Many people had gathered to witness the official duel that would determine who would earn the right to enter Eldine Academy. Ficila, the first wife of the family head, was also present at the scene. Meanwhile, the head butler, who was standing nearby, heard the family head calling out to him. The family head inquired about his thoughts on the outcome of the duel. The head butler, after considering young Master Alan's past performances, stated that it was highly likely that he would emerge victorious. The family head agreed, assuming the same. However, head butler couldn't help but wonder if the family head expected something different. Despite acknowledging that young Master Nox had undergone changes, the butler remained skeptical about his chances of winning. He considered it outrageous and impossible. Having once walked the path of a knight alongside the family head, the butler understood that the art of the blade could be intricate or straightforward. The level of skill one attained and the dedication one put into their training determined their proficiency. There was only one way to surpass someone who was previously ahead and force them to kneel, and that was the insurmountable wall of overwhelming talent. The butler pondered whether young Master Nox possessed such innate talent. Interrupting the butler's thoughts, the family head spoke, acknowledging that the possibility might not be zero. There was a chance that the youngest, born with Reinhafer blood, possessed the talent of a sword emperor. As Nox stood on the duel grounds, he received a notification indicating that his trait, swordsmanship and combat genius, was inactive. In frustration, he contemplated his seemingly unlucky streak and questioned whether his luck stat was actually in the negatives. Despite his efforts, he couldn't reach a stamina stat of 4. A few days earlier, while Nox was running, he received multiple notifications activating his trait effects and gradually increasing his stamina stat by 0.1, and now his stamina had reached 3.8. Rona, who was running alongside him, expressed her exhaustion and questioned whether she had to continue running with him. Nox, while wiping sweat from his face, replied that it wouldn't be fun without her and jokingly mentioned who would take care of him if she didn't. Rona, with teary eyes, suspected that she heard him say something else. Nox then handed her a towel and assigned her another task, to which Rona responded with a pouting face. Playfully, Nox accused Rona of cursing him in her mind, but she denied it and accidentally bit her tongue in the process. Nox chuckled at the thought of Rona having good stamina and contemplated using his insight ability to view her stats. To his surprise, Rona's stamina stat was 4.5, surpassing his own despite his dedicated training. Nox was astonished by the strength of the Reinhafer family, where even a maid was stronger than an average man. Rona reminded Nox that it was already evening and suggested he rest before the duel. Nox panted heavily, felt the pressure of time, and thought that he didn't have enough time to increase his stamina. Back at the duel ring, Alan addressed Nox and proposed that he should just give up. Despite Nox being considered the shame of their family, Alan expressed hesitation in beating him too severely. Nox responded, stating that Alan didn't seem to want him to give up. Alan shifted his attention to Talia, the daughter of the Stillreiner family, and expressed his desire to impress her. He believed that Nox would assist him in achieving that goal. However, Nox expressed uncertainty about whether it was a wise decision. Observing Alan's stamina stat of 8, Nox realized that he couldn't defeat him using ordinary methods and contemplated alternative approaches. As the referee announced the duel between Nox and Alan for the admission ticket to Eldine Academy, he emphasized that both of them must accept whatever the results may be and that objections would not be tolerated. Nox felt nervous, realizing that everything hinged on this duel. His main objective was to find his memories and discover the sender of the letter, as he knew that after the 1-year grace period, his life would be in danger. The referee asked one last time if both of them were ready, and then he announced the beginning of the duel. Alan initiated the attack with a sword strike, but Nox swiftly dodged it by moving to the side. Alan quickly followed up with a kick, which Nox blocked using his sword, but was still pushed back. Alan commended Nox's defense, and the duel continued with Alan launching another series of attacks, forcing Nox into a defensive position. Nox realized that the only consistent aspect of the damned inner lunatic game was that if he lost, he would have to give up everything. However, if he could win, he could regain control over his destiny. At that moment, a notification appeared, indicating an increase in Nox's stamina stat by 0.1. Nox's face lit up with a smile as he saw this development, realizing that winning the duel could grant him everything he desired. Alan saw Nox smiling and questioned if he had hit Nox's head too many times, and continued his relentless attacks, suggesting that perhaps hitting Nox some more would make him feel better. Meanwhile, Alan's mother, Faecilla, observed the fight and remained confident that her son would be the last child of the family to enter Eldine Academy. During the duel, Alan launched a powerful attack that almost caused Nox to lose his balance. At that moment, Faecilla overheard a remark expressing disdain for the situation. She turned her attention to the source and found the family head, who had a disappointed look on his face. Faecilla thought to herself that one day, this family would witness her true power. The family head expressed disappointment, stating that he had been looking forward to seeing how Nox had changed, and concluded that Nox's current performance was underwhelming. The head butler, concerned for Nox's well-being, offered to stop the duel, knowing that it would take Nox a long time to recover if they continued. Family head compared the talents of Alan and Hartz to his first son, Garen, and found them lacking. He reminisced about the ability to dominate his opponents with overwhelming power, wielding the dark sword of domination. The family head pondered who would inherit it in the end. The family head made up his mind and rose from his chair, deciding to put an end to the duel. On the duel ring, Nox received a message that his stamina had increased by 0.1, followed by the activation of his trait Swordsmanship and Combat Genius. Overwhelmed with excitement, Nox burst into laughter, surprising Alan and drawing the attention of the family head. Nox then activated a skill, and a system message appeared, saying that the skill hour of the genius had been activated. Nox's thoughts raced as he recalled a saying that distinguished geniuses and the talented each had their own unique time. At that moment, he felt that it was his time, a genius time. With the skill active, Nox perceived everything around him in slow motion. It was as if time had decelerated, giving him a distinct advantage in the duel. He realized that while the enemy's movements appeared slower, his own actions were faster, granting him the ability to react swiftly and execute precise maneuvers. It was hard to fully utilize this skill, but his innate trait Swordsmanship and Combat Genius had been activated, which allowed him to use the skill. Nox launched a powerful attack against Alan. As a result, Alan's sword was knocked out of his grip, leaving him defenseless. Nox's determination grew as he saw his victory within reach, firmly believing that he would emerge triumphant in the duel. As the sword slipped from Alan's grasp, a surge of anger filled his gaze as he directed it toward Nox. In response, Nox met Alan's furious gaze with a smug expression and remarked that the duel was fun. Overwhelmed by frustration, Alan could only manage a bewildered exclamation. Nox's mind raced, acknowledging that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The skill he employed had a limited duration of 5 minutes, leaving him with the urgency to conclude the battle within that time frame, regardless of the circumstances. Nox's face lit up with a confident smile as he addressed Alan and Hartz, stating that he had been holding back until now, finding the encounter tedious due to their lackluster performance. He proposed a swift resolution by urging them to attack him simultaneously. The unexpected request from Nox left both Alan and Hartz in a state of shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Knox then turned towards the family head and made a plea, seeking permission to engage in a 2-on-1 battle against his brothers. The family head's expression mirrored a mix of curiosity and doubt as he assessed Knox's demeanor. Meanwhile, Talia's voice trembled with concern as she whispered, questioning Knox's current actions. She couldn't fathom his motives. Observing Knox's newfound energy and determination, the family head sensed that something had changed about him. He was intrigued and decided to grant Knox's request, allowing the unconventional sparring scenario. Just then, Fasila rose from her seat, prepared to intervene, but her plea went unnoticed by the family head, who was resolute in his decision. With a simple command, he signaled the commencement of the battle, setting the stage for what was to come. Alan reclaimed his fallen sword from the ground, his movements fueled by determination. Hartz was seething with annoyance and resented Knox for daring to humiliate them in front of their father. Knox stood before them and maintained a serene smile, ready to confront them head-on. Hartz issued a warning, indicating that Knox should be prepared for what was to come, and without further delay, both Alan and Hartz launched their assault on Knox simultaneously, their swords clashing with a resounding clash. The air crackled with intensity as the battle ensued. Amidst the clash of steel, Alan, in a desperate attempt to strategize, gestured to Hartz, indicating that he should close in on Knox's left side. However, Hartz expressed his frustration and abruptly told Alan to shut up. Knox displayed remarkable skill and skillfully defended against their relentless attacks, blocking and parrying with precision. At that moment, a message appeared before Knox. It indicated that the hour of the genius had bestowed its special effect, and had increased his low-grade swordsmanship of the Dark family's proficiency. A smile crept onto Knox's face, recognizing that he was now able to see the sword clearly. Seizing the opportune moment, Knox swiftly retaliated by countering their attack, and landed a calculated strike on Alan's shoulder. Both Alan and Hartz, visibly exhausted, panted heavily as they struggled to catch their breath. In contrast, Knox stood composed, seemingly unaffected by the physical toll of the battle. He observed their perplexed expressions, aware that they must be questioning how he had transformed from a symbol of family humiliation into this formidable adversary. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Knox's voice, reaching Alan and Hartz as a reminder not to lose focus during their spar. Fueled by determination, Knox pressed on with his assault. Despite the high stakes of the spar, he felt joy in wielding the sword itself, and a smile spread across his face. Knox's swift sword swing captured the attention of Talia, the family head, and others present, eliciting surprise from their wide-eyed expressions. Hartz, who bore the brunt of the attack, struggled to process the impossible feat unfolding before him. Despite his attempt to block, Hartz fell to the ground, defeated. Alan and Hartz, both on their knees, uttered their frustration through gritted teeth. A message appeared before Knox indicating the end of the hour of the genius skill. Knox stood victorious and breathed heavily, the weight of the battle apparent on his fatigued form. Seeing her sons defeated, Fasilas shouted out in concern for Alan and Hartz, her worry evident in her voice. Knox turned his gaze towards the referee and silently inquired if the victor had been decided. The referee responded with an affirmative nod, confirming Knox von Reinhofer as the triumphant combatant. With a formal announcement, the referee declared Knox's victory to the gathered audience. Alan, consumed by anger, clenched his fists in frustration, unable to accept the defeat. Knox released his grip on the sword and shifted his focus to the family head, who was wearing a content smile on his face. Expressing his gratitude, Knox bowed respectfully to the family head before announcing his departure. As Knox made his way towards the exit, Talia locked her gaze on him, a determined expression etched on her face. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to reach out to Knox without delay, her mind set on the necessity of their immediate conversation. As Knox stepped outside, a sudden bout of coughing overcame him. He glanced down at his hands, only to find them stained with blood. Realization dawned upon him as he realized that he had used the skill for a little too long. Knox was well aware of the significant flaw within the skill, Hour of the Genius. If he exceeded the skill's allotted duration, a debuff called Recoil would take its toll. Just then, a message materialized, confirming the repercussions of the skill's recoil. It revealed that his life had been diminished by a duration of 2 days and 17 hours. Knox comprehended the gravity of this debuff, understanding that it permanently reduced his lifespan and made him more vulnerable to illnesses. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Knox let out a relieved sigh, grateful that the recoil hadn't manifested in front of others. He acknowledged that if his condition had been exposed, his admission to the academy might have been jeopardized. However, his respite was short-lived as his attention was drawn to a voice that called out to him. Knox turned toward the source of the sound and found Talia standing there. Her inquiry pierced through the air as she asked if he had sustained any injuries during the spar. Knox's thoughts raced as he realized that Talia had discovered his condition. He lamented the fact that it had to be Talia of all people, and he couldn't allow Theo to find out about the skill's rebound. His mind raced with concerns, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Before Knox could say anything, Talia interrupted him, expressing her surprise that he had emerged victorious in a fight between siblings despite his frail condition. Knox was taken aback and questioned her words. In response, Talia blushed and confessed that she had misunderstood him. In the past month, she had observed Knox clumsily swinging a wooden sword and had never once witnessed him actually wielding a real sword. She had assumed his victory was due to his innate talent, so she decided to ask him how he had awakened and trained such a talent. However, as the duels concluded, she noticed a change in his demeanor when he was alone. Confused and concerned, she questioned herself about the true nature of Knox's abilities and the reason behind his current state. Inwardly, Talia came to a realization. She understood that Knox was not the good-for-nothing person that rumors portrayed him to be. Instead, he had dedicated himself to hard work and training in order to secure victory at all costs. When Talia witnessed Knox coughing, her worry took hold, and she reached out her hand toward him, asking if he was okay. However, Knox swatted her hand away, saying that he didn't want to be touched. Internally, he felt embarrassed, recognizing that his 2 years of obsession with gaming had hindered his ability to interact effectively with others. Moreover, he knew that Talia was a character who would kill him, which made it even harder for him to interact with her. Talia wore a sorrowful expression and apologized to Knox. Perplexed, he questioned the reason behind her apology. Talia explained that she hadn't realized how serious Knox was about the sword, as she had heard that his body had been weak since birth, leading her to believe he focused solely on stamina training. She expressed regret for misunderstanding him and acknowledged that portraying himself as a good-for-nothing was likely not his intention. She mentioned that Emma had taught her that people can make mistakes in their perceptions. Knox pondered how to respond to Talia's genuine honesty. He recognized her sincerity, which mirrored the traits he had observed in her character within the game. Despite possessing the qualities of a knight, she was the daughter of a proud and esteemed duke family, making it challenging for her to admit when she was wrong. Finally, Knox spoke, urging Talia not to disclose his bleeding condition to others if she held such a view of him. Talia confidently assured him that she wouldn't reveal his secret. Knox observed her response and thought that perhaps he didn't need to worry about others discovering his situation. Turning away, Knox walked off, instructing Talia to keep her promise. As Talia watched Knox's departing figure, her face flushed red with a mixture of emotions. In family head Teo's office, the family head expressed his satisfaction with his earlier conjecture. He turned to the head butler and inquired about his opinion on Knox's talent. The head butler expressed his views, stating that he initially struggled to comprehend why Knox allowed himself to be beaten. However, after observing the other children of his age and other young masters, the head butler concluded that Knox was the most exceptional among them. Family head agreed with the head butler's assessment and expressed his suspicion that Knox might possess additional hidden talents. He directed the head butler to closely monitor all of Knox's actions, emphasizing that their sole task should be observing Knox, regardless of his activities. The head butler acknowledged the order, affirming his commitment to carrying out his duties diligently. Family head wondered if Knox had enough talent to inherit the supreme black sword. He then acknowledged his limited time left and reassured the head butler of the importance of his ongoing task. The head butler bowed respectfully and pledged to give his utmost effort in fulfilling his responsibilities. Inside Knox's residence, he received a message indicating the completion of the tutorial quest and his victory in the first fight. Knox expressed his realization that this world had become a reality while retaining game-like elements. Another message appeared, announcing rewards for his achievement, which included 3 free stat points. Knox was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. However, his excitement quickly waned as he realized that after an entire month of rigorous running, his stamina had only increased by a mere 2 points. He lamented, expressing his disappointment and suggesting that they should have granted him these rewards much earlier. But the stat he needed to invest these points in was not stamina, it was luck. Knox opened his status window and allocated all 3 points into the luck stat, raising it from 7 to 10. He reasoned that luck was valuable, especially in the inner lunatic game, as it was a stat that couldn't be easily increased through hard work. Knox, who was feeling eager to test the value of his increased luck stat, received additional messages regarding benefits, including mass clear rewards, a random gacha voucher, and a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. Knox expressed relief that the benefit system was still in place, appreciating the opportunities it provided. Knox eagerly decided to use the gacha right away, and a gacha machine appeared before him. He found it quite alien to see it in person. Knox rotated the handle, hoping for a high-ranking reward. He remembered that with his high luck stat, there was a 95% chance of getting an intermediate rank or above. He knew that the basic rank and ranks below were white, the intermediate rank was silver, and the advanced rank would be gold. The highest rank would be rainbow. Knox hoped for at least a gold rank or a higher rank reward. His excitement grew as his reward appeared, and he exclaimed in joy. As he opened the scroll, new messages appeared, identifying the rank and revealing that he had obtained an advanced trait called Supreme Ruler's Awe. Knox couldn't believe his luck and expressed his happiness at acquiring such a powerful trait. The skill information revealed that it was an active skill of advanced rank with no attribute. Its effect was that those with a lower status value than him would have all their stats reduced by 20%. Knox considered it a jackpot and smiled at the fact that it was a debuff skill. However, he was aware that there was another reward awaiting him. Knox then received a message asking if he would like to use the one-time use skill confirmation voucher. He knew that the skill he would obtain from this voucher was already decided, and it was one of the hidden pieces he needed to achieve his goal. He decided to save it for when Theo gathers all the siblings in the estate. Knox realized that it was almost time for Grain von Reinhofer, the second son of the Reinhofer family, to return to the estate after completing his training to become a knight. Knox acknowledged that he had to find the hidden piece and handle Grain, leaving no time for rest. However, he felt relieved that he probably didn't need to worry about Talia anymore, considering her character and the promise she made. He believed there was no reason for her to approach him again. To his surprise, the very next day, he found Talia standing in front of him. Knox questioned why she was there after they had settled everything the day before. Talia, looking down, spoke in a low voice, but Knox couldn't understand her, so he asked what she was trying to say. Talia then looked up at Knox with a confident expression and asked him how he had become so strong so quickly, and how she could become stronger too. After hearing Talia's question, Knox remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed upon her. He then began walking and revealed that Talia had secretly observed him training for an entire month. Talia's expression turned puzzled as she questioned the notion of secrecy. Without hesitation, she swiftly followed Knox, urging him to wait. Talia insisted that they at least have a spar, or that he should tell her how he trained. Reflecting on his knowledge of Talia, Knox recalled that she was a character driven by a strong desire to gain recognition from her sister. Knox paused and turned to face her. He reminded her that before asking how to train or seeking advice on becoming stronger, she should first think about her own talent. Talia looked at Knox, seemingly contemplating his words. Knox thought to himself that he had never comforted anyone before, and wondered what he should say. Taking a deep breath, he added, "Don't compare yourself to others." With that, Knox left, leaving Talia behind. Talia expressed her surprise at his words and disappointment as Knox walked away. Meanwhile, Knox glanced back briefly and wondered if she would come after him. He didn't want her to witness him obtaining the hidden piece. Finally, Knox arrived at a place where his two brothers and his father, the family head, were waiting for him. Knox wondered if this was the Reinharfer family's barn, renowned for raising the finest horses on the continent. The family head acknowledged their presence and mentioned that the three young masters might already have an idea as to why he had called them there. He explained that they had been summoned to select a horse that would become their lifelong companion. Knox realized that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Horses were revered as the most sacred creatures in both the continent and within the Reinharfer family. If you've decided to become a mage or a knight, you choose a horse when you're young to have as a lifelong companion. Eldin Academy taught horse riding, and as the game progressed, there would be large-scale wars where horses played a crucial role. If a horse died, one would have to raise a young horse again. Since transportation magic was expensive, horses became a vital mode of transportation. Knox believed that it was essential for him to select the best horse for himself. Interrupting his thoughts, the family head announced that Knox, as the winner of the duel, would have the first choice. He emphasized that Knox had only one chance. This caused annoyance for Alan and Hartz. Knox strode into the barn, his determination unwavering as he set out to find the horse he sought. The family head pondered which horse the youngest member would ultimately select. Knox carefully surveyed the horses, finding them quite adorable. Suddenly, his eyes rested upon the one he had been diligently searching for. This particular horse appeared diminutive and seemingly feeble. Undeterred, he approached the horse and boldly announced his decision, surprising not only Hartz and Alan, but also the family head, who wore a perplexed expression in response to his choice. The family head decided to give Knox another chance to choose. Knox thought to himself that this opportunity was a reflection of how the others doubted his decision. However, he remained determined. Using his insight ability on the horse, Knox triggered a message stating that the target's stat window was loading. Soon, the stat window appeared, revealing that the horse had a high rank, belonged to the obsidian species, and had the main element of darkness. Knox knew that most summoned creatures were categorized into ranks, and depending on their growth, they could ascend multiple ranks. This particular horse displayed the potential to achieve at least a higher rank. What made it even more remarkable was that it was an obsidian horse, an exceedingly rare breed among many others. The term obsidian refers to a type of igneous rock. Knox was certain that if the family head had been aware of this fact, he would have undoubtedly claimed this exceptional horse. However, Knox was aware that the horse's current state made it less enticing despite its potential. Upon careful examination of the horse's traits, Knox discovered several positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. However, these traits were currently inactive due to a debuff. The horse did possess a neutral trait called unchanging heart. Unfortunately, the most prominent and concerning trait was the negative attribute labeled expected death, which was currently in effect. This trait indicated that the horse had a mere 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes left to live. Knox considered the negative trait to be more troublesome than a terminally ill trait in some aspects. Despite this, he firmly stated that he would not change his mind and would choose this horse. He believed that with his knowledge, he could save it. The family head's concern and disappointment were palpable as he questioned Knox's decision and thought that Knox might be projecting his own emotions onto the horse. In the family head's view, Knox appeared to be emotionally driven and weak, leading to a deep sense of disappointment. Expressing his hope that Knox wouldn't regret his choice, the family head began to leave. Despite Alan and Hartz's attempts to call out to him, their pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards assured Alan and Hartz that they would keep a watch so that they could choose their horses. Knox pondered, wondering if the family head was genuinely disappointed with his decision. But just as he began to delve deeper into his thoughts, the head butler interjected, abruptly interrupting his train of thought and prompting Knox to choose a name for the horse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on the name Carl, the very name he had used when conquering the inner lunatic. It held profound significance for him, making it a meaningful choice. Sometime later, Carl lay on the bed, covered under a bedsheet. Knox had taken the precaution of bringing Carl into his room to ensure his actions remained hidden from others. Knox looked at Carl and recognized the determination in the horse's eyes to keep living, mirroring his own ongoing battle. Knox recognized that Carl, like himself, was fighting to extend his lifespan, clinging to the desire to live a little while longer. Knox called out to Rona and demanded her immediate response. However, before he could finish his sentence, Rona suddenly appeared but stumbled, losing her balance and falling to the floor. She questioned how Knox had known about her presence. Knox playfully accused her of being caught red-handed and teased her about her habitual clumsiness. Knox then instructed Rona to take care of Carl. Rona looked surprised and commented, "A horse in the bed?" She pouted, imagining the daunting task of cleaning up after a horse in such an unlikely place. With a smile, Knox reminded her that Carl was unwell and encouraged her to do her best. Rona glanced at the horse and reluctantly agreed to take care of him. She then asked the horse if his name was Carl and inquired if he was hungry. Knox contemplated the situation, realizing that what was about to unfold would be quite shocking. He wondered if Rona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, in Knox's residence, a loud cry resounded from a room. Rona sat on the floor, cradling Carl's lifeless head in her lap. Overwhelmed with grief, tears streamed down her face as she mourned the loss. Knox watched Rona cry over Carl's death and realized that it was evident since she had put a lot of effort into taking care of Carl. He felt a hint of sympathy for her. However, Knox was already aware that this was going to happen. There was no way Carl could have been saved. Knox approached Rona and urged her to stop crying, emphasizing that her emotions were distracting him. He instructed her to stand up, and though Rona tried to express her despair, her words were stifled by her sobbing. Nevertheless, Knox assured Rona that Carl would return to his side. Rona was confused, and she looked at Knox with a questioning gaze and asked if there was something wrong with his head. Ignoring her remark, Knox told her to move behind him. Knox retrieved a scroll, and Rona couldn't help but question its significance. He then placed it on the ground and acknowledged the need to infuse mana into the scroll. As he poured mana into it, a circle materialized on the ground, emitting a vibrant purple. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Rona's shock was evident. Meanwhile, a smile graced Knox's face, hinting at his satisfaction with the unfolding events. Rona, bewildered by Knox's abilities, questioned his knowledge of mana usage, aware that such practices were considered illegal. Knox acknowledged his struggles in controlling mana, but chose to continue pouring mana into the scroll. He warned Rona that if she kept distracting him, Carl would die a second time, and it would be all her fault. Understanding the severity of the situation, Rona fell silent, covering her mouth with her hands. Knox recognized the need for utmost concentration, realizing that he was still someone who had yet to awaken his trait of genius of mana detection. Using mana in this empire below the age of 15 was strictly prohibited unless you are from the imperial family. Consequently, compared to other students who start learning mana control at a later age, the descendants of the imperial family exhibit several times more proficiency in magic. Knox thought that the only thing he could do right now was to pour as much mana as possible into the scroll. As Knox continued infusing mana into the scroll, he sensed a faint energy emanating from his palms, recognizing it as mana. A smile crept onto Knox's face as he found the situation intriguing. He decided to utilize the one-time use skill confirmation voucher to ensure that he executed the magic correctly, as the magic he was about to employ belonged to the realm of black magic. A message materialized before Knox, indicating that he had obtained the skill Book of the Dead, Necromicron, for one-time use. Another message informed him that Carl, the target, could be revived as an undead. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to use this magic. Deep within Knox's thoughts, he contemplated the existence of two types of beings that possessed the trait of undead within the inner lunatic world. The first type comprised beings resurrected through black magic or dark mana. The second type consisted of those who were reborn without ego and are reborn as stronger beings. Knox pondered the implications of reviving Carl as an undead, acknowledging that the revived creature would exhibit unwavering loyalty to its master, almost to a fault. However, he recognized that only one family in existence practiced the art of reviving corpses as undead. The Marvas family, known as a family of black mages that controlled the undead. While the Reincarnated family belonged to the Dark family as well, they were a night family. Knox contemplated that if that was the case, then the players that don't belong to the Marvas family would not be able to utilize their skills at all. However, with a knowing smile, Knox revealed that this assumption was not true. He had obtained a one-time use skill selection voucher, which allowed him to acquire the Necromicron, also known as the Book of the Dead. Just as Knox continued pouring mana into the scroll, black hand-like figures started emerging from the circle. The hands reached towards the lifeless body of Carl, covering him. In the midst of this, blood began to drip from Knox's mouth. Concerned, Rona exclaimed, but Nox hushed her, signaling for her to remain silent. Nox persisted, his determination unwavering. However, suddenly, he sprayed blood from his mouth, indicating that his mana was running out. Frustrated, he looked down at his hands, realizing the diminishing energy within him. Yet, as he looked ahead, he witnessed a remarkable sight. Carl standing on two legs, almost floating in the air, enveloped by dark energy. From Carl's mouth, a resounding voice echoed, and Nox received messages confirming the successful activation of the skill. Another message appeared confirming that his pet Carl had been revived as an undead. Panting heavily, Nox wore a triumphant smile, knowing that he had achieved his goal. With tear-filled eyes, Rona called out to Nox, her concern evident. Nox got up and called out to Carl. As Carl approached him, Nox examined his companion's status. He observed Carl's traits, which included positive attributes such as steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. These traits had been inactive due to a previous debuff, but now they were active. Nox also noted Carl's basic information, such as his name, gender, rank, age, race, an undead horse obsidian, and his master's element, darkness. Finally, Nox discovered the negative traits, including the erasure of the expected death trait, and the knowledge that Carl, as a temporary pet for 1 year, would grow at a rate of 1.5 times the normal rate. Additionally, Nox learned that he could summon or dispel Carl depending on his mana. Filled with satisfaction, Nox placed his hand on Carl's head and declared that he would be his master from now on. Nox found himself lost in thought, contemplating his next steps. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Rona unexpectedly jumped and hugged both Nox and Carl. Nox was taken aback by the sudden display of affection and questioned Rona's actions. Rona in tears responded, questioning how Nox could be so reckless with his use of mana. She expressed her concern for his well-being and scolded Carl for his recklessness as well. Carl turned his head away, his eyes closed. Rona was taken aback and questioned Carl, expressing how much she had cared for him. She then asked Carl to spit out the carrot she had given him. In response, Carl let out a defiant neigh. Nox smiled, recognizing the unfolding dynamics between Rona and Carl. He then thought to himself that the hidden piece would be his next target. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Nox ventured out from the territory, holding a map and a light stone. He acknowledged that the road he was taking was similar to the game he had played before. Putting the map back in his bag, he felt relieved knowing that obtaining the second hidden piece of the Reinhofer family was crucial. It would serve as a key to compensate for his terminal illness trait. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, and he glanced back. Seeing that there was no movement, he couldn't help but question his sensitivity. He then reminded himself that this was no longer a game, but a reality. He noticed a wooden sign in front of him, indicating that this was the entrance of the missing child's forest. A warning was written, saying that if young children enter, they may get lost and risk their lives. Therefore, it advised not to enter under any circumstances. Nox thought to himself that he did not want to die a second time. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the need for caution, Nox ventured into the forest, receiving messages that warned that he had entered the missing child's forest, and failure to clear this place will result in death. The missing child's forest was situated within Reinhafer's territory and was forbidden to enter. The combination of darkness and dense fog made it challenging even for skilled rangers and pathfinders to navigate through. Nox contemplated the name of the forest, realizing its dual meaning. It was a place that could make anyone feel lost, just like a child, but it also meant that even if full-grown adults kill monsters here, they wouldn't find any valuable artifacts. And the difficulty of the monsters within increased for adults. Nox had died multiple times in his attempts to find the right way to clear the forest, which led him to believe that the missing child's forest had a difficulty rating of at least 2.5 stars, with 5 stars being the maximum. With a wry smile, Nox acknowledged that this game was designed to have the worst difficulty. As he reminisced, he recalled his previous attempts to clear the forest without any knowledge of the items that would appear. He realized that the forest was the perfect challenge for his character's terminally ill trait. Nox proceeded to craft a fire torch and ignited it. The emitted light allowed him to see ahead, and he understood that the crucial key to clearing the missing child's forest lay in the direction of the smoke. More precisely, he had to go in the opposite direction of the smoke. Before embarking on his journey, Nox paused, realizing there was something he needed to do. He turned around and spoke to someone hiding in the shadows, asking them how long they intended to remain concealed and suggesting they reveal themselves now. After waiting for a few moments without a response, Nox sighed, remarking that they planned to hide until the end. Drawing his sword, Nox swung it at nearby bushes, causing a loud cry to emanate from that direction. In Talia's residence, Talia expressed her disbelief that her beauty had failed to captivate Nox. She couldn't comprehend the situation. Her maid, Emma, pleaded with her, using her title, Young Miss, asking her to stop following young Master Nox. Emma explained that if Talia continued her pursuit, she would also face reprimands. Talia reassured Emma, stating that she would ensure Emma wouldn't get fired from the family. However, Emma tried to convey a different message, but Talia didn't grasp it. Later, during nighttime, Emma walked through a hallway, holding a lit candle. She contemplated Talia's talent and how she was respected as the potential next matriarch. Emma wondered why Talia felt inferior to her sister Chell, and why she seemed so impatient. Emma arrived at Talia's room and opened the door, speculating that she should have given up by now and would be sleeping. However, as Emma entered Talia's room, she noticed something was wrong. A sense of horror struck her as she called out, "Young Miss?" In her thoughts, she worried that Talia might have gone to find young Master Nox. Emma's voice echoed through the mansion, urgently waking everyone up. Another person inquired about the commotion, asking what was wrong and what had happened. In the forest, Talia smiled, covering her head with her hands. Nox was taken aback and called out her name. He questioned her presence. Talia got up and chuckled nervously and greeted him. Nox demanded to know why she was there, but before Talia could respond, he suddenly caught her by the waist and pushed her behind him, instructing her to stay there. Confused, Talia called out Nox's name, trying to understand the situation. Just then, they noticed a figure approaching them from the darkness. Talia immediately recognized it as a gray wolf. Shocked, she realized they were in the territory of the gray wolf. Despite having only a dagger at hand, she braced herself for the encounter. The wolf circled around them, displaying an evil smile, aware that it had found its prey. It let out a loud howl, signaling its presence. Nox remained calm, even in this perilous situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced toward the wolf, throwing his fire torch and launching a swift attack with his sword. His strike proved fatal, and the wolf fell down with a single blow. Talia was astonished by Nox's prowess, and couldn't help but think how incredible it was. She marveled at how effortlessly he defeated the wolf, even though it was just one. Nox turned back to face Talia and repeated his question, expressing his surprise that it was her instead of his brothers who followed him. He demanded to know why she was there. Talia stumbled with her response, trying to come up with an excuse, mentioning a night stroll with a nervous laugh. Nox was not convinced and picked up his fire torch and warned her not to lie, threatening to leave her alone in the forest. Caught off guard, Talia grabbed Nox's arm and tried to stop him. Nox looked at her and waited for an explanation. Talia began to explain that she wasn't doing anything strange. She had just noticed how strong he had become and wanted to be strong like him. She saw him through the window and became curious about where he was going. Talia admitted that she had followed him to the forest without thinking much. Nox smiled to himself, realizing three things. Talia held him in high regard, she didn't harbor any hostility towards him, and he found relief in that fact. He sighed, understanding that Talia was still a child who didn't fully grasp the danger of following others late at night. As one of the core characters, he couldn't simply leave her there alone in the forest. Nox sighed once again and instructed Talia to follow him, clarifying that his intention was not to help her, but to prevent any trouble for his family. Talia felt embarrassed and apologized and admitted her mistake. Nox thought to himself that Talia probably wouldn't engage in any more reckless behavior. However, before they could proceed further, Talia interrupted, calling out to Nox. Talia blushed and expressed her gratitude. She looked at Nox and began to say something, but her expression abruptly shifted to shock as she noticed numerous glowing eyes in the darkness. Worry evident in her voice, Talia called out to Nox. He stood with the fire torch in hand, alongside Talia. The flickering light from the fire torch revealed that they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. These wolves had likely been drawn to the location by the loud howl of the wolf Nox had previously defeated. As the wolves closed in around them, Talia grasped Nox's arm tightly, trembling in fear. However, Nox abruptly pulled his arm away from her grip, sternly telling her to stay away. Talia was taken aback by his response, while Nox walked ahead, warning her that she would be in his way when he swung his sword. Deep in thought, Nox acknowledged the presence of unexpected variables and resolved to refocus. This particular area was part of the prologue and did not contain any boss monsters, but an elite monster one rank below the boss would appear. The evolved form of the gray wolf he had just defeated, an elite gray wolf. Nox understood that merely knowing his enemy wouldn't guarantee an easy encounter. The wolves launched their attack, but Nox swiftly retaliated, eliminating them one by one. Nox's attention turned to the wolf standing at the back, realizing the possibility of being driven into a corner. Prepared to defend himself, Nox braced for the incoming attack, reflecting on his past experiences as Yu Chan, playing the inner lunatic and acknowledging his own weakness. In a single strike, Nox successfully vanquished the wolf, letting out a relieved sigh. Talia watched in astonishment, recognizing Nox's incredible sword technique, which she believed to be even more impressive than when he fought his brothers. She speculated whether Nox had slain gray wolves before. However, her expression turned somber as she realized that Nox still perceived her as weak. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the air, capturing their attention. Nox shifted his gaze ahead, knowing that what they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The elite gray wolf. Accompanied by a pack of wolves, the formidable foe made its grand entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the missing child forest, a group of people anxiously searched for Nox and Talia. One of them noticed footprints on the ground, recognizing them as the young master's and Lady Talia's. It was clear that they had ventured into the forest together. Talia's maid, Emma, fell to her knees in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. She insisted that they needed to enter the forest immediately. However, head butler Rodwell cautioned against such a hasty decision, deeming it impossible. Emma exclaimed in disbelief, questioning his reasoning. Head butler Rodwell thought to himself, aware that the missing child forest was one of the most challenging trials within the Reinhafer family. Despite being renowned as the strongest dark family in the South, the fact that they hadn't managed to clear this particular forest reflected poorly on their competence. It was unknown to them that only children who hadn't reached adulthood could enter the forest successfully, and that it could only be cleared by children. Head butler Rodwell pondered further, wondering why the young master had entered the forest. He doubted that Nox had been bewitched by a mind-controlling monster, as the tracks indicated careful movement, and there were no signs of anyone breaching the estate's strongest mana barrier. This meant that young Master Nox had intentionally entered the forest. Head butler Rodwell admitted to himself that he had been wrong in underestimating Nox's strength and resilience, acknowledging that he was no longer the weak and frail young master from before. With a determined tone, head butler Rodwell explained that there was only one way for Nox and Talia to return. They had to rely on the young master's wisdom to find their way out of the forest. Emma's eyes filled with tears as worry consumed her. She blamed herself, believing that she was the one who had caused the young miss to be in this predicament. As Nox faced the wolves, he observed Talia and noted her ability to maintain concentration despite her fear. He advised her not to attack unnecessarily, warning her of the potential danger and instructing her to stay out of the direct confrontation. He urged her to conserve her strength and use it to escape if she were to come under attack, as it would increase her chances of survival. Nox, however, acknowledged that eliminating an elite wolf wasn't overly risky since its rating was only 2.5 stars. His primary goal was to ensure Talia remained alert and responsive to her surroundings. Examining Talia, Nox thought that she had learned well, though she hadn't reached a level where he could fully trust her to cover his back. Nonetheless, he decided to utilize his skill, Hour of the Genius, intending to dispatch the elite wolf swiftly. To his surprise, Nox noticed the wolf smirking, frustrating him and fueling his determination to uncover the wolf's motives. As one wolf charged at Nox, he managed to defeat it swiftly. However, the other wolves suddenly halted, leaving Nox perplexed. The elite wolf took a seat while the remaining wolves launched a coordinated attack from all sides. Nox fought valiantly, dispatching several of the wolves. Unfortunately, one managed to sneak behind him, poised to strike. Just as the wolf was about to land a blow, a dagger flew through the air, striking the wolf's neck and saving Nox. Nox turned to the side, surprised to see Talia, who had climbed a nearby tree. She cautioned him to be careful. Talia's thoughts raced as she realized that even though Nox had instructed her to flee in dangerous situations, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Nox gazed at her in disbelief, questioning in his mind whether she was truly going to help him. Talia expressed her concern, asking Nox if he was all right and if he was injured. Nox, thinking to himself, was surprised by Talia's assistance. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the growl of a nearby wolf. Reacting instinctively, Nox swiftly attacked, using his sword to kill 2 wolves. He assured Talia that he was all right, to which she expressed relief. Inwardly, Nox realized that it was not the time to be carefree and regretted showing his vulnerable side to Talia. He glanced down at his trembling hands and realized that the recoil was taking its effect. Nevertheless, he remained determined, knowing that the situation wasn't over yet. As an elite wolf approached him, he braced himself, anticipating an attack. The wolf circled around him for some time and suddenly charged toward Nox. However, to his surprise, the wolf passed by him, leaving him astonished. Nox wondered if the wolf had a different plan in mind. Suddenly, the wolf reappeared behind Nox and struck, slashing at him. Nox cursed his slowness and managed to evade partially, but his shoulder was injured. Talia shouted Nox's name in worry upon seeing his injured shoulder. Nox placed his hand on his shoulder, assessing the damage. He couldn't help but question if this wolf was truly a 2.5-star rated creature. Nox realized that the elite gray wolf in reality was smarter and more cunning than in the game. Meanwhile, the elite gray wolf, hidden in the forest, wore an evil smirk. Nox prepared himself for the wolf's next attack, acknowledging his surprise and the wolf's ability to control the other wolves. He also recognized the wolf's utilization of the terrain and geographical advantages. Nox focused his gaze in a particular direction, determined to be prepared. The wolf lunged from that direction, prompting Nox to swiftly swing his sword. In that split second, Nox believed he had skillfully struck his target. However, to Nox's surprise, his sword didn't reach the wolf as it stopped at a short distance. Nox was shocked, and the elite gray wolf looked at him with a cunning smile. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf attacked Nox. Nox realized that the wolf had been waiting for him to make a large swing and expose himself. Attempting to counter the attack with his sword, Nox's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he was facing the recoil of his skill. As the wolf closed in with its mouth wide open, ready to bite him, Nox thought about his overconfidence. Clearing the game multiple times had led him to believe he could do anything, but it was a foolish judgment. Resigned, Nox closed his eyes, feeling helpless. However, he then heard the whimpering sound of the wolf. He saw a dagger lodged in the wolf's eye. Nox was shocked and realized that if the wolf could create an opening, so could they. But the unexpected variable, the one who created the opening, wasn't him. It was Talia. Seizing the opportunity, Nox attacked the elite gray wolf. As Nox's sword pierced through its body, the wolf let out a loud growl and fell to the ground. Exhausted, Nox fell to his knees, panting heavily. Talia called out to Nox, expressing her worry. She then noticed the remaining wolves that were still present. However, upon witnessing their leader's death, the remaining wolves started running away. Talia rushed over to Nox, expressing concern for his well-being. Nox reassured her that he was all right, but he paused, shocked by his own thought. He had almost thanked the enemy who would eventually kill him in the future. Nox looked away and told Talia that there was no need to worry. However, Talia noticed the injury on Nox's shoulder, and with teary eyes, she voiced her concern about his well-being. Nox brushed it off, stating that it was just a slight wound. Talia persisted, expressing her relief that he wasn't injured elsewhere. Suddenly, Talia noticed a spider on her shoulder. Fear filled her eyes, and she let out a loud scream. Nox was taken aback, thinking that there was another monster. In her panic, Talia fell into Nox's arms and hugged him tightly. Nox was shocked and called out to her in a questioning tone, seeking clarification. Talia tightly hugged Nox as she spotted the spider. She held onto him even tighter, causing Nox to almost lose his balance. Nox wondered how long she intended to cling to him and pondered if she was scared of the spider. He flicked the spider off Talia's shoulder and questioned her decision to follow him into the forest if something as small as a spider frightened her. Talia, with teary eyes, expressed her fear of spiders, asking if Nox was scared of them too. Nox smiled and remarked that she wouldn't be able to become a knight with such fear. Talia looked at Nox, their faces just inches apart. She let go of him and blushed with embarrassment and shouted, "No!" Nox responded, noting that she finally got off him. Suddenly Nox coughed, and Talia expressed concern, asking if he was okay. Nox reassured her and reminded her not to worry. Nox thought to himself, acknowledging that Talia had contributed her fair share. He survived thanks to her, even though he couldn't express his gratitude due to her sudden scream. He then looked ahead and realized that now their goal was to escape the forest. Outside the forest, Emma remained on her knees, crying and confessing that she was the one who killed the young miss. Head butler Rodwell wondered if Talia and Nox didn't make it, realizing that Talia's disappearance would create problems between the two families. He also acknowledged that the Reinhafer family was often criticized for their incompetence regarding the numerous missing children in the area. Just then, a man pointed towards the forest, calling out to Rodwell and informing him that the fog in the forest was clearing. Everyone looked toward the forest in shock as Rodwell realized that the infamous missing child's forest had been cleared. Emma stood up and expressed her belief that if Mana was being lifted, then it could only mean one thing. Head butler acknowledged that her earlier understanding was correct. This view meant that the forest had indeed been cleared, and their speculation had become reality. Emma, with teary eyes, realized that it meant Nox, and had managed to clear the forest. However, before she could finish her sentence, they noticed Nox and Talia emerging from the forest. Someone shouted, announcing that the young master was coming out, and people started discussing the feat of clearing the forest. The incredible sight of Nox emerging unscathed left them in disbelief. Head butler couldn't help but smile, as he was now certain that the hierarchy among the descendants within the Reinhafer family would undergo significant turmoil. Nox, appearing casual, asked why everyone was gathered there. Emma looked at Talia and called out to her, hugging her tightly and expressing how worried they had been. Head butler informed Nox that the family had also been concerned about his disappearance. Nox couldn't believe that the family would worry about someone as useless as him, lamenting that the family's reputation as a dark family was about to decline. Meanwhile, Talia told Emma to stop crying. Emma wiped her tears, grabbed Talia by her hair, and declared her intention to go over the 71 rules of the Stillreiner family once again. She urged Talia to follow her. Talia apologized, but Emma quickly reassured her, stating that she would never dare to blame her, as she was just a lowly maid. She emphasized that the patriarch would personally teach her the rules. Nox observed Emma, and thought to himself that the maid seemed to possess extraordinary stamina. Emma then greeted Nox and thanked him for protecting their young miss. Nox turned his attention to Talia, and acknowledged that even though he hadn't intended to go into the forest with her, she had proven her worth and shouldn't be too hard on herself. Nox entered his room, relieved that the ordeal was over, and placed his hand on his forehead. He contemplated the unexpected presence of Rodwell and the knights waiting outside the forest. He wondered if Talia had something to do with it. Nevertheless, Nox smiled and pulled something out of his pocket, a hidden piece. A message appeared, indicating that he had obtained a new artifact. The Black Flame Ring, categorized as an accessory of low intermediate grade. The ring had the attribute of darkness and provided a boost to stamina and mana. It could only be equipped by those capable of using dark mana. The ring also possessed a special effect. When defeating a target while wearing it, a small amount of their life force could be stolen and converted into the wearer's own. The amount stolen increased with the rank of the defeated target. Nox acknowledged that the Black Flame Ring was the only artifact capable of stealing someone else's life force, but he understood that merely possessing the ring wouldn't guarantee a longer life. Looking at the ring, he reflected on the limitations of extending one's life indefinitely. Stealing only a small amount of life force made it challenging to overcome the terminal illness. He decided to wear the ring, believing that as long as he could struggle and progress, it was far better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. Nox smiled with determination, sensing his life force and mana increasing. Nox turned toward the door of his room and called out to Rona, knowing that she was outside. The door opened, and Rona peeked inside, addressing him as young master. She asked if he was able to see through things, to which Knox responded that he might be capable of it. Rona's face turned red, and she asked if that meant he could see her naked body too. Knox gently tapped her on the head and questioned what on earth she was talking about. Rona exclaimed in pain, wondering why it felt like his finger flick hurt even more than usual. Knox suggested arm wrestling to Rona, who questioned if they were going to do it again. She prepared herself and proposed that if she won this time, he would genuinely increase her salary. Knox agreed, but warned her that if she lost, 20% of her salary would be deducted. They clasped each other's hands and got ready. Rona counted 1, 2, 3. The match began, but Rona's hand instantly touched the table, resulting in her loss. Rona was taken aback and stuttered, wondering what had just happened. She then regained her composure and confronted Knox, suggesting that he must believe it wasn't befitting of a reputable family's son to reduce a servant's meager salary by 20%. Knox waved his hand dismissively and admitted that while it might be true, he was the rumored good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, as per someone's rumors. He smiled and stated that he had decided not to care about trivial things like honor. Suddenly he received a series of messages indicating that the effects of his trait, frequent sickness, had been activated. He obtained a wrist fracture level 2 and flu level 1. Knox groaned, frustrated with these negative traits. He then told Rona to forget about the salary reduction and asked her to bring him some ice and a wet towel. Rona noticed Knox's pale face and expressed concern. Knox thought to himself that for now, he would be satisfied with having the ring and that he needed to rest. Suddenly, a hazy memory emerged as a figure declared with certainty that the name was Yu-chan. Knox thought to himself about the 2 hidden pieces he possessed, Carl and the black flame ring. It had been 6 months since he obtained them, but unfortunately, he hadn't had an opportunity to utilize them. The reason was that he had been grounded. Knox let out a sigh and expressed his frustration, stating that he hadn't gotten into any trouble and had even managed to clear the missing child's forest. He couldn't believe he was being punished when he should have been rewarded for his actions. He turned to Rona, seeking her agreement. Rona looked to the side and cautiously replied that, as a maid belonging to the family, she was obligated to speak favorably about the patriarch since it could affect her salary. Knox walked confidently and made a firm promise to Rona that her salary would indeed be reduced if she didn't comply with his preferences. Rona was taken aback by this statement, exclaiming her shock at the harshness of the patriarch and expressing her disbelief at his lack of understanding towards his feelings. Knox, feeling the weight of his situation, found a seat on the sofa and reflected on his current life. He had been working diligently to adapt and live a productive life while observing the growth of Carl. However, he couldn't continue living this way, as he realized that his life was being shortened due to the terminal illness. He glanced at a message revealing that he had only 147 days left to live. Frustrated, Knox thought to himself about the system that seemed more interested in his life than he was, sarcastically thanking it for explaining the situation so nicely. Determined to change his circumstances, he stood up and declared that he couldn't bear it any longer. He resolved to approach his father and seek permission to go out somehow. Just as he made this decision, someone knocked on the door. Head butler Rodwell entered the room and greeted Knox before informing him that the patriarch had summoned him. Meanwhile, the patriarch recalled a memory from the past, where he stood on a blood-covered battlefield facing numerous flying demons. He reflected on the night of slaughter, the devastation caused by the demons, and the humans caught up in the chaos. Opening his eyes, the patriarch acknowledged that someday, one of his sons would likely learn the supreme black sword, but he couldn't rely on probabilities alone. He needed a certain talent, because one of his sons would eventually have to kill him. As head butler entered and reported that the young master would soon arrive, the patriarch expressed his dissatisfaction with the delay and instructed head butler to bring Knox to him immediately. The patriarch acknowledged that, even though he didn't know how to clear the missing child's forest, but Knox's ability to accomplish it deserved appropriate recognition. However, rewarding Knox had been delayed due to strong objections from the family's vassals, who doubted Knox's transformation and initiated an investigation to verify his claims. The patriarch couldn't ignore the opinions of the family's vassals, making the investigation a necessary process. Knox greeted the patriarch and paid his respects, to which the patriarch instructed him to rise. The patriarch acknowledged that Knox's actions were wrong, but as the patriarch, it was his duty to give credit where it was due, even if it belonged to someone considered a good-for-nothing. He had summoned Knox to discuss his reward and made a surprising offer. He would fulfill one request of Knox's, no matter what it was. Knox was shocked by the patriarch's words, questioning whether it was a trap, and feeling as if he had been metaphorically shot or betrayed. Nevertheless, Knox asked if he could request anything. The patriarch assured him that he could ask for anything, emphasizing his role as the patriarch of Reincarnated, and swearing upon the long-standing history of the Black Sword to fulfill Knox's request. Knox looked at the patriarch, realizing that he was serious about granting his request. The patriarch, however, reminded Knox that if his request was too ridiculous, he might change his evaluation of him, expressing his trust that Knox wouldn't make a foolish request. Knox smiled and replied, assuring the patriarch that he understood, and requested some time to consider his options. The patriarch agreed and granted Knox permission to leave the estate, but reminded him that he should not get into trouble as he did previously. Knox responded with a respectful smile, affirming his understanding and loyalty to the Reincarnated family. The next day, Knox stood outside the estate as Talia was about to depart. Talia smiled and enthusiastically suggested meeting at Eldine Academy the next time they saw each other. However, Knox didn't even look at her and remained silent. Talia, undeterred, repeated her statement with a smile, expressing her anticipation of seeing him again. Knox still kept his face turned away and didn't respond. Head butler advised Knox, telling him that he should answer when a lady asks him a question. Knox let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. He then turned to Talia and informed her that they would meet again only if she became a full-fledged knight before that. Talia, brimming with motivation, questioned the meaning of becoming a full-fledged knight. Knox, teasingly, stated that his definition of a knight was someone who wouldn't get scared even after encountering a super-huge spider. Suddenly, a punch landed on Knox's stomach, and he thought to himself that saying wolves might have been a better choice than spiders. Talia confidently declared that she would return after becoming a full-fledged knight and warned Knox to prepare his head for her. Knox was shocked by her statement and wondered if she intended to kill him. Emma, a maid of the Styliner family, stepped forward and bowed to Knox, thanking him for everything, and especially for saving young Miss Talia. Knox sighed and dismissed her gratitude, stating that he hadn't saved Talia intentionally and telling her to stop bothering him and leave. As Talia left in her carriage, Knox pondered the fact that one person was now gone from his life. He couldn't help but feel that he was slowly getting used to this strange life, even though he didn't know the exact reason. He found himself somewhat enjoying it. Just then, a message appeared, indicating that he had 146 days left due to his terminal illness. Knox realized that he had no time to rest. A few days later, Rona informed Knox that he needed to hire a new maid and new servants. Knox, thinking about the idea of getting a new maid, was interrupted by the entrance of head butler Rodwell into the room. Rodwell greeted Knox and informed Knox that Eldine Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him, and from that day onwards she would be serving him. The maid greeted Knox and stated that her name was Gitri de la Villa, emphasizing that she would be his exclusive maid from that point forward. Knox acknowledged her introduction and introduced himself as Knox von Reinhofer. However, he couldn't help but activate his skill, allowing him to see Gitri's status window. The window displayed her name, sex, age, species, main element, and various attributes. Notably, her passive skill was listed as perfect housework, and her active skill was mentioned as monitoring player based on orders of Theo von Reinhofer. Knox took note of the last line, indicating that Gitri was monitoring him based on orders from Theo von Reinhofer. Knox received a message notifying him that due to the terminal illness, he had only 140 days left to live. He sighed, reflecting on how time seemed to pass rapidly when faced with limited time. However, he found a silver lining in the fact that he was growing stronger despite the severe penalty of his condition. Soon he would be admitted into the prestigious Eldian Academy. Rona informed him that he would start attending the Eldian Academy in 2 months. She asked if he felt nervous about it. Knox questioned if she was happy that he would be leaving this place for the academy. Rona was taken aback by this sudden question, but she soon became emotional and stated that she had already started missing him. Seeing her overreacting, Knox told her that she didn't need to act like that. He wouldn't reduce her salary. Knox thought that he didn't even have time to bully Rona. Within the next 2 months, if he didn't increase his stats even by a little, then he would definitely not be able to survive the academy. Eldian was the Empire's finest academy, which gathered monstrously strong cadets from all corners of the country. After surviving rigorous training and entering the main storyline, he must take on the role of the villain, Knox von Reinhofer. Knox felt frustrated, as he found everything to be incredibly challenging. Rona informed him that he needed to hire a new maid and servants. Knox pondered the idea of having a maid, and coincidentally, head butler Rodwell entered the room, informing him that Eldian Academy had sent a maid in training to assist him. The new maid, Gitri de la Villa, introduced herself with great enthusiasm, assuring Knox of her dedication to supporting him to the best of her abilities. However, Knox couldn't help but notice her status window, indicating that she was monitoring him under orders from Theo von Reinhofer. This realization made him apprehensive, as it seemed they wouldn't allow him to leave this place comfortably. Theo von Reinhofer was considered one of the most formidable antagonists and one of the strongest beings in the world. When contemplating how he attained his current position, many speculate whether it was solely due to his exceptional swordsmanship. Theo was so skilled that few doubt the significance of his swordsmanship in his rise to power. However, the primary reason for Theo's ascent to the top of the Reinhofer family was his innate suspicion of everything and everyone around him. Theo stood before Gitri and he expressed great expectations for her this time. Gitri acknowledged his words with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Theo had learned that Gitri had been pushed back in the line of succession within the Lavilia family, and he promised that if she performed well in her current role, the Reinhofer family would spare no efforts to support her in the succession. Gitri told Theo that she would assist young Master Knox with all her heart. However, to her surprise, she received a cold and stern no from Theo in response. She was greatly startled by the chilling aura emanating from him. However, she managed to compose herself and remarked that she would be monitoring him strictly and reporting every single detail to him. Theo's intimidating presence lingered even after Gitri left his office, as she found his words echoing in her mind. "Don't forget who your master is." Looking at her pendant, Gitri understood that she must not falter from this point on. Knox lay on his bed, contemplating the spy that Theo had sent to monitor him. He believed Theo's intention was to confirm whether the person within him was truly Knox or not. He knew that demon possession was a common occurrence within the inner lunatic, and in the original storyline, Knox's body had been taken over by the number 1 demon, Baal. Knox needed to ensure that his true identity remained hidden. Getting up, Knox reassured himself that everything would be fine as long as Theo didn't uncover his true self. However, he couldn't shake the worry that stemmed from Gitri. He recognized her as the problem. Gitri de la Villa had a tragic past. Although not directly involved in the main storyline, she was originally meant to become the next head of the Lavilia family. But her parents were killed by her uncle, causing her to lose her position as the next head. To escape from her family's darkness, she became a maid of the Reinhofer family. On the surface, she appeared cheerful and always smiled. But inside, she was deeply scarred and broken, on the verge of collapsing. The revelation haunted Knox. He knew that in the course of the story, Gitri was destined to commit suicide before the first part of the main storyline even began. This left him facing a moral dilemma. Should he try to change the storyline and save someone who was supposed to be dead? Such a decision could have serious consequences for him, possibly putting his life at risk. The next day, Knox gathered Rona and Gitri before him. He announced that they would be hunting monsters within the forest in the territory. Rona was shocked by the unexpected request and exclaimed in surprise. Rona, with a worried expression, tried to take a leave of absence, claiming that she was sick. On the other hand, Gitri calmly nodded in agreement to his order. Rona caught Gitri's hand with teary eyes and pleaded with her not to agree to everything. Knox observed that it was normal for a maid to be scared of hunting monsters, as the request was quite absurd. However, he noticed that Gitri gave an immediate answer without hesitation. Addressing Rona, Knox pointed out that he knew she had used up all her leaves, and therefore couldn't take a sick leave today. He playfully reminded her that he was a good-for-nothing, and threatened to reduce her salary if she didn't follow his orders. Rona tearfully asked whether she should bring a bow or a sword for the hunt. Jitri then asked Knox if she should inform Sir Rodwell about his departure from the estate before starting to prepare. Knox agreed, realizing that his top priority now was to increase his lifespan since he was now free to go anywhere. With their preparations in place, Knox, accompanied by his two maids Rona and Jitri, embarked on their quest to hunt monsters. A few days later, the once ominous missing child's forest now appeared like any normal forest after being cleared. As Knox ventured deeper into the forest, a wolf suddenly leaped at him. Reacting swiftly, Knox readied his sword and struck down the attacking wolf. In doing so, he received a message stating that he had absorbed a small amount of the gray wolf's life force, granting him an additional 2 hours of life. Breathing heavily, Knox contemplated his recent hunt. He wondered if he had managed to eliminate all the wolves in the area, considering that a single hunt had given him 2 hours of life. He saw this as a successful hunt and felt pleased with his accomplishment. Jitri approached Knox with a water bottle and pointed out that an hour had passed since he began the hunt. She questioned if he was still not tired. Knox realized that he hadn't activated the Hour of the Genius skill, which caused the hunt to take longer than expected. As a result, he had only earned 1 hour of life instead of 2. Knox knew that the calculations wouldn't be perfect, but the outcome was far from what he had hoped for. He acknowledged that he couldn't keep killing monsters every single hour. Moreover, he was concerned about the diminishing number of monsters in the vicinity. Over the past few days, his continuous hunting had significantly reduced their population. This posed a threat to his plan of living a prosperous life, as the scarcity of monsters jeopardized the source of his additional life hours. Sighing, Knox admitted that the lack of monsters in the area was indeed a major problem. Jitri, however, found it surprising that Knox saw this as a problem, as most people would think he had become peculiar if they heard his concern. Observing the rising sun, Knox decided it was time to return to the mansion for the day. Jitri offered to prepare warm bath water for Knox, ensuring it would be at a comfortable temperature. Knox internally acknowledged her capability as a support genius and agreed to take a bath before dinner, requesting the timing to be appropriate. Jitri smiled, acknowledging Knox's request, and assured him that she would handle the task. During this interaction, Rona expressed her concern, reminding him not to forget about her. She mentioned that she would clean up his room. Knox was surprised, but allowed her to do as she pleased. As Rona eagerly prepared to leave, Jitri couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Knox called out to her and said that he wanted to ask her a question. He then posed an unexpected inquiry, asking whom she served. Jitri was taken aback by the question, uncertain how to respond. Knox knew that Jitri had the support genius trait, but he was also aware of the fact that no matter how beautiful or great a sword is, if he can't use it, then he won't hesitate to throw it away. Jitri hesitated to reply, but Knox seemed to understand her unspoken answer. Jitri tried to explain that she hadn't even said anything yet. She attempted to continue, but Knox interrupted and reassured her that he already knew what she wanted to say. He appreciated her honesty and stated that he had no intention of interrogating her any further. Knox expressed gratitude toward her and declared that, irrespective of whom she served, he would consider her as part of his own. As Knox started to walk away, he reassured Jitri that she could also make use of him if necessary. He believed that a relationship based on mutual trust might not be necessary, and he was content with both of them using each other for their respective purposes. In Knox's mind, the bond he shared with Jitri seemed to be more of a mutually beneficial arrangement rather than relying solely on trust, reflecting his pragmatic outlook on their relationship. That night, Rona lay on her bed, eating candies and expressing her frustration about Knox. She complained that he always said things like, "If you don't run together with me, what fun would it be for me to train?" during their training sessions. She questioned whether he was going too far with his demands. Jitri looked at Rona and agreed with a laugh. She then thought about the rumors she had heard about young Master Knox being a changed person. While she initially dismissed these rumors as fabricated, the recent events made her question their authenticity. Knox had defeated the twins and secured his place in the academy. Jitri thought that Knox was someone who was solidifying his standing within the family. He was totally different from her, having fallen all the way down despite being a legitimate successor. Jitri pondered over Knox's statement from earlier that day, where he had told her to make use of him if needed. She wondered what he meant by that, and couldn't help but be curious about his intentions. Soon after, groundless rumors began spreading within the Reinhafer family, claiming that Jitri was expelled from her own family and no longer deserved to be a maid for the Reinhardt family. Jitri, with tears in her eyes, received a letter that only added to her distress. The letter accused her of being an incompetent family head who had sold out her family, resulting in the removal of her rights as a direct line descendant. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to remain in the Reinhardt family for long, Jitri accepted her fate. She acknowledged that the Reinhardt family was one of the top dark families, and that she, as a commoner who had lost her own family, had no right to serve them. She anticipated being cut off from the Reinhardt family soon, and believed that she would end up serving someone else soon. Jitri entered the kitchen with a warm smile and greeted the other maids, but they didn't respond to her. She realized that everyone had heard the rumors about her and was now looking at her with disdain. Despite being used to such treatment, it still weighed on her heart. Just then, Rona appeared behind her, cheerful as ever, and exclaimed that she had been searching everywhere for her. Rona eagerly pulled her along, and they started walking together. Jitri couldn't help but wonder if Rona was unaware of the rumors, or if she was simply pretending not to know. She questioned whether Rona genuinely considered her a friend. Regardless, Jitri recognized that what Rona was doing now was something foolish. From her perspective, she, Rona, and young Master Nox, all three of them, were doing foolish things. Meanwhile, Nox sat near a window, holding a letter in front of him. He knew that the end was approaching, not just for Jitri. Nox concluded that Theo had probably received a similar letter. He was aware that the crimes attributed to Jitri's father were all false and fabricated. However, he was also unable to help her because there was no way to know what butterfly effect would be caused just by him helping her survive. In the missing child's forest, Nox was on the hunt for monsters. With a swift swing of his sword, he effortlessly took down a menacing wolf. Rona and Jitri stood by, observing the scene. Rona noticed a coldness in Nox's eyes and commented on how he appeared harsher than he used to be in the past when he was more merciful. Jitri, intrigued by Rona's remark, asked if that was truly the case. This left Jitri feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Nox continued his killing spree without breaking a sweat, eagerly anticipating the appearance of something. He was well aware that in the missing child's forest, a hidden boss monster randomly shows up when only 20% of the regular monsters remain in the forest. He had planned to kill the hidden boss monster to boost his stats, but it looked like his plan was not going to work as the monster had still not appeared. However, something suddenly passed by his face, leaving him shocked. He swung his sword in response but didn't hit anything, and then realized that the hidden thing's speed was on a whole different level. Nox smiled, acknowledging that the hidden boss, an elite king wasp, was indeed challenging. He prepared to fight it, confident he could handle the battle. However, when Nox was momentarily distracted, Jitri noticed the wasp attacking and rushed to save him, taking the attack head-on. Nox wondered why Jitri had intervened since he believed he could have dealt with the attack himself. He questioned why she had saved him and pondered how many people would be able to run toward a monster that suddenly appeared. Nonetheless, Nox decided that he would use Jitri's actions to his advantage and protect her. In response to the situation, an angry expression appeared on Nox's face, and a message appeared, stating that the hour of the genius had been activated. Jitri recalled a memory from her childhood when she was crying, and her mother expressed concern about her constantly falling down. Her father agreed and mentioned that there has never been a day that Jitri's wounds on her knee were completely healed. That was what her parents had always told her. However, that doesn't simply apply to only her knee wounds, but also her heart wounds. She wondered if her parents were prophesying over her previously. She also remembered Nox questioning her about whom she serves, which made her reflect on her own allegiances. Suddenly, she recalled a chilling memory of her uncle killing her parents and claiming the family for himself with an evil smile. Voices echoed in her mind, repeating the question, "Who do you serve?" And, if needed, feel free to make use of me, because I too will make use of you. As Jitri opened her eyes slightly, she saw Nox panting heavily before her, calling out to her with concern in his voice. Nox had received a message saying that he had defeated the monster, and that special rewards would be given to him. However, he ignored the message, and instead reassured Jitri that everything was over, promising to take her back safely. Rona expressed concern and urged Nox to head back to the mansion quickly. Dmitri observed Knox's expression and thought that he was lying. She questioned whether this was really the expression of someone who was just trying to make use of her. She wondered why she sensed a slight tremble and anger in his voice. Family head Theo read a letter and found it troubling. Head butler Rodwell confirmed that based on their investigation, the contents of the letter were true. The Lavilia family had decided to completely cut off Miss Dmitri. Theo reflected on his initial plan to bring Dmitri into their family and have him take over the Lavilia family. Since they had lost their previous head and were in an unstable state, he had thought that this would be the perfect time to take them over. With the involvement of Reinhafer, they should have been able to bring them into submission somehow. However, with the sudden expulsion of Dmitri, their plans were rendered useless. Theo admitted that they can't do anything now, so he asked Rodwell for advice on what to do with Dmitri. Rodwell remarked that if they placed a maid who didn't belong to any family besides Knox, they would be looked down upon within Eldane Academy. So he advised dealing with this quietly on their end. Theo expressed that he had similar thoughts. As they discussed what to do with Dmitri, a butler interrupted with urgent news about Knox bringing back an injured maid who had been poisoned during the hunt. The maid's condition was critical, and Knox had used an expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell questioned the butler if Knox had used the Mandrake's purifying potion. The butler nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicion. Rodwell sighed and mentioned that it was actually an extremely expensive potion. Theo wondered if Knox had grown attached to the maid so quickly and expressed concern about the potential consequences of personal feelings in their plans. Rona called out to Dmitri and was relieved to see her awake. Dmitri, still recovering, wondered about what had happened and if Knox was safe. She questioned her decision to jump in front of the boss monster. Through her tears, Rona informed Dmitri that Knox had used the Mandrake's antidote to save her life. The doctor had initially refused to administer the antidote, but Knox had forcefully threatened him, leaving him no choice but to use it unless he wanted to die. Dmitri knew the value of Mandrake and questioned Knox's actions. She wondered whether Knox was truly only planning to use her. As she tried to get up on the bed, Rona expressed concern and advised her to rest more. Ignoring Rona's concerns, she inquired about Knox's whereabouts. Rona revealed that he had gone to look for the Chamberlain and had asked her to inform him once Dmitri woke up. Rona prepared to leave and told Dmitri that she would be back soon, also urging her to make sure to get plenty of rest. Once Rona left the room, Dmitri walked toward her suitcase, contemplating her decision to leave. She packed her belongings, overwhelmed with feelings of unworthiness that made her believe she didn't deserve to stay. As she sorted through her things, she took out the pendant, which held a picture of her late parents. With a heavy heart, she removed the picture, deciding to leave the pendant behind along with a heartfelt letter expressing gratitude to Knox for saving her life and using the pendant to pay for the life-saving potion. As Dmitri was about to leave, she encountered Knox in the hallway. He asked her where she was going right now. With a cold expression, he asked again, demanding to know where she was going. Knox's voice resonated with urgency as he confronted the doctor about the situation. He expressed his frustration at the doctor's apparent prioritization of the precious medicine over the critical condition of a dying person. The doctor responded hesitantly, explaining that he couldn't administer the medicine without permission from the patriarch. Knox's retort questioned the doctor's authority within the family hierarchy compared to his own. The doctor apologized in acknowledgement of his mistake. Unsatisfied, Knox made it clear that he intended to personally report this to his father and demanded the doctor to act promptly. The doctor complied, administering the potion to the unconscious Dmitri. Rona, concerned about Dmitri's well-being, inquired about her condition. The doctor reassured her that now that the poison had been neutralized, Dmitri would recover. As Knox attempted to exit the room, Rona called out to him. Knox's response was curt, informing her to report directly to him once Dmitri regained consciousness. Knox took an unexpected step to seek out family head Theo. Their conversation began with Theo remarking on the rarity of Knox seeking him out, speculating whether it had something to do with the maid. A message appeared before Knox, signaling the activation of a skill called the Master of Acting. Knox then reminded Theo that he had promised to grant him one wish, and Theo confirmed his agreement. Knox revealed his request and the name of the person he wanted as his wish, Dmitri de Lovilia, who had been exiled from her own family. As Knox contemplated his decision, He realized that his actions might set off a chain of events that would impact the main story. Concerns about Theo's potential espionage seemed trivial compared to the gravity of his current realization. Knox recognized that Jitri's attempt to save him held the answer that she hadn't explicitly told him previously. The family head agreed to Knox's wish, expressing his willingness to make it happen. Knox, however, had one more matter to address. He acknowledged Theo's status as his father, and just then a warning message appeared, indicating that the master of acting was losing efficacy due to his agitated state. With a steely gaze, Knox expressed his frustration and requested Theo to stop toying with his people. Sometime later, Knox found himself facing Jitri in a hallway. He questioned her intentions and asked where she thought she was going. Jitri trembled, explaining that she intended to leave as she felt she no longer had a place there. She thanked Knox for everything he had done. Knox's inquiry persisted, asking why she was abandoning her responsibilities as his maid. Jitri admitted to being ordered by the patriarch to surveil Knox, even if it involved deceiving him. Tearfully, she questioned why Knox was trying to stop her, considering the extent of her deception and her lack of options. She wondered why he would want to hold her back despite her betrayal. In his thoughts, Knox pondered the contrast between the acting facade Jitri presented and the more genuine, resilient side he was witnessing now. He recognized her struggle and determination to persevere through difficult times. Knox's response to Jitri's guilt was unexpected. He acknowledged that people often deceive each other. Jitri voiced her concern that she had committed a grave offense against him. In response, Knox stated that was precisely why he was stopping her. After committing such a serious transgression against him, she wanted to leave without addressing it. So he asked her who had given her the authority to leave. Jitri was left shocked by his response. Knox then declared that she would be staying in this place. He expressed his disregard for her Lavilia family name and emphasized his need for her talents. Jitri was taken aback by his pronouncement. Knox reaffirmed his desire for her to stay by his side as his maid, until she repaid the offense of deceiving him. Jitri's eyes welled with tears of happiness as she accepted his offer, promising her loyalty and assistance until the end. With a smile, Knox welcomed her decision. Jitri took the conversation further by recalling a previous question he had asked her about whom she served. Knox confirmed that he had indeed asked her. Jitri questioned if he now knew whom she served. Knox smiled faintly and stated that he knew it now. Rona engaged in gossip with her colleagues while cleaning the floor. She recounted the dramatic event involving Knox threatening the doctor. However, her speech was cut short when Knox unexpectedly spoke up, scolding her for insulting him right in front of him. Rona was surprised to realize he had been listening all along. Knox's words were laced with sarcasm as he pointed out Rona's attempt to change the topic and avoid responsibility for insulting him. Rona quickly shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Jitri's well-being and offering to take over the task of laundry. She swiftly grabbed the laundry basket from Jitri's hands and hurriedly left the room, shouting that she would go dry the laundry. Frustrated, Knox sighed, complaining about Rona's consistent habit of causing trouble. Shifting gears, Knox addressed Jitri again. He brought up his upcoming enrollment in the Eldane Academy, a plan that involved them going together. Jitri confirmed her awareness and mentioned that she had already made preparations for it. She listed various items she had gathered, including basic tools, books, medicine, emergency items, clothing, and the cadet uniform for external trips. In his thoughts, Knox acknowledged her change in behavior. He appreciated that she no longer forced herself to put on a smile in front of him, allowing for a more genuine interaction. He preferred this authentic dynamic, one free of unnecessary compliments and superficial conversations. He mused that even in tough situations they wouldn't betray each other, emphasizing a sense of trust. Jitri asked if Knox was truly all right, as there were negative rumors circulating about him lately. This caught Knox's attention, and he seemed surprised by the notion of worse rumors than the ones already in existence. Curious, Knox inquired about these negative rumors, prompting Jitri to reveal that there was a rumor suggesting that Knox was keeping her as his maid because he had feelings for her. Knox reacted with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Internally, he reflected on the fact that he was feeling embarrassed about playing the role of Knox and creating such rumors. He apologized to Jitri for inadvertently involving her in the rumors, to which she reassured him that her intention in sharing this information was to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable due to the gossip. Knox acknowledged his infamous reputation, describing himself as the useless and foolish youngest son of the family. Jitri tried to downplay it, but Knox warned her not to lie, threatening to fire her. Jitri then mentioned having heard other rumors about Knox, including ones that labeled him as perverted. She questioned if those rumors were true. Knox's thoughts wandered as he considered his evolving image. He noted that while he was previously seen as a reckless and weak individual, he now seemed to be perceived as a capable troublemaker. Despite this, he understood the need to strike a balance. He recognized his role as a villain, aiming to let the protagonist shine. He emphasized that he wasn't the protagonist of Inner Lunatic. Knox decided to steer the conversation away from the rumors and shifted the focus to a task he had in mind. He explained to Jitri that, just like her, he needed to prepare in order to survive at Eldine Academy. Jitri inquired about what kind of preparation he was talking about. Knox thought to himself that Jitri's personality trait of being single-minded indicated her unwavering trust in a particular person, presumably him. He considered it advantageous to share some of his plans with her, as her trust would make it easier to enlist her help. Knox elaborated that he was planning to study magic before entering the academy and asked for her assistance in this endeavor. Jitri appeared surprised by his intention, pointing out that practicing magic was illegal in the empire they lived in. Knox confirmed that he was aware of the illegality and was still determined to proceed. He responded nonchalantly, stating that he was used to acting recklessly. Jitri expressed her understanding and acknowledged that Knox likely had a reason for making this decision. She agreed to help him by looking for basic books on magic that could assist him in his studies. Knox noted her competence and seemed content with her willingness to help. Suddenly, they both heard voices in the distance, urgently urging someone to move quickly and prepare. Knox became curious about the commotion and wondered what could be causing such a ruckus. He glanced out of the window and saw a carriage parked outside. A voice was instructing workers to ensure that preparations were done properly, announcing the return of someone named Young Master Grain. Knox recognized the name. Grain had returned after graduating from Eldin Academy. He realized that he had almost forgotten about this important event. With a smile, Knox thought about the opportunity this presented for him to extend his life. He informed her that he would need to go on a distant mission for the time being. Jitri questioned him about what he was up to now. Later at the dinner table, the family head, Theo, toasted Grain's successful graduation from Eldine Academy. Grain thanked his father for the acknowledgement. Knox observed his older brother, Grain, who was Theo's second son. Using his special skill, Knox activated Grain's status window, revealing some basic information about him. Grain was a 16-year-old human with a main element of darkness. Knox contemplated Grain's personality traits, describing him as a lustful man who becomes cheerful when surrounded by materialistic women, and is an opportunist. He acknowledged that Grain's true nature remained concealed because Knox himself was perceived as an even worse good-for-nothing. He recognized Grain's political adeptness and his ability to get along with others in the realm of politics. Grain had used his talents in playing politics to easily graduate from the academy. Eldine was very famous, but also very difficult to graduate from. The academy had stringent admission exams, with less than 1,000 individuals passing, and only half of those admitted managing to graduate. Family head inquired about Grain's upcoming departure to Chaders. Grain confirmed that he would be leaving for Chaders, a territory to the south, in 3 days. The family head deduced that Grain's mission would likely involve monster hunting, considering the time of year. Knox's thoughts delved into the details of Chaders. It was a neutral territory located beyond the Reinhofer family's land. It bordered Tajalin to the east, a region with an undeveloped desert along its borders that was infested with monsters. Grain's mission from the Imperial family was to counter the monster wave in Chaders. Completing this mission was essential for becoming a recognized knight of the Imperial family. Grain discussed the situation, explaining that Chaders became overrun by monsters during winter and that the Imperial family wanted to take preemptive measures against them. The family head emphasized the importance of not bringing shame to the Reinhofer name and reminded Grain of the potential impact on neighboring areas. Internally, Knox acknowledged that the Chaders mission held a significant role in the overarching story. He saw it as more than just a simple monster hunting quest. It was intertwined with various complex storylines. Recognizing the potential benefits, he realized that his involvement in the Chaders subjugation was crucial to gain what he needed. Seizing the moment, Knox turned to Grain and expressed his desire to join the Chaders mission. Grain was clearly surprised by Nox's request to join the Chaders mission. He questioned whether Nox truly understood what Chaders was like. Nox replied that he had heard about the area's intermittent monster attacks and the increasing forces of secret bandits. Grain mentioned that he had been hearing a lot about Nox recently, particularly about his involvement with clearing the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stillreiner family. Nox admitted that it was indeed true. Nox recognized that Grain possessed a skill called precise detection. This skill allowed him to discern the reasons behind someone's restlessness, and if the target's stats were lower than his own, he could quickly identify the underlying causes. This skill had transformed Grain into an expert in navigating the world and playing politics. As Grain continued to question Nox about his victory over the twins and his decision to hire a commoner maid, Nox's skill, Steel Mentality, activated, countering Grain's precise detection. Nox confirmed that all the rumors were indeed true. Grain sighed and acknowledged Nox's achievements, but his demeanor quickly shifted to a more contemptuous tone. He stated that he couldn't allow someone who hadn't even been admitted to Eldine Academy to join him on the mission. He expressed a preference to avoid being responsible for collecting Nox's corpse. Suddenly, the family head interrupted the conversation, getting up from his seat. Grain seemed taken aback by his father's interruption and awaited his response. The head of the family stated that he would serve as a guarantee that Nox would remain safe during the mission. He then turned to Grain and issued an order, telling him to bring Nox along on the mission. Grain reacted with defiance, exclaiming, "Father!" The family head's gaze turned cold, and he reiterated that it was an order. He shifted his attention to Nox and informed them that the family would provide the necessary supplies for the mission. The family head instructed them to make preparations for the departure within the next 3 days. Nox's thoughts raced, wondering why the family head had granted his permission so easily. He considered whether Theo, the family head, had some ulterior motive behind this decision. Grain's voice interrupted Nox's thoughts as he asked him what he was up to. Grain sighed and wondered if Nox had genuinely lost his sanity. Nox retorted, challenging that regardless of how absurd he might appear, he couldn't be any more insane than he had been before. Grain seethed with anger as he questioned if Nox was just joking with him. Suddenly, Grain grabbed Nox by the collar, expressing anger and warning Nox to be cautious. He hinted that it would be a pity if Nox got injured on a rare opportunity like the Chaders mission. At that moment, someone entered the room, and the glass fell from their hand and exclaimed in shock. Nox turned and swiftly caught Jitri as she was falling. Jitri, after accidentally spilling a drink on Nox, bowed and expressed her apologies. She offered to wash the spill and suggested that Nox should head to his room first. Grain, observing this situation, let out a disapproving sound. Nox addressed Grain as brother and acknowledged the mistake made by his maid, and excused himself and mentioned his departure 3 days later for the Chaders' subjugation. As Nox left the room, he thanked Jitri for helping him avoid a troublesome situation. Jitri responded by remarking on his talent for finding trouble. She then expressed concern about the upcoming dangerous mission in the Chaders region, but Nox reassured her, only to be interrupted by Rona's sudden appearance. Rona, in a state of worry, questioned Nox about his plans. Nox couldn't help but wonder if she had forgotten his status as her young master. He confirmed that everything had been decided, hinting at news about his participation in the Chaders' subjugation being widespread. Jitri and Rona both expressed concern about the perilous nature of the Chaders region, citing the high numbers of monsters and bandits. Nox inwardly reflected that this was precisely why he intended to go there, to extend his own life. He calmly responded that he understood the risks. Nox then proposed that he would go on the subjugation mission alone, and requested Jitri and Rona to remain behind. Jitri rejected this idea and stated that as his exclusive maid, it was her duty to assist him no matter the location, and she resolved to accompany him on the mission. Nox voiced his concerns to Jitri, warning her about the potential risks and dangers she could face during the mission. She acknowledged the risks but reminded him that he too had vulnerabilities, being weak and prone to illness. She pointed out the practical difficulties he might encounter during the journey, like forgetting things and needing assistance with daily tasks. Nox sighed, realizing that the trivial details he hadn't worried about in the game were now real concerns. Looking at Jitri, Nox contemplated the situation. He understood that if something were to happen to him, her position in the Reinhafer family could be compromised. It seemed that she had no choice but to accompany him. Nox agreed to her participation, on the condition that she follows his orders and learns to ride Carl. Jitri acknowledged her orders and mentioned that she had already gotten closer to Carl. Rona was shocked, and she questioned Jitri if she had really gotten closer to Carl and asked how she had managed to do that. Jitri mentioned that she had used half of her salary to buy high-quality sugar cubes for the horses, and after that, Carl opened up pretty quickly. Rona felt sadness and questioned Carl, asking if hay was not considered food, and went on to label him as a bad horse. She further remarked that Carl was a beast, much like his master. Nox then firmly announced his final decision. Rona would remain behind while Jitri would assist him on the mission. He instructed Jitri to make thorough preparations. Nox looked at the sulking Rona and thought that she seemed so concerned just now. He wondered if she would be all right. Their attention shifted as a knock sounded at the door. The head butler entered the room and informed Nox that the patriarch had an item to pass to him. Nox's thoughts raced as he considered the significance of this item. He recalled that Theo, during dinner, had mentioned that the family would provide necessary supplies for the mission. Nox suspected that the item might be one of those supplies, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Theo's support during dinner was part of a larger plan. Family head. Theo's gaze fell upon Nox as he entered the room, acknowledging his presence. Nox, aware of the purpose of his visit, inquired about the item Theo had for him. Theo confirmed, and then unveiled a sword before him. Nox's eyes rested on the sword, and Theo spoke, stating that the item's acquisition depended entirely on Nox. Theo explained that the sword he revealed was none other than the sword of Reinhafer's first patriarch. Nox's thoughts raced as he processed this revelation. He realized that this sword had never appeared in the game Inner Lunatic, not even in his previous 27 playthroughs. The novelty of this item left even a seasoned player like him astonished. Nox couldn't comprehend Theo's intention behind gifting him such a significant artifact. He recognized the need to obtain the sword, but was puzzled by its worn appearance. Theo appeared to have sensed Nox's concerns, and proceeded to explain that the sword, although weathered, had been the lifelong companion of the first patriarch and held equal significance to him. Nox then sought clarity and asked Theo to explain the test he must undergo to obtain the sword. Theo's instruction was simple. Hold up the sword. As Nox lifted the sword, a dark aura enveloped it. He soon realized that the sword was absorbing his mana, an unexpected and revealing turn of events. As Nox continued to hold the sword, he quickly noticed a change in the blade's color. Theo observed this transformation and expressed his satisfaction, noting that Nox had already begun to sense mana, just as he had anticipated. He explained that the sword's unique ability was to absorb its master's mana and amplify it several times over. Nox processed this information, realizing that the sword's power was intricately tied to the user's mana. He voiced his understanding, acknowledging that wielding this sword would not be an easy feat. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a warning message that appeared. His mana was rapidly being absorbed. Due to this sudden change, his trait of being a master of acting became unstable. In a flustered state, Nox realized the potential danger of having his mana absorbed so rapidly. Theo then outlined the condition for obtaining the sword. Nox had to hold on to it for a duration of 10 minutes. Nox, his face now drenched in sweat, contemplated the challenge ahead. He couldn't help but think about Theo, suspecting that his involvement had something to do with this trial. As Nox struggled to maintain his composure, Theo revealed the sword's name, Stormbringer. The weight of this revelation added to Nox's apprehension as he grappled with the task of enduring the next 10 minutes while holding onto the sword in his current mana-draining state. As Nox held the sword Stormbringer in his hands, a status window appeared, revealing information about the sword. Stormbringer was currently in a weakened state, with the potential to grow from an intermediate to an advanced grade. Its elemental attribute was darkness, and it had a special effect. Every time the user killed something with this sword, it absorbed its user's mana and converted it into its own stats. Once it absorbed a significant amount of the user's mana, it would discharge it, unlocking its power. Nox struggled to process this information, realizing that it wasn't the most pressing concern at the moment. However, another message appeared, indicating that his mana had been completely exhausted, and the sword was forcefully converting his life force into mana. Nox's life was rapidly depleting. Panicking, Nox thought about giving up, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't let go of the sword. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Darn sword!" Meanwhile, the family head, Theo, observed the situation as Stormbringer absorbed Nox's mana. He contemplated the nature of Stormbringer and the kind of sword it was. It was a magic sword that granted tremendous power, but also brought harm to its wielder. Theo remembered that the first patriarch of the family had used this sword to build up their family's reputation. However, despite their rise to prominence as a reputable dark family, subsequent generations had struggled to properly wield the sword. He knew that 9 out of 10 people would collapse immediately due to exhaustion as soon as they held the Stormbringer. Even lasting for more than 10 minutes while wielding it was considered an impressive feat. Theo himself could only manage to hold it for barely an hour. Despite the dangers, he had deliberately ordered his youngest son Nox, who hadn't fully learned how to control mana, to hold the sword. Over the course of recent incidents, including Nox saving the maid and other significant family events, it was becoming clear that Nox's involvement was not coincidental. Theo couldn't help but speculate that Nox was growing at an astonishing rate, perhaps possessing a talent akin to a sword emperor. This thought led him to test Nox. If his son could endure holding the sword for 10 minutes, it would signify that he had the potential to become the greatest patriarch in the family's history, eventually surpassing Theo himself. And if that were to happen, Nox might eventually succeed in killing him. Finally, after a strenuous struggle, Nox managed to subdue the sword's effects. Theo calmly remarked that his thoughts about Nox hiding his strength were correct. Confused, Nox questioned what he was talking about, but Theo simply walked away and told him that the sword was his from now on. As Theo departed, Nox panted heavily, his thoughts echoing with frustration as he asked him to give back his life force before he left. 3 days later, the group prepared for their departure on the Chatter's subjugation mission. G-Tree commented to Nox about the numerous supplies they had to bring along and expressed relief that the dimensional pouch could hold all of them. However, there was no response from Nox, which left G-Tree puzzled. She couldn't understand why he seemed to be in a bad mood when he had been eagerly awaiting this subjugation mission. Nox sighed inwardly, his thoughts consumed by the recent experience with Stormbringer draining his life force. He felt far from thankful for Theo's additional item request, considering the toll it had taken on him. Turning his attention to Grain, Nox noted that he had brought an excessive amount of supplies. Grain had made it a condition for Nox to carry these items in return for allowing him to join the mission. Although Nox found it a bit excessive, he reasoned that he would make use of Grain's supplies. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when he noticed that the two Pathfinders were quarreling over the correct direction. Murmurs among the group expressed concern about getting lost and wondered when they would arrive at this rate. Grain approached a knight named Ron and asked about their progress. Ron, the Knight Order captain Grain had hired, apologized and explained that he had never taken this route before. G-Tree turned to Nox, asking if they were lost. Nox, frustrated by the incompetence of the Pathfinders, muttered, "Idiots." G-Tree, addressing Nox, questioned what he meant by that statement. Nox clarified that he wasn't talking to her. It was meant for those incompetent buffoons. Nox approached Grain and began the conversation with concern, saying that it seemed like they had gotten themselves into a situation. Grain responded curtly that it was none of his business. Undeterred, Nox asserted that they had lost their way. In an outburst of frustration, Grain snapped and told Nox that it was none of his business. Nox maintained his confident demeanor and stated that he could get them to the destination. Hearing this, Grain was taken aback and asked in disbelief what he meant by that. He couldn't help but doubt the feasibility of Nox, who had spent his entire life within the mansion, being able to guide them to their destination. Nox, however, remained resolute and requested to be hired as the Pathfinder. He claimed to have talent in this area, and even mentioned that the family's vassals had complimented his skills. Grain, still skeptical, asked if the vassals had genuinely praised him. G-Tree observed the situation and realized that Nox was blatantly lying. Grain weighed the options and considered that arriving late could pose problems. However, he also contemplated the possibility of Nox failing to lead them, which could dent his confidence. Ultimately, he smirked and agreed, remarking that since he was that confident, he would let him take the lead for now. With unwavering confidence, Nox pointed the way and told them to start moving. As the sun began to set, the group set up their tents for the night. On one side, Grain shouted at his subordinates, clearly bewildered by how quickly Knox had found the right path. He pointed out that they were in the unexplored south, where even trained guides often struggled to navigate. Grain demanded an explanation from his subordinates, asking them how Knox had managed to do it. One of them argued that Knox did find the way. Grain retorted in frustration and told him to shut up. He questioned if they wanted him to believe that Knox had managed to find the way so quickly. He couldn't comprehend how that was even possible. Knox observed from a distance and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew the way well, as it was an easy task for a veteran player. Since the Chaders area was a strategic hub, he had visited it more than a few hundred times. Jitri approached him, curious about how he had found the way so quickly. Knox pointed to the ground and asked her what she saw there. Jitri was puzzled, prompting him to direct her attention to some footprints and feathers on the ground. He explained that they were the footprints and feathers of an owlbear, a creature with a bear's body and an owl's head that lived in the south. Its habitat was along the southern Chaders border, so by following the direction of those tracks, they would easily find their way to Chaders. Jitri then questioned whether it was safe to set up an overnight camp in the habitat of owlbears. Knox reassured her, saying that since they were afraid of fire, they wouldn't come into a camp where there were so many people. Meanwhile, within the group, conversations began to circulate. One person commented that he had heard that young Master Knox had changed a lot. He questioned whether he was much better than the second young master who had studied at the academy. These remarks fueled Grain's jealousy as he overheard them. In response, he turned to his butler, Schultz, and inquired if it was true that Hartz and Allen had lost to Knox. The butler confirmed that it was indeed correct. Grain then revealed his intentions to see just how strong Knox was. The butler, with a sinister grin, took out a small bag and revealed that he had the perfect item for this task. Grain immediately recognized the item, and an evil smile crept across his face as he remarked that it was going to be a long night for Knox. As night descended, everyone in the camp had fallen asleep, including the guards. In the darkness, a figure appeared amidst the bushes near Knox's camp. Inside Knox's tent, he opened his eyes and contemplated whether it had already started. He grabbed his sword and rose from his resting place. Jitri awoke and called out to him. However, Knox instructed her to wait there and exited the tent. Knox stood outside in the moonlight, and as dark figures approached him, he realized they were 4 ogres. He noticed something placed on his tent and suspected that it was the cause of the ogre's presence, as the soil there was mixed with a female ogre's pheromones. He believed that Grain had used this to lure the male ogres during their mating season to intimidate him. Smiling confidently, Knox drew his sword and addressed the approaching ogres, calling them his life forces. At that moment, a message appeared, indicating that the artifact, Stormbringer, was responding to the user's mana and will. An orc charged at Knox with his club, but he successfully deflected the attack with his sword. He then leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of the other ogres. His sword began to glow with dark mana as he descended towards one of the ogres. He landed on the back of the ogre and plunged his sword into it, finishing it off. The remaining ogres swung their weapons at him, but Knox noticed their movements and swiftly attacked all 3 of them. Looking at his sword, he thought that it was pretty good. He had been worried that it might consume his mana recklessly, as it had in the past when he was in front of Theo, but his concerns had been unfounded. As another ogre attacked him, Knox quickly dealt with it. He felt like the sword was moving easily in the direction that he wanted. Knox surveyed the scene, with 3 ogre bodies lying around him. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that only 1 ogre remained. The last ogre, overcome with fear, threw his weapon aside and began trembling. Then, he turned and fled. Knox, determined not to let the ogre escape, whistled and called out to Carl. Carl, glowing with malevolent mana, swiftly arrived, and Knox mounted it. Together, they chased after the fleeing ogre. Knox quickly caught up to it, and with a single swing of his sword, he finished off the last ogre. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a message informed him that he had gained 1 day and 9 hours after defeating the ogres. Jitri exited the tent and expressed her concern for his well-being. Knox dismounted from Carl's back and reminded her that he had instructed her to wait in the tent. Jitri questioned the unexpected appearance of ogres at the forest entrance and suggested waking the others just in case. Knox, however, explained that someone had intentionally lured the ogres there, mentioning Grain von Reinhafer's name. He believed Grain had used the ogre's behavior to orchestrate the attack and had set up his tent further away from them on purpose. G-Tree deduced that Grain might be trying to keep him in check, and Knox agreed, speculating that Grain thought he lacked the qualities to become a successor candidate for the family. Therefore, Grain had decided to test his abilities in advance. Knox contemplated the situation, thinking about Grain's actions. He believed that Grain, compared to the eldest son Garen, wasn't as strong, so he resorted to cowardly plans like this to gather information. However, he was determined to show Grain that such tactics wouldn't work on him. He then crouched near one of the dead ogre's bodies and retrieved a small bottle. G-Tree, puzzled, asked what he was planning. Knox poured ogre blood into the bottle and inquired if she knew how to attract more ogres. He knew that using the ogre's blood would be a way to lure more of them, as ogres were similar to humans. They would surely seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Grain suddenly woke up and noticed a reaction from a mana detection crystal. He was puzzled because it was a magical tool designed to detect the mana of monsters in the vicinity. He couldn't help but wonder if it was faulty, but he dismissed that idea as it was a new tool that he had received from his father. He pondered that they were still at the entrance of the forest, so there shouldn't have been any powerful monsters in their current location. As Grain contemplated the situation, he felt large tremors, and his butler urgently entered the tent, advising him to evacuate immediately. Grain exited the tent, alarmed, and inquired about the situation. The butler reported that a large group of ogres had appeared, and the soldiers were currently engaged in battle with them. Taken aback, Grain thought in shock that this wasn't where the ogres should have been appearing. Morning arrived, and the dead ogres' bodies lay on the ground. Grain, in frustration, shouted at his butler and accused him of planting the soil on top of his tent. However, the butler denied the accusations and found it strange, as he had definitely planted the soil on Knox's tent. Meanwhile, Knox woke up and stretched, letting out a yawn. He looked at G-Tree and remarked on the refreshing morning. G-Tree, seeming weary, agreed, and suggested they eat. Knox sat down on a box and invited G-Tree to join him, even though she protested that she was a maid and couldn't eat with him. Knox insisted, citing their current mission and the potential danger of monsters. He playfully mentioned the possibility of ogres appearing, similar to what happened near his brother's tent. G-Tree was taken aback by Knox's attitude, and she couldn't help but comment that the master she was serving was a little shameless. Knox chuckled and advised her to get used to it. Meanwhile, Grain ordered his people to pack up the tents. Knox observed the tents and thought that the blood-stained tents needed to be thrown away. He suspected that the ogres would keep chasing them if they didn't get rid of it. G-Tree asked Knox about his intentions for what to do next, and whether they should help Grain and his group. Knox responded with a nonchalant expression, questioning why he would do that. G-Tree was taken aback and pointed out that it meant the ogres would keep coming after them. Knox acknowledged this and confirmed that even if they moved away from this location, the ogres would likely continue pursuing them. However, he had his own motives for this, as he had intended for ogres to follow them from the start, but if he told her about his plans, she would probably nag at him. He needed more ogres to extend his life, and there was a hidden reason for which they would soon be needing ogres. After he was done eating, he got up and declared with confidence that it was time to pack up and depart. Somewhere in the forest, an ogre walked alone, unaware that something was closely observing it from behind. The ogre felt a sense of unease and turned to look, but saw nothing. Suddenly, it was violently pulled downward and dragged away, leaving behind only bloodstains on the ground. On the second day of Knox's journey, he assessed the terrain and thought about his progress. He had successfully mapped out the area, but Chaders was still a considerable distance away. Despite this, he felt optimistic about the situation. At this point, Grain called out to Knox and inquired about their pursuers, the ogres. He wanted to know if Knox had a plan to shake them off. Knox replied with confidence, explaining that they could indeed evade the ogres. However, he cautioned against launching a large-scale attack, as it would draw the attention of other monsters. Instead, he emphasized the importance of swiftly exiting the forest to avoid any problems. Grain, though, regarded Knox suspiciously, wondering what he meant by saying there wouldn't be any problems. As the soldiers began to praise Knox for his knowledge of ogres, Grain felt a pang of annoyance. He realized that, inadvertently, Knox had taken command of the soldiers. Just then, One of the soldiers noticed that Knox had been tapping the ground with a wooden stick since they began their journey that day. Curious, he asked him why he was doing this. Knox explained that he was tapping the ground because monsters could appear at any time. This revelation surprised two of the soldiers, who in fear questioned him further. Knox smiled and confirmed their suspicions, stating that they were indeed in a dangerous area filled with monsters. However, before he could finish explaining, the ground suddenly began to shake, startling everyone. Something ominous started emerging from the ground in front of them. With an excited expression, Knox remarked that the worm was coming out. The worm was a unique monster, resembling a hybrid between a snake and an earthworm. In the inner lunatic, it was known as a malformed dragon that hadn't fully developed yet. Knox knew that despite its inability to use magic, it was still renowned for its formidable strength. Even if 10 ogres came charging at them, the worm would still be more difficult to defeat. However, he had been seeking this very creature. He knew that the soldiers might be shocked if they realized that he had lured the worm by tapping on the ground. Nevertheless, he had a plan in mind, and he didn't seem concerned about the soldiers' reactions. After all, they had willingly chosen to enter this dangerous realm. With calm authority, Knox gave a command, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. One soldier expressed confusion, questioning the decision to hide, while another wondered why they weren't going to attack. But Knox had a different strategy in mind, letting their enemies defeat their enemies. That was the reason why he had no intentions of shaking off the ogres from the start. Suddenly, the soldiers turned back, alarmed by loud noises and the sight of a large group of ogres approaching them. Jitri, filled with horror, called out to Knox and expressed her concern about the multitude of ogres catching up to them. Knox, maintaining his composure, assured them that there was no need to worry. He then turned to Jitri and asked her if she knew what the worm loved the most, yet hated the most at the same time. Jitri, puzzled, sought clarification just as a loud sound rang out. They noticed that the worm had arrived near the ogres and was screaming at them, setting the stage for an unexpected confrontation. Knox explained to Jitri that ogres were the worm's main food source, but they were constantly seeking revenge, making them arch-enemies. This information was crucial for skilled adventurers who knew how to exploit this enmity. Jitri, perplexed, asked Knox what he meant by "make use of that." As she inquired, the worm pinned one of the ogres with its mouth. The ogres retaliated by attacking the worm with their clubs. The shocking sight of the ogres and the worm battling each other left everyone in astonishment. Grain felt frustration, wondering how Knox had possessed such information. Jitri asked Knox if they should just wait at this point. Instead of answering, Knox collected some small rocks and observed the ongoing battle. Then, without warning, he hurled a rock at one of the ogres, striking it in the back. He continued throwing rocks, targeting each ogre. Jitri, filled with worry, questioned his actions. She expressed concern that the ogres might turn their aggression towards them. She couldn't fathom why he was throwing rocks at the ogres. As the worm killed one of the ogres, Knox received a series of messages indicating stat increases and a life extension due to defeating the ogres. Knox smiled and internally apologized to Jitri, as he needed to damage the ogres at least once to gain experience points. Knox's expression changed as the worm dispatched the last ogre, and he received another series of messages, extending his life and increasing his strength stat once more. As the battle unfolded, Grain found himself growing increasingly frustrated. He thought it was already over, and despite Knox making use of the ogres, they seemed to be losing. Fear crossed his face as he contemplated how to escape safely from the seemingly invincible worm. However, at that moment, Knox's voice reached everyone. He instructed them to prepare to attack and recommended firing arrows or throwing spears at the monster's mouth. One of the soldiers hesitated, but another urged everyone to follow Knox's lead and attack. The soldiers followed his command, launching arrows and spears at the worm, causing it to scream in pain. Knox was ready to take his turn. He activated the skill Hour of Genius, causing time to seem as if it had stopped. The projectiles were in mid-air, and everyone around appeared frozen, except for Knox. He charged towards the worm, launching himself into the air and arriving near the worm's head. In a split second, he slashed his sword multiple times, landing back on the ground just as time resumed its flow. The worm's entire body was cut, and blood gushed from multiple wounds. a series of messages appeared, indicating that his life had been extended by 10 days for defeating the worm. He now had 122 days of remaining life. Nox couldn't hide his satisfaction as he thought about the unexpected bonus of 10 days. He attributed their success to the ogres, acknowledging that without them, defeating the worm wouldn't have been so easy. He received another message, this time indicating that his stamina stat was now at 5, and the effect of the trait, Blessing of Growth, had disappeared. Nox couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at the loss of this hidden piece of power, but clenched his fist, determined to make the most of his newfound stamina. One of the soldiers, concerned for his well-being, asked if he was hurt anywhere. Nox reassured them that he was unharmed and commended their efforts. The soldiers, however, were quick to praise him, expressing awe at his actions. Nox modestly downplayed his role and suggested they reorganize themselves. Just as they were about to regroup, they felt the ground tremor once again, and another worm emerged from the ground. Panic spread among the soldiers, and they quickly took defensive positions. Nox, too, was surprised by the appearance of another worm. A soldier urgently shouted at Nox to get back, and another told him to move out of the way. However, before they could react further, a figure suddenly appeared in the air and swiftly sliced the worm with a single slash. Nox recognized the person's face and couldn't help but wonder what he was doing there. Nox found himself in a perplexing situation as he looked at the man standing over Worm's lifeless body. His thoughts raced as he recognized the man before him. Paracelsus, the sword genius, one of the inner lunatic's most formidable characters and one of the 3 sword emperors, alongside Theo and Celsus's student. He knew that Paracelsus had a deep-rooted disdain for nobles, which made this encounter all the more unexpected. Paracelsus, seemingly unfazed by the tension in the air, asked for a word of thanks for saving him. Schultz, standing beside Grain, was clearly irritated by Paracelsus's presence and demanded to know who he was. Paracelsus, in an informal manner, introduced himself and suggested that they could regard him as a mere mercenary. Nox could understand his hatred for nobility based on his past experiences when he was younger, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. According to his extensive knowledge of the game, the first encounter with Paracelsus was supposed to take place in Eldine Academy, not here. He began to worry about the implications of this unexpected encounter. As he grappled with confusion and concern, a guard approached Paracelsus, inquiring about his identity and requesting identification. Paracelsus, apparently unperturbed, readily agreed to the check. As the group continued their journey towards Chaders, Grain couldn't resist engaging Paracelsus in conversation. He asked Paracelsus if he was indeed a mercenary and whether he was also headed to Chaders. Paracelsus, with a sigh, confirmed that Chaders was his first stop, explaining that he had heard it was an excellent place for monster hunting at this time of the year. Nox couldn't help but ponder Paracelsus's intentions. He knew that in order to further his training, Paracelsus did travel everywhere within the empire before school started. So he wondered if he was now on a quest to train in various regions. Curiosity piqued, Grain continued his questioning, remarking on Paracelsus's youth and his apparent confidence in his skills. He even went so far as to offer him a position under his command for monster subjugation and promised generous compensation. Paracelsus remained composed and remarked that since they were sons of one of the sword emperors, Theo Reinhafer, he was indeed curious about both of them. However, Schultz was angered by his rude behavior and was about to voice his displeasure, but Grain intervened, suggesting that Paracelsus take some time to reflect on it. Grain regarded Paracelsus with calculating eyes and recognized the formidable skills that had allowed him to dispatch the worm with a single strike. He was determined to recruit him as one of his people, as that would help him divert the attention of the soldiers away from Nox. As the sun began to set on the horizon, a small village came into view. Nox informed Grain that they had arrived in Chaders. Nox's thoughts drifted as he looked ahead, remarking to himself that the village appeared even more desolate than it did when he played it as a game. As they entered the city, a poor girl approached them and timidly asked for something to eat. Grain looked at her for a moment but continued on his way, ignoring her plea. Nox, too, turned his gaze away from her. Disappointment welled up in the girl's eyes, and Paracelsus, who observed the situation, couldn't help but feel disappointed in their behavior. Soon, a man named Tigan appeared before their group and introduced himself as the security chief of the village. He recognized Grain as someone who had graduated from Eldine Academy and Nox as his younger brother. He revealed that he had been informed of their subjugation mission and their arrival in advance. Paracelsus couldn't help but reflect on the coincidental meeting with one of the Sword Emperors, Theo von Reinhafer's sons. He had high expectations when he learned that the prestigious Reinhafer family was personally involved in the subjugation mission in Chaders. However, his expectations seemed to wane as he recalled Nox's fight against the Worm. He regarded them as sheltered young nobles, capable of decent sword techniques but still lacking in real-world experience. Surveying the city's sorry state, Paracelsus noted that the city was unable to function properly. According to him, the Night Order was preoccupied with misappropriating funds for their own gain, leaving the city's residents defenseless against the monster wave. The people of Chaders were so desperate that they would be grateful for something as basic as food. Tigan then led them to an inn and informed them that since it was already quite late, he would provide details of their mission tomorrow. He acknowledged that while the inn wasn't much, they would be able to get some much-needed rest after their long journey. As the group members discussed the arrangements for their stay and the number of available rooms, Paracelsus approached Grain to address the offer he had extended earlier. Grain's face lit up, and he inquired if Paracelsus had made a decision. However, Paracelsus, with a simple and direct response, declined the offer. Grain was taken aback by this decision and asked what he intended to do instead, expressing concern that he wouldn't face the monster wave alone. Paracelsus calmly responded that he planned to stick to his original intentions and move accordingly. He wished Grain and his group a safe subjugation mission. Grain, not pleased with this response, muttered an insult about commoners. Paracelsus, undisturbed by Grain's comment, remarked that in the world, those with the skills would find their way, and competent individuals tend to attract rumors. With night falling, Nox advised G-Tree to get some rest, as they would be on the move again the following day. Nox entered his room, approached the window, and peered outside. There he spotted the girl and two other children sitting by a fire. Suddenly the girl's eyes fluttered open as she heard a voice calling out to them. The other children woke up and looked at Nox, who was standing near them. Nox then asked if they wanted some food. Without hesitation, he opened a bag filled with provisions and began distributing it to them, telling them to eat up. The girl's face lit up with happiness, and she asked if they could really eat these. Nox nodded, confirming that they could indeed have the food. Inwardly, he pondered the fact that he couldn't save everyone. He recognized that this act of kindness might be attributed to Yu-chan's benevolence and generosity. The girl wiped away a tear of happiness and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. However, Nox was already thinking ahead. He wanted to build a future where these children wouldn't have to beg for food, and to achieve that, they first needed to survive in Chaders. Meanwhile, G-Tree, who had been observing from behind a wall with her own bag of food, couldn't help but smile to herself. She had suspected that Nox was just putting on a cold front earlier, and now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. The next day, the village security chief took Nox, Grain, and the others on a tour of the village. Tigan began by explaining that the southern Chaders region was typically overrun with monsters during the winter season, which prompted them to request funds and reinforcements from the imperial family for protection. Grain, noting the state of the village's defenses, pointed at a wall and inquired if that was all they had to protect the village. Tigan confirmed this, mentioning that the wall had been standing for a long time and needed repairs. Nox couldn't help but feel a sense of despair at the village's vulnerability. He understood that once the monster wave started, the village would likely be wiped out within an hour given their current state of defense. As it was just a sub-chapter of the game, it was his choice whether to intervene and save the village or not. Most of the time, he chose to help the Chaders region, and the reason was that it had a high value. He knew that Chaders would become a really expensive piece of land in the future. Tigan then revealed a new piece of information. The monsters this year seemed different, with a significant increase in the number of rampant monsters compared to previous years. Nox recognized that the villagers were unaware that having more rampant monsters could actually benefit them in the long run. Tigan dropped another bombshell, mentioning that some villagers had reported sightings of a griffin. Grain, looking thoughtful, recognized that Griffin's appearance definitely made the situation way more severe. He then asked Tigan about the location of the griffin sighting, and Tigan revealed that they had been seen in the wilderness. Knox knew that one of the most important factors in the Chater's subjugation would be whether or not they were able to drive away the Griffin. The Griffin was the king of the wilderness, designed to be stopped but not defeated. However, Knox was determined to achieve the seemingly impossible task of defeating it. Their journey continued, and soon they arrived in a barren area known as the Endless Horizon of the Wilderness, which connected to Tahalin in the east, a neutral zone famous for its desolation. Knox recognized that something was amiss here. He knew that Griffins typically stayed near Tahalin, not in the Chater's village. He voiced his suspicion and questioned whether they knew the reason why the Griffins were in the Chater's region at this time. His question left everyone present in shock, but he held a strong suspicion about a traitor within their ranks who might betray them during this subjugation. He was aware that the subquest had begun, and he decided to start by rooting out the most corrupt element within the village first. After some time had passed, in a room at an inn, Schultz, Grain's butler, tore a document in anger. He had not been worried about Knox at first because he had heard that he was just a useless brat, but now he had fallen for Knox's scheme and lost favor with Grain. He was furious because he had put in significant effort to gain Grain's trust, so now he was determined to get his revenge. Just then, he noticed Knox's maid descending the stairs. He recalled her name, Gitri, and her commoner status. In a moment of impulse, he intercepted her, gently taking her hand, which startled her. Gitri was taken aback and asked him if he had any business with her. Schultz, with a malevolent expression, asserted that he had plenty of business to discuss and suggested having a private conversation between the two of them. Gitri, however, firmly shook his hand and managed to free herself from his grip, responding that she didn't believe they had anything to discuss privately. In frustration, Schultz sighed and attempted to justify his desire for some amusement, reminding her that even though he was a knight in service, he deserved to have some fun. He placed his hand on her shoulder and insinuated that she might feel the same way. Gitri, feeling trapped and frightened, shouted for him to let go. But in the next moment, she had a realization. If she rejected his advances now, it could jeopardize Knox's standing with Grain and bring unwanted attention from the family. She didn't want Knox to suffer the consequences. With an evil grin, Schultz claimed that she would pay for her master's actions, citing the loss of more than 10 years of his life's efforts. However, just as things seemed dire, a voice interrupted, offering to pay for something. Before Schultz could react, an object flew past his arm. To Gitri's relief, it was Knox holding his sword, wearing a cold expression. Soon, Schultz let out a loud scream of pain. Knox stared at him with a steely gaze and demanded to know how he would like him to pay. Schultz panted heavily, his shoulder injured, and his face drenched in cold sweat. He questioned Knox's actions, suggesting that even he wouldn't get away with such behavior. Then, he attempted to leverage Grain's influence by insinuating that Grain would not tolerate what Knox had done. Knox, with his eyes cold and unwavering, confronted Schultz, asking if he was trying to threaten him with his brother. Before he could react, Knox's sword swung again, and another piercing scream echoed through the room. Schultz, still in pain, looked at him and protested that this was completely wrong, emphasizing that even if he had the support of his family, he couldn't do this. Knox, however, interrupted him and asserted that he was not the one who didn't know his place because of his family being behind him. It was Schultz. Knox's sword descended and took away Schultz's life. Gitri was shocked by this sudden turn of events. She expressed her concern about what he had just done and mentioned that young Master Grain would not let this pass. Just then, Grain entered the room and demanded to know what was happening. He then noticed his butler's lifeless body and questioned Knox if he had just killed him. Knox calmly accepted that it was indeed he who had done this. Grain pointed his finger at Knox, expressing outrage by questioning how someone like him, who was good for nothing, could claim responsibility for killing his knight. Knox responded calmly, stating that his understanding of the sequence of events was incorrect. He then suggested that Grain should ask him for the details of what had transpired before passing judgment. Grain, seething with anger, grabbed his collar and demanded to know why he had killed Schultz. He warned him that if the reason wasn't justifiable, he wouldn't escape punishment. Knox responded calmly, stating that he had heard Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid, and as her master, he couldn't possibly stand by and allow such mistreatment. In anger, Grain questioned if he had killed his knight just for a commoner like her. However, everyone present was left stunned as a massive amount of aura began to radiate from Knox. Knox then asked if Grain could take responsibility for what he had just said. Knox pushed away his hand, and Grain was overcome by fear as he felt Knox's power. He couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing youngest brother of their family was actually this talented. Grain backed off and realized that he should have reported the incident to him first. Knox reminded him of his reputation as the family's good-for-nothing, implying that he wasn't accustomed to such protocols. Instead, he proposed that they leave the resolution of the matter to their father once they returned to their estate. Grain realized that Knox wanted something from him, but he eventually agreed to leave the decision to their father. Knox smiled faintly and expressed that it was a wise decision. He then turned to G-Tree and inquired if she was hurt anywhere. As Knox and G-Tree walked out of the room, Grain couldn't help but question when he had become so strong. He was also sure that he had seen the sword Knox was holding before. Grain understood the gravity of the situation and realized that underestimating Knox during this subjugation mission would be a catastrophic mistake. Under the soft illumination of the moon, Knox and G-Tree stood in contemplative silence near a well. Knox's mind was preoccupied with the turmoil within the soldiers, who seemed divided into factions and faced a crucial decision, whether to follow Grain or him. Knox turned his attention to G-Tree and noticed her trembling. Concerned, he inquired about her well-being. G-Tree assured him she was fine, but her gaze soon shifted back to him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she expressed her concerns for him, questioning his actions and the potential consequences. She feared that his actions might invite more danger and enemies. Knox was taken aback by her emotional response. In response to her concern, he assumed a stern expression and reminded her not to forget the nature of the master she served. He emphasized that he was the good-for-nothing within the Reincarnated family, stressing that regardless of the circumstances, she should never bow her head. G-Tree wiped her tears and nodded, promising to keep his words in mind. On the other side, Grain set down his mug of liquor, visibly frustrated by the audacity of the good-for-nothing attempting to surpass him. Reflecting on the initial days when Knox was placed under his charge by his father, Grain had merely considered him a troublesome burden. However, as they embarked on their mission, Knox proved to be entirely different from Grain's initial expectations. Recalling the sword that Knox had wielded earlier, he pondered whether its resemblance to his father's sword was merely a coincidence. Realizing the need to be cautious, especially after the loss of Schultz, he contemplated whom he could trust to monitor Knox closely. At that moment, the Night Order captain, Ron, entered the room and reported that the situation on the first floor had been handled. Ron also expressed his observation that Knox seemed different from the rumors they had heard about him. Grain considered both Ron and Knox to be distinct from rumors. He knew that Ron was supposed to be a captain of a night order that had been operating in this area for a long time. He had even done background checks to confirm this. So, Grain couldn't understand how Knox, who had only been immersed in books, could possess a better understanding of the area than a seasoned captain like Ron. He was displeased with the potential inefficiency of his investments. But he knew that the monster wave hadn't appeared yet, so he decided to utilize Ron's night order a little more. Instructing Ron to eliminate all bandits and monsters in the vicinity, Grain emphasized the need for immediate reporting should Knox exhibit any unusual behavior. Ron acknowledged the order before preparing to leave the room. The next day drew to a close, and the village bustled with activity. As night descended, G-Tree asked Knox about his activities during the day and whether he had examined the village's compromised walls. Knox confirmed their instability, prompting G-Tree to inquire about their strategy for stopping the impending monster wave. However, Knox simply turned away, suggesting they depart. Surprised by his sudden decision to leave the inn and head in the opposite direction, G-Tree sought clarification. Knox, with a mischievous grin, hinted at his plan to recruit a new member to their team. Internally, he mused that even in a small village there might be a character with remarkable talent. Alina, the genius potion maker, was a character that he had recruited every time he had come to Chaders, and this time, too, he intended to enlist her as his potion supplier. Sometime later, Knox and G-Tree disguised themselves and journeyed through the sewer towards their destination. G-Tree couldn't contain her curiosity and questioned the legitimacy of finding a genius potion maker in such a run-down place. Knox assured her of Alina's existence, but G-Tree remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why someone of such talent would hide in a remote location. In response, Knox stated that she had her own reasons to stay in such a place. His thoughts wandered, recalling that this was the hidden route to clear traitors. He knew that in the future, Alina would work for someone other than the Archive Empire. Clearing traitors using the hidden route was the key to securing Alina's assistance. Knox pointed in a specific direction and instructed Jitri to follow him carefully to avoid any mishaps. Jitri acknowledged his guidance and silently wondered if such a person truly existed in this place. As they moved forward, she noticed a faint light emanating from a nearby location. Knox also caught sight of it and speculated whether that was their destination. Inside the room, Alina sat on a chair, lost in her thoughts and sipping on her drink. She expressed her disbelief about being stuck in such a place and questioned how she ended up like this. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned to find Knox and Jitri looking at her. Knox greeted her with a smile, declaring, "Found you," internally acknowledging her as his potion maker. Startled by their sudden appearance, Alina stammered and questioned their identity and the reason for their visit to such a place. Jitri was taken aback and couldn't believe that the brilliant potion maker Knox had spoken of was the drunkard before them. A few minutes later, Alina gathered herself and apologized, expressing her surprise at their connection to a distinguished family. Knox reassured her that it was all right and quickly revealed that he had come here because he had something to talk to her about. He told her to stay focused, and Alina agreed to pay attention. In his thoughts, he recognized that at this point of the story, Alina was a genius character who had the highest potential for development and was a skilled potion maker. So he was determined to get her on his side here. But he also recognized that she had some flaws. His eyes scanned Alina's status window, revealing her basic information. Alina was a 21-year-old half-elf, with her main element being wood. Most of her statistics were average, but her charm was notably high, and she possessed the passive skill, Blessing of Production. Her positive traits included being cheerful, a genius potion maker, and an unawakened low-rank spirit mage. However, Knox couldn't help but sigh when he noted her negative trait. Drunkard. Knox questioned how many genius characters the good-for-nothing of the Reinhardt family could recruit, and the answer was none, let alone a precious genius potion maker. Despite her problematic traits, Knox declared that he didn't have a choice. With teary eyes, Alina apologized for any perceived offense she may have caused. Jitri, however, discreetly voiced her concerns to Knox, suggesting that recruiting a drunkard might not be a wise decision. Knox concurred but explained their lack of alternatives, and Jitri guessed that the reason why Knox was still trying to recruit her might be complicated. Alina was listening and finally spoke up, questioning why they had come here looking for her. Knox didn't beat around the bush and made a straightforward proposal, inviting her to join him and offering to provide what she needed most. Alina was initially shocked by the offer, struggling with her response. After some contemplation, she respectfully declined his offer, stating she had a personal mission to fulfill in this place. But when Knox questioned if she was refusing because of something related to her friend May, her eyes widened in disbelief. Alina questioned how he knew about this, and Knox revealed that in the near future, May would be executed. Alina stood up with a shocked expression, about to question, but before she could speak, Knox added that if Alina accepted his offer, he might be able to save May. With a confident smile, Knox extended his hand toward her and asked if he had changed her mind even a little. Alina pondered as she recalled Knox's words. In the near future, May will be executed. So, if she joins him, he will rescue May for her. She couldn't shake the thought of May, her one and only friend, from her mind. She recalled a vivid memory of May standing confidently before a group of knights, fearlessly confronting them about the unjust imposition of additional taxes. Despite the disdainful looks from the knights, May persisted, pointing out the suffering of the people and the neglected state of the walls, even with funds provided by the imperial family. Alina couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing that it had been her who was dragged away. She thought about how the situation might have been different if she had reacted more aggressively back then. As tears streamed down her face, Alina admitted her inability to save her friend alone. She couldn't shake the doubts about Knox's ability to rescue May either, doubting whether he would even try. The weight of the situation lingered in her thoughts, leaving her with a sense of helplessness and a fear that this memory would haunt her for a long, long time. In a bustling bar, members of the Night Order reveled in laughter and clinking mugs of liquor. As Ron emptied his mug, his friend prepared to fill his own and asked for his opinion on Grain. Ron dismissed Grain as a gullible fool, recounting how they duped him by posing as members of the Night Order, and he had believed them without any suspicion. Everyone started laughing after hearing this. Ron's friend reached into his pocket and mentioned that, although they had obtained it by coincidence, it was worth rummaging through the real Ron Night Order's living place. He then pulled out a token and gleefully remarked that with this token, they could aim for even bigger jobs. Ron displayed a similar token and shared his plans to showcase this badge to the Reinhafer family. They would assume that he was the captain of the Ron Night Order and would provide him with benefits befitting someone of that position. Another member chimed in, mentioning that while the thing did happen due to coincidence, it was interesting that both their names were the same. Ron then remarked that if they held Grain as a hostage, they could secure a substantial payout. Considering that they were discussing a member of the Reinhafer family, the possibility seemed even more likely. Laughter filled the air as everyone agreed with the suggestion. However, one member expressed a hint of hesitation, voicing concerns about the potential repercussions of their actions, particularly when dealing with the formidable Reinhafer family, the most influential among the 3 dark families in the region. He wondered if there were any bandit groups that had survived after meddling with that family. However, before he could finish his sentence, the group's disapproving glances silenced him. One of the members resorted to calling him a fucking coward, while Ron's friend pointed out that this was why people called him an idiot. The hesitant member was silenced, and Ron raised his hand to halt the argument. With a menacing smirk, he demanded to know if everyone understood where they were. He revealed that they were in the Chatters, an area even abandoned by the Imperial family. Ron detailed his plan, proposing to hold Grain hostage, extract the ransom, and then flee to the east, an enemy nation surrounded by deserts where even the influential Reinhafer family's power would hold no sway. He emphasized the prospect of living a life of luxury after seeking asylum in the foreign land. Ron's friend praised his cunning strategy, reaffirming his position as their captain. The hesitant member voiced his concerns about the involvement of Nox, wondering if their deception had gone undetected by him. Ron, with a pensive expression, acknowledged Nox's dangerous nature, cautioning the group to steer clear of him until their affairs in the current territory were settled. Another member dismissed Nox's significance, labeling him as a mere child and deeming any worries about him unnecessary. The group collectively laughed off Nox's potential threat, affirming their confidence in their ability to handle any obstacles. Ron, signaling for the group to enjoy themselves, encouraged everyone to drink up, intensifying the revelry within the bar. But suddenly, the candles illuminating the room were extinguished by an unseen force, plunging the room into darkness. Everyone present was taken aback, but none showed any panic. Soon, one of the members questioned what had just happened, and another member asked, "Who the hell turned the lights off?" Ron attempted to calm the others, but his efforts were cut short as some liquid substance fell on his face. As Ron wiped his face, he noticed a crimson hue on his hand. He sniffed the air and questioned whether it was the scent of blood. Soon, his eyes fell upon a gory sight, a crimson fountain gushing beside him. In a state of panic, he stood up and in a loud voice questioned what was happening right now. But just then felt something beneath his feet, and when he looked down, he saw one of his subordinates lying dead there. Alarmed, he realized that enemies had infiltrated the bar and questioned the assailant about his identity. But he didn't realize that a figure had appeared behind him. Nox gazed at Ron with cold, unwavering eyes as he addressed him with a chilling demeanor, questioning why a vermin like him was speaking so rudely. Ron, displaying his combat prowess, swiftly distanced himself from Nox. Even in the darkness, he recognized that it was Nox who was attacking them. Nox chastised their attempt to rob the formidable Reinhafer family and accused them of overestimating their own capabilities. Ron attempted to maintain his facade of innocence, but Nox cut him off and revealed his comprehensive knowledge of the various criminal activities Ron and his accomplices had committed, including the misappropriation of funds with Tigan. He also showed awareness of Ron's manipulative intentions with Grain, leaving Ron internally cursing as his cover was blown. Ron attempted to persuade Nox and questioned what he wanted. He then suggested to Knox that he should think carefully, as getting rid of Grain could elevate his position within his own family. All he needed to do was to look away this one time. Ron emphasized that there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Ron's subordinates encircled Knox, seemingly ready to attack. In response, Knox's sword emitted a dark aura as he swiftly eliminated one of Ron's men. With his cold eyes fixated on Ron and a knowing smile, he questioned if Ron thought he was naive enough to believe his words, considering he was openly emitting such murderous intentions. Ron was unable to contain the tension any longer, and ordered his subordinates to attack Knox from all directions. Despite their coordinated efforts, Knox effortlessly dodged their strikes and swiftly dispatched them with precise and lethal sword movements. Chaos filled the room as Knox retaliated against Ron's men, his fluid and calculated movements leaving a trail of fallen adversaries in his wake. Ron was taken aback and wondered if Knox had been hiding his skill this whole time. He realized that the situation was getting dangerous, so he decided to end the confrontation swiftly. Soon, a bluish aura began to envelop him, and he reminded Knox that he was dying because of his own arrogance. One of Ron's men remarked that Knox was done for this time since his captain was going to use the Southern Sword technique. Soon, Ron launched a fierce attack at him, fully confident in the power of his technique. However, Knox remained composed, standing his ground without flinching as the attack approached. He calmly observed the straightforward assault and remarked that Ron was more simple-minded than he had expected. With a swift swing of his sword, Knox effortlessly nullified the incoming strike, and a message appeared before him mentioning that he had destroyed the enemy's attack as a genius swordsman. Frozen in shock, Ron could only watch as Knox dismantled his all-out assault with ease. Ron's men, lying at Knox's feet, expressed disbelief and questioned how he had managed to stop this technique. But before he could fully process the turn of events, Knox swiftly disposed of him. He then approached Ron and demanded to know how a lowly vermin like him dared to ask for what he wanted. Just then, a message appeared before Knox, confirming his successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique. With a smirk playing on his lips, Knox basked in the bluish aura and stated that he had already obtained exactly what he wanted. Knox's successful mastery of the Southern Sword technique was evident as a bluish aura enveloped him, and he prepared to unleash its power. His eyes closed briefly as he contemplated the concept of genius. He questioned what it truly meant to be a genius. Did it simply imply that one was more exceptional than others? If that wasn't the case, did it mean someone who had proven that they could reach a higher level that most people couldn't? Throughout his perilous journey, Knox had continually questioned himself, seeking to unravel what it meant to be a genius. With renewed focus, he opened his eyes and swung his sword, acknowledging that while this technique might seem minimal compared to what awaited him in the future, it would be more than sufficient to overcome his adversaries. Ron, fallen to his knees, could only watch in astonishment as his subordinates fell one after another. Knox's mastery of the Southern Sword technique caused mayhem, leaving the subordinates at the mercy of the relentless onslaught. Their pleas for their captain's aid echoed futilely as Ron found himself frozen in shock, unable to assist. A sense of disbelief consumed Ron, and his eyes lost their luster as he recognized that Knox was currently using Chater's Southern Sword technique. He couldn't help but question how a kid like him was using the sword technique that had taken him more than 10 years of his life to master. However, Ron snapped back to reality upon witnessing Knox standing before him, looking down at him with an icy, cold gaze. Ron recoiled, creating space between himself and Knox, his expression wrought with panic and warning. He urgently emphasized the potential repercussions of Knox's actions, asserting that Taigen would not let him escape unpunished, and that he might already be aware of the situation here. In response, Knox dismissed his concerns with a confident retort, refuting any possibility of witnesses observing his actions. Ron persisted, arguing that the surviving individuals present would bear witness to the event. But Knox hushed him and proceeded to elucidate his intentions, addressing Ron directly as Bandit Captain Ron. He emphasized that what he was doing could simply be construed as an act of assassination. Ron was clearly taken aback by his words and sought clarification. Knox, wearing a smirk, noted Ron's confusion and implied that he might have failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Knox emphasized that if no one survived to recount the events, this incident would be perceived as a mere assassination. Drawing his sword with a sly smile, Nox embraced the imminent course of action, leaving Ron to confront his fate. Elsewhere, within the confines of a dimly lit prison, the flickering fire torches cast eerie shadows across the space. A young girl, her face marred with bruises, was shackled and visibly exhausted, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Standing before her, Taigen's menacing figure loomed. Taigen addressed the girl as Mei and questioned her reluctance to comply with his demands. He emphasized her options, to work for him or be sold off to other nobles. He then slapped her and questioned her about refusing the options. However, Mei faced him defiantly, fearlessly meeting his gaze despite the dire circumstances. She adamantly refused to yield to the likes of him. In response to her defiance, Taigen caught her face. With a disdainful expression, he belittled her, asserting that her current situation left her with no choice but to struggle helplessly on the ground. Unbroken by his cruelty, Mei defiantly spat at him, an act that visibly startled Taigen. Infuriated by her defiance, Taigen struck her once more, his patience wearing thin. He sneered at her, taunting her with the possibility of being sold off to a black mage, a fate undoubtedly more perilous than her current predicament. As Mei grappled with the oppressive circumstances, her mind wandered back to a poignant memory from her time in the orphanage. She recalled a sister gently reprimanding her, expressing disappointment in Mei's persistent struggles with alchemical mixtures. The sister attributed this difficulty to what she perceived as an inherent lack of talent on Mei's part. Mei acknowledged that she had zero talent from the start, not just in alchemy but also in swordsmanship and various other pursuits. However, her thoughts shifted to Alina, a fellow orphan who stood in stark contrast. The sister's demeanor changed as she praised Alina's exceptional abilities, remarking that there was nothing left for her to teach. She questioned how they could have someone as talented as her in the countryside. The memory of the sister's admiration for Alina lingered in Mei's mind. Sister's words about Alina's brilliance and her regret over her background as a war orphan stirred a complex blend of emotions within her. In her eyes, Alina embodied an alchemical genius, an individual who seemed to emanate a radiance beyond the confines of their humble beginnings. She recalled how Alina had always shone brightly, as if destined for a different fate altogether, one far removed from the confines of the orphanage. In a moment of reminiscence, Alina's bright smile and her invitation to play still lingered vividly in her thoughts. And this was why Mei had decided to sacrifice herself for Alina's sake. She was certain that Alina was destined for greater things, far beyond what someone like her could ever hope to achieve. Undeterred by Taigen's threats and violence, Mei confronted him with a smile, revealing that a life of struggle was all too familiar to her. Dismissive of any consequences that might follow her demise, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Taigen. Taigen, overcome with anger, raised his hand to strike Mei, but his action was abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. Nox's figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor as he urged Mei to cease harming herself. He emphasized that if she were to perish within the confines of the prison, it would undoubtedly bring sorrow to Alina. Taigen was surprised by Nox's unexpected intervention, but he inquired about the reason for his sudden appearance with a faint smile. Nox, devoid of emotion, addressed him directly, declaring that, by the decree of the imperial family's law, Taigen was to face execution. Nox then suggested that he surrender, pointing out that his partner, Ron, had already met his end. Taigen wore a pensive expression and lamented the unfortunate turn of events. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Nox and asked if he had come alone. Nox, unafraid, affirmed that he had indeed come here alone. A smirk appeared on Taigen's face as he remarked that it seemed like the young master of a noble family had underestimated him too much. He then questioned whether Nox really thought that he could defeat him alone. Nox maintained his composure and responded with a subtle smile, affirming his belief in his ability to overcome the odds. Taigen's anger surged as he drew his sword, remarking that even though things were progressing faster than he had expected, it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, reinforcements flooded the room, effectively blocking any possible escape routes for Nox. Taigen gave the order to eliminate Nox, and the soldiers, armed and eager, heeded his call, charging forward with resounding battle cries. Despite the overwhelming odds, Nox remained a picture of calm and collected composure. He closed his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos around him, hinting at a hidden confidence or a planned strategy. As Nox's eyes opened, a message materialized, declaring the commencement of the Hour of the Genius. The world around him appeared to halt, suspended in a surreal moment in time. A notification flashed, indicating that the skill's duration was limited to a mere 5 minutes. Nox strode confidently towards the soldiers, his progress unimpeded by any obstacle. Strands of yellow light swirled around him as he moved, time slowing to a crawl, with only a single second having passed. By the time he had passed through soldiers, only 2 seconds had passed. Continuing on his determined path, Nox swiftly approached the prison cell. He effortlessly unlocked the door, his focus unwavering as he made his way to Mei. While passing Taigen, he paused briefly, locking eyes with his opponent. 4 seconds had slipped by since the initiation of the Hour of the Genius. Nox then resumed his stride toward Mei. With Mei nearby, Nox extended his hand towards her face, and a message materialized once more, indicating that there were 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. Nox decided to disengage the activated skill, allowing temporal normalcy to resume its course. Drawing out a potion, he administered it to Mei, prompting her to open her eyes. Barely conscious, Mei inquired about his identity, prompting him to reveal himself as Nox von Reinhofer. He assured her that by the time she woke up from her sleep, everything would be over. As Taigen's gaze locked onto Nox, a sense of disbelief enveloped him. He couldn't help but question how he had defeated his subordinates so quickly. But suddenly, he felt something amiss, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. As he looked back, he saw blood trickling from his wounded legs. What shocked him even more was the sight of his subordinates succumbing to unseen sword strikes. Horror gripped his heart as he tried to comprehend what was happening here. Taigen's focus shifted back to Nox, who let out a chilly warning that his death wouldn't be easy. Taigen looked into Nox's eyes, devoid of any empathy. He was covered in cold sweat, finding himself questioning if he was seriously supposed to believe what was happening right now. That he, the great Taigen, was losing to a mere brat. Amidst the chaos, Nox's mind circled back to the question that had plagued him throughout his journey. What does it mean to be a genius? But a sudden shift of perspective pivoted his thoughts. He then wondered what genius meant to the character Nox, who himself was a genius. Nox lunged his sword toward Taigen, painting the ground in a deep crimson hue. Taigen stared at Nox in horror, grappling with the disbelief that he, the great Taigen, had been defeated by a mere brat. At that moment, he recalled the knight captain of the Chaytor's mercenary corps, who was his father and the most outstanding person in the village. Every man wanted to be like him, and everyone respected him. However, a childhood memory of witnessing his father abusing a woman haunted him. His father turned to him and asked if he knew the reason why the people here followed him. Taigen averted his gaze in fear and replied that he didn't know. Suddenly his father grabbed his hair, and with an evil smile, imparted a harsh reality to young Taigen, that the reason was strength. If you possess overwhelming strength, then you can get away with doing anything, and that was the law of a city on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Taigen mustered some courage and asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent. His father, releasing the woman from his grip, admitted his own insignificance. He revealed that he was just a nobody on this continent. There were numerous unbelievably strong swordsmen on this continent, and there were also many genius kids that were Taigen's age who were stronger than him. That was what it was like for a continent that was experiencing war. The revelation struck him, and he realized that the reason he had survived so far was because he had chosen not to fight those geniuses. But now he realized that Nox must be one of those unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned. He understood what it meant to be so talented that no one could reach you. In a moment of resignation, he sighed and acknowledged that his impending demise was a consequence of his choice to engage with Nox. The clash between Nox and Taigen reached its climax as Nox thrust the sword, bringing an end to Taigen's tale. The once great Taigen succumbed to the prowess of the rising genius, his story concluding on the battlefield. In Alina's cabin, she sat alone in her room, enveloped in a sense of hopelessness, lost in thoughts about Mei. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy until, unexpectedly, Mei entered the room and called out to her. Alina, her voice tinged with shock, uttered Mei's name. Alina rushed towards Mei, embracing her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Amid sobs, she expressed the fear that Mei had truly left her. Mei, with a gentle reassurance, apologized, recognizing the distress she had caused. Internally, she reflected on her own actions, acknowledging the selfishness of wanting to do things alone while leaving Elena behind. Elena gradually calmed down and, with a still quivering voice, asked about young Master Nox's whereabouts, expressing a deep need to thank him. Jitri responded, mentioning that Nox was likely resolving the situation and engaging in a conversation at that moment. Elena, intrigued, inquired about the nature of the discussion. Jitri revealed that it seemed like Nox was taking some time for a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother. Jitri's internal thoughts, however, hinted at a skepticism about the true intentions behind this seemingly heartfelt conversation. In Grain's room, Grain grew increasingly impatient and wondered how long Ron was going to keep him waiting. He questioned the audacity of Ron for making a noble from the Reinhardt family wait. However, he couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong. A knock at the door interrupted his impatience. Cautiously, he inquired about the identity of the visitor. Nox directly entered the room and revealed his presence, prompting a surprised response from Grain, who questioned him about his sudden appearance. Nox, however, simply urged his brother to talk for a moment, emphasizing the importance of the matter. Grain, wearing a frustrated expression, questioned the necessity of a conversation with him. Nox, however, stared at him with cold eyes, his attire bearing stains of blood. It didn't take Grain long to realize the seriousness of the situation. Despite his reluctance, Nox emphasized the gravity of the situation and compelled him to take a seat. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Reinhardt family, the head butler read a letter detailing Nox's actions. The letter conveyed that Nox had purged the corruption within the Chaders and administered suitable punishments to those involved. Furthermore, Nox had submitted a request for a separate reward from the family head for accomplishing these tasks. However, the head butler was unable to discern what Nox desired, so he apologized and handed over the letter to the family head, Theo. As Theo read the letter detailing the situation in Chaders, he contemplated the worsening corruption in that region. The complexities surrounding Chaders were rooted in the fact that, while the corruption there escalated daily, nobody bothered to address it simply because it wasn't considered profitable. However, Theo acknowledged the issue was not that straightforward. Chaders was a significant headache for the imperial family. He delved into the strategic importance of Chaders, situated to the east as the last line of defense. If Chaders were to fall, monsters would likely advance toward the center, posing a severe threat. The central government had invested considerable resources, funds, troops, and mercenary corps, to safeguard the relevant areas. Chaders, although seemingly useless, couldn't be entirely abandoned due to its critical role in preventing a greater catastrophe. Theo voiced his concerns about the dangerous bandit groups, especially singling out Taigen as a formidable threat. Even for Grain, dealing with these groups posed a significant challenge. The head butler concurred, stating that if the Ron Knights, or rather the Ron Bandits, were to attack Grain, the situation could take a dire turn. In response, Theo asserted that if Grain and his group couldn't handle a situation of that level, they didn't deserve to be called a part of the Reinhardt family. He revealed that he had already assigned the Black Sword Knights to them to ensure their safety. However, he redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand, Nox. Theo contemplated the motivations behind Nox's actions and expressed his difficulty in understanding why Nox would purge the corruption in Chaders without any clear gain. The same applied to Nox's request for Chaders. He wanted the imperial family to give him authority over it, but Theo couldn't understand just what could be gained from such a desolate place. Nox had even mentioned that if he were unsuccessful, he was willing to give up his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhardt family. Theo found this proposition perplexing, wondering what could be gained from that decision that would prompt Nox to give up his familial rights. The head butler hesitated before asking if Theo would reject Nox's proposal, but Theo ultimately decided to accept it. If Nox could genuinely overcome all threats in Chaders, he would undoubtedly gain jurisdiction over the region, allowing Theo to grant it to him. Theo smiled, considering this a good opportunity to assess Nox's ability to manage a territory. The head butler acknowledged his decision and mentioned that he would send a letter to the Empire to initiate talks to obtain Chaders. Theo granted his permission to proceed with this. After the butler had left, he glanced at the letter, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but question just how far ahead Nox was planning. Grain found himself shaken to the core as he tried to confirm whether Nox meant that Ron and Taigen wanted to kill him, and that he had been their underling all this time. Nox affirmed that all of this was true. His mind raced, contemplating the audacity of those who would attempt to deceive the prestigious Reinhardt family. Frustration clouded Grain's thoughts as he shifted his gaze towards Knox. In his internal reflections, he acknowledged that Knox was proving to be more troublesome. Sensing Grain's scrutiny, Knox smiled and casually inquired if he was afraid of him. Grain's face contorted with a mixture of emotions, and he replied cryptically, "How amusing." Internally, he acknowledged the need to restrain himself. Passing the upcoming test to become a knight was paramount, and succumbing to the provocations of someone like Knox could jeopardize that. Resigned to the reality of the situation, he reluctantly accepted Knox's offer, realizing that his life hung in the balance. Suppressing his pride, Grain asked Knox what he wanted in return. Knox was pleased to learn that his brother was quick to calculate the pros and cons. He then outlined his demand: the right to command all the soldiers under his jurisdiction. Grain immediately agreed to Knox's condition. He knew that even if he withheld the army, his life now rested in Knox's hands, and he had to admit that he was uncertain about Knox's true strength. Seeking to balance the scales, Grain laid down his own condition. He asked Knox to guarantee his life and ensure that the outcome of their collaboration favored him. Knox agreed to his conditions, but he pointed out that he had made two requests: guaranteeing his life and influencing the outcome. Grain restrained himself and reluctantly offered the mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine in exchange. He then asked Knox to ensure that he took care of things properly. Knox assured him that it was a small price to pay compared to his life. Rising from his seat, Knox smiled and conveyed his appreciation for Grain's cooperation during his stay in Chaders. However, his expression turned serious as he cautioned Grain against any impulsive actions. Sometime later, in Alina's cabin, she sat on the ground engrossed in documents, expressing uncertainty about creating metallization and corroding potions, as she had never made them before. However, after contemplation, she concluded that it was indeed possible. Knox, seated nearby, praised her for her thoughtful response. Jitri expressed concern and questioned whether it would truly be okay, as his plan seemed too dangerous. She acknowledged that as an ordinary maid, she shouldn't be asking such questions, but wondered if there was a specific reason he needed to kill the griffin. May echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the importance of not losing their hero in vain. Knox reassured them, dispelling their fears. He stated that if the plan were impossible, he wouldn't have proposed it. He could understand why they were so worried, but he couldn't tell them that there was something he needed to obtain after killing the griffins, so he had no choice but to lie. Responding to the lingering questions, he firmly declared that he had thoroughly considered the plan, discouraging any further inquiries. Jitri, understanding the situation, pledged to prepare everything needed for the task. Knox knew that killing the griffin in Chaders at the beginning of the game was actually close to impossible, as no one had succeeded in doing so. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across his face as he revealed that this was only true when they excluded him. He then started to explain the plan to the group and warned them to listen carefully, as he was not going to repeat it. It was impossible to defeat Griffin using a conventional playstyle in this particular scenario. However, there existed a hidden route that allowed for Griffin's demise, and this secret was exclusively known to the so-called stagnant water gamers. Knox fell into this category, having successfully completed Inner Lunatic 26 times. This explained his determination to vanquish the Griffin in the shadows of Chaders. The task was challenging but straightforward, with the promise of a significant reward motivating him to pursue it. Knox questioned the group, asking if they understood the plan. In response, they enthusiastically affirmed their understanding. With a concise end to the explanation, Knox declared the plan would be set into motion the following day. As the next day dawned, Knox, in a moment of contemplation, patted his horse. The gravity of the situation settled in. He had to put his life on the line, a necessity in the unforgiving world of Inner Lunatic, to which he had transmigrated. The ground began to shake as numerous monsters of diverse races charged toward the defensive outpost, signaling the commencement of the plan. Knox stood atop the defensive wall and surveyed the approaching menace. He barked orders, and Alina and May responded with crisp voices, while Grain, wearing an annoyed expression, grunted his acknowledgement. Knox addressed the soldiers, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and reminding them that they had only one chance. The soldiers responded with a resounding affirmation. In a moment of reflection, he wondered why this moment felt so new. The realization that he had become Nox von Reinhofer, the sole strategist, weighed heavily on him. Dietrich arrived behind him, expressing concern about whether he would truly be all right. As she had mentioned the day before, the plan seemed too dangerous. But Nox silenced her, gesturing for her to stop. He then looked at her with a calm demeanor and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he wouldn't die. Nox then jumped off the wall, and thoughts surfaced in his mind about the moment he made a promise that he could not keep since he was terminally ill. Skillfully slowing his fall by sticking his sword into the wall, he propelled himself toward the approaching horde of monsters. Initiating the assault, he hurled a corroding potion at an iron golem, making it an easy target. A swift slash was all it took for the iron golem to fall. A series of messages appeared, indicating that he had successfully defeated the iron golem, and the proficiency for Chater's southern sword technique had increased. Nox began killing monsters left and right, stating that if he hadn't made that promise, he might actually die. A sly smile crept onto his face as he started slaughtering the monsters, urging them to become his stepping stones so that he could finally enjoy the game more, which had now become his reality. His expression widened as he noticed a colossal griffin soaring overhead. Facing the griffin, Nox greeted it with a determined look and questioned whether they should get started. The shock was palpable among the onlookers. Elena, overcome by the spectacle, questioned the reality before her. She couldn't fathom a knight capable of such combat prowess. Was it truly humanly possible? May, equally astonished, expressed her thoughts on Nox's speed, noting that his movements surpassed the limits of their eyes to follow. She couldn't help but wonder just what kind of place the Reinhofer family was. Dietrich provided some background on the Reinhofer family, a family renowned for swordsmanship and also a place where internal conflicts take place to determine the worthy inheritor of the Black Sword. Dietrich confidently asserted that Nox was the most talented among the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a tinge of jealousy, grappled with a headache induced by the constant praise lavished upon Nox. Dietrich found herself contemplating the reasons behind Nox's decision not to address the circulating rumors about him. She harbored a certainty that Nox had his motivations, even if they remained elusive. Just then, May spoke up and admitted that the rumors about him might not be entirely accurate. She speculated that there were compelling reasons for Nox to maintain a facade of being a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't fathom what those reasons might be. Dietrich, wearing a knowing smile, acknowledged her sentiments. She then bowed and urged the others to play along with Nox's act, emphasizing that he was a wise person after all. Before she could articulate her thoughts fully, Elena cut in and questioned if she wanted her to hide Nox's true nature. Elena reassured her with a smile, and May also pledged to keep silent. After seeing this, Dietrich couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming among them. Suddenly, Griffin's war cry reverberated, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. Grain, witnessing Griffin's formidable presence, couldn't believe that Nox intended to face such a powerful opponent. In his mind, Nox seemed to be teetering on the edge of insanity. The battle commenced with Griffin launching its claws at Nox, who agilely dodged the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Nox aimed to strike with his sword, but Griffin swiftly evaded by employing its powerful wings to ascend. After the Griffin flew in the air, Nox turned his cold gaze to Grain, as if silently instructing him to take action. Though frustrated, Grain recognized the necessity of following orders. Thus, he obediently directed the troops to refrain from firing until the Griffin neared the fortress walls. Once it approached closely, they were to unleash the ballistas upon his command. Ensuring clarity, Grain asked if everyone comprehended the task, and in response, he received a resounding acknowledgement from the soldiers. They then began to prepare the ballistas for action. Finally, the moment arrived when Griffin neared the fortress walls. Grain signaled the soldiers with a green light, and ballistas were unleashed towards Griffin. Upon realizing the imminent danger, the creature emitted a fearful cry. Unfortunately, it was too late. A ballista pierced its wing, prompting a painful scream. The Griffin soon entered a free fall towards the ground. Nox observed the unfolding events with a satisfied smile and recognized the need to neutralize Griffin's flight ability to defeat it effectively. Without hesitation, he consumed a metallization potion that increased his stamina by 1. Confident in his preparations, Nox reveled in the unfolding strategy to bring down the formidable foe. Some days ago, Grain, overwhelmed by anger, protested Knox's request to create ballistas, considering it beneath him. He suggested that they could ask someone else to do that. However, Knox's response was straightforward. He suggested Grain face the Griffin on the battlefield if he found the task distasteful. After a brief contemplation, Grain gave in and questioned how many ballistas he needed. Returning to the present, Knox approached the fallen Griffin and considered Grain's potential usefulness, noting his good instincts. Knox's gaze, cold and calculating, locked onto the injured creature as he acknowledged that the only thing left would be the effectiveness of Alina's potion and proving himself by defeating the Griffin. The Griffin was overcome with fear and attempted to flee, but it encountered an unexpected obstacle. Despite its attempt to take flight, the pain from the wound on its wing forced it back to the ground. Knox advanced toward the struggling creature and taunted him. He noted Griffin's frustration at the unexpected turn of events, emphasizing that normally such injuries should be nothing for him, since he was the Griffin, a high-level monster. But the ballista bolts that pierced through his wing were not normal. They had been slathered with tons of poison that the Griffin liked so much. Knox ominously told him to look forward to what was coming, as the real pain would set in within the next 5 minutes. As the Griffin swung its claws towards Knox, he coolly responded, stating that 5 minutes were all he needed. The skill, Hour of the Genius, activated, and everything in Knox's perception seemed to be frozen in place. Knox was overwhelmed by the pressure radiated by Griffin and realized that it was definitely different from the game. However, he knew that he would not be the one who would be dying today. The Griffin, initially confused, was suddenly slashed multiple times from different directions. By the time the creature realized, Knox had already maneuvered behind it. Knox, seizing the opportunity, looked at Grain and called out his name. Grain, in shock, questioned whether this was truly the Knox he used to know. Nevertheless, he reluctantly acknowledged the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistas. Ballistas rained down at Griffin, piercing him from multiple angles, and Griffin's painful cries reverberated through the air. Knox let out a chilling laugh, and his sword began emanating a dark aura. Pointing the weapon toward the wounded Griffin, he wore a cold smile and declared that it was time to put an end to this. Griffin's anguished scream echoed through the battlefield as bolts pierced his formidable form. Onlookers, both soldiers and civilians alike, stood in shock and disbelief, witnessing the intensity of the unfolding battle. Knox, undeterred by the agony he had inflicted, charged at Griffin, unleashing a technique known as black execution. In a swift and calculated move, Knox severed Griffin's retaliatory claw with a single slash. Before Griffin could comprehend the rapid turn of events, Knox's sword cleaved through the mythical creature, splitting it in two. As Griffin crumpled to the ground, lifeless, Knox declared his victory by calmly sheathing his sword. The skill Hour of the Genius ended, and the strain of the technique took its toll, evident in his heavy panting. When his cold gaze met the surviving monsters, it sent shivers down their spines. Gripped by fear, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing the monsters' retreat, the people of Chaders erupted in victorious cheers. Knox received a message notifying him that he had gained a 60-day extension after defeating the Griffin, and the remaining life he had left was 179 days. The joyous cries of the people echoed, and some shed tears of happiness. Observing the jubilation around him, Knox couldn't help but smile and express that it felt pretty good seeing everyone happy. Meanwhile, Grain was frozen in shock at the unexpected ease with which Knox dispatched the formidable monster. Griffin was a high-level monster, so he couldn't believe that a monster like that was stumbling around because of Knox. His thoughts echoed with the notion that taking down such a creature should require at least the prowess of an academy professor. The realization weighed heavily on Grain as he contemplated whether he had no choice but to acknowledge his strength. He realized that if everything Knox had shown so far was true, he might bring about a significant change to the successor ranking within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Grain made a firm decision. He acknowledged the need to align himself with the right side of this unfolding scenario. Approaching Knox along with the soldiers, he asserted control over the situation, stating that he would oversee the safe removal of Griffin's corpse, leaving Knox in charge of loot distribution. Knox was puzzled by this unexpected move from his brother. Before leaving, Grain advised Knox to go back and have some rest. With a knowing smile, Knox recognized the impact his display of strength had on Grain. As Grain departed, Knox seized the moment to access hidden clear rewards. A message materialized, presenting the details of the obtained item. Griffin's Heart. It was categorized as a miscellaneous item with an advanced grade and a wind attribute. The Griffin's Heart was also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness and held a special effect. It could be utilized to create an elixir. This elixir had the unique capability of altering stamina and agility. Depending on how skilled the alchemist was, the elixir would either increase or decrease those stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the Griffin's Heart lay in her hand, and she agreed that, as Knox had said, there was power of wind within this heart. She speculated that if they made good use of this, they could create elixirs or equipment that had only existed in rumors. Knox didn't have much time to wait around, and was determined to use the heart to make an elixir. So, he asked Alina about the time required to create an elixir. Alina explained that it depended on the situation, and with the tools she currently had, it might take a while. Knox, determined to accelerate the timeline, offered to provide all the necessary tools. But amid this conversation, he extended an unexpected proposition. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as servants of the Reinhafer family. The shock on their faces was palpable. May expressed their commoner status and questioned the feasibility of such an arrangement. But Knox remained unfazed and questioned if something like that was important. He asserted that if they possessed something he needed, he would utilize them, and there was no reason for them to not make use of him as well, but he emphasized that he would not allow a subordinate to harm their master. Knox recognized that no one was able to make use of the monster's core properly at this point in time, especially since it was an item that had never been seen before, particularly as it was a unique item obtained by defeating a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a genius. Just then, Alina spoke with a firm declaration of trust, stating that they would follow and trust Knox for the rest of their lives, given that he had saved them. Knox's smile revealed his satisfaction with her answer. He contemplated the acquisition of two genius characters and recognized the potential they held. As he prepared to depart, he informed them of their departure in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes. Emphasizing the need for secrecy, both Alina and May affirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Knox and Jitri ventured out of Alina's hideout, making their way toward the inn through the sewers. Amid their journey, Jitri abruptly halted, prompting Knox to inquire about the reason for the sudden stop. Jitri expressed her observation that he was different from what she had heard about him. Knox, confused, asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor about him being a selfish person who only cares about himself, but she knew that at least that part was not true. She then requested Knox to promise her that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could be of help, despite her lowly status. She also expressed confusion about why so many people disliked him. Knox turned around and started leaving, assuring Jitri that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then shifted the conversation, expressing concern about the chilly night and urging her to move quickly to avoid catching a cold. As they continued their journey, Jitri couldn't help but smile at Knox's nagging. However, an embarrassed expression later clouded her face. In front of her, Knox was lying on the bed, ill, and he knew what she was about to say, so he stopped her from doing so, finding it humiliating. Jitri reassured him, acknowledging that such things happened, emphasizing that he was still growing. Just then, a message appeared before him, revealing that he had contracted a negative ailment, cold, due to frequent sickness, and another negative ailment, chronic cough. Knox sighed in frustration, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Some days later, as Knox and Grain returned from their expedition to Chaders, a guard's announcement echoed through the territory welcoming them. The news of their return quickly circulated among the people, drawing attention to the presence of May and Alina alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers. A debate unfolded among the spectators, questioning whether May and Alina were the new servants of Knox. Some expressed skepticism, citing Knox's history with women and insinuating that his apparent improvement might be a facade. Concerns about potential consequences for speaking ill of Knox arose. warning against potential beheadings for those who criticized him openly. Amid the chatter, doubts emerged about the truth of Nox clearing the missing child's forest. Some dismissed it as a lie, while others countered, referencing the patriarch's affirmation of the events. Nox was accustomed to the persistent image that seemed to cling to him and realized that, regardless of his actions, the perception of him as a good-for-nothing persisted. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they didn't have any work to do. He remarked that they must have plenty of time on their hands to waste. The rebuke prompted a swift dispersal of the onlookers, creating a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, head butler Rodwell approached Nox and delivered news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with him. Nox's expression shifted to seriousness, and he began anticipating the impending conversation. A couple of minutes later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo looked at him and acknowledged his arrival. Nox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and conveyed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, mentioning they needed to discuss certain matters, and hinted that his youngest son might also have something to share. Theo continued, noting that rumors praised Nox's critical contribution to the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, save for the traitors. Even Garen had acknowledged his accomplishments. Nox tensed and cautiously asked if his elder brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Garen admitted he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, casting his gaze downward, wondering what Garen might be aiming to achieve with such praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes, pulling out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son that he didn't summon him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Nox, commending him on accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Reinhofer family name once more. In keeping with his promise, Theo would grant him what he had asked for. Nox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that Chaders now officially belonged to him. The young master rose, smiling as he bowed in gratitude before thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table and rubbed his chin, watching his son intently. Nox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father might want to address. Theo soon voiced the thought. Nox was Nox Reinhofer, the family's youngest son. Would he consider taking his father's place? Nox's eyes widened in surprise, fear flickering across his face. Theo narrowed his gaze, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, pondering why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, an unusual palace stood tall. A red-haired masked man held a device resembling a watch, displaying how Nox had killed the griffin. He reported to an older man who wore a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the Reinhofer brat had been victorious and that Chaders had been completely conquered. Rumors circulated about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Crumbs, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Kemi asked if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Reinhofer family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Kemi bowed respectfully, agreeing with him. They both wore golden jewelry on their necks and arms, their skin a shade darker than most others around them. Smiling, the red-haired man rose and took the hand of a young girl with short red hair, who wore a pink scarf. Crumbs tenderly stroked her cheek and told her that the day they would subjugate the kingdom, and the day she would awaken, was close. Back in his father's office, Nox remained unsure how to respond to Theo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the heavy responsibility that came with leading the family. Nox looked at Rodwell with intensity, yet Theo disagreed. He asserted that now was indeed the right time. Feeling panic rise, Nox apologized to his father, respectfully declining the proposal. He clarified that he couldn't assume the title, not now, and even suggested that Garen would be a more fitting choice. Theo slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he didn't want the headship, deeming it too burdensome and beyond his capability. Theo questioned whether his son feared responsibility, to which Nox calmly replied that he found such feelings to be natural. After a pause, Theo closed his eyes and told Knox he understood and respected his choice. For now, Knox expressed his gratitude, and Theo warned him that his extraordinary talent wouldn't remain hidden forever. People would continuously test him, and he must be prepared for it. Knox wanted to respond but simply nodded in agreement. Theo then dismissed him, knowing he was likely tired from his journey. Thanking his father for his consideration, Knox left. Minutes later, Knox was back in his room, sitting as Gitri, his maid, stood nearby. She asked if the head of the family had truly not scolded him. He reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about, as nothing negative had happened. There was no mention of him needing to reject anyone. Gitri looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that chambers for Alina and May had already been prepared. Knox praised her, calling it excellent work. She dismissed it as merely the duty of a maid. Yet before she could finish her thought, the young master interrupted. He told her that if everything in the world was done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, theft, and murder. Gitri awkwardly placed a finger on her lip, and he again praised her, telling her that she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Knox looked serious. He was thinking that it seemed like everything was serious now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for magicians and knights, the Elaine Academy. At this time, Theo told Rodwell that their conversation with their youngest son had been difficult, as he thought. Butler told him that he still felt that he had raised the subject too early, because if Knox had known thoroughly everything there was to know about his position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family did not agree with him, and told him that the young master's look was as if he had already written out his own future for himself. If Knox is afraid of anything, it is not his position, or even him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something like when you look into the abyss. Theo thought that, at the moment, Knox was only afraid of death. He wondered why, in his reality, he was still afraid of this. Rodwell told him that he was not supposed to say such things, but he thought that his youngest son was greatly affected by what happened to Madame. Theo smiled sadly and agreed with him, then told him that Knox might even blame him for this, because for him he was just a pathetic person who could not protect his mother. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, so he told the head that he believed that Mr. Guerin would soon become active and was planning something big. Theo frowned and told him that he would take that into account. In an unknown place, there were many corpses. The whole earth was red with blood. Many demons flew towards Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown-up sons appeared in front of him. He told him that his father should just give in and go along with it. Theo thought that this was the power of the Grand Duke. Talia stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing a beautiful fluffy yellow dress, and there were many more clothes lying around her. Emma was folding her clothes and asked her if she looked good. The maid looked tired, holding a burgundy dress in her hands, and called out questioningly to her mistress. Emma told her that she had shown her this kit almost 20 times. Talia ran back and forth and examined the new dresses. She said that this dress looked good, and the other one too. She asked what accessories to match the dress. There were accessories and beautiful pink shoes on the table. Emma told her that she was too excited. There was a slight blush on Talia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was so beautiful. Emma sighed heavily and told her that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Knox. Since this would be their first meeting since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned away from her and blushed, then asked if maybe that dress with ruffles would look better on her. After that, she frowned with displeasure, and Emma said, offended, that she was not helping her at all. She had to admit that she didn't care about it. The maid looked to the side wearily and told her that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, Knox looked handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel on his collar. He saw Alina. She buried her head in the sofa. She heard his steps, raised her head, and then told him that he had come. Alina looked shabby, and there were bags under her eyes. He agreed with her and told her about the elixir, but he didn't finish the thought and asked her worriedly how she was feeling. The young master told her that she didn't look very good. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, telling him that she was always like that when she was focused on her goal. She'd take care of her friend so Knox didn't have to worry about it. Alina smiled and told her that she was the best. She laughed sweetly and then told the young master that he didn't need to worry about them, and he'd better take a look here. She pointed her hand to the side. Knox looked there and saw a bottle of blue liquid. It glowed. The young gentleman walked up and took the bottle into his hands. Basic information about this item appeared on a black screen. It was a disposable type wind elixir with an advanced level. The attribute of the elixir was wind, which gave +1 point to endurance and +3 points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle of liquid levitated above Nox's hands, and Alina looked at him expectantly, asking him if he liked it. The system notified him that the effectiveness of this potion was increased by 200% since it was made by the genius of alchemy, Alina. The young master smiled and thought that he had finally got it. The elixir of wind. Not only increases stamina, but also has a hidden agility indicator. Agility greatly influences the skill hour of genius. Therefore, he simply needed to get this potion. It was good that he had the genius of potions, Alina. If he hadn't recruited her, everything could have been much more difficult. She waited for his answer. The young master continued to smile and told her that she had done a great job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Nox immediately drank the liquid. Turquoise energy appeared around his body, and for a second, it was as if the wind blew. He told them that they were all finished now. The young master went out into the corridor, followed by Jitri. He smiled and confidently said that it was time for them to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristic was this. His name was Nox. He was male, 15 years old, his race was human, and his attribute was darkness. Nox had no accomplishments. His bonuses were a genius in close combat, a genius in magical perception, a strong mind, and a master of acting. His limitations were mortally ill, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Nox's stats were better. His stamina was 6, +1 point. His mana was 9, +1 point. His luck was 11, +1 point. And his charisma was 26 points. In addition, he possessed skills such as Genius Hour, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, southern sword, and ignition technique. Nox's remaining life due to his fatal illness was only 150 days. The system notified him that the magic perception genius bonus had been activated as his mana had reached 10 points. Sometime later, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. It was the Elaine Academy building. It looked luxurious. A HSE-drawn cart arrived at the academy grounds. Nox came out, and Jitri was behind him. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Everyone began to discuss his arrival. One student said that he had white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. The guy with blonde hair told him that he had heard that Nox was the one who would be entering the academy this year. The guy asked if this lousy son really went to the academy. He was told that he needed to watch his words, otherwise he might lose his head. Nox smiled and then asked why it was so noisy here. He rubbed his neck with his hand, looked at them arrogantly, and then asked if there were dogs yapping around somewhere. The men immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Jitri looked at him worriedly, and then opened her eyes wide in surprise. She saw another cart with a horse, and Emma emerged from it. She smiled and called out to the young master. Jitri bowed before her, while Nox looked displeased, telling her that they had already arrived earlier. The system notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable because he was too shocked. Emma agreed with him, saying it was because it was the Elaine entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get down and greet Mr. Nox. Talia began to panic, loudly asking if Nox was really there. She quickly slammed the carriage door and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia exited, dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Nox looked at her, thinking that although he expected her to be here, everything felt unexpectedly strange. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly dropping it in shock and asking Ron what she had just told him. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she'd only mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Talia. She was about to elaborate, but Nox, panicked, grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a huge problem. But now he hopelessly closed his eyes, realizing that after checking, it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Talia was visibly embarrassed, stuttering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Nox looked away and returned her greeting emotionlessly. Talia seemed thrilled, smiling as she looked at him. Jitri approached her master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Nox responded irritably, telling her not to say that. Talia happily asked how he was doing. Coldly, he replied he was fine, and asked how she was. She answered that she was fine too, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned toward the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Knox thought of another renowned genius of Elaine Academy, Eleanor de Rival, who was from a rival family secretly ruling the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an air of grace. Eleanor stepped down, smiling as she announced her arrival. Knox thought about her intense dislike for the original Knox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and addressed her servant, calling him Mr. Knox. She remarked that she hadn't known he'd been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her gladness to meet him. Knox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heir to the merchant family he had looked down upon, giving him a slightly menacing look. Eleanor smiled, mentioning that she never thought they'd meet again. Knox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the richest merchant family, owning nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He panicked a little, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master acting skill was again unavailable. He recalled his childhood, seeing a young girl with red hair, looking at her displeased and calling her a non-entity, scoffing at the notion that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor had blushed in shame and cried. Knox looked at her, realizing their tense relationship was a consequence of his actions. He thought that it seemed there were more people than ever ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noting he wasn't acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Knox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Knox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave if she intended to quarrel. Eleanor laughed, telling him she knew he was still the same nasty fool. The young master frowned, asking her what she wanted, and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, laughing sweetly, apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for Knox wouldn't vanish. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were, she was female, 15 years old, of the human race with a wind attribute, and held titles as a genius at counting and acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and a weakness against southern sword techniques. As Knox studied her stats, he noted that her characteristics remained the same, which, in his view, was better. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay dearly for the title of D in their name. Alina's father paid dearly. She hated it. But still she made the most of this fact. She was too vindictive and touchy, and old Knox foolishly decided to quarrel with her. Knox tested her patience and quietly remarked that she shouldn't have been meddled with at all. Alina bowed before them and told him she would leave, but they wouldn't say goodbye, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Knox, calm as ever, told her that it didn't bother him since he didn't expect anything better from a hillbilly like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She looked a bit worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed with him. They headed toward the academy entrance, and Knox thought that now he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Talia because she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of this situation. As he glanced at the Elaine building, he thought it was time to get back on his feet. A couple of minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his bride that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking to each other, and Knox considered that although some of them might be useless and not align with the original story, it would still be advantageous to enlist their support. He remembered several individuals: Paracelsus Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the guy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair, the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to avoid them to prevent completely derailing the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly, he asked the maid and Dias if he thought too many eyes were on him. Jitri told him that this was indeed the case. The aristocrats glanced at him every now and then, with shock and occasional contempt in their gazes. The maid furrowed her brows and told him she thought he would be popular in Elan. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too unkind for him to consider himself popular. Talia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, someone coughed loudly, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell, and Knox looked at the stage, realizing everything would finally begin. Servants bowed before a man as a girl with white hair stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone with unusual clothes, azure eyes, and a strange mark on her chest. She looked somewhat human, though the students murmured, questioning if she was a child or a dwarf and where the professor was. Knox thought they were idiots, for before them stood an unimaginable monster that could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master, detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avon Trinity. Her age and race were unknown, her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of Elaine Academy and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were genius for mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. The young master turned pale, realizing this was a character he should stay on good terms with. Talia looked at him questioningly, but he warned her to say nothing about this girl if she valued her life. Noah smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced she was the new dean of the academy. Raising her finger, she warned the students, not finishing her thought before her hair stood on end and her eyes glowed blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her Shorty again, she would kill them. Afterward, she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would begin the trial entry into Elaine Academy. Surprising them, as the code did not mention such rules, Noah looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the rule of the new dean to weed out the rabble. A huge, strange seal glowed with blue light beneath the students. She wished everyone to experience it, and sinisterly wished them good luck. Knox widened his eyes, realizing it had started. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest, with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying down in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal, but the man turned his attention to Knox, the young master, who stood on shaky legs, struggling to stay upright. The man squinted and examined Knox, who swallowed nervously, noting how the man's bald head gleamed like a halo. This was Bernan, a martial arts instructor and academy graduate known among players as Takaki, an incongruous nickname due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Knox thought it would be challenging to prove himself to him. Bernan scrutinized him and, with a loud voice, called him Snow White, asking if he pitied himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression didn't betray him, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Bernan told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against thinking nasty thoughts. Knox calmly raised his hand and asked Bernan to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for now, he could put aside topics of conversation that did not relate to the matter. The instructor agreed with him and then told him that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students, so he had better cover his ears. Of course, he still needed it. Knox obediently covered his ears with his hands. Bernan's hands glowed with a blue glow, and then he sharply clapped his hands. After this, a very loud, obnoxious sound was heard, so the students started screaming. They stood up and asked what that sound was. The guy with brown hair asked loudly, "What kind of freak did this?" The instructor hit him hard on the head with his hand and told him that he was that freak. He asked him if he really had any problems. The guy looked at Bernan's bald head. His head seemed to be glowing, so he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor folded his hands on his chest and asked him if he not only called them names but also decided to make a dissatisfied face. "Does he have an extra life?" The guy quietly apologized to him. A couple of minutes later, students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor shouted to them that they needed to move the students who could not wake up to a safe place. After this, the remaining students stood in front of Bernan, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about Eldine's entrance test. Jam listened calmly to his speech, and then thought that this test was to diligently catch monsters on this island of magic. As a reward, after the death of the monsters, gems of different colors would remain. The fewer mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why everything was like this. Wouldn't Mora be better? The young master answered this question to himself. He smiled and thought that this was only half true because in a test, they look at two things. The first is sensitivity to mana. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from its spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. It is these two indicators that allow magicians to perform best in battle, and that is why the gems are specially selected in this way. That was the whole point of the test. Bernan told the students that this place was created through the spell of Noah, the current dean. There are a lot of creatures here, and pathetic worms like them don't even know how to fight. So they will be given an indulgence. They can unite in teams. The students immediately began to look at each other to spot a partner. Suddenly, a sword began to appear next to Nox. A sword also began to appear in the disciples' hands, so everyone looked at it in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people on a team is 8, and that it would be better for them to hurry up and decide. After that, he turned around and told them that he would be waiting for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called him and told him that she still had questions for him. The guy asked if he really just left like that. The man told him that he had left. The guy with the brown hair rubbed his head with his hand and said that the place where he was hit still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him on the head. Everyone else watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if there were anyone who wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her stood a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled and said that she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore on the name of her family. The students looked askance at Nox, and he turned away from them and walked into the depths of the forest alone. He smiled and thought that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply would not survive here. And what matters most here is a person's knowledge. In order to strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed to use this. He approached the cave and said that for this, it would be best for him to act alone. Jan smiled and quickly ran inside it. Meanwhile, the instructor stood at the top and his subordinates stood behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his headdress and then thoughtfully rubbed his beard with his hand. He said that no matter how you look at it, it's very strange, because the new student not only withstood the dean's magic but... He didn't finish the thought and asked if Nox had also gone into the forest alone. Does he have no sense of fear at all? Or what? Bernan said that's definitely not the case, and there's another reason he's not worried. It was clear in his gaze. Even an uncut diamond is still a diamond. He said he's waiting for Nox to show him what he's worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinhofer family. He looked down and waited for him to show them everything he could do. After some time, Nox's sword was covered in blood. There were many dead monsters lying on the ground, and gems lay next to them. He walked further, and a man watched him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the yellow-haired girl, and the pink-haired girl were fighting together with goblins all around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody, and the girl with yellow hair was without a sword. Talia thought worriedly about where Nox had gone. She planned to stick with him. The girl with pink hair suddenly called out to her loudly, telling her that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl told her that she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was called Penelope, and she was holding a large purple gem in her hands. It glowed and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them that they had gone quite far. She believed that purple crystals were valued far above the rest. The girl with pink hair told her that maybe this is not so. After all, this is a test for Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure that there was something hidden behind all this. Penelope agreed with her and then looked around excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles, their clothes bloody, and they were sighing heavily. The princess told them that she thought that in their current state, not everyone would be able to make it further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this would not work because she promised Penelope to take her to the top. The current Aram Empire is rotten to the core, so in order to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin and thought that she needed to do everything possible to make this happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather those who were still able to stand on their own feet and move on. She asked her what she would order them to do. The girl with pink hair told her that she had thought about it too. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed it. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them that they would move on. They needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already left the cave. Steam was coming out of his mouth because everything around was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands, trying to warm them up. The system notified him that the third-level chilly limbs restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing would work intermittently. Additionally, all of his character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled heavily, thinking about how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the restriction of chilly limbs had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to come up with something for this limitation. Looking forward, he muttered that this was quite enough for now. He walked further, and a small fireball levitated beside his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere, and the wind was blowing. He noted that this was quite fitting for the frost witch, Noah. The young gentleman looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the top of the mountain, but there was too much ice here. Breathing intently, he closed his eyes and sat down, placing his palm on the ground. Purple energy began emanating from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and purple energy glowed within the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought that this place was artificially created by Noah, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if absorbing energy. He mused that it was difficult to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the dean of the academy. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and huge ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Nox's. The young master observed them and noted they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but for him, they were just dust beneath his feet. One troll swung at him sharply, but Nox quickly dodged. Another giant swung a huge wooden stick at him, but the young master crouched, dodging once again. When the troll tried to hit him a third time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple, and he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't put students in a corner before they blossomed. Ice trolls weren't weak enough that any student could handle them. In the real world, encountering them would only make a person wish for a swift end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but didn't finish his contemplation as 4 huge trolls stood in front of him. A girl with long white hair watched him from behind a tree. Hidden, Nox darted forward, past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's monsters might have a specific behavior pattern as an indulgence. The first troll would always hit vertically and stay in the center, while the next would strike horizontally, slower due to a wide swing. He ran toward the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him, but had the weakest blow of all. As the last troll swung, Nox blocked the attack with his sword, smiling as he realized he could parry the strike. He immediately swung his sword, cutting through the monster. Moving swiftly, he began to strike the other trolls with his sword. Blood spilled from their bodies as he withdrew his weapon and struck another monster sharply. With all the opponents defeated, they collapsed to the ground. Nox bent down, picking up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he pondered why he ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that Noah specifically placed here, and he would be able to exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his hour of genius skill after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate, they would be the first among their peers. Elena appeared displeased, but a girl with brown hair looked at the gem with interest, expressing hope. The girls smiled joyfully, clapping their hands, and agreed that they had done well. Eleanor, lost in thought, agreed, and said this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts trailed off as she remembered Nox going into the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange feeling, and looked down, emotionless, recalling her childhood. A man shook her shoulders, demanding why she had quarreled with Reinhofer's son, clad in a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Elena looked at him in fear, crying, as he shouted that she needed to find a way to approach Nox at any cost. She thought that this man had never seen her as his daughter. Currently, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had disappeared to, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Maybe he knew a secret way to pass this test with a high score. Suddenly she raised her hand and told everyone that she had a proposal. She smiled and told them that if any of them wished to rise even higher with her, then, in the name of the rival and family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The girl with short hair asked her if she didn't like this gem, warning that they might get hurt if they went any further because it was too dangerous. Elena smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then, she asked if they agreed that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. The guy with blonde hair confidently told her that he would go further with her. She agreed with him. And a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them too. Elena looked down sadly, thinking that everything always came down to money. She didn't know what Nox was up to, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked them if it was time to move on. At this time, Nox was on the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason to take risks and go alone was simple, because everything would be rewarded in full. He looked at the corpses of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the Hour of Genius skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, turned around, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he had held his sword tightly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him. Smiling, he told Nox that he hadn't expected to meet him again in this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox that he was truly glad to see him. The young master looked at him in shock, clenching his teeth. This was not in his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him with the basic information of Paracelsus written on it. Male, 15 years old, of the human race. Attribute steel. No achievements. His bonuses were a genius of the sword and melee, a brilliant physician, strong in spirit, merciless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were fourfold: passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the prophetic dream game, and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus should fight the main character of the prophetic dream game at this part, and be inspired by his kindness, since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Nox's eyes opened wide, as he realized something might be wrong here. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, abruptly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Nox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the main character was, who was supposed to entertain the swordsman. Paracelsus grabbed his sword and smiled, then told Nox he was interested in the crystal in his hands and demanded he hand it over. The system notified the young master that the master acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a dirty worm with contempt. Paracelsus began to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly leapt back from the strikes. He thought he must be mistaken, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Nox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast, and he immediately swung at Nox again. The sword's tip almost struck the young master, who pulled his head back, frowning. He thought he would really have to entertain Paracelsus. He asked him if he realized he was now confusing all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled ominously, saying he had no idea what Nox meant, but something had bothered him when they'd met before. In Chaders, he had already wielded a sword perfectly. The young master asked him what he meant, and Paracelsus sweetly replied that he apparently had many worries. He asked if Nox could simply do as he asked, so they could each solve their own problems. The swordsman remarked that the gem would likely yield the highest score. Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood opposite each other, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him he was acting basely, asking if he'd planned this from the beginning. Paracelsus smirked and told him that he'd fallen for it himself. Nox thought that he might be the strongest character, but his talent had yet to fully awaken. Even as a genius, he had his genius hour skill for such situations, but now wasn't the time to fight seriously. The young master looked serious, considering that he might need this skill if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky but unavoidable. Nox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name, and teasing if Nox would ask him to be gentler out of old friendship. The young master frowned and called him by his name. Celsus. The swordsman smiled slightly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to uncover the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared at him, calling him an idiot. The young gentleman smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After some time, Alina's team climbed to the top. Snow surrounded them. Suddenly, Penelope called out to her, saying she knew she'd get there too. Alina bowed before her, telling the princess that she wouldn't stand in her way. She just needed to verify something. Meanwhile, Nox and Paracelsus continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his sword, but the young master dodged the blow. Penelope agreed with Alina, adding that she herself didn't want meaningless battles. The girl with pink hair called her the princess, and said it would be difficult to overcome the son of Reinhofer and Paracelsus unless they received mortal wounds. The girl, Edna, put her hand to her chest and told the princess she'd follow whatever she decided. Alina watched the fight between Paracelsus and Nox. She thought it was strange because the youngest son of the Reinhofer family, whom she knew, had always been unremarkable. She frowned, wondering when he had become so strong. There was tense silence in the forest. Only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelsus were fighting each other, and Talia looked worried. Echidna asked if she really wanted to watch the fight. Talia sighed in alarm as Echidna told her she never imagined the Destroyer of the East would become their classmate. Apparently, his name was Paracelsus. Talia asked if Echidna really knew the guy fighting Nox. Echidna closed her eyes, frowned, then affirmed that he was known as the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. He had been destroying bandit gangs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Talia admitted she hadn't known this. Her partner continued, saying this was the first time she'd seen such change in the son of the Reinhofer family. She hadn't known he wielded a sword so skillfully. Echidna folded her arms and watched the battle with interest, remarking that if it weren't for Nox's viciousness and laziness, he could have become a good knight. Talia awkwardly replied that she didn't consider him pure. Her partner chuckled in surprise and asked how she knew that. Talia remained silent, looking to the side. Meanwhile, Paracelsus attacked Nox repeatedly, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows, surprised to sense his opponent's voice trembling with anger. It was natural. Paracelsus had been his only teacher, but his teacher had died because of a fool from Mill's Academy. Paracelsus paused and told Nox the games were over, then swung his sword sharply at him. Nox parried, and a system notification informed him his master-level sword skill had activated. Nox smiled, asking Paracelsus why he was so angry. As they pressed their swords against each other, Nox told him he hadn't been the one who killed his beloved teacher. This enraged Paracelsus further, prompting him to swing his sword rapidly at Nox. But Nox dodged each blow. Thinking his opponent's attacks had grown a bit simpler, Paracelsus might be gifted, but he was still too young. They stood facing each other. Paracelsus tried to hit Nox again, but Nox sharply kneed him in the stomach, causing him to gasp silently. He flew back a few meters, sighing heavily, then attacked again, pointing his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense. Paracelsus taunted him, wondering how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him he could talk as long as he wanted, though he felt his opponent's attacks had intensified and that it might be best not to drag out the battle. His legs were already tiring, Paracelsus charged, and Nox realized that if Paracelsus used his teacher's living sword technique, he would likely lose. There was a reason it had become an imperial sword technique. Paracelsus warned Nox not to get distracted. Striking at him again, Nox parried, expressing distaste and taunting him as a pitiful commoner. Another system notification informed him that the restriction of the swordsman despising aristocrats had activated. Paracelsus looked at him with pity, asking if aristocrats were the reason people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed clashing, their swords locking as Nox taunted him for wasting energy on hatred. He grinned, asking if Paracelsus wanted to know something about his precious teacher. Stalling for time, Nox spotted his classmates nearby. Eleanor among them, he thought to himself that the monster would appear at exactly 9 A system notification confirmed the time was 8:58. Paracelsus, smiling ominously, warned Knox he might cut off a body part to get information. Disgusted, Knox asked if he really intended to harm a nobleman and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated, glancing around, noting their classmates as witnesses. Knox announced that this would be his last attack. No matter the outcome, Paracelsus called him overconfident, suddenly charging at him with a sinister grin, eager to test his opponent. Knox responded by swinging his sword quickly, dashing past him. Paracelsus, shocked, wondered what was happening as Knox, indifferent, told him to get out of his way. He ran past, saying he didn't have time for this. A strange black spot moved along the ground toward Eleanor, who watched Knox in shock, noting how fast he'd become. She suddenly heard a strange noise and turned. A dark shadow crawled across the snow, heading straight for her. She froze, face pale, realizing she couldn't escape its approach. As the black creature appeared before her, she cried out, asking if it was someone who wandered in the night. With fear, she watched the monster, thinking she might die meaninglessly here. Covering her ears, she whimpered in terror. Then, opening her eyes wide, she saw Knox standing in front of her. He cut the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic whining?" The black shadow dissipated, and the young master silently looked at Eleanor. She asked him in shock, "Why, you?" But she did not finish the thought, as Knox sternly told her that she couldn't even kill such a small creature. Being an elite, he thought this reaction was completely natural. The Night Wanderer was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, the monster wasn't even half as strong as it should be. But this demon was real, and the person who set it up was the murderer of teacher Paracelsus. Eleanor had almost become his victim. In the original game, she became softer after the main character saved her, which Knox thought was a very stupid turn of events. Everyone looked at the young master in surprise. Alina frowned, clenched her hands into fists in embarrassment. Knox looked at her calmly, noting that the main character didn't seem to appear in this world. Eleanor blushed a little, and Penelope told him he shouldn't be so rude. She said he had saved her, but the situation was not as clear-cut. The princess asked him if he agreed with her. Knox bowed before her and agreed, and Penelope told everyone that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have taken their skills into account. Nightwalkers were not the demons applicants should fight. The young master calmly replied that the enemy always comes unexpectedly, and told her it was strange that she, of all people, should know this. The princess opened her eyes wide, and Echidna quickly stood in front of her, telling Knox he shouldn't bully Penelope. She annoyedly told him she was sure he perfectly understood the complexity of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to help. Knox thought that she had ash-pink hair and a vertical pupil. It was definitely Von Zeno, the Echidna. She was the future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess, and known as the Snake of Greed. Basically, Zeno and Reinhofer didn't get along. They were families with opposing attributes. But in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is simple. Knox calmly told her that, to be honest, he didn't even want to talk to a dog of the holy kind. Echidna asked him, displeased, if he really dared defame the name of the Zeno family. The young master asked her what she would do to him for this. At this time, a man was watching them from a hill. This man was Bernard. He loudly shouted at them to stop bickering. After that, he quickly jumped down and called them all idiots. Knox calmly asked if the exam was over. The instructor answered affirmatively, and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bernard told him he didn't think any of them would actually get the gray gem. It was unexpected, but well done. If, of course, he left out Knox's arrogance, Knox looked at him questioningly, after which the instructor announced that the highest score was given to Knox, who had managed to get the gray gem, while the owners of purple gems were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with this. Everyone was silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked if the attack by the Night Wanderer was part of the exam, saying the monster seemed all too real and demanded an explanation. Bernard told her this case would still be investigated, and that for an unforeseen situation with a risk to life, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He looked at Knox, again calling him Snow White, and told him that he too was entitled to a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master calmly turned away and told him he didn't need a reward. He thought that getting involved with Alina would only complicate things. Without the main character, the world would drown in injustice. and this wasn't quite right, but accepting the reward would mean acknowledging something that wasn't true, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he went in the other direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He opened his eyes wide and then looked back with displeasure, thinking that everything always goes awry. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master calmly looked at her and told her that he was just killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Alina frowned questioningly and looked at him. He turned away from her again, frowning awkwardly. Knox sighed heavily, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, known by her nickname, the Money Fox, was rich and calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart. However, he didn't finish the thought. Some time later, Alina was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting opposite her. She looked out the window and asked him why Knox had saved her, remarking that he'd even refused the instructor's award. She remembered his words about just killing a monster, but it felt like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms wide and asked her if it wasn't pointless. Did she not think so herself? He told her that Knox was the most common scoundrel. Alina disagreed. "It's not that simple," she argued. "Knox lied to me. He must have had a reason." The man asked if she truly believed that, and she frowned, looking out the window. Her face became serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible. She cut him off, saying she would handle it personally. Then she warned him that the Reinhofer family wouldn't sit idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. A scroll lay in her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she'd study at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his understanding. Sometime later, in the dormitory of Elaine Academy, Knox sat in a chair. Gitri, watching him with worry, asked if he was truly okay, mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, that he would get better. Yet he knew there were unresolved questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to regain his lost memories and uncover the one sending him those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. Only Knox, whom he possessed, was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, stood abruptly, and asked, "Is this really a way out?" Gitri gasped, calling his name. Knox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both villain and protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red, dark smoke swirled, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. A piece of cloth like a flag fluttered on a stick with a bird emblem. Among the corpses stood a girl with long red hair, holding a sword and looking fierce. A man in a long cloak and iron mask called her Moon Lady, telling her that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, vowing to awaken. The Moon Lady declared that the continent would soon be rocked by another bloody storm. The man, Daff, asked if she was ready. She turned away, instructing him to prepare, confident their goal would be achieved. As she pulled on her cloak adorned with a moon-shaped keychain, blood smeared her hands and clothes. She swore to destroy the Aram Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. In another moment, Knox reflected on his past life, recalling that experienced gamers often shared a perspective, that the line between protagonist and antagonist was thin. Of course, he agreed with this notion. Both characters faced similar trials. Only monster bosses represented absolute evil. Villains were usually those who had endured trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking through a narrow, dimly lit street, Knox, clad in a dark robe, mused that although villains and heroes were different in character, the villain could not become a hero. He grinned, realizing that in a world doomed by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to step up and fulfill both roles. He noticed a small house emanating a faint blue light at the entrance, as though it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly enjoy this life on the edge, but it was all he had. There was a great organization here, a gathering of villains eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and other men sat in discussion. Noah, seated at the center, looked boredly to the side. Vernon asked everyone for their opinions. A man with purple hair reassured him, claiming he was in control of the test. He asked him if he had screwed up somewhere again. The instructor got angry, pursed his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he had already said that he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah opened her eyes wide. She looked ominous. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Bernan abruptly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and told her that they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked her if they could continue the discussion. He told everyone where they were at and didn't finish the thought because Noah smiled artificially and asked them if they hadn't listened to her. Everyone looked at her in fear, and she told them that she had informed the entire teaching staff. She asked the instructor with the man with purple hair if they weren't listening to her. As always, a gray-haired man with glasses told everyone that the dean spoke about the enemy who appeared during the entrance examinations and put the applicants in danger. Noah sighed heavily and agreed with him. She told the teachers that behind this there were people who wanted to wreak havoc in the academy, as well as throughout the empire. Eleanor was only the first target. The dean asked them if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, became their target. The purple-haired man told her that it was because the rival trading company, which her family runs, imports about 70% of the goods into the Arkham Empire. Bernan told her that if the enemy deliberately wanted to strike rival, then he was unlikely to stop there. Noah agreed with him and told them that what happened was both a challenge and a warning for the academy. Therefore, they need to carefully prepare for bad events. Everyone agreed with her, so she stood up to leave, but she changed her mind, sat back down, and smiled, raising her finger. Noah told them that she also wanted to mark a person who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Bernan asked her what she meant. The dean answered him affirmatively, and then remembered how she had been keeping an eye on Knox. In fact, she was the girl with the white hair. Noah told the teachers that this was a student who was supposedly the most talented in this stream of students. The man with purple hair asked her in surprise, "Who is it?" He was shocked and opened his eyes wide. He thought that there really was a person whom she immediately recognized as talented. The man thought that this was the first time since that incident with the princess. Noah told them that the student was Knox. The man with purple hair asked her if this was the same scum of the Rinoff family who was famous only for his lust. She stood up and walked toward the exit of the room, then smiled and told him that he was right. The dean remembered Knox's look and told all the teachers that this was a child, and she didn't finish the thought. Noah grabbed the doorknob and then told everyone that Knox might even be stronger than her. The man with purple hair stood up abruptly in surprise. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear something wrong?" The teacher in the blue sweater asked, "How could the black sheep of the Reinhofer family be like this?" Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Knox entered a small tavern. A man with a small beard called him a kid and asked him what he forgot there. Knox smiled and told him that moonlight would shine on the sharp pen for the glory of the empire. Looked at him seriously, then, displeased, told him that he could pass, although he had no idea how that woman could tell the secret code to someone like him. The young master calmly asked him, "Wouldn't you even introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked over to the shelf. There were bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and thought about getting into the sleeping quarters. But Knox didn't finish his thought. He took bottle number 3, then number 1, then number 8, and 4. Suddenly, a blue, strong energy appeared in front of him, so he covered his face with his hand. The system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic, so his monoflow was temporarily reversed. The magic perception genius skill had been temporarily blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The young master's cloak and hair were billowing with a flow of air, and then he looked down sadly, thinking that his stat was still lacking. He even felt trembling in his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide because there was a sharp blade at his neck. In front of him was Luna. She was holding a long sword at his neck. She asked him who he was. Knox happily called her Luna and smiled, but she only pressed her sword on his neck so his skin was pierced a little, and blood began to flow from there. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the Sleepers, and the only pillar of the Sword Empire whose face no one had seen yet. He told her that he was here because of her. Luna opened her eyes wide and asked him if he knew not only the location of the headquarters, but also her real identity. She told him that she would ask him the question again. Luna asked him threateningly, "Who are you?" Knox calmly removed her sword with his hand and told her that he was Knox. He raised his hands up and told her that he wanted to join the Sleepers. Meanwhile, it was already night. The bright moon was shining high in the sky, and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window and thought about Knox, because it seemed that he knew something about the death of old man Celsus. He thought about how the young master knew that his teacher was dead. Paracelsus doubted that he had simply guessed the death of one of the 3 pillars of the sword of the empire, who supposedly accidentally lost his life. He said it was ironic because Knox was a disgrace to the Reinhofer family. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie came from. He remembered the battle at the top of the mountain and thought that although it was only for a couple of moments, the young master had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen a faster man, with the exception of old man Celsus. Maybe all known information about Knox was deliberately fabricated, and rumors about his personality and behavior were lies. Paracelsus got up, lay down on the bed, and then asked why this was necessary. Why would the Reinhofer family hide such talent? The swordsman said that, however, this should not worry him because he would simply trample anyone who stood in his way, especially if it was a stinking aristocrat. There were deep scars on his chest, and he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus fell asleep, but he had a very strange dream. In the dream, there were events from the past. The man told him that Empress Esten had gone crazy and become a tyrant, which is why the authority of the imperial family was shaken, but her daughter, Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he would have to choose sides. It seemed that this man was his teacher. Paracelsus listened to him attentively, and the man continued to tell him that he should enter the Eldine Academy and think about which side he wanted to fight on. This was his main task. Paracelsus was sweating, tossing and turning in his sleep, and the teacher told him that he had taught him everything he could. After that, in a dream, he remembered how his teacher was killed. Celsus apologized to him for the fact that he would have to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic. He was breathing heavily and covered his face with his hands. He had gloves on his hands, which began to glow pink. Paracelsus rubbed his neck with his hand, displeased, and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man left, then he had to leave with ends. After that, he stood up and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. At this time, Knox stood opposite him, still holding her sword at his neck. Basic information about her appeared on the black screen. Luna was female, 20 years old, human, and had a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: genius of the sword and battles, aggressive eye of reason, cold-blooded. Her limitations were cruel, berserk, die hard, fan crazy. Luna's statistics were good: 27 stamina points, 24 mana points, 4 luck points, 25 willpower points, and the same number of charm points. She had 3 passive skills: battle spirit, piercing gaze, and intimidation. In addition, Luna had active skills: Moonsword Master and Monab Burst. The system notified the owner that some of the information was unavailable. This would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought that she was one of the 3 pillars of the sword. She was a monster that was comparable to the best knight masters at only 20 years old. Additionally, her sword style was not that easy to master, but unlike black swordsmanship, which he could only learn by becoming the head of the family, her techniques would become available to him immediately after he gained her trust. Of course, he would have to join the sleepers and prove himself. For this, Luna asked him why the son of the great Reinhofer family would join a criminal organization. The system notified the young master that the first-level bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was here to destroy the Aram Empire. She told him what it was, but she didn't finish the thought because Knox interrupted her and asked her what she probably already knew: that in order to destroy the Empire, you first need to destroy the Eldine Academy, which is under the influence of the imperial family, right? He put his hand to his chest and smiled, and then confidently told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked him if he really thought he was capable of this. Knox answered her in the affirmative. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword and telling him that he was clearly not the timid guy. She asked him again what his name was. The young master rubbed the new wound with his hand and introduced himself to her. The moon called Death. The man in the black cloak immediately approached her and told her that he was here. She told him that he must prepare for the moon test. Daff had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and told her that he would carry out her order. After that, he walked up to Knox and handed him a black robe. He told him that he needed to put it on and follow him. After some time, the moon was still shining brightly. They walked in a small forest. The young master looked at the sky and thought that this was great because everything was going according to his plan. They came to a strange building, and Daft told him that after he ascended the altar, he must kill all the enemies that appeared. Besides, he shouldn't lose the cloak he gave him. Daft spoke a little strangely. He seemed to stutter a little, and spoke very slowly. His voice sounded mysterious. Nox asked him why he shouldn't lose his cloak. Daft told him that this was the only way he would escape the berserker's power. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head and thought that he actually knew why he should keep this cloak. The berserk debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drives you crazy in exchange for a short-term increase in strength. Death told him that if he were exposed to the blood moon, he would go crazy. In essence, this was the berserk effect. The moon in the sky really turned reddish. The young master thought that there were two conditions for passing this test. Resist the crimson moonlight to avoid getting the berserk effect and face the crowd of monsters. The original game did not say how exactly this test should be passed, because it was the world from the perspective of the main character, and he definitely did not need the tests of the villainous organization, so hardly anyone knows how to pass the test. However, he is obliged to cope with it. Nox smiled, and Luna folded her arms across her chest and told him that after passing the test, one of two things awaited him. She raised her finger up and smiled, then told him that he would either join the sleepers if he could handle it, or go to the corpses. The young master looked at her and then chuckled contentedly, telling her that they would find out later whether everything was so clear. Here, he and Daff went to the altar. A member of the sleepers took out a scroll. Blood dripped onto the floor, causing a strange seal to activate underneath them. It glowed pink. And Daff looked to the side and saw that many monsters had appeared. Nox saw this. There were snakes, bulls, and monsters with huge fangs. There were a lot of them. The young master thought that this was definitely not a level that the current one could handle. After all, every monster here was at least a mid-rank chimera. The sheer number of monsters also bothered him. That's why. He didn't finish the thought. Nox took off his hood and then threw his cloak aside. The red moon shone on him, and he smiled, thinking that his way of passing the test was designed for this. Anyway, Luna frowned and thought that he had really gone crazy. The system notified him that the blood moon was imposing a negative berserk effect on him, and the character could lose his sanity. The young master opened his eyes wide. His body seemed to double. He looked at his hands in shock, and the system warned him that his sanity would not be restored if he lost it suddenly. The young master smiled. His eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all the player's indicators had been increased by 1.5 times. His stamina was almost 10 points. His mana was almost 14 points. His luck was 10 points. His will was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified him that the berserk effect was applied to him. This did not affect his luck and charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system again notified him that the blood moon was putting a berserk effect on him, so he could lose his sanity. Nox's hidden statistics appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master had the following skills: Genius Hour, Mid-Level Family Sword Skill, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition. The remaining time of his life, due to the fatal disease, was 142 days. He had a berserk effect applied to him. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was crazy. Nox smiled and took deep breaths. Daff told the chief that he could not believe that the young master simply threw away the cloak because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna answered him negatively and then told him that, first of all, Nox is clearly not the kind of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Daff worriedly told her that he was the son of the Reinhofer family, and his father was Theo, and he did not like sleeping people. He asked her if they would give him a reason to create a conflict between them. Luna smiled and told him that wouldn't happen. She would take care of it. She smiled and looked at the young master again, and then asked Daff if he really thought that Theo was one of those people who is filled with fatherly love. He told her that this definitely couldn't happen. Luna told him that they would just watch it. She looked at Nox and called him an idiot. She then told Daff that he probably had a plan. He told her that he would do whatever she told him. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy, and the monsters screamed sharply. The red dragon quickly rushed towards the young master, but he immediately cut the body with his sword. Drops of blood poured onto his face, and he smiled. Then he thought that the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the sleeper test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought that all his indicators had increased sharply, and that was not all. It was as if he suddenly became more capable. taller and wider. Even his shoulders grew larger. Nox was now definitely more capable than all his peers. The other monsters screamed and ran sharply towards the young master, so Nox opened his eyes wide. It glowed purple. After that, he again easily cut the monsters. He tore off their heads, his clothes, hair, sword, and face were all covered in drops of blood, but the monsters did not decide to calm down. Many beast-like monsters ran towards the young master, so he crouched down a little and assumed a comfortable position for attack. He thought about how the berserk effect is considered a negative status, one of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled and held out his petrol sword in front of him, and then thought that he had come here with the intention of using it from the very beginning. It was all thanks to one trick. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level characteristics, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought that he had the characteristics of melee genius and magic perception genius. The system notified him that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the whole point was that geniuses were just on a different level. It was very dishonest, but he could afford it. After that, the young master quickly jumped up and then swung his sword, saying that he was using the Grim Judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and hit the monsters hard with his sword. Many heads were cut off. Luna and Daff looked at him in shock, and the system notified the young master that, thanks to the effect of the Black Flame Ring artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked like a madman. He shouted to the monsters that if they were so jealous, then they too could get a fatal disease just like he did. After that, he quickly swung his sword around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox did not hear her. He thought that it was too noisy here. He sighed to calm himself down, and then walked up to her and asked her if the test wasn't over a couple of minutes ago. Luna was watching the fight. She smiled and happily told Daff that it seemed like they should still accept Nox to join them. He told her in surprise that there weren't many people on the entire continent with a talent like his. She called Nox loudly and told him that he had passed the test, so he needed to return to them. But the young master did not stop. He sat on top of the monster and continued to hit it with his sword. Luna frowned and asked if he had been consumed by madness. Daff told her that maybe they should kill him right now. Nox plunged his sword into the monster's body again and then stood up, swinging his sword so that the blood flowed from it. There were many corpses of monsters lying around. He approached the head and asked her if he had passed the test. She told him that the test was already over. Luna looked at him wearily and told him that Theo had raised a real monster. Daff agreed with her and told her that it couldn't be more precise. Nox smiled and thought that he had passed the test. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled, and then thought that Nox was very interesting. He called Daff, and he bowed to her, then handed the young master a black robe. He told him to take it, because it was the cape of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled contentedly and looked at his hands. The system notified him that he would receive a sleeper cloak, so the data on this item was downloaded. After that, basic information about the cape of the sleeping member appeared on the screen. It was an intermediate advanced item, and did not have a compatible attribute. The cape gave +1 point to willpower. The requirement to use the item is to be a member of the Sleepers. The cape had special effects. The Moonlight Oath was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers would recognize it by the design of the cape, which was woven from the web of black spiders. The cape could reflect most weak negative effects. The system notified the young gentleman that data about a new passive skill was being downloaded. After that, information about the Moonlight Oath skill appeared on the screen. This skill had an advanced level and did not have a compatible attribute. The effect of the skill would be available only when wearing the cape. The user would see a shining pattern on the cape, both on himself and on other members of the sleeping members. Other people wouldn't be able to see any of this. Also, the skill had an additional effect based on game time. After 800 hours, when day turned into night, its power would double. Nox smiled contentedly and thought that this was cool. The young master thought that now, with those sleeping on his side and the passive gift of the Moonlight Oath, it would be very useful to him. He was sorry that it only worked at night, but even so, his attack increased by almost 1.5 times, and this was a very rare thing for a game to have. A prophetic dream. Nox looked at his stats again. His stamina was almost 7 points. Mana was 10 points. Luck was 10 points. Will was almost 13 points. And charm was almost 27 points. The young master paid special attention to his willpower points, and then thought that his willpower score had also increased, and he had done an excellent job. He closed his eyes contentedly and then looked at Luna. She looked at him questioningly and then asked him if he really had any questions for her, since he looked at her like that. Nox calmly told her that, as far as he knew, few of the newcomers had done well in this test, which meant that he was entitled to an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully, and then smiled, telling him that he was handling everything well. She called him a brave newbie, and told him that she wondered how long he could continue to be as cocky as he was. After that, she told Daff to bring that thing, and he agreed with her. He handed her the white mask, and she took it, then handed it to Nox. The moon told him that this was an artifact that the sleepers had recently taken possession of. This was the lunar shadow. She told him that everything was clear from the name of the artifact. It creates a shadow clone. This is the ideal thing for a spy. She asked him if he was happy now. The young master bowed before her and told her that he was pleased with this. He smiled and thought that he had finally acquired the moon shadow artifact. The system notified him that he had received a new artifact, and a new clone of the player would be created. He must enter the name, characteristics, and basic information. Nox thought that it was precisely for this reason that he had to contact the sleepers prematurely for the plot, because with the help of this artifact, a full-fledged clone of the player is created. Thus, he can definitely be both a villain and a hero. The artifact makes this possible. The young master took the mask and thanked Luna, and she told him to listen carefully. She told him that sleepers are divided by rank. There are only 5 of them, apart from the captain and vice-captain. The remaining members are ranked from 3rd to 3rd. Since Nox is a newcomer, he has been assigned the 3rd rank. Nox told her that he understood everything. Luna told him that he was now free until he was assigned a mission. He bowed before her, and she told him that she hoped he would not disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the blue portal, and Luna asked Daff, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" He agreed with her, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and told her that he could not understand how the young master withstood the madness of the blood moon. Luna told him that she shared his bewilderment, because any other person would not last even 5 minutes. Of course, unless he was a genius. But even geniuses wouldn't risk fighting without protective clothing, which means Nox is risky enough to put his life on the line. Daff agreed with her again, and she asked him to keep an eye on the young master. She told him that they should watch what Nox was good for and what else he would do. At this time, Nox came out from the other side of the portal. He walked back to the tavern. Kieran calmly wiped the dishes and then smiled and asked Nox if he was really crazy. Nox told him that he was right about that. He smiled faintly and thought that, in other words, he was asking him why he threw away the protective cape if it could have cost him his life. Only he didn't risk anything because he had the condition of complete resistance to the berserk effect. 2 geniuses at once. That is, the genius of melee and magical perception. Nox thought that simply put, only he is now able to use the blood moon as a bonus. Kieran told him that he hoped it was worth it. The young master asked him if he really needed anything from him. The man put on a serious face and told him that he thought it was unfair that Nox had not introduced himself to him. The young master opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked him what he meant. Kieran smiled and told him that he told him his name. But he did not finish the thought because the young gentleman immediately introduced himself to him and told him his name. He asked him if they were even now. Kieran answered him in the affirmative and then told him that they would see each other again. Nox walked towards the exit of the tavern, and Kieran told him that, in fact, it would be very difficult to get along with the Academy's schedule, but most likely it would not be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped that Nox wouldn't stand out too much. After some time, Nox came to the dorm. He thought about how everything seemed to go smoothly. He entered his room, and Jitri was there. She was angry and asked him why he secretly left his room on the first day without even telling her anything. The young master looked at his hair in panic. There was blood in it. He thought that Jitri was sleeping when he left. He was checking it. The maid, displeased, asked him if he was listening to her at all. She told him that she had already told him many times that he should refrain from rash actions. Despite all sorts of negative rumors that existed in their family, there was always a chance to be rehabilitated. She said the last word especially loudly, so Nox awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After that, he started taking off his clothes and told her that she should just forget about it. He asked her how her day was. The young master told her that, as far as he knew, servants were also trained. Jitri opened her eyes wide and rubbed her hands. She suddenly became sad and looked down, then told him that nothing special had happened. Nox looked at her and thought that something had happened today. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand, and thought that he meant lessons for the servants who were not only low-ranking but also nobles. It seemed Jitri had become a target for their ridicule. Nox wondered if nothing could be done about this. Afterwards, he handed her a small bag and told her that she needed to take this. If she had problems in class, she must open this bag. Jitri took the bag and looked at it with interest. She asked him what it was, but the maid did not finish her thought because the young master smiled and told her that she should only open it in case of trouble. There was an item in this bag that would help her quite radically. Jitri looked at him in surprise and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He told her she shouldn't do it. The maid bowed before him and told him that she understood everything, and if anything happened, she would certainly use this thing. The young master smiled and told her that she should not hesitate to use it if she got into trouble. He asked her if she understood him, and she answered him in the affirmative. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully entered the Elite Academy, and the first part of the plot had been completed. Nox opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that this had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen stating that he had one unread message. The system asked him if he wanted to read it. The young master pressed his finger on the screen and thought that, of course, he wanted to do this. After that, he felt a strange sensation in the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he received this letter, then he had successfully joined Lane Academy. The sender knew that he could handle this task without any problems, so he was happy for him. Nox thought about the fact that the sender of the letter expressed himself in such a tone as if he saw right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter. The sender wrote that this was just the beginning of the tests. He was sure that Nox had had a hard time before, but alas, it would only get worse. No one could cope with this except him, because only Nox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that he knew it would sound irresponsible, but he was really trying to help him in any way he could. The man also included gifts in the letter and wrote that there were not many of them, but he hoped that he would accept what was attached to this letter. The young gentleman sat down and said that the contents of the letter didn't really explain anything this time either. He needed to rethink everything well, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was a prophetic dream. The very fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and send something to him proved that his conclusions were correct, so he should focus on completing the story because it was directly related to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said that he would stop talking about something that he couldn't decide for now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and said he'd better take a look at this gift. Nox pressed a button to make his character's inventory appear on the screen. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise because several names appeared on the screen. Theo, Alan, Hars, Talia. He was shocked and said that if he understood everything correctly, but he did not finish the thought because he pressed the button with the name Talia, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Nox's father also appeared on the screen. So, Nox smiled and thought that this was an incredible ability. Actually, in order to read someone's characteristics using vision, he needed to see the person. But here, everything was different. Now he could at any time look at the characteristics of those he had already met. He smiled and said that such a gift could really only be sent by... Suddenly, he frowned and looked more closely at the screen. He called Theo a crazy fool. His stamina had increased so quickly by almost 1/2 of a point. Nox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down and said that it didn't matter, because while he was looking at the increase in Theo's stats, he realized one thing. He looked in the mirror and saw his present self from the past world, then thought that this world only looked like a game but was not a real game. Nox tested in displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He looked at the scroll and said that he was glad that at least the choice of classes went smoothly. On the scroll was written a list of items that Nox should attend. These were martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horse riding. The next morning, there were many students in the academy. Jitri entered the room. There were many apprentice maids around. They all looked at her with mockery. A girl with short red hair asked her friend if it was her. Jitri opened her eyes wide, but the girls continued to discuss her. The girl asked if she was from the Luio family who became a commoner. Chitri felt a little sad because everyone was whispering and discussing her. The maid with dark hair told the girl that it was definitely her. She couldn't even imagine how shameless a person would have to be to follow her master to Lane Academy. The girl with red hair laughed and told her that if she were Chitri, she would be ashamed to just appear in public. Her friend told her that she probably wanted to seduce the aristocrat and live a beautiful life. They grinned and looked at Chitri. The girl with red hair told her friend that with a face like hers, it was quite possible. Her friend told her that Chitri was after all the personal maid of the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. She heard that Nox is also lustful, and Chitri is happy to take advantage of this. The maids laughed at Chitri. They said that it was obvious. The girl with red hair agreed with all the statements of her friends. The girl asked her where her relatives were from. She laughed and told her friend that it didn't matter, because this was probably an old backwater and wasn't even worth worrying about. Chitri clenched her hands and thought that she was ready to endure countless insults, because such was the fate of a fallen noblewoman. However, they should not tarnish the reputation of young Master Nox. She frowned and then walked up to the girl and politely asked her if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, and then another maid with long hair moved the maid with her hand and asked Chitri if she really wanted to talk to them. She smiled and told her that she was the daughter of a count, and her name was Jael. She was from the glorious family of Floras who serve Mr. Gon. Jael smugly folded her arms across her chest and asked Chitri if she really thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic commoner like her. Chitri told her that she had heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Giselle grinned and asked her what she would do to them for this. Is it really her fault that there are so many bad rumors about her master? The other maids laughed, and Giselle told Chitri that if she wanted an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get it. Chitri looked at her seriously and thought that her master Nox was right. The status of a person in this academy is above all. After that, she took out of her pocket the small bag that Nox had given her and thought that there was nothing she could do here. She opened it, and little Nox appeared at her side. Chitri opened her eyes wide in surprise because the hologram of her master was in the air. Giselle suddenly screamed and told her that she scared her. Everyone looked at this in shock, and Chitri looked questioningly at her master's hologram. Nox introduced himself to everyone, and then told them that he didn't know what was going on here, but it didn't matter. He looked at everyone with displeasure and told the maids that if Chitri called him, then there could only be one reason. Nox pointed his finger at Jael and said that she, or all of them, no matter how many of them there were, he didn't finish the thought because Jael looked at him in fear, and then asked if this was the same guy from the Reinhofer family. Nox smiled ominously and told everyone that they were in for trouble. He'll rip their heads off and send it in a box to their families. After that, he disappeared, and Chitri was calmly silent. After that, she fell into a stupor and thought that this was really Mr. Nox's radical decision. Jael was very frightened. She turned pale and then suddenly fell to the floor and bowed before Chitri. She awkwardly asked her what her name was. Chitri sighed heavily and told her her name. Jael got even more scared and thought that she had just sighed, and that was bad. Now the Reinhofer family will easily kill her entire family. She apologized loudly to Chitri. She told her that she was out of her mind and that it would never happen again. She apologized to her again. Everyone else looked at Jael in shock, and Chitri thought in surprise that this method really helped. She was shocked by this. However, this will only add to the unflattering rumors about Nox. She looked to the side and quietly asked what he was thinking about. After that, she walked past Jael. Everyone looked at her with fear. Sometime later, the sky was gray and the sun was not shining. Chitri and Nox were walking down the street, and she worriedly asked him if everything was okay with him. The young master actually looked a little tired. She told him that he had dark circles under his eyes. Nox rubbed his eye with his finger and told her it was fine. Chitri frowned and looked at him pitifully. The young master thought that as a result, he barely figured out the choice of his classes. He sighed tiredly, and then a young guy stood in front of them. So they stopped. The guy was wearing a white shirt and brown overalls, and on his head was a brown headdress. The guy smiled at them and took off his hat, and then bowed to Nox and called him by name. Nox asked him who he was. The guy continued to bow in front of him and told him that he would introduce himself to them. He told him that his name was Rick. He was the faithful servant of Mrs. Lear. Rick smiled and told him that this meeting was an honor for him. The young master said his name questioningly, but frowned and wondered what was going on here. The system notified him that he would be shocked, so the master acting skill was activated. After this, the shock effect was removed. Knox thought that from the first seconds, he met a very dangerous little guy. It was the deceitful Rick. He was a real servant of the devil. Over the next 3 episodes of the main story, he will betray the rival and trading company, which will push the plot to further development. Also, Rick literally worships the devil, and, in essence, will betray Eleanor. Knox looked at him arrogantly, and thought that the phrase, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," is complete nonsense. In the game of a prophetic dream, Rick is absolute trash, and you shouldn't mess with him. Rick took out a small blue box and told the young master that Alina had asked him to give him a gift. It was an extremely valuable heart effect. He handed him the box, and Knox narrowed his eyes and rudely told him that he needed to get out of here. The young master looked serious. He was thinking that of course he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he couldn't take it. Rick looked at him in surprise and asked him what he meant. Knox opened his eyes wide and grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand, then asked him if he really needed to repeat what he said earlier. Jitri tensed and looked in shock as her master grabbed his sword. Rick turned pale, and Knox looked at him with hatred. The young master was about to take out his sword, but the servant Eleanor began to tremble with fear, so he turned sharply and walked in the other direction. Jitri bowed before Rick, and then ran after her master. She asked him to wait for her. She told him that his body was weakened, so he had to be careful. Otherwise he would fall. Knox asked her if she really thought he was that pathetic. The maid remembered how the young master was lying on the bed due to illness, and then told him that he had just recently had a cold and chills. Given his always icy hands, she thought that a person weaker than him was still worth looking for. The young master smiled awkwardly and told her that she was right, but he would be fine. They would definitely live and not die. Jitri agreed with him, and then looked down a little sadly, telling him that everything was still not easy for him. He was always in the center of events. Knox looked at her in surprise and then sighed, telling her that nothing could be done about it because he was popular. She looked askance at him, and he thought that Knox was not just a master for her, but also the man who saved her life. The Jitri character herself had a bonus of devotion to her master, so being away from him for a long time was a burden for her. They continued walking, and the maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man like that just now. Knox asked her if she really meant Rick. Jitri answered him with a concerned affirmative, and then told him that he seemed to have gone berserk out of nowhere. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she should listen to him carefully. Knox told her that no matter what happens, she should not let Rick get close to her because nothing good will come of it. She remembered Alina and thought that she believed it was because of their strained relationship with her. But then Knox would have acted differently. Apparently, there was a more serious reason here. After that, she bowed before him and told him that she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her, and then went further, thinking that given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Alina herself. Otherwise, there would only be more unnecessary attention in his direction, and they should be more careful. After some time, some students were sitting in the large hall of the academy. It looked luxurious. The students were sitting on benches, and a man was standing in the middle of the hall. Knox frowned and thought about how he and Jitri had recently talked. He wondered why all the adversity fell on his head. A gray-haired man with a mustache and glasses coughed and then loudly told everyone that from today they would have to form a team with which they would grow and undergo various tests throughout the next year. And for the successful formation of a team, the most important thing is that they must get to know each other well. The young master thought that he had begun to rejoice early. He held his head in his hand and looked ahead emotionlessly. He didn't think that not having friends would be a problem in a single-player game. The gray-haired man with glasses told the students that the guys who already got along could form teams of 4 people. He gave them 5 minutes to do this. Knox closed his eyes sadly and thought that this was impossible because an outsider like Knox would never recruit people to his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone failed to assemble a team. The man told him that they would not be given a grade, and in addition, they would not be able to take this course again. He looked at the young master seriously and told him that he could not work alone. He asked Knox if he understood him. Knox answered him in the affirmative, and then thought that for this, he would really get a failure from the very beginning. He thought that Eldine is already not easy to graduate from. Failure in even one subject is a direct path to expulsion. He can't let this happen. All the students began to unite in a team. The guy asked the princess if he could join her team. Edna said that she also wanted Penelope on the team. The guy with black hair asked Paracelsus if he wanted to team up with him. He told him that his skills impressed him very much. The girl asked Leon if he wanted to join their team. Leon looked very cute, with black hair and green eyes. Knox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the desk. He thought that there must be a way to acquire a team, even for a person like Knox. A guy with blonde hair asked Alina if she wanted to join their team. He told her that even though he didn't look like it, he was pretty strong. The guy with short hair smiled and told him that Alina was already on his team. He told her that in exchange, he could give her a contract for his family's products, but Alina simply walked past them and approached Knox. She called him by name, smiled, and asked him if he really didn't like her gift. Knox remained silent, and she told him that she had another proposal for him because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked her what she meant. Alina smiled and straightened her hair with her hand, then told him that she would take him to her team. He frowned and thought that she sounded wildly arrogant, but he immediately realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Besides, he didn't finish the thought because Talia ran up to them. She told Knox that she wanted to join his team. Knox thought that another annoying girl, Talia, would be with them. She was embarrassed and therefore looked away, and the young master thought that she could be understood. Talia was a good character in the game. Whether she liked Knox or not, he was still her fiancé. She cannot remain indifferent and wants to help the unfortunate loner. Knox frowned and quietly said that it was chilling. Alina thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said that this was very unexpected. The young master, displeased, asked her what she wanted to tell him. She grinned and told him that the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Knox remained silent and then thought that considering what Knox told her as a child, she could be understood. He wondered why her words infuriated him so much. Talia sheepishly asked Knox if he would take her on his team. Alina smiled and asked him if they needed one more member, didn't they? Knox calmly told her that she was pretending that someone cared about his opinion. She smiled and asked him if he had a choice. The young master looked sideways intensely and told her that she was very perceptive. He thought that Eleanor was right because, in order for him to regain his memories, he must continue his studies at the academy. He needs good grades because, already in the first episode of the plot, he must get into the top 10 students of the academy. Next, he will have to fight an archdemon. This will be the first time he will play the roles of a villain and a hero at the same time. All the students were happily talking to each other when suddenly, a guy with brown hair and freckles on his face walked up to them and greeted them. This guy's name was Paul. He told them that he was glad to join their team. Knox looked at the black screen and thought that he was lucky because the last member of their team was an ordinary person. Basic information about Paul was written on the screen. He was male, 15 years old, and human. Paul had no attributes or accomplishments. His bonuses were survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically prepared for difficulties. His statistics were mediocre: 4 points of stamina, 3 points of mana, 2 points of will, and 10 points of charm. Suddenly, Knox noticed something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a one-time blessing, but no passive skills. The young master smiled and thought that this was amazing. His statistics were terrible, but that didn't matter because Paul could bless. This was one of the most powerful skills in the game. Prophetic Dream. This skill fully revealed the hidden power of the character it was used on. The screen began to disappear, and Knox quietly said that, in fact, Paul would not be able to use it. He looked at him suspiciously and thought that this was strange. He wondered how there could be such a person in the academy who possessed such a rare gift, inherent only to the saints from the monastery. He thought that now was not the time to think about something stupid. Paul smiled and told them that he looked forward to working together. Eleanor smiled, told him her name, and then said that she hoped they were all ready to work. Talia blushed and also told him her name, saying she was glad to be part of the team. Knox calmly looked at Paul and asked him if he could not introduce himself. He told him that he only hoped he wouldn't be a burden and could at least do something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man hit the table hard with his palm to attract the students' attention. He said that it seemed they had all successfully assembled their team and wished them well for next week. He added that they could not change the composition of the team for the entire next semester. He told them they could all go now. Knox angrily called him an old fool. Talia worriedly told him that he had said it too loudly. The young master told her that he knew it. He wanted the man to hear it. She told him she didn't think cursing at the professor was a good idea, but Knox didn't listen to her. He walked toward the exit and told her that he didn't care about it. He said that he was on the team now, so the professor shouldn't yell at him. The young master pushed the door to leave the hall, but Talia called out loudly. She looked sideways and asked him what classes he had added to his schedule. She told him that she had no ulterior motives. Knox thought that he couldn't believe she was asking him this so openly. He left the hall, and she followed him. Talia extended her hand to him and told him that she was just curious, so she asked. The young master pointed his finger at her forehead and asked her if she really wanted to know which subjects would be easiest to get a perfect score in. Did she really think that he would just tell her this? Talia opened her eyes wide and asked him what he meant. She told him that wasn't the issue at all. Knox went further and thought that she couldn't fool him. He wouldn't tell her such information. After some time, evening came. This was the fourth sector of the academy, where there were shops with goods everywhere. Knox was wearing a long black cloak, and Jitri told him that this was expected of Eldine. Studying here requires a lot of investment. She leafed through a small notebook and told him that he needed textbooks, equipment, and notebooks. Now she understood why commoners did not study at the academy for long. They simply didn't have enough money for it. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He took 2 small bottles and told her that the problems of ordinary people didn't concern him. He looked at the jar of potion and thought that if a person is talented enough for the academy, they will easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner. Provided that the person's talent is not something useless, Jitri gave the bag of money to the saleswoman, and Knox thought that the money issue would never become an obstacle. Suddenly, they heard a man calling someone a dirty brat. He was telling the man to get out of there. Jitri tensely told the young master that it seemed like it was getting noisy. Knox told her that a place where people gather is always noisy because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat in the crowd of people. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "That's the man," but didn't finish the thought because the guy spat on the asphalt and then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he wasn't going to buy anything. He asked the man why he was blocking the way for people with money. Knox thought that this was the son of one of the 3 families with the attribute of darkness. This was the young heir of the Marva family, Leon von Marvas. In fact, he paid attention not to the tall guy in the burgundy coat, but to Leon, who was holding a jar of potion in his hands. The young master thought that perhaps he was now experiencing financial difficulties since his family had recently gone bankrupt. He frowned and said that Leon was not particularly nervous and would probably simply not pay attention to the guy in the coat. Jitri looked at him in surprise, and Leon apologized to the man, telling him that he was just trying to shop wisely. The guy got angry and asked him what could be reasonable about raising and lowering the same objects. He annoyedly told him that he should stop talking nonsense and walked out of there. Elaine has such low standards lately. They're recruiting all sorts of beggars. Leon looked down and then raised his head, his eyes glowing green as green energy began to appear under his feet. He asked the guy what kind of poor people he was talking about. Green energy appeared around Leo. It looked scary. The book in his hands began to levitate. He put his hand in front of him, and clots of energy began to fly around. Leo told him that his family may have difficulties, but he would not forgive him for such insults towards the Mara family. Knox and the maid opened their eyes wide in shock. He thought that he had really gone. He ran towards them and thought that this should not be done, even when a person is very angry. The young master panicked. He ran and thought that Leon was really seriously going to use mana in front of the entire 4th sector. Also, black magic skeletons with swords appeared around Leon. He controlled it, and there was green ominous energy everywhere. Jitri loudly called her master. She worriedly asked him what he was doing. The young master called Leon an idiot and told her that he was completely crazy. You could see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does bad things. She asked him if he really understood it only from his eyes. Knox seriously told her that he knows what he is talking about. She should just believe him. Jitri opened her eyes wide, perplexed. The guy asked Leon in fear if he had really gone crazy. Does he even understand what he's doing? The guy frowned and told him how dare he, but he didn't finish his thought because Knox sternly told him to step back. He needs to leave here while they ask him kindly. The young master stood in front of him, holding a black sword in his hands, and his body was shrouded in dark purple energy. He told the guy that he needed to leave if he didn't want to die. The guy asked him loudly what he meant. He called Knox an idiot and asked him how dare he stand in front of him. Does he even know who he is? The young master put his hand on his hood, grunted, and took it off. He asked him, does he know who is standing in front of him? All the people looked at him with wide eyes. They were in shock. Meanwhile, Emma looked at Talia in bewilderment. Talia asked her if she really believed that even though she was now on the same team with Knox, he had a reason for not telling her his schedule. She looked out the window and asked the maid if it was the result of his puberty, and if he was so shy about her. She turned sharply to her and asked her what she thought about this. Talia loudly told her to answer her. Emma looked at her nervously. Talia looked upset. The maid awkwardly asked her how she knew what was in Knox's head. She suggested that her mistress calm down a little. Talia looked sideways and told her that she was trying to act as mature as possible. She no longer judged people by their appearance. She did everything to win back Knox's favor, but and she didn't finish the thought because she began to awkwardly rub her hands together. Emma looked at her worriedly. She thought that at this rate her mistress would be thinking about this for weeks. If she knew what would come of this, she wouldn't have defended that idiot Knox in front of her. She remembered how they were riding in a carriage, and Talia asked her why her fiancé was so cold towards her. Emma then told her that she thought he was just going through puberty. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked her what she meant. The maid, with a smart look, told her that all boys at his age behave like this. They are rude to others and pretend to be hard to touch. Talia was pleased with her answer and smiled. Emma thought that it all seemed to have started at that very moment. She began to have feelings for Knox. At that time, Emma did not yet know what this would develop into. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have said something so thoughtlessly. The maid helplessly rubbed her chin with her hand and thought that it was now obvious that Talia liked Knox, and since this happened. But she did not finish the thought and awkwardly told her that she was not sure that that was why Mr. Knox was behaving this way. Talia asked her in surprise what she meant. Emma told her that he was already her fiancé, and then asked her if it was possible that he was trying to draw a line between his personal life and success at the academy in this way. Talia suddenly grabbed her hand and joyfully called her by name. She told her that what she knew was that the maid was good at relationships. Emma hesitantly asked her if she really thought so. Talia blushed with joy and told her that she sounded very authoritative now. She would only turn to her for advice. Emma looked at her mistress's joyful face and mentally apologized to her and then thought about the fact that she had never actually met anyone yet. The maid smiled helplessly. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted because a man knocked on the door of the room. They turned towards the sound, and Emma told the man that the maid of the selling family was ready to listen to him. For this, the person must name the purpose of his visit here. Alina entered the room and greeted them. She smiled and told the maid her name. She told her that she was a member of Talia's team in the battle magic class. She would like to talk to Madam. Emily looked at her wearily, so Talia called out to her questioningly. The maid frowned a little and told Alina that if they did not have an appointed time, it would be better for her to first arrange a meeting with the mistress. Alina smiled and said Knox's name, so they looked at her worriedly. She told Talia that she wanted to talk to her about Knox. A couple of minutes later, Talia and Alina moved to another room. Alina told her that she was glad to see her. This is the second time today. She smiled artificially, and Talia looked at her worriedly. At this time, Knox asked the guy if he needed to introduce himself to him. The guy opened his eyes wide in shock. He thought that he really had silver hair and purple eyes. All the people looked at Knox in fear. They thought that it was him. The guy asked him if he was really the Reinhofer who was accepted into the academy this year. Knox calmly told him that he didn't like to repeat himself. The guy immediately apologized to him. He told him that he did not recognize him immediately since he was wearing a cloak with a hood, but he didn't finish his thought because the young master looked at him ominously and told him to get out of here before he got angry. The guy looked at him in fear, and Knox loudly asked him if he would really force him to repeat this for the third time. The guy turned around in fear and began to run in the other direction. He shouted to him that he would do what he wanted. Leon looked at Knox. He told him that he did not finish speaking with the guy. After that, the skeleton shrouded in green energy opened its mouth and rushed towards Knox. The young master extended his hand in front of him, and a clot of purple energy appeared in it. It looked like a ball. Knox asked him if it was now necessary to use black magic to have a conversation. He put the energy ball into the skeleton's mouth, causing the skull to split into small pieces. People looked at this in shock, and Nox told Leon that he was almost directly asking the Imperial family to capture him. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes wide and screamed in surprise. He then told him that he was right, because using magic before they become adults is prohibited by law. He looked at his palm and told him that he had completely forgotten about it. After that, all the green energy disappeared, and Leon bowed to Nox. He apologized to him and told him that he had helped him out a lot. Nox took out a small bag and told him that since he understood everything, he could buy himself whatever he wanted and then leave from here. He threw him the bag and told Leon that he could use it if he didn't have enough money. Leon opened the bag. There were many gold coins inside, and they seemed to glow. He was surprised and then asked the young master why he was helping him. He calmly told him that if he was trying to make him his debtor like that, it wouldn't work. Nox told him that such a small thing did not really affect his condition, although he would not say that he had no ulterior motives at all. Leon looked at him in surprise and then chuckled, telling him that he understood everything. After that, he put his hand in front of him, and a green magic seal appeared in the air, sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Nox. He looked at the gold coin and told him that he thought it was payment for him not to tell anyone anything he felt from him. The unique magic of necromancy inherent only to the Marva family. Leon held the coin in his hands, and then it glowed with green energy and rose into the air. The coin levitated. Leon controlled it. He told Nox that he was not happy with such a deal. He calmly closed his eyes and asked him where he got the strength of his family. At this time, Alina and Talia were sitting at the table, drinking tea. Nox's fiancé told her that she wanted to talk to her about something. Alina watched her facial expressions and thought about what was happening. She thought that her reaction was somewhat different from what she had imagined. She was so calm, looking to the side thoughtfully, and wondered if Nox could have feelings for her. After that, Alina smiled, and thought that this was impossible because, for a person like him, an engagement is just a burden. It's better to tell her directly. Alina smiled slightly and told Talia that Nox was a dangerous person. Firstly, he was the son of one of the families that were pillars of darkness. Secondly, one could not deny the huge number of bad rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of tea. Talia looked down and then told her that she did not think that Nox was such a bad person. She looked as serious as possible, and Alina frowned with displeasure, remembering her meeting with the young master as a child. She calmly closed her eyes and told her that not everyone would agree with her. Alina thought that Talia was really strange. She wondered why such an honest and open girl like her liked the worthless Nox. She looked at her and thought that the emotions in Talia's gaze expressed clear dislike for her. Talia told her that she would say everything straight. The young master has his faults, but he is not the kind of person who would do something terrible. It's just that all people misunderstand him since he is cold towards others. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Talia thinks so. Alina looked at her displeased, and then told her that she had heard that they were engaged, which explained why she was so protective of Nox. She placed her cup on the table and told her that engagements between aristocrats were something that could change quickly. Talia looked unhappy. She loudly told her that this is not why she believes in Nox. Alina smiled darkly and told her that people don't change that easily. Nox's fiancé told her that she might be right, but she wanted to remind her of one thing. It was Nox who saved her life. If he had not been there, she could have died. Talia told her that she was sure Alina understood this herself. Alina opened her eyes wide, and Nox's fiancé asked her why she was so hostile toward him. Alina frowned, then smiled, and calmly told her that it seemed that she had told her too much. She then stood up and told her that they needed to end this conversation. She thanked Talia for her time, and Nox's fiancé said goodbye to her. Alina left the room and went down into the yard. Rick called out to her. He smiled and asked her if she really wasn't having a good conversation. Alina looked down. She asked him what he thought was the most important quality for a merchant. Rick smiled and told her that, of course, it was a keen eye and an awareness of his surroundings. She frowned and thought that it was her attentiveness that made her a money fox and a star in the world of finance. She wondered if Nox had really changed. Alina thought that this was nonsense. She frowned pitifully and said loudly that after so many years, this simply could not be true. Meanwhile, Nox and Leon were still in the 4th sector of the academy. The son of the Maris clan looked terrifying. Black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted to the people that they should all leave here. Nox looked at him in confusion. and people started screaming and running away. Green energy began to spread through the air until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around intently and then asked Leon, "Is this really barrier magic?" He thought that things were starting to get more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept that his ancestral power was being used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He told Knox that he should have chosen something more significant for negotiations than this. The young master chuckled and asked him if he really meant to say that he had something else to offer him. He told him that this matter concerns his family, so he does not think that he will be satisfied with anything in return. Leon looked threatening and told him that he was talking as if Knox knew him well. The young master called his name and then told him that his family occupied such a high position in society, like the Reinhofer family. His family was so powerful, but he didn't finish his thought because green energy appeared in the air. Leon told him that he didn't like that he was saying it in the past tense. Knox calmly told him that he himself knew that now things were not going well for his family. He said the word Sylvesters, and Leon immediately reacted to it. He frowned, and the young master told him that these people were organizing a turf war to overthrow the head of the Marvas clan and take most of his lands for themselves. Leon clenched his teeth and then calmed down. He told Knox that he was trying to make himself look more knowledgeable than him. He asked him if he was really appealing to his thirst for retribution. Knox smiled and chuckled, then asked him what he was talking about. He told him that this was nonsense and that he definitely had no such intentions, but he would like his family to return to its former glory. In addition, the new head of the family would defend what was rightfully theirs, and the Mara family would once again be on top. The young master smiled and asked him if this was not what he wanted. Leon told him that this was not bad and that he knew him well. After that, he pointed his finger at him and told him that they should return to the dialogue about how exactly he acquired the power of the Marvas clan. Knox calmly told him that this was an accident, and he had only recently learned that this was the unique power of his family. Leon looked to the side and told him that he believed him. The young master asked him in surprise if this was really all, and was he really not going to ask him any more questions. Leon became a little sad and told him that he had already told him what he wanted to know. Knox frowned and thought that he understood everything. What Leon wanted to know from the very beginning was not how the power of the Mara family came to him, but how much he knew about him and why he got involved in this conflict. After that, the black barrier began to disappear, and the young master told Leon that he was glad that he received his answers. The son of the Marvas clan thanked him for his help and told him that he would certainly repay him for this in the future, but not with money. The young master turned around and walked back to G-Tree. He told him that he could forget about it because he did not expect anything from him in return. The next day, the weather was great and the sun was shining high in the sky. It was a luxurious building with gold accents in the interior. Knox walked across a small bridge inside the building, and everything around was covered in ice. Noah sat in front of him, her throne also shrouded in ice. He thought about how she would be Knox's Lifeldayan, his light at the end of the tunnel, and his island of peace. "It's time to enhance your genius hour skill." He smiled, and his eyes seemed to glow. He thought that among all the brilliant skills in the game, Prophetic Dream was the most powerful. This was an addition to the game. He remembered how, in a past life, he played a game and an inscription appeared on the computer screen saying that he had beaten the Prophetic Dream game times for the first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was unlocked. Now the Genius Hour was available to his character. However, the skill is only available for use by characters with 2 active genius stats. Now, he looked at Noah and thought that if, at first, he just liked this game, he didn't even know what would be in the expansion when he bought it. If he had not made the right decision, then he would probably have died more than once by now. Just the thought of it makes him shudder. Knox smiled, but he was a little panicked. The dean was eating a large lollipop and she smiled and told him that he had really done great on the test. She asked him if his family was secretly raising a monster like him. The young master approached her and told her that he could not believe that she was calling him a monster right in front of him. He asked her if she thought this was too much. Noah smiled and asked her if she was wrong. She lowered her leg down. Blue energy appeared under it. The dean asked him how else to explain the fact that he fought the ice troll so calmly. She looked terrifying and had a strange magical seal around her. Her face began to turn to ice, and she asked him, "Is it possible to call such a talented guy like him trash?" Noah looked at him carefully and told him something that she couldn't believe. She asked him if the Sword Emperor himself had not noticed his talent. She smiled and told him that this couldn't be true. Knox frowned with concern and thought that she suspected something. But however, this was not surprising. After all, the original Knox was truly a non-entity. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. After that, he looked at her confidently and smiled, then wondered who cared about her guesses. The system notified him that the shock effect had been removed. The young master asked her why she cared what he was in the past. She told him he was right, but his talent was exciting. Noah smiled sinisterly and told him that she was so excited about it that she wanted to make him hers. Knox calmly told her that she seemed to be thinking about the wrong thing, so he would pretend he didn't hear it. He remembered how he passed the test and then told her that he saw her watching him, disguised as a student. The young master smiled contentedly, and she asked him if he really noticed it. A scroll appeared above her hand, it levitated in the air, and she told him that she wanted to see how much more he was hiding from her. The young master smiled and thought that this was finally happening. She told him that this is what she called him here for. It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would enhance any of his abilities several times. It was an extremely valuable item. Knox told her that this was the first time he had heard about this scroll. Noah agreed with him incredulously, and then told him he could have it. She pointed her hand in his direction, and the scroll flew towards him. The scroll glowed with yellow energy. He reached his hand towards it and then grabbed it. The young master frowned sharply, and Noah fell silent and smiled a little. Knox looked at the scroll with concern and thought that it was as if he had been electrocuted. He wondered if maybe he had imagined it. After that, he smiled contentedly and opened the scroll. He thought that it seemed like he was just too excited thinking about what awaited him. The system notified him that he had received a new artifact. Information about this was being downloaded. Basic information about the item appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. The scroll type was activated. The item was of the highest level. It had no attribute indicator or requirements. The effect of the scroll was this. It increases the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system notified him that the skill amplifier was ready for use. The system asked him if he wanted to activate it. The young master pressed his palm to the screen and answered in the affirmative. An inscription appeared on the screen stating that he must select a skill to enhance. Knox chose the Hour of Genius, after which the system notified him that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled contentedly, and yellow and pink energy appeared around him. The system notified him that the skill had been successfully enhanced, and he received an improved genius hour after that. Only yellow energy appeared around him. It circled around him, and a message appeared on the screen saying that he had received the artifact at an early stage, so the effect would be further enhanced. The system notified him that the effect of the artifact would be doubled. The duration of the skill Hour of Genius increased to 10 minutes. Knox smiled and thought that it was impossible to improve this skill in any other way. This is already a super powerful skill, so there are not many ways to develop it. One of the ways is a strengthening scroll. Getting this scroll at the very beginning of the story is the best loot. Noah smiled and asked him if he was happy with the result. Yellow and red energy levitated above Knox's hand. It looked like flames. He thought that it was better not to prolong the conversation with her. After that, he answered in the affirmative and told her that he would leave from here if she was done. Noah told him that he could leave because he must be very tired after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously and thought that she knew everything. He sighed heavily and told her that it was an accident, so she shouldn't think about it. He wouldn't want to attract too much attention at the academy. The dean told him that she understood him. She told him that he should go and rest. Knox told her that he was truly grateful to her. After that, he left the hall, and Noah thought that Knox was a dangerous guy, so she needed to be on her guard. She laughed quietly and said that she was looking forward to seeing the monster Knox would grow into. She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, "Is it really that interesting?" The next day, it was an academy classroom. A professor in a white suit told the students that they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Knox leaned boredly on his arm and thought that the subject of elementary magic of the Empire was not described in such detail in the original. But now, it's not even the lesson itself that's more important. But Professor Ras von Celestia, basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was masculine, 35 years old, and human. His Celestius attribute was Earth. He had the achievement. Professor Eldine. He had 3 bonuses. Passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestius' limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Knox thought that the professor had a crucial role at this point in the plot. Celestius's statistics appeared on the screen. His stamina was 12 points, his mana was 18 points, his luck was 3 points, his will was 21 points, and his charm was 19 points. He had a passive skill, source of knowledge. Celestius also possessed active skills, summoning earth elementals, heat emissions, and the basics of northern sword techniques. The young master thought that he was not particularly strong, but he was pleased to know his skills in advance. He was even a little surprised that with such a set, he managed to become Professor Elaine. Celestius thoughtfully looked around the audience and told the students to start class. For now, he looked at Knox and thought that he looked very arrogant. He was already looking arrogantly at the guys around him. Celestius wondered what kind of talent he received to become like this, and what the dean, Noah, saw in him. After that, he coughed and told the students that every person, not only academy students, has a predisposition to one or another element of mana. Today, they will find out what element each of them possesses and how to manifest it. Suddenly, he loudly called out the name, Knox. Knox looked at him questioningly, and Celestius asked him if he already knew what element he possessed. Knox told him that his attribute is darkness. The professor asked him what he knew about this. The young master told him that, unlike the 4 main elements, darkness is quite capricious and does not fit well with the other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive when compared to the basic elements. Among the disadvantages, it can be noted that it is quite difficult to control, and only certain families succeed in this. Passing on their knowledge from generation to generation, Celestius asked him what element is opposite to darkness. Knox immediately told him that it was light. The professor frowned and asked him when these two forces collide, which one usually wins. He smiled, and the young master calmly told him that light usually wins. Celestius's body began to tremble, either from anger or from fear. He told him in surprise that usually students deny the weaknesses of their main attribute. The professor asked him if he was special. He told him that he had to answer one more question. After that, he raised his finger, smiled, and then asked him what he would do if he suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle. Knox smiled and told him that he would try to find the right moment and kill the enemy before he did anything. Then, he would make sure that the enemy would definitely no longer interfere with him. The young master smiled ominously, and all the disciples looked at him in fear. Celestius opened his eyes wide and thought, "What is he? What is Knox saying?" Now in the dormitory area of maids and servants, in Rick's room, Eleanor's butler, he sits on the bed deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body and emits a satisfied moan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and eerie veins begin to surface around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rick's face displays a look of satisfaction. After the injection, Rick walks over to the mirror, admires himself, and wickedly smiles. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He mutters to himself, "Now I just have to put in a bit more effort, and I'll be able to become a real demon." Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and the demon confirms, "Yes, it's like you said, Hau Schultz de Nefer. You'll be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. You won't need sleep and won't age. You'll become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans." Rick joyfully smiles, then kneels to thank the demon, promising, "I'll do everything in my power to revive you." The demon doesn't respond, but gives a wicked smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rick dresses himself again. His face changes, his eyes returning to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Rass and the students are surprised by the protagonist's response during a confrontation with an enemy. Knox calmly smiles and replies, "Well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me." Professor Rass is astonished by the response and remarks, "You would want to pull out the roots before they grew into any future issues. I wasn't expecting such an answer." Knox sits down and apologizes, saying, "I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient method of doing things." Meanwhile, a notification appears, indicating that acting genius has been activated powerfully. Professor Rass looks at Knox with a puzzled expression and silently evaluates him. Unwavering eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that aren't bent downwards. Knox von Reinhafer truly meant what he said. I'm starting to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him. However, as his thoughts halt, he loudly calls out, "Assistant, prepare the imp right away." The assistant, upon receiving the command, hesitantly asks for confirmation. Professor Raz coldly stares at the assistant and says, "Did you not hear me? I'm asking you to prepare for the magic adequacy test." The fearful assistant, without further questioning, prepares as instructed. Professor Raz then looks back at Knox and asserts, "That kind of haughty attitude needs to be brought down a level." He strokes his chin in satisfaction. In order to obtain a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. After a while, when the assistant brings a cart into the lecture hall, covered with a white cloth, the students begin to gather below. The assistant, still anxious, starts to unveil the cloth. As the cloth is removed, the students' eyes widen in astonishment at what is revealed before them. Professor Rass calmly explains, "They're the lowest-ranked demons provided by the association. They're known as imps." A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed. Though the students become increasingly anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Rass reassures them, while it's very aggressive, it's not that threatening. Because it has low health, cadets can easily kill it. Despite the professor's assurance, the students re-Knox apprehensive and fearful because, after all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. "This is only the first class, though. I guess this is the level of Eldon Academy." Professor Rass interrupts them, saying, Now, stay focused. You guys are the elites that got accepted into this academy, aren't you? You must remember this. Your ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For you to do that, you all will need to get used to the beings known as demons, of which we still know very little about. Listening to the professor's words of encouragement, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to do. All of you are to infuse your mana into the caged imp to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox looked at a demon with disdain for this action, feeling that something was out of place. According to the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the 2nd year. Something's off. After condensing mana into your palm, let it flow into your target. Before a student could follow the professor's instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he murmured, "No matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp in the first lesson. A new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. I'll teach you how things work here, Reinhafer." Suddenly, when Knox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned puzzled. He looked at the creature in the cage, which was terrified, trembling with fear, its eyes tightly shut, refusing to face Knox. This made the professor wonder what had happened while he wasn't paying attention. Knox looked at the bewildered little creature, wondering why it was so scared when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students had been mesmerized by the creature, causing them all to hallucinate, except for Knox. At the same time, Talia was also mesmerized, holding the creature's cage and claiming it to be her maid Emma. She promised Emma that she wouldn't do it again. Other students similarly felt something strange in their bodies that they couldn't describe, or they felt as if they had just eaten a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Knox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, Professor, I'm sorry, but can you change my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear." The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Knox with confusion. Knox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned back, he caught the professor's face shining like crazy. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Knox, eagerly asking, "Hey, Knox, how did you force that imp into submission?" Knox reiterated, "Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet." The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Knox. "Great, I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing that great talent within you. Incredible, I'll give you a chance." The professor then turned to Knox and declared, "Please listen up. I'll give you the chance to become the best student." Knox was surprised and internally confirmed, "The best student? This is what I think it is, right?" In his mind, various illustrative scenes appeared, and he expressed, "The kind of thing in dramas that you must never do being an assistant." Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were half delighted and half apprehensive, saying, "I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Rass's best student? Wow. He has to accept." Suddenly, Knox raised his hand and declared that he refused that title. He bluntly expressed his thoughts. "It's being the best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave?" Hearing Knox's blunt refusal, the professor was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it was true. The other students also wondered what Knox was thinking. Meanwhile, the outstanding students in the class were cramped after trying to resist being mesmerized. Observing Knox with uncomfortable glances, especially Echidna, she silently evaluated Knox. "I can't believe he's the only one standing up normally. Who the hell are you? Reinhafer." A few hours ago, on the academy corridor, Professor Bernan was following Professor Rass, eagerly exclaiming, "I'm telling you, that filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee you that Knox kid is a crazy bastard." Professor Rass appeared indifferent, replying, "Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to make any conclusions just because he made some achievements. Don't put such high expectations on new students." Professor Bernan expressed, "Rass, your problem is that you're too close-minded. Dean Noah also asked us to watch out for him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is needed? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized to be the best by one of the 4 sages." Professor Rass disregarded this and stated, "I'll need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to care about this anymore." Professor Bernan still tried to catch up, saying, "You and your obnoxious attitude. Hey, wait for me." Returning to the present, Professor Rass, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Knox had rejected his offer. He stuttered anxiously, asking Knox for the reason behind the refusal. Meanwhile, other students shared similar sentiments, expressing, "Is he crazy?" That was a chance to assist Professor Rass with his class. He's the biggest authority on magic education. There are mountains of people queuing up to be his top student. I can't believe he just threw that chance away. That's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why good-for-nothings like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the gossip about himself, Knox felt a bit puzzled, but remained resolute in his thoughts. "Say whatever you want. I won't change my mind anyways." Knox also felt annoyed and remarked, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me creating trouble?" At that moment, another student spoke up to Professor Rass. "Professor Rass, I have a question." Professor Rass, with a mournful face, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Knox with unfriendly eyes and wondered, "Why are you giving this chance to Reinhafer? There are many more outstanding students than him, aren't there?" He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, "Moreover, your strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna are worthy of being considered for the top student position as well." Knox looked at the student and confirmed he was an asshole. He expressed, "Look at how hard he's trying to leech off of a rising family smart asshole. He knows who to butter up. I better remember him." Professor Raz, hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, "The professor is the one that decides who is the right person. But if I say that, you guys might not be convinced. There could also be negative rumors to say that I'm biased towards the talent of Knox. So, let's set the record straight." His gaze turned serious and challenged the students. "I'll tell you right now why he's the right person to become my top student." Then Raz turned to Knox, his eyes softening with affection. Knox sensed the discomfort and silently expressed, "Crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it." Professor Raz then announced, "Firstly, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana." Knox at this point falls into contemplation, thinking that, a summary of Raz's opinion would be something like this. Number 1. I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly. While it might be a low-rank demon, it's not easy to do, so it's not surprising that Raz is fascinated by it. Number 2. The talent I have. Mana sensitivity genius. Then Knox's thoughts shift towards Professor Raz, and suggest that Raz has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Knox's thoughts, Professor Raz continues, "For that reason, it's only fair for Knox to become my top student. Knox bluntly refuses, saying, "I already said I'm not doing it." Getting a straightforward rejection from Knox, Professor Rass, bewildered, says, "Knox, you can take your time to reconsider." Then he looks at Knox with a somewhat creepy gaze and says, "You're rushing your decision here." Knox feels disgusted and says, "Please speak after you wipe your saliva." Knox then decides to leave the classroom and says, "To begin with, there's a more suitable candidate, so I'd be grateful if you would give up on me." Leaving Professor Rass saddened, he continuously calls out to him to try to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this, each having their own thoughts. Princess Penelope expresses, "He's different from the rumors I've heard." Echidna also agrees and admits, "My apologies, my information gathering ability is lacking." The princess says, "It's all right, Echidna. I think I've just gotten a little curious about him." She also remarks, "Knox von Reinhofer, whether he'll become a light to the imperial family or a dark cloud that hovers over us." Back to Knox. By now, he has left the classroom, and now he's breathing a sigh of relief. He complains uncomfortably, "Why is Raz suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was some food covered in honey or something. Why aren't there any normal characters in Inner Lunatic? But I've managed to get him off me, so I should be able to live in peace for now." A long day passes. Now it's also night. Knox is in his own room with a gloomy face. Jitri notices Knox's weary expression and asks, "Did something bad happen in the academy?" Knox replies with exhaustion, "Yeah, something horrifying." Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Rass's classroom. Wherever he is, Professor Rass's presence bothers him, trying to persuade Knox to become his top student. Whether it's in the classroom, the canteen, or even in the restroom, Professor Rass doesn't give up on him. He even sticks his head into the restroom to persuade Knox, "Become my top student." Knox leaves the restroom with a disgruntled and angry face. However, Professor Rass still tries to ask, "Knox, are you done considering? Become my top student." Knox responds with a disdainful expression. "Professor Rass, please stop it, you crazy bastard." Professor Rass doesn't know when to stop. He persists. His face appears excited as he says, "I like how you're rough with your words. I like it." Knox recounts the whole ordeal to Jitri and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. "That bastard Professor Rass kept asking me to become his top student." Jitri is also puzzled hearing the story and expresses, "That bastard Professor Rass kept asking me to become his top student." Then she wonders, "But by Professor Rass, are you referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory?" Knox confirms that it's him. Jitri, puzzled, expresses, "That's strange from what others say. I remember him being a good professor. Why would he do something like that?" Knox reveals, "I know he's an all-right person as well. And Knox recalls the negative traits of Professor Raz. Then Knox looks out the window and expresses, "The problem is those traits he has." Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, a group of family soldiers with tense faces is demanding someone to stop and warn others not to let that person pass. At this moment, on the mansion's grounds, a blood-drenched sword is being dragged across the floor. Held by a man with white hair and violet eyes, he emits a sinister aura, indicating he is also one of the heirs of the Reinhofer family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Everyone, stop him. Did you not hear what the patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen into the room." The man pays no heed to the soldier's warning, lightly chuckling and remarking, "That's so harsh." In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened, and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The blood-stained man says, "That's not how a father should treat his son, is it?" With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Reinhofer family bursts in without the patriarch's permission. His entire body emanates a terrifying aura of dark mana, with the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere renders the head butler unable to move, filled with fear, as he wonders, "Master Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time?" The patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son, Garen, I never thought you'd come back to the Reinhafer family again. Garen smiles and retorts, what reasons do I need to come back to my own home? Father. Theo, with a somewhat intimidating cold expression, questions Garen, is this place your home? Garen receives the question with a less jovial expression than before. He then lightly chuckles and tells Theo, I'm sure I told you already, it's time to give up. He further declares, there's not much time left, is there? Theo responds, that's none of your business, Garen warns Theo. The demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it'll rise and devour everything in its sight. Theo, with a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, it sounds like you want that to happen. Garen then states, well, my business here is simple. He then menacingly asks Theo, where did you hide that sword? Theo, shocked by his son's audacity, looks fearful and reiterates, the first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer? However, the first patriarch's sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted by the patriarch to Nox. The dangers awaiting Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next installment. Garen boldly questioned the patriarch, the first patriarch's sword. Where did you hide the Stormbringer of Jean von Reinhofer? Angered by this, the patriarch scolded Garen, Jean von Reinhofer. How dare you speak the first patriarch's name? You must be really out of your mind. Garen, unfazed by this, laughed it off, saying, is that what's important right now? What matters is getting stronger and building a stronger force. That's what's most important for a noble. Dismissing it, Garen argued, Garen doesn't know what truly matters. Garen doesn't respect but brings up things from the past. If you know what truly matters so well, then why did you leave that woman to die? Hearing this, the head butler, concerned about the topic being discussed, warned, no, that woman mustn't be brought up in front of the patriarch. At this point, seemingly losing his composure, he said darkly, did you just say that woman? You've truly disrespected your mother with that. Garen immediately denied what Garen said and confirmed, my mother is Priscilla von Orel, she's my only mother. He emphasized further, that woman is your mistake, and she's nothing but a guest within the Reinhafer family. Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded Garen leave the room. Garen tried to call out to his father as if to confirm what he was saying. The patriarch, now emanating a terrifying dark aura, stared at Garen and reiterated, I said, get out. Then he warned Garen, I do not wish to cut off my own son's head. Faced with the threat from his father, Garen decided to leave, but before doing so, he ominously stated, you'll regret this, soon enough, you'll understand, is prepared for my sake. Garen then left, leaving Theo with a pensive gaze. The head butler, now worried, asked, Patriarch, are you all right? Theo turned away in shame and admitted, I slipped up, I showed you an unsightly side of me. The head butler denied it and said, please don't say that. I'm someone who swore my eternal fealty to the Reinhafer family. But, expressing concern, he added, if the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried that things will get dangerous. So, I think it would be good if you decide on a new successor soon. Hearing this, Theo pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided further implied information about a new successor he could consider. Yes, it so happens that we just received some good news through a letter. Master Nox is the top student of this time's Eldine admission test. Surprised, Theo confirmed. Is that true? From what I remember, the new dean of Eldin Academy is... The head butler continued, confirming, yes, Noah von Trinity. One of the 4 sages has acknowledged Master Nox's talent. At this point, reflecting on the name Nox von Reinhofer, Theo also felt contemplative and thought, his growth might still be insufficient, but if he truly has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Nox might end up sitting there. Returning to Eldine Academy, Professor Ras still persistently invited Nox to become his apprentice. Nox remained steadfast in refusing, saying, I don't want to. Professor Ras didn't appear saddened but added, I'll provide a lot of supporting funds. You could graduate from Eldin Academy without having to pay for anything. Nox bluntly stated, I have tons of money. Don't you know that I'm from the Reinhafer family? Professor Ras emphasized further, along with immense fame. However, Nox remained indifferent, saying, what use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury that I don't need. At this point, Professor Raz had exhausted all incentives and attempted to persuade, "Please reconsider." Knox sighed irritably, thinking, my ears are about to bleed from his persistent nagging. Knox recalled the previous evening when sharing everything with Gitri. Gitri, upon hearing Knox's concerns, asked, "Even so, shouldn't you listen to him if he's being so sincere?" She added, "I looked into Professor Raz more, and this isn't how he normally behaves. They say that he's an educator who's usually focused on helping weaker students." Knox chuckled wryly, admitting to Gitri, "You're right. This isn't something that I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he'll give up after he knows what I'm lacking in." Gitri also conceded, "Yes, I did think he was a little strange." Returning to the present, Knox still felt uncomfortable, but wanted to clarify things, and spoke to the professor. "Although you did explain yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as good as you want me to be your apprentice?" Professor Raz explained, "Because you're outstanding." Knox disagreed and asked earnestly, "I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me and not the other outstanding students?" Professor Raz, now with a serious expression, asked Knox, "Do you have some time?" and expressed, "You must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am." Knox mockingly replied, "That means I have nothing but time." Professor Raz chuckled and said, "You got me good. In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from the rival in merchantry." Despite not wanting to, Knox tried to comply with Professor Raz's request. Professor Raz poured another cup of tea for Knox and began to explain, "The reason why I need you, I mean an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research." Knox became curious about the professor's research. Professor Raz elaborated, "Yes, in order to obtain someone weak who can't use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong wish." As the professor's face grew increasingly somber, he continued, "That is why I need you, because I no longer wish to see anyone die while too powerless to even struggle." He also revealed that, yes, just like how my son died, the Knox character listened intently to Professor Raz's story. In his mind, he thought about the behind-the-scenes stories of each character that he didn't know while playing through Inner Lunatic. In this world, there would always be an abrupt new situation that would appear. Then Professor Raz began to recount his own life story. "I was born into the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son, and I had led the family. I had no outstanding talents but was able to be admitted into Eldain Academy with just my theoretical skills and became a professor. I always received poor results in practicals, and my peers would look down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it wouldn't take away all of the contempt that they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After constantly working hard, I was able to become a professor and even got married to a woman. Despite that, there was not a single person who'd completely acknowledge the achievements that I'd made as a professor. The achievements I made and my theses were published under another person's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I was able to have a son with my wife. My one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldain Academy. He was able to successfully overcome all hardships and graduated from the academy. He said this to me, "Father, I'll work hard so that people will be able to speak highly of you." I was so happy hearing that, my son joined the squad that was directly under the Emperor and joined the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of me and to raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But, on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't even long after the war started. He died after being struck by an arrow that only had a touch of mana in it. Now, does this explain why I would be obsessed over this thesis and my research for the sake of the weak? After listening to Professor Raz's tragic story, the Knox character silently evaluated, "This story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more of such stories. But, I wonder why. The back of the professor that I saw through the monitor and Professor Raz's back right now, they seem different. I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little." The Knox character then told the professor, "I'm sorry, but I'm more certain after listening to your story. There's someone better suited for this than I am. Someone that would listen to your story better and more seriously than me. I think that's the kind of person that you truly need right now." Afterward, the Knox character decided to leave, and before doing so, he said, I will see you at the next lesson. Professor Rass watched the Nox character leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son on the desk, filled with fond memories. He smiled faintly and remarked, "There's a resemblance between them." At this point, the academy had returned to the night in the dormitory, in the Nox character's room. Right at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, "What? Say that again. Who came back?" Dmitri, with a serious expression, replied, "The first son of the Reinhafer family, Master Garen, has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have died so far." Upon hearing this news, the Nox character worriedly thought, Garen von Reinhafer. The first Crown Prince Louis, and the #1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic, have finally started moving. After hearing that bad news, the whole room gradually fell silent. In Nox's mind, he thought, the worst bad ending maker. He then looked up at Dmitri and asked, "Dmitri, you've been to our family estate recently, right?" Dmitri confirmed, adding, "Head butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona." Surprised by this information, Nox thought to himself, that guy despises Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, whom Theo truly loves instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Nox, but if that's the case, then he might even harm Dmitri. Nox sighed and complained, "Why did I have to make so many enemies?" He then asked Dmitri, "Did Garen do anything?" Dmitri recounted with concern, "Come to think of it, Nox, when I heard this, I was angry. I clenched my fists silently, evaluating. That asshole, did he really cause some trouble?" Immediately after, Dmitri elaborated, "Master Garen tried to scout me." Nox was taken aback upon hearing this. Dmitri, with a troubled expression, began to recount everything. At the Reinharfer family estate, Rona and Dmitri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Rona and Dmitri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Dmitri, remarked, "What's with that maid? She looks extraordinary." He then called Dmitri over and asked her identity. "Who are you? I've never seen you around before." Dmitri stood before Garen courteously and replied, "Greetings. I'm Master Nox's exclusive maid. My name is Dmitri. Nice to meet you." Garen, impatient, said, "Enough with the formalities." He then made an offer. "I want you to become my maid. I know you're capable." Garen smirked and continued, "You have enough ambition within you that can satisfy me?" However, Dmitri politely declined, stating, "My apologies, but I'm already serving Master Nox. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer." Irritated by the refusal, Garen warned her, "I'm sure you know who I am. Why on earth are you refusing my offer? Did that Nox brat give you a lot of money?" Dmitri calmly responded, "It's because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but—" She paused briefly, her face shining brightly as she spoke of Nox. "Above everything else, I wish to stay by Master Nox's side to see what he'll do." Hearing such words from a servant, Garen felt uncomfortable and sighed. "I can't believe she wants to serve a brat like him. She's a strange one." He then offered a lucrative deal. "I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you." However, Dmitri remained steadfast. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temperament, he was clearly angered by her refusal and wouldn't overlook this matter. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Dmitri continued to recount, "He asked me to become his maid, and even offered to raise my wages." Hearing this, Nox felt somewhat saddened and asked Dmitri, "By how much?" Dmitri honestly replied, 3 times my current wage." Nox, worried, silently contemplated, "Although I do have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't use that much money, but I can't give up on Dmitri." Dmitri, puzzled by Nox's expression, stood up. Facing Dmitri, Nox offered, "If you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it and focus on your work." Dmitri was surprised to find that Nox had been worrying about her salary all this time. Dmitri suddenly chuckled charmingly. Nox found it perplexing. Wondering if he had said something wrong, Dmitri teased Nox. She turned away and said, "Oh, about that? I'm sorry." Nox, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion, thinking, "What just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way." Nox gently asked her again with regret, "Have you already decided to work with Garen?" She replied, "Whatever you're thinking of, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are sufficient." Upon hearing this, Nox felt less worried but still curious, so he asked again, "Why did you laugh then?" G-Tree, being mysterious, replied, "I can't tell you that." Nox became irritated, saying, "This is an order." G-Tree responded casually, "Something funny just came to mind, so I laughed." Nox retorted, "G-Tree, you've gotten worse at lying." G-Tree turned away and sighed at her foolish master. However, Nox was lost in thought, thinking, "Whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her, but Garen, that asshole, I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Of course, that'd be after I become stronger." After their conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes in the Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the History of the Archeim Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is Horsemanship. The third is Knightly Code and Etiquette within the Academy. The fourth is Basic Magic of the Empire. And, lastly, the subject that Nox has the most difficult time with, the Cursed Stamina Training. Thinking of this, Nox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Nox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, breaths coming in short gasps, running chin-ups. Nox's stamina had reached its limits. Nox sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining about himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and remarked, "This is so strange. Nox, you're like a mayfly." Nox sprayed water out of his mouth in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The teacher explained, "You're exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it feels like you have a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina. It's as if you're being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome." Upon receiving the teacher's evaluation, Nox pondered. As expected of an Elden Academy instructor, it's as he said. Due to the terminally ill trait, Nox's stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Nox then stood up and questioned, "Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words?" The man replied, "I apologize if that was rude, but it'd be good if you take heed to what I said. If you move recklessly in this manner, you might end up shortening your life." Nox responded, "Right, I'll keep that in mind." In his mind, Nox evaluated, "There's a countdown for my heart. How could I not take heed to what you said?" At the same time, a notification popped up, reminding him, "Because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate." Nox grumbled, "This is so darn annoying." Paracelsus stood nearby, observing Nox's actions. Nox seemed like a fool talking to himself and staring into nothingness, which made Paracelsus suspicious. He stood there and loudly remarked to Nox, "I can't figure him out at all. He did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, but he's hiding his stamina now?" In his mind, Paracelsus thought, "This is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing." Paracelsus's constant staring and comments annoyed Nox, who turned back and replied, "That annoying bastard. If we fight again, you'll get it good." The scene then shifted to the town next to the academy. Nox, dressed in a black cloak, walked through the streets discreetly. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." "Reinhafer's youngest son?" It was Rick, Eleanor's servant. Nox, recognizing Rick's presence, internally grumbled, "Why the hell is he doing this to me? This freaking game destroyer." Nox looked at Rick with wary eyes, seemingly questioning his intentions for appearing here. Mai added, "Rick? His real name is Hausschultz de Neff, the worst bad ending maker that's on par with the first prince, Louis von Archeim. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has several abilities like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, talented with hidden weapons. Along with that, he is cunning, skilled in bat, Gumal Northern sword art, a traitor, and a con artist. His stats are Stamina 4, Mana 4, Luck 3, Willpower 5, Charm 12, Passive Skill, Negotiation Revision." Nox, recalling the story's events, became worried. Later on, he'll attack the rival in merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person to avoid. Nox looked at him with disdain and said, "You're the one who came to give me that gift previously. What business do you have with me?" Rick maintained his cheerful expression and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I saw a noble of the influential Reinhardt family walking around without a servant. I was just a little puzzled." Knox immediately responded, "That's none of your business." Rick didn't mind and continued smiling. "That's true." Then he changed the subject. "Oh, since it's fate that we met here, shall I help you as you purchase some items?" "I have a lot of free time right now." Knox sneered and said, "Ha, I doubt that's the only task that the head of the Rivalan family assigned to you." Rick, showing respect, replied, "Since the past, great nobles have always closed their eyes to servants who deviate a little from their work." But the next second, his eyes changed, looking at Knox with hidden meaning. In Knox's mind, he thought, "I must find out what he's scheming. There must be a reason why he approached me." Then Knox responded, "I don't like people who talk a lot." Rick understood and answered, "Yes, sir. I'll make sure to remember that." Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you've requested." Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the documents, she focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Knox. After reviewing the additional information about Knox, Eleanor pondered, "Knox von Reinhofer, why on earth did he save me?" She felt a mix of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Reinhofer family has pretty much no interaction with the Rivalan family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, but he rejected it. The youngest son of the Reinhofer family that I know doesn't have that kind of personality. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently starting from resolving the missing child's forest incident. But I don't know the reason for the change. Upon thinking about it, she sighed deeply, and it seemed she also sensed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been strange. He's also gathering people within the merchantry. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned towards the window. She pondered deeply. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. "That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that?" His face was furious as he spoke. "If it was needed, you should have given everything you had." Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she cried a lot. At the same time, her childhood memories resurfaced, of attending a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was very sad and crying. Eleanor was very young then. The little girl stood before her late mother with a crestfallen face. But that experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, swallowing back her own tears. The image of a strong yet lonely woman looking towards the future emerged in her mind. Returning to the marketplace, Knox and Rick were now buying some items as Rick had mentioned. As they passed by the shops, Rick explained, "There's no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes. When you become a second year, you'll be given an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle that'd be used for alchemy, you need to buy one that's made with a special type of iron. Items will usually be made in the empty chemical room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements." After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Knox continued to follow without saying a word. Rick added, "The store that you see further in has connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get items at an affordable price. Let's see what else there is." While Rick pondered what else to buy, Knox contemplated, "While I don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is the real thing, the con artist trait and passive skill, negotiation revision, that he has. If he weren't a demonic human, I might have considered recruiting him." After tallying up the items to be bought, Rick approached Knox. I think you've probably purchased everything you need now, right?" Knox confirmed, "Yes, this will be sufficient." Immediately after, Knox's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Rick. "But I still don't know why you were looking for me." Suddenly Knox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, causing Rick's face to contort, losing the fake smile. Knox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick pretended ignorance and asked Knox, "What do you mean?" Rick's response only fueled Knox's anger further. Knox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. "Wasting time isn't in your favor, is it?" Rick dropped the pretense and began to smile sinisterly. Well, well, it looks like my conversation with you will be a quick one. I'll get straight to the point." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Nox sensed the danger and turned back to assess. A barrier. Based on its appearance, it's magic that blocks out sound. At this moment, Rick's face turned menacing. He smirked devilishly. Then with both hands, he tightly held Nox's hand with immense strength, making it impossible for Nox to resist even though he tried to exert more force. Nox instinctively pulled Rick's shirt, revealing the demon tattoo on his chest. Nox's eyes filled with anger, and the dark aura around him intensified as he interrogated Rick. The one you serve isn't the first prince, but a demon, right? When Rick heard Nox revealing his own secret, he was taken aback. You really do know a lot of information. Immediately after, a sinister aura enveloped Rick. He then smirked triumphantly, stating, I don't think my master will like that. This ominous aura made Nox uneasy, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick appeared a terrifying red-faced demon, its eyes glaring at Nox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue, seemingly merging with the demon's power. Despite facing this intimidating presence, Nox remained calm. He coldly spoke to Rick. Do you really think your master will grant your wish? Rick remained confident, confirming, of course. After a while, they both let go of each other. Nox warned, I hope you don't end up regretting that. Rick, still composed, buttoned up his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Nox then turned and left, but before doing so, he issued a final warning to Rick. Oh, just in case. If you dare to insult me and my family again, I'll kill you. At this point, Nox's eyes and face truly showed anger. This warning was the last Nox would give to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously acknowledged, I'll bear that in mind. Nox then left the marketplace, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Bernan is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class. One student whispers to another, remarking, Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then? Another student wonders, the bald head? Suddenly, a bespectacled figure interjects, warning them, Be careful. It's okay to call someone who's not bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful. Hearing the lengthy explanation from the bespectacled student, the others simply respond with an, Oh. However, Professor Bernan seems to have overheard their conversation. His face tightens in anger. He doesn't say anything but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair. He then composes himself and continues the class. I'll tell you about the location for the class first. This place is the Clariel Plains. It's a famous place within Eldine Academy that has lots of amazing trees and plants. You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here. Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Bernan encourages the students, All right, try riding your assigned horse or the horse that you brought here. Many students below begin to feel apprehensive about today's lesson. One complains, I haven't had a chance to take a good look around this place yet. A woman nearby asks, There are people who have their own horses? Others express their concerns. A horse? I've never ridden one before. And, why must we come to Eldine Academy just to learn how to ride a horse? A man beside them reassures, We don't have a choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right? While the other students grumble about the horse riding lesson, Nox pays no attention to their complaints. He immediately summoned his horse, which was Carl. Right after that, a shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared energetically. Then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Bernan spoke up. All right, try to ride them. Please grab on tightly so you don't fall off. Nox's gaze at this moment was fixed on another person, Paracelsus. He was riding a horse. No matter how awkwardly, it seemed quite clumsy. Nox looked at him and evaluated. He's pretty good at riding a horse. Well, he's lived in the East for so long he should be able to ride a camel or a horse. Then, Nox mounted Carl and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, How could a good-for-nothing like him have such a horse? The Reinhafer house is rich, although they're still not as rich as the Rivalin house. The image of Carl with the blue flame was stunning. Knox smiled inwardly, thinking, Carl is indeed a fine horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player. Back with the other students, one of them was practicing riding a horse, successfully mounting one and feeling joyful. The professor standing beside him praised, Well done. Slowly communicate with your horse and ride it. Then he turned to all the students who were ready on their horses and announced, Okay, it seems like all of you have gotten familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the Knox race of this class. Hearing this, the students were quite surprised. A race? But aren't there people who only started riding a horse today? Other students chimed in. What? That doesn't make sense. Especially one student was very angry and complained, This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs. The brown-haired student appeared frightened, saying, This is madness. The bespectacled one standing nearby seemed dangerous, saying, Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head? But before he could finish, the professor with a shiny bald head appeared behind him and gave him a tap on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and said, The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and turn the corner, located in the nameless forest at the end of the forest, and then return to this place. The first to get back will be given additional points. Any questions? Knox, standing at the opposite end facing the shiny bald head, silently thought, The rules are as simple as his hair. Then Knox muttered to himself, Well, that's not what's important now, though. Talia, standing behind, nervously asked Knox, What did you say? Knox replied coldly, Nothing. Mind your own business. However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it's been arranged so that the protagonist meets the demonic human Rudger. The demonic human that appears in this episode causes all the students to be stuck in the nameless forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human along with the other academy cadets. That's the basic sequence of this episode. Thinking about this, Knox tightened the reins and thought, There isn't a protagonist here. In such a place where there are so many strong personalities, I wonder how things will turn out with the absence of a leader. Thinking carefully is important, but actions must be taken. At this moment, Talia proactively suggested to Knox, Knox, do you want to go with me? Later, she hesitantly explained, I'm not scared, it's just in case something happens. The forest is quite a dangerous place after all. Eleanor was also there at that moment and chimed in to disrupt Talia. I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race, huh? However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Knox's gaze turned hostile. He stared directly at her and uttered harshly, Can you not bother me and just go on your way? Misunderstanding Knox's intention, Eleanor was driven away, speechless. Her face was thoughtful as she walked away, returning to her horse. Now only Talia and Knox remained. Talia, now sincere, admitted, Well, I guess this is indeed a race. It's best to come back as quickly as possible, Knox. Go on ahead first. I'm not that good at horse riding. Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Knox coldly remarked, The race isn't what's important. He then left. Leaving Talia perplexed by his manner, Talia stood there, pondering, If the race isn't what's important, then what is? Soon, all the students returned, and the professor announced, The race has begun. Get going now. Immediately, all the students raced off at full speed. Knox was among them, riding Carl on the far right side of the group. Each student tried to take the lead, urging their horses on. A confident boy boasted to others, I won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today. Suddenly, one student's expression turned fearful. Carl seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames on him intensified, his eyes alert. Knox, sensing what was about to happen, restrained Carl and said, Carl, I know. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the students' feet, a large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified, wondering what was happening. Knox kindly explained, It's teleportation magic. He then advised them, Everyone, just stay still, unless you all want to die here. Immediately after, beams of blinding light emanated from below the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering shadows and murky dust. The surroundings returned to a quieter state, with only the sound of the wind blowing across the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared, surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely, a demon, had appeared. Surrounding the demon was a dense and frightening aura of bloodlust. The demon silently sensed the long-hidden power surging within it. It was ecstatic and whispered to itself, "Finally, my opportunity for revenge has come." This demon seemed to be the one Knox mentioned, called Rudger. Let's see what Rudger is seeking and who he's searching for, which might just be our unfortunate Knox. Knox at this point sensed the unusual situation and quickly warned all the students, "Everyone, just stay still." His eyes gradually turned serious as he said, "Unless you all want to die here." Immediately afterward, Knox decided to dismount and urged Carl to leave the magic circle's area, saying, "I'm counting on you." Just moments later, while all the students were still confused about what was happening, the magic circle activated and transported all the students to another place, at this time in a different location within a forest. All the students had been teleported here. Some students were still shocked after being suddenly transported elsewhere. A black-haired woman held her head, complaining, "My head hurts. Where on earth are we?" The man next to her speculated that they were in a forest. A nearby girl, overhearing this, denied it. "Lies. We were just on the plains." Each person had their own opinion, causing the students to become increasingly confused about their whereabouts. Many believed this was just a test. Knox stood silently among the crowd, his eyes seriously observing the surroundings, and silently assessing, "This is definitely teleportation magic. But this is different from Dean Noah's. The formula itself seems unstable." In moments like these, Knox was also quite a respected figure. The princess noticed his demeanor and approached to inquire, "Do you know what's happening?" Knox, although aware of what was happening, still responded coldly, "I'm trying to figure it out." Then he added cryptically, "But one thing for certain is that there are outsiders that aren't with the academy." Echidna, with an arrogant attitude, stepped forward to interrogate Knox. "What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell us the details." However, Knox did not hesitate to put her in her place. "Know your place, Echidna. You're not the princess." He believed he had no reason to say anything to Echidna. Echidna, being reprimanded by Knox, was left speechless, her face angry, but she kept her thoughts to herself and said nothing. "Teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence." Eleanor, who was also behind, inquired to confirm, "Teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence." Knox did not hide, and confirmed it was true. Eleanor, needing a reasonable explanation from Knox, questioned why he thought so. Talia, also present, with a worried and curious face, said, "I'm also curious about why you think so. This could be a test of sorts from other professors too." Knox sighed in frustration at the group of privileged people, thinking, "This is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They're way too complacent." In his heart, he was certain, "This is inner lunatic. We're within a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult games." However, he did not share this with them as it was his own secret. He found a reasonable excuse and told them, "The magic power looks way too unstable." At the same time, the skill Acting Genius had been activated. Knox continued to explain, "A disorganized formula, the fact that it completely disregards the safety of the target and is only focused on the function, is proof." One of the elite students, hearing Knox's explanation, agreed and said, "Yes, the formula is strange. Moreover, if this was done by the professors, they wouldn't want to endanger us. And there's no reason they'd do that to this many children from reputable families in Eldane." Hearing Leon's words, the other students began to trust Knox a bit more, but no one spoke up. Leon continued to ask everyone to confirm a common opinion. "I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think?" It must be acknowledged that Knox had experienced all of this before, which allowed him to easily make this assessment. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first time. Yet his evaluation was not something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's additional explanation, silently praised him. "I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's right to think that an outside influence is at play." She began to feel uneasy and speculated, "Could this have been done by Brother? The other students did not worry as much. One of them spoke up. In any case, we need to get out of here quickly. Others heard this and also agreed to leave the place. At this moment, Leon warned everyone, I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for long. Echidna, not understanding and raising her voice, questioned, You dark families are trying to take things into your own hands, huh? You need to prove what you're saying first. Immediately, the princess beside her demanded that she stop. The princess confirmed, Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead. The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further. After hearing the princess's confirmation, the others hesitated but then agreed. Come to think of it, the way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Others chimed in. The princess is indeed sharp. She learned magic earlier than we did, didn't she? Paracelsus, standing nearby, listened but did not comment. However, his eyes became vigilant. He turned in one direction, drawing his sword and readying for battle. He signaled everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited abilities, noticed nothing amiss. Paracelsus coldly asked her, Can't you smell the stench of blood? He added, This is a monster that's intermediate rank or above. Its location is above us. What Paracelsus mentioned also alerted Nox, and he detected it too. Above them appeared a bird-like monster with a large body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below cautious. However, before the bird could make a sound, Nox swiftly leaped up. With one move, his sword slashed multiple times across the bird's body. His expression remained cold and composed as the bird took the hits from Nox. He warned all the students, All of you, get ready. The large bird, easily cut down by Nox, lay on the ground. After defeating an intermediate-level monster effortlessly, Nox seriously declared, In this dangerous situation, I'll take command of the fight. The other students, hearing this, were reluctant to acknowledge, What? Who's taking command? Many thought, Nox is taking command? The good-for-nothing? That's crazy. The princess, surprised by Nox's quick response, thought, The ambush of a monster whose presence I didn't even detect. He was the first to detect it? The good-for-nothing of House Reinhafer? The elite students witnessed this, but neither denied nor agreed with Nox's declaration. The bird monster was not entirely defeated, as its body seemed to be infused with a bloodthirsty mana, making it more ferocious. The princess, still in deep thought, wondered, How is he suddenly so different? Nox von Reinhafer. Meanwhile, a bald professor, looking at his stopwatch, wondered, Seriously, is the current batch of students completely talentless in horse riding? How is it that no one's back yet? This is the worst time record in history. This indicated that the bald professor was unaware that the students had been transported away. Suddenly, Professor Ras rode up quickly to report an incident. The bald professor, seeing Ras, asked, Ras? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be having a class with the second years? Professor Ras quickly replied, That's not what's important now. Where are the students? The bald professor, still unaware of the situation, responded, They're having horse riding lessons in the plains. But he soon sensed something amiss. Wait a second, this feeling. What's wrong? Professor Raz explained, A person that uses demonic magic has been spotted in the academy. 3 hours ago, a huge magic circle was activated and we tracked it down to these plains. The bald professor, now angry, exclaimed, Of all times, it had to happen when Dean Noah wasn't around. Damn it, we need to get going now. Suddenly, Carl, Nox's horse, came running alone toward the destination. Attached to Carl was a letter written by Nox. The bald professor, seeing Carl, recognized him as Nox's, and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest, and immediate assistance was needed. The bald professor read the call for help with some concern. Knowing the nameless forest was a dangerous place, he and another person hurried there. It'll take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope they'll all be safe. Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Nox had just finished thoroughly defeating the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword. Echidna, having witnessed Nox easily slay the monster, could no longer Noxtain her haughty expression and had to admit, I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was the correct one, Reinhafer. The princess approached, but before she could speak, Nox coldly interjected, Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess. The princess was puzzled by Nox's words. He then bluntly stated, "This incident is an extension of what happened previously. Please give me the authority to take command of all the students, by the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and responded, "But it could get dangerous. I, the princess, will take charge of the students personally." Nox felt annoyed and troubled by her response. He quickly called for a young man named Pell. When Pell stepped forward, Nox asked him, "Tell me the manual that needs to be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, but then complied with Nox's order. "The top priority is to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Nox addressed the princess. "Princess, you're the only member of the imperial family here, and you're also one of the most powerful individuals needed to defeat the demons in the future. The lightning mana and power of punishment you possess are passed down only within the imperial family." Nox added, "And so even if everyone dies here, we must protect your life. That's the law of the empire." The princess, hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Nox continued, "Also, the person who made the fastest judgment during that ambush was me. So please give me the authority." Nox's face slowly formed a cunning smile as he extended his hand toward the princess, concluding, "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." The princess felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether she was moved or frightened. After hearing Nox's speech proving himself as the suitable leader of the student group, Talia's face began to blush. He wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line. Incredible. She stared intently at Nox, assessing him. I was indeed right. Nox is the true knight role model. Sensing something behind him, Nox turned to see Talia gazing at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, "What the hell is wrong with her?" Nox then addressed the crowd. "Anyways, if there aren't any other opinions, I'll become the leader and take charge of us. If you don't like the idea, then prove your worth with your abilities." With a confident smile, Nox added, "If you can do that, I'll gladly give up this position as the leader." None of the students voiced any objections. However, a clever-looking young man thought to himself, if something bad happens while he's protecting the princess, the leader would definitely face severe punishments, even if he does well at the start. Something will surely go wrong eventually. That means Nox is drinking poison from a holy grail right now. He stood right behind Nox, mocking him. "Ha ha ha, mindless idiot. Do what you want." Nox heard his words and turned to look at him with utmost affection. Seeing Nox's gaze, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned away, terrified by Nox's love for him. After a moment of silence, everyone tacitly understood that Nox would be the leader. Nox then declared, "It's decided then. Starting from now, follow my instructions. If you don't, you'll be punished according to the law." The princess silently agreed with Nox's every word. Even the echidna, who disliked Nox, could only grumble internally. After clarifying everything, Nox began to command everyone. "We'll start moving now, everyone. Follow me." Nox then took the lead. Eleanor, seeing Nox leave without further explanation, felt confused. "Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first?" Nox, without bothering to explain, gave her a frightening look and said, "I'm not good at explaining things, so make sure to follow me closely." Then he led the group, thinking to himself, "If you guys knew just how many times I've played this chapter, you'd be horrified, because I'm a veteran of this damn game." Meanwhile, in a cave, someone was observing the students' actions through a magic orb as they encircled and killed a beast. This man was none other than the demon Rugger. He leisurely watched the students struggle like prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name, "Rugger," accompanied by a terrifying black mist. From within the mist, a mouth appeared, surrounded by numerous eyes. The entity commanded Rugger, "Devour the humans of Eldine. Get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow." Rugger obediently listened, kneeling, and then extended his hand to receive the black energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued, "If you do that, I'll share my power with you, even though you don't deserve it." As the black energy entered Rugger's body, the veins in his arm turned black, his body seeming to endure immense pressure. But soon, he controlled the power, clenched his fist, and responded, "Yes, my lord, I'll deal with this in a way that shall not disappoint you." At that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. Once the black mist disappeared from the core, the mysterious figure vanished, and the core fell to the ground. Rugger, looking into the magic orb, muttered to himself, "Eldine, this is a perfect mission for me. I'll punish you for the sin of abandoning me." The orb reflected the image of two professors riding towards the nameless forest. His gaze focused on Professor Ross, uttering his name, Ross von Celestia. It seemed they had known each other before. The terrifying aura from Rugger spread throughout the cave, causing birds to scatter. The evening began to set in. Under Nox's direction, the students quickly subdued the beastly boars. Nox then spoke, "From here on, we'll need to assign roles." He looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, "You and you, help me." Paracelsus, though slightly displeased, reluctantly agreed. "It's a fact that you defeated me, so I'll play along for now." Leon, however, responded differently, bowing respectfully. "I'm probably lacking in skills, but if I can be of help, I'll do my very best." Nox looked at the two geniuses in front of him, following his orders, and silently marveled, "Good, with this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." Then, his gaze shifted to another place as he thought to himself. Next up would be Nox gathered some elite students and said, "There are two ways to get out of this forest. Someone has to break the barrier from outside, or to kill the caster that used the teleportation magic within the barrier." The princess, upon hearing this, asked, "In the case of the latter," Nox explained, "indeed it could get dangerous, but we don't have any other options here. It'll take Professor Bernan about 2 days to reach this place from the plains, if he travels in a straight line. Our best option would be to try and survive as best as we can while killing the caster." Though he said this, Nox also thought to himself, "Actually, I already know. This event can't be resolved with the first method. If we want to get out of here, we must kill the caster. The caster is Rugger, the demonic human that lives in this forest." After explaining the situation to all the students, Nox spoke up. "We'll first gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much." Hearing this, Paracelsus feared that Nox was referring to something they had killed and quickly asked, "Oi, Mr. Noble, what are you asking us to eat?" Nox nonchalantly replied, "This is a pig. Any problems with it?" Paracelsus sighed and said, "Hey, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is the back mountain of a noble that they use for hunting. We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous." Nox looked at the pig's carcass and confirmed, "I'm aware of that. I also know that the plants in this vicinity can't be eaten recklessly." Paracelsus, even more puzzled, asked, "Why are you asking us to eat it if you know all that? How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was in the East, I never went this far. Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain for?" Saying this, Paracelsus wore a disgruntled expression. Nox, seeing him, thought silently, "This lunatic, he only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts? I better not get too involved with him." After thinking for a moment, Nox sternly ordered him, "Shut up and be quiet. I have my ways." At this point, Nox picked some herbs and told Leon, "Leon, summon undead and ask them to protect the students from the monsters." Leon quickly agreed. Nox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and requested, "I want you to protect the princess. Except for that cheeky mouth of yours, you actually have pretty good skills." Being insulted like that, Paracelsus was quite angry but endured it as it was an order from the leader. "I'm definitely going to beat you until you're half dead in the future." After the two of them left to carry out their tasks, Nox began his own work. First, Nox found a large flat stone to use as a table. Then he used various available ingredients from the forest to cook. Finally, the Nox ingredient, a piece of purple demonic pig meat, was separated. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat it. All the students who witnessed it were terrified and wondered what that disgusting thing was. "Look at that color, I think we'll die if we eat that." After grilling the pork for a while, Nox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread and gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from a dreamy purple to the color of normal meat. The students who witnessed this were surprised. Nox then explained, "I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. The crimson rake plant is capable of neutralizing poison of middle-rank monsters and below. And the hornboar is one of those monsters." The other students reluctantly acknowledged this. "Is that so?" I think I've read that in a book somewhere. But the Reinhafers have no reason to starve. How would he know such information? I don't know either. Then Knox turned to the princess and asked, So then, princess, do you like it rare or medium rare? He thought to himself, I'm boldly excluding the option of well done. There was once a mention within the game that well done meat is thrown away. At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. Meanwhile, at the two professors' location, they were riding horses hastily towards the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a device to contact the academy's principal, Noah von Trinity. On the other end, he began reporting the situation. Dean Noah, can you hear me? Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above. The academy has determined this to be a grave matter. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Rass. In response, there was only a sound of munching. The bald professor continued. The other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions. Contrary to his worries, Principal Noah was still calmly eating, the sound of her chewing clearly audible. Shocked, the bald professor thought, what was that? That sounded like someone was eating snacks. However, he reassured himself, nah, I know she's crazy, but there's no way she'd be casually snacking in a situation like this. But Professor Rass beside him bluntly questioned, Dean, are you eating snacks right now? Caught, Principal Noah nonchalantly asked, Oh, you heard that? Her question left the two elderly men speechless. Seeing their silence, Noah reassured them. There's no need to be so worried. She confidently asserted, they'll come back without any major issues. While she was sitting in her ice chamber, leisurely eating snacks, the two professors were still very worried about the students. But, if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be as dire. But they're first years. They haven't even been studying at the academy for that long. They're basically dunces right now. Professor Rass beside him also shouted in agreement. Their expressions were far from calm. Sweat ran down Professor Rass's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly. However, to their surprise, Principal Noah cut the connection without bothering to listen further. The two old men were left helpless. Damn it! It can't be helped then. I'll just do as much as I can. The bald professor was no longer calm. Urging his horse to run faster, Professor Rass behind him called out, Burnin! In his mind, the professor worried, My top apprentice Knox. I will never let you die in a place like this. Back at the nameless forest, all the students seemed to have eaten their fill of the food Knox had prepared from the beast. They were now gathering around the campfire to rest for the night. However, Knox continued to do something that puzzled the students. Seeing Knox's actions, Leon asked Paracelsus, Why are you spilling the hornboar's blood around? Paracelsus kindly explained, If you use the blood of a stronger monster instead, weak monsters won't even dare to come near us. That's something we do often, even in the East. Travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp at night, after all. Hearing Paracelsus's explanation broadened Leon's knowledge. The other students were also amazed. At this moment, Princess Penelope approached Knox and called his name. Knox turned back, scrutinizing her with his eyes. The princess smiled warmly and thanked him. Thank you. Thanks to you, we could keep the other students safe. Knox, indifferent to the gratitude, cautiously reminded the princess, We still have a long way to go. There are still a lot of monsters around and we haven't defeated the mage, plus the night is long. While the two of them were talking, the other trainees began to sleep in an attempt to regain their strength. The princess looked at all the trainees, missing no one, and said with a sigh, I know, but the fact that no one has died so far, I think that's thanks to you. Despite her gratitude, Knox remained indifferent as he looked at the princess. Her face gradually turned sorrowful as she admitted her past mistake. Please forgive Echidna's manners. She's just biased against dark families because of the usual negative feelings people have for them. Knox, puzzled by the princess's apology on behalf of Echidna, thought to himself, Why does she even care about me? I don't like how this is going. He then told the princess, You don't need to worry about someone like me. You can't go thanking the good-for-nothing that was thrown away by his own dark family. The imperial family would be in shock if they found out. The princess disagreed with his self-deprecation, asserting, "That's one way of looking at things." Her gaze turned serious, and Nox's image in her eyes was entirely different from the rumors, she frankly stated. "But I think differently. If I can save more people, even if I have to join hands with a demon, I will do so without hesitation." Nox, concerned by her serious words, cautioned, "That's such a dangerous thing to say." In response, the princess quickly retorted, "I'm just kidding." Nox felt a bit annoyed by her attitude and thought to himself, "Damn it, did her switch turn on?" He evaluated her. Penelope von Arkheim, she's known as the Princess of Kindness. But her biggest flaw is that she's an extreme utilitarian. Looking at the innocent princess before him, Nox judged, she's a dangerous character that would give up her own life for her beliefs. Her nickname as the Princess of Kindness could easily turn into the cold-blooded princess. Ending the conversation with the princess, Nox took out a cloth bag emitting a menacing purple aura. He raised the bag and addressed the other trainees. "We'll now team up in fours to set up the tents. I have some decent cloths, so each of you can come take one," he thought to himself. Having a dimensional pocket is definitely convenient. Seeing Nox's announcement and the bag he held, the trainees began to murmur, "Why are you carrying around things like that? What the hell? That's the Reinhafer family for you. I heard that when you turn 5 in the family, they push you off a cliff. Nah, no way." Annoyed by the absurd rumors, Nox thought, "To think there'd be such bad rumors going around, I guess that's how things are for a dark family." The other trainees began setting up camp according to Nox's instructions. Nox, standing next to Talia, reminded her with a worried expression, We better be careful." Talia, confused, asked, Be careful of what?" Nox, unable to explain what he already knew, coldly responded, "It's nothing." He then continued to instruct the other trainees. "After you guys have decided on the night shift rotations, take turns guarding this place." He started to plan in his mind. "It's time for me to get started too. There's a problem that exists in the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. If we don't kill the mage that set up the barrier quickly, it'll become impossible to clear this scenario." Meanwhile, the trainees were finishing setting up the camp. Everyone seemed exhausted and fell asleep around the campfire. Taking turns guarding, Nox continued with his plan, thinking, "And that means, if no one kills the mage, we won't be able to complete this story." As Nox drew his sword and walked in a certain direction, Leon, seemingly entrusted by Nox with something, watched him go alone. Within the barrier, the sleeping trainees began to sense something approaching. A young man woke up, quickly drew his sword, and alerted the sleeping trainees. "Everyone, get up!" Others hurriedly reported, "Princess, we've got trouble." The princess ran out and anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" The man explained, "A huge number of creatures that possess mana are gathering near here." The area around the trainees' resting place was enveloped in a terrifying miasma. Echidna, worried, stood protectively in front of the princess. "Please stand behind me, princess." Paracelsus also quickly drew his sword, ready for battle, assessing the situation. "Ho, here they come. Hornboar's blood doesn't mean anything in the face of a stronger monster after all." He then looked around, seemingly searching for Nox, and asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" However, they realized Nox was no longer there. Talia anxiously called out, "Nox isn't here?" Leon stepped forward, began using his magic, and told everyone, "He's gone elsewhere temporarily. He's left this battlefield to me." Echidna, angry, shouted, "What? He was so confident about protecting the princess, yet he went somewhere else?" Leon rebutted, "Yes, but he didn't run away." Echidna, still doubtful, questioned, "How would you know that?" The other trainees, seeing the approaching horde of creatures, felt very anxious. "But there's just way too many of them. This is too dangerous." Eleanor also spoke up, "Echidna is right. This is way too many monsters for us to deal with." Leon, turning to her, affirmed, "It's all right." He then began to unleash his magic, green mana spreading around him. Witnessing his tremendous power, the princess was quite surprised, thinking, "Such a ridiculous amount of mana." Echidna, with a troubled expression, thought, "What on earth is happening right now?" Leon, entrusted by Nox at this moment, was also very curious. "I've become curious. Knox von Reinhafer, about the kind of person you are and why you've given me this responsibility. He recalled when Knox, before leaving, had given him a dark purple magic core, which had surprised Leon. Returning to the present, Leon confidently declared, I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvas household, the result of this battle. Mid-sentence, a monstrous wolf charged at him, but Leon, using his enormous mana, quickly blocked it. In an instant, summoned entities appeared and slashed at the wolf. The strike was so powerful that it split the wolf's body in half. But that wasn't the end. His summoned army of zombies began to engage the monsters. With eyes full of confidence and determination, Leon continued, I declare this as the patriarch of the Marvas household. The result of this battle will solely be decided by me, Leon von Marvas. At a different part of the nameless forest, in front of the demon's cave, a magical array was set up all around. Knox calmly stepped into the range of the magic. Even though he knew about it, he wasn't afraid and directly walked in. As soon as Knox stepped onto the magic circle, a system notification appeared stating, Mana Sensitivity Genius has neutralized intermediate restraint magic. Therefore, these magic restrictions had no effect on him. Knox continued to walk through the magical constraints, his face serious and his eyes determined. Another notification appeared. Due to the effects of the lunatic member's robe, your attack power has increased by 1.2 times. The moment he stepped into the magic, Knox detected the presence of the demon named Rudger. He took the initiative to speak, How long do you intend to re-Knox hidden? The demon, surprised at being discovered, let out a mad smile, showing interest. He began to slowly walk towards Knox, his voice deep and menacing. A mere academy student is able not only to figure out my location, but is also bold enough to fight me. Rugger's eyes then gleamed fiercely. The red aura of blood emanated from him, instilling fear in those around. Knox was ready for the battle. Acting genius has been activated strongly. His expression changed from cold and emotionless to cheerful, and he smiled cunningly, saying, Those are words you should only say when you're worth something. He then threatened the demon, You're the one who ought to know his place. His words successfully enraged Rudger, whose smile vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Veins bulged on Rugger's face as he roared, How dare you! The next second, he vanished, moving at great speed towards Knox, claws extended to end him. However, Knox blocked the attack with his sword, the impact releasing a burst of energy around them. After deflecting the blow, Knox swiftly slashed horizontally at Rugger, forcing him to retreat to dodge. Rugger looked at his hand, now corroded by the black flames from Knox's sword, and furiously demanded, Who the hell are you? Knox, with a cold tone, replied, There's no need for me to tell you that. His cold demeanor further infuriated Rugger. The demon's body was fueled by demonic power, black veins spreading across his form. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he snarled, I'll beat the words out of that arrogant mouth of yours. Rugger charged again, his arm now wrapped in a blood-red aura. But for Knox, it was all too easy. He quickly severed Rugger's once-joined arm. Realizing his arm had been cut off, Rugger was left stunned, unable to react, his face blank with disbelief. Knox, after chopping off Rugger's arm, looked at him coldly and thought to himself, One piece skip. What happens from now is what matters. Well, there's no need for me to even use my skill. As Rugger's arm fell, he finally came to his senses. Knox, with an unwavering expression, considered, Not with this difference in level? Even though he's borrowed the power of a demon, he's still just a demonic human. Rugger's face now showed a mix of fear and anger as he screamed, Impudent brat! The severed arm regenerated into a bizarre form. He then extended the arm towards Knox, exclaiming, Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you think you've won, have you? As the arm approached, Knox observed it calmly, not bothering to evade. In his mind, he assessed, He's way weaker than the current Knox. At the moment Rugger's long arm attacked, Knox quickly blocked with his sword. His eyes became increasingly menacing. A notification appeared, indicating that swordsmanship and combat genius had been activated. You have destroyed your enemy's attack. Immediately after activating the skill, Knox's strikes grew stronger. He knocked Rugger's arm aside, causing it to become deformed. Rugger was utterly shocked when Knox repelled his attack. As Rugger momentarily lost focus, Knox gathered mana into a magic orb on his left and taunted him. An attack like this is useless. The next second, Nox's attack hit Roger's body, causing him to scream in pain. Acting Genius has been activated. Simultaneously, Nox's face turned cold. He directed his murderous gaze at Roger, who lay on the ground in agony from Nox's dark strike. With a terrifying expression, Nox grabbed Rugger's limp arm and lifted him up. His menacing face glared at him and said, "You didn't think that'd work on me, did you?" Rugger lay on the ground in pain, unable to do anything, his teeth clenched in anger. "I should have been careful from the start. The good-for-nothing of House Reinhafer, he's foiled my plans?" Now, with Nox pinning his arm down and pressing his body to the ground, Rugger still tried to lift his head to glare at Nox, snarling, "How dare you humiliate me? The one who's received the blood of the Archduke!" Nox ignored his meaningless words, calmly raised his sword with a chilling gaze and said, "This is farewell. I've had enough of you." As Rugger saw himself about to be finished off, sweat began to pour down his face in fear. But at that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Stop!" It was Professor Rass. He hurriedly rushed over, gasping, and pleaded with Nox, "Please stop, Nox." His face was very frantic as he admitted, "He's my apprentice." Hearing Professor Rass say that, Nox was very surprised. He froze, astonished. "What?" Professor Rass, with a regretful expression, bowed his head and said to Nox, "Sorry for allowing you to go through all this, but it's true. He's Rugger, my apprentice." Rugger, lying on the ground, hearing this, also gave a contemptuous smile. "Ha! Your apprentice? Don't be absurd, Professor Rass. Was I ever your apprentice for even a single second? You abandoned me. I, who lost my arm in the war of our empire, you drove me out of the academy heartlessly because I no longer had any value." Rugger angrily shouted, "You call yourself my teacher. You're self-deluded." Hearing these harsh criticisms from his student, Professor Raz sorrowfully clenched his fist and admitted, "Yes, I might have abandoned you. But it's not what you think. I only made such decisions because I was worried for you. I didn't want what happened to my son to happen to you. My only choice was to expel you from the academy because you were so adamant about going to the battlefield." Despite Professor Rass's explanations, Rugger did not want to understand and continued to hold a grudge against him. His eyes full of hatred, he said to Rass, "We're the ones who decide the path we'll take." He recalled the scenes he had to go through. "Rass, you were conceited, and the whole continent became aware that I was abandoned trash of the academy." Professor Rass was deeply remorseful for what he had done. "I didn't know that happened to you, but does the magic you so desired really look like this? Is this really the magic that we both wanted?" Rugger appeared indifferent to Professor Rass's question. He gave a sly smile and said, "I know that it's too late for me." Right after, his whole body seemed to gain new strength. He struggled against Nox and broke free from Nox's grip. Nox was surprised by his actions and carelessly let him escape. Immediately after, Rugger abandoned his target, Nox, and charged straight towards Professor Rass with the intent to exact his revenge. He rushed at Professor Rass, his face full of fury, holding a blood-stained knife. His eyes filled with hatred, he shouted, "But I'll bring at least you to the afterlife with me." He screamed, "Rass von Celestia!" Professor Rass was terrified, unable to react in time. In other words, he resigned himself to this death for what he had done. However, the author does not let him die just yet. At this moment, we only see a stream of black energy from Rugger being blocked by a purple stream. Professor Rass, who was previously so terrified that he closed his eyes tightly, waited for death, but when it didn't come, he opened his eyes to see why. Before him stood the handsome figure of Nox, blocking his way. Taking on the role of the protagonist, Nox declared, "Things that I've done that can't be changed, I have some of those as well." At the same time, his entire body was enveloped in the purple energy, knocking Rugger out of the danger zone. The moment after he finished speaking, Nox's figure appeared right behind Rugger. His sword was ready to finish him off. Rugger, his body still not reacting, stood motionless as if rooted to the ground. When he finally realized it, his face twisted, and he muttered to himself, "What? How are you so fast?" At this point, the system also began to announce, "Acting Genius is now activated to the most extreme level. The synchronization of Nox von Reinhafer with the player has increased." Nox, with his sword ready to strike, no longer had a cold expression. He smiled lovingly at the soon-to-be-dead Rugger and said, "I understand the feeling of despair you have to endure, but it can't be changed anymore. That's a really inelegant emotion, don't you agree?" Right after saying this, Knox's entire body became different due to the enhanced stats. Another warning rang out, "You might lose your mind." However, this didn't affect Knox. He continued to swiftly swing his sword. The blade quickly sliced Rudger's body in half. He didn't have time to say any last words, only managing to utter a few meaningless sounds. Knox's cold eyes turned to look at the demon's body, which had been cut in two. After a while, the demon's body gradually dissolved into black mist and disappeared as if it had never existed. Professor Rass witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress his sorrow. He collapsed to the ground, watching his apprentice vanish without being able to do anything. His eyes filled with grief. He lowered his face to the ground, helplessly accepting the truth. Then, Professor Raz softly called out to Knox. Knox responded, puzzled by what he wanted to say. Suddenly, the professor asked a meaningless question. "What should I do?" Knox, confused, replied blandly, "What are you talking about?" At this point, the professor began to open up. "You know already, don't you? My research and thesis exist only for the sake of those who are weak, but I'm no longer sure if there's any meaning to my research. I'm not even able to protect my own apprentice. I wonder if there's any meaning to continuing my research." Knox stood behind, listening but not responding. Professor Rass, in his sorrow, scooped up some dirt, watching it fall through his fingers, and said, "I've lost the direction of my life." Seeing this tragic scene, Knox showed no emotion. He wiped the blood from his face and replied, "I don't know how you're related to that demonic human." Knox looked at the image of the fallen professor and thought to himself, "This is the lesser evil. I need his thesis to be published so that artifact creation and the strengthening system can be unlocked within the game. He must continue his research. But is that really all?" As he thought this, his hand clenched in hesitation. At this moment, a notification appeared, stating, "Your emotions have interfered with the character, Knox von Reinhofer." Knox's eyes softened, seemingly filled with many unspoken words. Another warning popped up. Warning. Acting genius is wavering. Simultaneously, a light rain began to fall over the forest. After a moment of hesitation, Knox started to speak with genuine emotion. "Actually, something like that isn't important to me. However, I don't think your research is worthless." As he said this, Knox himself was hesitating, questioning himself. "I thought I believed that making use of Professor Rass was the best decision, so why am I wavering?" Under the rain, Professor Rass, his face full of sorrow, asked Knox, "Haven't you seen how powerless I am?" Knox, with a confused expression, confirmed, "Yes, I've seen. You looked pathetic." Then, Knox's face gradually softened as he thought to himself, "I understand now. He's gotten inside of my fence. That's why I'm wavering. Every word he says affects me." Breaking his train of thought, Knox stepped lightly towards Professor Rass. Speaking in a low tone, he said, "I'm lazy by nature. Please don't ask me to do too many tasks. I don't really like tea, I prefer coffee, I don't need money. I also don't think much of things like fame." Professor Raz, baffled by Knox's remarks, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ignoring the question, Knox continued, "However, your research is different." At this point, a gentle, sunny smile appeared on Knox's face, even in the rain. He looked at the professor and confirmed, "It's of value. I guarantee that." In his mind, he whispered to himself, "Maybe, just maybe, a game addict like me is envious of you, who contributes to the love in this world." Simultaneously, the magical barrier began to break down as its creator was defeated. Knox knelt on one knee, showing respect. His knee got stained with mud from the rain. Professor Rass began to grasp what Knox desired. Knox then spoke resolutely, "Professor Rass, I'll become your #1 apprentice." The romantic scene left everyone in awe. Professor Rass could hardly believe Knox's request. Knox continued his thoughts. "Nothing has changed the back of Professor Rass that I've seen only via the monitor. There's only him and me, an unorthodox thinker." Knox then said to the professor, "If needed, I can match with you. I can be at the height of your back as you cry inside while talking about your son." These were words that men often find hard to say to each other. As the barrier disappeared, the students were safe. All the monsters had been killed by Leon, and their corpses piled up before them. Paracelsus, seeing no more danger, sheathed his sword and sighed in relief. Leon looked at the slain beasts and felt at ease. Paracelsus, witnessing Leon's power, thought to himself, "To think Nox isn't the only lunatic here. What the hell is with all those undeads? They're on a completely different level to normal undeads. They feel fundamentally different." The princess also felt reassured and said to Echidna, "It's so hard to believe that there's an army of undead with that kind of strength, the Dark families. They are truly capable of destruction. That's hard to believe. While I don't want to admit that it seems that the rumor that the Marvas household is back is the truth, Leon von Marvas, we do well to remember him." Echidna, bowing, replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll pay attention to his activities." Leon, still in a daze, held the mana crystal Nox had given him and thought, "The highest grade mana crystal. If it weren't for this, there's no guarantee I could have won." Grateful to Nox, Leon clenched the crystal and acknowledged, "It's as if he's seen the future." Suddenly, a loud voice broke the somber atmosphere among the students. "Hey, everyone! Hey! Is everyone all right?" A bald professor appeared, shouting to check on the students. His shiny head was like a glimmer of sunlight in the gloomy rain. The students, seeing the professor, felt more anxious than before. Paracelsus, annoyed by the noise, turned away, as the bald professor grabbed an unlucky student, shaking him to check if anyone was dead. The princess approached and confirmed, "No, there's someone who left the battlefield, though." The professor, seeing the princess, stopped his frantic actions and respectfully said, "Princess, pardon me for being late with my greetings because I was in a rush." He asked, "May I know who it was that left?" The princess replied, "It's Nox von Reinhofer, but I don't think he's in any danger, because we could only survive this long thanks to him." Professor Rass, in disbelief, asked for confirmation. "Is that the truth?" From afar, Leon affirmed, "Yes, the mana crystal he gave me helped us." Paracelsus chimed in, "He also resolved the tent and ration issue for us. Well, he basically did everything." The bald professor was astonished by the students' recounting. A group of students discussed, "Reinhofer. He might not be the trash that we thought he was. He's definitely problematic when it comes to women, though. And he did act like a good-for-nothing. He also treats servants pretty badly. I heard he had bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley before." "Really? Maybe he's also problematic when it comes to men?" The discussions about Nox were now completely different from the rumors that had circulated before. The bald professor was less shocked by the danger Nox had faced than by the positive comments about him. Conflicted, the professor thought, "That white-haired brat again? Come to think of it, the barrier has disappeared. I confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human and the barrier can only be broken from within. What's happening? Not enough time has passed for Raz, who's a weakling, to have resolved everything here. That means..." After pondering, the bald professor began to realize the image of Nox's annoying smile appeared in his mind. He had to admit that everything had turned out well thanks to Nox. After the incident where a demon kidnapped students into a forest, everything was resolved, and Nox was now sitting in Professor Rass's office. He was diligently taking notes. At this moment, the system announced, "Ordinary acting is now activated. You will not waver." Nox's eyes gradually became contemplative as he recalled everything that had happened before. "After that incident, I had no choice but to become the apprentice of the strange professor, Ross von Celestia." Professor Ross was very happy to show off to the bald professor. Back in Professor Rass's office, he was cheerfully humming while putting a magical bracelet on Nox's wrist. Nox resignedly let him do whatever he wanted. Nox felt helpless, thinking to himself, for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future, his research is an absolute necessity. In the game, Inner Lunatic, Professor Rass never died, but things are different now. If I don't save him, then I'll be the one suffering. Nox suddenly swung his arm, his elbow hitting Professor Raz square in the face. Nox then casually remarked as if it was an unintentional action, "Oh, sorry. You were bothering me so much. I mean, I reacted unknowingly because you touched me." However, Professor Raz didn't seem angry. On the contrary, he was cheerful, saying, "It's all right. I know you did that on purpose, so no need to act coy in front of me." Even though his nose was bleeding. Seeing the professor's expression, Nox felt both helpless and annoyed. Nox then seriously said, "You know me that well, and you still chose to bother me. I know the Empire's laws include sexual harassment laws, Professor Rass replied. For someone who acts like the good-for-nothing of a reputable household, you're saying some really smart stuff. The Empire's laws, if you look at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, you'd see the laws have been broken down for a long time. Knox was displeased. I don't think that's what a professor of Eldane, an institution directly under the command of the imperial family, should say, Professor Rass nonchalantly responded. It doesn't matter as long as you don't tell on me. Knox, annoyed by the professor's indifferent attitude, thought, he's seriously insane. Professor Rass, holding the magical bracelet, said, This time around, I recommended you along with Leon von Marvis. I'm talking about my recommendation to the imperial family for the two of you to go into the treasure vault of Eldane and take an artifact. Knox was surprised, asking incredulously, What? You really did that? Professor Rass casually confirmed, Yes, as you know, I can be quite convincing. Doing this much for my top apprentice is not a big deal, so there's no need to feel pressured. In Knox's eyes, the professor was now shining brilliantly. Unable to hide his joy, he moved closer and asked, Whoever said I felt pressured? Professor Rass was surprised by Knox's sudden change in attitude. Knox clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Since you went through the trouble of preparing a gift like that, I'll gladly accept it. The professor was at a loss for words, seeing Knox's shameless attitude. You seem even happier than when you became my apprentice. I'm overthinking things, right? Knox didn't care about what the professor said. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking, Eldane's treasure vault, what an unexpected jackpot. Knox then moved towards the Academy's storage room. He looked around, evaluating. This place is co-owned by the imperial family and the Rivalan household. While there are a lot of incredible artifacts in here, I know the one that will have the best efficiency. If I get that at this point in time, I'll be able to grow several times faster. Suddenly, his steps slowed down. Eleanor appeared behind him, commenting, I would have never imagined you opening the treasure vault of Eldane. She smiled mockingly. Looks like you got yourself a good teacher, huh? Knox, too lazy to pay attention to her, coldly responded, Think whatever you want. He sighed inwardly. Eleanor's share in the Rivalan merchantry has been acknowledged, so she's going in with me. I hope she doesn't cause any trouble for me. Eleanor, seeing Knox's cold attitude, mentioned, You're greatly mistaken if you think I don't want to give away the artifacts that I donated. I have every intention of making sure that you are properly paid for saving me. Knox, hearing this, turned around indifferently. You like to make things troublesome for me as usual. Eleanor smiled and asked, You heard about how it works from Professor Rass, right? She then took out the key to the artifact room. With an expectant look, she asked Knox, What artifact are you going to take? Speaking of this, Knox gradually became interested, smiling maliciously as he said, The item I'm looking for is... No one knew what Knox had told Eleanor he wanted, but she was very shocked, stammering, What did you say? She asked again, What did you say you wanted? Knox, appearing indifferent and considering it normal, complained, Are you going to make me repeat myself twice? Eleanor crossed her arms, expressing her attitude, I don't know why you'd want an antique like that. I guess it's not completely surprising if it's just a hobby of the son of a rich family. Knox didn't want to waste much time there, so he mentioned, How about giving it to me first before we continue talking? Eleanor, hearing this, smiled knowingly and said, Wait, before that, Knox von Reinhafer, I need to test whether you're fit to receive an item from this place or not. Hearing her say that, Knox was confused, his mind filled with questions. I wasn't told of something like that. Eleanor confidently stated, That's my special right as the person who donated the artifacts. The Rivalan merchantry is already fully in control of Eldane after all. After saying that, Eleanor clapped her hands, and then the space around them began to change to another place. This surprised Knox greatly as he looked around, full of curiosity. In his mind he thought, Space teleportation magic. I've seen this countless times in the game. Eleanor, seeing Knox's rather calm expression, remarked, You're not surprised, huh? Knox replied, I've experienced things even more surprising than this after all. Then she invited Knox to sit down. She started the conversation. Let's not waste any more time and begin the test, Knox von Reinhofer. Knox appeared cold and puzzled about what Eleanor wanted to discuss with him. He thought to himself, She's making me work for the artifact. Well, it's just a formality, so it shouldn't take long. Eleanor, now showing a serious attitude, questioned Knox. Why did you save me? Knox was quite surprised that Eleanor did all this just to clarify why he had saved her. He indifferently asked, That's the test? Eleanor, with a determined attitude, said, It's up to me to decide what question is asked. Knox felt a bit confused by her persistence. Trying to make an excuse, Knox said, As I've told you previously, I simply... But before Knox could continue, Eleanor slammed her hand on the table, interrupting him. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. She then propped her chin up with her hand, appearing cute with a beautiful yet threatening smile. Lies don't work on me. Oh, maybe you already knew? Faced with Eleanor's stubbornness, Knox was also scared, muttering to himself, There's something that I forgot. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting genius and ordinary acting is acting genius can see through the lies of another person. That means what Eleanor says is the truth. Now cornered by Eleanor, Knox grumbled, You're really such a pain in the ass. Eleanor, Knox-taining her usual calm demeanor and a knowing smile, said to Knox, Oh my, didn't you already say something like that just now? At this point, Knox was at a loss for what to do, his face turning ashen as he asked himself, Curses? What do I do now? Seeing Knox's pale expression, Eleanor teased him, suggesting he was quite frustrated. When Knox heard her mocking comments, he told her to shut up. You must have lied about wanting to give me the artifact personally, he said. Eleanor, noticing Knox's hesitation, emphasized, Is that important right now? What's important is that you'll lose out if you don't answer my questions. Knox was truly at a loss, assessing the situation and thinking, It's way too risky to have come all this way just to lose the artifact. To begin with, she'll suspect me if I try to get out of this meeting. It'd be better to just face it head on here. He then devised a solution and asked Eleanor about her desire regarding why he saved her. Eleanor confirmed that was indeed her desire. Knox looked away and said, It's because it was necessary for me. Eleanor, still puzzled, asked why. Knox coldly replied that she was part of his plan. Eleanor was stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning. She quickly questioned him about the plan he mentioned. Knox folded his arms and replied indifferently, I don't think there's a reason for me to tell you that much, is there? Eleanor, frustrated by her lack of knowledge, decided not to press further and moved on to another question. Knox gladly answered her. She recalled something from her past, asking, What happened in the ballroom in the past? Did you not save me because you feel indebted to me because of that? Knox firmly responded that it was not the case. Eleanor was somewhat disappointed by his decisive answer, asking, It's not because of the past? What intrigued her the most was being a part of Knox's plan. What on earth does that mean? Knox reiterated, Everything I've said is true. You probably already know that, though. Eleanor remarked that keeping too many secrets was not good. However, Knox did not feel that he was the one with a problem. He thought Eleanor was the one at fault. Eleanor seemed to avoid that and brought up something people had been saying about him lately, that he had changed quite a lot from the negative rumors before. Knox, uninterested, replied indifferently. Eleanor ignored his attitude and continued, I don't believe that. Even though you saved me, I still remember what you said to me in the past. Her gaze turned hostile as she glared at Knox. She was about to say something, but Knox interrupted. Do as you please. Eleanor was very annoyed by his cold, indifferent attitude. Knox, unconcerned, suggested, Blame me and hate me all you want. It's your right to feel however you want. I'm saying you can do whatever you want. What you feel towards me will not change anyway. Knox reminded himself to stay firm in his stance to avoid any random incidents. He then decided to stand up and said, Are you done here? Now that I've received the artifact, I'll be going back. Eleanor was absorbed in thought, convinced that Knox had truly changed. Despite his attempts to act coldly towards her, a woman's keen intuition could not be wrong. After Knox left, Rick entered the room. Eleanor still had many questions about Knox and picked up a teacup, mumbling to herself, Why did Knox choose that kind of artifact when there are so many other better ones? Rick thought, Although it's not a bad one, it's not the best either. Honestly, I have no clue why a knight like him would need an orb. Eleanor continued to wonder what Knox was thinking. There were many items that were better, like swords, elixirs, shields, and armors of the top quality. But instead, he chose an old-looking orb. I doubt he's doing this to make me feel indebted to him. Rick smiled reassuringly. Well, I don't think you really need to think so much about this, do you? It's not like he caused you any harm. Eleanor still had some concerns. Is it really okay to think of this in such a simple manner? It's not like I have any other choice, though. She then changed the subject and asked Rick about the state of the merchant trade. Rick reported that everything was going well. The nobles of the capital and Talon Feather are buying Rivalin Households products in large quantities. This is all thanks to you. Eleanor felt pleased with Rick's report and asked him to continue monitoring Knox. Report back to me if anything happens, understood? Rick accepted the order with a respectful bow. Yes, young miss, please don't worry. However, behind that, he had a sinister smile. Knox had returned to his room, holding the old orb he had obtained from Eleanor, with Jetri by his side. As Knox examined the orb, the system notified him that he had acquired a high-level artifact, the Great Sage, the highest-grade orb, but the identity of its creator remained unknown. Basic information. The Great Sage, highest-grade orb, category equipment grade advanced. When the conditions are met, it will become the highest grade. Attribute: mana +2, stamina +1, equipping requirement: must have 10 mana from birth. Special effect: obtain passive skill, magic auto-compensate, displaying information of the skill gained due to the artifact. Passive skill: magic auto-compensate grade intermediate, automatically compensates for magic-related skills that are intermediate or lower by greatly increasing their power and effect. Knox smiled with delight after reading the stats and attributes. To think I'd be able to get this at this time, I'm really lucky. Knox infused the orb with dark mana, causing it to float in the air. He looked at the orb, pleased, thinking, Eleanor probably doesn't know that this is a good item, but there's a special way to use it. Meanwhile, the system warned, the conditions have not been met. The artifact is unable to utilize its full effect. This was within Knox's expectations, as he knew the way to use this high-level item was to say the real name of its original owner. That'll upgrade it to the highest grade. The original owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future. She's also one of the characters I frequently took as my teacher in-game. Knox hesitated, thinking it was too early to activate the artifact. If I activate the artifact, I'll be revealing my identity to her. Since this is only the first half, this level of effect would be sufficient. Jetri, noticing Knox's satisfaction with the item, questioned why he chose such an old orb. There must be numerous items in Eldine's secret vault. I also heard there are tons of items for knights. Knox reminded her. Have I never told you before? I'm going to use magic too, so I need both types of items. Jetri was shocked by his decision. Understanding her reaction, Knox said, Oh, guess I really didn't mention it. Ha ha, looks like I forgot to mention it. Jetri sighed in exasperation. Just what do I do with him? She quickly advised, Wouldn't it be difficult to learn 2 things at the same time? It's not that I doubt your abilities, but... Knox responded nonchalantly. If it really doesn't work out, then I just need to get money from my family and live my own life, right? Jetri was a bit confused by his answer and revealed, I boasted to others that you've been working harder lately. Knox didn't pay much attention. He just laughed with delight and said, I didn't ask you to do that, though. Jetri awkwardly laughed and remarked, Knox, do you know that you can be pretty nasty sometimes? Knox then emphasized to her, I'm a good-for-nothing, remember? Jetri added, and you play with women a lot. Hearing this, Knox shook his head and denied it, saying, That's really just an accusation. She then provided evidence. I heard all about it, how Patriarch Theo was also quite the womanizer in the past and is now repenting for his past mistakes. Knox seemed indifferent and said he wasn't aware of that. He then relaxed and lay back on the bed. Jetri then remembered a letter sent to Knox and handed it to him. She mentioned, It seems to be from the Imperial family. They've requested that you read it yourself. When Knox heard it was from the Imperial family, he sat up, puzzled about why they would send him a letter. Jetri handed him the letter and revealed, Echidna was the one who asked me to pass it to you. Please take a look at it first. Knox opened the letter and worriedly wondered, Why the hell is the princess paying so much attention to me? I can't allow more unknown variables to keep appearing. The letter read, Hello, Knox von Reinhafer. Thanks to your previous actions, I was able to keep my life. Thus, based on the laws of the Empire, I'd like to give you a reward. I'd like to invite you to the capital of our kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive your reward in person. You'll be departing in 3 days at 9 a.m. I hope you'll accept the reward of the imperial family, from Penelope von Arkheim. After reading the letter, Knox felt uncomfortable, thinking, damn it, she wants me, someone from a dark family, to go to the capital? What kind of reward is that? Gitri worriedly commented, if you think about the conflict between the dark families and the divine family, this could be a trap. She then grasped Knox's sleeve, advising, Master Knox, I think it would be best for you not to go, it's too dangerous. Knox became serious and said, if they want to, they can summon me any time. Implying there might be something hidden behind this invitation, he decided to go anyway and instructed Gitri to stay in the dormitory and not follow him. Though she was very worried and wanted to accompany him, he sternly told her it was an order and she must obey. Gitri had no choice but to worry about what might happen to Knox. Knox thought to himself, the place where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction have established their base, Talonfeather, that place is under the control of the divine family, which means it's basically hell for a dark family. Thinking this, he felt upset. I can't believe she is asking me to go there. What on earth are you thinking, Penelope von Arkheim? When I played Inner Lunatic, there were a few important things to note. The first was whether the Knox attribute given to the player could be made useful. If you chose Swordsmanship and Combat Genius, the path forward would be Combat, or the Sword. If you chose Mana Sensitivity Genius, the path forward would be as a mage. The second was the camps. The player had to choose between opposing sides and achieve meaningful results from there. For example, thinking this, Knox looked at the person before him, Princess Penelope von Arkheim. She asked Knox what he wanted to discuss with her. Knox, showing little friendliness, replied, there's nothing much. Someone as insignificant as me wouldn't have any business with you. The princess kept her cheerful demeanor and said, please don't say that, I'd feel hurt, you know. Hearing this, Knox felt even more annoyed by the woman before him. He said nothing more and continued to brood. He noted, among the camps within Inner Lunatic, the strongest are the Imperial faction, led by the princess, and the radical faction that opposes them, led by the dark families. Lastly, the merchant faction, which is led by a significant amount of funds, tries to decide the continent's dynamics. While each has its own way of doing things, one thing is certain. The relationship between the Reinhafer household, a dark family, and the Imperial family. I don't know the exact details, but you could say that relationship is the worst. Seeing Knox's contemplative expression, the Princess Judong spoke. I'm guessing you're thinking I'm going into the lion's den, is that right? He wondered if she was probing him. As a good-for-nothing he couldn't just back down, Knox bluntly replied without reservation. I'm sorry, but it's true that I'm not glad about going there. The princess, hearing Knox's uncomfortable words, covered her mouth and chuckled, reassuring him. No need to be too worried. I'm just going to the capital with you to reward you for what you've done for me. Knox didn't believe her casual words and thought the princess's lies had gone too far. The princess, seeing through Knox's revelation, no longer pretended and directly admitted, oh my, did you catch that? By then, their carriage had arrived at the palace. Knox continued the conversation in the carriage, asking what she wanted from him. The princess was silent for a moment, before gradually breaking into a scheming smile, stating that what she wanted was very simple. The carriage then stopped at the palace gate, where attendants and people were waiting to welcome them. A voice rang out, causing the princess to become anxious. It seemed to be Prince Louis, Penelope's older brother. He cheerfully welcomed them. I heard a guest was coming and was looking forward to it, Penelope. This is unexpected. The prince looked at them with a sharp gaze and no goodwill. Knox also began to notice Penelope's worried expression. He then bowed and greeted. The last sword of the Reinhafer household, I pay my greetings to you, Prince Louis. Penelope's face turned very pale. She bowed her head and said, I heard you were supposed to depart for the war in the north. The prince smiled and replied, It somehow got cancelled. He then turned his gaze to Knox and said, I ought to play host since we have an important guest visiting. He added, I'll tell the Emperor about this myself. He then glanced at Knox and called him Knox, To which Knox responded, "Yes, Your Highness." The prince then extended a public invitation. "Let's meet often, okay?" Knox bowed respectfully, but inside he was fuming and cursing. Why did I have to meet this lunatic now of all times? His name is Louis von Arkheim, the first prince of the empire and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne. He is also known as the notorious creator of bad endings in the Inner Lunatic. After making an appearance to intimidate his younger sister, Prince Louis, and his entourage left, Knox observed the situation with some discomfort, feeling unintentionally caught up in the attitude and circumstances. Meanwhile, Princess Penelope fell into deep thought and worry, seemingly aware that her brother had discovered what she was planning and had come to admonish her to stay in her place. Noticing the princess's somber mood, Echidna, who was beside her, asked if she was all right. Princess Penelope waved her off, saying she was fine and currently just surprised by Prince Louis's appearance. She then turned to Knox and asked if he was surprised, addressing him as Knox von Reinhofer. She suggested they move inside to continue their conversation. Knox agreed pleasantly to the princess's proposal, but internally he considered the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis, which was as incompatible as it was in the game. He planned to use this point as a stepping stone for his own plans and to make it back alive. By this time, dusk had fallen over the grand estate of Princess Penelope, and the star-filled sky was shining brightly. In a lit room, Knox lay on the bed contemplating the next steps. "Tomorrow's the day that I receive the reward. I better rest as much as I can right now," he thought. He sighed and hoped that no assassin would be bold enough to try and kill him within the princess's estate, which would keep things relatively smooth. However, life is rarely so simple, and especially for Knox, it's often quite the opposite. As he was relaxing, a disturbance arrived. Someone knocked on the door, waking him up. Knox, hearing the knock, became anxious, got up, and took his sword, his gaze more alert than ever. The knocking continued, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Princess Penelope and her close attendant, Echidna, in dark cloaks, coming to see him. The princess announced from outside, "It's me. If it's all right with you, can you open the door?" Knox, relieved it wasn't an assassin, was still annoyed as he guessed that anyone coming at this hour was likely to drag him into trouble. Nevertheless, he couldn't refuse, and opened the door to see what was going on. He asked the princess with a displeased look, "Princess, what are you doing here so late at night?" The princess did not provide a reason, but gave him a look as if it were obvious, saying, "You know it's not wise to keep me standing here in the corridor, right?" She then entered without Knox's permission. Knox had no choice but to watch her walk in, as she was, after all, a princess. Once inside, Echidna immediately got to the point, saying, "The princess has something to propose to you. I'll protect this place, since there are a lot of eyes within the imperial palace." Knox eyed her suspiciously at this seemingly unreasonable kindness. The princess took a seat and, noticing Knox's tense expression, reassured him. "Don't worry, I don't intend to take too much of your time." She then threatened, "But I need you to promise me one thing. Depending on your answer to my question, you may not be able to return to Eldon." Her gaze became frightening as she clarified. "In fact, you might never be able to return to the Reinhofer estate." Knox, however, remained unfazed and showed no sign of fear. The princess continued, "So I order you in my name. Please pull the strings behind the scenes for me." Knox calmly acknowledged this, explaining that he had anticipated her request and elaborated that she needed someone who could deal with the first prince, and that it would be easier to sever ties with a dark family. He suspected she wanted him to become a useful tool, or, in other words, a pawn in her scheme. The princess, hearing Knox's response, did not hesitate to confirm that this was indeed her intention. However, Knox, sitting across from her, spoke ambiguously, making the princess curious about his next words. Knox coldly declared that she was mistaken if she thought he had no choice but to bow before her. He then smiled confidently and challengingly at her, calling her Princess Penelope. The scene then shifted to the following day. Knox was now in the royal palace, meeting with the revered king. Sitting on the throne was the esteemed king, with Prince Louis von Arkheim standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, the king appeared dazed and weak, like someone who had been on drugs for a long time. Behind him, Prince Louis maintained a nonchalant demeanor as if something was amiss behind the king's image. Knox bowed respectfully, "Greetings, great son of the empire." The king, hearing this, could only utter fragmented sounds. his trembling hand trying to lift as if granting Nox permission to stand. Nox tried to look up at the king and evaluate him. The king's full name was Esteban von Arkheim, the Knight of Light and Lightning who once had a brilliant reputation and was a legend of the Arkheim Empire. However, he had since lost his intelligence and was given the disgraceful nickname Esteban the Foolish. The king's image was hazy and confused, with no clear intention. At this moment, Princess Penelope also appeared, "Greetings, great son of the empire." As the king could not speak normally, Prince Louis stepped in and confirmed that he had heard Nox wanted to make a request. He assessed that it was probably to bestow an appropriate reward upon the person who saved a member of the imperial family. Nox continued to bow respectfully, humbly stating that it was something he should do. Internally, Nox thought that Prince Louis had become the new head of the house after Esteban fell from his position, and that he needed to be especially cautious here. Prince Louis, having understood the request, looked down with a calculating gaze. He agreed to the request, saying, "The imperial family shall bestow a gift upon the knight candidate of the Reinhardt household who saved my dear sister." He then generously asked Nox if he had any specific desires for his achievements. Nox, without hesitation, confirmed with a sincere voice, "If it would be all right, could you allow me to enter the Ark River?" The mention of the Ark River caused Louis to become visibly furious, his whole body trembling as he struggled to contain himself, exclaiming, "What?" Even the officials present below were sweating and terrified by Nox's request. The palace fell into an eerie silence. With Nox still kneeling, fully aware of the gravity of his request, he thought it was not surprising that they were shocked. The Ark River is a mysterious river that only the imperial family and the divine households are allowed to enter due to its random stat-boosting effects. In response to Nox's request, Prince Louis remained silent, his eyes showing disdain, thinking that Nox was a useless and reckless person. He contemptuously thought that bastards from dark families were all the same. Before the prince could speak, the officials in the palace strongly opposed the request. One official stated that it was impossible. Another echoed, "How could the Ark River be open to someone of a dark family?" Another voiced their opposition, saying, "Even if he did save the princess, that's not the right thing to do." A younger official expressed his scorn, suggesting that only the holy families were deserving of entering the river. A middle-aged official agreed with this viewpoint. Nox, upon hearing this, appeared indifferent, having anticipated that his request would be met with fierce opposition. He had made this request so he wouldn't have to refuse a reward, thinking that things had turned out as he hoped. However, the princess was determined not to let Nox achieve his aim easily. She suddenly shouted, calling those making noise insolent. She glared at them and questioned, "How dare all of you raise your voices in front of His Majesty?" As Nox was nearing his goal, he couldn't shake his unease about the princess and cast a doubtful glance at her. The princess, at that moment, stubbornly justified herself, saying, "There are no laws that say only the divine households are allowed to enter the Ark River to begin with, are there?" Hearing the princess's supportive words, Nox felt a pang of anxiety and wondered why the princess was speaking up for him. He remembered that he had stated he would not follow her plan and hoped she would give up. At this point, someone tried to voice objections to the princess, but she cut him off, curtly stating, "I don't like it when things are noisy, Sir Goron." The palace fell silent once more, and the princess turned to Nox with a calculating smile. This familiar, intimate smile only made Nox more anxious. He recalled the events of the previous night and grew increasingly worried about what she had said to him before leaving. That evening, after being rejected by Nox, the princess had not argued further and accepted to leave. Before she departed, she leaned close to Nox and, with a hint of foreboding, said, "Please remember this. The time to choose will eventually come upon you." When the moment of choice arrived, Nox recalled the princess's hint and thought to himself, "If the time comes when I need to choose between the two factions, I will have no choice but to support the princess instead of the bad ending maker." However, under the current circumstances, he couldn't openly support the princess. With that in mind, Nox asked Prince Louis whether he agreed to fulfill his request, to confirm his answer. In essence, Prince Louis did not like Nox's dark family either, but he was in a position where he had to compete with other forces and did not want a strong dark family like Reinhardt backing his sister. Being intelligent and cunning, he had no reason to refuse Nox's request. He smiled and replied that Princess Penelope's words made sense and affirmed that there are no laws that state that a descendant of a dark family can't go into the Ark River. His statement surprised the court officials. However, he did not agree immediately. Although there was no prohibition, he added, it also wouldn't be right to break the rules that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long. He then proposed a different idea. To test Nox. He suggested that we hold a test to see if Nox von Reinhofer is worthy of entering the Ark River and benefiting from it. Princess Penelope, hearing this request for Nox, felt anxious for him, and her plan. Nox, still kneeling, was taken aback by the turn of events and lamented his unfortunate fate. Thinking that everyone seemed to want to test him, including Eleanor, Nox then had no choice but to ask what the prince wanted to test him on. Prince Louis confidently replied that it would be a duel with him. Nox was confused by the answer. Prince Louis explained, from what I heard, you have exceptional swordsmanship skills, right? In that case, I think it'd only be appropriate for me to ask you for a spar. He also emphasized that the Ark River is our empire's sacred river, so it's only open to those who are competent. Nox thought to himself. He must be thinking that he just suggested a good idea, but I don't intend to lose easily. Nox then smiled confidently and challengingly at the prince and accepted his challenge. Seeing Nox's prompt acceptance, the prince smiled with a hint of contempt, as if belittling Nox's abilities. He then declared, I'll see you at the training grounds in 1 hour then. You may bring and use any weapon you like. Nox looked back at him with a smile and said that he understood and would do his best. Princess Penelope, witnessing the exchange, anxiously hoped for Nox's victory and seemed to have no choice but to wait. Nox then left the palace, under the watchful gaze of the scheming prince. Outside in the corridor, the princess tried to catch up with Nox and called out, Nox von Reinhofer. She hurriedly questioned him. Do you really have a death wish? Can't you tell what my brother is after? Whether you win or lose, the results don't matter. He's just trying to show off. He's trying to trample on you because you're young so that your family will be humiliated. Nox, after listening to the princess, looked at her coldly and said he was well aware of that. He outlined the possible scenario. Even if I win, he'll try to harm me using the reason that I'm the youngest son of the impure dark family that's trying to harm the prince. If I lose, his reputation will get even better. He'll say that he defeated a rising new talent. Nox appeared indifferent as he told the princess, and further predicted, that's probably what he'll say to everyone. The princess, feeling helpless, asked, why accept when you already know all that? Nox then asked her in return, but what would you do if I told you there were other choices? The princess, startled by the alternative Nox mentioned, looked astonished. Nox spread his hand and confidently smiled, saying, a choice where I win and don't die. He then asked the princess if she would support him if that happened. Your Highness? The princess stood stunned, and no one knew what her answer was. However, the one who would control the upcoming game was not the two royal brothers, but Nox himself. The scene then shifted to Prince Louis's residence, where his attendants were busy assisting him into a finely crafted golden armor, which required several people to help complete. Suddenly, Louis glanced at a maid and called her, causing her to startle. He asked her who she was, and the maid quickly bowed and respectfully answered that he was the second son of our empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. Satisfied with the answer, he replied, that's right. I have a solid standing within Talonfeather. He asserted that no one dared to ignore him, but his expression turned angry when he thought of Nox, whom he called out in frustration, Nox von Reinhofer. The maid, seeing this, flattered him, saying that it was nothing for the prince to worry about. Hearing this, he turned to her, and she, in fear, continued, please don't be worried. But that very statement angered the prince, who slapped the maid. He demanded, am I worried? Do you think I'd do something like that? Because of some brat from a dark family? The maid, trembling with fear, begged the prince for forgiveness. He then calmed down and warned, all of you better act smart around here. Suddenly, he directed his frightening gaze at his attendants and asked, my father Esteban, the one known as the son of our empire, how long do you think he has left to live? The maid, still fearful on the floor, had no answer. Louis suddenly became cheerful, spreading his arms and declaring, the empire and all its honor will soon be within my grasp. In that case, some kind of theatrics like those we saw today will be needed. Do you get what I mean? The maid nodded and vowed never to make such a mistake again. The prince turned back to her and said calmly, of course, that goes without saying. He then called for his steward and, immediately changing his demeanor, ordered the maid to be dismissed. At the command, the attendants seized the maid and dragged her out as she pleaded, "Your Highness, please give me one more chance." He turned back with a frightening smile and repeated, "A chance. Chances are things that are only given to people like me. Even if you were born as a noble, the blood that flows within you is different from the blood that flows within the imperial family. Don't you agree?" At this point, the maid found herself with no chance left and began to plead desperately. He muttered to himself like a madman, "Nox von Reinhofer. No matter how outstanding you are as an uprising talent, you can't turn around a match once your defeat has been decided. I wonder what kind of face he'll make while crying." And the moment of the battle had arrived. Nox and Louis were now in the arena. Above them in the stands were the king and Princess Penelope. Louis looked at Nox with a confident smile, believing he would win easily, while Nox remained expressionless. The prince then spoke in a friendly tone. "Let's do our best in this fight." But in his mind, his evil face appeared, thinking, "In the end, you'll have to play along in my show." Nox responded to him indifferently. The referee then announced both sides should prepare for the battle. The first prince of our empire, Louis von Arkheim, will now begin his fight with Nox von Reinhofer. As soon as the battle signal began, Louis charged at Nox with golden lightning surrounding him at high speed. In his mind, he looked down on Nox, thinking, he won't be able to stand up against the imperial family anyways, regardless of how exceptional he is. He's just some dark family vermin. He won't be able to raise his sword against me in this place where the divine families, including the imperial family, reside. Nox made no reaction to his attack. As Louis's strike approached, Nox simply drew his sword and blocked the seemingly powerful blow with ease. This was beyond Louis's expectations. He was quite surprised that Nox could block it. Sweat began to appear on his face, and his confident smile vanished. Unable to overwhelm Nox, he resorted to dirty play and threatened, "Bastard, how dare you raise your sword against an imperial family member?" Following his threat, Nox complied, swinging his sword and sending Louis flying backward. The prince, now belittled by Nox, gritted his teeth in anger. Nox, showing no fear, was full of vigor. He then reiterated the prince's suggestion and told him that it was he who had insisted that Nox fight with all his strength. At this point, Nox followed through with his words, and his entire body emitted a dark mana contrasting with the holy light mana possessed by the prince. Nox's powerful strike directly attacked the prince, causing him to be pushed back. After that block, the prince's breath became increasingly labored. He looked at Nox from across the field, angrily cursing him in his mind. "That little bastard, he dared to raise his sword against me, the person ranked #1 in the line of succession?" Not stopping at thoughts, his face twisted into a mad expression as he criticized Nox. "How dare an insect of the dark families challenge my authority?" Nox, hearing these unreasonable accusations, replied calmly, "I don't understand what you're saying. I simply followed your instructions." The prince, frustrated and gritting his teeth, said, "All right then, if that's how you want to play it." He then swung his sword to the side, showing his might and challenging Nox that he would no longer hold back. He dismissed Nox, saying, "Even if he has a good reputation in Eldine, he's still just a brat. There's no way he can defeat me, someone who has received high-quality education from the imperial family." Thinking this, he smiled confidently, and his smile caught the referee's attention. The referee reminded both fighters, "When one of you falls or surrenders, the match will end. The rules are simple, so that will be all for the explanation." Despite the referee explaining the rules, the prince paid no heed and quickly accelerated toward Nox, moving faster than before. His face was a joyful, confident smile of a battle maniac, accompanied by golden lightning surrounding him. When the sword struck towards Nox, he chose not to block directly but slightly sidestepped to reduce the impact. When their swords clashed, Nox assessed the prince, thinking, "He might be the bad ending maker, but his combat abilities aren't that high. While his talent isn't bad, it's not at the level where he can reach me." Nox didn't want to waste time fighting him head-on. Using his agility and skill, he maneuvered to the prince's right side and readied his sword for a strike. The prince, noticing Nox appear to his right, could only glance and be stunned by the speed. As Nox's sword was nearly touching him, the prince panicked and thought, "Damn it." As a weak person, he shut his eyes, hoping for a miracle to stop Nox. However, when he saw he wasn't cut in two, he attempted to open one eye to see what was happening. At this moment, Nox sheathed his sword in a very stylish manner and spared him. The prince wondered why Nox had suddenly stopped attacking. Seeing Nox's disdainful demeanor, he angrily questioned Nox's actions. Nox replied, "I have no complaints about the rules or the match, but it's kind of boring since nothing is on the line." Hearing Nox speak mysteriously, the prince began to be intrigued and wondered what Nox wanted to do. Nox then extended his hand with a challenging smile and said, "How about making a bet with me to see who wins or loses this match?" Lewis glanced at him for a moment, then secretly thought with joy, "I'll be able to get what I want easily." He immediately agreed to Nox's proposal, thinking it would make the battle more interesting. Nox then suggested, "How about stating the conditions of the bet after the match?" Louis didn't want that and requested, "I'm sorry, but I have a rather impatient personality," and he wanted to set the conditions himself. Nox didn't mind and said whatever he wanted. Louis then began to smile wickedly and stated the conditions for the winner. "If I win this match, I want you to serve me instead of Penelope." Nox acted clueless, pretending not to understand Lewis's meaning. Seeing Nox play dumb, Lewis exposed him and mentioned a previous event where Nox had saved Princess Penelope in the Beast Forest. He suggested that Nox did it because he was infatuated with the short-brained Penelope. Nox, hearing this absurd reasoning, broke into a sweat at the prince's ignorance, but Louis spoke as if he knew well. Nox then pretended to be shy, scratching his head and explained, "I'm sorry, but I simply followed the laws of the imperial family to save Princess Penelope. I don't harbor any other intentions. There's no reason for me to do that either." Hearing Nox's explanation, Louis seemed to believe him and was even happier, extending a hand to Nox with a new offer. "Become my knight. I want you to become my shadow, not the shadow of the Reinhardt household, and swear your loyalty to me." Nox did not refuse and said that if the prince won, he would meet his demands. Louis then began plotting in his mind, joyfully planning to blame Eldine, the Reinhardt household, and Penelope if he was injured. Princess Penelope, watching the conversation from the stands, was very worried about her future if Nox truly served this brother. The prideful Louis charged straight at Nox to achieve victory, having learned nothing from the previous encounter. He mocked Nox, saying, "Blame yourself for your foolishness in not realizing that this match was already decided from the start." As Nox observed the attack surrounded by holy light mana, he whispered to himself that his sword surely couldn't extinguish the holy light mana, and he couldn't inflict harm on Louis with the holy light protecting him. Suddenly, something made Nox feel joyful, and he smiled mysteriously. An announcement appeared, stating, "Your artifact, the Great Sage, the high-level orb whose owner is unknown, is currently glowing." The system then required Nox to state the orb's owner's name to use it, giving him only one chance. After reading all the information, Nox was delighted, his smile showing it all, though he had some concern. "They'll be surprised at how I found out the orb's owner's name, but it can't be helped. I need to survive before everything else." Meanwhile, Prince Louis continued to attack Nox relentlessly, who easily avoided all attacks. Nox then closed his eyes and thought, "There's indeed only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor." He decided to use the sacred orb. In the next moment, he smiled triumphantly and announced loudly, "The owner of the orb is Astrid von Callewood." At that moment, the orb inside Nox's sleeve was glowing brightly. As soon as Nox stated the name Astrid von Callewood, the system confirmed the name was correct. The system announced, "Nox von Reinhardt, the orb shall remember you as its second owner. Your mana is increasing rapidly temporarily." The brilliant golden light was replaced by abundant dark mana, as Nox became its master. The orb now floated in Nox's hand, surrounded by dark mana. Its force spread around like a whirlwind, obscuring the arena. Louis had to hold onto his sword tightly and shut his eyes. He witnessed the scene in shock, wondering what was happening before him. Nox, now with a more confident smile, clarified, "We said this was a match, but there was no rule against using magic, right?" Hearing this, Louis grew enraged, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth, astounded that a member of the dark Reinhardt family, known for their swordsmanship, could use magic. What shocked him further was the enormous amount of mana Nox wielded, which was terrifying. At the same time, the mana gathered in the palm of a storm, and Nox announced that he knew this was a magic missile. However, what was even more surprising than Nox's palm was what made Louis look up in awe. Above them, a magical phenomenon appeared, resembling a massive storm engulfing the arena with the characteristic black of dark mana. From the eye of this mana storm, black fire arrows shot down like tentacles from monsters emerging from the gates of hell. These arrows rained down on the arena, leaving Lewis only able to stand in place. Nox prayed that he could dodge all the attacks. With a malevolent smile, he watched as the unfortunate prince was about to face devastation. Immediately, all the magical arrows flew straight down, targeting and attacking Louis. Each arrow came down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Louis quickly dodged the arrows, but where they struck the ground, it shattered into fragments. Louis, now in a state of panic due to the overwhelming number of arrows, thought to himself, "Something feels really off. This is strange." As he was trying to deflect one of the magical arrows with his sword, he didn't notice another magical arrow speeding toward him from behind. The arrow pierced his back, causing cracks to appear in his once solid armor. Lewis cried out in pain from the attack. He continued to be overwhelmed with confusion, thinking, Nox, the youngest of the Reinharber clan, is someone he knows well. The sole sword maestro of the three eminent dark families, the only recipient of the Sword Emperor title, raised under Theo's tutelage. He wondered whether Theo had taught Nox magic. But he immediately dismissed that idea. No, instructing magic to the underage is a strict taboo. No family on the continent dares defy the Empire's laws and teach their youngest magic. His might be diminished, but he Nox, a royal prince. Even a powerful house like the Reinharber wouldn't dare defy the law and teach magic to their youngest. He firmly believed that it couldn't be Theo von Reinharber, and the source of the magic he was facing grew increasingly perplexing. At this point, his entire body had become battered from Nox's magical attacks. Lewis gradually regained his composure after the barrage of attacks, spat out a mouthful of blood, and shot a suspicious glance at Nox. His opponent, meanwhile, was calmly relaxing, simply standing still while casting a series of magical attacks, powered by the seemingly endless mana from the orb. Nox tained a taunting smile toward Louis, and remarked that he knew what Louis was thinking and did not believe the assumptions he had made. However, Nox clenched his fist and asserted, "There were no shortcuts, at least not as compared to all that armor you're wearing." And at that moment, magical crystals began to shoot toward Louis under Nox's control. Lewis, irritated by Nox's mockery, shouted, "How dare the good-for-nothing of a dark family ridicule me?" Nox no longer showed any deference, questioning him about who had started this confrontation first. Louis still did not fully understand what Nox was referring to. Nox smirked and said that Lewis wanted to ridicule the dark families and deny the results I've achieved. "Isn't that why you requested this sparring?" Nox then spoke of the possible outcomes and thanked Louis for trying so hard to start a fight, where you have such an overwhelming disadvantage. And then the pride of the imperial family had fallen due to his foolish decision today. Princess Penelope and Echidna, watching from the stands, were also concerned about Nox's madness in treating a prince this way. In fact, Nox was seen as a genuine lunatic by many. Lewis, upon being criticized, froze for a few seconds as he realized his own folly. Then, true to his nature, he became furious, his forehead creasing. Suddenly, he acted strangely, pulling out a blue, square magical item. He activated the item, creating a magical barrier around Nox and himself. Within this barrier, Nox and Louis could no longer hear the audience's chatter, and those outside could not hear them either. Once the surrounding noise subsided, he spoke in a voice filled with murderous intent. "Do you truly believe you can survive after humiliating me thus?" He also didn't want to face further humiliation by letting others hear their upcoming conversation. However, Nox responded with a chilling laugh. He then asked Louis what he intended to do with that item, and Lewis irritably thought that Nox didn't have the right to question him and was clearly unwilling to answer. Feeling too ashamed to let others know, Louis laughed maniacally, saying that he had heard rumors that Nox was a madman. But he never thought Nox would dare oppose him to this extent. He also threatened that once this sparring is over, all of the Imperial Knights will kill Nox. Nox had assumed he would resist a bit longer, but Louis was revealing his true nature sooner than expected. In this situation, Nox decided to expose him and retorted with a smirk, doubting Louis's ability to follow through with his threats. In fact, Nox had anticipated this situation from the very beginning and had prepared for it. He was confident that Louis didn't have the capability to kill him here, because Nox had protection by his side. Nox then flashed a sinister smile, pulling a crystal ball from his cloak that resembled a block of ice. He then spoke to someone. "Dean, are you just going to let your cute student die in this place?" The person Knox was addressing was one of the four wise men and the dean of the academy, Noah von Trinity. When Knox produced the ice crystal used for communication, a cold breeze suddenly swept through like a whirlwind. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the crystal. "Wow, what's happening here?" Knox now waved the communicator in front of Louis's eyes. The voice coming from it belonged to Noah von Trinity, the frozen witch. In other words, one of the most powerful figures in the academy. A formidable individual capable of reducing this castle to rubble if she desired. Knox understood this and knew from the outset that he was treading on dangerous ground. And this was the result, a gaze of terror, with the prince's eyes gleaming with frenzied desperation. This voice impossible. No. Noah von Trinity. How? Louis, still in disbelief, was reminded by Noah that they had met once before, and she called him Prince Louis. The ice crystal not only transmitted Noah's voice but also projected a three-dimensional image of her. "Although he's not cute, he's still a precious student of mine. If you're trying to oppress him using your imperial authority..." She hesitated for a moment, her cheerful face shifting to a murderous glare as she declared, "Then, as one of the four sages, I swear upon my honor that I'll destroy you." Prince Louis became hesitant, his face paling, and beads of cold sweat forming. Knox, witnessing this splendid scene, smirked triumphantly. Several days prior, atop the Eldane Academy's faculty building, an uncanny chill permeated Noah's office. The room held two occupants. Knox and Noah sat opposite each other on the central couch. After receiving Princess Penelope's offer, Knox had sought to meet Noah privately. He began by recounting, "From what I heard, the imperial family is trying to give me a reward. They say it's to thank me for saving the princess." Noah, upon hearing this, appeared not the least bit worried and cheerfully confirmed it as a great thing. Knox, growing increasingly annoyed by her lack of seriousness, reminded her that he would die if he went there. He recalled that no member of his black family had ever survived leaving the capital. Noah, upon hearing Knox's story, casually responded, "Yeah, that's probably the case," while cheerfully eating a sweet treat. Oblivious to Knox's unease, enraged, Knox snatched the cake from Noah's hand, holding it high so she couldn't reach it. He asked her why she could eat cake so casually at this moment. Noah, crying, begged Knox to return the cake. Knox, feeling helpless and sighing, admitted he really needed her help. He suggested, "Just one word from you, and the princess won't bother me anymore." Noah understood his intention, but emphasized that he might not receive the reward. She believed that if he accomplished something noteworthy, he deserved a reward. Knox wanted a reward but thought, not receiving the reward would be better than taking it and coming back as just a head. And he didn't know how things became so complicated. Noah suddenly thought of something odd and told Knox, "Magic is really developed these days, so any lost limbs can be put back together really quickly. I'm not sure if that also works for heads though." It was unclear whether she was serious or joking. Knox, infuriated, clenched his fists and asked, "Are you really saying that to your student?" Noah had another intention. "In that case, if there was a way for you to get the reward and return from Talonfeather safely, what would you do?" Knox replied, "There's no way a solution like that exists." After saying this, she took out the crystal ball, which we already know Knox used previously. "The crystal that Noah gave me. It's a type of long-distance communication tool. Unlike normal artifacts, it's a tool where mana can be infused into it and transferred over to the other side." Knox then directed his gaze towards Louis, confident that even the prince couldn't mess with the leader of Eldane and one of the four sages. Louis, on the other hand, only glared at Knox and cursed him internally, not daring to threaten him openly. Knox, seeing his expression, couldn't help but grin, thinking that Noah was rarely as useful as she was at this moment. Noah, through the crystal, indicated that she could hear what he was saying and instructed Knox to tone it down. She then threatened Knox with a calculating look, saying that if she didn't help him, everything bad that happened afterward would be his fault. Knox, feeling intimidated, reluctantly turned away and admitted he needed her help. Prince Louis, exhausted after the battle with Knox, had his armor nearly cracked and dented. Louis, trying to speak with a respectful tone and no longer arrogant, called out to Dean Noah, "This was a misunderstanding. If I had known he was a precious student to you, I wouldn't have done anything like this." Noah, upon hearing this, corrected his manner of address with a terrifying look and told him not to act as if they were familiar. She emphasized, "I was close to your father, not you. You're not my student yet either." She then scolded him as a child. Frightened by Noah's scolding, Louis quickly showed remorse, saying, "I'm sorry, what should I do to appease your anger?" Noah coldly instructed him to beg and apologize to Knox for the humiliation he caused. She would forgive Louis if he did so. Knox, somewhat surprised by what she was doing, found it beyond his expectations. Louis, though very angry inside, didn't dare to anger Noah further and managed to mutter, "I'm sorry." Knox took advantage of the situation, showing no humility, and said, "Your Highness, I'll let this go with a generous and magnanimous heart." Noah, impressed by Knox's response, thought his expression was excellent. Noah then decided to leave and told them both, "I'll be watching this fight, so I hope you guys finish it up fair and square. I want this barrier to be dispelled too." Louis, begrudgingly agreeing to her demand, deactivated the item and put it away. As the shield was gradually removed, Knox's figure vanished, and he charged towards Louis with terrifying speed. Before Louis could finish his sentence, Knox's figure appeared right behind him with a serious face. Immediately, Knox struck Louis's neck with his sword's tail, causing him to collapse unconscious onto the battlefield. As Louis lay on the ground, the shield was completely removed, and the audience was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened, seeing only Knox standing next to the unconscious Louis. After a few seconds of silence, the stands erupted into chaos. The spectators were enraged that Knox dared to humiliate the prince, and were in disbelief that he had truly lost. Princess Penelope, witnessing the match, was also shocked by what she saw. Her voice trembled in disbelief that Knox had actually defeated Prince Louis, a member of the royal family fully equipped, and she couldn't understand how Knox had accomplished this. Echidna, standing beside her, could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed with a focused gaze at Knox, wondering if he had 2 lives to dare such a feat. The princess was still in shock and told Echidna that she couldn't believe he could do that just with guts. He must have some kind of hidden card. The princess was filled with doubt, thinking that the authority of the Dark family could influence even this place, the Arkheim Empire. That's impossible. That means he must have something else he's counting on. And the image of a powerful woman appeared in her mind, making her feel she was on the right track. She then firmly told Echidna that she would get Knox at any cost. Despite her hatred for Knox, Echidna had to admit that Knox von Reinhofer's abilities were the real deal after witnessing his overwhelming power. Back in the forest and during the admission ceremony, Knox displayed his superior abilities in front of everyone present, and no one could deny that. Moreover, with this fight, we now know that he has no intention of joining Prince Louis. Hearing this good news, the princess smiled gently, but then turned to Echidna with a serious face, urging that they needed to do something immediately. Seeing the princess's serious expression, Echidna began to worry and wanted to know what the princess was thinking. The princess, with a mysterious look, leaned in close to Echidna and whispered what she was planning. Upon hearing the entire plan, Echidna was shocked and asked the princess if she was sure she wanted to do that. Meanwhile, the royal servants and soldiers were in a panic, rushing down to the arena to check on Prince Louis after Knox knocked him out. The captain urged the soldiers to move Prince Louis to the infirmary immediately. He must not suffer any after effects. On the maid's side, the head butler sternly instructed them that they must not tell anyone anything they had seen today. While the servants continued to call out, hoping for their prince to wake up, Princess Penelope remained on the grandstand, watching with a satisfied and calculating smile. As for Knox, he gradually slipped away from the crowd to avoid trouble, while the soldiers and servants below the stage were trying to assess the prince's condition, repeatedly calling out, "Prince Louis." As night fell, at the residence where Knox was staying, he sat on his bed, lost in thought. He held his forehead, sighing, thinking that he had almost gotten into serious trouble. He recalled the scene during his duel with Louis and thought, the prince is a total lunatic, and that might be the reason he's a bad ending maker for a reason. Ignoring the mad Louis, Knox focused on the item he successfully activated. He reached for the magic orb, feeling pleased, thinking, this really is her item. It's very useful. It'll be pretty useful not just in the first half but even towards the middle and later halves. Holding the orb, which was emanating strong magic, Knox admitted that it was easier for him to deal with the prince because of this. He then sighed and assured himself that he wouldn't even dare to dream of being this lucky again next time, breaking the quiet moment. Someone knocked on Nox's door. Hearing the knock, Nox became instantly alert. He cursed under his breath, thinking, "That fucking prince, is he already here for revenge?" This thought irritated him. As he was being disturbed during his rest, he grabbed his sword and walked towards the door. Standing behind the door, he loudly asked who was outside. Echidna and the princess spoke up, with Echidna saying that the princess would like to meet with him alone. Nox was startled and surprised to hear Echidna's voice, not expecting it to be her and thinking it was the crazy prince instead. He hesitated and nervously asked if they wanted to meet him now. Echidna seriously replied that yes, they wanted to meet immediately. Behind the door, Nox felt uneasy about this. However, he decided to meet them and opened the door to let them in. The princess facing him said nothing, but a moment later, with an arrogant attitude, she walked past him, leaving Nox confused about this princess. Echidna, however, did not follow them. She stood by the entrance. Growing impatient, Nox asked the princess why she wanted to meet him. "If you're here to interrogate me about my fight with Prince Louis, I have already settled that matter." The princess removed her hood and smiled cunningly, denying that she wanted to talk about that, and telling Nox that he didn't need to pretend to be stupid anymore. Nox, still calm, asked what the princess meant by that. The princess smiled and narrowed her eyes, but her smile was suspicious, and she suddenly asked Nox, "Can you imagine me and my brother sitting down at the dining table together?" Nox didn't know how to respond to that and remained silent. Seeing that Nox said nothing, the princess asked him to sit down so they could continue talking, as it seemed she had much to say to him. After sitting down, Nox, with a cold expression, reminded her that it was getting late, and that there would be better times for them to speak again. But Princess Penelope, in her graceful and beautiful manner, insisted that this was the right time to talk. Although Nox maintained a cold exterior, inside, he was screaming and worrying about the princess coming to his room so late. He was the one who'd be held responsible if bad rumors went around later on. Princess Penelope seemed to read Nox's mind and asked if he was worried about rumors. Nox didn't want to deny it. He admitted that was true. The fact that you're in the room where a member of a dark family is staying is problematic. However, the princess had something dubious in mind, and she believed that they shared the same thoughts. Hearing her suggestive words left Nox puzzled, and she didn't hide it, admitting that this was what she wanted to happen. A scandal will definitely take place. That's why she came here. Nox, hearing this, was shocked and thought, "What is she talking about? Explain yourself properly. You crazy bitch." However, outwardly, he remained cold and asked her to clarify. Princess Penelope, calm, opened her enchanting golden eyes wide, looked directly at Nox, and declared, "I need you to marry me." Everyone was shocked, as the princess had taken the initiative to propose to Nox, her beauty making it impossible for anyone to refuse. The answer wasn't revealed, and the scene shifted to a completely different place. A blood moon appeared in the dark and eerie sky. The red moonlight filtered through a small crack in the wall. In a large hall with a conference table, 4 people were present. Luna was there, asking about the situation. "So, is it true that our incredible new recruit is heading for the Ark River?" Duff confirmed. "It appears so. It seems the Imperial family was the one to approach him first." Luna was a bit skeptical. "He trusted them and went? Seriously, is he not worried about the kind of humiliation he could suffer there?" At that moment, a girl with blue hair scoffed, saying, "I knew it. This is why kids are no good, isn't it?" This woman was the lunatic executive, Marin. She continued, "I know that the captain has her reasons for taking him in, but I'm still not fully convinced." However, her words were cut off by Kyle, who was sitting next to her. He warned her sternly, "Marin, watch what you say." His entire presence emitted a terrifying aura as he cautioned Marin, "Does the captain need permission from you to recruit someone?" Hearing this, Marin panicked and hurriedly explained, "Vice Captain, that's not what I meant." Kyle emphasized in a chilling tone, "Being disrespectful is unforgivable, especially for organizations like us who are hated by the Imperial family." Seeing the two going back and forth, Luna directly requested them to stop talking about the new recruit. However, at that moment, someone with a severed arm, replaced by a hook, spoke up with a challenging tone. "But Captain, I think some of what Marine said makes sense." This man was Krigoyle. He then took his seat and added, "Lunatic was a place that hadn't had any new members for a long time after all." He then asked Luna, Why have you suddenly decided to recruit someone new? Luna, not wanting to explain much, simply sighed and replied, It's because he piqued my interest, that's all. Krigoyle grinned mockingly and said, There's no way you would have romantic feelings for a young kid like him. Could it be related to his household? Luna, indifferent to his attitude, firmly replied, No, it's got nothing to do with the Reinhafers. While it's true that Theo had worked with Lunatic, it seemed like the new recruit hated his own family. Kyle was also quite surprised by Knox's situation. Marin suggested that they investigate Knox further, to figure out the reason why the Reinhafers are trying to help a criminal organization. I think we need to do that. Luna pondered over Marin's suggestion and eventually agreed. Let's do this then. We'll give the new recruit his first mission. We'll see if he does exceptionally well or betrays us on it. Marin, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered something to herself. Luna, hearing her, curiously asked what she said, causing Marin to startle and deny it. Deep down, Marin was a bit upset, thinking, Not even I received a mission in my first year here, but it can't be helped since we need to check him out. She eventually agreed with what Luna had proposed. Duff also expressed his agreement with a serious expression, as did the cold-hearted Kyle. Krigoyle, who was a bit long-winded, laughed and found it amusing, but ultimately agreed as well. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Luna requested Marin to join the mission with Knox. She smiled warmly, stating that this would be Marin's mission as Knox's senior. With just this, Marin was overjoyed. She had finally become a senior. That's got such a beautiful ring to it. A junior, I don't know what kind of person he is, but I'll show him just how great a senior is. Marin then asked for more details. May I ask what kind of mission it will be? Luna began explaining the mission in detail. The hidden floor under the academy. We received a report that an executive of Eldane has secretly hidden the demonic essence stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons in that place. While the new recruit buys time for us at the academy, we'll steal the demonic essence stone. Marin, you are to support the new recruit. You can do that, right? Marin, thrilled, responded, Of course. Suddenly, the last member of Lunatic's management appeared. Her name was Ezel. With a seductive and beautiful appearance, she congratulated Moran. You're finally no longer the lowest in rank. Do your best, okay? Encouraged by Ezel, Moran eagerly replied, Yes, Advisor Ezel, I'll do my best. Returning to Knox's room, after Princess Penelope, unlike everyone else, Knox looked at her with disdain and questioned the crazy thing she had just said. Is there a reason that you've come to that conclusion? The princess clarified to Knox, I'm sure you already know about my position and standing within the imperial family. Knox, not waiting for her to finish, was already contemplating many things, thinking, That's why, I thought she had fallen in love with Knox's face. That scared me for a moment, the princess explained. The imperial family is now split into two factions. There are many rumors going around within the imperial palace, saying that my father, the king, Esteban von Arkheim, is in poor health and will soon step down from his throne. One of the two factions would be my brothers, the forces of Prince Louis, the strongest group. The other faction would be mine, the Princess Penelope von Arkheim's faction. After hearing everything, Knox appeared indifferent and asked, Why are you saying something this important to me? The princess explained, Because it's true that I don't have a strong standing. My brother, I mean. It's a fact that Prince Louis has a stronger legitimate claim to the throne than I do. Not only is he the eldest son, but he also has more connections to the nobles than I do. There are even rumors that they've already discussed what kinds of rewards they'll receive once Prince Louis ascends the throne. Knox, now no longer indifferent, grew more serious than ever, and asked Princess Penelope, Do you wish to become the new empress? The princess hesitated for a moment and said, My wish, there's that too. But to be precise, I simply can't bear to see Prince Louis ruin our empire. You know firsthand just how brutal he can be, and how he thinks of our people as just tools. At this point, the princess's face turned sorrowful. Knox confirmed that he knew this and thought to himself, Louis is a bad ending maker for a good reason after all. I experienced that firsthand too. The princess then stood up and shared further. I need a force of my own as well, a strong force that the prince won't covet and can't recklessly mess with. Knox, watching her closely, asked to clarify, Are you referring to me? Under the bright moonlight shining through the window, the princess confirmed it was indeed Knox. Hearing this, Knox thought to himself, It won't do me any good to get involved with the princess here. I need to avoid that. He quickly refused. Princess, I'm sorry. But before he could finish, the princess interrupted. If you say you're not strong enough to do that, or say that there are already marriage talks with the Stillreiner family, I don't think that's a good answer. The princess's words shook Knox's mind, and he could no longer maintain his cold demeanor. Knox, now worried, thought, looks like she's already decided on this. Is there no way for me to avoid this? He then asked, but are you all right with me? I've got a pretty poor reputation, even though I may be skilled. The princess was just waiting for this. Without hesitation, she turned around with a bright smile and said to Knox, from now on, this is our plan. So I want you to listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, right? Knox, feeling manipulated, looked up at the princess and confirmed it was true. Suddenly, the princess approached Knox and touched his hand. She continued, even though you're a member of a dark family, you did your best to save me. Knox, being touched by a woman, grew increasingly anxious, feeling a bad premonition. However, the princess continued holding Knox's hand, and Knox again confirmed her words. The princess then leaned even closer to Knox, her beautiful face and alluring body nearly touching him. She smiled and suggested, shall we just say that you were the one who fell in love with me first? Or shall we say that I fell in love first? Knox, feeling as if he were under a spell, panicked internally, thinking, holy shit. He quickly asked her, Princess, are you serious? The princess, now with no reservations, held both of Knox's hands and said, anything can happen in the world, she assured Knox. Based on the legal procedures, an imperial family member can choose their own spouse. Knox, still in a state of shock and hesitation, couldn't escape her grasp. With a beautiful and captivating smile, she looked at Knox lovingly and said, and, who knows, I might really fall in love with that handsome face of yours, you know? Knox, now frozen, allowed the princess to manipulate him. Who knows what they will do next? From this episode on, I'll be using a new voice, hoping everyone will appreciate it. Continuing from the previous episode, after receiving Princess Penelope's proposal, we still don't know Knox's answer. A few days later, at the Academy dormitory building, the moonlight illuminated the night. In Knox's room, he lay on his bed, sighing with a restless heart. Jitri suddenly called out to Knox, disrupting the quiet atmosphere. She was holding a newspaper with the latest updates from recent days, her face filled with worry and suspicion as she looked at Knox. She demanded that he explain what he had done. On the front page of the newspaper was the most sensational and shocking news in aristocratic circles, with an alluring headline, Princess Penelope fell in love with a knight at first sight, the very man who opposed and once saved the princess. They also discussed further that this news concerned Princess Penelope, who had been dragged into countless scandals recently. Princess Penelope declared she would marry the youngest of the Reinhafer household, Knox von Reinhafer, her classmate at Eldon Academy, as her spouse. At the bottom of the article was an image of Knox, looking both handsome and arrogant. When Knox heard Jitri recount the article's contents, his face showed a forced smile as he sighed, acknowledging that the news had finally spread for real. He also commented on the princess's ability to get whatever she wanted. Jitri's face remained serious as she expressed her worry, stating that she had heard many things but never expected events to unfold like this. She couldn't understand the reason behind it all. Knox sat up, his expression more serious. He told her that this was all quite understandable, revealing that he was being played because of the imperial family's succession war. Jitri was shocked by the mention of the succession war. Knox further disclosed that Princess Penelope wanted to use him because she had a reason to stop Prince Louis from being crowned and intended to seize the throne for herself. That was why she suddenly chose Knox as her spouse. Upon hearing this, Jitri began connecting the dots. She recalled hearing about how Prince Louis had recently gathered many forces to his side. However, the Reinhafer household was a dark family, and Jitri hadn't expected the princess to work with Knox's family. Jitri's words were hesitant as she shared her thoughts. Knox agreed with her, saying that this was exactly why the princess wanted to marry him. This left Jitri feeling even more confused and perplexed. Knox's face twisted with humiliation as he recalled the princess's words. It's because I'm a good-for-nothing troublemaker. Jitri's awkward expression revealed her understanding of the situation, seeing how Knox was being exploited by a woman. Knox, now furious, ruffled his hair and cursed the princess. That princess bitch! She's using me because she knows my family has given up on me. His face was full of anger, but there was nothing he could do about her. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing as he realized something. Nox stood up and grabbed his sword, which puzzled Jitri. He moved to the window and signaled for Jitri to be quiet. Nox peeked cautiously outside, wondering who might be visiting him so late at night. Up in the sky, a blood moon appeared eerily, turning the entire night sky red. Atop the building across from him, a dark figure appeared menacingly. Nox's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the person. He immediately turned back into the room, his expression shifting from cautious to utterly excited. He flashed a crazed smile, knowing that the next phase of the story had officially begun. According to the plot Nox was aware of, this was his first mission from the organization. As Luna had told him, it was his first mission as a new member. He had to contact the support person at the Academy's library to complete the task together. His partner was Marin, who had now appeared, filling Nox with excitement. Jitri, still confused, was full of questions as she approached the window to check the situation with growing concern. In contrast, Nox was still buzzing with excitement about the new developments in the story and the increasing pace he needed to keep up with. On the roof of the building opposite, Marin was trying to conceal her presence, unaware that Nox had already detected her. She used binoculars to observe Nox, and after a while she admitted that he was indeed very handsome, just as the rumors suggested. However, she didn't think much of Nox just because of his looks. She considered him merely a child and thought, he looks too sick to be acknowledged by Miss Luna. A moment later, Marin flashed a sinister smile and muttered to herself, "It can't be helped. I'll have to confirm it myself, to see if he can become the new face of Lunatic." The scene shifts to the Eldon Academy library, where Nox is present, looking for a few books to read. Behind him is a familiar face, Echidna, known for her loyalty to Princess Penelope. Surprisingly, Echidna is acting like a servant, carrying all the books Nox has selected. As Nox flips through one of the books, he grumbles about how Professor Ras left him with this boring task, and then disappeared. Frustrated, he slams the book shut, feeling something off about the situation. Earlier, Professor Ras, with a suspicious look, had told Nox that he urgently needed to find the dean, and then handed him a tall stack of books, apologizing as he said, "Nox, I'll leave the cleanup of this place to you." Ras quickly left, leaving Nox annoyed and displeased. Back in the present, Nox, his expression dark, curses the professor, calling him a bastard. Echidna intervenes, stopping him, and demands that he shouldn't speak recklessly about a professor. Angry, Nox snaps back, asking, "Do you understand the difficulties of a graduate student?" Taken aback, Echidna struggles to respond. Still frustrated, Nox complains that being the #1 apprentice is more troublesome than he imagined, telling her to just shut up and be quiet. Understanding Nox's mood, Echidna falls silent. After a while, as they continue Ras's assigned tasks in the library, Echidna suddenly interrupts the silence, calling for Nox. Irritated, Nox warns her, "If you're going to say something useless, then I'm going to have to pass." Echidna quickly denies this, admitting that they don't like each other, though her tone softens slightly. Unbothered, Nox coldly tells her to reflect on her own actions. Echidna, feeling guilty, clears her throat, her eyes hesitant, and suddenly apologizes to Nox about what happened with the princess, admitting that she won't ask him to understand. Nox, suspicious of Echidna's sudden change, asks why she's acting this way and questions her intentions. Echidna shifts to the main point, sternly asking Nox about rumors regarding his engagement. She doubts that the princess announced she would marry Nox just to make him miserable. Nox, realizing Echidna is talking about his marriage to the princess, is a little surprised, though still confused about why she's apologizing. Echidna explains, "It's simple. I'm not asking you, a member of the Dark family, to support our side. I just want to tell you that the princess is not that kind of person." Her face is full of sadness. Hearing Echidna's sincerity, Nox is surprised, though his usual unserious demeanor remains. He silently acknowledges that Echidna really cherishes the princess. In his mind, he complains that more trouble is probably coming his way, thinking, "A character that's different from what I've experienced many times in the game. Am I feeling frustrated, excited, or empathetic as a gamer?" He quickly dismisses the thought, clenching his fist and resolving to forget about it. He continues the conversation with Echidna, telling her that he understands she had good reasons for her actions, and all he can do now is organize these books, so she should just ignore him. His ambiguous words seem like a subtle acceptance of her apology, which reassures Echidna. She smiles, grateful that Nox no longer holds a grudge over being used, and she thanks him sincerely. Nox, no longer speaking with bitterness, smiles back and says, "Just act like you normally do. Don't say something embarrassing like that." He then resumes his task, but as he places a book on the shelf, it emits a red, blood-like energy. Nox senses it immediately, realizing it's a message from the lunatic organization. Looking at the book's cover, he deciphers the message. Marin, contact complete. Mission delivered. Nox hadn't expected them to contact him this way. He tells Echidna that he has something to check, and she agrees not to interfere with whatever he needs to do. Nox leaves the library and heads to a quiet, secluded spot. There, he opens the book, revealing ancient characters. The message is clear. A demon sealed on the night of slaughter, Paimon's demonic essence stone, is hidden beneath the academy. Your task is to steal it, along with the academy's internal structure information, and trap as many faculty members as possible. This is Nox's mission. Understanding the task, Nox smiles with excitement, realizing, it's finally started, Inner Lunatic. This is the first Nox episode of this hellish game. The scene shifts to the academy dormitory. Emma, Talia's maid, stands behind her, worried. Talia, for some unknown reason, has been wrapped up in layers of clothing. Emma tries to ask if Talia is all right, explaining that Talia has been acting this way for 2 days now, and she's concerned about her health. Talia remains silent, offering no response. Emma watched Talia's figure, and silently realized that Talia's current condition was likely due to the recent news about Nox. She wondered to herself, how could Master Nox be involved with the princess? No matter how handsome he is, no one would have expected her to choose someone from the Dark family as her spouse. Moreover, if the patriarch who adores his daughter finds out about it, he'll definitely kill Master Nox. If something goes wrong, it could lead to disharmony between the two families. At this moment, Emma tried to persuade Talia, hoping she would stop her current actions. Suddenly, Talia stood up straight, throwing off the blanket that had been covering her, her face filled with anger. Emma, worried about Talia's unusual behavior, called out to her. Talia got off the bed and approached Emma. With a lifeless expression and a chilling voice, Talia called Emma's name. The eerie way she was called made Emma tremble as she stammered a response. In her mind, Emma thought, Talia is so scary. Suddenly Talia gave a twisted, dark smile and declared, I've become an adult today. Emma stood frozen, both frightened and confused by Talia's proclamation. Talia knows that it's possible for what's mine to be stolen, she continued, and what father said in the past was right. One must become strong so that no one can take what belongs to them. Talia's eyes had completely changed, taking on the look of a villain, and she laughed unconsciously in a terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Emma was speechless after hearing Talia's confession, unable to understand what was happening or why Talia was saying such things. Talia then lifted her gaze to Emma and asked if she agreed with her decision, but Emma still couldn't utter a word, remaining silent. Talia's expression grew increasingly terrifying, and the atmosphere in the room became more tense and ominous. Inwardly, Emma prayed for Nox's fate, hoping he could run as far away as possible to avoid being caught by Talia. Switching back to Nox's mission, we learn more details. The task involves Archduke Paimon, the figure responsible for the Night of Slaughter, which killed Nox's mother in the past, and the being who reversed Noah's time, turning her into a child. Nox's first objective is to kill him. Of course, it's impossible for me to kill him with just my own strength, Nox thought. The only fortunate thing here is that I can randomly increase my stats by being in the Ark River. As soon as Nox touched the water in the Ark River, a notification appeared, informing him that he had discovered a hidden piece and entered the Ark River. After absorbing the river's water for a while, another notification revealed that his stats had increased by 2 points, both of which were added to his mana. However, that wasn't all. Nox began reading some ancient language, and shortly after the system announced that a hidden piece had been activated, and Nox had obtained the dragon's tongue, the language of a lost ancient magic. Inwardly, Nox mused, "If I weren't involved in marriage talks with the princess, this would have been a good harvest." Suddenly a voice spoke behind Nox, with a woman remarking that he had arrived just in time. She thought he might have gotten lost. Behind him stood Marin, a member of Lunatic, who would accompany him on this mission. Nox turned and asked if she was indeed Marin, to which she confirmed, reminding him that her code name was Marin. With a slightly arrogant tone, Marin told Nox, "You're speaking a little too casually. Listen up, I'm your senior and your archer. Got that?" Nox's expression remained unchanged as he countered Marin's attempt to assert dominance. Actually, he thought, Marin is one of the more troublesome characters within Lunatic. At 17 years old, Nox's element is water, and he's an official member of Lunatic. Her positive traits include being cheerful, having strong desires, solid trust, rare mana sensitivity, and genius-level archery skills. On the negative side, she's quick to judge others, has an inferiority complex, is young but bossy, and suffers from motion sickness. Her stats are Stamina 12, Mana 12, Luck 6, Will 13, and Charm 20, with skills such as arrow adjustment, auto-targeting, and water shot. There was one thing about her that Nox absolutely hated within the inner workings of Lunatic, that darn young but bossy trait. Sure enough, Marin immediately displayed this trait, bossily telling Nox, "You're my junior from now on, so you must speak to me with respect." Without hesitation, Nox responded with attitude, calling her so bossy. Marin was furious when she heard Nox accuse her of being bossy. She screamed in rage, denying that trait in herself. Pointing at Nox, she cursed, "This world has just gone to shit." Nox, unfazed, responded indifferently, "It seems you have a habit of being long-winded and talking nonsense." Marin didn't listen to him, jumping down and continuing her arrogance. She flashed a smug smile and demanded that Nox show her respect because she had joined Lunatic several years before he did. And she was also 2 years older than him. Nox, showing no concern, reminded her that he had heard her rambling about that before. He then asked her, "So, what exactly do you get from a good-for-nothing like me showing you respect?" Marin was flustered because Nox wasn't intimidated by her and even challenged her. She threatened him, saying that Lunatic had rules, but before she could finish, Nox signaled her to stop. "People are coming. Let's go to the hideout first." Marin was interrupted, feeling both frustrated and unwilling to let things go this way. However, thinking about their mission, she restrained her childish impulses. She pulled out a scroll containing the mission information for Nox and told him that she would let him off this time for the sake of the mission. Afterward, Marin explained how to use the scroll, instructing Nox to tear it apart as the way to transport them to the mission's designated location. Nox held the glowing scroll in his hand and smiled, realizing that it was a low-grade dimensional teleport magic scroll. "It seems things between this world and the game haven't changed too much," he mused. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll, and a magical light enveloped the surrounding area. The remnants of the scroll faded, and Nox and Marin were transported by the magical energy to another place to continue their mission. They pierced through space and were eventually teleported to a dark underground location. As soon as they arrived, Marin's head spun with dizziness. She sighed, expressing, "I just can't get used to this darn dimensional teleport, no matter how many times I use it." Nearby, there was a table and chairs. Marin instructed Nox to sit down as she would explain the mission in more detail, though she had briefly mentioned it before. She emphasized that Nox should listen carefully. Marin then cleared her throat, trying to assert her superiority. Her face turned serious as she asked Nox if he had ever heard of the Night of Slaughter. Nox confirmed that he had. He knew that Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Kelsus, and his father, Theo, had worked together and barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon. The night they gathered to defeat Paimon became known as the Night of Slaughter. Marin confirmed that everything Nox said was true and stated that Paimon is a very dangerous being. He's a monster that not even the strongest people on the continent could easily stop. The problem is that the whereabouts of the demonic essence crystal, which contained Paimon, were lost during the sealing process. As Nox listened to Marine's concerns, he began to understand the purpose of their mission. People searched for it, and it was found under the academy. Lunatic wants us to cause a distraction while they destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Nox for being quick to grasp the situation. Smiling, she added that, despite how casually Nox spoke to her, he might actually be somewhat useful. Nox, irritated by Marin's tone, dismissed her remarks, saying, "Let's ignore the trivial issues." Marin, angered by Nox's disregard, retorted that he was treating her words as trivial issues. With a serious expression, Nox asked Marin whether a date had been set for the operation to steal the crystal. Still visibly annoyed, Marin informed him that the plan would take place during Eldine Academy's nighttime self-study period. She assigned Nox the role of keeping the other students and instructors in one place. Nox, hearing his task, expressed doubts about its feasibility, worrying about what would happen if Paimon revived during the process of destroying the demonic essence crystal. Marin felt insulted by Nox's skepticism, her voice cold as she questioned, "It seems you don't know just how great Luna is. She's the youngest of the 3 Sword Emperors, the savior of this rotten continent." Confidently, Marin asserted that Nox's concerns were unfounded and that nothing could go wrong. After finishing her declaration, she smiled smugly to herself, while Nox, exasperated by her arrogance, thought, "It'd be best if things could go according to what Marin said, but there's no way that will happen." He recalled the unfolding story. This episode is the one where Paimon revives. While he's not at full strength, even a small mistake will completely destroy the academy and everything nearby. This is the first chapter of the main episode, known as The Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. Thus, Nox must act as both the protagonist and the villain simultaneously in order to save the other characters. Nox constantly reminds himself to stay cautious and focused on this mission. After a moment of deliberation, Nox speaks up, expressing his desire to hear more details about the plan from Marin. The scene shifts to a gloomy, dusty place, seemingly an underground chamber, covered with tree roots and spider webs. A figure gradually steps into the center of the chamber, where a flash of light suddenly appears. The source of the light is a magical orb, reflecting a blurry image of a mysterious individual. It is none other than Rick, Eleanor's servant. He appears before the magical orb with ill intent. Speaking to someone on the other side of the orb, Rick says, "All preparations are already complete. Archduke, all that's left is for you to raze everything on Earth to the ground like you did in the past." At that moment, the magical orb suddenly emits a dense, dark aura, forming the shape of a demonic face. A sinister voice emanates from it, praising Rick. That sounds good. While it'd be tough to achieve a complete revival because of those cursed rats, this much should be enough. The demon remembers that the person before him is Rick, and Rick shows respect and joy at being remembered by the demon. From the orb, the terrifying eye of the demon appears, and he promises Rick, if this succeeds, Rick will be able to become a true demon instead of just remaining as a demonic human. The demon hopes Rick won't disappoint him. Hearing that he will become a true demon, Rick's face turns dark and terrifying, and he smiles with delight at the upcoming deeds he will commit. The scene shifts back to Nox, who is now in a lecture hall surrounded by female students. Nox feels confused, unsure how to handle the situation in front of him. Eleanor stands behind him, looking at him with disdain. It's unclear what they were discussing, but Princess Penelope and Talia are now facing each other, the atmosphere becoming suffocating as the 2 rivals confront one another. The princess's face remains calm and unaffected, but opposite her, Talia's face has darkened, losing its usual innocent and cheerful expression. Penelope speaks first, apologizing to Talia for taking her fiancé and hoping that Talia would understand. However, Penelope's attitude shows no real remorse. She smiles confidently, saying, "Humans can't just control their emotions as they wish." Her words make the situation even worse. Nox, standing nearby, begins to sweat and reminds the princess to be careful. He then turns to Talia, calling her name when he notices she hasn't said a word. Suddenly, she stops being silent and starts laughing maniacally, as if the beast within her has finally awakened. Seeing her savage expression and wild laughter, Nox is horrified. His whole body trembles as he curses under his breath, "Holy shit!" Nox realizes he forgot to consider how Talia would react. Now, Talia's face is no longer gloomy but fearsome. with her red eyes radiating murderous intent as she stares directly at the woman trying to steal her husband. Caught between the two women, Knox feels powerless, unsure of what to do. He sighs, complaining to himself, "How did things get like this?" The chatter of other students shatters the tense atmosphere. One of them gossips, asking the others if they've heard about the latest news, and they all gather around a bulletin board. One student mentions the news about the top 7 students with the best scores. Another chimes in, saying they've also heard about the nighttime self-study period and how extra points are given later on. Another student complains, "I could have made it if I did a little better." Someone else disagrees, stating, "Definitely not," and insists he didn't even make it to the middle of the pack. Others agree, knowing the nobles took up all the top spots from the beginning. A student wearing glasses asserts, "Commoners like us can't become one of the top 7 students, even with good grades." The others nod, complaining that nobles only care about their own family members, even though they always preach fairness. They begin questioning, what's the difference between this place and the outside world? They all know what the higher-ups are thinking. A nearby girl quietly asks a boy next to her about the identity of the person who chose the 7 students and what criteria were used. The boy doesn't know, but guesses that grades were a major factor. The boy next to him laments, crying out, "Grades are the only things that matter, no matter where you are." That person was probably the most unexpected one. The person they're referring to is none other than Knox. As soon as Knox arrives, all eyes in the room turn toward him. Outside of dealing with women, Knox always exudes a cold, intimidating aura. The entire area falls silent at Knox's appearance, the good-for-nothing of the Reincarnated household. As usual, people somehow end up talking about Knox. While Knox doesn't want to attract any unnecessary attention, it can't be helped right now. The thing he must pay attention to at this moment is the newbie killer. When it comes to clearing the Paimon episode, the most important thing is your grades. It sounds ridiculous, but unless his scores are exceptional, Knox won't be able to attend the nighttime self-study event. If that happens, then Knox won't be able to keep the other characters stuck in one place. The other students continued their chatter, and one of them angrily complained that Knox was an annoying bastard. Other men were also jealous of Knox, questioning if he was only relying on his good looks and having a powerful family behind him. They didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The student, hearing his friends agree with this, became enraged and shouted at them, "He's the enemy of all men. Don't take his side." Other nearby students approached, saying that the guy was an idiot, and asked if he hadn't heard about the recent rumors surrounding Knox. The student stepped closer and warned him that Knox had become the princess's spouse, and he might die if he gets on his nerves. The student, upon hearing this, was frightened and panicked. The others were also worried, thinking that Knox might have overheard their gossip about him. However, their fears had already become a reality, as Knox was standing behind them, hearing everything they had said about him. He was furious, thinking those guys were scumbags. Yet, Knox decided not to care about the gossip and sighed about the terrible events that were about to unfold. He thought to himself that he couldn't let his relationship with Lunatic be broken. Whatever the case, they were the rope Knox would use to escape the Reincarnated household. What was certain was that Knox had to stop Paimon from reviving on the last day of the 7 days of nighttime self-study. After a while, Knox stood in front of the notice board, his face showing confusion because he had forgotten to check who was ranked under him. The funny thing was, Knox was on the list, and not only that, he was at the top. The second place was Leon von Marvis, followed by Penelope von Arkheim, Talia von Stillreiner, Echidna von Janos, Eleanor de Rivellin, and finally Iana von Sader. Knox wasn't just caught up in this situation, but now he was also facing 2 women, who were staring each other down in a tense standoff. Knox wondered if this situation was the kind that happens in dramas. The confrontation between the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend? Damn it. This is the worst situation, and what's worse is that I didn't even do anything wrong. Talia, facing the arrogant princess, glared at her with fiery eyes and spoke, saying she understood what the princess was saying but that she wouldn't give up. She declared, "It might be rude of me to say this, but Knox is a really good person, so she can understand why Penelope likes him." Penelope remained unfazed, smiling brightly and thanking Talia for understanding. But at that moment, Talia's smile stopped. Her voice turned cold and threatening as she made it clear to the princess that she hoped Penelope didn't think she would back down that easily. Talia's firm stance made the princess stop smiling, and Echidna, standing behind, could sense the situation was becoming increasingly awkward. Talia continued, asserting that winning holds special meaning in the Stillreiner household, and that applies to people as well. Despite Talia's determination, the princess remained unshaken, offering a sweet smile and wishing Talia good luck. After that, the princess walked away, and as she passed Nox, she leaned in close and told him, "I heard it was an engagement decided between our households, but I guess someone was more serious about it than I expected. That's not how I hoped this would go, though." Then Penelope and Echidna left, leaving Nox to face Talia. At that moment, something caught Nox's attention. He looked outside and saw a red mana swirling like smoke, and within that, smoke was a message that only Nox seemed to recognize. The short message read, "Hideout. Plan to explain more details of the operation. Gather quickly." After receiving the message, Nox immediately left and soon arrived at a secret underground hideout of the lunatic organization. Marin appeared above, calling him a newbie, and stared at him with a look that suggested she didn't have good intentions. She jumped down and began questioning Nox. "What have you done for there to be news of you becoming the princess's spouse? Are you out of your mind?" Nox avoided Marin's gaze, replying, "You heard, huh? To be honest, I don't know what's happening either. It seems the princess is trying to use me as a card to keep the prince in check." Nox's explanation didn't satisfy Marin, who, enraged, asked him if he thought she had called him here to hear something so obvious. Nox, unwilling to continue arguing, tried to change the subject and asked her to talk about the mission. But Marin wouldn't let it go. She yelled at him, demanding that Nox explain everything that was going on. She declared that she was also someone who looked after Captain Luna. Pointing at him, she accused, "I can't accept someone like you when you don't even know who you are." Nox calmly explained, asserting that this was something already decided by the higher-ups. However, Marin refused to accept that. She arrogantly claimed, "It's up to me to decide how I judge my junior." Immediately afterward, she drew the bow from her back and declared, "I need to know whether Nox deserves to join the lunatic or if he will betray us." Faced with Marin's challenge, Nox let out an irritated sigh. Although he didn't want to fight, he was forced to prove himself in front of this troublesome woman. He decided to take up a sword. A dark purple mana soon enveloped the blade and his body. His gaze changed completely, and Nox hoped Marin wouldn't regret this. Unfazed, Marin flashed a gleeful smile as she pulled out an arrow, preparing to attack Nox. As she raised her bow towards him, mana radiated from it, her face brimming with excitement. She also hoped Nox wouldn't regret his decision to face her. As soon as the arrow was released, it shot straight toward Nox. He quickly blocked it with his sword. But the battle wasn't over yet. In an instant, Marin appeared at his right side with incredible speed, her bow drawn and aimed at his flank. Her movement was so fast that Nox had to reassess this woman. Marin, with a smug smile, declared, "She'll go easy on Nox, so make sure Nox don't die." Facing Marin's arrogance, Nox smirked with confidence as she fired an arrow imbued with water elemental power toward him. The arrow shot forward like a rushing torrent. Nox, confronted by its gale-like speed, kept his composure, dodging swiftly and silently, noting that Marin's pride wasn't baseless. It had reason. She is a descendant of one of the lost races of legend, the marine race. She's inherited their blood, and the power of her water shot is unfathomable. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, wouldn't be able to completely stop that attack. Faced with Marin's inherent strength, Nox's acting genius trait was activated intensely. At the same time, he moved, dodging her successive attacks. Inside, he felt a tinge of regret, thinking he might have provoked her too much, leading to this precarious situation. However, he can't gain her trust with his current abilities, and there's a large chance that this episode will end in catastrophe. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Nox still motivated himself, affirming that he must achieve a clear victory. His gaze became more serious than ever, locking onto the opponent before him. Nox swung his sword downward, his entire body beginning to emit a dark mana, intent on proving his own strength. Marin observed him. Her actions paused as she assessed that Nox might have received the captain's acknowledgement, but he is still the lowest ranked. Growing angrier, Marin questioned him, challenging his attitude toward her, a senior figure, and demanded that he explain his relationship with Princess Penelope. Her face darkened with anger as she demanded further that Nox clarify the events surrounding him. After a barrage of questions, Marin fell silent, launching a fresh assault against Nox with a fiercer force than before, her water-based power filling the entire chamber. She continued to press Nox, suspicious and unconvinced that everything related to him was mere coincidence. Despite her anger and accusations, Nox maintained a calm demeanor, saying that she just doesn't want to believe what he says. If that's the case, then there's no need for him to explain. Nox's indifference fueled Marin's rage. She clenched her teeth, drawing her bow at him, determined to see how long he could maintain that lofty attitude. As each arrow was released, Nox found himself engulfed by a raging flood, a massive wave crashing down upon him. Encased within a globe of water, Nox's eyes remained steady. He then looked directly at Marin, asking her, "Do you think a little trick like this will work on me?" With those words, he swung his sword at the water globe, slashing it apart until it shattered into fragments. Immediately, the scattered droplets evaporated, blanketing the area around him in a dense mist. Undeterred, Marin swiftly moved behind Nox, leaping forward with a gleeful smile, admitting she didn't expect that attack to affect him, but simply wanted a soft opening for the battle. Finishing her sentence, she released an arrow with overwhelming force, aiming straight at him from behind. Realizing the arrow was coming, Nox quickly activated the skill, Hour of the Genius. In that instant, everything around him seemed to halt. A notification followed, stating, "Your sense of time has slowed down." The skill affected the arrow's speed drastically, allowing Nox to dodge it effortlessly. However, he doesn't really want to reveal what he is capable of yet, but it can't be helped. As Hour of the Genius expired, time resumed its normal flow, and Marin's arrow missed Nox, flying past him. Marin was left in shock, unable to believe it. There's less than a 10-meter distance between us, and he was able to dodge that? While Marin was still reeling, Nox, with a fearsome expression, showed no hesitation, channeling dark energy into his sword as he prepared for his counterattack. The next second, Nox's eyes flashed as he swung his sword downwards. A wave of dark mana surged forward from the blade, shattering Marin's water barrier before advancing and enveloping her body. Her entire figure was now submerged in the water she had summoned, intertwined with Nox's dark power. The two opposing forces collided, creating a massive vortex that engulfed Marin. It seemed as though Nox had successfully overpowered her. Beads of sweat formed on his face, revealing the strain his attack had taken on him. But within the mist, Marin's faint silhouette emerged, her voice ringing out in disbelief as she questioned the terrifying strength Nox displayed, asserting, "That's not the kind of strength that a 15-year-old can possess." Marin's face grew increasingly serious as she interrogated Nox about his reasons for joining Lunatic and his true intentions. Nox merely stared back at her warily, giving no answer. Faced with his silence, Marin smirked, her eyes glinting a vibrant blue as she declared that it didn't matter. She would find the answer herself. In the next instant, Marin raised her bow and released a volley of arrows, while columns of water formed around Nox, trapping him like a caged bird. Unfazed, Nox quickly summoned a magic sphere, launching a stream of purple mana that pierced through Marin's water arrows, leaving her stunned at his effortless counter. Unwilling to admit defeat, Marin continued to fire powerful water arrows at Nox, who skillfully dodged and retaliated with dark mana bolts that shattered every one of her attacks. Witnessing Nox's skill, Marin began to feel outmatched. She gasped for breath, acknowledging internally that Nox was a dangerous individual. Even if he's not trying to make use of Lunatic, she thought, he's talented enough to be a threat to Captain Luna if he decides to betray us. As she realized that none of her arrows had hit him and that he had refrained from counterattacking directly, Marin understood that Nox was holding back. Furious, she accused him of arrogance. She found herself questioning, why though? Is he holding back because he wants to make use of us? Or is it because she is also a member of Lunatic? Finally, Nox spoke, pointing his sword toward Marin and lamenting that she was wasting time on idle thoughts. "Even defending myself against you is becoming tiresome," he remarked. Enraged by his criticism, Marin realized he was mocking her, making a fool of his superior. She pondered in silence, acknowledging that she couldn't win against him and wondering if it was a difference in their abilities. Clenching her fists in frustration, she reaffirmed to herself that she would never lose as long as she didn't give up. Yet her thoughts began to spiral, casting Nox as a significant threat. Every member of Lunatic might end up being taken down if Nox is allowed to survive. Resolute, Marin called out in a low voice. Nox von Reinhofer, I can't acknowledge you as one of Lunatic's members. You're exceptional, but I can't discern the intentions behind your actions. So, I will follow the regulations of Lunatic and dispose of you as a dangerous individual. With that declaration, Marin unleashed a new technique, different from any other arrow she had fired. It held an immense power that caused the entire area around her to tremble. Seeing this formidable attack, Nox hesitated slightly. He realized it was the secret technique of the Marine race, water shot. He knew that if he were hit by it in his current state, it would be fatal, and he wasn't confident he could dodge it. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Without hesitation, Marin launched the arrow. The immense power radiated a brilliant light, barreling straight toward Nox. He had no time to respond when, suddenly, another sword appeared, striking the arrow and knocking it off course. Confused, Marin tried to comprehend what had happened. Suddenly, a voice echoed, chastising her. Marin, what do you think you're doing? The voice belonged to Luna, who stood above on the balcony, questioning Marin loudly and reminding her that she had instructed her to execute the mission with her junior. Luna's furious gaze bore into Marin as she demanded to know if killing Nox was part of her orders. Both Nox and Marin turned their eyes toward Luna. Marin's face paled in fear, and she addressed her as Captain. Nox, with courtesy, greeted Captain Luna as well. But Luna did not spare Nox either. She demanded that both of them explain clearly what had transpired, warning that failure to do so would result in punishment. Her gaze held no hint of leniency. When neither of them responded, Luna's tone grew harsher as she repeated her question, demanding an explanation from Marin. Luna then jumped down, approaching Marin directly. With a stern voice, she reminded her that her mission was to work with the newbie to draw the attention of the Academy's staff and students. Luna's eyes stared intently at Marin, confirming to her that she never told Marin to do anything like this. Facing Luna's anger, Marin trembled, her eyes not daring to look directly at Luna. Marin immediately apologized for her actions and explained that she only wanted to confirm if Nox was loyal to the organization. Hearing this, Luna voiced her disapproval of Marin's independent actions, stating that it was her role as the captain to handle matters like these, not Marin's. Luna then picked up a dagger with intricate carvings, raising it in front of Marin and scolding her, demanding she take a closer look. The blade was chipped even though the trajectory of the attack was off. With that much power, Marin must have been trying to kill Nox. Luna asked Marin once more if that was indeed her intent. Marin, with a remorseful expression, lowered her head in silence. Luna then glanced over at Nox, acknowledging that she understood Marin's reasoning, and she also agreed that Nox hasn't shown them much yet. However, her gaze quickly turned angry again as she looked back at Marine. Luna asserted that Marine had crossed the line here. There is only one situation where a member would be allowed to kill another. She was sure Marine remembered that clearly. Marine then responded, confirming that the exception was if someone betrayed the organization. Luna gradually calmed, reminding Marin for the last time, don't make this mistake ever again, and that this was her final warning. Luna then turned back to Nox, calling him the newcomer and reminding him that he also needed to remember this rule. Nox didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed that he would remember it well. Marin's gaze still avoided the two of them. Although she was often stubborn, she was a girl who knew how to follow orders. Luna then ended the matter between them and invited Nox to take a walk with her. Though Nox felt somewhat puzzled, he quickly agreed. Outside, the bright moonlight shone down as they strolled along the street. Luna took the opportunity to reassure Nox, hoping he understood that she had to warn both of them there to uphold discipline and order. Hearing this, Nox felt more at ease and smiled gently, remarking that he was a good-for-nothing who had done far too many bad things to be hurt by something like a warning. Luna, puzzled by Nox's self-deprecating words, showed a confused expression, prompting Nox to clarify briefly that he was fine. Besides, Nox mentioned that Marin probably didn't feel like he was trustworthy. Luna, familiar with Marin's true nature, tried to explain to Nox, saying she's not usually like this. It's hard for Luna to tell Nox the details, but there's a reason for her behavior, so she hoped he would be understanding. Luna then gave a sly smile and reminded Nox that he still owed her a life. That arrow from Marin, if Nox had been hit by it, he would have surely died. Nox fully understood the arrow's immense power, but he didn't want to admit it, and instead smiled, suggesting that Luna was exaggerating. Luna, surprised, questioned why Nox didn't seem more shocked by its power. Nox calmly explained that his way of life had led him to near-death experiences so many times that it felt normal to him. Luna, entertained by his words, gave a light laugh, calling his life dull and suggesting that it might be why Marin disliked him. Suddenly, Luna's expression grew serious, as though she had something on her mind. She revisited the earlier incident, saying that it was all because of that one arrow, making Nox puzzled by the underlying reason. Luna elaborated, stating that the reason Marin was able to join Lunatic was due to just one arrow. The destructiveness of that arrow, which she takes a long time to prepare, is on a completely different level. It's so powerful that even Luna couldn't block it completely head-on. Hearing Luna's confirmation, Nox felt more assured in his suspicions, and understood why his sword was destroyed. However, as he pieced things together, Nox found it even stranger. If Marin possessed such strength, why did she not appear in the Nox episode? Luna then revealed a bit more to Nox, explaining that Marin is the final descendant of the marine race, able to control both water and bows to their utmost limits. That's how she could wield such a powerful arrow. At this point, Luna hesitated and fell silent, her unusual demeanor catching Nox's attention and making him slightly suspicious. Having knowledge of the subject, Nox commented that the marine race, they were a special race among those that had disappeared. They appeared in the inner lunatic backstories, but they've never appeared in the Nox episode. Nox quickly dismissed the story, stroking his chin with a confident smile and declaring to Luna that the next time he fights her, he won't give her any time to use her arrow. Hearing Nox's scheme, Luna couldn't help but laugh and called him a little rascal. She then pointed at his forehead, urging him not to even think about engaging Marin in battle again. She knew how dangerous Marin could be if she went on a rampage. She had already told Nox just now, but he really could have died. Nox, startled by her touch on his forehead, took a step back, then adjusted his hair and gave a slight smile in acknowledgement of Luna's reminder. The moment after, Nox quickly changed the subject, commenting on the vastness of the surrounding area. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Luna sighed in exasperation, but in Nox's mind, he was smirking, already planning to exploit Marin, knowing she had a deadly attack he could leverage in the future. Afterward, the two continued strolling, and suddenly Luna called out to Nox, noting that he was quite powerful. Nox couldn't understand why Luna was bringing this up. Luna seriously pointed out that Nox was able to subdue Marin once before Marin went on a rampage. Furthermore, he was cold and rational enough to eliminate his enemy without hesitation. Hearing this, Nox smirked teasingly and asked why Luna was flattering him. At this point, Luna's expression changed completely. She asked Nox for a favor and directly stated that he could kill Marin if he thought she would go berserk during a mission. Luna asserted that only Nox could do this job. Feeling her trust in him, Nox's face gradually turned serious as everything ominous in the shadows began to emerge. The scene then shifted to the lecture hall. The lecturer, a man with a long mustache, was instructing the students, explaining that they can only become a great knight or mage by unleashing their upper energy core, central energy core, and lower energy core. However, he also emphasized in a stern tone that while it's important to be talented, in the end, only those who work hard will succeed at unleashing them. The atmosphere in the class was quiet as everyone listened attentively, though there were two students with unresolved issues between them. Since the class began, Talia's gaze hadn't left Nox. She stared intensely at him from behind, making him feel uneasy and distracted. Nox found himself in a difficult position, unsure of what he had done wrong, only hoping Talia would give him a chance to explain everything that had happened between him and the princess. At this time, Princess Penelope, seated beside Nox, always wore a gentle smile. Noticing Nox's uncomfortable expression, she turned to ask him kindly how he was doing. Deep in thought, Nox was startled by her voice and complained that she shouldn't scare him like that. Inwardly, he was shouting at himself, thinking he shouldn't be sitting next to the princess. Yet, Nox had no choice. As before class, Princess Penelope had privately informed him that they were engaged, stating, "If they don't sit together, then others will get suspicious of us." Feeling helpless, Nox resigned himself to her wishes, reminding himself that he needed to keep personal and professional matters separate. She is the princess of a country. Penelope, seeing Nox's absent-minded demeanor, chuckled with satisfaction, evaluating that the current situation was quite favorable. At least Prince Louis won't be able to kill Nox easily now that I've chosen him as her spouse. Back in the lecture hall, Nox, feeling deeply unsettled, didn't know what to do other than sigh at his current predicament. Meanwhile, Talia's jealous gaze continued to bore into him and Penelope. Princess Penelope also noticed Talia's stare, and as their eyes met, Talia quickly looked away, hiding her feelings. Just then, another girl moved down toward Nox from above. This new presence caught Nox's attention, and he turned to ask her name. Before him stood a beautiful girl with long purple hair and a gentle expression. She shyly introduced herself as Iana von Sater. Hearing the name, Nox immediately recognized her, knowing that Iana von Sater is the next head of the succubus Sater household. They were renowned for their ability to drain a man's essence using the skill, charm, and for amplifying their own strength or that of others. Fully aware of who she was, Nox replied coldly and indifferently turned away, his dismissive attitude surprising and flustering Iana. In front of Nox was Leon, who showed little interest in his surroundings, sighing out of boredom with the lecture. He was weary, even during self-study, and the thought of more classes in the evening, after the afternoon sessions, made him even more exhausted. Echidna, seated beside him, overheard Leon's complaint and informed him that they'd have 3 more classes that day, asking if he was all right. Nox, seated nearby, joined their casual conversation, his face serious as he declared that the remaining classes would not be happening today. Surprised, Leon turned to Nox to ask why he would say such a thing. Suddenly the entire lecture hall began to shake violently. All the students were bewildered and terrified, not knowing what was happening. The lights overhead shattered, debris falling and causing panic among everyone. No one in the hall understood what was going on. Even Eleanor, a girl known for her composure, felt fear in the face of the current situation. The only person still calm was Nox, who understood everything that was about to unfold. He revealed to us that this event was the Nox episode, the subjugation of Paimon, and it had officially begun. And at this moment, a bizarre phenomenon began unfolding above the lecture hall as the entire ceiling was enveloped in a sinister, dark mana. The source of this disturbance was none other than Rick, a member of the demon race. He was performing some strange ritual to awaken a true demon. With a twisted smile, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the bloodthirsty arrival of a demon about to awaken. Rewinding to the time before the event known as the subjugation of Paimon, Nox and Marin were discussing their mission together. Nox confirmed once more that they were given the mission to draw attention so that Lunatic could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Nox for quickly understanding the plan and smiled, telling him that once the barriers dividing the areas were activated, the place would turn into a labyrinth for the students to escape. Marin emphasized her wish that Nox buy as much time as possible. Returning to the present, the event, the subjugation of Paimon, had begun as planned, and the overwhelming pressure from the demonic power spread throughout the academy. In the lecture hall, windows and surrounding equipment shattered. The students, now in a state of panic, couldn't comprehend the situation. All the young women in the hall, typically graceful, were gripped by terror. Assessing the situation, Nox acknowledged that Marin was handling her role well. He reminded himself that he needed to buy as much time as possible, because his goal was clear. At that moment, Leon also warned that staying any longer would be dangerous. He noted that he had discovered 2 spells in effect. There are 2 spells active right now. The first is a dimensional barrier that cuts us off from the outside and keeps us trapped here. The second is a layer transformation spell that randomly alters the floors of this building, in order to escape from here. Hearing Leon's detailed explanation, Nox frowned, realizing Leon had picked up on everything quickly. Playing along, Nox feigned ignorance and confirmed with Leon that they needed to handle the layer transformation spell first. Princess Penelope agreed that this was the right course, adding that it was impossible to destroy the barrier in their current state. Iana, standing nearby with a timid demeanor, nodded hesitantly in agreement, observing, "This seems to be the type of layer-transforming magic that's most commonly used on buildings." Seeing Iana's presence, Nox was slightly surprised, since, according to the storyline, Iana wasn't supposed to interfere with this particular incident involving Nox. He questioned to himself, why is she constantly trying to interfere? With a sigh, he considered that the storyline might have changed. Taking on a leader's stance, Nox acknowledged Leon's statement, saying, "They need to destroy the magic." The group was shocked at his direct approach, but Nox reaffirmed his intent, adding that this was what he wanted, because the spells have an obvious goal. He looked toward Talia, gently explaining that it wasn't surprising she hadn't figured it out, as she hated thinking after all. Continuing, Nox explained that if they either fulfilled that goal or destroyed the spells by force, they would be able to escape. Talia, hearing this, was visibly baffled, only nodding absent-mindedly as smoke practically poured from her head in confusion. Leon joined in, adding, "Basically, there's a high chance that any powerful attacks we throw at this magic will be dispelled." Nox then took charge, guiding the group's actions. He instructed, "We need to first check the condition of this building. Let's split into 2 teams, inspect its condition, and then regroup in exactly 1 hour." While Nox successfully led the students to buy as much time as possible for Marin to fulfill her mission, Marin, somewhere else, was moving swiftly. She silently acknowledged to herself, "Nox von Reinhofer. He's indeed competent. It's no wonder he could defeat me." She was impressed by his calmness, despite the large-scale magic, and his ability to earn the others' trust. Hidden, Marin watched the students' actions from above. With agility and skill, she descended onto the top of a statue and mused, "Is it finally time for the first attempt of the second area's labyrinth?" She named the labyrinth of Dreams and Delusions. An illusion spell, it used spilled imp blood to steal the minds of travelers and show them the sweetest dreams. Not even the clear-headed students of Eldine would be able to withstand this easily. She thought, since I poured out that much blood, it should buy us at least an hour. She needs the newbie to get through this somehow, though. Suddenly, Marin's eyes widened as she noticed something unexpected. The labyrinth she had created not only sent the weaker students into illusions, but also left Nox unconscious on the ground. This astonished Marin. That's not how it was supposed to go. Her magic should have been at a level that he could resist. Disturbed by this anomaly, she realized it was a major problem, and decided she would have to intervene directly. Elsewhere, high above the academy, Luna appeared, her red eyes glowing as she looked down upon the scene. She ordered Duff to begin the plan. Duff obeyed and used magic to transport both of them directly into the academy's main hall. Duff felt a bit uneasy, knowing their threat was none other than Noah von Trinity, a formidable opponent. Luna was fully aware of this, yet continued her dangerous mission undeterred. After moving through several locations within the academy, they finally reached their intended destination. Upon entering the chamber, a magical barrier guarding an important area became apparent. Luna ignored the barrier entirely, charging straight through it and shattering it with ease. Inside, the room was cloaked in a frigid atmosphere, encased in ice and snow. At the center stood a massive magical stone protected by another barrier. Just then, a voice echoed, revealing that this person knew Luna's organization would arrive. Noah herself appeared, expressing her anticipation for this event and claiming she had prepared for their arrival. She referred to her opponent's identity as the Captain of Lunatic and also one of the 3 new Sword Emperors. Luna, the last successor of the lunar swordsmanship. Luna's eyes turned a fiery red, a serious glare revealing her readiness to fight if her adversary refused to step aside. She demanded Noah move, drawing her sword and stating that demonic essence crystal is an item that'll bring chaos to the world. The reason she had to destroy it here. Noah responded with an indifferent smile, saying, she already knows what her answer will be. Luna, having expected this, remained silent and began channeling blood-red mana into her sword. In the next moment, she lunged at Noah with an intense attack, her slash powerful enough to shatter anything in its path. However, Noah vanished from that spot, and snowflakes began to fall slowly, filling the room. Recognizing the current danger as Noah activated her ice magic, Luna and Duff stood back to back, alert and cautious. Noah taunted them, noting how much they seemed to enjoy facing powerful opponents. A gust of icy wind surged toward them, followed by an onslaught of massive ice blocks. Luna swiftly swung her sword, shattering the ice into pieces. Using her exceptional ability to blend seamlessly with the frozen surroundings, Noah reappeared behind Luna with a sly grin, commenting, "Paimon is the strongest demon I've faced so far." Luna, frowning at Noah's words, questioned her, "Is that why you're letting him be and allowing him to awaken? So you can fight him again and prove your superiority?" Noah, unfazed by Luna's irritation, responded with a taunting smile, asking if that were true, what Luna would even do about it, calling her a kid. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression hardened, a deadly aura enveloping her as she declared that if Noah's words were true, she would kill her. Amused, Noah laughed at the notion that a child like Luna would even think of killing her, and asked what reason Luna had to do so. Luna offered no elaborate explanation, simply responding, "For myself." Immediately after, Luna charged at Noah, a terrifying red bloodlust surrounding her, though this alone was not enough to overwhelm Noah, an immensely powerful mage. As their fierce battle raged within the demon Paimon's cage, the sealing crystal began emitting an ominous aura. Beside it, Rick was aiding in the crystal's destruction, and now cracks were forming on the demon's seal. The massive demon inside the crystal began to stir, releasing a deadly energy that grew thicker by the moment, signaling the impending disaster looming over the academy. Nox was caught in an illusion. Before him stretched a vast, endless beach, illuminated by a light that made the scene even more breathtaking. He stood there, dazed and unsure of where he was, when suddenly, a radiant glow appeared, capturing his attention. Out of this light, an angel emerged, standing majestically on the water's surface with wide wings spread. Nox was entranced, reaching out as if to grasp the angel and get closer to where she stood. In that moment, he began to run, desperate to chase after her, a fierce longing burning inside him. He had to reach her, believing she held something he had lost. But as he reached the middle of the ocean, she vanished into the waves, leaving Nox standing alone in an endless sea. Tears started to fall from Nox's eyes unconsciously. Only later did he realize he was crying, yet he couldn't understand why, as if he had lost something deeply significant to his life. He stood there, watching the beautiful sunset sink slowly into the sea, pulling away whatever he had lost. He continued to cry, gazing at the twilight, while a voice echoed in his mind, calling his name and urging him to wake up. The voice jolted him awake. In front of him stood Talia and Eleanor, the ones who had woken him. Nox realized it had all been a dream, but he also noticed he was crying and didn't know why. Talia, always concerned about him, sat by his side, worried, her eyes moist with fear that he had suffered something terrible. Nox calmed himself, wondering why he'd had such a vision. He couldn't recall it clearly, but remembered seeing a woman, as though she was trying to tell him something. Suddenly he noticed the two women observing him with concern. He stood and told them he had shown them a pitiful side of himself, and he hoped they would forget what they'd seen. Then he urged the two to keep moving. He didn't allow himself to dwell on these thoughts, refocusing on their current predicament. He knew that although the second labyrinth wasn't too dangerous, he couldn't afford to drag things out. With that, the group ventured deeper into the labyrinth, greeted by a horde of monsters. Each member possessed exceptional abilities from the academy, and Nox led them as their captain. Talia, wielding her fire mana, cloaked her sword and delivered sharp strikes at the monsters blocking their path. Leon, a dark family prodigy, summoned skeletons and commanded them to charge at a stone golem ahead. Although the powerful golem struck down the skeletons one by one, some elite skeletons with weapon skills managed to stab it, knocking it down. Taking advantage of this, the other skeletons attacked the downed monster in a relentless wave. Iana, who looked frail, also showed her strength by supporting Leon. She struck the golem's head, causing it to explode. While the team fought fiercely, Nox entertained his own thoughts. He hadn't forgotten his mission to delay the group's progress. He only attacked superficially, holding back his true power. He even playfully tripped Echidna, apologizing and claiming it was an accident. Echidna was visibly annoyed but couldn't retaliate given the situation. After some time, they defeated all the monsters in the second labyrinth. Leon was exhausted, panting heavily and visibly drained. Iana, equally weary, had sweat pouring down her face, evidence of the grueling battle. Princess Penelope worriedly checked on Leon to see if he could continue, and Iana explained that Leon was overexerted because she wasn't strong enough, forcing him to fight on her behalf. Feeling guilty and anxious, Iana glanced at Nox, asking him how he was holding up. Nox acted arrogantly and responded that he was just fine, asking her not to compare him to weaklings. Standing nearby, Eleanor laughed and teased him, saying, "It hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw Nox crying, so there's no need for him to act tough in front of them." Princess Penelope, hearing this, immediately spoke up to defend her fiancé, aiming her words at Eleanor, telling her, "You can't talk like that to my future husband." Eleanor, warned, paused for a moment and then gave a pleasant smile, politely asking the princess to forgive her for speaking to Nox. Nox, standing beside them and hearing the exchange between the women as they taunted each other, could only remain silent and feel helpless. Echidna interrupted their conversation, asking what they thought awaited them in the third labyrinth. She was quite worried, since the second labyrinth had already been so challenging. At that moment, Nox returned to his arrogant demeanor and replied that no one knew anything. And in his mind, he thought, it's finally his turn to play his part. He knew that the third labyrinth's boss monster was the labyrinth's flower, and that monster was Nox himself. His eyes glinted dangerously, eagerly anticipating welcoming his friends. Back in the dungeon, where the evil demon Paimon was sealed, the demon was slowly awakening after Rick's interference. Rick smiled and greeted him, calling him Lord Paimon. Just then, from the magic communication orb, Prince Louis's image appeared, asking if Rick could hear him. Rick confirmed that their story's course was stable and that he could hear him clearly. He then reported that everything is going well, there's nothing to be concerned about. Louis smiled with excitement and instructed Rick to make sure everything goes smoothly. This is a rare chance for him to become a hero. Hearing this, Rick confirmed his understanding and assured that he'd handle everything. As soon as the transmission ended, Rick smirked and muttered that the prince was a fool. He wanted to defeat the revived Paimon and become a hero from that victory. Rick couldn't believe Louis thought he could defeat a demon just because they'd be weak right after reviving. Not that Rick cared, as it all worked in his favor. Rick then poured an entire container of blood-red liquid into the crystal imprisoning Paimon, causing cracks to spread across the crystal, signaling the impending awakening of the demon. Moments later, a massive tremor marked the time had come, as the demon's crimson arm emerged, releasing a terrifying sound. Rick kneeled before the towering demon and greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Paimon. I am a demonic human. My name is Hausholtz de Nefer." After being imprisoned for so long, Paimon revived, though he complained about being revived in this trash-like body. Yet, the fact that he'd revived at all was an unprecedented miracle. Looking down at Rick, who was kneeling, he asked if his name was indeed Hausholtz, and Rick confirmed it. Paimon then expressed, he could feel it, the scent of a familiar human beyond that wall. The human outside was one of the three who sealed him. He turned toward Rick, asking if he was correct, and Rick confirmed it. Upon hearing this, Paimon's entire body began to emanate a terrifying surge of deadly mana, all his pent-up rage finally overflowing in fury against his enemy, the one who had sealed him, Noah von Trinity. Meanwhile, in another location, Nox received a notification stating that the effect of the artifact Moon Shadow had been activated, creating a shadow of the player. The system then prompted Nox to decide on the appearance of his shadow. Standing before an illusion of himself, Nox adjusted the shadow's stats with a hint of amusement, thinking to himself that this is the last labyrinth they need to clear. However, there is no boss monster here. Nox smirked devilishly and rhetorically questioned those watching about the reason behind this, before grinning like a true villain and declaring that he had killed it, since he really wanted the clear rewards of the boss monster. The large body of the monster lay on the ground, resembling a Nomu-like creature from a certain unnamed anime. Nox stood next to the monster, calmly assessing the rewards he had gained. He got 0.3 random stats as the boss monster clear reward. Now, let's review his stats and information. His name, Nox von Reinhofer, gender male, age 15, main attribute darkness and achievements none, His traits included swordsmanship and combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, insight, memorization genius, steel mentality, and acting genius. Additionally, there was a mysterious skill, Void Revelation. Along with these strengths, his weaknesses included terminally ill, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, possessed. Nox's stats: stamina 6.5, plus 2, mana 13.2, plus 3, luck 10, willpower 11.3, charm 26.3, and a hidden stat, dexterity 8. His active skills included Hour of the Genius, Supreme Ruler's Aura, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, Visible Transformation, and Dragon Tongue. A notable detail was that the remaining life Nox had due to his terminal illness was 147 days. After reading through all the updated information, Nox cheerfully remarked that thanks to this, his mana and stamina were growing smoothly. Increasing his stats is good and all, but his role as a member of Lunatic is to buy time by ensuring the students remain stuck in the labyrinth. That's why the solution he came up with is to use his shadow created by Moonshadow and change its appearance. Thanks to his new skill, Moonshadow, Nox created a clone that was both handsome and cold-looking. He then commanded his shadow to go to the boss's location, reasoning that since it's his shadow, it'll be stronger than the boss monster. After being absent for some time, Nox rejoined the group. Eleanor called his name and questioned his disappearance. Nox, in a disinterested tone, told her to mind her own business and stop worrying about him. Immersed in his own plan, Nox grinned villainously, determined to keep them trapped at all costs. When the group of students approached the boss room, the illusion Nox had set up blocked their path and ordered them to stop. With a sharp tone and a murderous expression, the shadow demanded that they not proceed. Talia, standing beside Nox, grew worried and asked the stranger about his identity. Nox, feeling slightly uneasy, thought to himself that while his shadow could think and make its own judgments, it was born with his personality as its base. If it talked too much, there was a chance they might start finding it suspicious. Leon, observing the situation, remarked that there's no way someone with mana that ominous could be human. Hearing Leon's comment, Nox felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that something unusual might be discovered. Echidna agreed with Leon, adding that the stranger's expression seemed pained and irritated. Her words made Nox feel guilty, as if they were indirectly hinting at him. Eleanor, with a peculiar expression, pressed further, asking about the stranger's identity. The shadow introduced itself as Shane, a mage that roams from place to place. He claimed that he had coincidentally been in the area and got caught up in the magic that was activated. Eleanor blushed slightly and stared suspiciously at Shane, remarking that something about him felt odd, and she found him strangely familiar. Sensing the growing instability of the situation, Nox decided that Shane's chatter was both excessive and unnecessary. Acting decisively, he drew his sword and attacked Shane, loudly declaring to the students, "That's just a monster. There's no need to listen to it. Just kill it." Nox's heart was filled with unease, worried that if they continued conversing, he would be exposed. Despite being just a shadow, Shane was quick and agile, skillfully evading Nox's attacks. Even as Nox continued his onslaught, Shane effortlessly dodged every strike. The two paused momentarily, and Nox assessed that Shane was quite strong. Eleanor then joined the fray, chanting a spell before launching a direct magical attack at Shane. However, Shane swiftly dodged the attack successfully. She turned back and mocked Nox, saying, "It seems like you're just swinging your sword slower." Hearing this, Nox grew frustrated, but said nothing. At that moment, Leon joined the fight. He summoned his skeletal minions, sending them charging toward Shane. Simultaneously, Talia rushed toward Shane, attacking him. Shane swiftly dodged all of Talia's strikes, and just as Leon's skeletons closed in on him, Shane dashed forward with incredible speed. Gathering magic energy in his hands, he prepared his next attack. With a burst of magic, he obliterated the two skeletons. Undeterred, Talia seized the opportunity and launched a flurry of strikes at Shane. Although Shane evaded every attack, Talia, as a knight, was no less formidable. She delivered a powerful kick to Shane's stomach. The pain from this blow transferred directly to Nox, as it affected his true body. Feeling the impact, Nox grimaced, catching Talia's attention. Concerned, she asked if he was okay. and even Eleanor noticed his expression, voicing her curiosity. Knox, however, forced himself to appear unfazed and assured them that he was fine. Internally, Knox realized two crucial things he had overlooked. The first was that his shadow only retained 50% of his abilities, meaning it only had half of his stats. The second was that when his shadow sustained damage, he felt the pain as well. The situation had become far more complicated than he anticipated, and he wondered if he could endure until the right moment. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged between Luna, the leader of Lunatic, and Noah von Trinity, the principal of Eldane Academy. Despite the looming danger, the two continued their duel until an explosion erupted from the sealed area of the demon Paimon. Both of them halted their fight, sensing an ominous aura awakening. The creature emanated a deathly presence, its hateful gaze fixed on them. Realizing the worst had happened, Luna gritted her teeth in anger, turning to Noah and accusing her. "You've ruined everything. Do you not care about saving mankind?" Without waiting for a response, Luna raised her sword high, unleashing a surge of crimson mana. Noah, standing beside her, realized Luna had been holding back the entire time. Inwardly, Noah thought of the countless times she had destroyed similar threats, noting, "But there's only one way to destroy the demonic essence crystal of a demon archduke, and that's to defeat the demon when it revives." However, she hadn't expected it to revive so quickly. Witnessing Luna's unleashed power, Noah acknowledged her talent and resolved to use her true strength to deal with Paimon. Luna, focusing all her power, delivered a powerful slash at the newly awakened demon, Paimon. At the same time, Noah used her frost magic to freeze Paimon's lower body, immobilizing it and leaving it vulnerable to Luna's strike. The combined forces of their attacks directly hit Paimon, yet the demon remained unscathed. Its calm expression betrayed no concern as it shattered Noah's ice effortlessly. Scoffing, Paimon remarked, "A witch who's lost her powers and some little girl cannot hope to stop me." Channeling an enormous amount of dark magic, he declared, "If that's all, then you'll all die here." Immediately, the orb of magic in his hands exploded, sending shockwaves throughout the room. Back with Knox and the students, they were coordinating attacks against Shane. Since Knox's shadow only retained 50% of his power, Shane found himself overwhelmed and gradually worn down by the students' relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Leon unleashed his magic, commanding all his skeletons to attack Shane continuously. He declared, "Those who possess such ominous magic will not be allowed to pass. I will deal with Shane here." Watching Leon relish his apparent victory over Shane, Knox thought to himself that Leon was an arrogant fool. Yet, inwardly, Knox felt a strange excitement at finally cornering Shane. Determined to end the current stalemate, Knox decided to finish Shane off, reasoning that Shane had already bought him enough time. Suddenly, the entire floor of the academy began to crack. The tremors caused by Paimon's awakening spread destruction across the area like a massive earthquake. Knox grew uneasy, unsure of what was happening. The other students felt the same, their confusion mounting as the cracks deepened. Amid the chaos, the tremors caused a massive fissure to form, and Eleanor was caught off guard. She let out a scream as she fell into the crevice. The students above could do nothing but call her name in despair, unsure of how to save her. At that moment, a swift figure leaped across the falling rocks, moving toward Eleanor. She had her eyes tightly shut, awaiting her fate with no idea what to do. Fortunately for her, Shane came to her rescue. Opening her eyes, she found herself in Shane's arms as he gently asked if she was all right. Blushing and at a loss for words, Eleanor looked at Shane with admiration. She hesitantly asked why he saved her, but Shane, true to his reserved and stoic nature, didn't reply. Instead, he swiftly carried her to a safer area beyond the landslide zone. Once they were safe, Shane set her down, carefully asking if she was hurt. Eleanor, usually composed and cold, felt her defenses crumble under his kind words. Her gaze grew even softer, realizing she might be falling for this side of Knox, a version she had never seen before. Watching this romantic scene unfold, Knox couldn't hide his irritation. Cursing under his breath, he wondered, is it the remnants of Yu Chan, the soul who possessed me, that saved her? Sighing, he admitted that Shane was still a part of him but found him utterly lame. Shaking off his annoyance, Knox turned his focus to the dire situation. A massive fissure had split the academy, and from the darkness within, an ominous energy emanated. His suspicions solidified. The source of this chaos and overwhelming power was none other than the archdemon, Paimon. Realizing the danger, Nox quickly headed toward the place where Paimon had been sealed. The students nearby couldn't stop him, but Talia, worried, called out, asking where he was going. Drawing his sword, Nox muttered to himself, "Things are completely screwed. Where did it all go wrong? If we don't stop Paimon, that monster, it'll be the end of us." Meanwhile, in a devastated chamber where the battle raged on, Paimon's magical outburst had flattened everything. Luna, though heavily injured, managed to pull herself out of the rubble. Scanning the area, she noticed Duff pinned under a massive rock. Rushing to his side, she anxiously asked if he was all right. Still alive but struggling, Duff stammered that he was fine and urged her to focus on killing the archdemon. Grinding her teeth in anger, Luna turned to Noah, demanding an explanation for everything happening. Dusting herself off, Noah called Luna a little girl, chiding her for being distracted at such a critical time. She questioned if Luna truly wanted to divide her attention now. Paimon approached them, his sinister presence growing even more intimidating. Noah unleashed all her remaining power, freezing the air around her with icy mana. Luna observed her carefully, noting, even though she's acting calm, Noah's mana reserves are nearly depleted. She might only be able to use her strongest spell twice more. Gripping her sword tightly, Luna reflected, "I'm no better off. I've already used my lunar sword art twice." Paimon sneered at their weakness, his aura growing more oppressive. Mocking them, he declared he would still toy with them before ending it all. He gestured toward the academy and asked if the people there were their students. Realizing his malicious intent, both Luna and Noah tensed. Noah remarked that Paimon had grown even filthier and more vulgar since their last encounter. Paimon, angered by her disdain, unleashed a frightening burst of power, demanding they witness the futility of humanity and her inability to challenge him. He gathered energy into a devastating attack, aiming it at the academy. Luna, panicking, jumped to intercept the blast, but Paimon blocked her, forcing her to defend against his relentless assault. Taking advantage of the distraction, Noah slipped behind Paimon and summoned a magical barrier to halt his attack, but Paimon smirked. It was all part of his plan. As Noah strained to hold back his energy, Paimon charged through the barrier, shattering it and striking her directly. The blow left Noah coughing up blood. In her injured state, memories of her tragic past resurfaced. She recalled her childhood trauma, her village engulfed in flames, people fleeing in terror, and her parents escaping the blaze without her. Left behind, she cried out for them, but no one came back. That pain echoed through her present despair as she muttered, "I don't want to lose anyone ever again. I gained this strength, so I wouldn't have to lose anything." Thrown backward and gravely wounded, Noah gritted her teeth in frustration. She couldn't defeat this demon, but Luna refused to give up. Summoning all her remaining strength, she dashed toward Paimon's magical attack, determined to stop it. Noah, watching helplessly, thought it was too late. No one could stop him now. Suddenly, a streak of violet light sliced through the magical orb, detonating it before it could reach the academy. Standing before the explosion, Luna was shocked to see a new figure had joined the fray. Noah, equally stunned, tried to comprehend what had just happened. Emerging from the shadows with a cold, commanding presence was Nox. Fixing his gaze on Noah, he asked, "Dean, are you going to give up here again? If you, who've already lost your family, now lose your students, you'll have nothing left." Noah's eyes widened in disbelief as Nox stepped forward. She wondered how he knew about her past. With a serious expression and his sword drawn, Nox declared, "I, Nox von Reinhofer, swear upon the long-standing tradition of the Black Sword. Here, I shall slay Paimon." Rewinding to a time earlier, a group of people was swiftly moving through the forest, heading toward the source of the tremors. Nox, holding the mask in his hand, thought for a moment before putting it away. He believed he recovered Shane safely, but that's not the problem right now. His face revealed his worry and urgency. Accompanying him was Marin, who was also deeply concerned and couldn't believe Paimon would really awaken. She wondered, what on earth should they do? Marin knew that Paimon is as powerful as Captain Luna. Realistically, there was nothing they could do. In that case, the only thing she could do would be. Her eyes turned toward the one person who might have the ability to resolve the situation. Nox, calling his name, she declared that she is an archer, so she will save him no matter what. Before she could finish her sentence, Nox interrupted her, telling her, "Don't think of doing anything stupid." He firmly stated that he would not run away and declared resolutely that those of the Reinhafer household do not run away from their responsibilities. Maren, still worried, commented that this isn't a problem that we can deal with. However, Nox, with a serious gaze, asked her one question. Would you be fine even if Captain Luna died? These words shook Maren to her core, leaving her trembling and unable to respond. Meanwhile, Nox reflected on Maren's personality, her strong desires and solid trust. He understood that she's probably feeling those emotions right now because Luna is the one who saved her and rose to the position of leader on her own. Therefore, he would make use of those traits of hers. With his decision made, Nox stopped and spoke, reminding Maren that Luna saved her when she was suffering in a research lab. Because Nox is the villain and good-for-nothing of Inner Lunatic, he was unafraid to provoke her, asking bluntly, "Are you really just going to leave her to die like this?" Maren, angered by his words, gritted her teeth and admitted her helplessness in the current situation. Lowering her head, she asked Nox, "What are you suggesting we do?" With a worried tone, she added, "Paimon is a demon that even the sage and the 3 sword emperors had a hard time with." Nox proposed that Maren use her arrows. Before she could respond, however, a terrifying surge of energy spread toward their location. They recognized it as Paimon's power, Nox remarked. "It looks like Paimon has come out. If we don't work together, it'll be impossible to stop him." Maren hesitated and asked Nox if he heard about her arrow from Captain Luna. Nox, noticing her conflict, dismissed her question, replying, "Is that really important right now?" He could tell that she was conflicted. Maren revealed the risk, reminding Nox that he had experienced it firsthand. She pointed out, "So Nox, you know just how powerful the water shot I fire is. Plus, I go berserk whenever I fire that arrow." Hesitating further, she added that it could kill him. Nox, understanding that Maren inherited the full abilities of the marine race, turned away with a serious expression and told her, "Don't flatter yourself. I wouldn't die to the likes of you." Then, he urged Maren to prepare quickly. Despite his confident words, Nox hesitated internally, knowing that not even he would be able to defend against her arrow. But this was the only option if they wanted to stop the ending of the damn game. Maren, still indecisive, was observed by Nox, who smirked mischievously and taunted her. "What's there to hesitate about? Did you end up liking me after all?" Hearing this, Maren's expression changed, and her hesitation vanished. She prepared her weapon and warned Nox not to regret it. As Maren's mana surged, Nox remained calm and commented that he had no reason to regret. Maren, with a stern tone, remarked, "Stubborn until the very end, I get why Captain Luna calls you the absurd rookie." Nox, turning his back to her as he prepared for the plan, replied, "I'm not really a fan of that nickname, though." Meanwhile, Payman's attack was nearing. Nox channeled dark mana into his sword. A system notification appeared. "Stormbringer is absorbing your mana to its limit. Due to the large temporary loss of mana, your mana sensitivity has been reduced." Both Nox and Marine braced themselves for the impact. Counting down. At the count of 3, their combined powers clashed against Paimon's attack, creating a devastating explosion. They successfully blocked the strike aimed at the trainees. Afterward, Nox panted heavily, while Maren began to lose control. Her consciousness faded, and she started attacking wildly. Nox, frustrated, narrowly dodged an arrow from Maren that nearly struck him fatally. Exhausted but feigning composure, Nox remarked sarcastically, "You fail as an archer. To think you'd fire an arrow with so much bloodlust at your junior." Maren, still out of control, continued firing arrows toward Nox, struggling to avoid them. He turned to witness the destruction her attack caused and couldn't help but feel shaken. Suddenly, Nox called out loudly, "Iana von Soder, stop hiding and come out. Or is the daughter of one of the 3 great dark families into voyeurism?" Discovered, Iana revealed herself, shocked that Nox had noticed her shadowing him. As Maren's uncontrollable attacks continued, Nox, dodging frantically, asked Iana for help. He recalled that Iana should be on the same level as Paracelsus and Leon, trusting her abilities. he requested that she use her charm skill to stop Marin. Iana, flustered and blushing, stammered her agreement, stating that she didn't want Marin to be in danger. However, with an ambitious glint in her eyes, she demanded that Nox help her replenish her dark mana later. Nox received the request and felt a bit uneasy. He thought that the method for replenishing a succubus's mana was somewhat sensitive, and he would rather not have to do it. However, the current situation didn't allow him to refuse, so he agreed and asked them to start, while he would go to stop Paimon. At this moment, Marin's powerful arrows continued to shoot chaotically everywhere, frightening Iana. However, thinking about Nox transferring mana to her made her excited, and she began to activate her skills. The scene shifted to Paimon's battlefield. The entire area surrounding the battlefield had been completely flattened and left in ruins. Finally, Nox appeared there to assist them. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed Noah exhausted near a collapsed cave. He quickly approached her, thinking about the death of her family and friends that was written in her backstory. She might look crazy, but she is one of the most anguished characters. His body ignited with dark mana as he spoke to Noah. "Dean, are you going to give up here again?" Standing protectively in front of Noah, he said, "If she, who already lost her family, now loses her students, she will have nothing left." He thought. What she needs now is encouragement before she falls into utter despair and gives up on everything. Nox assured her that he will kill Paimon right here, so he wanted her to hold on. Noah, seeing Nox's sudden arrival, was overwhelmed with worry for him. At this moment, Paimon's voice echoed, questioning if Nox was the one who changed the trajectory of his attack. Paimon sniffed the air and said he smelled a familiar scent on Nox, recognizing that mana and sword that contain utter darkness. Paimon laughed menacingly, releasing an oppressive demonic aura that engulfed the entire area. A system notification appeared, warning that his opponent has cast a spell on him. Noah and Luna both felt the terrifying pressure, and had to brace themselves against it. Paimon's sinister laughter grew as he identified Nox as the son of Theo. However, Nox's gaze remained calm, observing the situation. Thanks to the trait, Steel Mentality, he had neutralized the negative trait, Fear. Completely unshaken, Nox confidently stood before the fearsome demon, exuding his family's signature dark mana. Without saying a word, Nox slashed his sword, sending a wave of energy toward Paimon. For Paimon, this attack was trivial. He easily destroyed it with one hand. Nox then asked Paimon, "If I am the son of Theo, so what?" He smirked mockingly, calling the demon before him Archduke Paimon. He even ridiculed Paimon, saying he'd heard Paimon was one of the weaker demons that had been sealed by his father. He added that Theo said Paimon didn't deserve a grand title like Archduke. Paimon, angered by the mockery, retorted that Nox sure knew how to talk and found it quite amusing. Nox was deliberately provoking him, knowing that he is indeed overly emotional, just like his in-game description stated. Nox's sinister grin grew more terrifying than Paimon's, and he resolved to use this to his advantage. Nox began to delve into Paimon's background, and all of the demon's information was revealed. Name Paimon, gender male, species demon, attribute fire, achievements one of the 72 demons. Traits positive include mana sensitivity, rare genius, battle spirit, principled, neutral trait, pure evil, negative traits cruel, madness, desire to kill, sense of superiority, stats stamina, 26, mana 29, luck 6, will 27, charm 16, passive skill art of fire, active skills, flame, disaster flame, condemnation. After reading the information, Nox smiled confidently, acknowledging that Paimon easily surpasses everyone he has fought so far. He also noted that the hellfire he just blocked fires in a straight line and its flames steal life force. The disaster flame is a damage over time skill, and while the damage is RNG, it's dangerous. Condemnation uses a flame sword to attack the enemy. He concluded that asshole only has monstrous skills. Meanwhile, Luna contacted Nox telepathically, calling him rookie, and asking what he was doing there in such a dangerous place. She questioned why he had shown up at all. Nox glanced back at Luna, thinking that Luna and Noah could both easily defeat Paimon. But only after they obtained their items, he reminded himself that he had to defeat him with what he had. He replied to Luna, stating that he had a way to defeat Paimon and asked her to work with him. Luna, still worried, inquired about Marin's condition and whether she was still alive. Nox confirmed that Marin was alive and assured her that his words were true. Paimon, noticing he was being ignored, grew furious. He drew his own sword and asked Nox if he was distracted while standing before him. At the same time, Paimon unleashed an aura infused with fire mana. The terrifying fire energy surrounded Nox, forcing him to use his sword to defend himself. A system notification appeared. Rare genius of acting is wavering due to a large impact. Paimon's powerful attack sent Nox flying backward. He recognized that this was the condemnation skill. As Nox struggled to get back up, Luna told him that she needed Marin for her plan. She is certain that Marin will be able to overcome her trauma and gain control over her strength. Luna quickly coordinated with Nox and charged toward Paimon. Paimon noticed her and looked at her with terrifying eyes, but Luna was undeterred. She leaped high into the air and attacked Paimon, but he easily blocked her strike with one hand. Luna warned him that he had forgotten she was still there, while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Nox, telling him she will leave him to her. That's better than everyone dying here. Nox then called out to Dean and asked her, "Can you use wide area magic 2 more times? In that case, please deploy a wide area barrier spell around the area. Make it so that no one can get into it." Noah, having regained her composure, stood up with a smile and agreed with Nox, understanding that Nox wants to protect the students. Hearing this, Nox felt annoyed but dismissed it, saying she could interpret his actions however she liked. Noah began chanting the spell while remarking that Nox wasn't honest with himself. She added that this was why she found him so endearing. Nox ignored her and continued fighting alongside Luna. Meanwhile, Noah's frosty mana began to spread, creating a barrier that isolated the area from the outside. Luna and Paimon were still locked in intense combat. Paimon mocked Luna's attacks as mere tricks, while Luna grew increasingly frustrated with his overwhelming power. He taunted her, asking if she really thought she could buy time against him. Just as he unleashed a devastating strike, Nox intervened, taking the blow in Luna's place. The shock wave from the collision radiated outward. Nox, struggling to endure, forced a smile and remarked, "Is this all an Archduke has to offer?" "This much is nothing," Paimon sneered at Nox, asking, "Do you think you're like your father just because you could block a few attacks?" A warning then appeared, stating, "Your opponent has cast fear on you," Paimon continued, mocking Nox. "Your father was several times stronger than this. And even though that was the case, he couldn't kill me and had to resort to sealing me. I will trample you into the ground in an instant." Under Paimon's heavy assault, Nox began to falter, his body strained, but thanks to the trait Steel Mentality, he neutralized the negative trait. Fear, with a confident smile, he declared, "They won't know until they try." Another notification appeared, stating, "The artifact, Stormbringer, has absorbed his mana to its limit." This caused Nox's power to surge dramatically. He channeled all his strength and swung his sword, deflecting Paimon's attack skyward. However, the effort left him with severe internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood. By this time, Noah had successfully completed the protective barrier. Nox noticed this and felt a sense of relief, wiping the blood from his mouth and regaining his focus. From the outside, the massive frosty barrier appeared as a giant cube enclosing their battleground. Nox thought to himself, "We're almost done. The only plan that can get rid of Paimon." Meanwhile, Luna took over for Nox, keeping Paimon occupied. Observing the battle, Nox grew increasingly worried. He wondered why Luna hadn't awakened yet and felt he was nearing his own limits. The person occupying his thoughts was Marin. Even though she is an extra in the game and someone destined to die and disappear, I don't want her to die. He corrected himself, thinking, saying I don't want her to die sounds funny. Another warning appeared. Remaining mana is low. The energy being consumed will be replaced. Your life has started to be reduced rapidly. Ignoring the notification, Nox resolved that Marin deserved to live her life on her terms, rather than being bound by a preordained fate. Using the last of his strength, he channeled all his remaining mana and charged at Paimon. As he faced him, Nox silently prayed, hoping Marin would awaken now. Marin, restrained and suppressed by Ayana, had a vacant, lifeless expression. Yet suddenly, tears began to fall from her eyes. It seemed that Nox's heartfelt plea had truly reached her. The past of Marin, when she was just a child, had her body nurtured in a laboratory, surrounded by numerous specialists evaluating her condition. Her consciousness gradually emerged. The first breath she took after being born into this world and opening her eyes was not of clear, fresh air, but of stale air that smelled of medicine. Beside her, there were glass capsules lined up together. The experimental tools looked horrifying, and she saw people use those tools to experiment on children. Knowledge would be forced into her mind, and she realized this before she was even able to completely learn all of the knowledge and language that had been instilled within her. This research lab was her home and her birthplace, and she had to prove her worth in this place. That was the only way she could survive. Time passed, and Marin was still a child without her own consciousness. Someone entered, called her H210, and asked if she could hear them speak. Marin replied and confirmed with an emotionless yes. H210. That's the name that was assigned to her. She didn't know exactly why, but she was one of the test subjects for the manifestation of an ancient race's power. She came to know that numerous war orphans had become test subjects because of this. A man called her by the code name H210 and asked her to try moving one block. In her subconscious, Marin said, which is why she always smiled brightly and acted like she was the most useful test subject there. Because I had to show that I was the best at using the blood of the ocean tribe. She had to do that, so that she wouldn't become one of the children that disappeared. But one day, someone came to find her. She greeted Marin and said, "You'll be living with me from today onwards." The woman introduced herself as Jay, a lab researcher. After that, Marin began to live with her. Naturally, she had no choice in the matter. She had to do whatever was asked of her, like a cow being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Jay told Marin that the research lab is no fun. Marin must have gone through a lot. Jay seemed curious and asked, "What kind of things does she like?" Gently brushing Marin's hair, Jay said, "H210 is a bit of a stiff name to call someone by." Since she has blue hair that looks like aquamarine, Jay decided to replace it with the name Marin. That didn't matter much to Marin. She didn't care. She had no expectations. Because until now, all of these people had only treated her like one of the zoo's monkeys. A test subject. But Jay was different. She treated Marin like a person. They played together. She treated Marin like a human instead of a tool. One day, Marin curiously asked Jay, "Why are Jay so good to her?" Marin commented, "Others would say that she is a monster with the blood of the ocean tribe. That she is a weapon that'll be used on a battlefield and left to die there." Jay, though slightly flustered by her words, smiled and reassured Marin, "Since you told me your secret, I'll tell you something too. Actually, I'm working here because they took my family hostage." Marin asked Jay if she also missed her family. Jay confirmed sadly and asked Marin, "Marin, if I end up leaving you, will you not miss me?" Hearing that, Marin felt sad and worried. She hugged Jay tightly, afraid Jay might leave her. Jay comforted Marin, saying they were like family. Marin, still curious, asked Jay, "Jay family to May too, and is that why she is good to Marin?" Jay affirmed it and said, "She has one more reason to protect Marin." Marin, curious, asked what that was, and Jay said, "Because Marin is still a child. Children are meant to be protected by adults." She also told Marin must always protect those younger than her. Marin agreed and promised to do so. As Marin spent time with her, she felt a sense of stability. She was also able to slowly realize how to use the power of the ocean tribe. When she looked back on my younger days, she doubts she can find a time when she was happier. No, she is sure there isn't any. And, as always, such happy times are always broken for the most trivial reasons. At this moment, people in cloaks surrounded the two of them. One of them questioned Jay, how long must they wait for? They emphasized that in order to grow the power of the imperial family, they need the power of that ocean tribe. Jay opposed it and demanded, "Don't call Marin an ocean tribe. Her name is Marin." Others argued that she wasn't human, saying, "She's a weapon," and weapons are used in times of war, like now. A man grabbed Marin's hand and ordered her to stand immediately. Jay pulled her back and told the man to stop. However, the man struck Jay across the face and demanded she be silent. Looking at Jay with malice, he ordered, "Get rid of Jay. Since she defied the laws of the imperial family, she is to undergo an execution without trial." He commanded others to seize Jay. Marin, witnessing the scene, pleaded for them to stop, her gaze firm. Seeing Marin resist, the man drew his sword with darkened eyes, saying a weapon couldn't have emotions. He smiled wickedly and asked, "If I do this, then what?" Marin witnessed the horrifying scene of Jay's arm being severed. Her agonized screams echoed throughout the room. He pointed the blade at Jay and threatened Marin, saying, "If she is a tool, then act like one." He warned her, "Remember this, her right arm will be next." Tears streamed down Marin's face as she shouted, "How could you do that? I might not be human, but she is. She's also human like you. How could you cause suffering to one another?" However, the man, with his cruel gaze, dismissed her, saying, "A mere weapon has no right to ask him questions. Just follow him quietly." Marin defied his command, her eyes burning with rage. Her fury became her strength. A massive mana surge emanated from her body as she declared that they were the real weapons, not her. Marin seemed to lose control. The overwhelming energy radiated around her. Jay tried to call out to Marin, urging her to stop, but Marin's eyes turned white. She no longer recognized friend from foe. Drawing her bow, she prepared to attack. Nothing could stop her. The arrow she unleashed carried an unstoppable force. Time passed. No one knew what happened to them. The mansion was left in ruins. Marin slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, looking around, wondering where she was. At this moment, the voice of a woman calling her alias, H210, echoed. Marin turned around with a face full of skepticism. The woman with blonde hair informed Marin that, based on the reports, that seems to be her name. She introduced herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Marin silently wondered who this person in front of her was, why the laboratory she had lived in no longer existed, and about someone important to her, Jay. Thinking of Jay, Marin immediately asked Luna what had happened to her, describing her as she's a lady with brown hair. She looked after Marin. However, Luna interrupted and told Marin that Jay was dead. Marin couldn't believe what she heard. Luna emphasized further, saying, "There's one thing that needs to be made clear. The person who killed her was Marin." This truth shocked Marin to her core. She froze, unable to believe she had done such a thing to Jay. She thought it must be a lie, but Luna clarified that the current mission of Lunatic was to attack the Imperial Research Lab, which has been kidnapping children and experimenting on them. Although the whole situation was over before they even arrived. At that time, Jay was still taking her last breaths. She tried to raise her hand for help and wanted to say something to Luna. She begged for assistance, holding tightly onto an unconscious Marin. However, what she pleaded for wasn't her own salvation. It was for Luna to take Marin with her. Luna asked Jay, was she overwhelmed by the power of the Ocean Tribe? Jay did not confirm but simply said, "It's not her fault." Jay remarked that Marin is just a child who suffered under grown-ups who forcefully experimented on her. She begged Luna, please bring her with you and help her live a normal life. In her final words, Jay affirmed, Marin has done nothing wrong. She never killed anyone. However, Luna did not lie. She reinforced that everyone, including Jay, had died because of Marin. Marin was devastated upon hearing this truth. Trembling, she replayed what had happened and admitted that Jay died because of her attack. She relied on the power that was forcefully injected into her so Marin could save Jay. But, in the end, she didn't save Jay at all. Marin became the very weapon that those people wanted her to be. Suddenly, Luna broke Marin's train of thought and proposed that she join Lunatic. Luna suggested if she wishes to seek revenge against the imperial family that caused her to suffer. Hearing this proposal, the thought of demons surfaced in Marin's mind. Jane told her about them in the past when she read fairy tales to Marin. Demons would squirm their way into weakened human hearts, offering them sweet deals and temptations. But she had no place to go, and so Marin decided to join Lunatic. Even though she knew that a heart of revenge would only drag her into the mud, the feelings of anguish she had towards Jay pushed her onto this path. So, what Luna said was nothing short of salvation to her. Luna approached her and requested that Marin call her captain from now on. With a stern look, Luna stated that Marin's skills are the only thing that matters in Lunatic, emphasizing that Marin was a genius. If Marin learns to control that power even a little, then I'll promote her rank immediately. Marin herself knew that, Even though that power and talent didn't belong to her, she needed to run towards Luna like a moth to a flame and make use of her. For the sake of Luna, who saved her, and Jay, whom she killed. Returning to the present in the forest, Marin was restrained by Iana. As Marin gradually regained consciousness, she was greeted by Iana. Looking at Iana, Marin was puzzled by her identity, but quickly recognized her as Iana von Sater. Moments later, memories flooded back, and she was shocked to realize that she had just fired the water shot. She definitely went berserk. However, to her surprise, Iana was still alive somehow. At this moment, Iana knew that Marin was very confused, and explained that she used her ability to suppress Marin. There's no need to worry about going berserk. Marin was quite surprised to learn that the trait of the Sater household, charm, could end Marin's berserk state. That's why Nox entrusted Marin to Iana. Marin hastily asked where Nox was. Iana confirmed that Nox was currently battling the demon. Hearing this, Marin was shocked and worried about Nox's condition. She immediately ran towards the battlefield. Iana warned her of the danger. At that moment, Nox telepathically communicated with Marin, realizing she had regained consciousness. With a confident tone, Nox informed Marin that Luna was still alive, and so was Noah. Hearing this, Marin was relieved and happy, thinking that if Nox could communicate with her now, he must still be fine. However, Nox cut to the chase, asking if Marin understood the current situation. He pointed out that she had once been under Iana von Sater's charm. Marin was puzzled by Nox's words and his plan. Nox then instructed her to shoot at him as she had done before. Marin was shocked and worried about the dangerous plan, fearing she might lose control again. Nox remarked, "Paimon is very fast. No matter how well Marin shoots at him, he'll be able to easily dodge her attack. So, when Nox holds him in place, he wants Marin to shoot at him." Marin was confused and questioned why Nox always chose such dangerous methods that involved sacrificing himself. While continuing to fight Paimon, Nox asserted that he wasn't sacrificing himself. Marin didn't believe him and questioned him further, saying who would ask another person to shoot them in the back if that wasn't the case. However, the main character couldn't explain much at this moment. He simply told Marin that she just needed to trust him. Nox let out a terrifying smile, asserting that he could not die. At this moment, Marin appeared near the battlefield. She stood on the remnants of a destroyed wall and asked Nox again if she could truly trust what the main character had told her. The main character, struggling to fend off Paimon's relentless attacks, firmly reassured her. Hearing his unwavering affirmation, Marin smiled, filled with absolute trust in him. She thought to herself, she wonder why those words of him, that tell her that Nox will live, give her such relief. At this moment, Marin's bow was ready and aimed. She informed the main character that he can look forward to this. She smiled confidently and declared she will make sure to tear that back of Nox apart. At this moment, consumed by fury, Paimon declared that if he had his original strength, this trash wouldn't even be able to reach his feet. Enraged, he launched an attack at Nox, warning him, "It's so absurd seeing Nox act all high and mighty." The swift attack narrowly missed Nox, grazing past him. However, the impact of the strike against Noah's protective barrier caused it to tremble and gradually crack. Nox, whose combat ability had significantly diminished, panted heavily as the danger escalated. Beside him, Luna appeared, chastising him as a fool and an arrogant idiot. She knew that Nox was fully aware of the perilous situation, particularly since a crucial part of their plan hinged on Noah's defense barrier being at its limits. She added, "It's not just the defense barrier. She's used up almost all her mana. She'll only be able to block that flame once or twice more." Turning to Nox with concern, Luna demanded, "When does Nox plan on executing that great plan of his?" Nox, gripping the black sword tightly, did not answer her question. Instead, with a determined expression, he instructed Luna to make one more effort. "Pierce through his barrier for me," he explained. "That's a 3-layered barrier cast with advanced magic." In his mind, Nox analyzed the situation, thinking, his attacks are weaker because of that, to the extent that even I can withstand them. However, that also means his defense barrier is that strong. If we can't break it, then having a plan is meaningless. Accepting Nox's request, Luna unleashed her power once again, hoping that Nox's plan would succeed. Meanwhile, Paimon gathered energy in his palm, mocking and belittling Luna, calling her a young girl that's barely even lived. He charged at her, taunting her for not knowing her limits and daring to face him. Luna remained calm, activating her technique. Lunar Sword Art. Third technique. Moon Split. A tremendous surge of power concentrated into her blade, as if it could split the moon itself. The technique unleashed a crimson light that illuminated the entire area, and the devastating slash targeted Paimon. However, the powerful attack only managed to crack the demon's protective shield and failed to reach his body. Exhausted from pouring all her strength into the attack, Luna was thrown backward by the rebound of Paimon's barrier. With a devilish grin, Paimon commended Luna's strike as not bad, but mocked her for being unable to touch him, sneering that all she accomplished was breaking his first shield layer. Unbeknownst to him, Nox had appeared right behind him, wielding the black sword enveloped in violent dark mana, ready to strike. Yet, Paimon's keen senses couldn't be fooled so easily. He swiftly countered, sending Nox flying backward with a single blow. But Nox's plan wasn't over yet. At that moment, he connected with Marin, instructing her to fire the arrow immediately. Marin confirmed and prepared to unleash the arrow, now charged with energy, which she shot through the air toward Nox and Paimon. As the arrow soared, Nox smirked darkly, his confidence unshaken, and declared, "The one who dies won't be me, but Paimon." At the same time, the skill hour of the genius activated. Nox at this moment started counting the seconds as they passed. In his mind he calculated, the speed of the Ocean Tribe's arrow, based on the story settings, would be at least Hookem. When she pulls the bowstring from the rooftop, the distance is about 0.3 kilometers. It should reach him in about 3 seconds, but he wasn't a mathematician, so this wasn't an accurate calculation. By the second, the arrow was already closing in on Nox. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he will take a gamble here, on his instincts that have helped him survive this long in this damn world. And by the 3rd second, as the arrow was just a heartbeat away from Nox, he pushed his current state to its limit, using incredible speed to narrowly dodge its velocity. The events unfolded so quickly that even Paimon failed to grasp what had happened until Marin's arrow was nearly upon him. True to their plan, they succeeded in piercing through Paimon's defenses entirely, the arrow striking him and making him cough blood. After the attack, Nox turned back and assessed the situation. Paimon lost a lot of strength as well. It's inevitable, since he's been using multiple mana-draining skills consecutively. Through the thick smoke, a shadow emerged. Paimon was still alive, smiling sinisterly and gloating. Nox still wasn't able to break through the last barrier. This is my victory. Despite the sturdy defenses before him, Nox smiled enigmatically and retorted, "Who said we didn't break through?" In the next moment, Nox shifted his state and attire. A system notification appeared. He has equipped the artifact, Lunatic Member's Robe. Another notification followed. The artifact, Stormbringer, is absorbing the maximum amount of life force from the user. The special effect of the artifact, Lunatic Member's Robe, has been activated. His attack power has risen. But it didn't stop there. Nox channeled mana into his palm and activated the skill Limit Break. Instantly, a massive surge of mana erupted from him. Sensing danger, the system warned, his enemy is way too strong. He has sacrificed a tremendous amount of life force for the strike required to defeat it. He will not be able to absorb the life force of the enemy he defeats using Limit Break with the Black Flame Ring. The system then asked Nox if he wished to proceed with the skill. Without hesitation, Nox smiled confidently and confirmed. His eyes flashed with a deadly gleam as he looked straight at Paimon. A massive concentration of mana began to gather into his black sword. Raising it toward the sky, Nox prepared his next attack. Seeing the colossal amount of mana Nox was accumulating, Paimon faltered and cursed him. He quickly channeled energy into his own sword and charged at Nox, shouting, "It's no use struggling, nothing will change." Nox effortlessly deflected Paimon's attack, their mana clashing violently and rippling outward. However, Paimon's strength was waning. Seizing the opportunity, Nox struck him, sending him flying backward. Paimon struggled to accept the reality of his weakness. Nox gave him no chance to recover. He dashed forward and unleashed a flurry of slashes with his sword. Activating the skill, Black Sword Art, first technique of the first half, Shadow Blade, Slash. Nox's eyes transformed into a mysterious purple hue filled with deadly intent. With a swift strike, Nox cleaved Paimon from top to bottom. Paimon, unable to comprehend what had happened, began trembling in fear before letting out a scream of pain. His body split in two, dissolving into nothingness. As he faded away, he cried out desperately, "No, no! I finally got the chance to awaken once again, to be defeated by the likes of you." With Paimon's final demise, a brilliant light descended from the sky. Nox's body trembled from the immense strain of the power he had unleashed. The system issued another warning. A tremendous amount of his life force has been reduced. Following this notification, Nox collapsed to the ground, unconscious and utterly drained. The system further warned, his lifespan is less than 30 days. This is a very dangerous situation for Nox. The scene shifted to Marine. Shocked by the news of the battle, she wondered, is this the power of a mere cadet? With Paimon defeated, his monocore floated mid-air. Marin pondered deeply, thinking, even Captain Luna mentioned how fast her arrows are, but Nox dodged it at this distance. Is that something achievable with human reflexes? From her vantage point, she observed the devastation below. The surroundings were utterly destroyed, reduced to rubble. On the ground, Nox remained unconscious, utterly spent. Marin forced a smile, feeling a mix of relief and astonishment. Looks like an incredibly strong person just became my junior, yet, she mused further. His talent might surpass Captain Luna's, it might even surpass that of his father, Theo von Reinhofer. She questioned, why is he keeping such a low profile despite being so talented? Perhaps, she thought, maybe he believes his exceptional talent could one day become a problem for him. Allowing others to call him a good-for-nothing might be his way of hiding his existence. That might also explain why he always has his maid accompanying him. Marin seemed to have finally connected the dots and understood the reason. Overjoyed, she hurried to the scene of the battle and exclaimed, "Rookie, despite looking so handsome, you've got a pretty crafty side to you, but I think it can be done. Together with the Rookie and Captain Luna, we'll be able to bring down Esteban von Archheim, the foolish emperor, although we'll also have to kill his daughter, Penelope, in the process." At the battlefield, Noah, with a lifeless expression, stood next to Luna as they observed the massive mana core left behind by the slain demon. Despite its lifeless state, the core continued to emit an eerie energy at a slow pace. Luna called out to Noah and questioned why she allowed Paimon to awaken. She seemed to understand that Noah's reasoning was that he could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Her eyes filled with anger as she asked Noah once again. Noah remained silent, and Luna took his silence as confirmation. "Now that I think about it, it was really strange," Luna muttered, reflecting on the situation. Noah, who had suffered so much because of demons, had allowed Paimon to awaken. If it had only been about revenge, that would have been way too childish of Noah. Noah's gaze seemed sorrowful, but the next moment, she regained her cheerful demeanor, smiled, and admitted, "It's true. I wanted revenge. It's a pity my abilities weren't strong enough, but that's all there is to it." Luna understood her words but hoped Noah would provide a proper explanation next time before taking such actions. Noah smiled faintly and replied, "Let's hope that'll be the case," Luna advised Noah. "Better recover your strength as much as possible for the next time we meet. Stronger enemies will surely appear and—" But before she could finish, Noah turned away, waved her hand dismissively, and told Luna not to worry. Sitting beside Nox's unconscious body, she smiled and said, "I'll make sure to look after him." Luna turned away as well, saying, "Then, I'll entrust him to you." Noah watched Luna's silhouette fade into the smoky air. She then turned her gaze to Nox, who lay unconscious on the ground, smiled gently, and whispered words of gratitude that he couldn't hear. At that moment, the protective barrier slowly dissipated, revealing a breathtaking scene. As soon as the barrier was gone, the Academy staff arrived, visibly shocked by the current state of the battlefield. They rushed to check on Noah and inquired about the demonic essence crystal being released from the museum's basement. Noah casually replied, "That just sort of happened." Her nonchalant response worried the two instructors, who pressed her for clarification on what "sort of happened" meant. Meanwhile, a purple-haired professor was horrified to see his prized student, Nox, lying unconscious on the ground. He frantically called out Nox's name, trying to wake him up. Other staff members used magic to begin clearing the debris. The bald professor, still full of questions, asked Noah if she had defeated Paimon alone, suspecting it was her doing. Noah dodged the question with a playful smile and asked, "What do you think about that possibility?" The bald professor sighed, thinking, that expression she's making, that means she'll never tell us who defeated Paimon. His face grew serious as he discussed with his colleague how to report the incident to the imperial family. Unsure of what to say, they exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, Noah paid no mind to their concerns and began to leave. Deep in thought, she mused that the demonic essence crystal's seal wouldn't have been broken without a reason and wondered about the cause and the mastermind behind the events. The first person who came to her mind was Prince Louis von Arkheim. If he was involved, it meant that the royal family had been present where the demon had awakened. Her eyes burned with anger as she muttered, "How dare those demon worshippers bring their foul stench into my territory?" 3 days after the incident, students were gossiping about Knox's absence and speculating whether he had died. Talia, worried, asked Knox's maid about his condition and declared, "This is really bad news. We must contact his father immediately and get some medicine for him." However, Jitri stopped her, urging calm and saying, "Let's observe the situation for now." Eleanor, on the other hand, wondered why Knox had been at the scene of the battle with Paimon. Suspicion lingered in her eyes. Leon dismissed her concerns, believing Knox must have had a reason for being there. Their argument continued outside while, inside the academy's infirmary, Knox lay unconscious in bed. When he finally woke up, his first words were, "This is my first time feeling scared to wake up." Still lying still, he reflected on the events and realized he had recovered at a surprising speed. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. "The blessings of the moon are upon you. The blessings of ice are upon you." Feeling grateful, Knox thought, "I can't help it since I have both of their blessings. The academy needs to stand on the Emperor's side publicly. Yet here I am, a student tied to a criminal organization." He wondered if Noah had helped with his recovery to extract information from him. Either way, he decided to act like he was still asleep to buy time. With that, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, a soft breeze flowing through the window. Later that evening, Knox woke again, unsure of how long he had been asleep. The surroundings seemed quieter. Sitting up and holding his head, he was startled by Eleanor standing beside his bed. "You're awake," she said, her voice breaking the silence. Knox's heart sank at her presence. Sighing inwardly, he braced himself for the trouble she would bring and asked politely, "What brings you here? It's very late at night." Eleanor got straight to the point. She wanted to ask about Shane, the man they had seen in the labyrinth. Her tone was uncharacteristically timid as she questioned Knox about his connection to Shane. It seemed Eleanor had developed feelings for Shane, unaware that he was another version of Knox. What would happen when she discovered the truth? Knox, upon hearing Eleanor's question, felt a bit flustered, but soon became curious, and asked what she meant. Eleanor looked at Knox with a knowing gaze, and told him that when Knox lies, his eyes shift, and his hands tremble slightly. Even these small details of Knox were perceived by Eleanor, causing his expression to freeze momentarily. She smiled at him and asserted that even though his voice remained calm, she could still tell. At that moment, Knox felt a slight fear towards the woman before him, and thought to himself that his rare talent for acting isn't enough to deceive Eleanor's genius acting. Petty tricks wouldn't work on her. Now that it had come to this, Knox realized he needed to figure out what she was after. Eventually, he nodded and admitted that Shane is related to him. Eleanor then asked if he was connected to the blood moon and pointed out that Knox and Shane's eyes bore a striking resemblance. Knox grew curious about why she asked this, and Eleanor simply added that she understood everything now and knew that he's from an extended family that his family has hidden. She had heard that the Reinhafer household uses talented people from their extended family as hunting dogs, and she speculated that Shane must be one of those cases. Hearing this, Knox chuckled softly. Eleanor's assumptions weren't overly detrimental to him, but her perception of the Reinhafer family seemed a bit too harsh. After all, his family wouldn't stoop to such malicious deeds. At this point, Eleanor remarked further that she found it strange from the start. He didn't look like he planned to harm them in any way. Knox, not wanting to engage in prolonged conversation, cut to the chase and asked what she wanted from Shane. Eleanor offered a gentle smile and said she wanted to repay him for his help. Her face flushed slightly, reminiscent of a young girl, as she admitted that she had fallen for Shane and wanted to recruit him into her merchantry. Knox, however, paid little attention to her emotions and confirmed that her desire was to set Shane free. She affirmed this, saying that someone of his talent is worth the effort. For the first time, Eleanor revealed such a bright and beautiful smile. A philosopher once said, "The essence of love is the collapse of reason," and it couldn't be truer. Knox tried to maintain the pretense that Eleanor's deductions were entirely accurate. Feigning displeasure, he remarked, he couldn't believe she was trying to steal a talent from the Reinhardt household and asked if she thought it would be that easy. Despite his words, Eleanor wasn't fazed. She stood up and told Knox, please ask him to come to the Rivalin Merchantry headquarters 1 week from now, adding that she would take her leave and hoped for his speedy recovery. Before leaving, she playfully winked at Knox with a mischievous yet endearing charm. Master Knox, you're being too reckless. As I've told you repeatedly, you really went overboard this time round. Not long after, Knox was out of the infirmary, accompanied by Jetri, who relentlessly scolded him, saying he was being too reckless as she had told him repeatedly. Knox really went overboard this time round. She also mentioned that the patriarch is probably concerned about him as well. Hearing the mention of his family irritated Knox, and he told Jetri, don't say anything to his family. He doesn't want to complicate things. However, Jetri revealed that she had already sent a letter back home. This time it couldn't be helped, she argued. As his maid, she had a duty to report what he did and his whereabouts. Knox said no more, retreating into his room and shutting the door, leaving Jetri outside. Alone in the room, Knox leaned against the door, sighed, and lamented that maybe he should have stayed unconscious a little longer. But suddenly, a voice echoed in Knox's room, startling him. He turned to see it was Iana von Sater. She had been waiting for him in his room, reminding him and saying, she is pretty sure Knox is aware, but in order for her, a half-blood succubus, to get mana. Her enchanting gaze fixed on Knox as she spoke in a sweet tone, suggesting there was only one option for him. She asked, with an alluring and suggestive tone, if he would help her. Faced with a beauty like Iana, a succubus by nature, Knox knew that they're demons that are famous for sucking the energy out of men. However, he thought to himself, the kind of development that people are expecting will not be happening because Inner Lunatic is filled with underage children after all. He affirmed, there's no way they could put suspicious scenes with a succubus into the game. In that case, it's a relief for now. With the earnest gaze of a young man unacquainted with love, Knox asked what she needed him to help with. Iana, her face flushed with shyness, surrounded by an almost fragrant aura of youthful femininity, said she wanted to know if she could hold his hand for a few minutes. Hearing the request, Knox thought it wasn't a big deal and confirmed, you only want to hold my hand, right? To which Iana shyly and awkwardly affirmed. Before they could proceed with anything ambiguous, Knox had some questions and asked Iana why she had been following him. When asked, Iana lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Knox's eyes. She explained that she too hailed from a dark household which made her curious about him. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes began to waver and her face turned increasingly red. She admitted, Knox seems to have changed quite a lot recently. In the past, Knox were a little more... She paused, hesitant to continue, leaving Knox curious. He asked her what she was implying about his past self. At the same time, Knox began to remove his outer jacket, which made Iana incredibly tense, causing her to hiccup out of sheer nervousness. Embarrassed, she apologized, unsure of what to say next. Knox decided to let it go, not pressing her further. He sat on the bed and gently asked Iana to give him her hand so he could transfer mana to her. In the quiet room, with only the two of them, Iana seemed flustered, but obeyed. She gently sat down on the bed next to Knox, extending her hand to receive his mana. Knox closed his eyes, contemplating Iana von Sater. While she looks ditzy and naive, unlike a usual succubus, I know the truth since I have played through this game many times. He thought about how Iana had another side, one far more seductive and provocative. Breaking the silence, Knox firmly stated, we'll only do this for 10 minutes. No overtime. However, Iana's face gradually lost its flush, her breathing growing erratic, even though she was merely holding Knox's hand. Seeing her expression, Nox began to worry about his own condition. Suddenly, Iana turned to look at Nox with a gaze full of allure and lust. Sensing something was wrong, Nox quickly stood up and declared, "Time's up. I need to leave." But before he could, Iana grabbed his sleeve, asking where he was going. At that moment, her true nature was revealed. Her possessive gaze made it clear she wanted to claim him then and there. She firmly clasped his hand, intertwining her fingers with his, and declared that she wasn't satisfied yet. At that moment, a system notification appeared, displaying information about her stats and skills like pheromone addict, charm, and blood. However, the system screen suddenly glitched, becoming blurry as if disrupted. A warning sounded. Currently, the character is experiencing a status abnormality known as dual personality, and her personality has flipped 180 degrees. Nox, stunned by the notification, couldn't comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, his body was pushed forward onto the bed. Iana, despite Nox's resistance, managed to pin him down with ease. He thought to himself, "This had to happen while I haven't recovered my mana." He urgently called out Iana's name, warning her to calm down and that she would regret continuing this. Yet Iana's body was already overwhelmed with an unusual heat. She loosened her tie slightly, questioning why Nox seemed to dislike her, finding it strange. Sitting fully on top of him now, she provocatively smiled and declared, "I have never met any men that disliked me." Leaning closer, she asked Nox if she should lull him into a dream and inquired about the type of partner he desired for such an experience. In his weakened state, still recovering from the hospital bed, Nox had little strength to resist, or perhaps no ability to oppose her charms. He hurriedly begged Iana to stop immediately. However, just by Nox's words, it was impossible to stop Iana. At this moment, she moved even closer to Nox. With a flushed face filled with excitement, she suggested that they will just kiss for a little while. She even proposed that Nox should step forward and hug her, insisting it would feel really good if they did so. Nox, unable to say anything further, could only resign himself to his fate, preparing for the moment when Iana would take his first time. Suddenly, the door to Nox's room was burst open, and someone came in to ruin their fun. It was Marin. She stormed into the room, and witnessing the awkward scene, turned as red as a beet. A young girl who had never experienced love before, Marin immediately shouted at Nox, calling him a jerk. She angrily yelled at him, accusing him that she is busy wrapping things up, and Nox is secretly fooling around with a girl in here. It seemed this personality of Iana's did not recognize Marin and asked who she was. Marin didn't waste any words. She conjured a water orb and attacked Iana, knocking her unconscious. Nox, somewhat worried, asked Marin what she had done to Iana. Marin replied that she simply blew some mana into her and assured him that she won't be hurt. Marin then looked at Nox with a mysterious smile. Nox, confused by her expression, heard Marin ask if he was happy she had shown up. Sighing, he reluctantly admitted that it was true, even though he didn't want her there. Marin showed some concern, asking how Nox was feeling. Nox, adjusting his clothes, replied that he did share some of his mana, but he feels fine. Marin looked at him silently for a moment, her gaze growing a bit shy, and she said that he had saved her. Nox sighed and told her to forget about it, saying he only did it to survive. Afterward, Nox ignored Marin and left the room, leaving her furious. But after a moment, she smiled warmly as she watched Nox's retreating figure. Nox turned slightly to glance back at Marin, giving her a faint smile. Marin, staying true to her sharp tongue, scolded Nox, saying, "That obnoxious attitude of yours is your problem. Do you think archers are a joke? I'm 2 years older than you." The sky had already turned to night by this point. At the Reinhafer family estate, Luna was present, having learned that Nox defeated Paimon. She found it incredibly hard to believe, but Luna confirmed that it was the truth. The head butler, Rodwell, stood by her side, deeply surprised at the news of Paimon's defeat. He couldn't believe his young master had accomplished such a feat. His gaze turned toward the patriarch, who was now wearing a satisfied smile, full of calculations and schemes. Rodwell wondered to himself if this was true. What kind of events would unfold in their household in the future? The mere thought filled him with unease. Even so, Theo remained calm and didn't seem to understand why Nox would do something so dangerous. In his mind, Theo thought the reason for Knox's actions might be tied to the death of his mother. Theo recalled a scene from the past, a house engulfed in flames. On the night of slaughter, he witnessed the murder of his own mother. After that, he was in a half-crazed state and lived like a good-for-nothing. He didn't care about anyone around him. But now, he must have done that, to avenge his mother. Thinking of this, Theo felt pleased and secretly smiled. Luna, however, thought Theo was lying. She don't know what Theo is scheming, but that power can only be obtained through the bloodline of the Reincarnated household. She knew that the void revelation is something that can only be activated when one reaches their own limit. Now that she had accepted the rookie into lunatic, she wouldn't let him get played by Theo. After a while, Theo spoke up, replying that parents don't necessarily know everything about their children. Hearing this, Luna questioned Theo about, it's not like Theo were a warm father to Knox. She pointed out that his first son is already with the Imperial faction. To be more precise, he's already working with the demons. Theo understood this and predicted that a storm of blood will be hitting this continent. Luna then left, but before departing, she turned back to remind him that she hopes Theo doesn't forget his promise. Her entire body exuded a terrifying aura as she commented that if his son ever dares to stand in my way, she will kill him. The son she was referring to was none other than Theo's first son. That's how Lunatic operates, and that is his contract with Lunatic, so throw away any personal feelings Theo has. After saying this, Luna vanished in a mysterious swirl of black and red smoke. Meanwhile, Theo sat deep in thought, reflecting on everything about to unfold. He stood up, looking out the window as the blood moon shone through, casting its eerie light into the room. Theo pondered that he knows all of this is for the sake of destroying the Imperial family and the 72 demons. The scene then shifted to Eleanor's mercantile guild. Eleanor was speaking to someone and said, "Simply put, you've piqued my interest, so I want you to sign a contract with the rival in merchantry." She lifted her teacup with a smile and promised that she will make sure to compensate him handsomely. She was proposing a contract to none other than Shane. Shane, with a confused expression, apologized to Eleanor, explaining that he is working with his family. Eleanor smiled warmly, mentioning that she had already heard about this from Knox, and said that Knox has already permitted this, so Shane need not worry. Shane's face showed unease as Knox, in his mind, felt furious, thinking that he had never agreed to this. Though he did take down the boss monster in advance and gained some free stats, he still couldn't work for the rival in merchantry. Feeling awkward, Shane addressed Eleanor politely by name, but Eleanor insisted that he call her simply Eleanor. Shane, shy and reserved, thought it best to continue addressing her as Miss Eleanor. Despite this, Eleanor refused and remarked that there's something both Shane and Knox have in common. Gently stroking her hair, she sighed and said she didn't want to turn this into a big deal. But a collateral family of the Reincarnated household that does all its dirty work. If the fact that Shane infiltrated Eldon Academy to execute a secret mission somehow reaches Dean Noah's ears, what do you think will happen? Eleanor's words left Shane unsettled. He said he thought Eleanor was kind and wouldn't exploit others' weaknesses. Eleanor, sipping her tea, replied, "I am a merchant. There's no reason for Shane to be kind." Confused, Shane asked what she wanted him to do. Eleanor, placing her teacup down with a calculated but beautiful smile, asked, "Are you not going to do it?" Whatever she was implying remained unclear. Later, outside the guild, Shane held an item called Fire Spirit's Pendant, knowing it was an overpowered artifact that can only be obtained just before the ending of this game. Eleanor had generously gifted it to Shane, saying it was both her present and the down payment for his contract. Knox, aware of this artifact's nature, recognized that it was great, but it was being tracked. He realized that Eleanor was truly obsessed with Shane. In the guild's lounge, Eleanor sat alone, enjoying her tea when a voice commented that Eleanor had really taken a liking to the man named Shane. Rick noted that he had never seen Eleanor invite someone to recruit them before. Eleanor, glaring at Rick, retorted, "Since when were Rick allowed to comment on what I do?" Realizing he had overstepped, Rick replied, "I wouldn't dare do such a thing." He smiled apologetically, adding, "Please don't worry. You know I'm not that stupid of a person." Eleanor, visibly displeased, accused him of making excuses, and internally noted her suspicions about Rick. She knew that accountant head Rick's movements seemed suspicious. He probably started after Paimon was defeated by Dean Noah. While it's too early to conclude anything, something feels off. She then warned Rick to be careful with the decisions he makes from now on, offering a cryptic smile. Rick showed no reaction and only gave a hollow smile, replying, "I'll bear that in mind, Miss Rivelin." Walking through the guild's hallway afterward, Rick thought he had guessed right. He believed that Knox von Reinhafer was a significant threat to his plans. Rick resolved that he needed to get rid of Knox quickly and would also eliminate that stupid prince at the same time. Smiling confidently and maliciously, Rick thought that whatever Knox's goals were, things wouldn't go his way this time. Knox would meet his end soon. Yeah, finally we've made it to this chapter together, bros. For now, Terminally Ill Genius Dark Knight will conclude Season 1 here. Once again, I sincerely thank all of you for your support. Let's look forward to Season 2 together. He is Knox von Reinhafer, the inner lunatic's most notorious villain, a ruthless madman hated by the entire world. But few people know, inside that shell is Yu Chan, a guy who once suffered from an incurable disease, and is now caught up in the very game he used to play all his life. To survive, he is forced to hide under the name Knox, walk between the boundaries of good and evil, and find a way to rewrite his already condemned fate. This is not just a fight for survival, but the resistance of an unyielding soul. Knox von Reinhafer, a new name that he was given in a new world. No, actually it had once belonged to someone. Now, he has stolen that name. He has grown quite accustomed to playing this role. Coupled with his invincibility, allowing him to use powerful skills, from a terminally ill man destined to die, he is now a true villain. Since he came to this world, a lot has happened. Terrifying monsters with powers that no one can compete with, along with secrets about the angelic woman that appeared in his mind, still reveal her true identity to this day. And so many people have promised to stay by my side. But the more Knox gained, the more he suffered from loneliness. Until a notification appeared inviting him. Would you like to start a new game? His memories at this time were very chaotic. He wondered where this was. Looking around the room, he gradually realized that maybe this was his previous room, before he entered the game. On the notification screen inviting him, he was still there, but his mood at this time was very dreamy. He had a very strange feeling, and wondered what this feeling was. He himself could not determine whether this was a dream or real. He held his head and endured the excruciating pain. Perhaps this was the moment his incurable disease was recurring. He thought back over everything and confirmed that it didn't seem right, and he thought about it for just a moment. It's clearly strange. Something like this came to a failure that only played video games stuck alone in a room full of trash. In the past, he was someone who always locked himself in a room full of trash and filth to play games, but now he's headed towards a huge change. He held his head and the pain and questioned himself about who he was. What kind of connection do he have with Knox, and why did he end up possessing Knox? Along with the pain caused by the incurable disease, he painfully collapsed to the floor, along with a stream of confused thoughts. He commented that everything was his in that world, but those things were not completely his. Yes, he is well aware of that. His mind was hazy, as if he was about to faint. The image of the villain Knox von Reinhafer appeared in Yu-chan's mind. He understood that because he couldn't escape Knox von Reinhafer's shadow, so he is still tormented by the pain. Because it was Yu-chan's uncertainty, which made him even more broken and feel more lonely. At this moment, he was determined that he would have to face the truth now. His real name is Yu-chan. I'm still an outsider in this world. The relationships he has created in this world have somehow helped him connect with this place more. Because of them, he has become someone completely different from the Knox he knew. At this time, Yu-chan had to face Theo von Reinhafer, Knox's father, after the fight with the Paimon monster. He, with a serious voice, questioned the Knox. Why did he risk his life to cut down Paimon himself, and did that have anything to do with his mother? Facing the question, the Knox face had an awkward look on its face. I know about the event information. On the night of slaughter, Knox had to watch his mother die by himself. Yu-chan asked himself that if Knox was here, what would he have said here? Theo commented that, later that day, he knew that Knox had started to go astray. Theo knows that. Knox pretend not to remember, but Theo knows that's not true. At this moment, Yu-chan's mind became confused. He asked himself, if Knox was here, how would he have acted here? Yu-chan has stopped worrying about things like that now. Returning to his identity as Knox von Reinhafer, Yu-chan decided to make his own decision. He quickly acted. The surprise was that the Nox suddenly attacked his father and asked him back if he thought that the Nox himself was hiding his power or not. With eyes full of determination, he confirmed that it was definitely so and easily dodged the Nox's attack. At this time, the whole Nox character radiates dark mana along with swordsmanship and shadow blade skills. He is ready to face his father no matter what the reason is. In the Nox mind, he secretly realized that this name has always belonged to him. Although he am treated like a villain, mocked by others, and am fated to be killed in the end. Despite the bad things people around him say about him like, "Did you hear? There's a rumor that young Master Nox ranked first at the academy." No way. That infamous good-for-nothing? Well, maybe he bribed them or something. What could a good-for-nothing be good at? They say that he defeated young Masters Allen and Hearts all because of his equipment. But Nox did not care about the comments from those buzzing flies. He did not accept that fate and with his efforts helped him prolong the time from death. Returning to the confrontation with his father, after launching that terrifying attack, Theo was still able to use his sword to block the Nox attack, causing the space around the two of them to seem to crack. Theo realized that it was the Shadow Blade skill. He smiled with excitement when the Nox could use that skill. However, with the Nox's ability, that was not enough for him. Theo also used the Shadow Blade skill to teach his unruly son a lesson. The released move makes the Nox unable to defend, and is sent flying backwards. Nox quickly regained his balance and leaned his sword against the floor with fatigue, his mind saying that, even though he is living on borrowed time, he has to continue progressing the story. At this moment, his sweaty face revealed a smile full of confidence and pleasure. And then, a message appears saying, the player's genius trait is now in effect. Nox's whole body was now filled with power. A purple aura surrounded him. He took an instinctive fighting stance with a ghostly smile, ready to continue the fight with his father. In his mind, Nox whispered to himself that he tried to do it, but it could be said that this was the reason why he was desperate, and always afraid of impending death. If there's one thing I must overcome, it would be the thing that will soon come to visit me. Death. Everything the Nox did seemed to change the Nox scenario of the game Inner Lunatic. He changed the fate of those who were supposed to die and saved the useless Nox character himself. The Nox plot has gone off the rails, and no matter how it plays out, Yu-chan is now truly into the role and sees this as his life. After the fight with Paimon and the confrontation with his father, it seemed he had to stay in bed for a few more days, now in the conference room and starting a new journey. Jitri then pointed at the map and said that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. She turned to the Nox side with concern and asked him to make sure that they still plan to keep moving like this. Nox with a firm voice confirmed that it was true, and he commented that they are moving northeast. The young knight next to him calls the Nox young Master Nox and tells him that such a plan is very dangerous. Anta Giai Thich Rang, more than the monsters, the real concern is the Tajalin Kingdom, the enemy of House Reinhafer. Nox understood that because he already knew the plot by heart, and this was his intention, and he affirmed that they were still continuing with their travel plan, and the problem that the young knight mentioned was also the reason he chose this path. Before the Nox's confident decision, the girl in the room was a little worried, but did not give any further advice. Nox commented further that he is heading to the Tajalin Kingdom from here, and he asked them to send a letter with the content, "The son of House Reinhafer is coming," and asked them to prepare to welcome Nox. At this time, Nox's face revealed a smile full of meaning and mischief, truly looking forward to the developments at the Tajalin Kingdom. Yeah, Season 2 begins. At this time, a red warning from the system sounds indicating that the player has 27 days to leave live. Looking at such a confident and strong guy, we don't notice that he has very little time left and has to earn every hour of his life. When he realized this, the Nox himself felt a bit sad and wondered if everything had turned out in a very bad way. After offering my lifespan to Stormbringer to eliminate Paimon, with only a short time left to live, he was approached by Eleanor, who tried to recruit the awakened succubus, Ayana, and his clone Shane, into her guild. If he don't replenish his lifespan immediately, it'll get dangerous. He sighed and asked himself why things kept happening the way they did. When this information appears for an item, the pendant is known as the Fire Spirit's Pendant, is regarded as a high-grade accessory imbued with the fire attribute. When equipped, it grants the wearer a powerful passive skill called Spirit Magic Affinity, an ability that enables the formation of a pact with fire-type spirits. The strength of the spirit that can be contracted depends on the amount of mana the user possesses. However, This piece of jewelry is not meant for just anyone. In order to use it, one must earn the affection or favor of Eleanor de Rivaline. Special effect becomes bound once equipped and grants the passive skill spirit magic affinity. It allows the wearer to form a contract with a fire spirit. The rank of the spirit that can be contracted with depends on the user's mana. However, Eleanor de Rivaline is constantly able to track the user's location once equipped. Knox looked at the item in his hand with some regret. He put the item away and commented that, "It's a relief that the tracking effect only begins after he equips the artifact. When my mana exceeds 15, a high-rank spirit can be summoned. Once my mana reaches 20 and my stamina exceeds 15, he can contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It's a ridiculously overpowered item. The problem is, it's a bound item, so his clone Shane can't equip it. If Nox wear it, it'll reveal that Shane and Nox are the same person. Nox knows that. Eleanor has genius acting talent, which surpasses his normal acting talent. It's impossible to fool her with a half-baked lie. Information from the Academy, they said the Academy would take at least 2 weeks to settle the situation over there. So Nox decided first he need to return and start planning. Come to think of it, it's been a while since Nox was last at the Reinhafer estate. Rona, May, Alina. It's been a while since he reunited with his unit too. He is worried about Theo's barrage of questions regarding this incident. But what worries him the most is the previous red warning that said he only had 27 days to live. Thinking of this, Nox silently cursed this damn game, and he needed to do something to improve the current critical situation. At this time in the bedroom, Ayana von Sader was lying on the bed unconscious. Her face was red as if she had a fever. Her face grimaced in discomfort. In her dream she remembered the words her mother had said. "I can't believe you still can't drain magic from a man's body. And yet you call yourself a bearer of House Sader's blood? It would have been better if one of your had sisters inherited the demon's blood instead. You're disgusting. Get out of my sight." Faced with her mother's curses, Iana could only bow her face to face her. At this moment, she suddenly woke up from the nightmare, and that was also the truth that she had to go through. She woke up with a face covered in sweat and fear. When she held her head and remembered everything, she realized she had done dark things to Nox. At that time, she was in a state of excitement, her face was red, her breath was rapid, and she whispered to the Nox, "Just a quick kiss would do. Come here and hug me. Just kissing is okay. If it were me, the game would have ended, and there wouldn't be any more chapters." When she remembered everything, Iana felt crazy shy because she had done too much with the Nox. She struggled on the bed embarrassed and did not want to believe what she did was true. Remembering that moment, Iana's whole body could no longer calm down and trembled as if she had lost control. She tried to control herself, and now she sat in front of the mirror. A more seductive alter ego of Iana appears in front of the mirror. Looking at Iana with a smile, the girl in the mirror smiled at Iana, making Iana surprised. An illusionary image appeared before Iana's eyes. The personality spoke up and told Iana that she had finally realized this. Let's wait and see what it is. This time at the family Reinhafer, Nox now returned while waiting for the Academy to make repairs. At this time, Nox got down from the carriage together. G-Tree next door, the head butler, Rodwell, was waiting to welcome Nox's return and ask about his health condition. Nox replied to him to confirm that his condition was still very healthy, and he asked to see his old father and asked where he was. The head butler replied that Theo was in the Nox room and he would take Nox there. While Nox was passing by, the group of servants working started whispering to each other, "Did you hear? There's a rumor that young Master Nox ranked first at the Academy." Other people heard that and expressed disbelief. "No way. That infamous good-for-nothing?" Others also joined in saying, "Well, maybe he bribed them or something. What could a good-for-nothing be good at? They say that he defeated young Masters Allen and Hartz all because of his equipment." G-Tree heard the bad gossip about the Nox. His face looked a bit sad. The Nox didn't pay any attention, because anyway, the buzzing flies didn't reduce his lifespan at all. When they arrived in front of the Patriarch's room, the head butler respectfully invited the Nox inside. As soon as he opened the door, a terrifying aura radiated from the room. Inside the room, the Patriarch was sitting there surrounded by aura. As soon as the Nox entered the room, he felt a bit scared. Nox Tumnungi rang. Theo really is a monster, so much so that Nox can't believe he ever dared to stand in front of him in the past. The Patriarch then called out to Nox von Reinhafer with a scary deep voice, and he said Nox seemed to have grown considerably. With a fatherly look of fear, he commented that, For Nox to be able to remain calm even after sensing his presence, it seems the reports weren't wrong. Faced with the scary situation in front of him, the Nox still remained calm with a fearless face and asked his followers to stay calm when meeting him. Nox Cho Rang, he told Theo already. He no longer intend to do anything that would harm the family. Theo bin Luan Rang. He have heard that Nox have become a candidate to marry the princess and that Nox even took down payment. Theo's words made him realize that normal acting talent is wavering. Theo then questioned the Nox character that he had hidden a lot of things that Theo didn't know. Nox denied and said that he only landed the final blow and he was just lucky. With the Nox's excuse, Theo raised his voice and radiated aura of anger and said that the Nox was trying to lie to him. Theo Cho Biet them rang. Even the family retainers agree that Nox deserved to be punished. Nox was not embarrassed at all, he accepted it, and commented that, if according to the wish to hold him responsible, he would accept it humbly. However, when Theo spoke up and asked if the Nox character knew, his empty words made the Nox confused, the way to suppress and justify all these deceptions and betrayals. It's to become strong. So strong that no one dares to even look Nox in the eye. Theo asked Nox if Nox had said that he was not interested in the position of homeowner. Nox quickly confirmed that it was true. Theo heard the answer and smiled slightly. This made Nox not understand why he laughed because of Nox's answer. The head butler then came forward and gave him the cloak. He took it and put it on with the majesty of a patriarch. He smiled happily and reminded the Nox that he should not underestimate the patriarch's position. Then he headed towards the door and told Nox to follow. At this time in the family arena, father and son were facing each other. With a serious expression, the patriarch asked the Nox to draw his sword. Nox was very awkward and confused in this situation. However, he had no other choice but to face his old father. He signaled for the match to begin, and he wanted to know Nox's power and remind Nox to try to block his attack, otherwise it will be dangerous. Nox was very confused when asked that. He thought that he could not do that. His ability was not possible, but before he could say a word, his father immediately attacked. Nox with quick reflexes blocked Theo's powerful attack. Theo said that he will control his power so Nox need not worry too much. However, no matter how restrained he was, facing the Nox right now was no different from a second Paimon. The lightning attacks quickly covered the entire arena, and the Nox character found it extremely difficult to face his father. Nox can now only focus on blocking those terrifying attacks, and is gradually pushed back. Meanwhile, Theo is still standing in his original position, and he reveals that this is the Reinhafer family's second sword technique, Shadow Blade Chain Slash. Theo now smiled happily and asked how he felt about this skill and asked if he wanted to learn it. Nox, after a series of attacks from his father, he tried to stand up with difficulty, but the next second he showed a devilish smile. His whole body emitted the same aura as Theo did when performing the skill. He happily declared that now it was his turn to attack. Then the Nox's series of attacks were launched, aimed at them. However, no matter how many times he attacks, Theo can still easily dodge and block all of the Nox's slashes. Nox looked annoyed when he couldn't gain the upper hand over his father. At this point, the Nox decided to use all his strength to focus on the attack, creating a slash carrying dark mana aimed towards him. Even facing that powerful attack, Theo still smiled slightly and directly blocked the attack. Not only that, the aftershock of his attack also pushed the Nox back. When the Nox had to kneel on the floor with his sword with difficulty, he slowly walked towards the Nox and asked if that was all the Nox had. At this time, with worry, Head Butler spoke up to dissuade him and said that he believes according to are going a bit too far. Even if it's against young Master Nox, even young Master Garen would have struggled to endure sword techniques of that level. Even though he said that, the head butler was still very scared because the person standing in front of him was now the patriarch of the family Reinhafer. Theo, with a scary face, glanced at the head butler and said he understood. Then he smiled and thought to himself that he had accidentally used too much force on the sword without realizing it. He would need to adjust his strength a bit. Then the patriarch turned around and told the Nox to rest. However, for a stubborn person like the Nox, the patriarch's actions are insulting him. The Nox tries to hold the sword and stand up, and asks where he is going. The entire purple aura now covers the Nox and sword. That aura source is no longer just surrounding. Now its shockwave radiates strongly to the surrounding as if this power is endless and never exhausted. Nox spoke provocatively and said, "He still hasn't learned a single thing, Vet." Theo stopped and glanced back at the Nox, and what surprised him was that the Nox still had a lot of strength, and he quickly rushed forward to approach. The Nox then unleashed a powerful slash towards his followers. The shock energy of the two of them colliding with each other spread terrifyingly throughout. Even when facing his followers, At this point, the Nox seemed to have completely regained his strength. He continuously slashed at his followers even though all of them were easily blocked by his followers. Theo praised Nox's abilities and said that Nox was very interesting. Nox responded and said that he would take that as permission to learn then. And then the two of them continued to exchange swords with each other. The Nox now showed that he was no longer as weak as before. He fought harder and gradually learned more about his followers' sword moves. However, confronting the Nox is not an ordinary person. He then spoke up and said that he wanted to ask the Nox one last question, which was why did he risk his life to cut down Paimon himself, and does it have anything to do with his mother? Facing the question, the Nox face had an awkward look on its face. I know about the event information. On the night of slaughter, Nox had to watch his mother die by himself. Yuchan asked himself that if Nox was here, what would he have said here? Theo commented that, later that day, he knew that Nox had started to go astray. Theo knows that. Nox pretend not to remember, but Theo knows that's not true. Faced with his father's exposure, the Nox stood still and said nothing, but he continued to attack, and asked his father if he was implying that he was hiding his strength. According to confirmation, that is correct. Nox did not say another word at this time. He focused all his power on the attack. The black sword was now covered with dark mana, and the power from it burst out around like an invisible blade. And that is the Shadow Blade slash move that Theo is trying to teach him. The Nox slash at this time is aimed straight at the follower. Even so, Theo was still able to use his sword to block the Nox attack, causing the space around the two of them to seem to crack. Theo realized that it was the Shadow Blade slash skill. He smiled with excitement when the Nox could use that skill. However, with the Nox's ability, that was not enough for him. Theo also used the Shadow Blade slash skill to teach his unruly son a lesson. The released move makes the Nox unable to defend and is sent flying backwards. Nox quickly regained his balance and leaned his sword against the floor with fatigue, his mind saying that, even though he is living on borrowed time, he has to continue progressing the story. At this moment, his sweaty face revealed a smile full of confidence and pleasure. And then, a message appears saying, the player's genius trait is now in effect. Nox's whole body was now filled with power. A purple aura surrounded him. He took an instinctive fighting stance with a ghostly smile ready to continue the fight with his father. Along with that, the system pops up saying that the Nox has acquired the second technique of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness. Shadow Blade Chain Slash. And his understanding of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness has greatly increased from sparring with a powerful opponent. And now the Nox's slashes are no longer as weak as before. Now he has officially learned the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. Those slashes continuously attack towards him, causing him to gradually step back to block the attack. Theo then realized that the Nox had learned the Shadow Blade Chain Slash skill just by observing. Following that, he no longer gave in to the Nox. He blocked the Nox's attack and knocked his black sword away. Nox was now thrown back. His whole body looked very tired at this time with his arms hanging down. Theo then spoke up and told the Nox that, as your father and as the patriarch of House Reinhafer, I say this. One day, I want you to use that sword to pierce through my heart. With serious eyes, he asked the Nox to kill him with his own hands, the person who could not protect the Nox's mother. Nox at this time with white eyes, Theo continued to say, take the position of patriarch for yourself. You are capable of it. However, at this time, the Nox's eyes gradually dimmed, and then he fainted while Theo continued to tell him something. At this time, without knowing how much time has passed, a message appears in the Nox's mind inviting the Nox and asking the Nox, would you like to start a new game? His memories at this time were very chaotic. He wondered where this was. Looking around the room, he gradually realized that maybe this was his previous room, before he entered the game. On the notification screen inviting him, he was still there. But his mood at this time was very dreamy. He had a very strange feeling, and wondered what this feeling was. He himself could not determine whether this was a dream or real. He held his head and endured the excruciating pain. Perhaps this was the moment his incurable disease was recurring. He thought back over everything and confirmed that it didn't seem right, and he thought about it for just a moment. It's clearly strange. At this point, his memory goes back to the time when he faced the doctor and discovered the incurable disease. At that time, he was abandoned by his family, he lost his memories, and he received a terminal diagnosis. It seemed like his memory had returned a bit before the terrible incurable disease took all of his memories, and when he remembered a bit, he couldn't believe that all the evil things that happened to him happened at the same time. He wondered if this was possible and cruel to him. All of these seemingly impossible memories happened to him, making it very hard for him to believe. However, the surprising thing now is that he realized that, before Yuchan entered Nox, Yuchan couldn't remember his name. At this time, when trying to regain his memories, his head began to hurt like never before. At this time, he was trying his best to remember his own name. He tried little by little, but the name he remembered was Nox, not Yuchan. It was confusing, but at this point his abilities reached their limit and he began to fall unconscious. Is it right to call it unconscious, since all of these events were taking place while he was unconscious? And the only name he remembered right now and thought was his own name was Nox von Reinhofer. Back to reality, the Nox character is now lying unconscious on the bed due to exhaustion after the battle with the Patriarch. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and the clan's signature purple light glowed. Reinhofer is now clearer than ever. Along with his expressionless face, I don't know who he is now and who he is. Luckily, by this time the Nox's face had regained its normal expression. At the same time, he suddenly woke up and wondered what the feeling he had just experienced was. He then sat up, clutching his aching head, and realized he must have been dreaming about something very important to him. But his privacy didn't last too long, and he realized there were a lot of eyes staring at him. Those were his 3 beautiful wives, looking at the Nox with a confused and slightly worried expression. Nox saw them and looked like he wanted to question him, but he didn't want to think anymore, and sighed and asked them to slowly tell him one by one. Jitri spoke first, as the Nox maid. She spoke in a polite but very scary tone. Kocho rang. There truly isn't a single day that goes by without Nox causing some kind of trouble. At this rate, any maid serving Nox would end up dying from a heart attack. Nox avoided Jitri's eyes and blamed external circumstances and said that things did not turn out as he expected. Jitri no longer had a serious face. She now looked worried. Alina also expressed that Nox mustn't keep getting into such dangerous situations. She then grabbed the Nox hand and held it close to her face. Her face turned red and she looked very happy, saying that they were very worried about him. May behind her was a bit worried and realized that Alina was drunk again. Nox realized something was wrong, immediately withdrew his hand and told Alina to calm down, and then they could continue talking to each other. Alina regretted not being able to continue holding the Nox hand and asked the Nox to let her hold his hand a little longer. Jitri then spread his icy face around and said that the Nox was not feeling well and uncomfortable. Her eyes looked at Alina, making her scared and stop acting. Even so, she still tried to hold on more, but was luckily pulled away from the Nox character. This made the Nox just sigh in frustration. However, when his eyes focused on the maid Rona, he realized that there was something very strange about Rona, because normally she'd have rushed over and given him trouble by now. But he also dismissed that thought and said that, more than that, there's something important he needs to address first. Then he spoke up and said, since they are all here, he has something to say. Starting tomorrow, all of them will be accompanying him to the Chaders region. It's part of a plan he had in mind ever since returning to the family. After eliminating the powerful beasts of Chaders, he need to extend my lifespan. He haven't replenished any of it since my fight with Paimon, and what he's worried about right now is that he only has 27 days left to live, and he needs to act quickly. He then said that he was done talking and that if they had nothing more to do, they could leave because he wanted to rest. Jitri bowed respectfully and confirmed the Nox's order and would go prepare immediately. After they all left, there was a knock in the Nox room. He asked who it was. The maid, standing outside the door with a timid voice, said it was her and said she had something to tell the Nox. Nox allows her to enter. Rona then gently walked into the room, very different from her previous mischievous look. Her tears were now wet. Her whole face was red with worry. Rona then sat down next to the Nox bed and slowly began to speak, with a worried voice and a little fear. Hesitatingly opened her mouth and said that the scary day she went through on the night of slaughter when his mother passed away. She then seemed to realize that the Nox had remembered what happened that night, with eyes full of regret, and asked if it was true that the Nox had remembered or not. Memories of that bloody night reappeared, when the blood moonlight appeared outside the family. Scenes of carnage, bloodshed, and destruction occurred. The demon Paimon, when it appeared, realized that there was a smell of blood nearby. At this time, a woman was holding a baby and hiding in the room. Outside, Paimon was trying to destroy the door to rush inside, but a magic spell was cast on the door to prevent it. The demon Paimon angrily shouted outside when he couldn't get inside, and then after a while of smashing, it also successfully destroyed the door and rushed inside. Inside at that moment, the woman was Nox's mother, carrying him in her arms in an unconscious state, while Rona was a small girl, very scared, standing behind the woman. The Nox mother gritted her teeth and made a decision, stood in front of the two children and cast golden magic to create a shield. She shouted loudly to protect the two children, and she knew that Paimon's target was her. "Don't continue killing innocent people." Paimon faced her and growled fearfully. It spoke up and waved its hand to destroy the Nox mother's defense, saying that it was only a weak defense and could not stop him. Then it reached out and grabbed the Nox mother's neck and lifted her up high. With its scary face, meanwhile, the Nox mother is struggling in pain. Paimon then spoke up to confirm that what they wanted was not just her. Nox's mother then tried to speak up, asking Rona to take good care of Nox, with her last gentle smile. Nox was born with far too much strength. That's why he'll need your help. She said she would erase the Nox's memories, even if the Nox who's lost his memories becomes someone different from the one you know. And she asked Rona again whether or not Rona would continue to be willing to take care of Nox, until Nox's memories returned. The two children could only watch in fear. The Nox mother's whole body was now shining, and Paimon's hand was gradually moving forward to finish her off. And then a bright light shined out, and it was unknown what happened next. Returning to the Nox room, Rona admitted everything, she said. Nox already knew what happened afterwards. She spread malicious rumors, so Nox could stay as far away from the family's power struggles, like the battle for airship, as much as possible. It was an incredibly painful thing for her to do, but she had to protect Nox. She sobbed and said that it was the final promise she made to his mother. But now, she doesn't need to do that anymore. She added that, if Nox have regained all his memories, then someone like her, who deceived Nox and hid the truth from Nox, has no right to remain by his side. After that, she hesitated but couldn't speak yet. Nox immediately said that it wasn't a big deal. This shocked Rona, and made her think that she was no longer worthy to continue with the Nox character. Nox looked at Rona and said that everything was in the past, and he then asked her if she knew why he didn't hate her. He confirmed that he knew everything. He knew that every night, when he was bedridden and suffering, Rona would stay by his side for 2 hours out of worry. That even when Rona cursed at him, she always ended up defending him, saying Nox wasn't a bad person. He now realized that was all because of her guilt. However, the Nox has some regret in her mind that the person she is currently serving is not the real Nox. He knew better than anyone how meaningless rumors sometimes weigh on the heart the most. But he still tried to comfort her and said she could relax now. Rona heard those comforting words and burst into tears, calling young Master Nox. In his mind right now he wants to know how much according to loved his wife, how much Nox loved his mother, what kind of feelings Rona holds toward him. And he wants to ask these questions. With himself and with this body, why Nox? Why did you have to become the villain? At this time, at the family's Nox Hall, the Nox man stood in the middle of the stage and took the oath. In the name of Reinhafer, I make this known. I, Nox von Reinhafer, as a member of the Honorable House Reinhafer, have received permission from the Patriarch to recruit private soldiers and form an anti-demon battalion. If there are any who wish to follow him, gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week from now in the afternoon to undergo a trial. If you defeat me, or if I acknowledge your skill, the Empire will reward you with a monthly payment in gold coins. After the Nox's announcement, notices were posted on the wall with similar content recruiting generals and soldiers for the Nox. Many people stood around reading the information. Many people were curious. Many people thought that what the Nox was doing was just a joke of a noble boy. Some men discussed and thought that the Nox player probably had nothing to play at this time, so he set up this recruitment trick. Some others commented that, surely no one would actually apply for this. This is absurd. Why not? If the pay is good, it might be worth a shot, but is there anyone here who can't beat young Master Nox? The man laughed and commented that even my 4-year-old daughter could give it a go. At this time, a man dressed in a robe commented that the people here seemed to be having a lot of fun, and he slowly walked into the pub, and he challenged them whether they wanted to fight with him or not. He threw on the table a money bag full of gold coins and said, I'd wager that hardly anyone will pass Nox von Reinhafer's trial. A young blonde man stood up and commented that, just by looking at you, you seem like a pampered child from a wealthy household. Haven't you heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Reinhafer family? Hearing the other guy mention Nox, he burst out laughing, which made the men around him wonder why he was laughing. Some men expressed that they were worried about him. Seeing that the people here were worried, the cloaked guy laughed loudly and gradually took off his cape and revealed his identity. The men in the shop then realized that it was young Master Grain. Some people recognized him and commented that they had heard Grain was training at Chater's, Grain then spoke up and told everyone here that he would keep everything that's been said here a secret, but our bet is still on. By the way. At this time he poured out the gold coins in his pocket and said, I think I'd like to wager 50 gold coins on my little brother. This surprised the people here. Returning to the Nox side, he still stood with a majestic appearance in front of the warriors. Some men commented that, Person is really the infamous youngest son? Nox supposedly graduated top of his class at the academy, but it seems like his whole vibe has changed. And the man commented that it was just a lie. The person next to him also agreed and commented, It has to be, right? He must have pulled some kind of trick. Nox stood looking down and could hear many similar bad talks about him, but he said nothing and continued to wait for the first person. He then thought, why has this become such a big deal all of a sudden? I did post a recruitment notice for soldiers to subjugate the monsters in Chaders, but I didn't expect this many people to show up. Did my reputation suddenly go up or something? Ah, now I get it. That bastard stirred things up, doing things I never even told him to. Grain was now below waving to the Nox with a bright smile. His actions unintentionally put the Nox person in a more difficult situation. Nox then asked the person next to him, had everyone gathered here yet? The man confirmed that at this time there were 1,192 men and 126 women registered. Nox, after hearing the results, whispered that, well, maybe it's not all bad. With this many people, there are bound to be some capable ones. At this moment, a hand was raised and had something to say. The man with a large appearance spoke up and asked the Nox, what kind of trial will we be undergoing exactly? Just tell us already. Nox saw that this man was quite happy. He silently exclaimed, oh my, look at him. That arrogance. And that perfectly built physique. The mana radiating from him is no joke either. There's no way someone like him came to enlist as a simple private soldier. And Nox thinks that this man was sent by Garen to cause difficulties for Nox. Even so, he still smiled confidently. He understood that Garen had started checking up on him. It's too bad though. Someone with only that much power is no match for him. After some calculated thinking, Nox answered the man and confirmed that he would tell them the test procedure. Nox spoke up to explain, the rules are simple. Use any method you want to come at me like you're trying to kill me. Even if you succeed in killing me, you will not be held responsible. Hearing the rules that the Nox set out, the man opposite him observed the Nox with a serious face. A feeling of wariness appeared in his mind. He thought things seemed a bit strange. Nox von Reinhofer, he's supposed to be the trash of House Reinhofer. When Lord Garen hired me, I thought it would be an easy job. But what's with his confident demeanor? The man appeared worried in front of the Nox character. Then their fight began with the referee's signal ringing. The man seriously looked at the Nox, while the Nox looked at him with disdain. Then a loud shout from the referee allowed both to start. The next second, the man with murderous intent rushed towards Nox quickly. In his eyes, Nox was just a stupid kid. He thought, Nox can't even react to his speed. And someone like Nox wants to form a battalion? He will show Nox what real strength looks like. He will teach Nox a lesson. That's what this man thought when facing the Nox, and he thinks the Nox is an arrogant brat. Nox, faced with that terrifying aura, still calmly looked at the man, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly leaned over to avoid his attack. The moment the man realized, he was very surprised, and couldn't believe that Nox could dodge. Nox looked at him with a disdainful smile and thought his speed was too slow. And the Nox asked him the question, is that how he fights? After saying that, the Nox cut a slash across the man's chest. Causing his sword to fly away and crack, the man luckily did not die, but his body was frozen as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe what had happened. His face was now sweating in fear, and the Nox's blade was pressed against his neck as a declaration that the battle had ended. Nox then spoke up and said that he would give the man one more chance, and asked him to fight seriously. Even the Nox body then radiated a terrifying aura and warned him that, if not, Nox might just send one of his arms flying. Threatened by Nox, the frightened man's face turned pale. Nox glared at him, reminded him of his request, and asked the man to hold up the sword. The man could only tremble and stutter to apologize for his lack of respect. However, Nox did not let him say much. He immediately swung a punch straight at his face, causing the man to throw himself backwards. All the people present in the hall who witnessed that scene and the young master's overwhelming power were also scared. No one dared to speak up. Nox, with a cold, deep voice, told those present, "Cowards who lack even this basic level of courage are of no use to me. Next." Who dares to challenge me? Of all the people present, no one dared to step forward to challenge Nox's majesty. Grain, standing below, was also very surprised and did not expect that his younger brother had developed so quickly, and expressed the fact that he himself had nothing to teach this younger brother. In his heart, he thought, "This bet will probably earn me a nice profit, but that's not what's really important. He is the only rope I have in the Reinhafer family, Nox von Reinhafer. Now that he's begun revealing his true strength, the rest will be smooth sailing for him. As his reputation rises, mine will naturally rise with it as well." At this time, the crowd, after witnessing the young master's fearsomeness, everyone expressed fear and wanted to retreat, and expressed that they did not know their own abilities, and that becoming a knight was beyond their ability. Some of them even made excuses and wanted to return to farming. However, Nox could not let these people retreat easily. He asked them to stand still. His evil eyes looked up at the group of people who wanted to retreat and said that he had not let them retreat yet, and reminded them that they have already applied to become his soldiers. The group of people who heard that were very scared and knew that they had no way to retreat but to join Nox. Nox now looked scary and commented, "If you give up and try to return now, I'll make sure your lives become worse than hell itself. I swear upon the name of Nox von Reinhafer." Hearing this, the young men present all sweated and prayed for themselves. After that, Nox's testing ritual continued, but the scene at this time was very pathetic. Everyone was overwhelmed by Nox on the ring. When Nox rushed at them, they could only run away. One by one he defeated them, but what was surprising was that Nox accepted all of them and believed that it was his fault to defeat them even if they resisted. However, a second later, Nox spoke up with a cold voice and reminded them not to be happy too soon, and let them know that, from now on, he will push they all to the brink of death. The men regretted participating and thought they had made a huge mistake in their lives. A few days later, the army led by Nox began moving towards Chater. The girls of Nox sat on the carriage chatting with each other. Alina spoke up and wanted Nox to have some problems. Nox spoke up and told May to help Alina calm down before she asked him random questions. May sighed, expressing that she understood. May then immediately took the apple and put it in Alina's mouth to avoid causing trouble to Nox. Alina did not give up and asked May to stop. However, even that could not stop her. With the expression of an alcoholic, she wondered why. Nox planning to return to Chater's and commented she heard Nox bought the land there. Nox gently explained, because he is going to develop it. Alina heard Nox's wishes and thought it was a difficult task, because that land is barren, unfit for farming, and is crawling with monsters. Nox reassured her and told her that he already had a plan. Hearing that, Alina thought Nox was a stubborn person, but her face turned scarlet and perverted to the point of being scary. Luckily, seeing that Alina's illness had recurred, she immediately covered her mouth to prevent her from talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Nox pondered over some stories. He expressed that, "I can understand the others tagging along, but even Rona, the family maid, came with us. Could it be that she still feels guilty about my mother?" Rona's side looked sad, but the next second her face turned back to a mischievous look and thought about the horse Carl and wondered when she would be able to ride on its back. Seeing that mischievous expression, Nox sighed and thought he was thinking too much. He then observed the surrounding soldiers and silently assessed that the private soldier recruitment for the monster subjugation seems to have gone quite well. The knight walking next to Nox also commented at this time. To be honest, he didn't understand much about the Chater's region. But after Professor Rass's latest paper was published, he realized something. He thinks that Nox truly resembles the patriarch. Nox has the same sharp insight, and I think Nox is a great guy. Nox hearing those compliments, he asked the knight to stop and talk about this matter later. Nox in his mind, he continued to reflect and felt anticipation of what was to come. He said, "Christopher." Maybe Under was actually concerned about him and sent him a bodyguard. A knight over 2 meters tall and highly skilled, apparently, but Knight is so annoyingly talkative. After a while of traveling, the whole group now arrived at Chater's. May looked at the scene of Chater's in front of her and commented that they've developed quite a bit. It's different from last time. Alina excitedly expressed that they've changed a lot. Christopher Len Tiang Bin Luan Rang. They haven't progressed as much as he expected. He guessed it can't be helped development here only really started recently. Now that it's become the land of a dark family, it'll be hard to attract people here. Nox hearing that, I also confirmed, and that's why he brought soldiers here. Hearing Nox say that, Christopher looked excited and admitted that there was a reason Nox recruited them after all. Nox confirmed that it was, however he said, There's something that must be done before we revitalize Chaders. Christopher wonders what it is. Knox explained to me, the monsters in this region. They need to reduce their numbers first. But Knox had completely different thoughts in his heart. He silently expressed that, that's a convincing excuse. But let's be honest, it's not the real reason. Screw the development of Chaders. Because what Knox is most worried about right now is that damn notification that's red flashing in front of him and saying that player has 10 days left to live. It asks you, restore his lifespan immediately. Knox grit his teeth in anger and cursed the damn system and think that the most important thing right now is how to live first, and leave other damn development matters later. At the gates of Chaders, Grain stood waiting, flanked by several treasure chests, clearly prepared to welcome Knox's arrival with fanfare. As Knox approached and caught sight of the chests overflowing with gold coins, he couldn't help but question why Grain was offering them to him. Grain, wearing a beaming smile, explained cheerfully that it was only natural. After all, the reward was thanks to the achievements of the family's youngest member. With a bright, almost overly enthusiastic grin, Grain seemed intent on pleasing him, insisting that Knox accepting the reward was the most fitting outcome. Knox, watching the display, fell into silent contemplation. He had been the one shouldering every difficulty, while it was Grain who ended up with the money. It struck him as deeply unfair. But now Grain was here, handing all of it over to him. The gesture reeked of excessive flattery, especially coming from him. Still, Knox reminded himself that he had always intended to make use of Grain from the very beginning. This was simply part of the plan. Choosing not to press the matter, he shifted the focus and calmly asked how the development of the Chaders region was progressing. At that, Grain's expression turned slightly strained. He admitted that there weren't many settlers yet. He added that although Professor Raz's announcement had sparked some interest among young men considering migration, there were still many issues. The soil was poor and unsuitable for crops, dangerous monsters roamed the outskirts, and the roads remained unpaved. With a more serious look in his eyes, Grain stated that people were reluctant to move based on potential alone. Knox understood the current state of the region and reassured him not to worry. That, he explained, was the reason the anti-magic corps had been dispatched. Hearing Knox's confident tone and seeing the formidable group of soldiers following behind him, Grain's face lit up once more. He immediately began flattering Knox again, claiming that if the youngest said so, then he felt completely reassured. He then asked Knox when they would be moving out, suggesting that perhaps they should rest for the day, since they had come a long way. With a voice as cold and decisive as steel, Knox stated that they would depart immediately. The declaration sent a wave of unease through the cavalry behind him. Many of them exchanged uncertain glances, questioning quietly whether he truly meant it. But Knox was unfazed. A confident smile spread across his face, one that carried a spark of excitement. Without hesitation, he repeated his intent with absolute clarity. He would be departing immediately. The scene shifted, flashing back to a few days earlier inside the chambers of the patriarch, Theodore. Facing the man before him, Theo voiced his doubts, questioning, almost incredulously, why someone as exceptional as the knight before him would choose to follow Lord Knox. Standing across from him was Christopher, his hands respectfully clasped before his chest, his expression unwavering, firm in the decision he had made. Theo went on, reminding him that the house had always treated him well. There was no reason for him to leave. Christopher responded with a calm smile, saying that he had seen the light. He spoke of the overwhelming talent Knox had displayed, talent so rare it had ignited something within him. In that brilliance, he had glimpsed the very clue he had been seeking, the key to perfecting his swordsmanship. That, he said, was why he now wished to dedicate himself to perfecting Lord Knox's swordplay. Then, with full confidence, he drew his sword and held it forward, not in pledge to anyone else, but in declaration of purpose. He made it clear, it was not for anyone else, but for himself. Theo observed the young knight standing before him, so full of confidence, and for a brief moment, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He then spoke, seeking to clarify the reference Christopher had made earlier regarding swordsmanship. He asked if what the knight meant was the northern sword technique known as snowstorm. Christopher's eyes lit up, and he confirmed it without hesitation. That was indeed what he meant. Recognizing the intensity of the young man's resolve, Theo gave a solemn nod and said simply, "Very well." He granted Christopher permission. Back in the present, at Chaders, Christopher now stood amidst the mobilizing troops, his face clouded with confusion. He thought to himself that he had set out with the intent to help make Lord Knox the greatest knight in the land, but what he was witnessing now, It defied that vision entirely. What is this? He asked himself silently, unable to reconcile what he was seeing with what he had expected. Still stunned, he turned to G-Tree, Nox's close maid, and asked if she had known anything about this. Even G-Tree, who had long been at Nox's side, looked shaken. With wide eyes, she admitted that lately, Nox had indeed taken an interest in magic, but to see him evolve to this extent? It was beyond anything she had imagined. What truly left everyone speechless was Nox himself. At that very moment, he was casting a high-tier spell, an advanced magic technique fueled by an immense mana reserve that no one could have ever imagined possible from a swordsman. The entire spell had formed a massive arcane matrix spanning across the sky above the Chatter's Gate. Below it, a horde of monsters stood restlessly, ready to strike. They hadn't yet realized that their end was already written. For now, they simply watched the strange, shifting pattern in the sky, unable to comprehend the danger looming above. A moment later, the silence shattered. From the skybound magic array, beams of concentrated, high-voltage energy suddenly rained down. They tore through the air and struck the monsters below with unrelenting force. Each blast triggered a terrifying explosion, tearing through the creatures. Only then did the monsters begin to understand the severity of the threat. Panic surged through their ranks as they howled in terror, trying to flee from what was now an unstoppable assault. On the city walls, May and Alina watched the destruction unfold, both completely stunned by the display of power. May, wide-eyed and breathless, muttered in disbelief, "What the? He's gotten even stronger. And it's only been a few months." Alina, unable to contain her worship of Nox, clutched her face with an expression bordering on obsession. Her mind spiraled into wild admiration, already fantasizing about his overwhelming coolness. Back near the battlefield, Nox was slightly winded from the mana expenditure, but stood his ground. Around him, a series of system-like notifications began echoing repeatedly. "You have defeated a Null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours." And again. "You have defeated a Null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours." The rewards flowed in, as did the quiet awe of everyone watching. Nox was not pleased, and he muttered to himself, feeling frustrated. He couldn't believe that after each kill he was only getting 2 hours. A Null, being a fairly strong mid-tier monster, should have been worth more. According to the effect of the Black Flame Ring, the stronger the opponent compared to his current strength, the more his lifespan would increase upon their defeat. This meant that defeating stronger foes would make him that much stronger, but he couldn't help but feel irritated. With a displeased expression, Nox continued to wave his hand, channeling his power to unleash relentless attacks on the monsters below. The creatures, unable to resist, could only scream in despair. After a while of carnage, the system's notification sounded, informing him that his remaining lifespan had increased by just 4 days. Nox stared at the message, his face full of disdain and annoyance. Even after killing so many, it only increased by 4 days. He thought to himself, "I'll need a solution for this." His gaze then turned cold as he looked down at the Knight Army below. No one knew the ironic predicament Nox was facing. All they could see was his formidable presence, which left them in awe. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, unable to speak, silently admiring Nox. Seizing the moment, Alina swiftly ran up to where Nox stood. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Lord Nox, you're amazing!" Despite her enthusiastic praise, Nox's expression remained anything but pleased. Afterwards, it was thanks to May's timely intervention, pulling Alina away, that Nox was able to finally find peace. Christopher, who had been standing nearby, was deeply impressed by Nox's abilities. He said that he had thought Nox was only skilled in swordsmanship, but was now surprised to learn that he was also proficient in magic. Christopher was genuinely amazed and could not help but express his curiosity, saying that he was really interested in how far Nox's limits went. Upon hearing Christopher's words, Nox quietly realized and thought to himself that they didn't know he was good at magic. He paused and reflected on this fact. A little later, all of Nox's personnel had gathered to discuss what needed to be done next. To quell their curiosity about his abilities, Nox explained, somewhat reluctantly, that he had learned all of this from Professor Rass, a person with immense theoretical knowledge. His explanation, though reluctant, left everyone present feeling skeptical. Nox, sensing their doubts, put on a somewhat villainous expression and added that if they didn't like it, they didn't have to believe it. Seeing that the situation was starting to spiral out of control, Jitri cleared her throat and suggested that they revisit the issue later. She then pointed to a map below and began analyzing the plan, stating that they were currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. After speaking, she turned to Knox with a worried expression and asked if he was planning to continue moving in that direction. Knox responded with a serious tone, confirming that he would indeed keep heading northeast. Christopher, however, voiced his concern, warning that it was dangerous. He mentioned that the stronger monsters were located in the eastern region. As he spoke, he recalled the scene where Knox had effortlessly slaughtered the monsters by himself, which made him scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. He quickly changed his approach and said, "No, wait, that's not the real concern." He then continued his analysis, pointing out that the greater issue was the Tagelin kingdom, which was hostile toward House Reinhafter. He suggested that it might be dangerous, and that avoiding it could be the better choice. But Knox remained completely unfazed, and calmly explained that this was precisely the reason he was heading in that direction. He declared that he would now head to the Tagelin kingdom. This announcement surprised all the women present in the room, leaving them both shocked and curious about the reason behind Knox's swift decision. Knox then clarified his request, instructing them to send a letter. With a rather villainous expression, he demanded that they write to inform the Tagelin kingdom that a son of House Reinhafter was on the way, and that they should prepare accordingly. The scene then shifted to another fortress, one that bore the ancient and weathered architecture of a remote desert region. Inside a lavishly decorated royal chamber, a man with striking red hair began to awaken. He rose from his bed and approached a large mirror. Standing before it, he removed his outer robe, revealing a well-built physique and a prominent scar across his body, an unmistakable reminder of a life-or-death battle he had once endured. At that moment, an elderly man carrying a ceremonial staff entered the room and addressed the red-haired man as Prince Kushan. Bowing with solemn respect, the old man informed him that the infamous youngest son of House Reinhafer was expected to arrive soon. With a contemptuous expression, the old man added that the boy's arrogance must know no bounds, and questioned whether he truly believed his father's influence extended all the way to Tagelin. Prince Kushan remained composed upon hearing the news. He gave a faint smile and responded calmly, asking the old man if he knew about the day Theo von Reinhofer had killed his father and brothers. Kushan said he still remembered every single person who had stood by his side and protected him that day. The mention of that event caused the old man, whose name was Kramser, to fall silent, his face revealing a sorrowful reflection on Kushan's painful past. Prince Kushan went on to express more of his thoughts to Kramser. He acknowledged that although people often criticized Kramser for being no more than a mere regent, he knew the truth. He remembered how Kramser had taken on part of the prince's duties during the time Kushan had been paralyzed by grief after the loss of his family. Raising his sword to emphasize his point, Kushan declared that Kramser had done so for the sake of lessening the burdens of the prince's responsibilities, even if only a little. Kramser listened to these heartfelt words without saying anything in return. He simply looked upon the prince with a face full of reverence and respect. Kushan then gave an intrigued smile and asked Kramser to confirm whether the name he had mentioned was Knox von Reinhofer. He went on to state with cold certainty that once he killed Knox, Theo von Reinhofer would finally understand how much he had suffered and how he had managed to survive that living hell. Kramser, upon hearing those grim words, bowed respectfully with one hand placed over his chest. He affirmed that he understood and would make the necessary preparations. Now that such a grave decision had been made, he urged the prince to rest at ease. Yet, as soon as he turned away, Kramser's expression began to contort grotesquely. His face twisted into something vile and perverse, his eyes glowing red with malice, and from between his lips slithered the long, forked tongue of a wicked serpent. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Tagelin, the entire fortress was surrounded by the harsh, arid stretch of desert. Yet within the city itself, signs of prosperity still shone through despite the barren landscape. At the massive gates of Tagelin, 2 guards stood watch. One of them suddenly became alert, his expression tense as he called out sharply, demanding the approaching figure to state their identity. Before them stood a group of figures cloaked completely in hooded garments. The one leading them slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face, and with a threatening tone, asked the guards if he really needed to do that. The moment the guards saw his face, they instantly recognized him. It was Knox von Reinhafer, the infamous youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Their expressions shifted immediately into ones of fear. Realizing their mistake, the 2 guards quickly apologized, their voices trembling in submission. However, Knox showed no hint of kindness in his demeanor. Instead, his eyes narrowed menacingly, and a deadly aura emanated from his entire being as he growled that standing in this heat for too long had made his blood boil, to the point that he felt like killing someone. The guard who had spoken to him immediately recoiled in terror, stammering that they would escort him inside right away. Without another word, Nox and his group proceeded through the gates of Tajilin, and not a single soul dared to stand in their way. As they moved deeper into the city, one of the gate guards led the way at a brisk pace, yet even as Nox walked, his mind was interrupted by a sudden warning flashing before his eyes. Player has 9 days left. Defeat monsters to restore your life. Reading the message, Nox's expression darkened. He muttered to himself that crossing the desert had severely drained his remaining lifespan. Still, he reassured himself. It was exactly for this reason that he had come to Tajilin. Once he obtained the item hidden in the ancient ruins of northern Tajilin and dealt with that guy, he believed he wouldn't just survive. He would grow stronger faster than ever. The thought brought a subtle, sinister smile to his lips as he imagined the next monster he would tear apart. In his mind's eye, the creature's face twisted and reshaped, until it looked just like that wicked man, Kramzer. But things never went as smoothly as he hoped. Without warning, a red system alert flashed violently before him. Penalty applies if lifespan falls below 10 days. Negative trait, dead count has been applied. Almost immediately, Nox felt the impact. His body staggered, overcome by weakness, and a violent cough erupted from deep in his chest, spraying blood into his palm. And then, another message followed. All physical abilities reduced by 20%. The activation probability of the negative trait, lingering ailment, increases exponentially. This caused Nox to become severely exhausted. He held his head in his hands, and sweat continued to pour from his body. Noticing Nox's worsening condition, Rona, who was walking beside him, panicked and asked about his health. Her face was now streaked with tears as she looked at Nox with deep concern. In frustration, Nox expressed his irritation at the system and the damned incurable trait, then quietly told Rona to keep it a secret. He explained that he had come here to improve his physical condition. Although Rona didn't understand what he meant, she quickly nodded in agreement, indicating that she understood. After a while, Nox's group entered the main hall of Tajilin. Above them, Prince Kushan and a woman were already seated, waiting to receive Nox. At that moment, Christopher leaned in and whispered a reminder to Nox, telling him that although he likely already knew it, from this point onward, he would need to be extremely cautious. Then, clenching his fist and wearing an excited expression, Christopher declared enthusiastically that he, Christopher, would serve Nox faithfully, and that Nox had absolutely nothing to worry about. By this time, Nox's group was standing before Prince Kushan. However, the prince looked at them with an indifferent expression, showing no sign of welcome. The woman sitting beside him mirrored his attitude, despite her striking beauty. When Nox approached the seat opposite them and stood before Prince Kushan, the prince finally spoke, saying that Nox had arrived and that they had received his letter. However, the way he addressed Nox showed no respect, sounding more like someone of superior status speaking down to him. This made Nox furious, and it was clear he would not let it slide. Gripping his sword tightly, he didn't even let Kushan finish speaking. In the very next moment, radiating overwhelming presence and killing intent, Nox raised his blade and cleaved the table in half. The unfortunate table, entirely innocent, was shattered into splinters. Then, in a cold, sharp voice, Nox declared that Kushan was merely a prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. He stated that he had arrived bearing the name of Reinhofer, and questioned whether Kushan truly thought he could greet someone of that name while remaining seated. This terrifying display caught Kushan off guard and made him begin to show signs of hesitation. With a murderous aura enveloping him, Nox glared intensely at Kushan and asked whether he wanted his nation to be erased from the Wa-Pi. Without giving him a chance to respond, Nox then shouted a command, ordering Kushan to kneel immediately. Kushan, overwhelmed by Nox's aggression and terrifying presence, froze entirely, unable to speak a word. At that moment, it became evident that Nox's threats were not empty. His eyes carried a deadly seriousness, and a lethal aura emanated from him as he warned Kushan that if he didn't comply, Nox would erase him first. The scene then shifted to the Reinhofer estate. Inside the Patriarch's chamber were Theo and the head butler, Rodwell. Rodwell broke the silence by asking Theo why he hadn't stopped the young master from heading to Tajilin. Theo, puzzled, asked what he meant. Unbothered, Theo read from a sheet of paper and calmly explained that he believed Nox could handle that much. Then, turning to Rodwell, he added that Rodwell's insight was unmatched, and it was impressive that he had read his thoughts so clearly. Rodwell listened to Theo's words without responding. Theo then acknowledged that he was right, stating that he had decided to name Nox his heir and place him in that seat. He explained that attracting too much attention before Nox was ready was dangerous, and that until he reached a certain level, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Hearing Theo's explanation, Rodwell understood his intentions and confirmed by asking if that was why he had assigned the Black Sword Knights to guard him this time, adding that Theo had always preferred certainty in situations like these. Theo stood up and replied that if any threat were to arise, those elite knights would act immediately. Rodwell listened to Theo's arrangements and agreed with his approach. Theo then looked out the window, his mind drifting back to a time when he and Nox were training together. At that time, he had told Nox, speaking as his father, and as the patriarch of House Reinhafer, that one day he wanted Nox to use that sword to pierce through his heart, to cut him down himself with his own hands for failing to protect his mother, and to take the position of patriarch for himself, saying that he was capable of it. Thinking about those things, his face became pensive, and he said to Rodwell that he must know this as well. His end, the end of Theo von Reinhofer, was drawing near. Theo's words were like a final instruction. Rodwell's face showed sadness, but he understood that it was inevitable and could not be changed. Rodwell then bowed respectfully and declared that he would always stand with his lord. At this moment, Theo's face was full of contemplation, and Rodwell's face showed sadness and regret, reflecting the emotions of a father, the head of a renowned family, and a person about to face an unchangeable fate: death.
Back to Nox. At that moment, his mind was drifting with idle thoughts. He mused that there were two key tips for figuring out a guy's personality in a game. The first, he reflected, was during moments when equipment enhancement fails and explodes. A vivid image formed in his mind of a blacksmith patiently forging gear while failure notifications echoed endlessly beside him. It was just a game, after all, yet the player involved was already on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the absurdly low success rate. Nox continued his train of thought, silently concluding that this first point didn't require much explanation. His eyes then turned to the rude figure standing before him, calmly sizing the man up. The second tip, he thought, revealed itself in situations exactly like this, when a mediocre character, completely unaware of their own limits, decided to act out. Nox admitted to himself that he really hated situations like this. He then recalled the name Kushan Adrian, a character whose entire family had been wiped out by Theo, save for his younger sister. It was understandable, Nox thought, that the man might harbor resentment toward House Reinhofer, but even so, he couldn't help but question it. A mere prince of a vassal state, did he truly dare to express his emotions so freely? At that moment, a quiet scheme began to take shape in Nox's mind. Since he had already decided to pursue the hidden piece in Tajalin, bringing Kushan over to his side would be a necessary move. But before that could happen, he knew what had to be done. He needed to break the man's spirit, just enough to make him more manageable. At that point, Nox spoke up, repeating his earlier warning with a quiet intensity. Asking if he really needed to say it again, Kushan heard the words and forced a polite smile, though irritation flickered beneath the surface. Still, maintaining his courtesy, he replied that it seemed Nox had taken offense to him sitting in the presence of an honored guest. Then, without further hesitation, Kushan lowered himself to his knees before Nox. Declaring that he would remain kneeling in his presence, Nox observed the submissive posture in silence, not rushing to respond. Instead, he shifted his attention to something else. He began carefully examining Kushan's stats. The status panel for Kushan appeared, presenting a detailed overview of his attributes. His name was Kushan Adrian, a 17-year-old human male whose primary elemental affinity lay with Earth. Among his accomplishments, he had been recognized as the direct royal successor of Tajalin, a title that carried significant weight and expectation. On the positive side, Kushan was noted as a poison genius, exhibiting rare talent in martial arts and a normal aptitude for dagger combat. He carried himself with a serious demeanor that suggested discipline and inner focus. Among his neutral traits, he was described as loyal, though this loyalty had yet to be fully awakened. He had not encountered anyone who truly deserved his complete devotion. As such, much of his inner potential remained dormant. At present, he placed a moderate level of trust in Royal Court Mage Kramzer, estimated at around 40%. The negative aspects of his personality painted a more troubled image. Kushan was burdened by self-destructive tendencies and a habit of self-deprecation. He bore an overwhelming sense of responsibility that often left him indecisive and easily swayed. Additionally, his hot temper made him prone to emotional outbursts, complicating his ability to maintain clarity under pressure. Kushan's physical and mystical capabilities were unevenly distributed, reflecting a complex and unbalanced potential. His stamina stood at 11, granting him moderate endurance, while his mana reserve was relatively limited at 7, hinting at a restrained capacity for magical exertion. With a luck stat of only 5 and a willpower score of 4, he appeared vulnerable to external influences and internal doubt. Yet in stark contrast, his charm surged to an impressive 23, suggesting an innate magnetism or persuasive presence that far outweighed his other attributes. In terms of combat skills, he possessed a passive ability known as Venom Control, enabling him to manipulate toxins with natural ease. Complementing this was his active technique, Intermediate Poison Dagger Arts, a specialized form of close-range combat that fused agility with lethal precision. Together, these abilities marked him as a unique and dangerous figure, particularly in the art of poison-based warfare. At that moment, a red warning appeared in front of Nox, alerting him to Kushan's demeanor. His hatred toward House Reinhafer had reached its peak. Simultaneously, Kushan lifted his gaze toward Nox, showing not fear, but a simmering anger visible through his eyes. Thanks to the system's early warning, Nox quickly picked up on this shift. Not wanting the situation to spiral out of control, he offered Kushan a gentle smile and calmly invited him to take a seat. Once both parties had settled in, Nox kept a close eye on Kushan and reflected silently to himself that Kushan Adrian's main flaw was his tendency to be overly self-critical and emotionally immature. Nox recalled how, during his 27th lunatic playthrough, Kushan had been completely deceived by Kramzer, who was not only his regent but also a demonic human in disguise. Kushan had never discovered the truth. In the end, he had fallen into ruin and self-destruction. Although Nox already knew that things were headed in a tragic direction, he remained confident. With the power and knowledge he now possessed, he believed he could prevent all those calamities. That, after all, was why he had come to Tajaleen. Seeing that Nox kept silently observing him without saying a word, Kushan eventually broke the silence and asked respectfully why he had come to the Tajalan kingdom. Nox returned to his serious demeanor and answered curtly that he was there for tourism and to explore ancient ruins, nothing more. Then, with a smile, he added a warning. Until he left, Kushan was to behave properly. He emphasized that Kushan surely understood what that meant. Kushan didn't argue. He simply nodded in understanding and signaled to one of the attendants nearby. Kramzer, catching the signal, gently rang a small bell. Moments later, a group of attendants appeared, exclusively young and beautiful women, with the servants now gathered. Kushan instructed them to make the proper arrangements for Lord Nox to tour the kingdom, and if he made any further requests, they were to treat him with the utmost hospitality. Before Kushan could finish his sentence, Nox interrupted him, clearly displeased, and ordered him to stop speaking. Then, with a sly and indecent smile, Nox suggested they change the guide for the tour. His gaze then shifted toward the young woman sitting next to Kushan, his only sister and the one he cherished most. This caused visible panic in Kushan, who was usually calm and composed. The thought of his beloved sister falling into the hands of the man known as the most vile in the kingdom, Nox von Reinhofer, left him visibly shaken. Nox then looked directly at Arya, a beautiful girl with red hair and golden eyes like a desert. Though her expression was vacant, lifeless, he declared that she would personally attend to him and show him around the kingdom. Hearing this, Kushan grew anxious and tried to speak up, seemingly to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Seeing Kushan's hesitation, Nox asked with a mocking smile whether there was a problem. Not wanting to create any conflict or risk further trouble, Kushan reluctantly replied that there was none. He then turned to his sister and instructed her to do her best to assist Lord Nox. Arya gave a lifeless nod in response, showing no resistance at all. Meanwhile, the women accompanying Nox began to grow concerned. Rona, his first wife, was the first to speak up, whispering in alarm to Jitri that it seemed the young master had taken an interest in another woman. Jitri, equally shocked and anxious, replied that she had no idea what to do, admitting she didn't have a manual for handling such a situation. Alina, on the other hand, reacted with even more intensity, nearly screaming in protest that they couldn't let the young master get close to another woman, even if it meant her own death. Her outburst was quickly silenced as May restrained her and signaled her to stay quiet, reminding her to keep calm for the moment. Upon noticing that his harem was beginning to rebel, Nox felt a wave of inner turmoil. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admit to himself that things were spiraling into chaos, so much so that even he might have misunderstood the situation had he not known better. His thoughts soon shifted focus. His gaze turned toward him, and a sharper instinct kicked in. What mattered wasn't the confusion in front of him. He could sense something deeper, something more pressing. He realized that she had already been affected. In Nox's eyes, Princess Arya now appeared as though she were trapped within the clutches of a monstrous being, entirely under its control, powerless in its grasp. Snapping back to the moment, Nox addressed his group, calmly but firmly announcing that it was time to go. He instructed the others to rest, signaling that only a selected few would accompany him. He began naming those who would join him. The first name he called was Alina. Hearing her name, Alina lit up with joy and eagerly confirmed her readiness. Nox met her eyes and told her to come with him. Then, turning to Christopher, he told him that he too would be part of the group. Overjoyed by being chosen, Christopher's face beamed with pride. He responded with enthusiasm, affirming his role as the captain of the Reincarnated Knights. Unable to contain himself, he even shouted that it would be an honor to escort Nox, proudly declaring his name as though this moment defined him. Meanwhile, Jitri stood quietly, her heart sinking at not hearing her name called. She approached Nox and asked with concern whether he would truly be all right without her. To that, Nox responded that she was being overly protective. Then, rising to leave, he reassured her that everything was progressing according to plan, urging her not to worry too much, though Jitri said nothing further. A heavy disappointment settled in her heart. She had hoped to be by his side, and now, being left behind felt like a quiet wound. At that moment, the group that had departed with Nox included Alina, Christopher, and Princess Arya. They had already exited the palace. Alina, noticing Arya's expression, seemed to realize something and began to worry about her. Nox could tell that both Alina and Christopher had sensed something unusual about the princess. He pointed it out, saying that they might have already noticed something strange about the girl. Christopher confirmed it, identifying her as Arya Adrian, Kushan Adrian's only younger sister, and a woman widely known for her extraordinary beauty. However, Nox, clearly annoyed by the irrelevant details, sharply told him to get to the main point. Returning to the matter at hand, Christopher explained that Arya was currently under the influence of illusion magic. Nox acknowledged this and began planning their next move. He told the group that he was going to break the curse placed on her. Alina and Christopher were visibly shaken by this announcement. Christopher, clearly alarmed, questioned whether such a thing was even possible, reminding Nox that the princess was afflicted by a high-level dark magic curse. Nox understood the difficulty of the situation but instructed the group to move to a more private location, away from prying eyes. Sometime later, the group arrived at a mysterious house. As they approached the entrance, a beautiful woman with a seductive figure appeared and warmly greeted them. Upon noticing their noble appearance, she politely remarked that her humble dwelling was not a fitting place for such distinguished guests. Nox heard those words, but said nothing. In his mind, he silently mapped out his plan, reminding himself that there were 3 things he must accomplish here. First, to break Arya's curse. Second, to awaken Alina's powers. And third, at this thought, he hesitated briefly before curling a wicked smile. Then, suddenly, he spoke to the woman before him, asking how the preparations for the rebellion were progressing. Hearing Nox's question, the woman was startled. In the next moment, she vanished and swiftly lunged toward Nox, intent on killing him right then and there, as if the words he had spoken were a secret she desperately wanted to keep. However, her attack was unsuccessful, abruptly stopped by another sword. Christopher did not disappoint Nox. He arrived just in time to intercept the assassination attempt. The burst of energy radiating from their clash showed the force behind the attack was considerable. Confident in his own ability, Christopher even reproached the woman, remarking on her lack of manners for swinging a knife without warning. Realizing her surprise attack had been thwarted, the woman did not seem to give up. Her eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she prepared to strike Nox again, but the focus shifted when Alina's voice rang out, warning her not to bully the young master. Beside Alina, a magical aura manifested, causing several alchemical vials to float and ready themselves to be hurled at the disrespectful woman challenging her master. Seeing that the situation was becoming very difficult, the girl immediately stepped back to plan her next move. At this moment, Nox stepped forward and warned that he thought it would be best if she listened to him. He then asked if she would agree to stop fighting so that both sides could talk instead of continuing the battle. Nox looked at the girl standing before him with a deadly gaze, silently noting that this was the point of contact with a special character named Lise. He recalled the teachings of Professor Rass about magic lessons. In the lecture, the professor had explained that the dispel spell was based on reverse engineering the formula that made up the magic. Simply put, it was like untangling a mess of strings. However, the process of reverse engineering and neutralizing magic was by no means easy. Therefore, it was best not to attempt it alone. In short, it was wiser to seek help from an expert, such as the rare race of elves. Returning to the present, the girl looked at Nox's group with great caution, feeling that the tension was unnecessary. Nox spoke up, telling the two of them that enough was enough, and ordered everyone to sheathe their swords. Christopher, worried, protested that she had attempted to attack Nox. However, Nox did not want to explain much and insisted on speaking with her privately, asking everyone else to leave them alone. Hearing Nox's firm words, Christopher reluctantly obeyed and ordered the others to step aside. Though he was clearly uneasy, Nox then emphasized that Christopher should wait outside. Feeling abandoned, Christopher was upset and quickly protested, reminding Nox that he was his bodyguard. But since Nox had already given the order, Christopher had no choice but to quietly step out with a sense of being forsaken by the whole world. Nox then turned to Alina and told her to stay behind, assuring her that he would protect her if anything happened. Alina, a bit foolish and twisted, moaned happily upon hearing this, covering her face with a blush and starting to imagine some ambiguous scenes in her mind. At that time, night was beginning to fall over the harsh desert, and Nox's blue eyes scanned the old houses below. Inside one of them, a conversation between Nox and a mysterious woman began. She questioned him sharply, asking if he knew who she was. Nox responded with a sneering laugh, confirming that he did. She was described by him as an elf who had once been active in combat. Startled and increasingly wary, the elf woman paused at his blunt words. Nox went on to specify that she was from the Astal tribe and was a high-spirit mage named Lise. Upon hearing these details about herself, Lise no longer concealed her true form. She began to transform back into an elf, revealing her long golden hair and the characteristic pointed ears of her race. Her beauty was beyond mundane description. At that moment, she declared that she would no longer hide her identity. Nox judged this to be a wise decision on her part. Lise then looked at Nox with appraisal and shared her own thoughts, remarking on his hair and eyes and identifying him as the youngest member of House Reinhafer, Nox von Reinhafer. Although Nox was displeased to hear her recount such detailed information about him, he confirmed that what she said was true. He then shifted the conversation back to the main topic, revealing that he also knew she had organized a resistance and that her headquarters were located beneath the inn. Upon hearing that her plan had been exposed, Lise grew annoyed and demanded to know what Nox had come for. Nox did not hesitate to state directly that he wanted Lise to lift the curse on the child. Upon hearing this seemingly contradictory request, Lise responded by revealing that she was someone preparing to rebel against the kingdom. Yet, she questioned how he could expect her to save the kingdom's princess under such circumstances. Nox, with a serious look, explained that if the rebellion were to be launched, Tajalin would be completely destroyed. Regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the country would fall into the hands of the Empire, which was an outcome neither of them wanted. He asked if she didn't agree, faced with Nox's analysis and question. Lise did not elaborate further, but she wondered what Nox's true purpose was in coming there. She recounted her suspicion that House Reinhafer, the very ones who had led Tajalin to collapse, would have no reason to try to break the princess's curse. Hearing this, Nox internally acknowledged that he understood her curiosity but felt he could not reveal his goal. Therefore, he decided to change the subject. Activating his normal acting talent skill, he spoke with a serious expression, claiming that he knew what Tajalin meant to her. Lise was confused by Nox's remark and asked what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Nox was silently calculating her reaction. He noticed that although she pretended to be calm, she was clearly shaken, because he knew the reason why a high-spirit mage like her was stuck in a place like that, in a different setting. Within the storyline of Lunatic, titled Side Story, Desert Thief, Saren, the narrative focused on a girl named Lise, known as the high-spirit mage. Even among the elves, who were famous for their mana sensitivity, Lise was said to possess unmatched talent. From childhood, she had communicated with countless spirits. By the age of 16, she had made a contract with a top-class spirit and earned the prestigious title of High Spirit Mage. However, her unrestrained talent sometimes brought disaster. Born into the minority Astel race, she had never been properly protected and had wandered through various countries for years. Despite its relatively low combat power, spirit magic was highly coveted for its many uses, which led to Lise living a life of constant pursuit and escape. Eventually, when she arrived at Tajalin, she was attacked by mercenaries from Tajalin and left on the brink of death. It was then that a woman hiding nearby extended a helping hand and told her to hide there, promising to tell others that Lise had fled elsewhere. This woman's name was Saren. Thanks to Saren's aid, Lise was able to settle in that place. Saren was a natural-born leader and was admired by the street children. Lise thought Saren was incredible. One day, when some of the children fell ill, she witnessed how Saren took full responsibility for them and fed all the street children. At the same time, Lise couldn't help but feel worried. Sitting by the fire, she asked Saren if they really had to keep stealing and if there was any other way. Saren, forcing a smile, replied that they had no choice. Without stealing, the children in the slums could not survive. Although stealing was a crime and dangerous, it was the path Saren had chosen to care for the street children. Lise understood the significance of the situation and began searching for a way to help Saren. She started using magic to improve the slums. Although her efforts were modest, she aimed to create a small inn. When she looked at the signboard and the little shop she had built with her own hands, she felt joyful and happy about these small achievements. However, one day, the worst thing happened. She panicked as she ran towards a crowd. That plan never came to fruition, because before she could even see the inn completed, she was faced with a nightmarish scene, a pair of feet dangling lifelessly, not touching the ground. The sight before Lise's eyes plunged her world into darkness, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. The nightmare she witnessed was that Saren had been executed, hanged at the gallows. Alongside Saren were two children who had also been hanged. A tragic outcome of a cruel and broken society where the weak could do nothing but wait for death. Nox was fully aware of all the details of this side story, even though it was not part of the main plot of the game. At that moment, Nox told Lise that the country was rotten to its core, but warned her that if she tried to overturn it through rebellion, Arkheim would devour everything whole. That was worse than all the terrible things that had happened in that place. It was like a death sentence looming over all of Tajalin. When Lise heard this, her mood became troubled. She lowered her gaze, and although no one could see her face, it was clear that she was deeply distressed. Suddenly, she spoke up and asked Nox why he thought Tajalin had become so full of orphans forced to live in the slums. Her eyes grew fierce as she looked directly at Nox and answered her own question. It was because no one had taken the throne of Tajalin. In her gaze were contained so much hope and pain. She realized that when the throne went vacant, the nobles had only looked after their own interests. Her emotions erupted, and she loudly insisted that if they had seized the opportunity to set things right, things would not have come to this. But in the very next moment, her face fell with sadness and sorrow as she thought of a woman named Saren. At that moment, she bowed her head, overcome with grief, and softly said that Saren wouldn't have died either. Seeing Liz's emotional state, Nox did not provoke her. Instead, he gently acknowledged that she was right. Hearing Nox agree with her view only made Liz more confused. She snapped at him, demanding to know what he meant and what he was implying by agreeing with her. Nox did not answer her question directly. He explained that while he agreed with the truth she had recognized, it did not mean he supported the plan she intended to use to change the situation. He comforted her and advised her not to let vengeance consume her and ruin everything. He urged her to think carefully about how to protect everyone because her methods were lacking. What Nox said seemed to awaken Lise, and she managed to realize it before it was too late. Then Nox spoke again, his voice firm and resolute, telling her that was also something she should do for the sake of her friend, Saren.
At that moment, Nox told Lise that he knew she had once had a human friend who had saved her, and that he was also aware that the child had died. Lise was taken aback upon hearing this revelation from Nox. He continued, commenting that it had happened because of the war, but added that Lise's methods were only making things worse. His words struck a chord with her. Shaken, she choked back her emotions and asked him what exactly he intended to do to resolve the situation. Nox then revealed his answer, saying that he would put the prince on the throne If the prince rose to power and fulfilled his responsibilities, then, slowly but surely, the nation would begin to recover. Hearing his plan, Liz immediately rejected it. She scoffed at the idea, saying that after everything, it was nothing short of a joke. If the prince had truly had the courage to act, then none of this would have happened in the first place. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she started to declare that the only remaining way to save the country was… But before she could finish, Knox interrupted her. He said he knew what she was about to suggest, that the entire place needed to be burned down, but insisted that she wouldn't have chosen that path. He explained that Saren had loved this place. At that point, memories came flooding back to Lize. Memories of Saren's words and the bright smile that accompanied them. She remembered Saren asking her, with childlike hope, whether she thought Tajalin could one day become a beautiful city. Liz had replied that of course it wouldn't be easy at first, but Saren had remained optimistic, saying that until the day arrived when they could rest peacefully under a glorious sunset and the protection of a true king, she didn't want to leave the city. As those memories returned to her, tears began to fall from Liz's eyes. In a broken voice, she asked how Knox could possibly know what Saren had wanted. But Knox responded calmly, asking her if she truly believed that what Saren had wanted was for the country to fall into ruin. Then, turning to the young Princess Arya, he asked Liz one final question, whether she believed that this child bore any guilt at all. At that moment, inside the palace of Tajalin, Kushan was sitting on the bed, holding his head in worry as he called out to Kramzer, who stood beside him. With a troubled and desperate expression, he turned to Kramzer and asked what in the world he was supposed to do. He said that if he lost Arya on top of everything else, he didn't know how he could bear it. Kramzer calmly tried to reassure him, telling him not to worry, and that they were doing everything they could to locate the princess and ensure her safety. But deep inside, Kramzer had other thoughts. He kept thinking about the man called Knox. He had believed Knox was just a small-time thug, insignificant. But now things had clearly changed. If this went on, Duke Gremory could be freed without suffering any harm. A sly smile crept onto his face as the thought amused him. Meanwhile, Kushan was still holding his face in frustration and guilt, blaming himself. He thought to himself that he was a coward, that he had handed over his own sister with his own hands. Even if it had cost him his life, he believed he should have protected her. Kramzer, on the other hand, was also wondering silently if there might be a specific reason why Arya had been taken. Then he spoke up, telling Kushan that when Sir Knox arrived later that day, he would poison the banquet. The unexpected plan left Kushan visibly surprised. Kramzer smiled slyly and said it was the late king's weapon. He handed a dagger to Kushan, telling him to use it to eliminate the youngest member of the Reinhafer household. The gesture was clear. It was time for Kushan to make a choice. Kushan took the dagger with a face full of sweat and hesitation. Kramzer continued to persuade him, saying that it was the only way to achieve true revenge and to return Lady Arya to her original self. His expression was sly and venomous, like that of a serpent. At that moment, outside the castle corridor, Knox had already returned and was walking alongside Jitri. Suddenly, the sly voice of Kramzer called out to him, addressing him as, "Sir Knox." Knox turned his head at the sound. Kramzer smiled in a very friendly manner and invited him to come, saying that dinner had been prepared. Even though Knox clearly knew who this old man was, he still asked, "Who are you?" Kramzer maintained his polite demeanor and introduced himself as the court mage, saying he had been instructed by Prince Kushan to serve him. Then, with a bit of hesitation, he asked where Lady Arya was, the one who had come with him. Knox answered casually, saying there was a decent inn nearby and that she was staying there. Kramzer didn't press further. He simply smiled and replied, "I see," without asking anything else. Meanwhile, in the royal dining hall, the maids had already finished preparing a grand feast to welcome Knox and his group. Everyone was eating heartily, enjoying the meal without the slightest sense of caution or suspicion. Jitri at that moment was playing with a green parrot and commented that parrots were truly the most meticulous and amazing creatures. She praised the bird, saying she was astounded that it repeated every single word she said. The parrot obediently repeated the word, "repeated," just as she had exclaimed. Seeing how friendly and well-behaved the parrot was, Jitri expressed that if there were a chance, she would love to bring one back with her. May, sitting beside her, added that there were also quite a few useful materials and even herbs that only grew in the desert. Rona, still chewing with food at the corner of her mouth, noticed that Knox seemed somewhat preoccupied. She leaned in slightly and asked him in a gentle voice how he was feeling. Knox replied calmly, assuring her that he was perfectly fine. At that moment, the old man Kramzer had yet to take his leave. With a forced smile, he commented that he was glad Nox had enjoyed his time in Tajaline. He then added that they had prepared a dish that would surely make the evening even more enjoyable and asked if Nox would like to try it. At his signal, a maid wheeled in a food cart into the room. Upon realizing that the dish was none other than the tail of the silver-faced scorpion, Nox appeared rather impressed. Without hesitation, he began to indulge in the meal. Cramser, visibly proud, declared that it was a delicacy reserved only for the most honored guests. With a twisted expression, he added that he hoped it suited Nox's taste. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the Tajalan castle, blanketing the entire city in a haunting stillness. Outside the balcony of one of the rooms, a shadowy figure silently infiltrated the castle. His silhouette was cast clearly beneath the bright moonlight. With practiced stealth, he gently opened the door and slipped inside without making a sound. It quickly became apparent that the intruder was Kushan. His face was concealed, and in his hand, he gripped a dagger, his intentions unmistakably deadly. In his heart, he muttered to himself that a single stab would end it all. As he slowly pushed open the door to Nox's bedroom, thoughts of vengeance burned within him. He believed that with this act, he could avenge his father and brothers. Revenge for what Theo had done. His eyes were full of hatred as he told himself that this was the best path. Although his forehead was drenched in sweat from the pressure of the task, he pressed on. The man he was about to assassinate, Nox, was someone whose terrifying power he had witnessed firsthand. Kushan crept closer to the bed, thinking that if Cramser's plan had worked as intended, then Nox would already be heavily poisoned. If he was to succeed in one strike, now was the perfect moment. He raised his dagger and shouted with bitter conviction that Nox should blame his father for what was about to happen. The blade was already inches from Nox's face, who still appeared to be deep in slumber, unaware of the imminent threat. But in the very next moment, Nox's eyes shot open. He sprang up instantly and in a flash blocked the descending dagger. Everything happened so fast that Kushan couldn't react, let alone comprehend what had just occurred. Nox gripped Kushan's arm tightly, and with a chilling voice, demanded to know what he was doing. The sheer force of Nox's grip made Kushan tremble as he struggled in vain. Only then did Kushan fully realize the assassination attempt had failed. 1,000 questions raced through his mind, trying to understand how. Once the gravity of the situation set in, he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Nox. Kushan clenched his teeth in frustration, hatred twisting his expression as he made the decision to charge at Nox once more. With impressive speed and force, his dagger slashed toward Nox's face, yet given Nox's abilities, avoiding such an attack was effortless. Nox's expression remained unchanged. Calmly, he raised his fist and struck directly at Kushan's right flank. The sheer power behind the blow left Kushan unable to defend himself. He was sent crashing to the ground, crying out in pain, struggling to rise, his entire body trembling. He clutched his injured side and muttered a bewildered question. How could this be possible? In response, Nox gave a wicked grin and mockingly said that if Kushan was wondering how he could still move after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, then he had no intention of explaining anything to someone who had just tried to kill him. Realizing that Nox had been fully aware of his plan all along, Kushan fell silent, awaiting judgment. Then, Nox summoned his black sword and pointed its tip toward Kushan, asking with biting sarcasm whether he wouldn't agree. Not long before the current events, Nox, already fully aware of Kushan's assassination plot against him, had taken the initiative to prepare a countermeasure. He discreetly summoned Alina, whose curiosity was piqued by the unexpected request. He told her, in a cryptic manner, that it was the poison of the silver screen scorpion. According to him, it wasn't inherently toxic, but when consumed with certain types of food, it could become lethal. He warned her that Kushan would attempt to poison him with it, and ordered her to create an antidote. Hearing Nox speak about an incident that had yet to happen as if it were a foregone conclusion left Alina deeply shocked. She asked, bewildered, how he could possibly know such a thing. In truth, Nox knew because he had witnessed this scene play out dozens of times in the game, but he had no intention of revealing that to her. Instead, he simply rebuked her, asking when he had ever allowed her to talk back to him. He coldly commanded her to follow orders without question. Although his expression was stern and scolding, Alina seemed perversely thrilled by his dominant attitude. With an excited look on her face, she commented admiringly on how cool and commanding he always was. Nox, ignoring her eccentric behavior, continued his internal thoughts. He noted that even if Kushan were to mobilize many soldiers, it wouldn't matter, because he had already noticed everything. His eyes subtly flicked toward the rooftop of a nearby building, where he silently assessed the figures stationed there. They were the Black Sword Knights. House Reinhafer's elite forces. Just by observing their stance and aura, he could tell how formidable they were in combat. In his mind, he wondered if Theo was the one who had secretly sent them. He allowed himself a faint smile as he thought about Theo, remarking to himself how Theo's overprotective affection for the youngest sibling was almost tear-inducing. These knights were top tier when it came to stealth, even in the game. But to someone who had cleared the game dozens of times, even they couldn't remain hidden. In any case, Nox was confident that even an entire army wouldn't be a threat with just these knights around. Back in the present, Nox stood over Kushan, whose body was sprawled on the ground, and looked down at him with an icy stare. He questioned him coldly, calling him a fool for daring to attempt an assassination against a bloodline of House Reinhafer. With a tone of biting sarcasm, Nox asked whether killing him was supposed to be revenge for Kushan's father. Kushan's face turned pale at the mention of his father. Despite the pain racking his injured body, his eyes still burned with hatred. In a burst of rage, he sprang to his feet and launched himself at Nox, yelling furiously that Nox had no right to speak of his father so lightly. As he attacked, Kushan exuded a murderous aura, his sharp blades gleaming with deadly intent. Yet, every one of his strikes was effortlessly dodged by Nox. Even though his initial assault had failed, Kushan didn't give up. He continued his relentless offense. But Nox didn't even bother retaliating. He merely leaned and dodged casually, evading every blow without effort. No matter how hard Kushan tried, none of his attacks landed. Slowly, he began to realize just how vast the gap in strength between them was. Inwardly, he questioned what he had heard before, that the youngest of House Reinhafer was just a pampered brat. How could someone like that wield such refined swordsmanship? Seeing the frustration on Kushan's face, Nox smiled mockingly, as though playing with prey. He mused that perhaps Kushan, being a prince of a kingdom, at least had the basics of swordplay. But even so, his skill was only at an intermediate level. Bored of the one-sided fight, Nox decided it was time to bring this dull encounter to an end. He concluded that he didn't even need to use any advanced techniques or skills. With that thought, Nox made his move. He didn't resort to complex swordplay. Instead, with sheer physical dominance, he struck Kushan down and pinned his entire body to the ground, easily and decisively. Kushan could hardly believe the immense gap in strength between him and Nox. At that moment, the tip of Nox's sword was already pressed against his throat. With a terrifying gaze fixed on him, Nox demanded to know who had sent him. Kushan stammered in response, claiming that he had acted alone. Nox let out a mocking laugh, clearly not convinced, and accused him of trying to hide the truth until the very end. He then called for Christopher. Upon hearing his name, Christopher appeared immediately, visibly thrilled to be summoned. His eyes sparkled like stars, and with great enthusiasm, he declared that he had stationed everyone as ordered, and that if it were Nox's command, he would even leap into fire. But Nox found Christopher's excitement irritating and quickly cut him off, issuing his first order, telling him to shut his mouth. His second command was to make Kushan kneel. Christopher responded without hesitation, accepting the order with a loud "yes," and politely asked Kushan to excuse him before moving in to carry out the command. Now completely overwhelmed, Kushan found himself unable to resist and could only remain silent under Christopher's pressure. Nox, noticing the resentment still burning in Kushan's eyes, coldly remarked that he could see the hatred in his gaze. He asked Kushan a question. What did he think had ruined him, the kingdom, and his younger sister? Kushan's expression turned troubled upon hearing these accusations. He remained silent. Nox continued pressing him. Since he refused to answer that question, Nox proposed another. His eyes now filled with genuine anger, he asked whether Kushan truly believed he was sitting in the seat meant for him. That remark broke Kushan's composure. He lashed out, demanding what Nox could possibly know to say such a thing. Nox, who was born the youngest in a noble family and had never carried any burdens. But Nox remained indifferent. He told him that one didn't need to bear a burden to understand it. Then he asked Kushan if he knew why he hadn't killed him yet. It was because there was still some value left in that fated throne he held. Kushan, hearing that, was visibly irritated. He shouted that the throne was worthless and that he had never wanted such value in the first place. Nox, with a calm and composed expression, closed his eyes slightly and stated that regardless of what Kushan wanted, he had been born with that value. If he could not bear it, then who else could stand in that position? Who else could possibly take his place? The barrage of rhetorical questions left Kushan speechless, unable to form a reply. Then, Nox finally made an offer. He told Kushan to become the king of Tahalin, and if he did, Nox would reveal the truth to him. Kushan's face reflected deep confusion, unsure of what to say. Nox went on to reveal one truth first. He claimed he had done nothing to Kushan's sister. Even as he said it, the admission seemed reluctant on his part. The two young women who had been eavesdropping behind them were visibly shocked. Kushan, too, appeared stunned and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Elsewhere, at a gathering of Tahalan's leadership, a seductive dancer was performing in front of the assembled officials. One man asked aloud, why exactly that man, Nox, had come to Tahalan this time. Another replied that no one knew. Even after much probing, they had found nothing. No information had been uncovered. An old man at the table slammed his fist down in anger, declaring it absurd. He criticized the idea of Nox, regardless of whether he came from a great house or not, bringing private soldiers into their land. To him, it was an insult to Tahalan. Though angered, some among them admitted that the situation was difficult, murmuring with resignation that there was little they could do since Theo belonged to House Reinhafer. For now, they said, they had no choice but to simply watch. Before the discussion could come to an end, a sly voice interrupted them. It was the old man Kramzer, who suggested that this might actually be an opportunity for them all. Surprised by his sudden statement, one of the men asked what he meant by that. With a cunning smile, Kramzer responded that it was time to get rid of the prince, and that now might be the perfect moment. Hearing this, those present grew visibly uneasy, yet some began to echo his words, saying that perhaps this really was the right time. Another voice, however, expressed hesitation, suggesting that it still felt a bit too early, unwilling to let his plan be shaken. Kramzer pressed on. He reminded them of the disgrace the prince had shown that day, asking if they all hadn't witnessed it. Some of them questioned him, asking if by disgrace he meant the moment the prince had knelt. Another agreed, remarking that it was indeed shameful for a prince to kneel before a mere noble. To ignite the crowd further, Kramzer struck his cane against the floor, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed that the people's discontent had reached its peak and that they should eliminate the prince along with Nox's group. An aura of raw ambition radiated from his entire being. Despite Kramzer's provocations, a few still hesitated, expressing concern about whether it was truly acceptable to kill the youngest son of House Reinhafer. But Kramzer only laughed triumphantly, revealing that he had already poisoned the meal meant for Nox, calling him a scoundrel. He added that the prince himself had claimed he would end his own life. This revelation stirred excitement among the others. They praised the plan, saying they could pin Nox's death on the prince and use the resulting chaos to spark a war. A brilliant scheme, they called it. Laughter filled the room as more voices joined in, hailing Kramzer as a mastermind. Overwhelmed by their praise, Kramzer laughed uncontrollably, basking in their admiration. Far off in the shadows, a figure who had been there long enough to overhear everything stood still. Someone who had witnessed the entirety of their wicked scheme. That figure was Nox. He now stepped forward alongside Kushan. They had heard it all. Turning to Kushan, Nox asked him what he thought about the truth he had just witnessed firsthand. Kushan, now fully awakened to the reality before him, looked pale and furious. He clenched his teeth and growled in response, calling it filthy and despicable. At that moment, the scene shifted to what resembled the bottom of the deep sea. Arya was drifting within the confines of her own mind, trapped in a haunting illusion. A familiar and sinister voice echoed through her thoughts. It was Kramzer. He taunted her, asking why she thought the late king and queen had perished, and whether she truly didn't understand why Tahalan had fallen into such ruin. According to him, the blame rested on her incompetent older brother, a coward lacking the strength and resolve to claim the throne. Within her mind, Arya struggled desperately to resist the fear and manipulation that Kramzer exuded. She refused to accept his words and cried out in defiance, insisting that it couldn't be true and accusing him of lying. But Kramzer merely laughed with twisted delight, telling her that everything would be easier if she simply let go. He urged her to leave it all to him, insisting that as a princess, she should remain in a long, happy dream. Before her appeared an illusion of her family, together and joyful, an image of the past that no longer existed. Yet this vision was nothing more than a false construct, a mental trap crafted by Kramzer to imprison her within a dream. Her face had grown pale and lifeless as if she were on the verge of surrendering. In her despair, she thought that even though she knew this was a meaningless illusion, she couldn't move her body or even speak. A single, painful question echoed through her mind. Was this truly the end? But just as her will was beginning to crumble, a voice rang out through the silence of her mind, calling her name. Arya Adrian, can you hear me? The unexpected voice jolted her awake from the false dreamscape. Desperately, she looked around for the owner of the voice, asking who it was. Although she had no idea who was speaking, She cried out in desperation, pleading for help, for someone to get her out of that place. The voice responded, telling her that if that was what she wanted, they would do it. They had planned to intervene anyway. Then, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the illusion, shining across Arya's dream world. She began to feel a warmth stirring within her, strength slowly returning to her limbs. Confused but relieved, she wondered aloud what in the world was happening. The scene shifted once more, this time to the walls of the palace in Tahalin. There, Kushan knelt before Nox, guilt written across his face as he confessed his faults. He admitted that he had believed everything Kramsel had told him, about Tahalin's politics, its morals, and even the worth of its people. Nox interrupted him sternly, blaming Kushan's weakness for having surrendered his judgment to others. Kushan lowered his head in shame and anguish, saying that this pain was the consequence he now bore. In a voice filled with regret, he asked what he must do to set things right. But Nox, unyielding, told him that was a question he would have to ask someone else, not him. At that moment, several women stepped forward behind Nox. Among them were Arya and Lies. Arya's expression was bright and alive again, a clear sign that Lies had helped free her from the illusion created by Kramser. When Arya saw her older brother again, she gave him a radiant smile, one she hadn't shown in a long time. Kushan, startled and moved by the sight of her restored spirit, quickly stood up, grasped her small hand and asked if she was truly all right and what had happened. Nox answered for her, explaining that she had been under Kramser's brainwashing. The revelation shocked Kushan, who repeated the word in disbelief. Brainwashing? No way! But Nox affirmed it firmly. He said that Kramsel was not just manipulative. He was a demon, a devil. Kushan wanted to reject the idea, but suddenly, fragments of memories, long buried and suppressed, rushed back to him. The confusion and force of it all sent waves of pain through his head. Seeing this, Nox calmly explained that Kushan too had been partially brainwashed. As the truth returned to him, the illusion shattered bit by bit, causing the splitting headache. But Nox assured him that if he waited a while longer, the pain would ease, and he would come to understand what he truly needed to do. Just as those words left Nox's mouth, something unexpected happened. Kushan sensed a presence behind him. When he turned around, Lise was already there, her eyes blazing with fury. Without hesitation, she struck him hard across the face. She shouted at him with righteous anger, warning that if even now he failed to make the right decision, she would hang his head on the royal tower. Upon hearing the accusations, Kushan remained silent, merely listening without offering any rebuttal. Lise, overwhelmed with fury, continued to shout that it was because of Kramsel's tyranny and Kushan's weakness that things had come to such a tragic end. Standing nearby, Nox quietly reflected to himself that her reaction was to be expected. Everything, he thought, had stemmed from Kramsel's machinations. That man, once the royal court magician, had manipulated the kingdom through regency and brainwashing. But beneath that facade, he was, in truth, a demon whose ultimate goal had been to resurrect Gremory, one of the 72 demons. Through his control over the king and queen of Tahalin, who had been brainwashed, Kramsel incited them to act against the royal family. This enraged the Archheim Empire, which, following Kramsel's plan, ordered the Reinharbor family to directly subjugate Tahalin. In the end, it was through the ruthless efforts of Theo, Rodwell, Christopher, and the Black Sword Knights that the king of Tahalin, and countless others, lost their lives. To Nox, the revelation of these truths had been deeply shocking when he first uncovered them. He now saw that Liza's rage and Kushan's frailty were mere consequences of that greater tragedy. After a moment lost in thought, Nox finally spoke, telling both of them that they had experienced the same pain. He reminded them that in war, there were no true winners or losers. No one could be entirely defended, nor wholly blamed, but he urged them not to misplace their resentment. Lise, however, was not ready to listen. Angrily, she shouted at Nox that it was too late, that Kushan had still not found the resolve to act. If he had had even a shred of courage to seize the throne, Saren and the children might still be alive. Nox, undeterred, gently insisted that even if it was too late, people could only grow by reflecting on the past. He encouraged her to move forward, even if the reality they faced was grim and miserable. Lise was unexpectedly moved by his sincere words. In that moment, she saw the shadow of an old friend in Nox, almost as if that friend were standing before her again, speaking those very same words. Overcome with emotion, Lise began to sob, and in her heart she admitted to herself that she had known it all along. Kushan was just like her. They both carried the helplessness of losing everyone they loved, the unbearable weight of that loss. They had wanted to run, to hide, to vanish from the world. But even so, there was still something they had to protect. At that moment, Kushan was filled with intense regret. But then, the clear voice of his younger sister rang out, calling to him. He looked up to see Arya, his kind and gentle sister, who offered him comfort, telling him that this time she would be by his side. Her words gave Kushan a renewed sense of confidence, and he thanked her warmly. Then, a notification reached Nox. Kushan Adrian's trait loyalty has bloomed. Kushan Adrian's loyalty to Nox von Reinharber has sharply risen to 100. Now Kushan Adrian will show unshakable, eternal loyalty to the player. With their resolve restored, both Kushan and Lise regained the confidence and faith they had once lost. In their hearts, they swore they would no longer run away from their past. Nox, upon receiving this confirmation, smiled with quiet satisfaction. In his mind, he thought that it was done. He had successfully secured both Kushan Adrian and Lise. Now, they would become two of his most reliable units. Just like with Marin, he would help them grow stronger. After her inner turmoil and the moving words she had heard, Lise finally spoke up. She thanked Nox, saying that her anger had finally found its rightful direction. He didn't seem at all like the man she had heard about in the rumors. Arya also expressed her gratitude, calling Nox her brother's savior and thanking him for saving her as well. Nox, ever humble, responded that he had only opened the path. They had walked it themselves, and just as he was about to continue, his words were interrupted by the sound of loud voices rising from the city. The crowd was shouting in unison. Let's depose the incompetent Prince Kushan and usher in a new era. Let's crown Lord Cramsel as the new king. Nox's group stood above, observing the scene unfold, yet Nox himself showed no sign of concern. Instead, a crooked smile formed on his face as he remarked with a dark glint in his voice that it was far too early to be receiving thanks. What awaited them now was the true war, a war against their real enemy. Meanwhile, the crowd below, manipulated and incited by Cramser, had fallen into chaos. In a frenzy, they shouted slogans in unison, declaring that there was no kingdom worth handing over to an incompetent prince and princess. They demanded that the royal siblings be found immediately and cried out that only one man could save them, Lord Cramser. Watching the riled-up mob, Cramser looked down with a twisted satisfaction. The image of these manipulated people stirred old memories in him. Specifically, the day he was first given an opportunity, a voice had once echoed within his mind, questioning how long it had taken him to reach this moment. That voice had told him that while a rare few were born with great talent and noble lineage, most people never got to experience such a life. It had sneered that barren talent was like barren land, useless, and that he was just a low-born child with nothing to his name. The voice had seen the hunger in his eyes, but mocked that his low birth and petty talent would forever be a curse. It warned he would wander endlessly, never achieving his goal until he was eventually buried by time itself. This is not fair, the voice had insisted. Opportunity must be given equally. And so it had offered him a chance to rise above his worthlessness, even if it meant stepping over others, even if it required selling his soul. That day marked the beginning of his transformation into a venomous serpent who would go on to control all of Tajaline. And now, Cramser believed that his desperate prayers had finally borne fruit. With the great power bestowed upon him by Lady Gremory, he would not just become someone special, he would seize the kingdom for himself. Back in the present, some of the royal officials were scrambling to locate the prince. They frantically called out, asking whether he had been secured and urging others to find him immediately. But before the search could escalate, Kushan calmly stepped forward and declared that there was no need. His sudden appearance caught Cramser off guard. Unshaken, Kushan looked him straight in the eye and asked what he was doing. There was something in Kushan's gaze, his presence, that made Cramser instinctively wary. It was a dangerous shift, one he couldn't ignore. Staring at the young man, Cramser found himself troubled by what he saw. It was strange. That same prince, once broken and consumed by vengeance, had always seemed a pitiful wreck. Just moments ago, he had been a coward, curled in on himself and unable to shatter his shell. But now, what was this new aura radiating from him? Then it struck him. The brainwashing that had bound the prince and princess had worn off. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world had happened? Before Cramser could finish that thought, Kushan began to speak again, confronting him directly. He reminded Cramser that he had once trusted him like family. Yet in the end, Cramser had not tried to protect the kingdom of Tahalin. Instead, he had only ever sought to steal the land that Kushan's father and ancestors had built. Despite the accusations and the exposure of his true intentions, Cramser remained unbothered. With a smug smile that he made no effort to hide, he responded condescendingly. He claimed that His Highness still failed to grasp the reality of the situation. He mocked Kushan for wasting the past 2 years and pointed toward the furious crowd, insisting that the citizens now stood behind him, enraged by the prince's incompetence. Did Kushan no longer have the eyes to see the sorrow in their faces? Even the late king, Kramser added venomously, must surely be cursing his son from the grave. And as the two men clashed in words, the crowd's roar did not cease. The chants and protests continued, echoing through the streets with unrelenting fury. Kramser was inwardly delighted, thinking to himself that, at this rate, the furious crowd would kill the prince and he wouldn't even have to dirty his own hands. However, just then, Nox intervened. Although he claimed he wasn't particularly fond of meddling in another family's affairs, he asserted that there was one thing he had to point out. The moment Nox's voice rang out, everyone present froze in place. Standing atop the fortress wall with a bright smile, he began to openly criticize them. Referring to various individuals as mere clowns, Kramser and his faction were caught off guard, feeling insulted. Gritting his teeth in anger, Kramser inwardly cursed Nox, dismissing him as a brat emboldened by a fortunate bloodline and a dangerously inflated ego. Still, outwardly, he looked up respectfully and addressed him as Nox von Reinhofer, questioning what business the esteemed heir of House Reinhofer had with him. Nox remained silent for a moment before responding with a calm smile, accusing Kramser of being the one who had instigated the war 2 years prior and was now betraying Tehalen's late king. He even went so far as to call Kramser a dog of the devil. The moment the word devil was mentioned, Kramser's expression turned ashen, and a visible unease took hold of him. The crowd, overhearing this, began to murmur among themselves, confusion and suspicion spreading. Looking down at the people, Nox compared them to festering parasites and mocked their ignorance, accusing them of committing treason without even realizing it. He urged them to think. When had the royal couple of Tehalen begun turning against their own people? When had relations with the Arkheim Empire started to deteriorate? It had all begun, he reminded them, after Kramser had taken his position as the court mage. As Nox's words exposed long-buried truths, the attending nobles began to look at Kramser with eyes full of doubt. Strangely, the crowd also began to feel something was off. Suppressed memories started to resurface, accompanied by splitting headaches. Confused voices cried out, wondering what was happening to them, some even clutching their heads in pain, saying it felt like their skulls would burst. Witnessing this, Kushan realized the horrifying truth about how widespread the brainwashing was. He thought to himself that the headaches were a sign the mind control was breaking down. Not only had Kramser brainwashed him and his siblings, but he had also manipulated many nobles. Seeing the tide turning, Kramser panicked and hastily tried to justify himself. He warned them not to be deceived, accused Nox of being the one who truly brought down Tehalen, and questioned whether they would really believe the words of House Reinhofer. Demanding proof that he was aligned with the devil, he threatened Nox, claiming he couldn't guarantee his safety if such rumors continued. Nox responded with a scornful tone, mocking the word guarantee as amusing. Without hesitation, he leapt down into the crowd below. This reckless act caused both May and Christopher to panic, warning him that it was dangerous and that enemies awaited him below. Yet despite descending from such a height, Nox landed unharmed. He turned to his worried companions and dismissed their concerns, saying that the situation was, in fact, the opposite of dangerous. He pointed out that although he had come down alone, not a single one among the armed crowd dared to strike him. He condemned them for being deceived by Kramser's empty promises of eternal wealth and for exploiting the common people. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, and a surge of purple aura radiated from him. Enraged by the insults, the crowd's fear turned into fury. They shouted back, demanding to know how someone from House Reinhofer could dare say such things, and questioning his right to judge them. One particularly foolish man among them decided to act, shouting that Nox was alone, and that if they killed him now. However, Nox merely looked at the man like he was a fool, not even bothering to acknowledge him. In the next instant, his blade sliced cleanly through the man's torso. Blood sprayed out around them as Nox spoke coldly, declaring that if someone had drawn their sword, then they had better be ready to be cut down. The others recoiled in fear, panicking as one of them exclaimed that he had really killed him. Another shouted in outrage, saying that even if Nox was from House Reinhofer, such interference in the kingdom's affairs was unforgivable. But Nox stood firmly, resting his sword upright before him, his gaze fixed on the cowardly crowd. He told them to understand clearly who it was that had pointed their sword at him, and more importantly, who it truly was that had blinded their eyes. Kramser, watching the scene unfold, was furious. yet he didn't dare act recklessly. Then, Nox turned and called for Kushan. The latter immediately descended in response to the command. With a calm but commanding tone, Nox told him that a new king would be born into Holland tonight, and that he was to show it with his own hands. Kushan nodded without hesitation and answered, "Of course, Sir Nox." Without delay, he rushed toward the nearest enemy and began slaughtering them. The clash above triggered a powerful explosion, sending shockwaves through the lower levels of the city. The citizens below were thrown into confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the battle erupting above, Lise realized this was the signal they had been waiting for. She turned to her allies and cried out that the time had come. They were to attack. With that, her group charged forward and began cutting down those loyal to Kramzer. The entire area was soon plunged into chaos, turning into a battlefield of carnage and madness. Kramzer, like the coward he was, stood off to the side in irritation, shouting that lowly scum dared to act against him. But what unsettled him more than anything else was the terrifying strength of Nox's subordinates. Alina and May hurled enchanted potions from a distance with relentless precision. Christopher remained at the vanguard, leading the charge with unwavering might, while Princess Arya stood behind him, casting spells in support. Kramzer's face grew pale as sweat beaded down his temples. Panic set in, and he muttered to himself that the situation was turning dire. They needed to regain the upper hand somehow. Just then, his eyes locked onto Jitri, who was fighting alone. Seizing the opportunity like a true coward, he launched a surprise magical attack aimed at killing her. Jitri, unaware of the incoming danger, didn't react in time as the spell closed in. But in that critical moment, Nox intercepted the attack. He stepped in between them and blocked the incoming magic just in time. He now stood protectively before her, his eyes locked on Kramzer, no longer dismissive, but alert and serious. After all, the one standing before him now was no mere man, but a true demon. At that moment, Jitri realized she was safe and immediately grew concerned for Nox, who had taken the attack in her place. Nox, however, simply turned to her and instructed her to step back for her own safety. Meanwhile, Kramzer was seething with rage. Internally, he was in disbelief, unable to accept that his magic had been shattered with a single strike. He fumed at the thought that someone he considered a disgrace to House Reinhafer had managed to defy him so effortlessly. The other men allied with Kramzer found themselves in peril as they were being hunted down. In desperation, they ran toward him, pleading for his help, but Kramzer had no intention of saving them. With a snarl, he unleashed his magic upon his own subordinates, shouting at them to get out of his way. A wave of demonic energy erupted from him, spreading terror across the field, accompanied by the anguished screams of those who drew near. Witnessing this horrific act, Kushan cried out in shock that Kramzer was attacking his own allies. Standing beside him, Lisa's face was filled with dread as she pointed out that a portal was forming. He was trying to escape. She insisted they had to stop him. Just as Lise had realized, Kramzer was indeed attempting to cast a teleportation spell to flee the scene. Inwardly, panic began to rise within him. He believed that if he could retreat and regroup, he might still stand a chance against Nox. But his escape plan was thwarted. A beam of magical light suddenly shot toward him at incredible speed, slicing through the air like an arrow. When it collided with the teleportation circle, it exploded on impact. Kramzer's face twisted in fear and disbelief as he questioned aloud what was happening to the portal. On the opposite side stood Nox, watching with a scornful smirk. He mocked Kramzer, questioning if that was truly the skill of the famed court magician. Magical energy still gathered in his hand, ready for another long-range attack, as he sneered at how sloppy and pathetic Kramzer had become. Sweat streamed down Kramzer's face as he anxiously wondered whether Nox had actually reverse-engineered his magic circle just by observing it. And all in such a short time, Nox began approaching him, remarking that thanks to a certain professor who had once worked him to the bone, dismantling such spells had become second nature. Inwardly, he mused that the professor had been a maniac obsessed with magic, though right now, that madness had proven useful. Soon, Nox stood right in front of Kramzer. He grabbed the man by the collar and called out for everyone to watch closely. What he was about to do, he said, would be undeniable proof that this man was, in fact, a demon. He immediately began casting a spell to expose Kramzer's true demonic form. Realizing the danger, Kramzer screamed for Nox to stop, but it was already too late. Nox's mana surged into Kramzer's body, causing his veins to rise and darken, black mist to seep from his skin, and his eyes to turn a terrifying shade of red and black. He coughed up blood, a sickening dark fluid that only demons bled. The onlookers were stunned. Someone cried out that his mana was backfiring, and another gasped at his monstrous form. The truth was now evident. Court magician Kramzer was a demon. Nox didn't hold back his contempt, declaring Kramzer a vile piece of trash. and adding that those who had followed him were even worse. Exposed and enraged, Cramser tried to fight back. He cursed Knox, calling him a disgrace to Reinhafer. Then, with a twisted expression, he revealed the name of the demon he served. Gremory, one of the 72 demons and a Grand Duke, he proclaimed himself Gremory's most loyal servant and warned that once Gremory found out what had happened to him, they would all suffer. But Knox didn't let him continue. Without a word, he thrust his dark sword straight through Cramser's chest. The demon screamed in agony, his voice rasping as the blade pierced through him. His entire body trembled as fear overtook him, and he began to beg desperately. He pleaded with Guhak to spare him just once, promising to give him everything, wealth, fame, Tahalin, and even the Grand Duke's power, but Knox showed no interest in his words. Gripping his sword tightly with a cold demeanor, he swung it across Cramser's body. His eyes, more terrifying than any demon's, remained fixed on his target as he coldly declared that he didn't need any of it. Cramser's body was split in two and began to dissolve into the air, vanishing without even the chance to scream. Despite having known what was coming, Kushan was still deeply shaken upon witnessing the horrifying scene. Standing beside him, Knox calmly explained that Gremory was a devil, who in exchange for granting demons overwhelming power, claimed both their bodies and souls after death. According to him, even those powerful beings were nothing more than her discarded remnants. He added that unless they eradicated them completely, Tahalin would never see the light of dawn. Without pause, he turned to the others and instructed Kushan and Lise that it was time to end the rebellion. Receiving the order with serious expressions, both Kushan and Lise acknowledged it. What followed was a merciless purge. Everyone affiliated with Cramser's faction was ruthlessly eliminated. During the bloodshed, system notifications echoed repeatedly, declaring, "Enemy eliminated, lifespan increased by 4 hours." As Knox continued cutting down his enemies, he reflected bitterly to himself that although these people had indeed committed atrocities under Cramser's orders, the act of killing his own kind merely to extend his life by a few hours felt utterly repulsive. He cursed the vile affliction he was suffering from. By the time dawn broke, a faint morning light returned to Tahalin, though the city was still soaked in the stench of blood. At that moment, the Reinharfer family's knights arrived, dispatched to protect Knox. Witnessing the aftermath, all of them were astonished. The leader of the knights silently thought to himself how he had rushed there to protect Lord Knox, only to find that the chaos in all of Tahalin had been quelled in just a single night. His gaze then shifted to Kushan, and he was surprised to see that Kushan was present as well. Recognizing him, Kushan called out his name, asking if he was Rodwell D. Ernark. Rodwell, however, cut him off, stating there was no time for greetings. He demanded to know where Lord Knox was, and warned that if any harm had come to the young master, none of them would survive the wrath of the Black Sword Knights. His eyes gleamed with killing intent, and he already had his sword drawn, awaiting Kushan's answer. At that moment, Knox appeared and instructed Rodwell to lower his sword. Upon seeing him, Rodwell immediately called out his name in relief, exclaiming that the family had been very worried. Knox responded dryly, saying that he could tell, especially considering how many Black Sword Knights had been dispatched. Rodwell replied that it was only proper to bring elite troops when it came to protecting the bloodline of House Reinhafer. Upon hearing those words, he questioned the man before him, asking whether he hadn't considered the consequences. He couldn't believe this was something his father would have done. Surely this decision had been made solely by the man himself. If any punishment were to come from it, he instructed the man to simply say that it was he, Knox, who had summoned him and left him with no other choice. Rodwell, clearly moved by Knox's attempt to protect him, seemed emotionally shaken for a brief moment. But regaining his composure, he calmly clarified that it had indeed been the patriarch, Knox's father, who had made the decision. Knox, caught off guard by this revelation, expressed his surprise, to which Rodwell confirmed once more that it was true. Hearing such a firm answer, Knox found it hard to believe and silently questioned whether Theo had really done that. It was unexpected. Then, Rodwell asked Knox why he was with Prince Kushan. Before Knox could respond, Kushan himself stepped forward and answered that it had been his decision. He struck his chest with a clenched fist, symbolizing his loyalty, and declared that Lord Knox had saved the kingdom of Tahalin. To him, being pulled out of that hopeless pit by Knox was akin to receiving a divine blessing, something he could never repay even in a lifetime. With those words, he dropped to his knees and humbly offered his loyalty to Knox. Knox, visibly pleased, let out a laugh and remarked at the irony of it all. The king of Tahalin pledging allegiance to someone considered a disgrace of House Reinhafer, he then asked Kushan whether he could endure the mockery that might come from his people because of this decision. Kushan, without hesitation, affirmed that he could. His loyalty, he said, was not to House Reinhafer, but to Knox and Knox alone. At that moment, Lise also stepped forward and voiced her agreement, turning to Princess Arya for confirmation. Arya, standing beside her, smiled gently in response, silently affirming her support. Observing this newfound group of allies, Nox smiled to himself, mentally noting that 3 units were now secured and that everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Rodwell watched Nox's mature figure in silence, reflecting inwardly. For a long time, he admitted, he had harbored a faint sliver of doubt about the young master. But now, that doubt had vanished completely. Witnessing Nox take responsibility for the actions of his subordinates and gradually earning their unwavering loyalty, Rodwell felt certain. The young master, before they had even realized it, was beginning to embody the presence of a true sovereign. But just then, a red alert rang in Nox's ears. A short-term negative trait had been activated. The trait labeled Dead Count was now in effect. Immediately, his body weakened significantly, nearly causing him to collapse. Another notification soon followed, informing him that his physical abilities had decreased by an additional 5%. The system explained that the trait would only be removed once his remaining lifespan increased by more than 30 days. Eyes wide and lips trembling, Nox held a hand to his mouth and wondered why the negative trait had activated when his remaining days were under 10, but now required over 30 days to be removed. A sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Should he have filed a complaint to the developers asking for a patch? Noticing his unusual expression and unstable condition, Jitri grew alarmed and cried out in concern, asking if he was all right. Though clearly weakened, Nox forced a smile and reassured her not to worry. Deep inside, however, he reminded himself that soon his remaining lifespan would increase significantly, and the one he awaited was the real demon, the being responsible for turning this place into a twisted and manipulated domain. The group had begun their journey to hunt down the demon, traversing a vast desert filled with sand and wind. As they moved forward, the system displayed a chilling message. Player's remaining lifespan: 9 days. Nox, still recovering from the recent battle, was visibly weakened. He kept coughing, his health clearly affected, and the rapidly diminishing lifespan only made matters worse. Internally, he cursed himself, lamenting that among all the traits in inner lunatic, he had chosen life-limiting. He knew this disaster was entirely of his own making. Sweat dripped down his face as he muttered silent profanities. Alina, quick to notice his deteriorating condition, shouted out with concern, asking if he was feeling unwell, and pointed out that he hadn't taken any rest before plunging into the desert. But almost instantly, her expression shifted disturbingly. With a flirtatious grin, she offered him her lap to rest on, her tone disturbingly suggestive. The sudden change made Kushan, who was riding nearby, visibly uncomfortable. Nox, unfazed but irritated, immediately refused her offer and resumed his internal monologue, thinking how he couldn't even admit he was sick. Playing the villain, he thought, was such a tiring role. Elsewhere, Christopher was having a completely different reaction. Full of energy and enthusiasm, he began setting up camp with the other followers. He confidently instructed his subordinates to pitch tents and declared that the young master need not worry. His over-the-top behavior made Nox sigh and ask him to tone it down a bit. Annoyed, Nox couldn't help but think that his companions were all a bit insane. So frivolous, so unserious. And yet, not everything was bad. He reminded himself of the demon he sought. Gremory, the demon of honesty and sorrow. Among the 72 demons, she was the only one who didn't interfere with the main storyline. Hidden deep within the desert and protected by a magical barrier, most players never even realized she existed. But Nox saw an opportunity. If used well, Gremory could become a powerful asset, not just to extend his lifespan, but to serve as a crucial trump card in desperate times. Eventually, the group stopped their march as a mysterious wall loomed ahead. Nox turned to the others and told them not to act on their own, instructing them to follow his lead from this point forward. Christopher quickly responded with military-like obedience. Kushan echoed the sentiment, reaffirming his loyalty to the young master, Alina. Cheeks flushed and tone dripping with affection, eagerly promised to obey whatever Nox desired. Nox paid her no mind. Focused, he began casting a spell. Advanced Barrier. As expected, the presence of Gremory was confirmed. She was indeed hiding within. He turned to Alina and asked if she could activate the magic. Her face lit up with joy as she confirmed she could. Closing her eyes, Alina began chanting, "Gnome, Earth Spirit and Fairy, answer your master's call in this place." A radiant light shimmering like a rainbow began to emanate from the point where her magic was cast. At that moment, the system also began to reveal more details about Alina herself. Alina is a 21-year-old half-elf whose main elemental affinity is wood. She is known for her cheerful demeanor, often radiating positivity in any situation. A genius in potion-making and a prodigy in the spiritual arts, Alina possesses an open-minded nature that allows her to embrace new ideas with ease. She has recently awakened the blooming state of the law of spirit contract, hinting at her growing potential. Despite her talents, Alina often displays a dreamy, air-headed disposition, accompanied by a naive charm that makes her both endearing and unpredictable. She tends to fall in love easily, swept away by emotions without much thought. However, her innocence is paired with a lack of awareness about the world around her. Adding to her flaws, Alina is also known to indulge in alcohol a bit too freely, which sometimes leads to irresponsible behavior. At that moment, everyone was able to witness Alina's true potential. Above her, a radiant light believed to be from a spirit began to shine, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Simultaneously, the system issued a notification indicating that the unit would receive additional buffs when contracting with wood-type spirits. Nox then began to explain certain aspects of the game lore. Inner Lunatic. According to him, the game offered various combat styles and corresponding traits. Among them, Spirit Arts stood out as a special ability. While it lacked firepower, it required extremely high stats, which made even seasoned players reluctant to use it. Nox believed that if Alina were developed with Spirit Arts as her subclass, she could potentially grow into a prodigy. This was the reason Alina had been one of his favorite units. In terms of raw stats, Liz's Fire Element Spirit Arts were stronger, but in this desert, where fire elements were difficult to use effectively, Alina had the advantage. He also noted that Liz would become more useful once he unlocked stats related to Spirit Arts. At that point, the green light above Alina began to concentrate, forming a small orb, signaling the near completion of the spirit summoning ritual. The system then confirmed the contract. Contracted Spirit. Gnome. As the light dispersed, it revealed a pure white, adorable gnome. Christopher, intrigued, sat down and watched the newly summoned spirit with fascination. Nox verified its identity and internally reflected on its nature. Gnome, spirit of the earth. Traditionally, it would appear as a white-bearded dwarf wearing a hat. But in Inner Lunatic, it had been redesigned with a cute appearance. Having completed her task, Alina beamed with joy and spoke playfully, claiming she had done well and affectionately addressing Nox as darling. Nox, uninterested in her antics, began tying a rope around himself to prepare for the next phase of their mission. He eventually turned back and acknowledged her efforts with a brief compliment, saying she had done well now that she was sober. Despite the praise, Alina wasn't satisfied. She responded with frustration, saying she had hoped to be recognized for her hard work studying Spirit Arts. Nox sighed and stood up. Then, to her surprise, he stepped forward, patted her on the head, and repeated his praise with a bit more sincerity. The sudden gesture caused Alina to blush and grow flustered. While she was still lost in her own thoughts, Nox approached the other two and instructed them to wrap the thread around their wrists. The thread would allow them to keep track of each other and to pull on it in case of danger. After some searching, the group finally arrived at a location that seemed to be protected by a barrier. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning: you've entered the domain of the lesser demon of honesty and sorrow, Gremory. You are trapped in the maze of death. If you cannot find the path, the player will die. Nox warned everyone to be cautious and avoid getting caught in the sandstorm. Right after he spoke, whirlwinds began to rise around them. He silently analyzed the situation, realizing that it was a sandout phenomenon, intended to obscure their vision. What made it worse was the fact that the entrance to the ruins shifted every hour. However, he believed that Gnome could solve this problem. Suddenly, the spirit gnome noticed something. It let out a sound and rushed in a specific direction. Alina seemed to understand its meaning and urged the others to follow, excitedly calling Nox darling again. However, her expression made Nox visibly uncomfortable. Irritated, he told her to let go of his hand before speaking. Without further delay, the entire group followed Gnome's lead. Eventually, Gnome stopped at a location that appeared to be a dead end. The group halted with caution, staying alert to what might happen next. At that moment, the group encountered a massive pit ahead. Christopher, upon realizing what it was, reacted with alarm, recognizing it as a type of sand dune with a dangerously steep drop. One misstep could cost them their lives. The gnome suddenly grew more agitated, gesturing excitedly toward the depths below. It seemed to be trying to tell them that what they were seeking lay at the bottom. Alina, catching on to the creature's intent, began to feel a hint of unease. Christopher, curious and slightly concerned, approached her and asked what the gnome was trying to say, but instead of answering, Alina, displaying her usual recklessness, offered no explanation. Without hesitation, she leapt into the abyss with the gnome, leaving the rest of the group behind with only a single sentence: that they should simply follow. Nox, witnessing the impulsive act, found himself speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself that this version of pathfinding was nothing like he had imagined. Left with little choice, the rest of the group followed her lead and began sliding down the steep sand dune. Christopher, far from nervous, wore an enthusiastic expression as he exclaimed that the experience reminded him of a training exercise he once did with his squad during night class. Apparently, they had enjoyed his company so much that they had pushed him off a cliff, an experience that, according to him, this moment vividly brought back. Knox, on the other hand, felt no such excitement. Inwardly, he scoffed, thinking that Christopher's story clearly described bullying more than camaraderie. After an intense descent, the group found themselves suspended mid-air near the bottom of the dune, only to realize they were falling straight into a cavern below. The fun quickly vanished from Christopher's face as he shouted that they were about to crash into the ground. Knox, however, remained calm. He swiftly activated a mana shield, a technique he had learned from Professor Ras. Violet mana surged from his hands and formed a protective barrier around the group, allowing them to land safely. Reflecting on the situation, Knox acknowledged that while the spell was still difficult to manage in combat, it was perfectly suitable for situations like this. As the group composed themselves and began scanning their surroundings with caution, Christopher exhaled in relief and remarked on the vastness of the ruin before them. He praised Knox's keen insight, claiming to be thoroughly impressed. But before the mood could settle, Kushan seemed to sense something unusual. He swiftly signaled Christopher to keep quiet and warned the group to be on high alert. Something was coming. The noise in the distance grew louder and was steadily approaching. Soon, the source became unmistakably clear. Monstrous insects and bug-like creatures, terrifying not only in appearance but also in sheer size. Within moments, the group found themselves surrounded on all sides, forced to stand back-to-back in a defensive formation. Knox had anticipated a confrontation, but even he hadn't expected such an overwhelming number of enemies. Christopher gripped his sword tightly, his expression growing tense as he declared that those bugs had no right to approach the young master of House Reinhafer. He assured that there was no need to worry, for he, Christopher, would take care of them before his master even needed to act. However, before he could finish, Knox interrupted him with a serious expression, stating firmly that he would fight as well. At that moment, he had already drawn his black sword, and a terrifying surge of dark purple mana radiated from his body with overwhelming intensity. Internally, Knox acknowledged that although it wasn't much, every bit of his remaining lifespan was precious. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the labyrinth, a woman sat alone, reaching her hand toward the faint rays of light that filtered into the cavern. She complained that she had intended to use Cramser for a greater cause, but because of some brat who had appeared out of nowhere, everything had gone to waste. She was clearly referring to Knox's group, accusing them of daring to set foot in the domain of the Great Gremory. She swore they would be taught a lesson. Her voice then turned eerily mystical as she announced that they would now have to face the trial of that ruin, one named Honesty and Sorrow. While the battle against the massive insect monsters raged on, the system suddenly notified the players. The players' remaining lifespan had been restored to 14 days. However, it also issued a warning that the negative trait was still in effect. In order to remove the effect of the trait known as dead count, the player's lifespan needed to be extended beyond 30 days. Knox quietly reflected on this, recognizing that dead count was a debilitating trait that restricted a player's actions in various ways. It reduced stats by a certain percentage, imposed multiple penalties, and created additional disadvantages. Even after defeating numerous enemies with the debuff still active, his lifespan hadn't increased beyond the 14-day limit. After a long period of relentless combat, the monsters were finally wiped out, their corpses now piled high around the battlefield. Kushan confirmed that things had more or less settled. Knox, while assessing the battlefield, silently acknowledged not only Kushan's combat prowess, but also the exceptional swordsmanship of Christopher. It was, after all, the sword of the knight so dearly valued by Theo. He recalled the moment they unleashed the technique, Frozen Blade, a sword art of immense destructive power and precision. The technique comprised 9 forms, categorized into the first phase, middle phase, and final phase. At first, Knox had thought Christopher was merely a talkative old man, but now he realized that the captain of the Black Sword Knights was something else entirely. He then turned to Alina and praised her, saying she had done an excellent job, especially with her progress in learning spirit arts. He told her she had contributed in many ways this time. Alina, pleased, remarked that perhaps all the training she had done with May during their free time had finally paid off. Knox inwardly remarked on May's incredible self-sacrificing nature, getting hit by Alina's potion, healing, and then taking hits again, only to heal once more in endless repetition. He thought to himself that she truly was a hero in her own right. and that he really ought to give her a raise. After that, Gnome guided them forward, leading the group to a massive gate. When they pushed it open, they were met with a chilling sight. Towering statues of monsters that looked incredibly lifelike and terrifying. Kushan observed that, as expected of a demonic ruin, monsters seemed to spawn endlessly. Christopher, concerned, asked Kushan to step aside, declaring that he still had enough strength left to swing his sword. Without hesitation, he struck the leg of one of the statues. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the damaged portion quickly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Shocked, Christopher exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how it was possible when he had clearly seen the statue being struck. It was then that Nox calmly instructed everyone to remain still, explaining that most of what they were seeing were illusions. Christopher, still unwilling to accept it, asked if that meant they weren't actually fighting real enemies, and then wondered aloud how they could distinguish reality from illusion. Nox thought to himself that what lay ahead required knowledge that only a seasoned player would possess. Normally, one would have to struggle through the maze and defeat the beasts within. However, with the right trick, the whole ordeal could be bypassed effortlessly. Elena, still uncertain about Nox's decisions, hesitantly asked how he could be so sure of the correct path. Nox merely smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The first trick, he recalled, was to keep moving in the direction toward which the skull decorations were bowing. That path would lead directly to the boss room. Then, standing before a massive skeleton, Nox drew his sword and announced to everyone that they should prepare for battle, for the beast that would appear in this room was no illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a relentless assault on the surrounding statues, all while thinking to himself. The second trick was simple. One could determine whether a monster was real or not by checking if the skull wore a ring on its index finger. The unique magic power within the ring attracted beasts. It was a trial designed to blur the line between illusion and reality, gradually severing the challenger's connection to the outside world. But to him, it was meaningless. The trials of honesty and grief only appeared to those who strayed from the correct path. He had no intention of making such mistakes. He was only following the true route. Eventually, the group stood before yet another door. They pushed it open, and there, seated in the center of the room, was a lone figure waiting for them. It was a skeleton. It addressed them with a chilling voice, calling them foolish creatures, and declaring that they had finally reached this realm. There was no longer any reason for it to hide. Then, with a sudden scream, it let out a deafening cry, commanding them to sleep, along with this trial. At that moment, a thick cloud of dust spread rapidly throughout the room, engulfing everyone. The group fell into panic, their minds racing with fear and confusion over what was happening. Nox, however, remained calm. He assessed the situation with a cool gaze, mentally noting how flashy this so-called final outburst was. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the player had seen through the illusionary scenery. The poison status would be ignored, and no damage would be taken. His eyes lit up with determination. In one swift motion, he swung his sword, cutting through the surrounding dust. His voice rang out clearly and forcefully as he shouted that enough was enough. He declared that it was time to end these meaningless, boring trials, and demanded the being to rise. The skeleton appeared enraged. It let out a dreadful laugh and remarked that an interesting kid had entered. It acknowledged that Nox's defeat of Cramser had not been a fluke after all. Those who had accompanied Nox were visibly shaken by this revelation. In their panic, they stammered and questioned aloud whether this could truly be what they feared. Nox answered them with composure. He confirmed that it was exactly as they suspected. This was Grand Duke Gremory, one of the 72 demons, the very beginning and the end of the tragedy tied to the Tajilan kingdom. The female demon, wearing a twisted smile, expressed her fascination. She admitted that he was the first human she had seen in these ruins who hadn't succumbed to her illusions. She was genuinely curious about how he had done it. Kushan, filled with fury, called her out, accusing her of being the demon who had brainwashed Cramser and conspired to devour Tajilan. He declared that the deception would end now, but the demon only scoffed at him. With a mocking tone, she questioned his use of the word deception. She reminded them of her nature. She was the demon of honesty. As long as humans existed, and with them, the divisions of class, the downfall of Tajilan was no lie. Reality, she said, was often more cruel and devastating than any illusion. All she had done was reveal the truth and the natural order that resided within her. Then she addressed him directly, calling him Little Prince. Kushan lost his composure and demanded to know why such a thing had been done. But before he could say more, Nox quickly interrupted him, telling him that it was enough. He explained that there was nothing more pointless than asking a demon for its motives. With a mocking smile, he added that perhaps it was because of resurrection. The demoness, beautiful and composed, responded with a gracious smile, noting how surprisingly knowledgeable the young boy was. Far more so than the prince, she confirmed his guess, admitting that he was right. Knox, seemingly satisfied with having steered the conversation in his intended direction, chuckled inwardly. Then he offered to share even more knowledge, mentioning, almost casually, the archangel who had once sealed the demoness in the past. That revelation visibly stunned her. She asked how he could possibly know that. Knox replied calmly that yes, he was just a human, but one who knew all her weaknesses. Infuriated, the demoness shouted back at him, questioning his smug tone and reminding him of her rank as a Grand Duke. She insisted she could crush a mere human effortlessly, but Knox remained composed. Closing his eyes, he addressed her by name, Gremory, and told her to end the pathetic charade. He revealed that he had known everything from the beginning and had merely played along with her meaningless trials. Then, without hesitation, he cut his own hand, letting the blood flow down his sword. The unexpected action confused and unsettled the demoness, Knox continued, stating that due to her contract with the Archangel, she was unable to harm a human within the final sealed chamber of those ruins. And just as he said that, chains materialized from nowhere, binding the demoness tightly and preventing her from resisting. Thrown down by the chains, she cursed the contract and shouted in frustration, trying to twist the logic, claiming that Knox had attacked her first. The onlookers, witnessing the astonishing scene, could hardly believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in disbelief that a demon unable to harm humans was unheard of. Suddenly, all the strange behavior made sense. The Grand Duke-level demon had never fought directly but relied on illusions and trials. It became clear that young Master Knox had known her weakness from the start. Now, with the demoness firmly restrained, Knox pointed his blood-streaked blade at her and coldly demanded full cooperation. If she answered everything he asked, he promised to spare her life. His first question was simple: the name of the angel who had sealed her. The demoness scoffed at the request, claiming she wouldn't remember the name of just any angel. But Knox's eyes narrowed, his voice hardened as he recalled slaying a demon like her once, one who had also been too slow to understand their situation. He wondered aloud whether that demon's name had been Paimon, pressing the tip of his sword against her throat. Frightened now, the demoness hastily offered to describe the angel's appearance instead. Knox gave a faint smile, expressing how much he appreciated her sudden willingness to cooperate. He then ordered her to tell him everything she had seen and everything she knew. Despite facing Knox and feeling a deep sense of discomfort, the female demon seethed inwardly, unable to suppress her indignation. How dare he subject her to such humiliation? And yet, something about his tone, his gestures, and especially his eyes. She was certain she had seen them before. A chilling realization crept in. This man was dangerous. Avoiding his direct question, she tried to divert the conversation, claiming that the angel had large white wings, each about 2 meters wide. Knox was unimpressed. He swiftly raised his sword and retorted that such a detail was nothing more than common knowledge, akin to saying demons had horns. If she intended to waste his time with such trivialities, he warned coldly, he would kill her on the spot. The gleaming tip of the blade so close to her face made her flinch in fear. In a stammering voice, she called him an insolent brat. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke again, her tone shifting. She claimed to remember now. The angel had looked just like him. He possessed eyes that were truly gem-like, strikingly beautiful, and violet in color. That answer made Knox freeze. Everything suddenly felt far more uncertain and obscure than before. Within the depths of his thoughts, Knox reflected silently. He contemplated the concept of angels, beings widely known as the embodiment of good, often portrayed in stories as symbols of righteousness. Traditionally, they stood in eternal opposition to demons, who represented evil and served as their complete moral counterparts. In the world of inner lunatic, angels existed as well. However, one puzzling question lingered in his mind. If demons were so prominently featured throughout the main storyline, then why were angels never shown directly? Even when they were mentioned, it was only through hidden references, Easter eggs, or cryptic item descriptions. Driven by curiosity, Knox had dug deep, scouring through documents and in-game texts, until he came to a realization. These beings, these angels, might be tied to a tremendous secret hidden within the lore of Inner Lunatic. What was known for certain was that Gremory had once been sealed away by a great archangel and had remained imprisoned in the ruins for an extraordinarily long time. That fact alone suggested she must know at least something about the nature of angels. Returning to the present, the demoness's voice broke through the silence. She claimed that her memory had returned, that the angel who had sealed her looked remarkably like Nox. She described his gem-like stunning violet-colored eyes, which shimmered with a haunting beauty. Nox, initially expressionless, muttered a simple remark, indicating his understanding, but his demeanor quickly shifted. His face twisted into something terrifying as he raised his sword toward her, demanding whether she meant to imply that her knowledge was ultimately useless. Fear overtook the demoness, and she tried to calm him with a nervous protest, asking if he could perhaps put away the ominous blade. She argued that if she truly had any useful information to offer, she would have already found the angel herself. All she could recall, she claimed, was a vivid image, a blinding light tearing into her world of darkness, the scent of sunlight, and then a woman descending from the sky with massive wings and violet eyes. The woman had struck her, and from that moment on, Gremory's demonic powers had been suppressed. Bound and in pain, the demoness cried out in frustration. She demanded to know why Nox was keeping her alive, urging him to just kill her already. She couldn't understand his intentions. According to her, the angel had spoken only one thing before vanishing. "One day, your chance to repent will come." Those were the final words she remembered. Listening intently, Nox processed every detail she offered. He thought quietly to himself about the mention of violet eyes, an extremely rare trait in inner lunatic. Only members of House Reinhafer possessed such a color. That connection stirred something within him. Theo, Reinhafer, the angel. Could there be a link between them? Then, breaking the silence, Nox spoke again, signaling it was time to move on. The demoness, terrified and pitiful in appearance, asked with dread whether there was still more to come. Without a trace of emotion, Nox solemnly declared his next demand. He ordered her to grant him access to the trial of honesty and grief hidden within the ruins. Having fully subdued her, he began analyzing her information in greater detail. A series of data windows began to materialize before him, each revealing specific insights about her. Gremory was known as a female demon, whose true age remained an enigma. She belonged to the demonic race, yet wielded the divine element as her primary force. Among her many accomplishments, the most remarkable was her association with the legendary 72 demons. Her abilities were recorded with notable precision. Her stamina reached a level of 27, mana stood at 23. Luck was relatively low at 7, but her will and charm both measured an impressive 20. Those who spoke of her described her positive traits as a natural talent with the sword and martial arts, combined with an unyielding honesty, unwavering loyalty, and a generous spirit. Her mouth was often referred to as the mouth of truth, for she rarely spoke falsehoods. However, her nature was said to be intertwined with pure evil, a neutral yet defining aspect of her being. On the darker side, she carried traits of sorrow and grief, often marked by tears, and had moments of frivolity that contrasted with her otherwise commanding presence. After reading all of Gremory's information, Nox smiled with satisfaction. In his mind, he reflected on what he had just learned. Her most valuable trait was something called Mouth of Truth, a demonic curse that made her completely incapable of lying. On the surface, it seemed like a worthless trait, one that any demon would be ashamed of. But to Nox, it was perfect, the ideal tool to exploit. Without hesitation, he ordered her to explain the details of the trial. Gremory responded with a gentle smile and began to clarify. The trial of honesty, she said, was rather straightforward. Upon entering the chamber, the participant would be asked a single question, to which they must respond with complete honesty. They were free to offer whatever they chose as a wager, and the greater the value of their offering, the greater the reward in return. Her explanation, however, unsettled Christopher. The fact that a demon could speak so calmly about something so deceptively simple made him uneasy. He turned to Nox and voiced his concern, saying it all sounded a bit too easy, and suspiciously so. Gremory heard his comment and, in a darker tone, explained further. The question, she said, would be deeply personal, about someone closely tied to the participant, and most crucially, the answer given would not be kept secret. It would be delivered directly to the person in question. She then gave a chilling example. If she were to ask, "Did you ever want to abandon that loud man over there in the middle of the desert?" and the truthful answer was, "Yes," then that honest reply would be carried to the man's ears in the form of a demon's whisper. The mere thought of such a scenario left Christopher frozen in fear. He stammered Nox's name in disbelief, his face pale with dread. Even Nox, usually composed, wore a look of frustration and powerlessness as he realized how the labyrinth truly operated. He then asked Gremory what exactly caused someone to fail the trial. She answered bluntly, lying. The greater the wager, the harder the question. But likewise, the rewards would also be more significant. Despite the simplicity of the rules, Knox couldn't shake his suspicion. In his mind, he considered the real danger. On the surface, it sounded like an easy trial, but the difficulty wasn't in the question itself. It was in the implications. Do you want to kill the Emperor and take his power? Do you wish to poison your lover and replace her with someone new? Do you secretly plan to assassinate your brother and steal your family's honor? If the answer to any of those was yes, then the intended recipient would hear it, and the consequences could come faster than death itself. He understood then. The true trial lay in the exposure, to bare one's soul on this wretched continent, to reveal secrets, betray emotions, and hand over weaknesses. That was the real challenge. But Knox was no stranger to high stakes. True gamblers never walked away from a table just because the risk was everything. If the trial demanded everything from him, then he was prepared to offer it all in return. At that moment, a system announcement echoed through the air. The trial of honesty and grief had been activated. To proceed, the player would need to wager something of immense value. The system asked him directly, "What will you bet?" With a blank expression, Knox responded coldly. He would bet his life, every remaining moment of it. Outside the trial chamber, Elena cried out in alarm. She had heard his declaration and was gripped by worry, calling his name desperately. But no one could stop him now. As he stepped forward, the black gate before him opened, releasing a wave of deathly mist. Without hesitation, he passed through. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out once again, loud and final. The player has wagered himself, Knox von Reinhofer's own life. The trial's difficulty has increased to maximum. Failure will result in death. At that moment, Knox had already entered with Gremory into a strange and indeterminate space, shrouded entirely in darkness. Gremory remarked that he had wagered far more than she had expected, warning him that a single question could very well lead to his death. She asked if he wasn't afraid. Knox turned to her with a skeptical gaze and told her to go ahead and ask. Smiling, Gremory extended her arms in a welcoming gesture and declared that the trial would now begin. She then posed a question in a tone laced with suspicion and danger, asking whether he would be willing to kill his father, Theo von Reinhofer, if it were truly necessary. The moment he heard that question, Knox's expression changed, and he fell into deep contemplation. He reflected that before the trial had begun, he had tried to predict what the question might be. He had anticipated something along the lines of, "Do you want to overthrow the royal family?" Or, "Do you truly trust your people?" Questions he was mentally prepared for. Even if he were to be hated for his answers, he wouldn't have cared. He reminded himself that for the sake of others, he had to see this story through to the end. After all, he wasn't really Knox the Good-for-Nothing, but rather Yu-chan, playing a role. He had already accepted the possibility of being hated and had grown accustomed to it. But a question involving Theo, Knox's father, that was different. He began to wonder what Theo had truly meant to Knox. Or more importantly, what the word father even meant to him personally. Caught in a web of doubt and internal questioning, Knox remained silent, unable to answer. Gremory smiled and urged him again to respond, repeating the question. Would he kill his father, Theo, if necessary? Knox found himself in an agonizing dilemma. He closed his eyes and thought to himself that this question had, in fact, reminded him of his true purpose. He was, after all, a stranger to this world. He needed to find his memories, to understand why he had been brought here, and above all, he had to eventually find a way to leave this world. With that in mind, he finally responded that yes, he could kill Theo von Reinhofer even if he was his father. If anyone stood in his way, he would kill them. His answer was met with heavy silence. Moments later, a surge of black energy engulfed Knox, and both he and Gremory were transported out of the sealed chamber. Though his response had not been the one he had hoped to give, his sorrowful expression revealed the emotional weight of choosing a path bound to the harsh current of truth. At that very same moment, far away in Theo's office, the man was in the midst of writing a letter. Suddenly, his hand began to tremble as if he had sensed a terrible omen. Rodwell, the head butler who was present at the time, addressed him, asking if something was wrong. Theo's face had gone pale and tense. It seemed he had sensed something terrible had just occurred. His eyes darkened more than ever before. In Theo's office, while he was writing a letter, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It declared solemnly that he, the patriarch of House Reihofer, Theo von Reihofer, would be killed by his own child, Knox von Reihofer, if necessary. The words struck him like thunder, his expression darkened, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Sensing the shift in Theo's demeanor, the butler asked with visible concern if he was all right, noting that he didn't look well. After a brief pause, Theo managed to collect himself and replied that it was nothing, as if nothing had happened. But in truth, his mind was still spiraling, consumed by the words that had invaded his thoughts. He questioned internally why he would feel shaken now. Hadn't he always known a day like this would inevitably come? He reminded himself of the secret and the curse that every head of House Reihofer was burdened with, passed down from one generation to the next. Even his father and grandfather had been unable to escape the tragic fate. And to break this endless cycle, to bring it to a definitive end, Knox, his child, would have to kill him one day. Though he had always presented himself as a cold and composed man, his hand began to tremble at the realization that he was destined to be slain by his own son. Despite knowing this fate, Theo found himself wondering, every time he watched his child grow stronger, so full of ambition and potential, if it was truly impossible for him to hand over the position of patriarch willingly, like the heads of other families, instead of by dying. He admitted to himself that he had lived by suppressing emotions unbefitting of a Reihofer, and perhaps, he thought, he was starting to grow soft. Letting the pen fall from his hand, Theo turned to Rodwell, the butler, and told him that they should take a walk. The two of them strolled together down the hallway until Theo paused before a window, gazing out at the rain pouring from the gray sky. He asked Rodwell how long he thought it would take. Rodwell, puzzled, asked what Theo meant. Theo elaborated that, since Rodwell had just returned from a mission, he should have some sense of it. He explained that Knox must harbor deep hatred toward him, the father who had failed to protect his mother, making Theo, essentially, the boy's sworn enemy. Theo then asked how long it would be before Knox drove a sword into his heart and succeeded him as patriarch. Rodwell, taken aback and visibly anxious, stammered that he wasn't sure, but if he had to guess, it might happen much sooner than expected. Hearing this, Theo responded with a calmness that seemed almost unnatural. He remarked that he understood, and that there wasn't much time left. Outside, the rain continued to fall, like the weeping of a father burdened with a grief too profound for words. Back with Knox's group, after receiving his answer, Gremory gave a satisfied smile. She commented, even as a demon, that she still couldn't understand how a child could be so cold toward their own parent. Knox tensed at the remark and demanded curtly that she hand over the reward. Startled by his coldness, even Gremory grew wary. She snapped her fingers, and his reward materialized before him. At that moment, the system announced that he had obtained the artifact known as the Mirror of Sealing. The item was called the Mirror of Sealing. It belonged to a unique category, classified simply as Other. It was of the highest grade and had no specific attribute attached to it. The mirror could not be stacked, nor was it bound by any equipment restrictions. Upon receiving the reward, Knox picked it up and examined it. Seeing this, Gremory spoke up again, a hint of concern in her voice. She warned him that the artifact was extremely dangerous and urged him to handle it with care. Knox simply looked at her and smiled faintly, clearly knowing better than anyone just how dangerous it truly was. And as his cold, piercing eyes glinted with silent understanding, the system issued one final message. Special effect. Seals the subdued target into a mirror world. The target loses most of their power and cannot escape until the owner permits it. Gremory sensed the danger in Knox's eyes, and fear overtook her. She stammered in disbelief, questioning what that look meant and whether he was truly intending to use it. But Knox remained indifferent. Without hesitation, he activated the mirror, turning it toward her. He declared that he was using the Mirror of Sealing and identified the target clearly. It was one of the 72 demons, the Archduke of Honesty and Grief, Gremory. A system notification immediately followed, announcing that the artifact had been activated. The Mirror of Sealing had begun the process of sealing the designated target, Gremory. Within seconds, dark energy resembling invisible chains erupted from the artifact, binding Gremory's body. She struggled violently and screamed, demanding that he wait and calling him a maniac. As panic set in, another system message confirmed that a negative trait, dead count, had been removed. It reported that by using the artifact, Knox had gained 131 days of life, bringing his remaining lifespan to 145 days. Moments later, Gremory's figure had been completely absorbed into the mirror. Knox, unfazed, calmly confirmed that she had been captured. He then handed the mirror to Kushan, telling him that this piece of trash had nearly destroyed his kingdom, and from now on, it would serve as a pawn in their fight against demons. From within the mirror, Gremory howled in fury, demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing to her. Nox ignored her curses and lifted the mirror toward the sunlight. The light irritated her, and she began shouting obscenities from within. Seeing that she had quieted down a bit, Nox smirked and remarked that things were peaceful now. He warned that if she made noise again, he would double the heat next time. Kushan, witnessing the scene, was left speechless by Nox's ruthless behavior. He couldn't help but wonder who the real demon was. Christopher, still concerned, hesitantly voiced his thoughts. He reminded Nox that even if Gremory had been captured, a demon was still a dangerous creature. He questioned whether bringing her back might cause trouble at the estate and suggested that it might be better to dispose of her immediately. Nox brushed off the concern with a simple explanation, stating that as long as no one found out, it would be fine, and that the discussion should end there. Alina came running over with relief and joy. She expressed that all she cared about was Nox's safety, and that if it was something he was doing, she would trust it no matter what. Encouraged by her words, Christopher chimed in as well, echoing the sentiment and saying that they felt the same. Nox, paying no mind to his overly enthusiastic servants, turned inward in thought. He reflected that although Gremory had lost much of her power and wouldn't be of much help in direct combat, she would still serve excellently as a compass for future demon hunts. He noted that the Black Flame Ring granted the most lifespan not from beasts, but from demons, and thanks to Gremory, he had gained enough time to breathe a little easier. He then concluded that it was time to return. The Tajilan rebellion had come to an end with the great reward of his extended lifespan. He had already ordered Kushan, Arya, and Lise to concentrate on stabilizing Tajilan for the time being. Once everything settled down, he intended to integrate all three of them into Eldin as soon as possible. He also considered integrating individuals like Alina and others into Eldin as well. Although each house was officially granted only 3 entry passes, he reminded himself that with enough money, the rules could be bent. After all, that was the true essence of nobility, finding loopholes when needed. At that moment, Kushan, clearly in high spirits, told Nox that he would wait for his orders as previously discussed. Nox responded by saying that was good and promised to send word as soon as he could. Inwardly, however, he admitted to himself that even the mere sight of desert sand now made his skin crawl. He thought that once he returned, he would take a hot bath and collapse into a soft bed. Finally, he could relax a little. After a long journey, Nox and his group had finally arrived at the family estate. However, what awaited him there was something even more terrifying than any demon. The moment he stepped foot inside, the loud voice of a woman called out his name, startling him to the core. It was Talia, a beautiful red-haired girl who hadn't shown up for a long time. Her face carried a hint of awkwardness as she greeted him, saying it had been a while. Her sudden appearance took Nox by surprise, and he asked in disbelief why she was suddenly there. She hesitated, beginning to say something, but before she could finish, a stern voice rang out from behind. The voice addressed him directly, confirming that he was indeed Nox von Reinhofer. As Nox heard it, he turned toward the source and immediately recognized the approaching man. His expression quickly filled with dread. The man went on to say that he had heard Nox had completely swept his daughter off her feet. He then remarked that Nox really was quite handsome, and added that the boy reminded him of himself in his younger days. As Nox recounted it, this man was Robert von Stillreiner, the most influential of all the dukes, widely known as the White Flame Knight. He was also the father of Talia, whose engagement to Nox had previously been broken off. Nox quickly bowed respectfully and asked what had brought Robert there. But Robert's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he stated that he had come to discuss the progress of the marriage proposal they had talked about before. Those words froze Nox for a few seconds. Once he processed what was happening, his expression turned into one of nervous humor as he mentally cursed himself for having completely forgotten about the engagement with Talia. He then responded by pointing out that the matter was serious and that Robert should perhaps have discussed it with his father, rather than with him directly. Robert replied that he had already spoken with Theo, his old friend, and insisted that they now have a nice, long talk. Still confused, Nox questioned whether the engagement hadn't already been called off. He added that it wasn't as though he could refuse marriage talks with a royal princess. Robert's expression soured further upon hearing this, and with an increasingly threatening aura, he asked if Nox was deliberately trying to avoid the discussion by becoming the princess's groom as a way to escape marrying his daughter. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Nox found himself at a loss for words. Internally, he panicked, realizing he had truly messed up. Robert von Stillreiner was infamous among gamers for being absurdly powerful. Nox feared that if he said the wrong thing now, he might actually be beaten to death on the spot, and could end up losing all the lifespan he had earned from sealing Gremory. However, Talia, standing behind, quickly spoke up to stop her father. She questioned why he was making things so difficult for Nox, her tone filled with frustration. Being publicly confronted by his beloved daughter, Rober's expression changed almost instantly. His demeanor softened as he gave a friendly smile and remarked that if his dear Talia said so, then she must be right. Nox, observing the scene, recalled to himself that Rober was a complete idiot when it came to doting on his daughter. He had expected something like this to happen, especially after the Penelope proposal. Still, the other party being a princess complicated matters. Pushing forward with an engagement involving their family instead wouldn't be easy. He couldn't help but wonder what had convinced Rober or swayed Theo to support such a change. Seeing the pitiful gloom on Nox's face, Talia began to feel guilty. She quietly admitted to him that although she had initially said she would just be stopping by casually, her father had insisted on accompanying her. She insisted that she hadn't had a choice in the matter and swore she hadn't planned for things to go this way. Nox, after hearing her explanation, concluded to himself that it didn't seem to be a lie. Robert, turning his attention back to his daughter, affectionately told her that he had only come to see what kind of man Nox was. He then reassured Nox not to worry or feel tense, adding that he understood Nox hadn't chosen the princess on his own. However, his gaze suddenly shifted, becoming intense and threatening, as if he intended to devour Nox whole. With that ominous expression, he stated that he just wanted to have a conversation. That was all. Not wanting to get beaten to a pulp, Nox reluctantly agreed. Inwardly, he could only think that returning home had led him straight into the biggest event yet, and he had no idea how he was going to survive it. Later, Nox returned to his room and found several letters already placed on his desk. One of them read, "Greetings, young Master Nox. This is your butler, Rodwell. I urgently send this letter with important news. The head of House Stillreiner has arrived at the Reinhafer estate with Lady Talia. They came to discuss the previously broken engagement with you. Since the initial cancellation of the engagement was quite unexpected, the atmosphere seems tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible." Jitri explained that Rodwell had sent the letter immediately after their return from Tajalin. She added that even before their arrival, the heads of both families had already decided to cancel the engagement with the princess and instead proceed with the original engagement. Nox gave a strained laugh and commented that with one side being a royal princess and the other a duke's family, it might be safer for him to simply run away at this point. Jitri responded that it didn't seem like House Stillreiner would let things go so easily this time. Nox agreed, noting that she was right. He'd have to figure out how to explain everything to Lord Rober. Jitri concurred, saying that their first priority should be emphasizing that the cancellation hadn't been Nox's decision. Until then, she would ensure the servant stayed in line to maintain Lord Rober's trust. Grateful, Nox thanked her and reflected inwardly that, as expected of Jitri, her composure was exactly what one would expect from a support genius. He recalled that support genius was an extremely rare trait, found in only one or two characters across the entire game of Lunatic. It usually appeared only in the late game, which meant that Jitri was basically unmatched at this point. Just as she had said, if the engagement with the princess had been due to royal command, then ideally Theo would accept that House Reinhafer had no choice in the matter. The real problem, however, was that Theo had probably heard rumors that Nox might be capable of killing him. The thought alone made Nox hesitant to even face the man. At that moment, Rona teasingly remarked to Nox, questioning just how many girls he had been involved with. She exclaimed that at this point, trying to count them all seemed entirely meaningless. Hearing that, Nox was instantly enraged. He warned Rona with a chilling threat, implying that she must be eager to see what hell looked like first, and that he'd be right behind her, urging her to pave the way like a proper servant should. Only then did Rona realize that she had crossed a line, but by then, it was already too late. Just then, a knock came at the door, calling for Nox. It was Talia. She introduced herself somewhat hesitantly and asked if he could open the door. Jitri leaned in quietly and asked Nox what he planned to do. Nox responded that there was no other choice. He needed to go out. As he walked toward the door, he thought to himself that the key to resolving the current situation lay with Talia. He reminded himself that he had also prepared a trump card for this scenario. Now was the time for Nox to let his face shine. He needed to use his good looks to win her over and create an escape route. The moment he opened the door, his expression was calm and cold, yet undeniably handsome. He asked what was going on so suddenly, feigning indifference. Talia, clearly captivated by his appearance, grew shy and suggested that, if he didn't mind, perhaps they could go for a walk and have a little chat. Internally, She found herself thinking how handsome he truly was. Nox, caught off guard by her proposal, questioned whether she really meant to go for a walk, especially at such a late hour. Neither of them realized that someone was secretly watching them from the shadows, his expression filled with displeasure. Nox, however, had sensed the man's presence. He wondered whether that madman Rober was planning to burn down the entire estate. From a distance, Rober watched the two walk away and cursed Nox under his breath, calling him a little rascal. As they strolled, Talia, still a bit shy, commented that the moon was especially bright that night and the stars were twinkling beautifully too. Nox responded with a somewhat awkward tone, and in his mind, he lamented the situation. He couldn't even tell whether the stars were beautiful or not. Things were getting bad. Despite his efforts to diligently play the villain, the public perception of Nox was beginning to shift. They had only gone through one major story arc, yet already he was suffering the consequences of not severing ties with characters he should have kept at arm's length. Eventually, Nox asked Talia whether she was truly okay with the situation. She looked confused and asked what he meant. He explained that if both of their parents agreed to proceed with the engagement, wouldn't that mean they were essentially disobeying a royal command? Talia fell silent upon hearing those words, her expression contemplative as she sank into thought. Elsewhere sometime earlier, a thunderous voice could be heard. Roder was fiercely questioning Theo. He accused him of humiliating House Stillreiner, saying that even if it had been under the princess's orders, House Reinhafer's continued silence was suspicious. Hearing these accusations, Theo's expression grew stern, and he turned his gaze toward Roder with serious eyes. Roder then turned to his daughter and reminded her that they needed to speak in private. He instructed her to step outside for a moment, and Talia obeyed without question, quietly leaving the room. Standing in the hallway, she began to wonder to herself what the two men might be discussing. Knowing her father's temperament, she considered the possibility, albeit half-jokingly, that they might even be fighting with swords. After a while, the conversation between the two household representatives concluded, and a butler called out to Talia, thanking her for waiting. He informed her that the engagement would proceed as planned. Shocked, Talia asked her father in disbelief if it was really true. Roder, brimming with confidence, reassured his daughter, reminding her that he had said everything would return to normal. Overjoyed, Talia ran to embrace her father, thanking him exuberantly and exclaiming that she would gladly tie his necktie 1,000 times over. Yet only seconds later, her mind began to swirl with questions. She recalled how, at that moment, she had been so happy that she couldn't even think straight. But soon, doubts crept in. What had become of the engagement with the princess? What exactly had her father and Lord Theo discussed behind closed doors? Her turbulent thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Nox, who told her that the most important thing wasn't the royal decree or their family's status. It was her own will. He asked what it was that she truly wanted. With a hint of sorrow, Talia admitted that she didn't really understand complicated matters and knew she had many shortcomings, but confessed that she didn't hate the engagement. Nox, maintaining a calm expression, simply acknowledged her response. Inwardly, however, he recalled the version of Talia from the game, that Talia had been like a disaster. She had gotten Nox killed, and in the end, with hollow, vacant eyes, had driven a sword into his heart, driven by a twisted longing. They had been cursed to be a tragic pair, forever haunted by the bond they shared, but that had only been the Talia he remembered from the game. At that moment, Talia spoke up, telling Nox that he had something he needed to do. Nox was surprised by her question. She continued, saying that she could feel it. She mentioned that she had watched him working tirelessly at the academy, studying all night in the library and endlessly swinging his sword at the training grounds. Observing him like that had made her realize something. He was chasing after something with all his heart. She said he had no time to think about others, but even so, if he could occasionally talk to her and share moments like this, just the two of them, that would be enough for her. She even brought up how she had been given the title of Nox's fiancée, claiming with a hint of playful pride that she was in the lead now. Nox's expression turned a bit somber. He admitted to himself that he could no longer deny it. There was a subtle but undeniable gap between the Talia from Lunatic in his memories and the one standing before him now. He silently remarked that she was far too naive. Talia said nothing in response to his thoughts. Instead, she simply followed him closely from behind. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arm around his in a gesture so sudden and intimate that he couldn't even react in time. She began speaking again, telling him that he probably already knew she had an older sister. Someone very strong, though perhaps not as strong as him. For some reason, she said, her sister harbored a deep hatred for her. Talia admitted it might sound silly, but she still wanted to talk to her sister, to understand the reason behind that hatred. To do that, she felt she had to become strong, stronger than her sister. Unlike their father or her sister, she claimed, she lacked talent and was rather foolish. Even so, she believed that she could grow stronger one day. She said she wouldn't give up. Not on her sister, and not on Nox either. Later, back in their room, Talia was helping her father fix his clothing. She asked him, almost incredulously, whether he really still remembered what she had said when she was a child. Rober, in tears, told her that it felt like only yesterday when she was crying and begging to marry him. He then asked, with deep concern, whether that boy, Nox, had truly not done anything to her. He confessed that Nox had a terrible reputation as a scoundrel, and if he ever... Before he could finish, Talia cut him off, insisting that Nox would never do such a thing. She declared that Nox was far stronger, more amazing, and more determined than her father thought. Rober looked at Talia with eyes full of affection. Then he gently held her hand and called her name softly. He told her not to let her sister's feelings hurt her too deeply. No matter what happened, he said, both she and her sister were his precious daughters. Her sister was just a bit tired, and with time, things might change. Talia nodded, telling him it was okay now. She said she would become strong enough to earn the chance to speak with her sister. And then, in her mind, she recalled what Nox had once told her, that if she wanted to chase after her sister, she should go. He had told her to forget the pain, clear her mind, and that he believed she would overcome it. His words of encouragement had taken her by surprise. As he turned to leave, he added that the Talia von Stillreiner he knew was a strong person. Back in the present, Talia continued her conversation with her father. This time, she beamed with joy and mentioned that she now even had a husband who truly believed in her, giggling as she said it. Hearing that his beloved daughter had allowed another man to take her heart, Rober grew visibly irritated. That unpleasant look returned to his face, and he silently resolved to himself that it wouldn't do. He would really have to strangle that bastard with his own hands. Talia overheard this remark and immediately tried to calm him down, pleading with him not to lose his composure and addressing him both formally and as her father. At that moment, Rober was walking through the corridor. Unfortunately, he happened to run into Nox there. With a calm and composed voice, Nox greeted him respectfully. Bowing slightly, he apologized for the trouble that had arisen due to the engagement matter. Rober was somewhat surprised by Nox's attitude and responded that since Talia believed in him so deeply, he would say no more about it. He then noted that Nox's father, Theo, was the leader of the Dark families and that he was well aware of Theo's plan to rebel against the royal family. Rober added that he sincerely hoped Nox would succeed, because if the royal family fell, then Nox and Talia could be together, couldn't they? With that, Rober walked away, laughing heartily. Nox let out a sigh of relief and thanked him. Internally, he reflected that this must have been the private conversation between Theo and Rober that Talia had mentioned earlier. It was now clear to him. House Stillreiner had likely caught wind of Theo's rebellion plan. The primordial god. Arden was said to have created humanity, and it was in that place that the engagement took place in secret. Talia, standing beside Nox, whispered an apology to him, saying that she had not thought her father would demand such a formal engagement ceremony. Nox reassured her that it was fine and that it wasn't something she could have foreseen. The priest conducting the ceremony then called upon the children of both houses to exchange the sacred symbols of engagement. Talia slipped the engagement ring onto Nox's finger, and as he looked at it, he reflected to himself that it was the symbol of a vow, an enchanted ring infused with mana that temporarily restored about 10% of one's power. He thought that he might not wear it immediately, but it could prove useful in an emergency. Christopher, visibly excited, declared that it was just as expected of the young master. He said that witnessing such a beautiful engagement filled his heart with emotion, and praised Lady Talia for shining so brightly, insisting that their love was beautiful. Jitri, standing beside him, quietly tried to remind him to restrain himself, but his foolishness prevented him from understanding. When her expression darkened, Christopher grew frightened, and quickly fell silent, standing rigidly in place. From above, Nox noticed this exchange, and wondered what Jitri could have said to make him react so strongly, since he had only asked her to keep Christopher quiet. Rona, meanwhile, burst into tears, lamenting that she had always known the young master would grow into a man of dignity, yet she still felt upset. Jitri tried to reassure herself, saying that he would be fine, though what troubled her was that the entire engagement had been arranged in secrecy, hidden from the imperial family. Rona laughed through her tears and teased Jitri, saying that she still did not understand the young master. She argued that he would never be the kind of man to love only one woman for his whole life, and that he would probably take at least a few concubines. Hearing this, Nox grew irritated and silently vowed that Rona would be punished later. Alina, clutching a wine bottle in despair, sniffled about her husband, while May, standing beside her, pleaded with her not to drink, at least for that day. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony was interrupted when Carl, Nox's loyal horse, galloped into the hall with a flower in its mouth, offering its own congratulations to its master. Rona, delighted by Carl's appearance, greeted it joyfully. Nox, however, thought to himself that even Carl had shown up, and that Theo must truly be holding a death ritual for him. Yet, strangely, he felt an odd sense of pride about it. As the ceremony drew to an end, Talia's father, Rober, stood up and thanked Nox for accepting his request. Then his face darkened as he warned him to take good care of his daughter, Nox. Uneasy, reluctantly agreed but wondered inwardly if Rober could at least put his sword away before speaking in such a manner. Rober went on, telling Nox that he would eventually fall in love with Talia. Even if he had not yet, he certainly would because she was that kind of girl. Nox realized then that Rober already knew the truth, that he did not yet love Talia, that his thoughts were still clouded, and that his heart remained unsettled. He understood that if he was to protect her from heartbreak, he would need to see this story through to the very end. At last, Nox turned to everyone and instructed them to begin preparing to leave, telling Talia as well that they would head to the academy. Talia, overjoyed, smiled brightly. After some time back at the academy, the professor was overjoyed to see Nox's return. He exclaimed that his top apprentice had finally come back and told him there were countless topics he wished to discuss. He added that he had presented a paper at the last conference, and that the results had just been released. Nox smiled and remarked that the professor had not changed at all. Inwardly, he reflected that this moment marked the beginning of the second chapter of the main story. He knew he had to endure all sorts of classes to prepare for the dark clouds that lay ahead. For at its core, Inner Lunatic was an academy story. To raise his stats, he would have to survive the hellish lessons starting now. He also reminded himself that he needed to quickly get his characters enrolled at the academy. The professor, still enthusiastic, mentioned that, along with the announcement of their paper, there had been unexpected news. The dwarves had reached out through magical communication. Surprised, Nox asked about the dwarves. The professor then elaborated that, as expected in a fantasy game world like Inner Lunatic, there were many races, and the dwarves were especially renowned for their smithing skills. He added that there was another surprise. Several dwarven shops had already opened in Sector 4, the Academy's commercial district. Thanks to their research, the dwarves were now able to extract materials from monsters and use them to forge or enhance artifacts. Not long after, Nox found himself in the merchant district. Seeing the bustling shops, he thought to himself that the crafting and enhancement system had finally been unlocked. Looking back, he admitted that his luck stat of 10 had felt nearly useless up until now. But at last, he could say goodbye to the days of suffering from cursed RNG and begin benefiting properly from equipment. Gitri then remarked that thanks to his paper, Sector 4 had undergone dramatic changes. She added that it seemed like he was finally maturing, and as someone who served him, she felt genuinely relieved. Nox teasingly asked if she was worrying about him now, though inwardly he admitted that it was good to hear her words. He noticed that her face had brightened recently, and he reflected that if he hadn't saved her, Gitri might have become a tragic victim. He was truly glad that he had saved her. Yet, despite the changes in the future, he reminded himself that he still had to keep up the act of being a scoundrel during the main story. Later, they arrived at a smithy where a dwarf was busy forging weapons. Nox greeted him, but the dwarf turned to them with an unfriendly look and demanded to know who they were. Nox thought privately that the way the dwarf spoke was incredibly rude. Choosing to ignore the attitude, he stated that he had come because he wanted equipment made. The dwarf gave him a skeptical look and scoffed, saying that he surely wasn't the first arrogant noble brat to visit. He asked if Nox thought weapons appeared out of thin air upon command, then pointed out that he didn't even have any demon materials. Unfazed, Nox emptied his bag, laying out a pile of rare ingredients and items that stunned the dwarf. The smith stammered in disbelief, exclaiming that such rare materials in such quantity were almost unheard of. With this much, he admitted something could indeed be crafted. His tone softened, and he invited them inside. He then introduced himself, saying his name was not Dwarf, but Arson, and asked them to remember that, since calling them merely by their race was highly disrespectful. Nox, however, brushed it aside, and mockingly referred to him as Dwarf again. Enraged, Arson shouted that Nox could call him whatever he liked. Ugly, shorty, bearded gnome. It didn't matter. Nox smirked to himself, thinking that Arson was exactly as he remembered. He had truly wanted to meet him. For dwarves were the best race for roasting. Their reactions were dramatic, their tempers explosive, and the impact always entertaining. Even among players of the game, many continued to call them by their race name for that very reason. To most characters in the game, dwarves were treated as nothing more than crafting stations anyway. Shifting to a more serious tone, Nox addressed him by name and remarked that he knew he wasn't the only noble from the academy to visit this workshop. Arson admitted that was true, but added that Nox was only the second to bring actual materials. Then he paused, confused, and asked what Nox had just called him. To smooth things over, Jitri interjected, explaining that their young master was a man of reason and that what had happened earlier had merely been a joke. Brightening, Arson exclaimed that perhaps the young man wasn't so bad after all, then eagerly asked which noble house he was from. Nox answered simply that he was from House Reinhafer. At once, Arson's expression shifted to fear. He stammered, repeating the name of the house as if confirming it, before nervously asking what kind of equipment Nox wished to have made. Puzzled, Nox questioned the sudden change in attitude and asked if something was wrong. The dwarf hastily insisted that this was how he always spoke, forcing out a strained laugh. Observing Arson's sudden shift in attitude, Nox immediately understood the reason. A few years earlier, his father, Theo von Reinhafer, had brought an end to the war started by the Dwarf King, utterly defeating the dwarves. Though it had not yet been revealed in the story, Arson was a descendant of the former Dwarf King. Naturally, the mere mention of the name Reinhafer was enough to provoke such a reaction. Afterward, Nox presented a blueprint of armor and suggested that, if there was no problem, they should continue. He asked Arson if he could craft armor based on that design. When Arson saw the blueprint, his eyes lit up with excitement. He exclaimed that the listed materials were extraordinary. 2 griffin hearts to maximize wind power, 3 feathers for mobility and speed, and golem cores, both stone and iron, for balance and defense. He admitted it was lavish, but at the same time, brilliant, something most dwarves would never even imagine designing. Nox, however, thought to himself that such a thing was natural. The design was his custom-built, endgame tier early to mid-story armor, created through trial, error, and over-the-top gameplay. More importantly, it raised the hidden stat of agility to 10, which extended his key skill, Chore of the Genius, to 10 minutes. Excited, Arson affirmed that there should be no further delays and urged that they begin crafting immediately. Yet before they could proceed, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that the transaction was void. The speaker was Eleanor. She explained that the rival in merchantry had been the first to request such a deal. Both Nox and the dwarf craftsman were startled by her unexpected appearance. Arson, visibly uneasy, protested that he wished to be the first to craft the item. Eleanor countered by pointing out that Arson's father had already signed a contract. She added that, since her side had placed a bulk order, even if Arson were to submit his request immediately afterward, production would not be possible until 3 months later. She remarked that it was unfortunate for him. Hearing this, Nox realized the situation was troublesome. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his earlier interventions, since in the original story, contact with a dwarf would not have occurred this early. He then reviewed the personal details of the craftsman. Arson was a 24-year-old dwarf of royal blood, aligned with the element of earth, renowned for his genius in artifact crafting and handiwork. Though the latter had been reduced to level 1 by the Dwarf King's blessing, he was optimistic yet obsessive. Quick to change stances and sometimes simple-minded, he also displayed darker flaws, bullying the weak, yielding to the strong, and being plagued by insecurity, burdens, and forgetfulness. His stamina and will both reached 14, while his mana was only 2, his luck 9, and his charm 6. Blessed by the Dwarf King, his active skills included hammer swing and heavy strike. At that moment, Arson, embarrassed, admitted with difficulty that he had completely forgotten about the agreement. He urged that it should not be misunderstood, insisting that his race was normally very intelligent. Before coughing awkwardly, Nox, dissatisfied, thought that the foolish dwarf posed a serious problem. Without Arson, who possessed both the genius of artifact crafting and handiwork, the equipment would not even be possible to produce. Eleanor then remarked that it seemed Nox also wished to commission Arson to craft an item. Catching the look in her eyes, Nox reflected that she had the uncanny ability to immediately recognize extraordinary talent, always showing keen interest in abilities that shone like gold. Yet, her dislike for him persisted, no matter how great his talent might be. When he responded by asking what of it, she proposed that they should have a constructive discussion. She suggested that his Nox merchantry sell the bulk monster materials he had acquired to her group. In exchange, she would allow him the first opportunity at equipment production. Hearing this new title, Nox felt irritated. He wondered what Nox merchantry was supposed to mean, and suspected that Grain had once again acted on his own without orders. From her demeanor, it seemed she was only pretending to remain calm, while in reality, she had yet to secure the actual materials and had merely signed the contract in advance. Thinking back, he realized that it had never made sense from the beginning. In the early and mid-game, nearly all monster materials came from the Chaders. With the Riehafer family holding exclusive control, it would never have been possible for Eleanor to produce equipment in such large quantities in the first place. After that, Knox, wearing a cold expression, turned back to the blacksmith and told him to sit. Since the conversation might take a while, he added that the same went for arson. Hearing this, Eleanor became uneasy and questioned in surprise whether Knox had just called the dwarf by his name. They then moved inside to continue their discussion. Eleanor remarked that she had never expected him to name a merchant company after himself, and even more so to pass the notoriously strict merchant approval process. Knox replied that it had simply turned out that way. Eleanor continued, saying she had not anticipated that he would own a merchant company on top of annexing the entire Chaders region, and admitted that her own information-gathering skills as a merchant might still be lacking. Knox, feeling irritated, thought to himself that this was just her prejudice. Eleanor went straight to the point and declared that the Rivalin Merchant Company would purchase all the Chaders monster materials he had listed on the market. She emphasized that they would pay the full price, for their honor was at stake. Knox reflected silently that when it came to profit, Eleanor always threw herself into matters with great passion. The hunger for love she had never received from her father, the wealthy magnate Clarkson, had twisted into a relentless desire to seize more and more, to shake people by controlling resources. To Knox, she was a tragic figure in many ways, and it did not help that he himself was tied to one of her deepest traumas. He resolved inwardly that he would never sell all monster materials to a single family, since allowing one family to monopolize resources would make it harder for others to produce artifacts, slowing their growth. He reasoned that if his only goal were immediate financial gain, then selling everything to Eleanor's company would indeed be the best option. But what mattered most to him was the average growth statistics of his characters. That was why, before returning from Chaders, he had instructed Grain never to sell too much at once, only small amounts at a time, so that no family could monopolize, and their trade share would remain below 15%. If artifacts became widespread, countless lives could be saved. Moreover, in the later stages, where capital would be crucial, this approach would also be of great help in the merchant storyline involving Eleanor. He finally voiced his stance, saying they could not release everything on the market, and that exceeding 15% was not possible. Eleanor was displeased and asked why, adding that she already knew he possessed far more monster materials stored both in Chaders and in his warehouse, and insisted that selling only a small amount would not cause any problems. Knox answered that it did not matter, since he was not doing this for money anyway. Eleanor pressed him, asking how it was possible that, after cultivating the barren Chaders, money was not his goal. Knox told her that money could not buy everything, and that she would not understand that yet. Those words left Eleanor upset, though she could do nothing about it. She admitted honestly that the Knox she had once known had changed far too much, to the point she no longer understood what kind of grand plan he was pursuing. She addressed him formally as Knox von Riehafer and asked what it was he truly wanted. Knox responded coldly that she did not need to know. Confused, Eleanor repeated his words, questioning whether she really did not need to know. Knox then told her that if she could not accept his offer, she could do as she wished. Whether it took 3 months or 3 years, he would simply find someone else. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this was a game he could not afford to lose. Eleanor did not know that he could craft the armor he desired through arson. In merchant negotiations, he reminded himself, the one with the advantage was always the one who held more information, and Eleanor's answer had already been decided. At last, Eleanor conceded. She said she would buy 15% and give up the production order, since without the materials, they would be unable to produce anything anyway. The blacksmith was overjoyed and asked in excitement if that meant he would be allowed to craft the gear first. Eleanor confirmed it, instructing him, as Dwarf Number 1, to begin with their client's order. That immediately ignited the blacksmith's enthusiasm, and he exclaimed that his artisan spirit was burning, demanding to know what everyone was waiting for and urging them to come straight to the crafting table. But Knox interrupted, telling him to wait and to hold off on production for the moment, explaining that they would first begin with equipment enhancement. Arson's eyes widened as he noticed the mana crystal in Knox's hand. He recognized it as an enhancement crystal, a rare blue gem with a very low drop rate from monster hunts. He also understood that, at this stage, with no reliable success rates, a single careless enhancement could waste precious materials. Alarmed, he protested, urging them to stop the young master, warning that if Knox's hands slipped and the gear broke, his own safety might be at risk. Jitri calmly reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. She insisted that their young master was a gentleman, and that he was surely thinking of a plan none of them had even imagined yet. Eleanor, hearing her flowery words, found the statement amusing, while Knox silently thought to himself that being praised so much was making him self-conscious. Nevertheless, he reflected that the moment had finally come, the one that had made countless gamers from beginners to veterans laugh and cry, equipment crafting and enhancement. He then handed the blacksmith a uniform, telling him to start with that one. The blacksmith took it, recognizing it as the Eldian Academy uniform, and remarked that with this, a single enhancement crystal should be enough, but Knox countered by ordering 100 enhancement crystals to be used first. The blacksmith froze in shock at the demand, and Eleanor herself was stunned, crying out in disbelief. She asked if she had heard correctly, whether he truly intended to use 100 enhancement crystals on nothing more than a school uniform. She insisted that it was impossible, and pointed out that even for him, a newly formed merchant group could never have so many stockpiled. Knox, however, with a cold expression, stated that he would pay the full amount up front, and ordered Arson to enhance them continuously. Reluctantly, the blacksmith, clearly overwhelmed, said that if Knox insisted, then he would begin. He immediately threw himself into a frenzy of hammering, the sound of metal striking metal echoing through the room. At the same time, the system notifications began to chime, announcing enhancement +1. Then quickly climbing higher with each strike, Gitri and Eleanor, watching from the side, were astonished as the blacksmith continued his relentless work without pause. Finally, a new system message announced the success. Eldine Academy uniform, noble, +3 enhancement. The item appeared, and the blacksmith held it up triumphantly, declaring that they had just witnessed a magnificent sight of success. Yet Knox, in an icy tone, simply remarked that there were still 97 left. The blacksmith froze on the spot, unable to utter a word. Knox, smiling with a twisted grin, raised a handful of additional crystals and declared that there were still plenty left, urging them to continue enhancing. After Knox requested equipment forging, Arson exerted himself to the utmost, sweat covering his face as he carried out the final steps. At last, the item began to glow, and in his astonishment, Arson exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could be possible. At the same time, the system announced that Knox had succeeded in enhancing the Eldin Academy uniform noble to +15. Overjoyed, Arson declared that this was truly a masterpiece and questioned whether enhancement could really be this easy. He remarked that the young master must be extraordinarily lucky. Knox simply smiled, thinking to himself that of course it appeared that way to Arson, since the latter did not understand how the system worked. He reflected that with Arson's natural talent as a blacksmith combined with his own luck stat of 10, success was guaranteed up to +7, though the chances decreased by 5% with every stage beyond that. At the very last stage, +25, the chance fell to merely 1%. However, that rule only applied to top-class artifacts. For something like an academy uniform, the maximum enhancement was +15. That meant the uniform was now fully enhanced. He considered that it was always best to fully enhance equipment he would use frequently, and noted that simply equipping it already increased both his physical and magical attack power by nearly 30%. The system then announced that he had achieved maximum enhancement on the artifact and that, as a bonus, one additional skill slot had been unlocked. Knox rejoiced inwardly, thinking it was perfect, for now he could learn another skill. He immediately began considering which item would be the next target for enhancement. Arson, thrilled, confessed that it had been a long time since he had felt such excitement in his chest. In response, Knox asked whether he truly intended to stop at this point, smiling as he remarked that enhancing a mere uniform hardly suited the dignity of a master blacksmith. Arson, puzzled, asked what he meant, but then his expression shifted to shock as he realized what object Knox had revealed. He stammered in disbelief at the sight of such an expensive-looking item. Eleanor, too, shared the same astonished expression when she saw it. Meanwhile, Knox secretly laughed to himself, noting inwardly that Eleanor surely recognized it, the highest-grade orb of the Great Sage, which he had acquired from her armory. Arson resumed his work, this time focusing all his skills on enhancing the orb that Knox entrusted to him. After much effort, the Great Sage's highest-grade orb was successfully enhanced to +10. Delighted, Arson exclaimed that he realized just how many successful enhancements he had accomplished that day with the very hammer in his hand. He said he could feel the electric thrill of it and praised the young master as truly extraordinary. Gitri, equally elated, laughed and remarked that today's luck was indeed extraordinary, though he warned that Knox would not allow this streak to tempt him into gambling his fortune away. Knox only smiled calmly and replied with amusement that perhaps such a thing might not be such a bad idea. Gitri firmly objected, insisting that it was absolutely out of the question, declaring it nothing more than beginner's luck and warning that gambling led only to ruin. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, still overjoyed, eagerly asked if the young master had any more treasures, saying he felt as if he could enhance every orb in the world that very day. Eleanor, who stood silently to the side with a dark expression, muttered in disbelief, wondering how Knox could so recklessly enhance such priceless artifacts. She questioned how he could attempt such things so casually, knowing that even a single failure could completely destroy the item. Knox laughed to himself, thinking that he liked that unhappy expression. He considered it punishment for Eleanor's constant attempts to read his thoughts every day. He then stated that the items in his possession were not even originally his. Since they had been given to him, he was free to use them however he wished. Afterward, he remarked that if the others had seen enough, they should excuse him, as he wished to discuss artifact crafting with Arson. Eleanor's face tightened in displeasure at being ignored, while Knox silently assessed her. He admitted to himself that he could not yet consider her an ally. Unlike Talia and the others, recruiting Eleanor to his side would be complicated due to their current relationship. Even so, he had no intention of making her his enemy either. Her rivalry in merchantry, after all, did not align itself with any faction. In the final stages of conflict, they simply chose whichever side would benefit them most. Someday, he knew he would have to prove his value and bring them over to his cause, but now was not the right time. Eleanor then remarked that she would be leaving, adding that it was uncomfortable for her as well to listen to a business discussion that he clearly did not intend to share with her. Gitri immediately offered to escort her out, addressing her as Lady Eleanor. She laughed lightly and teased him by asking if Gitri was really his name, saying he need not try so hard to act before her since she could easily see through any attempt at deception. After she departed, Knox observed her with a thought that it was exactly as expected of Eleanor, the so-called genius of acting. In his mind, he concluded that Gitri's performance had likely only deepened her suspicion. Turning back to the matter at hand, Knox told Arson that they should return to their true topic, artifact crafting. Arson responded with a grin, declaring that he would use the young master's materials to create a genuine masterpiece and assured him that he could be counted on. Knox, however, grew more serious, drawing out the black sword and requesting one more thing before they began. It was then revealed that the blade was Stormbringer, the weapon of the first patriarch, one that Knox himself had never even seen before despite being a veteran of inner lunatic. He explained to Arson that the weapon had been passed down to him by his father, describing it as a peculiar blade that absorbed the wielder's mana and released it explosively. He said he wished to know more about it. Arson took the sword in hand, examining it carefully. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked Knox if he had ever heard of the White Dragon. Knox echoed the name in puzzlement. Arson then explained that it was a being from a distant past, once revered as the ruler of the skies, but whose traces had completely vanished, never to appear again. Knox reflected on this, noting that even after countless playthroughs of Inner Lunatic, he had never encountered such lore. Arson went on to explain that the sword appeared to have been forged from the scales of that very white dragon and, judging by its craftsmanship, had likely been created by his own ancestors long ago. Knox realized that the blade was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Arson affirmed that indeed, with such material, only a dwarf could have forged it, yet he also remarked that upon closer inspection, the sword was in terrible condition. For the edge of a blade made from such scales to be chipped this badly, it must have been wielded in a massive battle. Otherwise, it could never have ended up in such a state. Knox spent a moment in deep thought before finally taking the sword in his hand. He thanked Arson for examining it for him and reflected that it was no wonder he had sensed something unusual. He resolved to investigate further when the opportunity arose. Questions stirred in his mind about why Theo von Reinhofer had entrusted this sword to him. His thoughts wandered to the first patriarch, the White Dragon, and also to the lavender-eyed angel that Gremory had mentioned. Later, back at the academy, the sunset painted the rooftops in fading light. The students were gathered together, and the professor addressed them. He asked if everyone had assembled and declared that it was time to introduce himself again. He announced that his name was Burnin, and from that day onward, he would be their swordsmanship instructor. He explained that he would be teaching them the basics of Archive Imperial swordsmanship, describing it as a style that was agile, fast-paced, and precise. He claimed that seeing was believing and declared that he would now select cadets for a demonstration. Pointing at two individuals he described as suspicious-looking, he ordered them to step forward immediately. Hearing this, Knox and another boy reacted with some surprise and curiosity. Burnin then called upon another student with red hair, remarking that among these sword-wielding delinquents, she at least seemed the most human. Startled, Talia replied nervously that she understood. With 3 students now standing before him, the professor quietly considered his own choice. He admitted to himself that although he had called them out, they were a frightening group indeed. In his mind, he identified them one by one. Paracelsus, the prodigy swordsman who was shaking up the ranks of commoners. Talia, the second daughter of House Stillreiner, who, though overshadowed by her elder sister, still possessed remarkable talent. And finally, Knox von Reinhofer, the genius heir of one of the 3 dark families, who had firmly secured his place as the top student. Burnin's expression grew grave as he realized that each of them was exceptional in their own right. Excitement gleamed across his bald head as he addressed the group once more. He urged the cadets not to miss a single move and commanded them to watch closely as he delivered judgment upon those who seemed to have everything. He ordered all three to attack him at once, insisting that the fastest way to learn was by enduring a beating. Paracelsus responded with eagerness, thrilled at the idea, while Talia appeared anxious but not truly afraid, admitting to herself that this might actually turn out to be fun. Vernon then shouted for Knox to begin. He immediately directed his attack toward him, but Knox calmly parried the strike. Knox's thoughts lingered on the sound of the wooden sword cutting through the air. It was nothing like ordinary wood. Yet, when compared to sparring with Theo, this duel seemed trivial. He admitted it had been some time since he had stretched his muscles. He recognized that the professor's strike was difficult to block, even for someone as skilled as Vernon. In the next moment, Knox unleashed the black sword art, executing its first technique, Shadow Blade Slash. A violet aura enveloped him, and his eyes blazed with madness as he swung fiercely toward the professor. Confronted with the terrifying force of Knox's technique, Vernon's face twisted with dismay, and he cursed under his breath. Their swords clashed, but the sheer force behind Knox's strike overwhelmed the professor, causing his attack to rebound. A satisfied smile crossed Knox's face as he reflected on the result. He noted with confidence that the technique worked well even against instructors. Though it was still only an intermediate-level skill, his countless sparring sessions with Theo had clearly borne fruit. He mused that a character possessing the trait of genius wielded destructive power that surpassed imagination. Even without guidance, such individuals would naturally ascend to the top, often gaining sudden insights and pioneering new realms of mastery by themselves. That, he understood, was the true meaning of the trait known as genius, or brilliant talent within the inner lunatic. Yet he also acknowledged that some geniuses had fragile childhoods, just like the two others standing beside him. It was Talia's turn. She leapt forward with confidence, letting out a loud shout as she launched a powerful strike against the professor. Yet he blocked her attack with effortless ease. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved behind her. Talia desperately tried to keep up with his speed, but even so, she could not react in time. She only managed to duck at the last moment to evade his counterattack. At the same time, Paracelsus seized the opportunity and swiftly maneuvered behind the professor, preparing to strike. However, with a calm expression, the professor accelerated, creating afterimages, and parried Paracelsus's assault just in time. Both Talia and Paracelsus were forced to retreat, their expressions grim. From outside the battle, Knox observed that they were struggling considerably, especially Talia. He reflected that while her natural ability was nothing more than ordinary talent in swordsmanship and combat, she was, in the long run, the only one with the potential to surpass even those born with genius traits. The professor's face then twisted into one of frightening anger as he declared that all of them were so talented, clicking his tongue in annoyance and remarking that the world always seemed to revolve around those blessed with a full head of hair. But when his gaze shifted toward Knox, his expression changed and his thoughts darkened. He considered how that white-haired boy looked far too relaxed. Vernon must have realized it too, that he had not yet revealed his full power. He told himself that exposing all his cards now would cause more harm than good, especially since within Eldine, there were still extremely dangerous individuals lurking in the shadows, followers of demons who were waiting for the right moment to strike him and his students. For that reason, he admitted silently that he could not reveal his final trump card. That was something he would only use in the most desperate of situations. Afterward, he turned back to Knox and remarked that the white-haired brat had grown far more than the last time they met. He confessed he did not know what Knox had gone through, but acknowledged that the young man's reflexes had already become impressive. Knox responded calmly, asking whether that was really so. The professor then shifted his attention back to the duel and addressed the two who had crossed swords with him. He asked them why they thought he had been able to follow their movements and evade their attacks. Talia admitted hesitantly that she had not seen it clearly, but it had felt, if only for an instant, as though his sword had disappeared like an illusion. Paracelsus added that it was probably because, from the beginning, the professor's focus had not truly been on the sword itself. With a displeased look, the professor affirmed that their observations were correct before demanding that the white-haired student explain. He asked Knox how he had managed to track their movements and catch them from behind. Knox, still composed, replied that it had been because the professor used a footwork technique. The other students who had been watching outside began commenting among themselves in surprise. They questioned what footwork was supposed to be, wondering if it was that flashy movement style the royal swordsmen were rumored to use, darting about with a swoosh as they moved. They exclaimed excitedly that it was indeed footwork and that they were finally getting a proper lesson for swordsmen. Some expressed relief, saying they were sick of endless theory classes, while others remarked that at other academies this kind of technique was not even taught until the second year. The professor confirmed that what had been said was true. He explained that normally, footwork would not be taught so early, but since this was Eldin, where the very best students gathered, the training curriculum needed to advance more quickly. The first of these was the basic footwork known as Step of Light. As the name suggested, this technique belonged to the royal family. Although it was only a foundational level method, he stated that when enhanced, it could be developed into various derivative styles. Before teaching them the step of light, the professor declared that he would first test their skill levels objectively, since confirming their growth was the first step to learning. However, he remarked that evaluating each student one by one would be boring. Instead, he announced that from that moment on, each cadet would choose one of the three who had just sparred with him and fight them. They would see how many students those three prodigies, the so-called stars, could defeat, and conversely how other cadets would find a way to bring them down. He then called upon Leon von Marvis, ordering him to step forward and choose his opponent. Leon, looking uncertain, admitted that he was not confident with the sword. The professor, raising his voice, demanded silence and ordered him forward, questioning whether Leon was suggesting that mages should be spared from sword duels or that enemies would patiently wait until the very end to attack him. He exclaimed that such thinking was nonsense, for on the battlefield the ones targeted first were always the mages and healers. At the very least, Leon had to learn a final measure to protect his own body. Hearing this, Leon reluctantly agreed and responded that he understood. The professor, watching him go with a faint sadness, admitted that though he may have spoken harshly, fairness would still be considered. As long as Leon used a sword, he would permit any form of battle. After hesitating, Leon turned his gaze toward Knox and declared that he would choose Knox von Reinhofer. Knox was taken aback, unable to comprehend what the boy had just said. Leon's face lit up as he repeated his choice, holding both a sword in one hand and a magic book in the other. Dissatisfied, Knox quickly turned to the professor, calling for a timeout and protesting that what Leon was holding was not even a sword. The professor, however, angrily retorted that it still counted as a sword and that the book would be considered merely a support tool. Annoyed, Knox thought to himself that such reasoning was absurd. He then confronted Leon, asking if, of all opponents, Leon had really chosen him for a duel, and if he looked that easy to defeat. Leon opened his magic book with a smile and explained that it was nothing like that. Rather, he had simply thought that Knox was the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy summoned undead, each wielding a sword. Seeing this, Knox grew furious and demanded to know if, in a sacred sword duel, the instructor was truly going to allow his opponent to summon undead. The professor, completely unconcerned, replied that he permitted it. Confused, Knox pressed further, asking why such a thing would be allowed. The professor, now enraged, shouted that it was simply because it was entertaining. He cursed, calling Knox a white-haired brat, and admitted that Leon was irritating as well, but insisted that Knox was far worse than anyone he had ever taught. He ranted about Knox's rich, lustrous hair, his strange and dazzling eyes, and his infuriatingly handsome face, coupled with an attitude that seemed to see through everything. As his body suddenly ignited in flames, the professor declared that Knox was the enemy of all men. Annoyed, Knox wondered to himself what kind of insane character he was dealing with. The professor then ordered that if Knox understood, he should begin the duel at once, and commanded all the students to pay close attention. Knox thought that since the challenge had been made, he would not back down. He did not care what methods or rules were used. Afterward, he smiled with confidence, his entire body flaring with a purple aura as he warned his opponent not to cry if Leon von Marvis were to lose. The undead immediately grew restless, their frenzy erupting as they charged toward Knox with a terrifying presence. The professor, who observed the battle with a cautious expression, admitted to himself that while he had indeed told them to use any means necessary, he had not expected Leon to summon the undead so quickly. He reflected that it was only natural for someone of the dark families, and what struck him most was that every single one of the summoned creatures possessed at least the strength of an intermediate knight. To summon dozens of such beings freely, without restrictions, one would need to command an immense reservoir of mana, a power that, in his estimation, could only be wielded by Princess Penelope, the direct royal bloodline of the Arkheim Empire. His thoughts drifted toward House Marvis, recalling how it had revived itself from near annihilation during the Territorial War, once ruled by a young patriarch. He speculated that this duel might lead to an unexpected turning point. Then again, perhaps not. After all, House Marvis had once been counted among the three great dark families alongside Reinhofer and Seder. Yet as soon as signs of decline had appeared, lords and nobles alike had conspired in betrayal and secret pacts. Because of that, Leon's father, Rune von Marvis, had been executed, and following the eruption of the Great Territorial War, the house had quickly fallen into ruin. On that day, the young and naive Leon had witnessed the true face of nobility, and that revelation had shaped in him a perspective utterly different from other aristocrats. For the sake of victory, he no longer cared whether his honor was tarnished. He would always find a way to prevail, regardless of what sacrifices were required. That desperation, coupled with his sharp judgment, had been what allowed him to achieve victory in the last territorial war and preserve his household. The professor admitted to himself that if it were Leon, then even the white-haired one might struggle against him. Yet soon, disbelief began to cloud the professor's eyes, for the sight before him overturned his expectations. Leon's undead were fierce, their madness driving them to swarm Knox with overwhelming force. and yet Nox cut them down with terrifying ease, shattering their bodies into fragments one after another. Each undead that rushed toward him was cleaved apart, and the image he projected was that of a war god, cold, merciless, and terrifying. At that moment, a thought seemed to resonate with the situation. There was always someone stronger. Beyond the sky there was another sky, and above every talent, an even greater talent existed. The professor realized that Nox's swordsmanship was utterly different. It was like a sword dance. It gave the impression that Nox was not fighting merely to win, but fighting to survive. All the students present could only stare in rapt attention, their expressions filled with caution. In the end, they were all forced to admit the same undeniable truth. Nox was overwhelming. After finishing off the obstructive undead, Nox quickly set his sights on their controller. He charged toward Leon with blinding speed. In that moment, Leon felt powerless, his face betraying growing fear. Just as Nox closed in, Leon managed to cast a spell, erecting a barrier to block the attack. It had to be admitted that Leon possessed remarkable talent in magic, for even Nox's powerful strike could not shatter the shield. The observing students were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They exclaimed in shock that Leon had actually blocked the blow. Because of the rebound force from the barrier, Nox was pushed back, his expression turning grim. He inwardly acknowledged that this was Leon's true strength. His eyes caught sight of the artifact Leon was using, the Necronomicon, a grimoire belonging to House Marvis that had not been wielded for generations. Nox recalled that in the past, when even Leon's retainers had abandoned him, Leon had awakened its power and secured victory in the final territorial war through a contract with the Black Lion Marvis. Gathering all his magic into his sword, Leon spoke with renewed confidence, admitting that Nox was truly impressive and that he had miscalculated in thinking such efforts would suffice against him. He requested another match. Hearing this, Nox smirked with excitement, thinking to himself that Leon was insane. Dealing with undead of that caliber, he reflected, would already be difficult even with only the first technique. Yet this was precisely the challenge he had been longing for. He had long wished to test himself against a worthy rival, and Leon might be the perfect opponent. Leon, noticing the inhuman grin on Nox's face, grew intensely wary. At the same time, he sensed something unusual. He questioned inwardly what was happening, realizing that Nox was not suppressing his mana, but rather draining his own strength. Leon could not understand why, since in this fight Nox should have been amplifying his power instead. Meanwhile, Nox's true intentions became apparent. Behind him, a massive orb of dark purple magic was forming, steadily growing larger as it absorbed the surrounding mana, an ominous sight befitting a descendant of the Dark Swordsman's lineage. Leon did not know what Nox intended, but he remained cautious and did not underestimate his opponent. He ordered his gigantic undead to charge forward and attack, while thinking to himself that he had no idea what judgment Nox was making, but that it would be best to attack quickly. The massive undead, wielding a sword wreathed in deadly miasma, hurled itself toward Nox with terrifying force. Yet Nox showed no intention of moving. His face grew so grim it was frightening, and in that moment, he unleashed a technique he had never used before. The Black Sword Art. Second technique, Dark Severing Flash. At first, the scene appeared deceptively ordinary, but only a second later, the strike created a compressed purple sphere of energy, from which an immense surge of mana burst forth, tearing apart Leon's massive undead bit by bit. The professor, who was observing, found the sight nearly unbelievable. He told himself there could be no doubt that the sword dance was the second technique of the Black Sword Art. He reflected that there was not a single sword instructor across the continent who would fail to recognize the supreme Black Sword Art. However, he also knew that to master the second technique, one normally had to surpass a certain age. If someone gained overwhelming power too early, it became dangerous, and the direct bloodline naturally inherited greater strength. Yet this boy, at barely 15 years old, was perfectly wielding the second technique, and with nothing but a wooden sword. The giant undead could no longer maintain its form and began to disintegrate. Leon's face darkened as he remarked that Nox truly was different. Nox, brimming with confidence, retorted that if Leon wished, he could crush him even further. Realizing that he had already exhausted everything else, Leon resorted to his most mysterious magic. He quickly began gathering power beneath his feet. Nox observed him and thought that Leon was fated to become one of the strongest figures in the future. In this world without its destined protagonist, he reflected, if the only one who could burn with competitive spirit was himself, then so be it. At that instant, a massive skull was summoned beneath Nox's position, and its gaping maw opened wide, attempting to swallow him whole. Yet Nox still smiled brightly, thinking to himself that just as with Paracelsus, he could only give Leon the same answer, that Leon would eventually come to realize his weakness, and Nox would become the goal he strove toward, as the villain and the one who had to reach the end of the story in the protagonist's place. Without hesitation, he cleaved the skull before him into fragments and immediately charged at Leon with a look of delight, striking directly at him. Leon, nearly drained of mana and unable to form another magical barrier, could only defend himself reluctantly against the assault. The collision of their auras created a shockwave that threw the air into chaos. Inwardly, Nox declared that he would overwhelm and crush everything before him. When the dust and smoke finally began to fade, the battle was over, and Nox had emerged victorious. Leon's sword had broken in two, though he still managed to stand for a few moments longer. Looking down at his own hand, Leon admitted defeat, telling Nox von Reinhofer that he conceded and that, thanks to him, he had learned much. In response, Nox remarked that Leon's use of the undead in combat was not a bad choice. Surprised, Leon expressed his gratitude to him. Then the instructor raised his voice, announcing that the sparring was over and that the winner was Whitehair. Hearing himself called by that nickname, Nox felt annoyed, muttering in his thoughts that his name was Nox. The instructor continued, declaring that the next matches would proceed and urging everyone to choose their sparring partners. The other students, after witnessing the battle, hesitated and whispered among themselves that rather than face a monster like Nox, they would prefer to fight Paracelsus or Talia instead. Standing quietly in a corner, Paracelsus overheard their disparagement and, angered, drew his sword and shouted that if that was how they felt, then all of them could come at him at once. Meanwhile, Nox adjusted his stance, thinking with satisfaction that with the overwhelming difference in power he had shown from the start, those reckless enough to challenge him blindly would likely not appear for some time. At that moment, Princess Penelope stepped forward toward the instructor and stated that she too wished to select Nox von Reinhofer as her sparring partner. Her declaration left the rest of the students astonished that she would dare to challenge such a monster. Some tried to dissuade her, yet the princess herself remained calm and composed, as though she had some hidden intention. The princess, wearing a confident expression, stated that he was all right with the situation, reminding him that the rule allowed one to fight anyone designated as an opponent. The professor beside her had already begun sweating in worry. Around them, the other students whispered among themselves, speculating whether Her Highness had deliberately chosen Nox von Reinhofer, expressing their shock and wondering if it was because of the annulled marriage engagement, or perhaps because Nox had caused so much trouble that the princess intended to punish him personally. Nox, grinding his teeth in irritation, commented that he could not understand at all the reason she had chosen him. The princess smiled and remarked that she possessed a rather keen sense of hearing. The system notification then announced that the trait normal talent of acting was violently shaking. Nox observed her and wondered to himself whether she might know something about his engagement with Talia. The princess quickly drew her sword, preparing herself, and instructed him not to worry but to give it his all, though only to the extent that the Empire would not arrest him on charges of attempting to assassinate the princess. Nox, feeling awkward, thought that even if she asked something that ridiculous, her sword stance was completely wrong. He reflected that the princess was a mage, not a swordswoman, and had no talent whatsoever in swordsmanship, so he questioned how on earth he was supposed to fight her. Seeing that both had agreed, the professor raised his hand and loudly declared that the duel should begin. Nox then quickly rushed toward the princess, thinking to himself that whatever happened would happen. But suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that due to the effect of the trait frequent sickness, he had acquired nervous breakdown level 1. 5, that his tension level had exceeded its limit, and that his consciousness had briefly blacked out. Upon receiving the notification, Nox was rendered speechless, his face turning pale, his eyes rolling back, and his body nearly immobile. The princess, seeing his expression, assumed he was mocking her and warned him to stop fooling around. She then swung her sword straight at Nox's head while he remained unable to resist. With a single strike, the princess defeated Nox, knocking him to the floor and leaving her confused at what had just happened. The other students, equally shocked, whispered to one another in disbelief, asking if they had seen what had just occurred, remarking that the princess had defeated Nox. Another retorted that anyone could see he had let her hit him on purpose. Though Nox could hear their words, his immobilized body left him unable to respond aloud. He could only protest inwardly that there was no way he would ever do that. The professor's voice then announced the winner as Princess Penelope von Arkheim. This result left the princess in disbelief, while the other students felt delighted, commenting that when faced with Her Highness's graceful beauty, how could anyone swing a sword at her, speculating further that perhaps he still loved the princess. Nox, lying flat on the floor in frustration, thought to himself angrily that this was not the case. Sometime later, Nox was brought to the infirmary, where he lay in bed and slowly regained consciousness, his face pale. He tried to sit up, thinking to himself with irritation that of all times he had to collapse at that exact moment. From within the seal, Gremory's voice rose, exclaiming how long he had slept, claiming she had thought he had really died, and demanding how someone with such a frail body could have sealed her away in the first place. Nox, annoyed, told her to be quiet because his ears were ringing. She grew angrier, lamenting why she had to live like that, constantly fearing that the one maintaining the seal might die at any moment. Nox told her to stop grumbling and pointed out that she had recovered a lot compared to before. She responded that during the fight, he had looked like a monster, and she asked why he had suddenly collapsed. Knox answered that it was nothing, just the effects of frequent sickness. Gremory laughed and remarked on the trait, teasing that he actually had a hidden weakness and offering to cure his illness if he would just let her out of the mirror. But before she could finish, Knox flung the mirror aside, frightening her. He told her that, as expected of a demon, she was always scheming to escape, and assured her that even if he died and went to hell, he would take the mirror she was sealed in with him. Gremory cursed at him, saying that if only she could be freed from the seal, she would, when suddenly another voice called out asking for Knox von Reinschäfer's attention. Hearing it, Knox signaled Gremory to stay silent and picked the mirror up. The princess stepped inside and remarked that since he had woken up, she had let herself in, asking if they could have a conversation if his body was fine. Knox replied that if Her Highness wished it, then so be it, while thinking to himself with relief that their conversation with Gremory had not been overheard. The princess, with a slightly displeased expression, asked in order why, during the sword duel, Knox had let her win. Knox, troubled by the question, wondered how he was supposed to answer it. He thought he could not possibly reveal that it had been because of the terminal ill debuff. At times like that, he reasoned, it was better to say it had been his own choice. He then replied that, at that moment, he had thought it was the best decision and apologized if it had displeased her. The princess questioned further, saying that at the very least they should have exchanged a few proper blows. Knox answered with all due respect that she did not have the ability to exchange even a few strikes with him. If he had gone easy and forced the fight to continue, he said, that too would have only been deception. He recalled then that it had been harsh but true. Penelope had no talent for the sword whatsoever. Even if she had faced Talia or Paracelsus instead of him, she would have dropped her sword within a single strike. Hearing his reply, the princess said she understood what he had been thinking. She believed it had likely been for the dignity of the imperial family. At the same time, she remarked that by yielding, he had withdrawn support for the prince and instead declared support for her. Knox thought to himself that he did not know what misunderstanding she was under, but he had better keep quiet. The princess added that still, the next time, she hoped he would not hold back again, since she too had entered Eldin not as a princess, but as a proper student. Knox replied that he would keep that in mind. The princess then said there was one more thing she wanted to mention. She had heard about his engagement to Talia von Stillreiner. At that, Knox grew somewhat uneasy, thinking that the time had finally come. The princess spoke of a love that had blossomed despite family and the world's opposition, even going against imperial order itself. Yet, she added, she had no intention of judging his so-called true love. After all, she claimed, she was past the age of believing in such things. She explained that she had only approached him to use him, for pure faith alone could never make one an emperor. Knox, bewildered, thought that an imperial princess speaking of true love and such things sounded laughably novelistic. He reminded himself to hold it in, to keep his expression in check. He then answered that, despite thinking carefully, in the end, he had caused her trouble and felt ashamed. The princess, pleased, said that regardless, she thanked him for that day and appreciated the thought he had shown in looking out for her. Since he had put on such a splendid act, she said, she too would wish him a swift recovery, though she doubted he was really hurt. Knox, watching the two girls leave, thought to himself that he really was hurt and wished they would hurry up and go. Every time he came to the academy, his frailty of mind and body passive never went away. Once the two of them had left the room, the princess began to sigh, her expression now looking far sadder than before. She reflected inwardly that Knox von Reinhofer truly had a strange charm, that calm detachment that drew people's attention, his disregard for others' opinions, and even his genius talent. No matter how hard she tried not to be interested, she admitted to herself that it was difficult to go against her heart. Echidna, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, noting that the princess seemed much more at ease now that she had gotten everything off her chest. Echidna suggested that this time they should not scold Knox too harshly. The princess turned back with a radiant smile and said that just this once she would forgive him. Elsewhere, the eccentric professor cried out with joy when he saw Knox, declaring that he had heard everything and asking if Knox had truly been stricken by lovesickness. He exclaimed that Knox was indeed a born romantic and urged him to let that fiery passion fuel his studies as well. Knox, however, snapped at him to be silent, clearly irritated, while inwardly thinking that he had no time for the rants of a mad professor or the princess's delusions. What mattered was that he quickly mastered the Step of Light and several more black magic spells, for the second main storyline was soon approaching. His attention then shifted to a design sheet on the desk. Picking it up curiously, he examined the costume sketch before a wicked grin spread across his face. He told himself that the easiest way to break through the second episode was with money, vast amounts of it. It was about time, he thought, that he went gold farming. It was explained that basic empire magic was a subject designed to help students develop their primary elemental affinity and improve their magical accomplishments accordingly. Since most students were unable even to identify their attributes, the first class always began with a test to discover their primary element. Standing at the podium, the professor instructed the class that each of them would come forward one by one and infuse their mana into the crystal of judgment. He explained that the core element they were most attuned to would then materialize within the orb. Whether it manifested as light, color, or something else entirely, they were to share what they saw and felt, and this would be used as reference for their personal curriculum. He then called for the students in the front row to begin. Meanwhile, Knox sat idly, lost in thought. For someone like him, who already knew not only his attributes but also his talents, the exercise seemed tedious. From the beginning, noble heirs had their elemental attributes determined by family lineage and birth. He wondered to himself that if, by some chance, the divine element suitable for healers were to manifest for him, it would be incredible. But he knew that such a divine attribute was monopolized almost exclusively by the House of Gynos. Above all, as someone born of a dark family, it had nothing to do with him. At last, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the orb, as instructed. Immediately, dense black-violet colors began to swirl within it, so rich and overwhelming that even Knox himself was caught off guard. The mana surged outward in all directions, filling the hall with a suffocating violet darkness. When he finally withdrew his hand, he stood there in silence, confused and unable to make sense of what he had witnessed. The professor, however, praised him for doing well and asked what the orb had revealed. Knox replied curtly that the professor already knew. It had shown nothing but dense, dark violet shadows. Yet inwardly, Knox was unsettled. He had noticed a faint trace of pure white light seeping into the shadows. On his status window, no such white light was listed. That brilliance was unmistakably the holy element monopolized by the House of Gynos. It did not match any of the data he had gathered thus far. Something was amiss. There had to be something in his past, something even he, despite all his gamer's knowledge, could not see. He resolved that he would need to investigate further. When the magic class ended, it was time for combat training with the bald professor. The man explained that footwork techniques required immense mental strength, but once mastered, they allowed a fighter to move beyond ordinary perception. To demonstrate, he suddenly vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside the nearest student in the blink of an eye. He told them that with such mastery, one could slip entirely out of others' awareness. The students, stunned by the speed, burst into exclamations of disbelief. Some muttered that it was far too fast, that they could not even trace the trajectory of his movement. Others wondered aloud how anyone could possibly track an opponent at that speed. Knox watched the technique intently. At the same time, he activated his active skill, Hour of the Genius Plus. Time around him slowed dramatically, which allowed him to study the professor's technique in minute detail. He observed that everything seemed to slow as if frozen in time while a single figure moved swiftly to close the distance. The professor had chosen Knox as the subject for the demonstration, but Knox could clearly see every motion the professor made and thought that the man was merely looking for a chance to land a blow on him. There was no reason to allow it. When the professor's blade descended, Knox managed to dodge in time. The students were stunned and murmured in alarm, asking what had just happened and remarking that Knox had apparently evaded the instructor's sword using footwork. Some admitted they had not seen how it had occurred and wondered aloud how it had happened. With a composed expression, Knox said that he understood. So that was what footwork truly was. The professor, feeling slighted, muttered insults and grew angry. Talia, shocked, demanded to know how Knox had done it and when he had even learned footwork. The professor told Talia that she had seen it wrong. Knox had not actually used footwork, but had simply read his movements and reacted. Even so, the professor judged that the fact Knox could react like that without training was remarkable, and he ordered the white-haired student to stay after class for personal instruction. Hearing this, Knox felt uneasy and thought that the situation seemed like déjà vu. The other students whispered among themselves, wondering why the best student in the class would need extra training. With his face twisted in anger, the professor declared that he only ever favored the chosen ones and told anyone who was jealous to learn footwork themselves. Otherwise, he warned, even lesser monsters, not just demons, would cut them down. A frightened student apologized loudly. Another observed that, as expected of the bald instructor, he was an expert, though his personality was a little off. After overhearing the comments, the professor grabbed one student by the head and promised that he would help awaken their talent as he had with himself. The same, he said, would apply to everyone. He announced that he would explain the step of light once more, slowly. He then began teaching them step by step. He explained that the step of light consisted of 3 stages in total. The first step, he said, began with mana transmutation, converting part of the caster's attribute into divine energy and channeling it into the legs. The second step was tensional flow, in which the transmuted energy interacted with the ground to create a smooth current. The final step was blink, which used the momentum built by the previous steps to make the caster vanish instantly from the opponent's sight. He added that since most of the students were only now learning their elements, they could not even stabilize mana properly, let alone transmute it. Therefore, he announced, they would spend the entire day practicing only mana transmutation. Nox watched and smiled inwardly, thinking that it sounded fun and wondering how quickly he could master footwork. Paracelsus looked at Nox with irritation, muttering inwardly that Nox von Reinhofer was a bastard. His mind drifted back to his youth, to a time when he had once asked his teacher whether the 7 stars of the continent were truly that powerful. His teacher had affirmed that they were, saying their strength was overwhelmingly so. Back then, Paracelsus had pressed further, asking the old man if he himself had not been one of the 7 stars, and if so, how his own sword ranked compared to theirs. His teacher had only laughed and admitted that his own talent had been the most lacking by far. He had explained that Theo's supreme black sword, the lunar sword art, and the heaven-destroying sword art were on an entirely different level. Though he himself had once been called a sword emperor, their talents had been far greater than his own. Paracelsus had protested, insisting that his master was the strongest person he had ever seen, and wondered aloud how it was possible that someone like him was still not at the top. His teacher had answered that when he compared himself at Paracelsus's age to the boy standing before him, he had been far inferior. That, he explained, was what talent truly was, something so transcendent that it could not be surpassed by time or experience. He had added that he could see that same overwhelming brilliance within Paracelsus and urged him to stop with the nonsense and devote himself even harder, calling him a genius boy. At the time, Paracelsus had reflected deeply on the notion of talent. He had thought that he knew exactly how strong his master was and how high he stood. If someone like that called him a genius, then just how terrifying must his strength truly be? He had wondered whether he could ever hope to catch up. His master's words about an awe so overwhelming that one could not even imagine surpassing it had finally begun to make sense to him. He had smiled to himself, thinking that his master was far more insane than he had ever believed. Talia, who stood nearby, had only looked at him in confusion, unable to understand why the eccentric man was laughing to himself. Inwardly, she had reflected that this was exactly as expected of Nox. Compared to him, she felt so small and insignificant that it was almost embarrassing. Still, she had resolved that if she continued to train steadily, then one day she too might reach greater heights. After some time of training, the students were all exhausted. Panting heavily, Talia had remarked that even just transmuting her attribute into divine energy demanded such intense focus. The professor had responded that this was natural, since some people could not even progress past that stage and failed to learn footwork at all. He had then turned to Nox, calling him Whitehair, and demanded to see what he had practiced, asking whether he had completed the mana transmutation step. Hearing this, Nox had smiled with cunning confidence. From his palm, he conjured a concentrated sphere of energy, declaring it as mana transmutation, his expression brimming with self-assurance. Then he raised his leg, initiating tensional flow. A moment later, he stomped hard against the floor, and in the blink of an eye, his body shifted. His movement flowed with an elasticity as if he were pressing down on a rubber mat, unfolding so swiftly that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow. The students whispered in astonishment, wondering how, in less than half a day of lessons, Nox had not only mastered transmutation, but had also fully learned the technique known as Step of Light. The professor, instead of being proud, grew furious, though paradoxically, his anger stemmed from Nox's overwhelming brilliance. He demanded to know how the white-haired boy had managed to complete the entire lesson so quickly. Meanwhile, Nox ended the technique with a commanding presence before the eyes of everyone present. Back at the Reinhofer estate, inside Theo's study, he sat in deep thought over the matters soon to unfold. A voice called from outside, asking for forgiveness for disturbing his rest and conveying that the mistress urgently requested his presence. From behind came the figure of a woman who told Rodwell to dispense with formalities, remarking that it had been far too long since they concerned themselves with such courtesies. Theo, upon seeing her, remarked that it was rude of her to appear without notice. She calmly replied by asking when they had ever stood on ceremony with one another and insisted they get straight to the point. Her expression then darkened as she declared that the matter concerned his child with that woman, Nox von Reinhofer. Theo sat in his patriarch's chair, regarding Lady Priscilla with a cold gaze before telling her to speak. She said she had heard that his youngest son, Knox von Reinhofer, was achieving good results at the academy. At that, Theo's expression hardened as he asked what she was trying to imply. Lady Priscilla urged him to pay enough attention to Alan and Hartz as well, reminding him that they were his sons too. Theo responded by stating that she must surely know Eldane Academy only allowed up to 3 children per family, and that was why they were arranging for Alan and Hartz to enter another academy. She admitted that she knew, but countered that other academies lacked both the right environment and proper support. She insisted that Alan and Hartz also had room to grow, yet Theo still chose to pass down even the second form of the Black Sword solely to Knox. Theo declared firmly that such matters were for him, the head of the house, to decide. Lady Priscilla pressed further, asking whether he thought the other retainers felt the same. Theo dismissed her concern, saying he did not care what they thought. Growing agitated, Lady Priscilla demanded to know why he favored that child in particular, pointing out that Knox had once been the shame of the family, someone no one had cared about. One person remarked that even if Knox had won Theo's favor with nothing more than petty talent, it was only temporary, and went on to question whether Theo's recent favoritism was because Knox was the child of that woman. At this, Theo warned Priscilla to watch her tongue. He observed that she seemed rather agitated and told her that it would be best if she left for the day. Lady Priscilla glared at him, then turned to leave, declaring that staying any longer would not make him listen anyway. As she departed, Rodwell the butler watched her go and politely bid her to take care. Inwardly, Rodwell reflected on the circumstances. He recalled that Lady Priscilla had been married to the Lord through an arrangement made in his early youth, and that from this union came young masters Garin, Grain, Alan, and the twin daughters. Yet the one the Lord had truly loved had only been his second wife, the mother of young Master Knox. That did not mean the Lord neglected Alan and the twins, but talent, Rodwell mused, always leaned heavily to one side. He knew that not everyone could recognize true talent. He wondered whether Lady Priscilla, if she witnessed young Master Knox's path herself, might come to understand, yet concluded that she was not a woman capable of such realization. Rumors had begun to spread that Lady Priscilla had even bribed the Council of Elders to win their favor, and Rodwell appeared deeply concerned, warning that such actions could lead to bloodshed. He remarked that the time for a decision seemed near. Theo, his expression resolute though somewhat lacking, acknowledged Rodwell's words and stated that it was about time he informed the council and the retainers of his will and successor. He added that he would need Rodwell's help. Rodwell bowed and assured him that he would be ready to follow his command at any time. Meanwhile, Lady Priscilla spoke to her sons, the twins, telling them that they must find a way to make the opportunity return to them. One of the boys asked how they could possibly defeat Knox, pointing out that he was already at the top of the academy and that even the new king of Talahan had sworn loyalty to him. Priscilla, smiling with sinister confidence, told them that she had thought of everything and that all they needed to do was train as instructed and wait for the right moment. At Eldane Academy, the principal smiled with satisfaction, for at last the freshmen had entered their first mission period. Professor Raz then informed her that some of the freshmen had already applied for a red mission and that he had come to request her approval. Another professor immediately stood up in shock, exclaiming that it was madness for Raz, who was known to care for students more than anyone, to allow such a thing. He stressed that the difference in difficulty between yellow and red missions was vast, and questioned how such a task could be given to freshmen. In response, Professor Raz explained that in the Elden economy, missions were divided into 5 levels of difficulty: yellow, red, blue, white, and black. He reminded them that the subjugation mission of the Charter's grain from the past had been only a yellow mission, the lowest level, but that this year was different. Among the newly enrolled cadets, he added, a top 5 would be acting as a team. Once Raz finished, Instructor Baldy nodded in agreement. He remarked that with names of such caliber, it was understandable why they had been entrusted with a red mission. Moreover, he added that with that troublesome white-haired student among them, he doubted there would be much of a problem. The other professor eventually conceded that if everyone else acknowledged the matter, he would have no objections either. However, he reminded them that for freshmen to take on a red mission, the headmaster's approval was still required. In response, Professor Raz turned to the principal and explained that he had brought no fewer than 26 cadet analysis reports, requesting that the headmaster review them. The principal, with a dismissive wave of her hand, stated that she approved. Professor Raz was left stunned, unable to believe how easily the approval had been granted. He thought to himself in disbelief that Paracelsus and Lady Talia were knights, while Leon and Lady Eleanor were mages. To that, Knox was someone capable of wielding both sword and magic. With such a lineup, he reasoned that even if something were to happen, they could rest assured. In his mind, there could be no team more perfect than this. Before the meeting concluded, one of them added that there was still one last thing to be said. Suddenly, the room became filled with a chilling aura, leaving the professors shocked. The principal, wearing a sinister smile, remarked that she could no longer tolerate it. Professor Rascal looked at his colleagues and warned that he did not know how long they thought they could continue hiding there, urging them to conceal themselves more thoroughly so that no gaps would remain. The principal then added with a wicked grin that Maine exuded a distinct, filthy smell. Later, a carriage traveled across a desolate, war-torn landscape in the eastern extraleal region, which had suffered from long years of conflict. Its destination was Abelard, a massive casino in the center of the territory that served as a decadent playground for well-fed nobles. It was known as the place where the children of nobles from various countries squandered wealth and traded slaves illegally. Before the second main episode could begin, a new mission was assigned to the lunatic as well. Knox read through the mission details, which stated, Mission period, Abelard Casino, Red Mission, Demon Extermination. Reflecting on this, he realized that their task was to eliminate a demon hiding within the casino. Inwardly, he thought that he suddenly felt the weight of belonging to the lunatic. Paracelsus then asked him why, as a noble, he had not arranged for a fine carriage to be sent for him and instead had chosen to ride in the wagon of a merchant caravan. Knox responded that there was no need to advertise that they were traveling to a casino where their identities had to remain hidden, and he reminded Paracelsus that the eastern region was his homeland, telling him to stop grumbling. Paracelsus retorted that it was exactly for that reason that he disliked it even more, complaining about the oppressive atmosphere and the humid stench of the place. Leon intervened and told the two not to fight, urging them at least to look around. He remarked that although the air was humid, the undeveloped surroundings still carried a certain charm. Elmo remarked that having wide surroundings and visibility was not entirely a good thing, since it could also mean one was in a state that made them easy prey for others. As the caravan continued on its way, one of the villagers suddenly shouted for everyone to look ahead. They all saw a group of armed men blocking the road, and someone cried out that it was a band of thieves. The leader of the caravan immediately gave the order that the Eldon students should be protected first. Talia then screamed for Kia, and right after those words, Knox turned to Paracelsus and told him to go out and fight. Paracelsus, visibly annoyed, asked why it had to be him. Knox retorted by questioning for whose benefit Paracelsus was complaining, and asked if he was calling him a commoner simply to please the nobles. He added that if the thieves were to hurt the horses, then they would all end up walking together, wouldn't they? He also reminded him that Abelard was still half a day's ride by horse from there. Paracelsus glared at him for a moment, and then muttered that he would just go. Leon turned to leave as well, and Knox declared that they would go out too. Thalmus then stood up, grabbing her sword, and insisted that she would join them, saying they could not allow others to be harmed because of their carriage. Knox, however, leaned back with a yawn and told them to do as they liked, as he was going to take a nap right there. The others looked at him with irritation, wondering why he gave orders, and then claimed he would rest, calling him a young master with a hint of contempt. Gitri, however, smiled at the scene. Knox closed his eyes, thinking to himself that all of this would be their experience points, while what they really needed now was rest for the sake of their future schedule. He reminded himself that one of the most important events awaited them in Able Art, where they would soon obtain the auction's top item, the masterpiece he had long been seeking. The scene then shifted to a dark stone room, where a figure with animal ears and a tail was revealed, chained and huddled on the floor. The scene shifted to a grand casino filled with nobles who were enjoying themselves amidst the lively noise and flashing lights. Announcements echoed through the air, informing guests that the exchange of 70 gold coins was ready and that only imperial chips could be used within the establishment. The voice concluded by wishing the patrons good fortune at the Avalot Casino. Amid the bustling crowd, Knox and Gitri appeared, both dressed in elegant attire and concealing their identities behind ornate masks. They were accompanied by several others, one of whom commented mockingly that it was impressive of Knox to come to such a disreputable place, though it was just the kind of mission expected from someone as hopeless as him. Eleanor, cautious and composed, quietly reminded everyone to lower their voices, warning that they were currently operating under fake identities. Leon agreed, adding that although Avalot Casino was technically a lawless zone, activities such as illegal slave auctions or racial oppression were strictly forbidden. Their mission, he explained, was to investigate and eliminate anyone involved in such incidents, and it would be disastrous if their cover were blown. Paracelsus, seemingly unconcerned, brushed off the warnings with a casual tone, saying that a little game wouldn't hurt anyone. Watching his companion's careless attitude, Knox silently worried. He thought that Paracelsus would be lucky to stop after just one game. With a fortune trait of merely 2, he was doomed to lose everything. Yet, in later stages, his hidden trait, gambling addict, would awaken through repeated gambling. Of course, that would bring no victory, as the game's developers had installed an anti-gambling system known as the Gambling Addiction Prevention Campaign. It ensured that even the biggest jackpots would be balanced out by greater losses, a supposed act of mercy from the creators. Nox could only sigh inwardly at the absurdity of such a combination of traits, knowing that Paracelsus would likely end up living permanently inside the casino once his traits fully awakened. However, events did not unfold exactly as Nox had predicted. Paracelsus soon lost his temper after being defeated, angrily kicking a game machine and shouting that it must be broken since all his chips were gone. Nearby gamblers burst into laughter and told him to calm down, insisting he hadn't lost much and that he could win it all back by joining their table. Tempted by their words, Paracelsus foolishly followed them. Nox, watching the spectacle, felt too disheartened to continue observing and thought that he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Talia then turned to him and asked if they should start playing as well, admitting she didn't know the rules and wondering what game they should try. Other players beckoned them over, enthusiastically explaining that they had a simple game anyone could play, men, women, or even children. The rules were straightforward. Predict whether the roulette would land on an odd or even number. Guessing correctly would double the wager, but losing meant losing everything. They then turned to Leon, addressing him as young master, and invited him to take part. Leon agreed, and when a female dealer asked how much he would like to bet, he hesitated briefly before deciding to wager everything he had. To everyone's astonishment, Leon began winning repeatedly. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief as he achieved 5 consecutive victories, all landing on odd numbers. His companions stared at him in awe, calling his luck unbelievable. Feeling confident, Leon declared that he would bet on even next, and once again, he pushed all his chips forward. The roulette spun, and the dealer could hardly believe her eyes when he won again. Leon immediately called for another round, betting everything once more on even. Watching this streak, Talia whispered to Nox in concern, wondering if things were truly okay and worrying that Leon might lose everything if he continued. Nox, however, only smirked inwardly, admitting to himself that he had never seen Leon gamble before and that the man must be insane. Perhaps, he mused, Leon possessed traits such as genius of gambling or normal talent of betting. Jitri, uneasy with the situation, pleaded with Leon not to imitate such behavior, but Nox interrupted, telling her to give up since they had already come this far. When she nervously asked where he was going, he grinned slyly, holding up a coin and replying that he was heading somewhere one could win far more than from such childish games. Moments later, Nox was seated at a high-stakes card table, astonishing the other players with his results. They shouted in disbelief as he scored a straight, then a flush, and even won 500 chips with just 2 pairs. The crowd murmured in shock, wondering which noble family he came from to dare wager so boldly. Remaining calm, Nox reflected that he had turned 50 gold coins into 4,700. He now understood why people became addicted to gambling. If he could, he would have stayed there for days. Yet he could sense the growing resentment of those around him and considered stepping away. Still, a wicked gleam soon lit his face as he thought that he could not stop yet. 4,700 was such an awkward number, he told himself. If he just won a little more, he could reach 5,000, or perhaps even 10,000. Standing nearby, Jitri was nearly in tears as she reported that Nox had now accumulated a total of 12,700 gold coins. Eleanor, overhearing the number, was stunned and asked in disbelief if that amount was correct. Jitri forced a strained smile and quietly asked whether the young master was finally done gambling. Nox observed Eleanor quietly, realizing why she seemed so surprised. The amount they were discussing amounted to nearly 15% of the profit she had recently made from selling monster materials. Talia then turned to Leon, remarking that he must have won quite a bit as well and expressing her envy. Leon admitted that thanks to his luck, he had earned about 3,000 gold coins, but then paused as he realized something was off. The chip count didn't seem right. He remembered lending Paracelsus around 400 gold earlier. Hearing this, Paracelsus's temper flared and he fumed internally that they must all be conspiring together. Talia, watching his reaction, assumed that he had probably already lost everything. Eleanor complained in annoyance, calling someone an idiot and insisting that she would never gamble herself. Nox, however, thought otherwise. He distinctly remembered seeing her lose a round of odd-even earlier. His attention then shifted toward a figure standing behind them. Approaching that person, he turned to the group and suggested that they should get going. His companions, however, were reluctant to leave. They protested in surprise, questioning why he wanted to go and demanding that he stop. As they headed toward the exit, the mysterious man stepped forward, politely asking them to wait and apologizing for watching them from afar. He remarked that, as expected, fortune truly seemed to favor them. Paracelsus immediately lashed out, demanding to know if the man was the manager of the establishment and accusing him of rigging the odds. He threatened him to speak up or face the consequences. Before the situation could escalate, Knox stepped in swiftly, pushing a bag of gold into Paracelsus's hands to distract him, and asked the stranger what exactly he wanted, reminding him that he thought gambling wasn't supposed to interest him. The moment Paracelsus felt the weight of the gold, his anger vanished, replaced by fascination with his regained wealth. The stranger explained that while that might be true on the surface, their newfound fortune now qualified them to visit an exclusive place known as the auction hall. He invited them to see some rare and exciting items. Knox watched the man carefully, realizing he had taken the bait. He replied confidently, saying that they didn't need the man's permission since they were already VIPs, and told him to check their entry cards if he didn't believe it. Then he demanded to be taken there. The stranger faltered, apologizing for not realizing that they were VIP guests, but hesitated and asked if Paracelsus was one as well, since he had seemed to lose quite a bit earlier. Paracelsus awkwardly explained that he had only been pretending to lose. After passing through dark, damp alleys, the group entered a strangely pristine area hidden deep beneath the surface. Inside, they found a grand stage where demi-humans were imprisoned in cages, waiting to be auctioned off. The host of the event stood before the crowd and announced that the evening's special products were available exclusively for VYPS, strong, long-lived, and utterly obedient demi-humans. The chained captives cried out in agony, begging to be released, with one mother pleading desperately for her child's life as a soldier approached holding a red-hot iron rod. From his seat, Knox observed everything with grim composure. Compared to the scripted scenes he had once seen in the game, the reality before him was far crueler and more revolting. Words could not adequately capture the horror of what unfolded: disaster, tragedy, and grief. He thought of Gremory, the demon whose essence embodied honesty and sorrow. The corruption saturating this place was her nourishment, her source of mana. It was utterly disgusting, like a nest of writhing maggots. Beside him, Jitri sat trembling, her entire body filled with fear and silent dread. Her expression froze as a sudden warmth clasped her trembling hand. She turned toward Knox, whispering his title in a confused voice. He looked at her with quiet sympathy, reflecting that the trait which endlessly tormented her, misery, was now being awakened again. He silently apologized for forcing her to confront such pain, but reasoned that with so many enemies now targeting him, it would have been too dangerous to leave her alone. At that moment, the host raised his voice, thanking everyone for their patience and introducing himself as Herman, the general manager of the underground auction. He urged the assembled nobles to give their cheers and applause for what promised to be an exciting night. Knox's gaze sharpened as he thought that the manager had finally revealed himself. Herman. He recalled the narrative and noted that the story was now progressing into episode 2. The corruption of Avalot continues. In this chapter, the corrupt nobles exploited the commoners, driving social tensions to their breaking point and giving rise to a revolutionary army. The demons, waiting patiently for such chaos, fanned the flames of discord among every faction before revealing their fangs and consuming the human world. After that, the demon realm would manifest upon the earth, heralding humanity's collapse, a tragedy mirroring that of Togelin. And at the center of it all stood that man. Knox already knew his true, filthy identity. He was one of the 72 great demons, Grand Duke Lemegeton. The system interface then materialized before Knox's eyes, presenting a detailed profile of the entity known as Lemegeton. It revealed his basic information: a male demon of indeterminate age whose primary element was water and who was recognized among the 72 demons. The listed traits indicated that he possessed a normal talent of mana sensitivity and a normal talent of alchemy as positive attributes. His neutral trait was identified as pure evil, while his negative traits included being violent, foul-mouthed, arrogant, afflicted with multiple personality disorder, and marked as a lazy genius. His statistics were displayed next: stamina measured at 20, mana at 23, luck at 5, will at 17, and charm also at 17. Finally, his skills were shown: a passive ability in alchemy and an active skill titled Tempest of the Flood. Lemegeton's abilities were described as unimpressive when compared to the other 72 demons. Among all types of geniuses, he was known to bear the most unfavorable trait, that of a lazy genius. Though born with vast talents across many disciplines, his indolence had allowed those gifts to decay. Arrogant and sharp-tongued by nature, he embodied both pride and sloth among demons. In short, he was considered weaker than the demons previously encountered, such as Paimon and Gremory. Given the companions accompanying the narrator, clearing this episode seemed more than possible. Soon after, Lemegeton began introducing the next auction item: He urged the crowd not to waste time and presented the day's first lot, a tome of illusion magic capable of controlling people's minds at will. He explained that the book had been developed by someone from one of the dark families who specialized in black magic dealing with the manipulation of the dead. Upon seeing the item, Leon immediately recognized that it had been stolen from the Marvis family. Knox quietly observed the scene and wondered why Leon remained so calm despite his family's secret technique being publicly exposed. Even with Knox's own mental resilience, he found Leon's composure impressive. He reasoned, however, that since anyone lacking the dark element could not use such a forbidden tome, Lemegeton was well aware of this fact himself. As the auction continued, Lemegeton began calling out new bids. The price rose to 17 million gold, and he asked if there were any higher offers, emphasizing how rarely such a tome appeared on the market. Knox suspected that Lemegeton was bluffing. Eventually, after a short round of bidding, Lemegeton declared the sale closed and congratulated the winning bidder before moving on to the next item, a mysterious scroll that contained immense mana, though no one had ever succeeded in deciphering it. He announced that the starting price would be 3,000 gold. The audience reacted with skepticism. Some remarked that paying 3,000 gold for a scroll that could not even be read was unreasonable, while others said they were only there to buy slaves anyway. Lemegeton then added that he had nearly forgotten to mention something. The scroll, he explained, was written in an ancient and extinct language known as Dragon Tongue. Hearing this, Knox smiled faintly, as if some outrageous plan had begun forming in his mind. The crowd, surprised by the mention of Dragon Tongue, questioned what good it would be if the scroll remained unusable. Then, bidder number 99, Knox, suddenly raised the bid to 50 million gold. The unexpected amount made Lemegeton look up at him with visible doubt, while murmurs of shock spread among the audience. Some wondered aloud if the man had gone mad, questioning whether he truly possessed that kind of money or if he was connected to the rival in merchantry. Others could not understand why he would spend so much on such a useless item. Lemegeton studied the white-haired bidder carefully. He found the man's presence suspicious, a VIP who had appeared out of nowhere, yet whose mana felt strangely familiar. He soon realized that the aura unmistakably resembled that of the Reincarnated family. He began to suspect that the bidder might know something about the scroll's contents that even he did not. As he thought this, he recalled what was said of the ancient Catalu kingdom, that long ago, humans had gathered to found a realm, and after months of alchemical research and excavation, a scroll was unearthed within its ruins. It bore indecipherable runes and jagged engravings written in a long-lost script, one that even alchemy could not interpret, Dragon Tongue. Yet now, someone was offering an absurd amount of money for what was essentially just paper. Lemegeton then realized that the man might indeed understand Dragon Tongue and therefore possess the key to unlocking the scroll. Signaling to one of his associates hidden among the audience, Lemegeton prompted another bid. The planted bidder immediately raised the offer to 51 million. Knox countered without hesitation, bidding 60 million. The other man, sweating profusely yet unwilling to back down, pushed the price to 65 million. But Knox, seemingly having lost all restraint, leapt the bid to an astonishing 120 million. The rival bidder cursed under his breath in disbelief at such madness. Seeing the bid reach such a height, even Lemegeton decided not to prolong the contest. He declared the scroll sold to the white-haired VIP and congratulated the winner. After the purchase, Knox turned to Eleanor and asked how much she could lend him. She replied that she could provide about 200 million at most, adding that even with her spatial pouch, she could not carry more than that amount. Knox told her that he would borrow it all. Eleanor questioned what the interest would be, to which Knox responded with a confident smile, assuring her that he would repay her by the end of the night. Their companions, however, grew increasingly impatient. Paracelsus muttered irritably, wondering what those two were even discussing, while Talia stammered in disbelief, asking just how wealthy Eleanor truly was. Knox observed her silently, recalling that even within the storyline, Eleanor's exact fortune had never been revealed, though her wealth was rumored to be terrifying. Eleanor eventually agreed to lend him the money, explaining that since his identity was well verified, she saw no reason to refuse, but she cautioned him not to get too carried away with gambling or auctions. Knox thought to himself that her words sounded exactly like something Jitri would have said, and concluded that the two must have grown close during their journey, though he admitted that such a bond was not necessarily a bad thing. Eleanor continued by setting the terms of the loan. She stated that the base interest would be 1%, with an additional 0.2% added for every month the payment was late. Should he default entirely, she warned that she would ensure the Imperial Treasury seized all of his assets. Hearing this, Knox's expression darkened as he privately acknowledged that her mercilessness was typical of her. Meanwhile, Lemegeton resumed the auction, announcing that the next items were what everyone had been waiting for: slaves. He declared that from humans to demi-humans, a wide selection was available to satisfy any master, and began introducing the first category, beastkin. Before anyone else could react, Knox raised his bidder's plate again and called out a price of $1.8 billion. The other attendees, stunned by such an outrageous offer, could not even respond in time. Gitri, horrified, asked if Knox had lost his mind, pointing out that after the scroll, he was now recklessly bidding on slaves. Others in the crowd speculated that he might be a planted bidder from Avalat. Gitri could only sigh in despair, lamenting that the entire annual budget of Chatters amounted to 50 million gold, and Knox had already spent several times that sum in a single evening. Lemegeton addressed the audience, asking if anyone was willing to bid higher than the white-haired VIP's offer. When no one responded, he announced that they would proceed to finalize the sale. The crowd below reacted with frustration. Some muttered that it was ridiculous, that one could have bought all the slaves in the hall for just 30 million. Others scoffed that the white-haired bidder could have them, claiming the Avalat auction was rigged anyway. Unfazed by the uproar, Lemegeton continued to proclaim his congratulations to the customer, stating that they had once again won another bid. As the auction neared its end, he politely asked whether the buyer would prefer to settle the payment and claim the purchased items privately. Talia, standing nearby, grew anxious. She warned Knox that it was too dangerous for him to go alone and urged that they go together. Paracelsus, however, intervened, reminding Knox that he had been spending money recklessly and insisting that he must have some kind of plan to recover it all. Knox merely instructed them to stay where they were, telling them not to follow him, as they would only interfere with what he was about to do. Outside, in the corridor, Knox followed Lemegeton into another chamber. The demon greeted him, saying he had been expecting him, and asked that Knox first accept the scroll. Inwardly, Knox reflected on the situation. He thought that Lemegeton, of all beings, knew well that he understood how to wield a dragon-tongue scroll. He surmised that the demon must be desperate to learn the method himself, even at the risk of his own life. Yet Knox also noted that Lemegeton would never be able to guess why he had paid 6 times the price merely to purchase a single slave boy. Soon after, Knox approached the cell where the slave was imprisoned. He calmly informed the demi-human that he was the one who had bought him. The beastman glared at him with hatred, demanding to know what Knox intended to do with him. Knox replied that they would be seeing each other often and advised him to drop his attitude. Then, with a faint smile, he leaned closer and quietly remarked that the boy was not planning to run off in pursuit of his so-called freedom. Startled by the words, the demi-human hesitated for only a moment before dashing off in an attempt to escape. Yet as soon as he had gone a short distance, a sinister magic activated behind him. Blood-red chains burst forth, wrapping tightly around his body. Lemegeton's voice echoed through the chamber, filled with disdain. He berated the slave's insolence, saying there were limits to such behavior, that a mere slave daring to speak of freedom was absurd. He revealed that he had personally carved an imprint into every slave's body to prevent exactly this sort of rebellion, and mocked Knox for his misplaced mercy. He ridiculed him further, suggesting that paying dozens of times the slave's worth only to release him was nothing short of foolish generosity. Knox's tone remained cold as he told Lemegeton that whether he chose to free his slave or not was none of the demon's concern. At that, Lemegeton's expression twisted into something far more sinister. A wicked smile spread across his face as dark miasma erupted from his body, his head contorting and transforming until his true demonic form was revealed. He sneered, asking if Knox had truly come all this way just to flaunt his wealth, addressing him mockingly as the young heir of the Reinhofer family. At that moment, a system-like message declared that Lemegeton's multiple personality disorder trait had been activated. The demon closed the distance between them and demanded to know what Knox was truly thinking by coming there. Realizing that his identity had been exposed, Knox showed no sign of hesitation. He removed his mask, smiled faintly, and replied that he saw no reason to explain himself to a being like Lemegeton, a demon whose true nature he already knew. Lemegeton seemed briefly taken aback that Knox had uncovered his identity, but soon erupted into a deranged laugh. He admitted that it was impressive Knox already knew his name, then demanded to know whether the Reinhofer or Eldine families had sent him to investigate. His tone turned venomous as he called Knox an insect-like brat, proclaiming himself as one of the 72 great demons, far too exalted for someone like Knox to even stand before. Yet Knox remained calm despite the threat. Without breaking composure, he called out to someone unseen, telling them that it was time to begin. The ground behind them suddenly cracked open, and from the rift, Luna emerged. Her arrival filled the air with tension so thick that even the demon grew uneasy, a sense of dread creeping into his expression as he began to realize who she was. Luna's voice was sharp and commanding as she commended Nox's efforts, instructing him to leave the rest to her and her team. Luna belonged to Lunatic, a criminal syndicate that had risen through secret dealings with dark noble families and complete control over the black market. Their two ultimate goals were clear. First, to topple the imperial family and usher in a new age, and second, to annihilate the 72 demons and purge all evil from existence. Though their reasons for pursuing this crusade against evil remained shrouded in mystery, the narrative moved forward to the central conflict, the first phase of battle between Luna and Lemegeton. As Luna stepped forward, an aura of killing intent radiated from her. She condemned the demon's actions, the slave trade, the persecution of demi-humans, and the laundering of blood money, declaring that he had gone too far. Lemegeton only laughed obscenely, mocking her for daring to speak of morality to one of the 72 great demons. Luna met his laughter with steely resolve, declaring that if battle was inevitable, then she would face him without hesitation. Nox, standing off to the side, silently observed. He felt an almost primal chill run down his spine, an intensity he had not experienced since Theo. In that moment, he realized that Luna was approaching the realm of an absolute being. The demon, still sneering, dismissed her words with cruel amusement. He claimed that he had merely given value to worthless trash and sold it accordingly, and that if such acts were considered crimes, then the very notion was nothing but a farce. Luna maintained a cold, emotionless expression as she declared that there was only one truly useless thing in the world: filthy demons like Lemegeton. The demon, amused by her words, burst into laughter, mocking her as a foolish woman. Her face darkened, and in a voice filled with quiet resolve, she demanded to know if he was truly one of the 72 demons, Lemegeton. He asked in return, what if he was, to which she responded not with words but by raising her sword, implying that her answer would be to cut him down. That simple motion alone was enough to send waves of power rippling through the surroundings, turning the battlefield into chaos. From a distance, Nox silently observed, noting the tremendous surge of mana. He concluded that Lemegeton must have realized the battle was no longer a mere game and was gathering his dispersed power. Nox himself remained calm, confident that he had already secured everything he needed: the ancient scroll inscribed with the dragon tongue and something else yet unspoken. Meanwhile, amidst the confusion, a beastman attempted to seize the opportunity to escape. Nox noticed his movement and called out, questioning where he thought he was going. The young beastman froze, and Nox's thoughts drifted briefly as he recalled the boy's background. The youth was named Prim, a bearer of the rare trait Genius of Command. He had grown up in the harsh mountain ranges of the eastern region with no memories of his parents, his homeland already erased from maps. Like many children of the East, he had been a sacrifice to the endless wars, where loyalty to any nation had long lost its meaning. Those children fought one day for one country, the next for another, merely to survive another day. They lived by begging, trading their dignity for scraps of food, perhaps a piece of potato or a handful of grain mixed with stones. With no place to belong and nowhere to return to, they eventually gathered together, and among them, Prim naturally became their leader. During those bleak days, he encountered a man named Herman who offered them what seemed like salvation, a chance to go to Central, the heart of the Archime Empire, where he promised no hunger, no war, and no suffering. Yet, it had been a cruel lie. The children were sold as slaves to various nobles. Even so, Prim had never abandoned his dream of freedom. With his natural charisma, he inspired his fellow slaves to attempt escape after escape, but each time, Lemegeton's demonic mark ensured their failure. Still, in that moment of chaos, Prim felt it stronger than ever. This was his chance. With the demon occupied by Luna, now was the perfect time to run. Enraged by the sudden obstacle before him, he cursed inwardly, wondering what this noble fool was doing blocking his way. When Nox intercepted him, Prim forced a strained smile and taunted, asking if he regretted spending 1.8 million gold coins. Nox, his expression serious, corrected him, explaining that he hadn't bought just him, he had purchased the rights to every slave in the place. Prim was taken aback, asking in disbelief if Nox truly intended to save them all. Nox replied that he would take them to his own territory, where they would have food, water, and support. Humans and demi-humans alike would live under the same laws, without discrimination. Prim stared at him in shock, accusing Nox of trying to deceive him just as the demon had before. He demanded if Nox knew why his kin suffered so greatly. It was because they had believed in sweet lies like the one he was hearing now. Nox told him he did not need to trust him personally, but could trust his house, the House of Reinharnated. Swearing on his name and everything he was, Nox vowed to grant them freedom of choice. He urged Prim to decide for himself, whether to continue watching his kin die and repeat meaningless escapes, or to kneel there and swear loyalty as his vassal. Hearing this, Prim fell silent, deep in thought. He had heard of House Reinheffer, even amidst the chaos of war, a noble house of swords known as the Supreme Black Sword. Any oath sworn upon that name was bound by one's own life. He wondered if Nox would truly risk such a thing for him, for his people. He was just a slave, yet this man was offering him the right to choose. Finally, Prim agreed, but on one condition. Nox must ensure the safety of everyone there and never sell any of them back into slavery. If that promise was broken, their pact would be void. Nox accepted without hesitation, solemnly swearing before the ancient legacy of the Black Sword that from that moment onward, Prim would be his vassal and he, Prim's master, upholding every word of their vow. Prim watched him carefully, still uncertain, until Nox assured him that his words should be enough to earn his belief. He commanded that from then on, Prim address him as Lord Nox, warning that any disrespect would be met with death. Prim quickly nodded, correcting himself and responding with respect, calling him my lord. Curious about what he should do next, he asked about Luna, wondering if she could truly withstand a demon like Lemegeton. Nox handed him a key and instructed him to simply follow orders. He told him to use the key to free his people, then lead them out of the auction house toward the central hall of the casino. As a beastman, his sense of smell would have already mapped every escape route. He was to guide them along the safest, fastest path. Nox then reflected privately on Prim's gift. Thanks to his innate talent, those around him would instinctively trust and follow him without need for lengthy explanations. It was a quality that would surely become a great advantage when commanding armies in the future. Now that his surroundings were under control, Nox allowed himself a moment to appreciate the battle unfolding before him. The sight of Luna wielding her sword, a weapon that only she, among all members of Lunatic, could control. It was one of the strongest artifacts known, imbued with the hidden attribute of moonlight. Her blade, the cold moon's dance of moonlight. The moonlight blade was a sword that could only be wielded by Luna within the domain known as Inner Lunatic. It was an exceptionally powerful swordsmanship technique that could only be obtained after completing a hidden route. That was why Nox had planned to discard the Dark Sword of Force by the end of the game. In Lunatic, one could even play as a villain and still master the Moonlight Blade, though, as he admitted to himself, that would depend on whether Luna would ever grant him permission. At that moment, Luna was engaged in a fierce battle against the demon. Her voice grew low and cold as she declared that she would end everything with a single strike. She then began to channel her power, activating the technique. Moonlight Blade, opening sequence, first form, super. Observing from afar, Nox silently analyzed that the skill enhanced the user's physical abilities while detonating the mana within the sword in an instant. Enraged, the demon roared at her to stop her meaningless talk and die like the worthless filth she was. It charged at her in fury, but Luna effortlessly deflected the attack with her blade, leaving the demon momentarily disoriented. The clash of their powers released violent shockwaves that tore through the surroundings. The demon's hand went numb from the impact, and it inwardly cursed in disbelief, realizing that the white sword she wielded could only belong to the successor of the Moonlight Blade. Luna pressed on, activating the second form, Full Moon. Her face began to distort slightly as veins surfaced across her skin. In the blink of an eye, her blade descended, severing the demon's arm. Watching this, Nox felt an overwhelming sense of awe. He realized that this was indeed the Moonlight Blade, the same technique he had once seen her use against Raymond, but now far stronger than before. Luna was pushing her skill to its very limits. The demon, though terrified, tried to maintain its arrogance, shouting that the loss of its arm meant nothing since it could regenerate at any moment. Luna, her tone calm yet laden with killing intent, invoked the next movement, Moonlight Blade, third form. The instant her words fell, her graceful figure flashed forward, too swift for any eye to follow. Her sword sliced cleanly through the demon's body, splitting it in two. A spray of dark purple blood erupted from the creature as it struggled in vain, unable to react, its mouth gaping in silent despair before death. Then came the finishing technique, Moon-Splitting Slash. In less than a heartbeat, thousands of radiant strikes rained down upon the demon, shredding its body into countless fragments until not even a trace remained. The brilliance of the attack illuminated the area in breathtaking splendor. Nox stared, wide-eyed and speechless, thinking that it was far more beautiful than anything he had ever witnessed on a screen. A thought crossed his mind, that if possible, he wanted to learn that swordsmanship himself. Luna's gaze then turned to the pitiful remnants of the demon, and she murmured that she would finish this cleanly. The creature, reduced to a writhing mass of flesh, managed to rasp out a defiant question, demanding whether she truly thought it was over. But before she could respond, a tremor rippled through the ground where the demon had fallen. Luna sensed a surge of danger. From that very spot, a magic circle began to emerge, and mana started converging upon it with violent intensity. Luna raised her voice in warning, though even she could not comprehend what was happening. From the center of the magic matrix, a monstrous arm suddenly emerged, followed by the gradual reconstruction of the demon's entire body, stronger and more formidable than before. Nox watched the scene in disbelief, his thoughts racing. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. Based on the progression of the main storyline so far, Jigan shouldn't have had enough energy to activate his second phase. Yet the evidence before his eyes told him otherwise. There was no doubt in his mind. The magic circle that had appeared was not ordinary sorcery, but alchemy. In most other games, alchemy functioned merely as a support skill for creating potions, but in Inner Lunatic, it was an entirely different discipline. Unlike traditional magic, which relied on the natural mana in the air, alchemy required specific materials and mediums, a craft honed only through countless hours of meticulous study and experimentation. The level of alchemy displayed here would have taken tens of thousands of hours to master. Nox had never witnessed Jagan's growth to such an extent through mere gameplay. He wondered if Jagan had somehow been artificially enhanced, though he was certain that amplification features had yet to exist. Lemegeton then smirked triumphantly, taunting that humans were foolish to believe they had already won. He said he had heard rumors about Archduke Paimon and had prepared specifically for this very moment. Nox immediately grasped the situation. He realized it was the butterfly effect. Because he had interfered with Paimon's death, the subsequent demons now appeared as far greater calamities, each one having taken precautions to protect themselves. Turning to Luna, he explained that the vortex surrounding them was likely a prison forged through alchemy. Since alchemy was a science of equivalent exchange, there had to exist somewhere a medium of equal value for every power the demon invoked. Luna, her expression tightening with unease, muttered that if such an immense amount of mana and blood had been consumed, then the equivalent sacrifice implied something truly horrifying. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, chaos had erupted. The once grand venue had transformed into a scene straight out of the demon realm. A thick crimson mist enveloped the entire room, and every guest within was trapped, their bodies drained of vitality by the sinister energy. Their agonized screams echoed through the hall as their life force was consumed one by one. All the demonic energy condensed at the demon's position, continuously feeding it with life force. He watched the scene with a worried face and thought that the formation was a prison made of blood and water, a late-game binding alchemy, an eternal anthell that would not vanish even if its user died. If they allowed it to continue, he believed, it would spread and devour everyone there. He noted that the butterfly effect had pushed the difficulty to an uncontrollable level. Seeing an Act 2 boss borrowing a late-game skill did not surprise him. He had seen it happen several times before the end of other stories, so he believed he knew the method to destroy it. He reasoned that the Blood Lake functioned like a prison. Once someone was trapped inside, the battlefield could only end when the prison's objective had been met. The only way to weaken the skill, he concluded, was the death of a comrade. A sacrificial ally would be required to shatter this nightmare field, after which the boss's assault would cease. He understood the grim implication of that tactic. At that moment, Luna shouted a warning to Nox, telling him to be aware and calling him a rookie. She warned that if he stayed there, everything would be swept away. She demanded to know whether he had some desperate plan this time and urged him to tell her how they were going to destroy the prison. She asked if their only option was to kill all the nobles so the prison would stop. Nox worried that if he disclosed the plan, Luna would die. He resolved not to trigger the prison's lock first, because if he revealed the escape method, she would surely sacrifice herself. He weighed Luna's value, and whether killing her would allow him to see the end of the Inner Lunatic. He judged her harder to direct than other units and of low strategic worth, and the thought trailed into an unfinished private assessment. Meanwhile, a thick blood mist gathered and surrounded the two of them, and from it demonic arms reached out to pull them in. Demons summoned by fresh blood appeared nearby in many shapes and sizes. Luna reminded Nox that he had saved her before, and that this time he would have to be the one to leave. She warned that if he did not obey her order, she would consider him to be disobeying a commander's command. Nox, feeling calm, refused her order. As the demons screamed and charged at them, he swung his sword at one of them and told Luna that he would not go anywhere. After slaying the demons, Nox raised his hand and deliberately absorbed the power that had escaped from their bodies. The eerie energy began to weave itself into thin threads that coiled tightly around his arm. Witnessing the scene, Luna cried out in alarm, calling his name and demanding to know what he was doing, but Nox paid no attention to her. A faint smile curved his lips as he remarked that his reckless plan had made him remember something simple. Luna stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Nox then turned to her with a confident grin, saying that she could simply consider this another act of disobedience. Without hesitation, he hurled himself into the center of the matrix, where the densest, blood-red demonic energy surged violently. Luna was left outside, frozen in uncertainty, unsure of how to act. All she could do was widen her eyes and call his name in desperation as he vanished into the storm of dark energy. Inside the hall, the air was filled with screams of agony, and the blood-soaked, death-laden atmosphere pressed heavily on everyone present. Many people were begging for help, crying that someone should save them, that all the blood in their bodies was being drained, and demanding to know what the others were doing. Some shouted desperately for everyone to escape. Eleanor, overwhelmed, asked in panic what had happened. Leon remarked that the nobles had apparently been dealing with Herman for a long time, and he pointed out that the alchemy circle before them was one that used human blood as a catalyst. Considering Nox's last words, he said something about the situation felt wrong. Paracelsus wondered aloud where the noble lord had run off to at such a crucial moment, but the very next second, the surge of blood energy became even more violent, causing the entire group to feel a growing sense of dread. Talia commented anxiously that the energy they felt had clearly come from the hall where Nox had gone to retrieve the goods. Paracelsus then drew his sword and urged everyone to hurry, insisting that Nox might be in danger. Behind them, Jitri trembled with fear, though her worry for her master outweighed everything else. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the sphere of energy continued to devour power in a frenzy. Luna stood nearby, helpless to intervene. Inside the sphere, Nox endured unbearable pain from the raging energy. Seeing this, Luna exclaimed in frustration that even if someone beyond human limits arrived, they would not last more than 10 minutes. She lamented that she should have handled their opponent more cautiously. The demon, however, merely laughed and said the strike had been intended to kill Nox, adding that imprisoning such a weak brat was no fun at all. It jeered at Luna, asking if she was trembling because she feared that the boy might die. It mocked humans for drowning in sentiment and said that if she understood her place and fled now, it might even spare her. Luna, enraged, shouted that it talked too much. She then prepared her sword and charged at the demon, declaring that unlike filthy scum like it, a lunatic never abandoned their comrades. But the demon remained confident, protected as it was by the limitless power of the alchemy matrix. Luna's strike did nothing. It looked at her with contempt and said that was why her kind were fools before casually countering her attack with a flick of its arm. Struggling, Luna thought that the water prison was weakening the demon's destructive power, but time was running out. If she delayed any longer, both she and the rookie would die. Determined, she resolved to end everything with her next attack and invoked Lemegeton. She shouted the name of her technique, Full Moon. The demon observed her and remarked that she was strong enough to make it regret not capturing her alive. It guessed she was the one who had killed Archduke Paimon, but told her there was something she needed to know. If she cut it down now, the boy would die as well. Hearing this, Luna's expression became uneasy. The demon continued taunting her, reminding her that alchemy was the science of equivalent exchange. It explained that the water prison had been created by sacrificing its own life. Because its life was part of the exchange, only it could dispel the prison, or the person trapped inside would have to risk their own life to break it. Only then would the prison collapse. There was no other way. It added that if it, the caster, died, the prison would explode instantly, shredding the boy to pieces. It said that her troubled expression was delightful to see. Luna's face darkened as she fell into turmoil. She thought that this situation was the same as when her master had died, and wondered why she was wavering again. She reminded herself that the rookie of House Reinhofer had no hope, yet she could not understand why her emotions refused to let go of even the faintest chance, or why she continued to wait for her comrade. She called the rookie a fool in her mind. At that moment, Nox's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, telling her he was there. Along with his words came his familiar, brazen grin. He seemed to be using some kind of voice transmission magic and asked her whether she was still holding on. He explained that his vision was blurry, his breathing ragged, and that even keeping his eyes open required all his strength. He acknowledged that this was the interior of the water prison. He said he had chosen to save Luna, and that if he could prove that choice wasn't wrong, he might avoid the bad ending. Then, the system issued a warning stating that the oxygen levels in the player's body were critically low, that cardiac arrest would occur in 8 minutes, and that his death would follow in 9. Nox silently reflected that he had assumed this would merely serve as the setup for Chapter 3, but he might have been mistaken. He decided that he would first use telepathy to contact Luna. Just then, the system issued another notification, warning that using a skill in his current state could further shorten his lifespan. After reading it, he sighed, admitting to himself that he was fully aware of that risk. The system then asked whether he still wished to activate telepathy. He confirmed that he did, though his expression showed clear displeasure as he wondered sarcastically if the system was trying to frighten him. Once the skill was activated, he quickly established contact with Luna and asked whether she was still alive, telling her that he remained present. Hearing Nox's voice shocked Luna, as she could not understand how he was speaking to her, and she immediately expressed her worry. She insisted that he kept doing foolish things and reminded him that using mana inside the water prison consumed life force even faster, urging him to stop at once. Nox responded by saying that she might find it hard to believe, but he knew a way to save everyone. He explained that the plan would only succeed if she trusted him completely, and that from that point on, he would give her 2 choices, letting her pick whichever she preferred. Hearing this, Luna asked what he meant by choices. Nox clarified that the first option was to let him die and use that moment to cut down Lemegeton, who had been weakened by maintaining his control over Nox. He added that if she moved quickly, she could strike the enemy before he had time to react. Luna dismissed the suggestion as nonsense and demanded to know the second option. Nox then reflected inwardly on Luna's nature. Sacrificing a rookie who had barely joined Lunatic would have been the easiest solution, yet she still preferred to take the more difficult and dangerous path. He admitted to himself that he was no different. He then explained that the second option was simple. She needed to teach him her lunar sword art. Upon hearing this, Luna looked at him with disbelief, unsure of his intentions. Nox, seeing her expression, foolishly assumed that it was horrifying enough that she might as well have chosen the first option, and he briefly lamented that he had gotten his hopes up for nothing. Luna hesitated, but eventually agreed. She told him that ever since their battle with Paimon, she had already sensed that he always came up with ideas beyond her expectations, and she asked him to explain his reckless plan once more. Nox heard the unexpected answer and found it impossible to believe that Luna had actually accepted his proposal. He mentally exclaimed that Luna, one of the 3 sword emperors, was taking on a rookie still in his 2nd year, and that she was willing to teach him a legacy left behind by her master, one that she was permitted to pass on to only a single person. He admitted to himself that he had been the one to suggest it, but now felt that the situation was nothing short of madness. Unable to contain his disbelief, he asked her if she was truly serious. Luna, in response, simply instructed him to prepare his stance. She said she would explain everything under the assumption that he already knew the basics, and urged him to listen carefully as she began with the first technique of the lunar sword art, warning him that he would only have 1 chance. Hearing this, Nox felt a surge of joy rise quietly within him. He thought to himself that he had finally prepared everything necessary for this moment. He then took out a magic scroll and began reciting arcane words that no one else could understand. Moments later, the scroll began to shine as the system announced that he was using the artifact known as the Ancient Dragon Tongue Scroll, and that a hidden piece had been activated, one capable of raising the rank of a designated sword technique or spell by 1 tier. The system requested that he select the relevant skill. Nox quickly confirmed his choice, designating Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship. The system then stated that the scroll had been successfully used. His expression grew more triumphant and confident than ever before, and the dark sword in his hand released a fearsome, overwhelming aura of black-purple energy. The system continued by announcing that Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship had advanced to Dark Family Advanced Swordsmanship. Nox sank into thought, recalling that the first requirement for learning the lunar sword art was to possess swordsmanship at the advanced level or higher. The second requirement, he remembered, was to use what he had learned from the Step of Light technique to transmute his main element, darkness, and cloak himself in the special element known as moonlight. At the same time, pure white light formed in his left hand, while the darkest energy swirled around the black sword held in his right. Feeling deeply satisfied, Nox smiled so broadly that it stretched across his face, and he told Luna that they should begin, declaring that he was fully ready to inherit her lunar sword art. By then, however, the pure light in his hand had already been twisted and converted into darkness, perfectly reflecting the wicked nature that surpassed even that of a demon. The text described the first half of the lunar sword art, specifically its 3rd technique, Moon Slash. It was said to possess such astonishing destructive power that it seemed capable of shattering the moon hanging in the open sky. The technique was specialized in destroying mana-related spells, such as barriers or circles. Under normal circumstances, one might assume it would be better for Luna to be the one trapped inside the water prison. However, it was explained that this was impossible because Luna, the sole user of the lunar sword art, had extremely low innate mana sensitivity. Because of that limitation, Nox determined that he would be the one to enter the water prison, receive the lunar sword art directly from Luna, and break the core that sustained the water prison from within. It was the only breakthrough he had been able to devise. With a confident smile, he stated that he was fully prepared to inherit Luna's lunar sword art. Luna responded by warning him that he would not be able to breathe in rhythm with the sword technique inside the water prison, and instructed him to envelop his body in as much mana as possible while keeping it stable, as well as to infuse sword energy into his weapon. Nox silently assessed her explanation, acknowledging that breathing aligned with the sword was indeed crucial. He recalled that powerful warriors like Luna and Theo activated their breathing and sword techniques at exactly the same timing, which was why the tips of their swords never wavered regardless of external circumstances or their own mental state. Luna then swung her sword and told him to search for the state in which his breathing felt most natural, advising him to sense everything, his posture, his physical condition, and even his thoughts, while warning him that the process was going to become painful. As Nox observed her demonstration with complete focus, Luna privately noted that he already understood this truth well. She reflected that the lunar sword art was a technique steeped in madness, a sword style soaked in the kind of insanity that devoured the self. That madness spread not only to the user but also to those nearby, which was why initiates of lunatic were tested on whether they could withstand the madness of the Red Moon. Conversely, she believed that if someone possessed overwhelming mental strength and resistance and could control even the darkest parts of themselves, that very madness would become their sword. At that moment, Nox's eyes turned blood red as though he were undergoing a dark transformation, and the black aura swirling around him began to merge with the surrounding blood-tinged energy. At the same moment, the system announced that the player's willpower was being pushed to its limit and that he was entering a state of trance. Luna added that when he was ready, he should recall the worst moment of his life. Whether it was powerlessness, pressure, or pain, anything would be acceptable, as long as he remembered the moment in which his despair had reached its absolute peak. Nox closed his eyes and began to feel the memories rushing back. He wondered which moment had truly been his most difficult and miserable. He questioned whether it had been the time when the doctor informed him that he was terminally ill, or perhaps the moment he began living an absurd existence inside lunatic. Then he reconsidered and realized that neither of those had been the worst. The moment filled with the greatest pain, he thought, had been the instant he understood that he would never shine again. He then opened his eyes and stated that he was finally starting to grasp it. Simultaneously, the system reported that, due to the trait swordsmanship and combat genius, his understanding of the lunar sword art was rapidly increasing, and that he had successfully self-learned the basic lunar sword art. Luna reminded him with a serious tone that there was still one more step left, learning the third technique, Moon Slash. However, Nox replied that she did not need to explain it to him. His answer confused her, prompting her to ask again for clarification, unsure of what he meant. Meanwhile, Nox's new energy began radiating outward, blending with the surrounding bloodlust and giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. The system declared that the active skill hour of the Genius Plus was being activated. His face changed visibly. His violet eyes shifted to a golden, metallic hue, and a surging flow of mana rose across his body. In that moment, he clearly sensed that the energies within him were clashing against one another. He finally understood why Luna had told him to recall the darkest part of himself. Because the lunar sword art could only be wielded by those who had shattered the most powerless moment of their life. He reflected that he had revisited helplessness, agony, and weakness more times than he could count, and that no one understood the despair of never being able to shine again better than he did. He acknowledged that he had been given another chance in the form of Nox von Reinhofer. The power that this existence possessed, he realized, did not stem from his own skill or talent, but it had allowed his inner light as a person to avoid fading completely. He thought that perhaps even he could shine one more time, just once. And so he insisted to himself that he could do it, and more importantly, that he must do it. He believed that he needed to witness, with his own eyes, the end of his story. With a bright smile, he prepared to swing his sword, declaring that he could finally see it, the core of the circle. Nox then began to unleash the technique known as Moon Slash. His blade radiated a terrifying killing intent as the crescent-shaped arc cut forward, slicing through the blood-formed sphere that had imprisoned him and shattering the entire mass of energy the demon had been accumulating. The strike did not stop there. Everything in its path was cleaved cleanly in half. In the next moment, Nox appeared before Luna and the demon. He apologized to her, saying he was a bit late. Hearing his voice, Luna froze in disbelief. She found herself thinking that it was impossible, that she had never even taught him the basic forms of the lunar sword art. She wondered if he had somehow already experienced the essence of despair and madness that formed its foundation, something inconceivable for a rookie who had not even reached his second year. The demon, shocked to see Nox unharmed and its spell completely destroyed, gaped in disbelief. It screamed internally that a mere human could never comprehend, much less destroy, the water prison it had devoted its entire life to. It then ordered all of its forces to attack at once and tear him apart. Meanwhile, the hellspawn surged toward the two of them in waves, yet none of the creatures were able to slow them down. Each one was cut down with swift, decisive strikes. Luna turned toward Nox and told him to leave the weaker monsters to her, urging him to show the demon the blade he had forged by shattering his own despair. The demon erupted in frustration, refusing to accept what was happening. It raged that insignificant beings like them would be punished by Archduke Paimon. Nox, his voice cold and his aura shifting into something even more frightening, responded by declaring that Paimon or any demon stronger should all be summoned here. At the same time, he smiled with a confident, provocative expression and charged straight toward the demon Lemegeton, causing it to tremble and break into a cold sweat. Nox further declared that the demon should stop hiding behind others, and with a single swing of his blade, he split the demon in two. His sword carried the radiance of the moon fused with the darkness within him. The aftermath of the strike produced a column of light that shot into the night sky, obliterating the demonic blood energy. The demon's body dissolved into the torrent of power. All that remained of Lemegeton was a fading remnant, a wisp of black mist that wailed helplessly before dispersing into nothingness. The system then announced that Nox had defeated one of the 72 demons, Archduke Lemegeton. Nox and Luna stood there, witnessing the now empty battlefield where the demon had fallen and where the remnants of its blood energy still lingered in the air. Nox's mouth began to bleed, and his body collapsed under the strain of having used far too much power. The system kept issuing notifications, stating that he had gained 150 days of life and attempting to inform him of his remaining lifespan. But before it could finish, his eyes had already grown dim. His gaze slowly lowered as exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he fell unconscious. His body toppled backward, but Luna stepped in just in time to catch his limp form. Her expression tightened with worry as she lowered him gently to the ground. In her thoughts, she lamented that she had once again come close to failing to protect someone. She wondered how long she would have to live in fear of losing another companion. She reflected that her birth, her revenge, and the wish she sought to fulfill for her master were the only reasons she wielded a sword, yet she had never grown used to moments like this, not once. She questioned whether the path she followed was truly the right one, and whether the things she strove to accomplish were truly correct. Suddenly, Nox's voice rose weakly as he called out to his captain. Luna responded with concern, asking if he was all right, and scolding him in frustration, as she wondered how he could keep acting without discussing anything beforehand, especially after what had happened with Marin. In a fragile voice, Nox explained that he wanted to become stronger and pleaded for her to accept him as her disciple. Luna grew silent for a moment. She wondered whether the boy knew that the lunar sword art could be passed down to only a single disciple, and whether he had orchestrated everything from the beginning so that she would be unable to refuse. She then remarked that his reckless stubbornness reminded her of Marine and questioned whether he had ever considered that she might turn him down. Nox's eyes slowly opened, and he managed a faint, strained smile as he insisted that he was the only companion who could truly understand the madness she carried, and asked again if she would teach him the lunar sword art. Luna wondered if this was how her own master had felt when he first vowed to teach her the sword. She told him that he was absurd and admitted that she did not know whether becoming her disciple would be a blessing or a curse for him. As she hesitated, the system suddenly announced that a random stat had increased by 1, that his mana stat had risen by 1, that the moonlight element now resided within his body, and that his natural recovery and healing ability had greatly improved. Luna then continued, declaring that she, Luna, captain of Lunatic, swore upon the moonlight to pass down all of her sword techniques to him. Hearing this, Nox looked at her and smiled with relief and joy. At that moment, the situation gradually calmed, and Nox began to hear the distant calls of his companions, who seemed to be shouting his name and addressing him with exasperated concern. He realized they were searching for him and worrying about his condition, which made him smile as he remarked that it seemed he needed to return now. Luna sensed that he had mostly recovered. She rose to her feet and stated that they would meet again soon, adding that when that time came, he should show proper respect between master and disciple. Right after that, her red radiance flared once more before she vanished completely. Meanwhile, G-Tree was anxiously searching for Nox, calling out repeatedly and asking if he was all right and where he was. The more she called without hearing a response, the more her expression tightened with worry. Only then did Nox's voice sound from behind her, saying that it looked like he had worried her again. His battered figure stood there, offering her a reassuring smile as he told her not to worry and that he was fine. Soon after, the rest of Nox's group arrived and pressed him for an explanation. They summarized what they had understood, saying that the administrator of Avalot, Herman, had actually been the demon Archduke Lemegeton, and that Nox had been injured fighting him. They added that, according to his account, a mysterious woman had suddenly appeared, defeated the demon, and vanished, and they asked him if that was correct. Nox confirmed that this was exactly what had happened. Everyone listened to his story with disbelief, finding it difficult to accept. Paracelsus, looking displeased, questioned him further and said that he hoped Nox was not lying, insisting that when they had split up, Nox had claimed he had something to do, and that everything now felt suspicious. Nox replied slowly, asking whether Paracelsus was being uncouth and whether it was acceptable to pressure someone who had just been injured. Paracelsus scoffed at the word patient, arguing that even the five of them together probably could not so much as scratch Nox. Leon added that despite saying such things, Paracelsus had actually struggled desperately to find Nox. Talia cheerfully confirmed this, saying she had seen it herself and that he had shouted for Nox until his voice was almost gone. Eleanor remarked that she had always thought Paracelsus only cared about himself, but apparently he did have a side that cared for others. Becoming flustered, Paracelsus protested and complained that if they intended to insult him, they should insult him properly, and if they intended to praise him, they should praise him properly, telling them to stop mixing the two. Eleanor then reminded him with a rare hint of seriousness that, as he had instructed, they had loaded all the rescued slaves into the wagons headed for the academy. She explained that once their identities were confirmed, the victims would either reunite with their families in their respective regions or be relocated to Chaders. Hearing this, Nox thought to himself that she had handled the matter well, and he expressed his gratitude to the entire group, adding that their work was not yet finished. Gitri, worried about him, urged that he should rest longer because his wounds were still severe. Nox apologized but insisted that there was no time for rest, stating that they still needed to carry out the most important task of their mission. Paracelsus, hearing the seriousness in his tone, remarked that if Nox was speaking like that, he would help as much as he could. Leon also agreed, stating that they would assist him again. Nox smiled with calculated intent, handed them strange items, and claimed that he was touched by how eager they all were to help, telling each person to take one. The group examined the objects with confusion, wondering what they were. Paracelsus even questioned whether they were sacks. Nox then instructed them to gather every gold coin in the area, stating that he would naturally take 80% of the profit. Since he was the one who had killed the demon, he assumed none of them would object. Paracelsus protested, demanding to know whether Nox had lost his mind. Nox simply replied that since Paracelsus understood him perfectly, he should get to work quickly because opportunities like this were rare. He added that Paracelsus in particular should work harder, since a single sack wouldn't be enough to make up for all the money he had wasted. Angered, Paracelsus claimed that Nox must be confused if he thought Paracelsus listened to anyone. Meanwhile, Leon quietly calculated that with such an enormous amount of gold, even after dividing 20% among 5 people, one could live comfortably in Avalot for a long time. The foolish Paracelsus, manipulated by the thought, suddenly became enthusiastic and urged everyone to search every corner of the debris. Watching him, Nox inwardly laughed, thinking that Paracelsus was truly a simple-minded man. The scene shifted to the Reincarnated family estate, where Nox's older brother stood beside Nox's stepmother. He greeted her politely, remarking that it had been a long time and asking whether she had been well. She responded by saying that she trusted he had received her letter, and went on to explain that it seemed Theo was considering a successor who was not him, but another child. With a cunning expression, Garen asked if she meant the youngest, Nox von Reinschäfer. She confirmed this, stating that Nox's standing in the succession order had risen dramatically. She added that although the Council of Elders still seemed to support Garen, Theo held undisputed authority within House Reinschäfer. For the reputation of someone as troublesome as Nox to rise so quickly, she said, it must have been due to Theo's favoritism. Garen then replied with a sly smile, saying that he had brought her shame and asking her to convey his apologies to House Oral as well. She reassured him, telling him not to worry about House Oral. With his genius talent, she claimed, devouring House Reinschäfer and raising their own house to glory would be nothing for him. No matter what anyone said, she insisted that he was her eldest son, the rightful direct heir. She declared that the younger boy's so-called genius was nothing more than an empty rumor that Garen himself must crush. She urged him to achieve an overwhelming, undeniable victory. Garen covered his face and laughed loudly, asking her if she truly believed he couldn't defeat a brat like Nox. Then he turned back with a demonic glint in his eyes and said the opposite was true. He had long awaited the moment he could grind Nox beneath his heel. He declared that it was time to break the wings of the arrogant fool who knew nothing about the true height of the sky, and that he would do so ruthlessly until Nox could no longer even stand. He affirmed that everything would proceed accordingly. At that moment, his expression twisted into something monstrous. Dark, vein-like streaks began spreading across his skin, resembling those seen on the slaves once claimed by demons. Nox's stepmother stood behind him silently, observing. Only seconds later, her own face contorted with the same terrifying transformation, and a demonic smile emerged, revealing that both she and Garen were slaves to the demons. Garen then proclaimed that everything would proceed according to the will of the Archduke. Nox stated that the total amount came to 1.97 billion gold, adding that at this point he was running out of space to store it all. He then handed the payment to Eleanor and declared that the debt had now been completely paid off. Dietrich responded by saying that they had even added the interest on top of the original 200 million gold. Eleanor, wearing an annoyed expression, remarked that they should forget about the interest, explaining that since everything had been repaid within just a few hours, collecting interest would only make people say that the rival in merchantry was stingy. Paracelsus then added that he would have someone deliver the remaining money back later, while commenting that the interest alone must still be a ridiculous amount and musing that rich people truly lived differently. Eleanor turned her attention to Paracelsus and questioned where his earlier fiery enthusiasm had gone, asking why he was sprawled out like that. Paracelsus casually replied that when he thought about it, all the money would be split evenly anyway, so there was no reason for him to bother picking it all up himself. He added that those guys would scoop everything up for him regardless. Eleanor and Dietrich stared blankly at the demons carrying sack after sack of gold and asked who those guys were referring to. Leon answered that he would pile the filled pouches over there. Nox noticed Talia carrying sacks as well and wondered why the undead looked strangely pitiful. Talia let out an awkward laugh and said that no matter how much they picked up, there was no end to it, adding that if she had known she would stumble into this kind of windfall, she would have brought Emma along too. Nox asked whether Rober did not already send her everything she needed, including valuables. Talia replied that while that was true, she still received an allowance from her father. Eleanor then told Talia that if there was anything she wanted, she should come buy it from their merchantry, assuring her that mentioning Eleanor's name would guarantee the highest quality goods. Talia happily thanked Eleanor for the offer. Standing to the side, Nox silently observed everyone present and reflected that in the original story, Eleanor and Talia had never gotten along. One was a merchant who exploited people's hearts, while the other was a knight who protected people's lives, an inherently hostile pairing. He noted that this was not the only change, as Paracelsus and Leon were also natural-born opposites destined to clash, and as for Dietrich, she would have died long ago if not for him. He concluded that his existence had created a butterfly effect that triggered all these changes. At the very least, he reasoned, the main storyline needed to progress properly, because only then could he learn the truth behind the mysterious letter, the entity beyond his status window that was helping him, his lost memories, and the truth about Nox himself. However, before dwelling on all that, he decided that he should first organize the rewards. At that moment, the system notified Nox that his remaining lifespan was 272 days. Nox began planning his next steps, thinking that this was good, since he had earned over 150 days of lifespan from this scenario alone. Still, he acknowledged that there was no guarantee things would always go this smoothly. His enemies would grow stronger, and if overcoming this trait were easy, the game would never have given him the broken advantage of possessing two genius traits. He recalled that among all players, there had never been a single successful case of fully overcoming the terminally ill trait, and even after searching the community and the official homepage, the trait was barely mentioned. He then shifted his focus to the next reward, wealth, deciding that he had to keep stockpiling money for Main Chapter 3. He remembered that Main Chapter 3 revolved around the Rivalin family and served as a branching point that determined whether they would pledge loyalty to the Arkheim Imperial family or join forces with the Dark families and Lunatic. Considering that the antagonist was Prince Louis of Arkheim, he concluded that this amount of capital was nowhere near enough. Even so, he believed that the greatest reward of the entire episode was undoubtedly the lunar sword art. He thought that it was no exaggeration to say that his entire journey so far had been for this technique. Luna had not only taught it to him willingly, but had even declared that she would take him as her disciple, making the peak of swordsmanship only a matter of time. Yet he could not help but wonder why Luna had taught him the lunar sword art at all. If she had wanted to, she could have simply killed Lemegeton and left him behind. As the leader of the world's largest criminal organization, such behavior was unlike her, leading him to question whether she was hiding her true nature behind a mask. Suddenly, Paracelsus interrupted Nox's thoughts by calling out and saying that it seemed they were finally coming. Nox looked ahead and thought that this was good, since all the gold coins were already stored in the dimensional pouch, and there was nothing left for them to find. He concluded that it was time for them to arrive and clean up the situation. Moments later, two guards appeared from the distance, with a blue black-haired man walking between them. The man addressed the group, saying that they must be the famous freshmen. Everyone was surprised by his sudden appearance, and Eleanor asked who those people were. The man ordered everyone to stay where they were and announced that by the authority of Eldine Academy, they had all been summoned as witnesses. Paracelsus wondered aloud who that person was. At that point, Eleanor realized the man's identity and informed everyone that he was Aleph von Dastein, one of the professors who led the Academy's autonomous guard unit and a top graduate. Aleph asked whether she knew of him, to which Eleanor replied that of course she did, explaining that his reputation was well known among the students. Talia reacted in surprise and asked if he was perhaps the author of Elemental Foundations, adding that she thought she had seen him on bestseller book covers. Aleph confirmed that this was correct, stating that he was the best-selling author, Professor Aleph, and then asked who the leader of the team was. Knox stepped forward and answered that he was the leader, introducing himself as Knox von Reinhofter. Aleph demanded that Knox explain everything that had happened without leaving out a single detail. Hearing the order, Knox inwardly thought with contempt that, as expected, Aleph's tone was obnoxious, and he wondered why the man always started giving orders immediately. Nevertheless, Knox reluctantly agreed and addressed him respectfully, then explained that after breaking the water prison using the Dark family swordsmanship, he had looked around only to find that the mysterious woman had already slain the demon and disappeared. Aleph continued by describing the woman as someone with crimson eyes, an affinity with the moon, and overwhelmingly powerful swordsmanship. In response, Knox asked whether Aleph had any idea who she might be. Aleph replied that this was not something the students needed to know and ordered them not to concern themselves with her from that moment on, stating that the woman had been officially designated by the state as an extremely dangerous entity. Upon hearing this, Knox found it ironic and thought that Aleph was likely frustrated because he constantly encountered her, yet still could not persuade her to teach him her swordsmanship. After the investigation concluded, everyone returned to the academy. Sometime later, they were sitting together and talking. Paracelsus laughed and remarked that it seemed the professor had not noticed how much gold there had been, adding teasingly that the little noble occasionally did things that actually made him likable. Leon echoed a similar sentiment, noting that sometimes Knox did things that made him likable as well. Knox simply affirmed this. Eleanor then said that if that was truly Knox's resolve, he must have known that bringing them along put them at risk, yet he had still done so, and she asked if that was correct. Knox again answered affirmatively. Paracelsus lightly patted Leon on the shoulder and joked that Leon must have knocked his head loose during the earlier fight among nobles. Leon lowered his head with a troubled expression and said that Knox probably believed their combined abilities were sufficient to handle high-ranking demons, then asked whether this meant Knox trusted them as comrades. Everyone turned their gaze toward Knox. Knox responded dismissively that Leon's imagination was excessive and told him to think whatever he wanted. Paracelsus casually replied that it was not as though being trusted by Knox felt particularly good anyway. Talia then spoke up anxiously, wondering who the mysterious woman who had saved Knox really was, and admitting that she had a bad feeling, as if they would keep running into her in the future. Paracelsus followed up by saying that, now that he thought about it, Knox had claimed to have shattered the water prison himself, and he questioned how that had been possible, pointing out that the Dark family sword had no technique capable of breaking seals or magic. Knox looked at Paracelsus with contempt and thought that although the man looked dumb, he had suddenly asked something sharp. After clicking his tongue, Knox decided to be honest and explained that he had recently been practicing a different swordsman's swordsmanship, one that was not from the Dark family. He admitted that he had even copied some of that woman's swordsmanship after observing it briefly, and that was how the water prison had broken. Eleanor reacted with shock, asking whether Knox had truly copied it after seeing it only once, and questioning why he would learn someone else's swordsmanship when the black sword art was already the pinnacle. Knox replied that he did not think he needed to explain himself to her, then stated that no matter how great the Dark family sword was, only the next head of the family ever received the complete teachings. He explained that with only a half-complete sword art, he could not accomplish his goals, which was why he had begun learning other sword arts. Paracelsus then remarked in realization that Knox was not the eldest son, meaning his succession rank for becoming the heir was far behind. Talia looked at Knox gently and echoed the same conclusion, acknowledging that he was not the eldest son and that his position in the line of succession was therefore low. Hearing this, Knox thought to himself that he had made up random nonsense, yet they had believed all of it. He then noticed that Dietrich had been silent the entire time. Knox glanced at Dietrich and observed her sorrowful and anxious expression, thinking that the journey must have been especially hard on her. He reflected that although she had lost her position, she had grown up as the young lady of the Lavilia family, and what she had witnessed that day must have been a severe shock. He then took her hand and told her to forget everything she had seen that day and not to think too much about it. Dietrich was taken aback and then turned to thank Knox sincerely for his consideration, addressing him as young master. Knox darkened in expression and fell silent, continuing his thoughts internally. He resolved that he would no longer leave dangerous situations unattended, and that whether it was a butterfly effect or not, if the system tried to tighten its grip on him, he would simply break through it. He reflected that his encounter with Professor Aleph had come much sooner than expected, suggesting that the timeline of Episode 3 had been pulled forward. However, he concluded that it did not matter, and that if Aleph had appeared earlier than predicted, then he would simply eliminate him even earlier. The next morning, inside the study, Knox was speaking with a white-haired woman. With a cheerful expression, she remarked that Knox had caused quite an amusing incident this time, adding teasingly that thanks to him, she, as the dean, had ended up with an incredible amount of additional work, which she described as truly delightful. Knox replied that he was not sure what she meant and claimed that he had hardly done anything this time. The woman responded with playful doubt, suggesting that if that were the case, then Knox must not need the Academy's reward. She lamented what a shame that would be, explaining that they had prepared something very useful for him on this occasion. Knox spoke again while thinking to himself, internally insisting that he had actually worked very hard this time and criticizing her for crossing the line by using the reward as leverage, calling her an old lady in his thoughts. The white-haired woman laughed softly and commented that even his obvious lies were cute in their own way, but emphasized that rewards required clear justification. She then asked whether he would explain everything, addressing him as a kid, and questioned what kind of demon he had fought this time. She pointed out that he reeked of the stench of one of the 72 demons, and stated that she would prefer it if he did not lie to her. Knox fell silent for a moment, thinking that lying in front of Noah Von Trinity would be practically suicidal, and concluded that this time he had no choice but to tell the truth. He then began explaining that at first, he had simply thought the enemy was a suspicious man with questionable connections. Even though the man was Avalot's chief administrator, his behavior had gone far beyond what was acceptable. Knox explained that large-scale illegal operations had been running for a long time without punishment, which led him to suspect that the man might be a demon capable of manipulating human minds. He added that he had only learned the man was Archduke Lemegeton after the fight, and that, as expected of a demon infamous for his alchemy, the battle had been brutal. He admitted that if someone had not intervened midway, he might have died. The woman reacted with a strange, amused sound and commented that Paimon had died, so she supposed the demons were preparing their defenses now. She casually added that it would not save them anyway, since she intended to kill them all regardless. Knox looked at her with a confused expression and thought to himself that it was a horrifying thing to say. He noted internally that at least she believed him, and reflected that although he had omitted every important detail, nothing he had said was technically untrue. The woman then showed Knox a bottle and stated that since he had succeeded in subjugating a demon, she would give him a special gift, presenting it with dramatic flair. Knox stared at it and thought in disbelief before speaking, questioning whether it was whiskey and wondering if she was out of her mind. He thought about the fact that he was a student and questioned whether she was not currently on duty. She dismissed his concerns, telling him that he thought too much. She argued that even if she drank there, no one would dare harm her, and insisted that this was not the problem. She encouraged him to take a glass, remarking that she did not often get the chance to drink with her students. She then suggested that they toast, celebrating him as the first freshman to clear a red mission and for slaying one of the filthy 72 demons. Knox smelled the alcohol and thought to himself about it, recalling that even in real life he had not really drunk much. He remembered how hangovers were torture and how he would rather play another game than suffer through them. Still, he reasoned that maybe a single sip would not hurt. After taking a sip, he was shocked, thinking that the alcohol content had to be at least 40%, and questioning whether she had truly expected him to drink it straight. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had consumed the item Black Dragon's Tear Liquor 50 years. And that his mana and stamina had both increased by 1. Knox was confused, internally questioning what was happening. The woman noticed his reaction and remarked that he was starting to feel it, pointing out the growth rushing through his body. Knox thought in disbelief that this was absurd, realizing that simply drinking something had increased his base stats. He reflected that even after countless playthroughs, he had never heard of a hidden item like this. He then resolved internally that he would drink it every day. The woman laughed and said that she understood his enthusiasm, but explained that after the first drink, additional gains no longer applied. Knox thought bitterly that she was only mentioning that now. Despite the artifact's miraculous effect, he realized that his body was still in terrible condition. Even with his lifespan extended, his health was the worst it had ever been. He recalled the battles with Paimon, Tajalin, Gremory, and Lemegaton, battle after battle, wounds upon wounds, none of which had properly healed. The woman stepped closer and stated that the demons would grow even more rampant from now on, and that monsters even she could not stop might appear. She explained that she had therefore decided to raise talented students strong enough to stand against them, so that no demon, and none of the dogs who followed them, could ever rise again. She went on to say that among all the students she had observed, the one who fit her long-term plans the best was Knox von Reinhaver. She listed his titles, calling him the scoundrel of Reinhaver, the wielder of the black sword art, a bold freshman, and a subordinate of lunatic. She remarked with amusement that the expression suited him well. Finally, she asked whether he had really thought she would not notice his little extracurricular activities. Knox's face stiffened as disbelief froze his expression. In his mind, he wondered how such an outcome was even possible, recalling that he had risked his life to kill one of the 72 demons, only to now face death at Noah's hands. He questioned whether this was what one would call a bad ending. Noah, however, calmly told him to relax, explaining that he did not care which organization Knox belonged to, what secrets he carried, or what plans he harbored. He made it clear that he had no intention of killing him. Noah added that whether Knox was part of a criminal group or a lunatic conspiring against the imperial family was irrelevant. What truly mattered, he said, was that Knox continued to grow stronger. He openly acknowledged Knox von Reinhaver's bizarre talent, noting that both his swordsmanship and magic far exceeded expectations. Noah pointed out that Knox's rapid growth in sword arts was likely due to his father and environment, yet remarked that his magical talent remained terribly underdeveloped. He then revealed that a visiting professor would soon arrive at Eldon Academy and advised Knox to try to catch that person's attention, assuring him that success would allow him to grow far stronger than he currently was. Upon hearing this, Knox felt a surge of fear and anticipation. Inwardly, he wondered whether the visiting professor could be her, realizing that this meant he would finally meet one of the four sages, someone like Noah and the true owner of the orb Eleanor had given him. Noah then laughed lightly and announced that it was time for Knox's second reward, deliberately drawing out the moment before revealing it. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Dietrich and Prim were searching for Knox. Dietrich formally reported that he had brought the boy Knox had requested. Knox acknowledged Dietrich's work and, while looking at Prim, reflected inwardly that this was the greatest gain from the entire sequence of events. He greeted Prim, noting that it had been a long time, and expressed his hope that Prim had not forgotten the oath made on that day. Prim was introduced as a dog beastkin, a genius of command. Prim curled his lips and mockingly asked what oath Knox was referring to. In response, Knox internally assessed Prim as a catastrophic collection of defective traits, a complete disaster, before questioning aloud whether Prim was implying that he intended to break the oath to follow him. Prim laughed and replied that there must be a reason Knox had spent such a fortune to buy him. He assumed that meant he was incredibly valuable and suggested that he should therefore be treated accordingly. Knox's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Dietrich. In his thoughts, he repeated Prim's demand to be treated accordingly before coldly deciding that it was time to bring it out. He instructed Dietrich to prepare for what he called negotiation and conversation. Dietrich was immediately struck with fear, while Prim admitted to himself that this kid was a natural-born personality disaster. He thought that if Yuchan's personality had been in control instead, he would have sympathized and tried to console him. Suddenly, Knox told Prim that he should blame his own traits. Confused, Prim looked up in response. Knox then picked up a baseball bat, his face twisted into something terrifying, and declared that from that moment on, he would demonstrate how the scoundrel of Reinhaver dealt with a troublesome mutt, correcting himself mockingly by adding that he meant a servant, of course. Standing beside them, Dietrich signaled to Prim, advising him to simply admit his mistakes and beg for forgiveness. Prim had no time to properly process the situation before a blow came crashing down onto his head, cutting off his attempt to protest mid-thought. Sometime later, Dietrich spoke to Prim and sternly instructed him that when serving the young master, he had to always speak politely and was never allowed to attack or doubt the young master's words, asking if he understood. After receiving no response, Dietrich hesitantly wondered what they should do, assumed that Prim was no longer answering because he must already be dead, and even muttered that he hoped Prim would be reborn as a good dog in his next life. Prim, filled with pain and anger, suddenly shouted back that he was still alive and had not died yet. Knox, who had been standing there the entire time, coldly threatened him by questioning how he dared to raise his voice. Terrified, Prim choked on his breath. With a ferocious expression, Knox continued, implying that if Prim needed more conversation, he would gladly provide it. Trembling in fear, Prim hurriedly said that it was not necessary, insisted that it was already enough, and awkwardly thanked Knox for the explanation. However, in his mind, he cursed them as insane nobles. Dietrich then added that at least Prim's negotiation with the young master seemed to have gone smoothly. Prim clenched his teeth internally, questioning how that could possibly be considered a negotiation. Dmitri reassured Prim not to worry and stated that he would personally teach him slowly. He explained that he would instruct Prim on how a servant should properly and politely treat his master and what was expected of him. Nox interrupted coldly, telling Dmitri to stop, remarking that Prim's eyes still showed fighting spirit and that he would recover soon. He then pretended to raise his staff threateningly and suggested that they should prepare for a negotiation season 2 in advance. Panicking, Prim quickly blurted out that he had been born with a frightening face and meant no harm. Dmitri then turned to Nox and politely excused himself, informing him that he had heard Nox's other companions had officially received permission to transfer to a Lydian academy. He added that Lord Gran must have spent a great deal of money to make it happen, considering that the process itself was illegal. Nox silently reflected that Dmitri was referring to the other units, Alina, Rona, May, and the unit from Tahalun, and noted with satisfaction that all the units he needed had finally gathered, just as expected from the Dark family. He also acknowledged inwardly that Gran was quite useful for handling matters in the shadows. Turning back to Prim, Nox informed him that the others would arrive soon and ordered him to prepare for departure as well. Prim weakly protested that his name was Prim and not Slave. Nox casually replied that was fine and continued calling him Slave, stating that the first thing they needed to do was get rid of Prim's dog-like stench. He ordered Prim to bathe within 5 minutes and then put on the hood he handed over. Prim raised the cloth and hesitantly asked what it was. Nox explained that it was an artifact designed to conceal the wearer's characteristics, hiding Prim's ears and other beastkin traits. However, he added that it would not work against him, warning that if Prim planned to erase his traces and run away, it would be useless. Frightened, Prim immediately declared that he would go bathe right away. Sometime later, Nox stepped outside the academy grounds to meet the others. He greeted them by saying that it had been a long time and noted that they had arrived right on time. Although they likely already knew each other, he said he would reintroduce everyone just in case. At that moment, a brown-haired maid appeared behind him, exclaiming in amazement as she gazed at the vast courtyard. She expressed her excitement, saying that they would be living there as the young master's personal servants and that, on top of that, they would be able to enjoy luxurious meals whenever they wished. Nox silently wondered when the last time was that the person had gone to the student cafeteria. Suddenly, contemptuous voices from other students arose, mocking that the academy now allowed just anyone to enter. They sneered that it was no surprise a Lydian academy's reputation had declined if trash like that was being admitted. They also remarked that the individual must be Nox von Reinhaver, and that it was only natural for him to associate with people of such low status. The brown-haired maid became furious and exclaimed in anger, questioning whether they had just been called lowly, repeating the insults of being labeled trash and dogs and angrily asking where any dogs even were. Nox then called out firmly, ordering Rona to stop and come to him. After that, Nox introduced Prim to his friends, asking them to allow him to make an introduction. He explained that Prim was his new servant from Abelard, and added that even without him saying it outright, they probably already knew why he had summoned them there. He welcomed them to Lydian Academy and declared that this also meant welcoming them to their new lives as his loyal servants. Everyone listened cheerfully, while Prim felt confused and thought that something was strange, wondering why everyone was acting so normal about it. On the upper floor, Noah and Benar were having a conversation. Noah spoke with a dismissive tone, saying that so this was the one. The child Benar had decided to raise as his disciple. Benar replied that Noah was correct and remarked that it truly was remarkable. The scene then shifted, narrating that times had changed and the world continued to give birth to new powers. It mentioned Luna, who had reached the pinnacle and become known as one of the 7 continental stars at the age of 20, consisting of 3 swordmasters and 4 sages. Just like the boy who occupied Luna's thoughts, she was now meeting with 2 other individuals. Luna stated that the boy was undeniably a genius, emphasizing that his talent was extraordinary. The scar-faced man continued, saying that from the very first time they had met the boy, they had known his talent was exceptional, and suggested that they should grant him a higher rank to honor his contributions. The blue-haired woman froze and responded, saying that she too had known from their first meeting that his talent was outstanding, but questioned what would happen to her seniority if that rookie were promoted to 2nd rank. Duff scratched his head awkwardly at the situation. Luna then continued, stating that the boy had managed to destroy a barrier that could not be destroyed. The blue-haired woman shouted in shock, asking how that was possible. Luna replied that there was another matter she wished to convey, explaining that after witnessing his abilities during the mission, she had decided to make him hers. Duff and the blue-haired woman stood stunned, thinking in disbelief about what Luna meant by claiming him. Luna blushed deeply and hurried to clarify that they had misunderstood and scolded them for being foolish, explaining that she meant she would accept him as her disciple. The blue-haired woman then added teasingly that in her opinion, stealing the princess's fiancé would be an appropriate form of revenge. Luna immediately told Marin to stop indulging in such fantasies. Duff continued by saying that he understood Carton's worries, but he questioned whether the child was still far too young to inherit his sword, adding that the child and even the captain seemed unready as well. Luna replied sadly that both the child and she herself could die at any time in that line of work, and that there was no such thing as too early. She explained that the moment she saw the child wield the moonlight element, she had already made her decision, just as her own master had once made a decision when giving her a name. After that, her thoughts drifted back to the past. She recalled that long ago, beneath the sky above the sky, there had been a girl born with extraordinary talent. The girl had been praised as a sword genius, yet abandoned by a nameless noble family from a very young age. People had called her the sword demon. Luna remembered that if the girl could obtain even a piece of dirty bread or a bowl of thick soup, she would not care whose life she had to take in return. To her, heroes, knights, and swordsmen were nothing more than fading smoke. Any hope that her life would one day improve had long since been cast aside. In order to survive, she had joined a mercenary corps in a small village, taking on the most dangerous jobs just to make it through each day. At that time, Luna remembered hearing the soldiers chatting casually about the day's battle. They had boasted that they had made a good catch again that day, telling one another to take their share and keep it, mentioning an amount of 7,000. They had expressed surprise that such a monster had appeared so suddenly in their area, and remarked on how lucky the captain was, claiming that if that woman were given a piece of bread, she would slaughter anyone, whether 10 or even 20 people at once. Suddenly, a long gray-haired woman called out to Luna, and it seemed that she was Luna's master. The woman addressed her like a child and spoke about the life bound to that bread, saying that its price was extremely high and asking whether Luna would still eat it. The soldiers, caught off guard, demanded to know who the woman was. In response, the woman raised her sword and calmly replied that she had come to collect the sins they had committed. Amid the rubble, a sorrowful voice echoed, recounting that there had once been a village where children of Luna's age lived, a place meant to escape the ravages of war. As the speaker gazed at the motionless figures scattered around, she continued by explaining that, at that time, a group of thieves disguised as knights had raided the village. The white-haired woman hesitated as she narrated that those children had all been slaughtered without offering even the slightest resistance, and she stated that this was precisely why she had come here, to demand recompense for the sins of those bandits. She then turned her gaze gently toward Luna and told her that it had surely been a place where Luna could have lived in peace, expressing her condolences and asking what Luna wished to do next. At that moment, Luna silently lowered her eyes. She picked up a piece of bread from the ground, broke it cleanly in half, and stated firmly that she no longer wanted muddy bread. Lifting her head, she added that she wanted the woman to take her along. Seeing the light blazing in Luna's eyes, the woman reflected inwardly that this was a girl who did not yet dare to understand the true value of the sword, yet possessed an undeniable certainty, being utterly captivated by it. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She then calmly asked whether Luna desired that sword. Noticing Luna's bewildered expression, the woman went on to explain that the sword was called the Moonlight Blade, and that it was passed down to only a single disciple, making it everything to her. She pressed further, warning that if Luna resolved to learn her swordsmanship, everything about her would be erased, her name, her identity, and the life she had lived so far, and asked whether Luna would accept that condition. After hearing this, Luna said nothing, yet her eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this, the woman extended her hand and remarked that it was a good gaze. She declared that from that moment on, Luna's name would be given anew. Gently stroking her head, she said that her name was Luna, affirming once more that her name was Luna. Time passed, and the girl went on to learn every form of swordsmanship wielded by that woman, achieving remarkable accomplishments at a very young age, by the time she was 20. Yet what awaited her was calamity. The small hopes she once held, and the joy she felt while learning the sword, were all shattered, like moths drawn irresistibly toward a flame. A few years later, in that ruined town, Luna rushed in with her sword in hand. At that moment, her face was filled with panic and anxiety, for she had witnessed her master being brutally destroyed by a demon right before her own eyes. In her despair, Luna wondered whether this truly was the end of that wretched world. Returning to the present, the moon now shone brightly beneath a crimson sky. As she gazed at the reflection in the river, Luna recalled that not long afterward, her master's name had gradually faded away, and she herself had inherited the title of Sword Emperor in his place. The image of Nox surfaced in her mind, and she reflected that Nox von Reinhaver was still imperfect, yet he followed her swordsmanship flawlessly. and the look in his eyes when he said he wanted to learn it still echoed vividly in her memory. Silently, she prayed that in this world, he would not walk the same path she had taken, hoping that the reckless rookie would find a different fate. As for Lydian Academy, it was an immense and luxurious institution where talents from across the continent enrolled, though not all of them graduated. There were many reasons for this: a strict curriculum, an exhausting schedule, and deadly dangers. There was also the disgust felt by noble descendants who were suddenly forced to attend classes alongside commoners, as well as the harsh realization of how insignificant their talents truly were once they faced demons. As a result, cadets frequently dropped out, leaving many vacancies behind. Because of this, the academy devised a solution. Every year, when around 30% of new students vacated their seats, the academy would select transfer students to fill those positions. While holding a teacup, Knox pondered that, in addition to this, with the admission of transfer students, the academy's rule limiting full family admissions to 3 would be completely abolished. This meant that the Reinhaver twins, Alan and Hartz, would be entering the academy. Remembering Priscilla's temperament, he thought that this would likely cause trouble. Setting his teacup down, he silently prayed that they would not tarnish the academy's reputation. Suddenly, Rona planted her hands on her hips and complained loudly, saying that the young master should stop treating her like a household servant, since she was supposed to be his personal attendant now. She protested that the moment she arrived, he immediately ordered her to do this and that, and she demanded that he show her more respect. Knox, crossing his legs, coldly cut her off and remarked that she was far too noisy and needed to calm herself down. Alina, feeling sluggish, whined affectionately to her husband while hiccuping, lamenting that she truly hated studying, yet she and Kanara still had to meet again at the academy. She complained about classes and assignments and suggested that they forget everything and run away together. Seeing this, May felt utterly helpless. She twisted open a bottle and asked Jitri if he could hold Alina's hand, explaining that she would immediately give her some hangover medicine. Upon hearing this, Alina was so shocked that her mouth fell open. Kushan laughed brightly and interjected that the atmosphere was still as harmonious and lively as ever. Then, turning toward Knox, he flattered him by saying that, just as the saying went, good people naturally gathered around good leaders, and that being able to serve the young master was the greatest fortune of his life. Knox muttered helplessly to himself that the so-called harmonious atmosphere was nothing but empty nonsense, as the noise was so overwhelming that it felt as though it could kill him. Lowering his voice into a commanding tone, he ordered everyone to fall silent. Rising to his feet, he stated that there was a reason he had gathered all of them there at the Lydian Academy. With cold detachment, he instructed them that from that moment onward, each of them was to play their respective roles within the academy and support him without exception. May voiced her confusion, asking what exactly he wanted them to do. Knox calmly explained that within the academy, a demon was hiding. Someone who had colluded with one of the 72 demons, concealed their true identity, and spread monsters throughout the area. Lise, taken aback, questioned whether that claim was truly real. Knox lowered his head and declared that he intended to find every one of them and kill them all. To accomplish that goal, he said, they would have to become his faction within the academy. Narrowing his eyes, Knox asserted that he had no intention of forcing them to risk their lives. If any of them wished to withdraw, he would not stop them, as the choice was entirely theirs. Kushan fell silent for a moment before quietly analyzing the situation. He reflected that in the past, the 72 high-ranking demons had been sealed by Solomon, and that killing every demon who embodied calamity was an achievement that even legendary heroes, whose names were etched across the continent, had never managed to accomplish. Uneasily, he wondered how far ahead the young Master Knox had planned and questioned why he would voluntarily take on something so extraordinarily dangerous. Rona hesitated before speaking, stating that she opposed his decision. Inwardly, she acknowledged that there was no longer any doubt that the mistress's death was what had changed him. Gathering her resolve, she declared that she had promised the late mistress that she would protect him no matter what happened. With visible anxiety, she confessed that pursuing those demons meant breaking that promise, and that doing so felt no different from watching her master throw himself directly toward the brink of death. Knox responded coldly that his decision was already final. He told Rona that his goal of killing the 72 demons was not driven by personal reasons, as she believed. Speaking indifferently, he added that there was a greater public purpose behind it, and that although he could not yet explain everything to her, there was something he needed to uncover on his own. Even after hearing his explanation, Rona remained deeply unsettled. Nevertheless, she reluctantly obeyed, stating that she understood his intentions and would follow him. However, she pleaded that he must not force her to break the promise she had made to the mistress, and asked if he understood. Knox replied with a faint smile that he did. May then spoke gently, saying that they had been destined to be cast aside in shatters from the very beginning and that the lives he had given them would be repaid this time. Before she could finish, Alina fervently cut in, dismissing any need for pleasantries and declaring that she would always stay by his side no matter what happened, addressing him as her beloved husband. Kushan also spoke up, remarking that for them, the Tahalan, who had once lived under the dominion of the 72 demons, this endeavor was exceedingly dangerous. Still, after offering a solemn salute, he stated that if Nox chose to move forward, they would follow. Lise raised her hand and added that the Eastern faction would always follow him as well. Nox then turned his gaze toward Jitri. She too offered a formal salute and said that she would always do the same. Afterward, Nox spoke seriously, noting that it seemed they had all made their decisions. He then declared that from that moment on, he would explain his plan and what they needed to do. Holding up a chess piece with a grave expression, he warned that he would not repeat himself and instructed them to listen carefully. Jitri responded with a faint, knowing smile, stating that by now, the Tajulan Kingdom group should already have been assigned their dormitories. She then reported to Nox that Lady Alina and Lady May had gone to procure the materials needed for class, while she herself was scheduled to begin prim servant training starting that very day. After hearing everything, Nox expressed his gratitude, telling Jitri that he appreciated his hard work and instructing him to return for the day, as he still had an interview to conduct with Professor Raz. Seeing this, Jitri performed a formal salute and replied that he understood, addressing Nox respectfully as the young master. A short while later, Nox raised his hand and knocked on the door to the room. He pushed it open and calmly announced that he was coming in to see Professor Raz. At that very moment, an unexpected voice suddenly welcomed him as a student. Upon seeing the speaker, Nox widened his eyes in shock. Resting her chin on her hand, Astrid casually asked whether the two of them already knew each other quite well, directly addressing him as Nox von Reinhafter. Frowning slightly, Nox immediately realized that she was one of the four sages, Astrid von Calliwood. A mysterious aura radiated from her as she observed him. She then remarked with visible interest that he seemed to recognize her already, adding teasingly that it appeared he was quite fond of her orb. Cold sweat formed on Nox's back as he silently reflected that he had expected to meet her sooner or later, but not nearly this fast. Struggling slightly, he explained that he had heard from Dean Noah that the person who would be teaching him was arriving. At that instant, the system interface appeared before him, displaying basic information identifying her as Astrid von Calliwood, a female dragonkin whose age was unknown, with the primary element of flame. The interface continued by listing her stats, achievements, including her status as one of the four sages, a descendant of the dragon, a survivor of the gorge, and a demon exterminator. Seeing this, Raz spoke up hesitantly, admitting that had he known someone so important was coming, he would have prepared refreshments. Noah followed with a laugh, saying that he had not known she would appear without warning either. Astrid responded with clear irritation, dismissing such formalities as bothersome and unnecessary. Immediately afterward, the system interface appeared again, revealing her traits, alignments, and skills. After reading through the information, Nox reflected that due to her apathetic trait, Astrid was far more blunt and acted entirely on her own terms, unlike most others. He noted that she was honest, stubborn, and despised beating around the bush. Finding this agreeable, he privately concluded that it worked well for him, as it meant they could get straight to the point. Moments later, Astrid casually made her first request, stating that she wanted him to take off his clothes. Nox froze in disbelief, asking for clarification in utter confusion, while Raz reacted in shock, his mouth hanging open. Astrid, however, questioned why he was overreacting, reminding him that he was there to learn magic. Clenching his teeth, Nox cursed inwardly, concluding that Astrid's personality truly had not changed at all. He recognized that she was practically a character designed by the game company to be a teacher. Recalling what had once appeared on a computer screen in his previous life, he fell into deep contemplation, reasoning that thanks to her unique talent-awakening ability and overwhelming magical power, he had made her his teacher more than once while progressing through Inner Lunatic. Astrid, clearly intrigued, remarked that the look in his eyes, along with the orb and everything else, left her with many questions, and she demanded to know how he had discovered her existence. Nox immediately replied that he had figured it out on his own. Suddenly, a surge of energy wrapped around Astrid's hair, and as her form subtly transformed, she casually acknowledged that what he had said was indeed the truth. Observing her cold expression, Nox reflected internally that Astrid's unique skill, lie detection, made deception impossible, and that even with the acting genius trait, there was no way around it. As he removed his shirt, he carefully calculated that he had to avoid lying as much as possible and confront her directly, realizing that the first requirement to learn magic from Astrid was to earn her unconditional trust. Once prepared, Knox asked in confusion whether all he had to do was stand still. Astrid responded with a cold laugh, stating that he already knew the answer and yet still asked, finding him troublesome. Standing nearby, Roz hesitantly addressed Lady Astrid, asking what she intended to do to Knox, adding that while he knew she was one of the 4 sages and would not cast dangerous magic, he was still worried. Astrid cut him off decisively, declaring that he was being noisy and stating that if Knox wished to learn her magic, he would have to endure this. She added that if he could not handle it, then he would simply die. Immediately afterward, her hand pierced through Knox's chest and grasped his heart. Knox thought in shock about the sensation he was experiencing before letting out a cry of pain. As his consciousness began to drift, fragmented knowledge surfaced in his mind. Dragons, beings that stood at both the beginning and the end of magic, wielders of unrivaled power that inspired awe. In Inner Lunatic, dragons used magic through a special linguistic system known as dragon tongue, employing words far more advanced than anything humans could express, which made their spell formulas vastly more stable. The source of their power lay in the dragon heart, the so-called power organ that circulated mana throughout their bodies, while most mages inevitably reached the limits of the human body and could never even approach dragon magic. When the recollection ended, Knox let out a pained groan, and in utter helplessness, he thought that at this rate, he might actually die. At the same time, his heart began to undergo a transformation. The system announced that a dragon's mark was being engraved into the player's heart. Opposite him, Astrid calmly continued to channel energy. The system then displayed another message, stating that the integrated item, Dragon Heart, had been bound to the player, and that all stats had been permanently increased by 1. At that moment, a scorching surge of energy enveloped Knox's heart. Gasping for breath, he was stunned as he thought that all of his stats had been permanently increased by 1, finding it unbelievable, truly incredible, yet still difficult to fully accept. Soon after, Knox's vision gradually began to blur. Astrid, visibly excited, remarked that he had truly picked up something useful and that the result was genuinely interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, Knox's body swayed and collapsed. Seeing him slump to the ground, Rash rushed over in panic, urgently calling out for Knox to wake up and snap out of it. Several hours later, inside a luxurious hospital room, Knox slowly sat up, exhausted, covering his face. Suddenly, a voice remarked that it seemed he had not died after all. Hearing this, Knox turned his gaze over with suspicion. Astrid approached and suggested that, since that was the case, they should move directly on to the next stage. Folding her arms, she explained that from now on, because he would be using the dragon heart, they needed to completely rebuild his breathing method from scratch. Knox, taken aback, asked if they were really going to start immediately, pointing out that he had only obtained the dragon heart the day before. Astrid smiled warmly and replied that if he could not do it, then she did not need to teach him, which would be wonderful since it would be one less annoying thing for her to deal with. Hearing this, Knox pressed his lips together and silently thought that she was seriously like a reptile that did not understand jokes at all. After a brief pause, Knox calmly stated that he would do it, but first wanted her to show him a demonstration so he could copy it. Astrid bluntly commented on how brazen he was and ordered him to come closer. When he was suddenly pulled into her chest, Knox stood there blankly, wondering if she was making him listen to the sound of her heart. Astrid gently explained that she would show him herself and told him to slowly feel her breathing. Knox found it somewhat confusing at first. Astrid then asked in a friendly manner whether he could feel the 3 mana organs and the circulation route through which mana flowed in order to be used. Knox pondered deeply and concluded that it truly was a unique draconic mana circulation, flowing from the upper energy core in the head, passing through the heart as the middle energy core, and then converging in the lower energy core located below the navel. He further reasoned that this circulation route, which was still not fully developed, could only be understood and opened by entering the mind world. Sitting down, Knox continued to reflect, thinking that the mind world was an imaginary space manifested by willpower and wondering what his own mind world would be like. Astrid, after some thought, stated that he still had not opened his lower energy core, although mana was flowing there faintly. Knox responded calmly that if she gave him time, he would quickly master the draconic breathing method, and if he succeeded, he wanted her to properly acknowledge him as her student. Astrid remained silent for a moment, lowering her gaze as she contemplated his words. Then, decisively, she said that although it was annoying, it could not be helped since it was his request. However, she added that there was one thing he absolutely had to promise. Crossing her legs, she declared that he must never lie in front of her, and that if he could keep that promise, she would consider him her student. Hearing this, Knox responded with firm resolve, stating that he would never lie to her. After he finished speaking, his chest trembled slightly. Nox frowned as he thought that he had no reason to do so. Placing a hand over his chest, he smiled with satisfaction, reflecting that this was the dragon heart, the very heart he needed most in order to properly utilize both his magic and his genius in swordsmanship. He reasoned that if he could learn Luna's lunar sword art while also wielding magic correctly, then surviving until the very end and drawing closer to the truth would become much easier. At that thought, Nox tightened his grip on his clothes and contemplated inwardly that the truth was right, because in the end, everything ultimately revolved around finding the answer. Inside a cavern filled with shimmering stones, Nox sat in deep meditation. With his eyes closed, he reflected that a month had already passed since he began training under Astrid, and that even the dragon breathing technique, something that once seemed impossible, was slowly taking shape. Afterward, he opened his eyes. An image of a classroom surfaced in his mind, and he noted inwardly that time was passing quickly and his lifespan continued to diminish, yet the other units were also steadily growing stronger step by step. Along with that recollection appeared the confident figures of Alina and Kushan. His consciousness continued recounting that after clearing the first episode, the infamous newbie crusher known as Archduke Paimon, came the second episode, The Gambling House, and that the third episode, Collapse of the Merchant Guild, was about to begin. Among players, Chapter 3 was notorious as a wall of despair, its horrifying difficulty infamous for driving players to tears. Returning fully to the present, Nox stood up and considered that although there were indeed many variables to be wary of, with their current specifications, they should be able to pass through smoothly. He reasoned that demon hunting had always been a core element of every main episode, and most importantly, this time there was no pressure to recruit mandatory units. Closing his eyes in satisfaction, he thought that the previous episodes had forced him to focus on building relationships with the units, but this time he could finally concentrate on fighting with a calm mind. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Eleanor casually asked whether he had been listening and requested his opinion on her proposal, addressing him as Lord Shane, all while smiling warmly. Nox froze for a moment at the sight, then cursed inwardly in frustration, acknowledging that it had been foolish to expect everything to proceed exactly as he wished. The narrative then shifted back in time. Inside a magnificent castle, someone hesitantly announced that in a few days, everyone would be participating in a joint martial studies training, during which they would combine all the techniques they had learned so far. The white-haired professor continued by explaining that the highest priority of the joint martial training was their safety, and that reckless actions and careless judgments were strictly forbidden, before stating that he would now explain the rules of the exercise. Talia spoke up in shock, remarking that joint martial studies were already upon them and lamenting how quickly time had passed. Pell followed with visible apprehension, admitting that when they had first been placed in the same group, he had been deeply worried about making mistakes, but that now he felt capable, praising everyone for being incredibly strong. Eleanor coolly interrupted, stating that no matter how strong someone was, the training remained dangerous because accidents occurred every year. She added coldly that placing trust in teammates one barely knew could result in death in an instant. Nox spoke in a weary tone, telling Eleanor not to behave childishly just because the two of them were ordinary people, and asking whether she truly had some other plan in mind. Eleanor paused briefly before responding with a dismissive snort, remarking that as usual, he should not concern himself with other people's affairs, and firmly stating that she would take care of herself. Returning to the present, Eleanor gently held her teacup and explained that this was precisely why she had asked him about the matter. With a serious and earnest expression, she requested that during the upcoming joint martial study training, he protect her. At that moment, Nox became extremely tense. He silently realized that this must have been her plan, yet acknowledged inwardly that he could not simply summon his clone to avoid the situation. As he continued to reflect, he noticed something strange. Eleanor should not yet have known that someone was targeting her. Troubled by this inconsistency, he asked whether something had happened to her. Lowering her gaze, Eleanor recounted that several days earlier, there had been a meeting with investors in the 4th Commercial District, an area under the jurisdiction of the Rivalin family. During that meeting, they had discussed which faction they would support in the future, knowing full well that the decision could cost them their lives. She explained that at the time, everyone had been seated together when one man frowned and reported that he had met His Majesty Esteban the previous week, and that the Emperor's condition was worsening by the day. He warned that soon, every power in Benja would be forced to choose a side, either Prince Louis or Princess Penelope. A black-haired man immediately followed up with his own analysis, stating that Arkheim was currently in an era of chaos and that the decisions made by the nobles would reshape the future of Benja itself. At the same time, another individual stepped forward and argued that precisely because of this turmoil, it was the right moment to expand Rivalin's influence. Eleanor clarified her stance, explaining that siding with either the prince or the princess at this stage would not bring them any clear advantage. She insisted that they should instead turn the crisis into an opportunity to strengthen their own position. A brown-haired man responded irritably, objecting that refusing to support either side was meaningless nonsense, emphasizing that they were all citizens of the great empire under the emperor's rule and declaring his strong opposition. Eleanor coldly retorted that the fall of the imperial family was inevitable. She pointed out that as the second-largest shareholder after Rivalin, Chairman Goff should be able to understand that reality. Enraged, the man glared and shouted for her to watch her words, accusing her of treason for predicting the empire's collapse during the reign of the Great Archive, and questioning whether their comfortable trade existed without the empire's protection. Unmoved, Eleanor responded indifferently that Emperor Esteban's incompetence had already begun to affect other regions of Benja, and she questioned whether he truly believed that centralized rule could endure under such circumstances. At that moment, another voice abruptly interrupted, addressing Eleanor directly. Rick spoke with calculated smoothness, asserting that although His Majesty suffered from an incurable illness, he still had time. He warned that avoiding a decision now would only fracture the guild further, and that worse still, Eleanor could lose the wealth, reputation, and influence she had painstakingly built. Hearing this, the others hesitated briefly. Several of them panicked and shouted that such a proposal was completely unacceptable, declaring that they would pretend they had never heard anything about the meeting. The brown-haired man rubbed his forehead helplessly, remarking that Eleanor was even slower at making decisions than a deputy accountant, and commenting that the head of Rivalin still seemed far too young. As he passed by Eleanor, he indifferently stated that the guild leaders would convene separately and decide for themselves which side to support. After they left, Rick feigned reassurance, telling Eleanor not to dwell on the matter and explaining that for the time being, they simply lacked the strength to draw their swords against the imperial family. Eleanor stared directly at him and cut him off, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. With clear disappointment and irritation, she questioned when she had ever granted a deputy accountant the authority to speak at a council meeting, reminding him that he was her assistant and that instead of embarrassing her, he should have explained why her position was correct. Rick merely gave a faint, mocking smile and apologized, stating that if her opinion were truly correct, then he would support it. Upon hearing that, Eleanor froze and widened her eyes in shock. Rick responded with open disdain, explaining that what he meant was that her judgment was mistaken. Seeing his attitude, Eleanor clenched her dress in fury. Grinding her teeth, she announced in a harsh voice that she was formally dismissing Rick from his position as deputy accountant and ordered him to leave at once. Without another word, Rick departed indifferently, and the atmosphere inside the room immediately sank into heaviness. Left behind, Eleanor felt a deep sense of sorrow and thought bitterly that this feeling meant there was no one by her side, that she was utterly alone, and that no matter how many times it happened, it was always humiliating and infuriating. Painful memories began to surface in her mind. A father who had regarded her merely as an asset, a mother who had abandoned her, Nox von Reinhaver, and that wretched childhood, every one of them. At that thought, Eleanor fell silent and lowered her head. Soon after, she steeled herself inwardly, telling herself that she must not be swayed by such emotions. She reminded herself that she had openly rejected the imperial bloodline, and that from now on there would be even more people who wanted her dead, not ordinary soldiers or large armies that would easily draw attention. As these thoughts passed through her mind, her retreating figure looked profoundly lonely. Recalling that moment, Eleanor silently concluded that she needed someone who would never waver, someone who would protect her, the one and only person who would save her without asking for anything in return. Returning to the present, she spoke dejectedly, apologizing for contacting him under such circumstances and admitting that she knew his position as a member of the Reinhaver branch family made it difficult for him to act freely. Before she could finish, Nox gently interrupted, saying that it did not matter and that if he could help, he would. He then stated firmly that he would help her. Deep down, Nox clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, thinking how humiliating this was, how Eleanor's ego reminded him of Yuchan's, making it impossible for him to ignore her tone. Eleanor tightened her grip on her dress and calmly remarked that he was truly strange, pointing out that she had not even mentioned compensation or a contract yet, and that agreeing so readily meant he must have some hidden motive. Curious, she questioned why she could not read his act at all. Nox sighed inwardly, lamenting that Miss Eleanor's eyes seemed capable of seeing through lies. Placing a hand over his chest, he stated solemnly that his decision to protect her was not a lie, but purely his own will, even as he felt an intense urge to retch. Irritated, he reflected that even if this was part of his ego, it was unbearably embarrassing, and admitted to himself that Eleanor was indeed a unit far too valuable to discard. At that moment, Nox looked up in surprise. Eleanor's face was filled with emotion and quiet sorrow. That night, in a courtyard of the mansion, a black-haired man curled his lips and remarked with satisfaction that it was fortunate they had listened to Rick, and that he had never imagined their rival would be cornered like this. Rick bowed respectfully and replied that it was far too early to celebrate, as this was only the beginning. He went on to explain that, according to the plan, the first prince would support Guildmaster Goff, provide military supplies for the imperial family, and widen the gap in the market. Before long, he concluded, the rival faction would be absorbed by the imperial faction and Guild Goff. With a sinister smile, he added that after that, they could eliminate Eleanor as well. In the middle of the silent nighttime yard, a voice echoed, stating that it would not be long before Rivalin was absorbed by the imperial faction and the Goff Guild. Rick then added with a sinister laugh that afterward, they would also be able to eliminate Eleanor. The old man burst into delighted laughter, declaring that it was excellent and perfect, and remarking that considering how Eleanor and those shameless women from the Rivalin Guild had looked down on them for so long, this still was not enough, though he admitted it was truly surprising. He questioned how an ordinary person like Rick could have formed a connection with His Highness, the First Prince, and expressed his hope that Rick would continue to be a valuable asset to the Goff Guild from that point on. Hearing this, Rick smiled gently and replied in a friendly manner that of course he would comply, respectfully addressing him as Lord Goff and adding that he would soon deliver another message from His Highness. Rick then bowed politely and invited him inside, wishing him a pleasant day. The old man waved his hand in satisfaction and remarked that they should drink together sometime later. After the other party left, the atmosphere around Rick immediately grew heavy. In a gloomy murmur, he muttered the name Knox von Reinhaver. Thinking of that figure, Rick scowled inwardly, reflecting that if it were not because of Knox, he would not have needed to go this far, and that he had once thought Knox was nothing more than the disgrace of the Reinhaver family, a worthless youngest son. Falling into deep contemplation, Rick considered that after Archduke Paimon, Jagan, and even Gremory, defeating 3 of the 72 demons was no easy task. However, he reasoned that if he made use of Eleanor and that greedy Goff, he could easily bind the hands and feet of Knox von Reinhaver. Curling his lips in satisfaction, Rick resolved that he would certainly stop Knox von Reinhaver, and with a calculating, cunning smile, he thought that this time, they would see whether Knox could survive again. Elsewhere, by a window, a voice remarked that it was already late at night and that the promise would be kept. Knox sat there calmly, stating that he would ensure Eleanor would not be in danger. She replied heavily that it was fine. He then stood up and said that in that case, he would take his leave. Eleanor hurriedly interrupted and asked him to wait. After her words, Knox's hand, which had been holding the door handle, paused slightly. Hesitantly, she asked whether she could ask one more thing. He replied casually that she could. With sorrow in her voice, Eleanor asked about the reason he had not yet worn the necklace she had given him, and whether it meant that he still did not trust her. After saying this, she lowered her head sadly. Seeing her reaction, Knox was momentarily stunned. She then spoke in a troubled voice, concluding that it was so, and told him that he could leave now. Knox frowned slightly and pressed his lips together. As he walked down the corridor, Knox reflected inwardly that even when Eleanor had asked him that question while showing an expression he had never seen before, he had been unable to answer. He realized that this was true both as Shane and as Knox. With a sense of quiet pain, he contemplated that even in this world he knew all too well that he was not someone anyone could truly rely on. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, an exclamation rang out as someone marveled at the golden fork. Another person panicked and warned them to be careful not to damage it. A brown-haired maid remarked sarcastically that even the plates were decorated with gemstones, calling her truly a golden fox. A blonde maid questioned what golden fox meant, and the other explained that everyone knew how Madame was obsessed with gold coins and expensive artifacts, having no interest in anything else besides hoarding treasure in her warehouse. Looking at the plate on the table, she added that because of this, people in the guild had started calling her the Golden Fox. The blonde maid teased that she did not know who had started calling her that, but agreed it fit perfectly, adding that it made her feel envious. The brown-haired maid mocked that she was probably lying around in clothes embroidered with the finest coins, and sighed that if only she had been born into such a wealthy family, even for just one day. At the same time, in the bedroom, Eleanor sat silently on the bed. She stood up barefoot and walked toward the mirror, facing her own haggard reflection. Touching her sleeve, she frowned and thought that it was torn again, and that perhaps the fabric had grown thin after so many repairs. Looking at the tear, she lowered her eyes in sadness. Memories from her childhood began to surface, when clothes had been scattered all over the floor and she had exclaimed excitedly that this dress was beautiful and that one was beautiful too. Holding up a dress, she had asked gloomily whether all those clothes were meant for her older sister, saying that she was too young to wear them. Her mother had calmly told her that those clothes were not for that day, but for when Eleanor grew up and became a real woman, and made her promise that she would wear them then, extending her little finger and saying it was their promise. At that time, Eleanor had hooked her finger with hers and replied enthusiastically that she promised. Returning to the present, Eleanor sat back down on the bed with a heavy heart. Lowering her head in grief, she thought painfully that her mother had passed away less than a month after that day, having prepared for her farewell all on her own. Eleanor buried her face into the pillow and reflected silently that the scent, the memories, and the presence associated with it had all long since faded away. Yet she remained lying there quietly, wondering why she still could not bring herself to throw away those pajamas. She acknowledged to herself that whenever she felt restless, she always ended up searching for them. A faint smile crossed her lips as she reassured herself that this behavior was not like her usual self, and that this was not the time to indulge in nostalgia. Narrowing her eyes in thought, Eleanor reaffirmed her judgment that the Archime Empire no longer possessed the same authority it once had. She reasoned that if Emperor Esteban, who continued to cling stubbornly to a glory that had already faded, were to die, then the Central Territories would collapse as well, just as the Eastern Imperial States eventually had. She recalled that the East had once been a source of immense pride for the Empire, fortified by harsh terrain and the power of the central nobility. However, everything had changed because of the Philosopher's Stone, a dark red relic said to be capable of granting any wish. Countless wars and massacres had erupted during the pursuit of that artifact, leaving the region barren, barely sustainable, and forced to rely solely on Abelard. Calculating carefully, Eleanor concluded that any merchant would understand that further investment in that empire was extremely dangerous. At the very least, she believed that one faction should have stood on her side. Yet with nothing more than a single remark from Rick, the attitudes of the nobles had shifted with astonishing speed. She suspected that someone had been inciting the nobility, whispering to them that the rival in guild was an enemy. Resting her head uneasily, she admitted to herself that, for reasons she could not explain, she had a very bad feeling about the situation. The following morning, beneath towering stone gates rising among the trees and glimmering in the sunlight, a calm man holding a book greeted the students, announcing that he would be substituting for their professor, who was currently on medical leave. He introduced himself as Aleph von Dastein and explained that the combined martial studies would involve transporting them into a subspace where they would undergo various examination scenarios. Casting a sideways glance, he clarified that, true to the term martial, the use of magic would be restricted and that the students would have to face the trial using only their physical abilities or traits that supported physical combat. When someone raised a hand to ask what exactly he meant by an examination, Aleph snapped his book shut and responded with open disdain, stating that he had already explained it clearly enough. He mocked the students for still failing to understand, remarking that the so-called prestigious academy seemed to be a thing of the past if someone that foolish could sit there so proudly. The student clicked his tongue in irritation, while a blond boy muttered under his breath, wondering why Aleph was being so excessively rude. Coldly observing the scene, Knox reflected that Aleph von Dastein's personality had never changed, and that precisely because of this, he would not hesitate at all when the time came to kill him. He recalled that among children born from human-demon crossbreeding, only the most useful were selected, artificial beings planted by demons among humans to conceal their race. That, he realized, was Aleph's true identity. Aleph was relatively intelligent compared to the others, which was why he had been chosen. However, Knox knew that to demons, such beings were nothing more than disposable toys. In his mind, he resolved that Rick, and that man as well, both had to die. Aleph continued his explanation, stating that once they entered the subspace, an illusionary barrier would appear within the designated area. The students were to survive inside it for 10 days and hunt as many monsters as possible, which constituted the task of the combined martial studies. He warned that some monsters possessed demon blood or bore demon-like forms, urging them to remain vigilant, and concluded that this was all the guidance for the day. Upon hearing this, a blond boy froze in shock and exclaimed in disbelief at the mention of demons. Knox, however, narrowed his eyes and reflected grimly that fortunately the rules were exactly the same as those of the inner lunatic he was familiar with. Still, as he watched Aleph channel energy to activate the ritual, he calculated that because the butterfly effect was spreading further than before, nothing could be guaranteed this time. Pointing casually, Aleph announced that the teleportation ritual had been activated and that Group 1 would enter first. He called out the names Knox von Reinhaver, Thalia von Steelenor, Eleanor de Rivellin, and Fell, instructing them to prepare themselves. Thalia admitted awkwardly that the situation was a little frightening, while Pell hurriedly encouraged everyone to return safely without any incidents. Meanwhile, Knox glanced briefly at Eleanor, recalling an earlier moment he remembered telling them that he would conceal himself and enter the dungeon alongside them. He had also stated that if a dangerous situation arose, he would save the two of them, assuring them not to worry. Observing them once more, Aleph remarked that they all seemed ready, and then raised his voice to formally announce that Group 1 of the combined martial studies was to enter. At that declaration, the expressions of everyone present turned solemn. The instructor announced that, in that case, the combined martial studies class, Group 1, was to enter. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy, and everyone fell into silent contemplation. On one side, Noah and Astrid sat calmly in their seats, leisurely observing the scene. Noah voiced her curiosity, asking what Astrid thought and whether, among those people, there was anyone she suspected might be a demon. Astrid tilted her head in thought and replied that it was difficult to say, adding that with that child's talent, Knox, he might already be capable of killing most of them by now. Hearing this, Noah chuckled with amusement and remarked that, thinking about it, it had been many years since she had last seen such a genuinely happy expression on Astrid's face, all because of that child's talent. Astrid frowned slightly and said that she was unsure how to put it into words, explaining that it was difficult to explain. Noah looked back at her in surprise. Recalling Knox's previous battles, she questioned whether Astrid meant that his talent was difficult to describe. Astrid responded with a sigh that she was not talking about talent at all, but that the child himself was simply strong. Noah agreed, saying that she already knew that, and that among the students, if one were to judge purely by ability, he was the most reliable of them all. Astrid calmly added that it went beyond that, far beyond, even without opening his lower dantian. As an image of Knox wreathed in flames surfaced in her mind, she stated that he was already strong enough to defeat most of the Elydian teaching staff. She then extinguished the flame and concluded that such power constituted truly extraordinary talent. Noah gave a dry smile and admitted that she had indeed sensed something strange, but had never imagined it went that far. Astrid reflected further, saying that what she found most incomprehensible was that someone possessing such power had deliberately concealed it until he was old enough to enroll at Elydian. Noah asked casually whether the reason for hiding it was because he might have become a threat to them. Astrid, after a moment of silence, replied that there was no hostility at all. Noah rested her chin on her hand and remarked that despite being so young and having such immense talent, he did not wish to attract attention, adding with mild astonishment that the child clearly had many things he was hiding. After saying this, she stretched and yawned. Suddenly, as an alarm interface appeared on the screen, Astrid grew suspicious, and Noah was equally startled, both silently questioning what it was. Elsewhere, the moment Knox's group stepped through the spatial gate, they encountered violent magical turbulence. Knox clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, thinking that Aleph was indeed a genius, but compared to Lars, his precision was far inferior, and that such a careless teleportation method would trap others right from the start. At the same time, the energy wrapped around Knox's feet, and a magic circle appeared in the middle of a desolate, snowy forest. Stepping out, Knox let out a light breath and glanced around, thinking that this was exactly as he had expected. Eleanor hugged herself and cried out in confusion, asking what had happened, complaining about the cold, and wondering where the others had gone. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the distance, causing both of them to whirl around in alarm. On rocky outcrops stood several monsters. Eleanor froze in shock, exclaiming inwardly that it was impossible, recognizing them as ice trolls and realizing that something was wrong, that this place was completely different from what had been described earlier, and that monsters like those should not have been there. Before she could finish her thought, the creatures swung massive tree trunks toward her, clearly targeting Eleanor as she stood nearby. She screamed in fear and covered her head. When nothing happened, she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Knox was standing in front of her. With a single sword slash, he cut cleanly through the ice troll's body, then firmly re-established his stance. The upper half of the ice troll collapsed heavily to the ground. Knox felt a surge of triumph as he realized that he had killed an ice troll with a single attack. He thought that his training with Astrid had truly paid off, that he had become incredibly strong, and that with the Dragon Heart and the Moonlight Sword, even his stats had skyrocketed recently. He acknowledged that this growth was far faster than he had ever anticipated. With that thought, he spoke aloud and ordered Eleanor to retreat. Hearing this, Eleanor showed clear dissatisfaction. She cleared her throat nervously and insisted that they should wait, arguing that if the teleportation had malfunctioned, protocol required them to request assistance from a professor. Knox's expression darkened as he cut her off, questioning whether she still did not understand the situation. He then analyzed calmly that if this truly were a subspace, all the monsters would have been mere illusions. He pointed out that even after being killed, the creatures did not disappear and continued bleeding, which proved that this was a real situation. He concluded that the teleportation error was not an accident. At those words, Eleanor was utterly shaken and murmured in disbelief that such a thing was impossible. Knox turned his back and continued in a cold tone, remarking that it seemed she had made quite a few enemies. Eleanor turned her face away and retorted weakly that he was no different. Knox tightened his grip on the sword hilt and indifferently stated that if she did not wish to help, she should step aside because she was only obstructing his path. He then added that he had one more piece of advice. Eleanor looked up at him in confusion. Knox casually told her that from now on, she should abandon her habit of overthinking and temporarily set aside her hatred toward him. He further warned her coldly that if she failed to do so, she would die here. After that, Knox swung his sword and swiftly cut down every ice troll. One by one, the creatures were struck and finished on the spot. Standing at a distance, Eleanor watched in overwhelming astonishment, silently thinking that it was beautiful and that his movements resembled a dance far more than mere swordsmanship. Moments later, Knox severed the arms of the remaining monsters. Noticing Eleanor's stunned expression, he called her name. While wiping the blood from his face, he frowned and asked whether she was done admiring the spectacle. Caught off guard, Eleanor flusteredly denied that she had been admiring anything. Knox glanced around and calmly stated that it was time to leave, warning that if they remained there, more dangerous monsters would soon arrive. Eleanor hesitantly agreed, saying that she had been thinking the same thing. Lowering her head in thought, she added that from what she could tell, this appeared to be the northern region, specifically near Winter Bridge. Knox looked toward the snow-covered forest ahead and acknowledged that she was right, identifying the place as the forest of frozen frost trees. Eleanor exclaimed in shock, wondering how he could even know the name of such a place and questioning how that was possible. Knox coldly interrupted her again, reminding her that he had already told her to set aside her overthinking for now, instructing her to follow him and assuring her that he would find a way out. Hearing this, Eleanor cast him a doubtful glance. Powerless, she thought to herself that no matter how hard she tried to reason it out, none of it made sense and that she could not read his intentions at all. Watching Knox's back gradually disappear into the distance, she silently worried that even though they were on the same team, if a real crisis occurred, he could kill her without hesitation because she would only become a burden. She questioned why, despite that, he was still staying with her. These thoughts left her face filled with unease as her worries drifted away like the wind. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room elsewhere, Aleph sat there, feeling excited as he thought that it was indeed true that Knox von Reinhover had been involved in an incident related to the Archduke demon. However, he quickly reassured himself that it was all merely a coincidence and that it was impossible for a beginner to accomplish something so extraordinary. He then speculated that all these incidents were nothing more than a farce orchestrated by Theo von Reinhover. With Garen joining as mine, Theo's position as successor would certainly be shaken, so he must have supported Knox von Reinhover and written a scenario to make him appear like a genius. After pondering this for a while, Aleph cursed bitterly, ridiculing Rick as a useless fool who trembled because he could not see something so obvious. He scorned them all as cowardly, stupid, and pathetic. Letting out a sinister chuckle, Aleph muttered that it did not matter, because once everything was over, he would occupy a position far higher than his current one. At that very moment, Noah appeared and coldly mocked him, asking what kind of higher position he was referring to. Hearing this, Aleph was terrified and looked up in shock. He jumped to his feet and stammered nervously, asking when Noah had arrived and complaining that he could at least have been informed beforehand. Noah merely smiled indifferently and addressed him as Professor Aleph. When Astrid stepped up beside Noah, she calmly suggested that they continue the story Aleph had been telling earlier. Noah then let out a cold, mocking laugh and threatened him by asking whether he had enjoyed his little game of hide-and-seek. Winter Bridge was described as a region ruled by the most terrifying monsters in history and uncontrollable demons. It was also a materialized monster derivative zone that would later be unlocked depending on the progression of the main storyline. Because it lay in the far north and was perpetually trapped in winter, the region had long been known as a living hell to many. As a result, only a small population remained, and merely several tens of thousands of troops were stationed there. The Arkheim Empire provided gold to the northern Allied states in exchange for their cooperation, and both sides deployed forces to guard the bridge and prevent monsters from crossing into the Central Territories. However, the bridge that had once served as the final defensive line had now fallen into severe neglect. Most of the small northern cities had been destroyed, and the remaining minor republics had collapsed. Consequently, the management of Winter Bridge became increasingly lax, and according to the scenario, the bridge would eventually collapse. From that moment onward, within the forest of frozen frost trees, the incident was destined to begin. At that time, Eleanor and Knox walked silently through the white snow, their footprints stretching behind them in the stillness. Walking ahead, Knox pondered inwardly that, judging by its name alone, the place did not sound particularly dangerous, yet it was in fact the habitat of trolls, high-level monsters comparable to entes, and, if they were unlucky, he might even encounter a dragon believed to be extinct. He recalled the rumors claiming that an ice dragon resided there. Stroking his chin and closing his eyes, he reflected that Astrid herself was proof that such beings truly existed, so it would not be strange for a dragon to dwell somewhere. Still, he frowned uneasily as he considered that if they truly encountered a dragon due to sheer misfortune, the two of them would be finished. Afterward, he looked ahead and suggested that they rest in the cave nearby. Eleanor reacted in shock, expressing disbelief and arguing that the cave was far too narrow and dark. Annoyed, Knox retorted that there was no time to be picky in an emergency. He stated that although he knew she disliked sharing confined spaces, they had no other choice. Hearing this, Eleanor hesitated before quietly acknowledging that she understood. Seeing her comply, Knox sighed inwardly, remarking to himself that at least she listened, which felt oddly relieving, until he suddenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, someone transmitted a telepathic message to him, asking whether he understood. Knox immediately glanced at Eleanor and cautiously responded that he did. Eleanor, transmitting her thoughts to Shane, who was, in truth, Knox himself at that moment, gently requested that he ensure her protection, promising compensation if they managed to return safely. Using Shane's voice, Knox replied that he had already said he did not need any compensation. Hearing that, Eleanor faltered, trying to object. Meanwhile, Knox glanced forward and complained inwardly that he was far more tempted to ask her to stop sending telepathic messages altogether, as it was incredibly irritating to have to respond to them while fighting. Only then did Eleanor fall silent before remarking that she had just remembered something. She explained that she had originally intended to search for something useful, but she could not even use her subspace pouch. She then voiced her concern that, just as Knox had suggested, someone had likely been targeting them from the very beginning. When the two of them entered the cave, Knox calmly stated that for now, avoiding the cold was more important than capturing the culprit. Immediately after, he shouted a command to ignite, and a flame swiftly formed in the palm of his hand. The light it emitted gradually illuminated the entire cave. Holding it forward, Knox surveyed their surroundings and thought to himself that there was no one there, which was good. He reasoned that if only small monsters or beasts appeared, they would be able to handle them. Suddenly, several yellowish points of light darted out from the darkness. Upon seeing multiple pairs of large, round, glowing eyes staring back at him from within the shadows, Knox froze in shock, wondering what those lights were and realizing that whatever they were not alone. At the same moment, voices echoed from the opposite side, identifying them as humans and repeating the word with hostile emphasis. Hearing this, Knox and Eleanor widened their eyes in shock. The tree-like beings emerged and growled, declaring that humans had infiltrated their domain and were targeting their sacred trees. Seeing this, Eleanor panicked and exclaimed in disbelief, saying that they were ents, creatures she had once read about in ancient books, tree-shaped trolls brought to life. Knox immediately clenched his fist and extinguished the flame he had been holding, growing increasingly uneasy as he reflected that ents were monsters possessing strength on par with giants and regeneration comparable to trolls. He reasoned that if they were made of wood, fire magic would normally be the most effective counter, but in such a confined space, even a single mistake could trap them there forever. Turning to Eleanor, he firmly instructed her not to use magic except for binding-type spells and to focus solely on supporting him. He asked whether she could use haste or basic assist spells instead. Eleanor crossed her arms and loudly challenged him, demanding to know what he was saying and questioning whether he truly intended to fight them alone. She insisted that such a plan was impossible, pointing out how dark it was and arguing that no matter how strong he was, facing so many enemies at once was unrealistic. Knox coldly cut her off, asking whether they had any other choice. As he summoned his sword, he wearily reflected that they had only come here to rest, yet instead had encountered a group of ents. He admitted to himself that it was indeed bad luck, but not the first time he had faced such a situation. He recalled that, back when he had ordered Arson to reinforce the academy uniforms, he had already prepared for the day his subspace pouch might be blocked. For that reason, he had asked Fuller, the criminal responsible for creating the academy uniforms, to grant him a new skill, sub-inventory. He reminded himself that this inventory was unaffected by subspace interference and that he had stored backup equipment inside it, including Astrid's Orb +10 and basic gear purchased from the commercial district. Glancing toward the Ents, Nox calculated internally that while the equipment was not particularly efficient, it was more than sufficient to deal with them. He then raised his sword high and channeled energy into it, activating Dark Blade, Flow Slash, and noting that Stormbringer absorbed its user's mana. Immediately afterward, he dashed forward, cutting the Ents apart from multiple directions and reducing them to fragments. As he looked down at the sword in his hand, he calmly concluded that this confirmed his expectations. His swordsmanship rank had increased, along with the attack speed of Dark Blade, Flow Slash. At that moment, a system notification sounded, informing him that he had killed 3 Ents and that due to the effect of the Black Flame Ring, his lifespan had increased by 24 hours. Swinging his sword with satisfaction, Nox mused that the result was decent, calculating that each Ent granted 8 hours and remarking that this was good enough for him to continue. At once, a vortex of purple energy spiraled outward from him, sweeping horizontally through the surrounding Ents. Nox went berserk, cutting every last one of them down without mercy. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the opposite side of the battlefield. Suddenly, a streak of blue energy flew past, causing him to look back in shock. Behind him, Eleanor was concentrating on channeling energy into his body, muttering that he needed haste and strength, while uncertainly wondering if what she was doing was truly correct. Feeling the surge of power flowing through him, Nox responded in surprise that it was indeed working. He stared at his own body in astonishment, thinking that the effect was remarkably strong. Even though he could not determine the exact numerical increase, he could clearly feel his stamina rising. Upon reflection, he concluded that Eleanor was truly a genius. As he looked at her, he silently marveled at the fact that she had mastered all basic magic purely through theory. Even though her talent was primarily focused on making money, her magical ability was undeniably impressive. On the other side, the Ents roared angrily among themselves, grumbling that humans had once again chopped down trees, harmed them, burned everything, and destroyed their home. Seeing their reaction, Nox fell into thought, wondering whether this was lingering resentment left over from the Northern War. He believed he had not intended any of this, yet he could not deny that their temperaments were truly terrible. Hoisting his sword onto his shoulder, he spoke with disdain, telling them that if they wanted to complain, they should say it to those who were already dead, and that, in any case, he would soon be sending them to join them. After that, he continued pouring energy into his blade. Nox reflected inwardly that he should set aside the lower dantian, which had opened slightly but shown no real progress yet, and instead guide the flow from the upper dantian down to the middle one. He focused on his breathing and contemplated once more the growth he had achieved so far, as well as what had always accompanied it, a strong will and an unshakable conviction to protect something. At the same time, a powerful stream of energy wrapped itself tightly around the sword. He curled his lips into a grin, thinking that since things had already reached this point, he might as well enjoy it without overthinking anything. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, he issued the command for everything in front of him to be crushed. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious room, Noah and Astrid stood facing Aleph. Noah coldly questioned him, asking whether Professor Aleph had been enjoying his little game of hide-and-seek. Aleph frowned cautiously and replied that he did not understand what the dean was talking about. Internally, however, he cursed in frustration, realizing that someone as lazy as Noah had apparently been monitoring all the students. He had only tampered with a single portal, one belonging to Nox and Eleanor, and now wondered whether he had been discovered or if there was another explanation. Noah calmly cut him off, asking whether Aleph truly thought he could deceive him. Hearing this, Aleph lifted his gaze. In the very next instant, a slashing attack tore across his shoulder. From Noah's side, thousands of sharp, icy steel needles were launched relentlessly toward him. Aleph forced his body low and hastily retreated. Looking at his severed arm, he thought bitterly that even though it was only cold air, the attack power was terrifyingly high. He judged the situation to be extremely bad and concluded that he needed to regenerate his cells and escape immediately. Turning his eyes toward Astrid, he calculated that if he took advantage of the woman standing beside Noah, his chances would be better compared to facing one of the 4 sages like Noah himself. With that decision made, he charged forward at once. Spitting something from his mouth, he declared that she would die. As a needle shot toward her face, Astrid calmly raised her hand and flicked it aside. She spoke with contempt, questioning what that was supposed to be. Aleph stared at her in shock, unable to process what he had just seen. Suddenly, several chains shot down from the ceiling, wrapping around him from all directions and binding his body tightly. Enraged, Aleph demanded to know who she was, questioning how she could attack with magic without even chanting and asking who she truly was to possess such power. She replied indifferently that her name was Astrid, and then asked whether he was finished talking. If so, she said, it was now her turn to ask questions. Upon hearing this, Aleph's eyes widened in terror, Astrid then spoke in a chilling, oppressive tone, demanding to know where her student was. Astrid stared straight at Aleph, who was bound tightly by iron chains, and asked him in a low, heavy voice where he had sent her disciple. Hearing that, Aleph immediately raised an eyebrow provocatively and wondered mockingly whether she truly thought he would reveal the information so easily. Astrid, unfazed, cut him off indifferently and remarked that she had never assumed it would be that simple. Nearby, Noah examined the flow of blue energy and, after calculating silently, told Astrid that based on the coordinate formula, the location appeared to be in the northern region. Aleph was struck with shock and inwardly denied the possibility, unable to believe that she could deduce the location merely by glancing at the formula. Astrid stepped closer and coldly explained that the northern region was always the default choice, since everyone assumed that anyone sent to the barren lands would inevitably die, which was why they tended to use careless formulas like that. At that moment, the chain suddenly forced Aleph down to his knees. Astrid bent down and gently asked him exactly which part of the north he had sent them to. Gritting his teeth, Aleph insisted that he had already said he would not answer. Astrid's gaze immediately turned icy as she fell silent for a brief moment. At the same time, a mysterious magic circle began to glow beneath Aleph, and his face was filled with confusion and panic. Calmly, Astrid suggested that it might be near Winter Bridge. Hearing this, Aleph froze in shock and internally cried out that it was impossible. Astrid let out a cold smile and concluded that it seemed to be around that area, urging him to be more specific, as it was not a place one could survive in for 10 days. Aleph's face turned deathly pale as he desperately thought that none of this made sense. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Astrid speculated whether it was the Valley of Cold and Blood, dismissing the idea almost immediately as nonsense before suddenly expressing surprise and proposing the Forest of Frozen Frost Trees instead. Upon hearing that name, Aleph was overwhelmed with terror. Astrid slowly stood up and confirmed that it was correct. Seeing her calm and indifferent demeanor, Aleph panicked internally, thinking it was absurd and wondering how she could possibly know, even fearing that she might be able to read minds. Noah then coldly interjected that before they left, they still needed to take care of this matter. Immediately after, a chilling wall of ice formed around Aleph, trapping him completely. Seeing Aleph's utter terror, Astrid casually reassured him that she had no intention of killing him. Noah then took out a communication orb and identified herself as Professor Lars von Celestia. Calmly, she informed Professor Lars that they had captured a demonkin and asked whether he could imprison it until she returned. The voice on the other end reacted in shock upon hearing the word demonkin. Noah then explained that a demonkin had been hiding among the professors and was currently located in faculty room number 2, asking him to handle the matter. The voice replied evenly that he would help them write the incident report once they returned. Noah immediately ended the call and remarked that she needed to leave to rescue all the students, excusing herself. She then called out to Astrid that it was time to go. Hearing this, Astrid shot her a cold glance and commented that Noah truly managed to annoy everyone. In an instant, blazing red flames engulfed Astrid's body as wings and horns emerged, her form reverting to her true shape as a majestic red dragon. Noah climbed onto her back and nostalgically remarked that it had been a long time since she had ridden her like this. Astrid turned her head back sharply and warned her to be quiet. Noah fell silent, but excitedly thought that although Astrid might act indifferent, there was no way she would fly so far north if she truly did not care about Nox. Astrid then looked up at the sky and, with interest, reflected again on the forest of frozen frost trees. She leapt into the air and took off with Noah, soaring high into the sky. Riding on her back, Noah let her thoughts drift with the wind, considering that trolls or ents could at least be dealt with, but no matter how strong Nox was, if he encountered that thing, he would surely die. After a brief moment of silence, as Astrid continued to ascend, Noah resolved internally that she would have to move quickly. Meanwhile, several flashes of swordlight severed the bodies of the ents one after another, causing them to crash heavily to the ground after Nox's assault. Nox bent over, bracing himself on his knees as he panted heavily. The system announced that the player had exhausted all mana in both the lower and middle dantians, that natural recovery would take approximately 3 days, and that the mana prohibition penalty had been applied. Struggling to lift his sword, Nox helplessly thought that all his potions were gone and that he was now affected by mana prohibition, making it impossible for him to properly use mana for the time being. He realized grimly that it would be difficult to continue fighting while also protecting others. With worry, he glanced back at Eleanor behind him. Suddenly, Nox's vision darkened, and his expression stiffened momentarily as system warnings rang out one after another. The system reported that due to the effect of chronic ailments, Colo Level 5 had been applied to the player, that the negative trait Cold Hands and Feet had been significantly reduced temporarily, and that Action Restriction Level 3 had also been applied. Immediately afterward, Nox collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with one hand. Gasping harshly, he angrily thought that of all possible times, chronic ailments and cold hands and feet had to trigger now, cursing bitterly and believing that even misfortune should have its limits. Seeing this, Eleanor stepped closer and hesitantly asked whether Knox was all right. Knox remained silent and forced himself to stand by leaning on his sword. As she watched his figure sway unsteadily, she anxiously called his name. Knox, breathing heavily, thought that the situation was dangerous. Seeing his condition, Eleanor panicked and cried out for him. On the other side, Knox collapsed helplessly onto his back, gasping for breath. With half-closed, weary eyes, he thought that after defeating 50 Ents, he had ended up like this instead. His vision gradually blurred, and at that moment Eleanor rushed over in alarm, repeatedly calling his name. She urgently asked what had happened and said that he had suddenly fainted. Seeing the worry on her face, Knox absent-mindedly thought that she truly cared about him. He reflected that Eleanor, known as the Golden Fox and regarded as a cold person, actually hid a warm heart behind her cool appearance. She showed sincere warmth toward someone like him, who was always alone. Although some people might call it excessive involvement, that was precisely why he always recruited her. At that moment, Eleanor hurriedly used healing magic on him. Knox weakly opened his eyes and called her name. As she helped him sit up, she anxiously asked what was wrong with his eyes. His hand was immediately enveloped in a green light, and he calmly raised it and told her to leave him behind and go deeper into the cave, instructing her to use the item there and saying that she would understand what it was. Eleanor, feeling doubtful, accepted it and realized that it was the Veil of Mystery, an artifact that erased a person's existence. Knox silently reflected that although it was a single-use item, as long as she did not attack first, enemies would not be able to find her. He had never imagined that something he obtained at a black market auction through grain would be used like this. The problem, however, was that the protagonist could not use it. Eleanor looked at the object in her hand and asked in shock where he had obtained such a thing. She then added that what mattered more was whether he was serious, saying that if he had such an item, he could leave her behind and escape. Knox gently interrupted her and asked whether she really thought he would abandon her. Eleanor froze and asked what he meant. Hearing that, Knox smiled faintly and calmly told her to hurry and go. As soon as he finished speaking, her expression turned pale with panic. Seeing Knox lose consciousness, she screamed his name in shock. Supporting him, she urgently called for him to wake up. When he still did not respond, she desperately called his name again. Placing 2 fingers on his neck, Eleanor grimly realized that his heartbeat was slowing and thought that this could not be allowed to continue, resolving to use all of her abilities. She quickly cast healing magic that enveloped Knox's body. While pouring all her strength into it, she begged him to wake up. Pressing her lips together, she pleaded again for him to wake up. Feeling guilty, she thought that if this happened, she should have been honest from the beginning. She reflected that it was all because assassins had tried to kill her, and that Knox had been dragged into this situation by coincidence. As she looked at him lying there with his eyes closed, Eleanor sorrowfully wondered whether she could really hide behind the excuse of being dragged into it and simply escape from Knox's death. Recalling a scene from her childhood, she asked herself what Knox had done that day at the nobles' gathering. Choking with emotion, she questioned whether she had truly considered it so cruel and unforgivable that it deserved to be repaid with death. Remembering his earlier words asking whether she thought he would abandon her, she reflected that Knox had not left her, but had protected her. She thought that perhaps, just perhaps, things were not as she had believed. As the childhood scene resurfaced again, Eleanor remembered herself standing alone, staring at Knox's back from a distance. When he turned his head to look at her, she hesitantly thought that, at that time, Knox had actually... A thought surfaced in Eleanor's mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, and as she reflected on it, an image from her childhood appeared. Her younger self standing dazed in a corner, silently watching Knox's back from afar. When he turned his head to look back at her, she had thought to herself that at that time, Knox might have actually been something more. The scene then shifted to another moment in the past. Joyful shouts echoed through the mansion as someone excitedly called out that Eleanor had good news waiting for her. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in shock and looked up. Someone holding a letter stepped forward, delighted, and informed her that the Reinhaver family had officially recognized their merchant group. Standing at the doorway in high spirits was none other than Clarkson de Rivellin, the head of the Rivellin family. He excitedly added that they had even received an invitation to a noble social banquet. Upon hearing this, Eleanor hurried over and eagerly asked if it was truly real. Seeing the excitement on Clarkson's face, a wave of joy welled up inside her. She thought that it had been a very long time since she had seen her father so full of enthusiasm, and she was certain that her mother would be happy as well. When her thoughts turned to her mother, who was still bedridden, Eleanor reflected that her health had continued to decline ever since she began working for the group. However, she believed that once their group grew larger, they would surely be able to restore her mother's health soon. Thinking this, Eleanor felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Suddenly, Clarkson mentioned that the nobles had even brought up Eleanor's name among themselves. Eleanor was utterly stunned and wondered if they truly meant her. Recalling the previous negotiations, Clarkson explained that Lord Theo von Reinhaver, the head of the Reinhaver family, seemed to hold Eleanor's abilities in very high regard and had said that she was the most outstanding child among her peers. Remembering Rodwell's expression at the time, Clarkson added that Lord Rotwell had said the same thing as well. Unable to hide her excitement, Eleanor reacted with disbelief while inwardly rejoicing that she had finally been acknowledged. Later, as she tried on dresses in front of a mirror, Eleanor reflected that it had already been 3 years since she had taken charge of accounting work for the Rivalin Group. At first, she had done it merely to attract her father's attention, but now she felt that the job truly suited her. She wanted to continue and become a pillar of strength for the Rivalin Group. She excitedly thought that she had never imagined that even the heads of esteemed noble families would acknowledge her abilities. From this point on, the Rivalin Group would continue to grow, and eventually, they would be able to stand on equal footing with the nobles she had always admired. People born into a different world, with graceful manners, luxurious clothing, and lives spent enjoying fine cuisine while chatting leisurely. She believed that they would one day live lives just like those people. However, reality struck Eleanor harshly at the banquet itself. Some nobles sneered with disdain, remarking on how lowly it all was, and questioning what such people were doing there. Others whispered contemptuously that at a banquet hosted by the Reinhaver family, it was audacious for commoners to intrude. A noblewoman covered her mouth and mockingly questioned whether these lowly people truly believed they could stand on equal footing with nobles. Hearing these remarks, Eleanor's face immediately turned pale. A nobleman beside them added scornfully that perhaps these commoners had been sent merely as entertainment and suggested that someone should at least remind them of their place. At that moment, Eleanor nervously glanced toward Clarkson and called out to him. Suddenly, her expression darkened, her eyes filled with shock. Seeing that her father was still smiling faintly, Eleanor was stunned and silently questioned why he was smiling at all. She felt confused, thinking that not a single person there accepted them and that everyone was looking down on them, yet her father still appeared pleased. Then Clarkson called her name and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her to smile. Eleanor hesitated slightly, and Clarkson went on to instruct her not to show her personal feelings in a place like this. He told her to remember it well and warned her that she must not speak rudely or get into conflicts with the noble children. Eleanor's expression grew deeply conflicted. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to fall silent as she hesitantly agreed. Later, during the banquet, someone curiously asked whether Clarkson's child would be going for knight training. A woman politely laughed and replied that it was true, though becoming a knight was not an easy path. Another woman responded with admiration, saying she had heard that Eleanor had achieved outstanding results in Lydian. Standing to the side, Eleanor silently observed the scene. She lowered her gaze slightly and thought to herself that such praise was meaningless, that there were countless hidden deals behind the scenes, and that this place was nothing more than a nest of extravagance for excessively wealthy nobles. And the most shocking realization of all was yet to come. At the same moment, someone stepped forward. Clarkson bent his back respectfully and introduced himself, saying that it was a pleasure to meet them, that he was merely a common citizen, Clarkson of the Rivalin family, and that he looked forward to cooperating with them. Seeing this, several nobles whispered among themselves with mocking tones, remarking that he was just a lowly merchant and laughing that at least he knew his place. Watching his appearance, Eleanor felt a pang of sadness and thought that her father was bowing his head to nobles like them. The earlier scene resurfaced vividly in her mind. Clarkson had placed a hand on her shoulder and warned her in a low voice to smile, never to reveal her personal feelings in places like this, and to remember that she must not speak rudely or fight with the noble children. Recalling that moment, Eleanor lowered her head, pressing her lips together unwillingly. Turning away, she bitterly thought that her father was truly pitiful. She hurriedly ran out of the area, clenching her teeth as anger surged within her. She thought bitterly that he had bowed and humbled himself before people who insulted their family simply because they were nobles, and that it felt as though her father did not care at all about what happened to her or her mother. As she reflected further, she sorrowfully realized that this was not the social gathering or party she had imagined. At that thought, Eleanor slowed her steps. In the wide corridor bathed in cold blue light, she walked alone. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking what she was doing there. Startled, Eleanor quickly looked up and saw Knox standing opposite her. Seeing her, he asked curiously whether it was her first time attending a party. As she carefully observed his appearance, Eleanor silently analyzed his white hair and lavender eyes, realizing that he was Knox von Reinhaver. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly performed a formal greeting and apologized anxiously if she had made him uncomfortable. Knox responded with suspicion, asking why she was apologizing. Only then did Eleanor slowly raise her gaze. Knox casually gestured and said that he was bored and asked whether she wanted to chat somewhere else. After the two of them sat down on a bench, Knox asked where she was from and whether she belonged to a noble family. Eleanor timidly replied that she did not, introducing herself as Eleanor de Rivellin from the Rivellin family, which had only recently received a new title. Hearing this, Knox reacted in surprise, saying that he had heard a new family would be joining and that it turned out to be hers. Eleanor then stammered in response, confirming it and hesitantly addressing him as Knox von Reinhaver, the youngest son of the Reinhaver family. Knox, astonished, asked whether she knew his name, then quickly followed up by asking if she also knew his age. Eleanor awkwardly replied that she did not. Knox then stated that he was 10 years old and asked for her age. Eleanor answered gently that she was also 10. Upon hearing this, Knox happily exclaimed that they were the same age and told her that she did not need to speak so formally. Eleanor immediately waved her hands in flustered panic, saying that it would be impossible for her to do that with someone from a duke's family. Knox looked up at the sky tiredly and commented that she was boring, then admitted honestly that he disliked parties like this. Eleanor, stunned, asked what he meant. Seeing her bewildered expression, Knox calmly explained that he hated being hypocritical and that children his age kept their distance from him. He said that whenever he invited them to play, they simply walked away and asked whether she also felt uncomfortable being near him. Eleanor immediately denied it, insisting that she did not feel uncomfortable at all. In her heart, however, she silently added that it was the opposite and that she wanted to talk more with him. Hesitantly, she told him that she was studying to become an accountant in the merchant group. Hearing this, Knox leaned closer in astonishment and exclaimed that it was amazing. He said he had heard that the Rivellin group had become famous recently and that he never expected someone his age to be working so hard. Eleanor shyly thanked him. Knox then rubbed his head gloomily and said that he also needed to work hard, but that honestly, things were not going smoothly. Curious, Eleanor asked what he was doing. Knox answered decisively that he was studying swordsmanship, explaining that everyone in the Reinhaver family had to learn it and that his eldest brother was truly outstanding. He clenched his fist in frustration and said that everyone could see that he was weak and not even talented in swordsmanship, which was why nobody liked him. Seeing how depressed he looked, Eleanor hesitantly tried to speak, but just as she was about to reach out to comfort him, she stopped. Clarkson's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her always to consider status and the differences in wealth before speaking. Eleanor hesitated, thinking that someone as lowly as herself had no right to comfort the youngest son of the Reinhaver family. Resolving herself, she slowly lowered her hand. At that moment, Knox lightly touched the back of Eleanor's hand and asked with concern whether talking to him had made her hungry. Startled, she quickly looked to the side. Knox then took her hand and gently pulled her up, telling her that there were plenty of snacks in the banquet hall and suggesting they go get some. As he continued to pull her along, Eleanor felt momentarily stunned. Deeply moved, she thought to herself that he felt completely different from every noble she had ever met before, and that perhaps with him, she might truly be able to become friends. Just then, two people approached quietly. Upon seeing them, Knox widened his eyes in shock as one of them spoke indifferently, saying that he had been wondering where Knox had gone, only to find him whining in a corner. The newcomers were none other than Hartz and Alan. Hartz placed his hands on his hips disdainfully and demanded to know what Knox was doing with that lowly commoner. At that very moment, two people gently approached. When Knox saw them, he widened his eyes in shock. The other person coldly remarked that he had been wondering where Knox had gone, only to find that he was whining in a corner, and so on. The two who had arrived were Hartz and Alan. Hartz placed his hands on his hips in disdain and asked Knox what he thought he was doing with that commoner. Seeing this, Eleanor was stunned and thought to herself that they must be members of the Reinhaver family. Alan then raised his brow suspiciously and asked who the lowly girl standing beside him was. Hartz indifferently added that he was sure Knox had already been told to restrain himself from actions that could tarnish the Reinhaver name. Looking at Knox's hand tightly gripping Eleanor's arm, he further questioned whether Knox had somehow met that lowly girl by chance. Hearing that, Knox immediately let go of Eleanor's hand and hurriedly replied that of course not, that it had only been a momentary curiosity. Eleanor pursed her lips slightly in worry. As Hartz turned his back to leave, he glanced over his shoulder with a cold smile and told Knox that in that case he should stop this foolishness and return to the banquet hall at once. When Knox began to move forward, Eleanor hesitantly called out to him. Hearing her voice, he paused for a brief moment but then immediately continued walking, quickly catching up with Alan and Hartz. Watching this, Eleanor murmured in disappointment that she had thought they could become friends. Back in the banquet hall, Alan and Hartz cornered Knox against a wall and mockingly remarked that it was truly surprising as they had never expected him to speak with that commoner, especially at a social gathering like this where so many eyes were watching. They asked whether he was trying to disgrace their family or whether there was something special between him and that girl. Faced with their interrogating voices, Knox could only lower his head in silence. Hart sneered that if that were true, then someone should make that lowly girl understand her position. At those words, Knox's eyes widened in shock. He hastily denied that she meant nothing to him at all and insisted that, as he had said before, he had merely been curious about her. Alan then bent slightly and suggested that in that case he should tell the girl so loudly and clearly in front of everyone, and that if he did not wish to do it, they would handle it in their own way. Hearing this, Knox clenched his fists unwillingly and said there was no need. He reluctantly agreed that he would tell her himself. Meanwhile, Eleanor stood absent-mindedly and alone in the middle of the banquet hall. She lowered her head sadly and thought that her father was too busy socializing with the nobles to notice that she had left. Recalling what had just happened, she sorrowfully reflected that Knox had also left just like that and that perhaps she had hoped for too much. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling her to stop. Surprised, she looked up and saw Knox standing before her. Overjoyed, she called his name and thought excitedly that she had believed he would not return and that she had known they could become friends. However, he immediately cut her off coldly, demanding to know who had given her permission to address him like that and asking whether she thought herself his equal, daring to call him so casually. Eleanor froze at his words. Knox then folded his arms and frowned disdainfully, saying that trash like her dared to consider herself a noble and that it was truly pathetic. He told her that she might be able to buy her family name with money, but asked whether she believed she could buy her family's history with it. Eleanor was stunned, thinking that he had suddenly become a completely different person. She softly called his name again. Knox let out a faint scoff and called her an illegitimate child, telling her to get lost. At that moment, the smile on Eleanor's face vanished, and the brightness in her eyes faded. Observing the scene, the surrounding nobles whispered among themselves that it seemed she had truly angered the young master of the Reinhover family, and that this was what happened to commoners. They speculated that she must have committed some terrible offense, and remarked that commoners should never have been admitted in the first place. Unable to endure it any longer, Eleanor quickly gathered her skirt and ran away. In her mind, she reflected that that day marked the worst social gathering of her life. After realizing that such was the world of the nobility, she had decided to live behind a mask, just as her father had always done. She hid behind a false facade and deceived others with sweet words. But the scene shifted to the present. Under the rain, Eleanor stood silently before two graves. The people behind her whispered that perhaps the Rivalin merchant group would finally come to an end, that both of her parents had died, and that it was now that lowly girl running the merchant group. They continued that no matter how clever she was still just a child and wondered what she could possibly accomplish. They added that although Clarkson was merely a commoner, at least his work was good, and that perhaps they should look for another merchant group. Hearing this, Eleanor tightened her grip on the umbrella. She bitterly reflected that even until the very end, the nobles mocked her family's deaths. She thought that it was no wonder, since it was not the Rivalin merchant group, built with blood and sweat, that they trusted, but rather the glittering gold behind it. Because of that, she had decided never to trust anyone. Like them, she believed that the only thing worthy of trust was gold coins, and that even trust itself could be bought with gold. She felt that she had buried even her own dignity within those coins, and wondered whether, in the end, she was no different from them. She believed that the incident at that social gathering had made her the way she was. Yet she questioned whether it was truly because of Knox that she had become like this, and thinking back now, she wondered what Knox had really been like at that time. At that moment, Eleanor hurriedly turned away and climbed into the carriage. Immediately, Knox's head appeared through the carriage window, and she turned back gloomily to look at him. Eleanor's eyes were blank for a moment as she sat absent-mindedly in the carriage and thought that at that time Knox had actually been unable to pretend before humiliating her because Alan and Hartz had been hiding behind a pillar to keep watch. She sorrowfully reflected that Knox had not wanted to do that in fact she had known it all along, and that she had known Knox and his brother in the Reinhover family did not get along. She remembered that his brother had even been standing right behind him at that time, and concluded that he had been cruel to her because he had been afraid they would harm her. She admitted to herself that she had convinced herself that it had been Knox who made her end up like that it had all been his fault, so she had to hide her face, twisting the event for her own benefit and ignoring the truth. Outside the carriage, Knox had looked at her earnestly and called her name, and now, as she watched him collapse right in front of her, Eleanor sorrowfully thought that in the past, at that moment, and even in the future, Knox von Reinhover was a bad person, and that was what she had believed. As her healing energy gradually ran out, she pleaded that it seemed she could not hold on any longer. With tears rolling down Nox's cheek, she choked out that she had not even properly thanked him and asked why he was lying there and why. Lowering her head in despair, she begged him to wake up. Sobbing, she called out to Shane and said that she needed his help and begged him to save Nox von Reinhaver. Her desperate voice echoed through the silent cave, but when there was no response, she was stunned and thought it was strange that there was no reply from Shane. She wondered whether Shane might also be on the brink of death at that moment. The snowy mountain fell into complete silence. Clenching her hands in a daze, she muttered that there was no one who could save him, and that she had not even had the chance to say it, that she had not yet thanked Nox or Shane. She questioned whether it would truly end like that and tearfully begged Nox to wake up. As soon as she finished speaking, the cave suddenly trembled violently. Seeing rocks fall, she was shocked and wondered what that mana was. When sharp icicles appeared, she thought in alarm that she had never felt such a powerful wave of mana before and that something was wrong. Eleanor quickly grabbed the white cloth, helped him stand, and wrapped it around them, but realizing it was not large enough for two people, she anxiously thought that its size was insufficient and that if that were the case, the artifact would be useless. Suddenly, a gigantic claw lunged at them, shattering rocks. At that very moment, Eleanor hurriedly supported Nox and ran aside to dodge. Watching the white cloak fly away with the debris, she tearfully thought of Nox. At that moment, the ice dragon stood before them and coldly asked whether she was the one who had awakened it with her mana, calling her child. Far away, Astrid seemed to sense that presence and immediately spread her wings and shot into the sky. Noah, riding on her, complained irritably and asked why she had suddenly acted like that, adding that his hair had become a mess. Astrid responded coldly that his heart had stopped. Hearing that, Noah stared blankly and asked what she meant. Astrid frowned gravely and stated that Nox von Reinhaver's heart had stopped. A gigantic claw immediately thrust out from the pile of shattered rocks, and a white dragon raised its head toward Eleanor and Nox, growling as it demanded to know who had awakened it with their mana. Seeing this, Eleanor frowned in shock and exclaimed that it was a dragon. She then fell silent and reflected that dragons were mysterious creatures with high intelligence, recalling that she had once heard that some of them were dangerous, dragons that devoured humans and absorbed their mana for themselves. Narrowing her eyes warily, she realized that the dragon was clearly showing hostility and thought that the situation was dangerous. Noticing a large rock not far away, she carefully placed Nox against it and concluded that the dragon's target was clearly Nox. As she adjusted his cloak, she worriedly reflected that she had no natural talent for magic and that her mana reserves were not abundant either. After brief consideration, she determined that it was impossible for her mana to have awakened the dragon and reasoned that it must have responded to Nox's mana instead. Closing her eyes halfway, she solemnly wondered whether he thought she would abandon him and thanked Nox for saving her, resolving that now it was her turn to protect him. With that thought, she decisively stood up and stepped forward to face the dragon, firmly declaring that it was indeed she who had called it. The dragon looked at her with suspicion, carefully observing her before coldly remarking that it was very strange and that it was not her, as it did not sense that level of mana from her. Eleanor reaffirmed with certainty that she had already said it was her and claimed that she was merely exhausted from having just expended her mana. The dragon immediately bared its sharp teeth and inhaled deeply, insisting that it could still sense that remarkable mana and commenting that it had been a long time since it had enjoyed such delicious food. It accused her of hiding something and addressed her as a child. At this, Eleanor stiffened, feeling extremely uneasy. The dragon leaned closer to her and threatened that this place, Winter Bridge, was filled only with brutal winter and beasts with pitiful mana, and that it had finally found something worthy of consumption there, adding that it would not give it up so easily. Glancing aside, Eleanor firmly thought that there was a high possibility that the dean or other professors would come to rescue them, and that she needed to stall for as much time as possible. Most importantly, she reflected that there were many things she wished to say to Nox. With that in mind, she clenched her hand resolutely and stepped forward, declaring that she would not retreat. The dragon indifferently responded that in that case, it would speak with strength. As it said this, a violent surge of blue energy began to gather within its mouth. Eleanor summoned her fire magic to counterattack and resolutely shouted for ignition. In an instant, a dense fog enveloped the space ahead, and from within it, the dragon's sharp claw suddenly shot forward, lunging straight at Eleanor. In a deep voice, it repeated that its target was not her. Clutching the wound on her arm, Eleanor pressed her lips together unwillingly. Ignoring the blood seeping onto the ground, she struggled to stand and hesitantly insisted that she truly could not, before resolutely adding that she would not step aside. Hearing this, the dragon contemptuously called her a foolish creature, yet remarked that such foolishness was what made humans so interesting. It then declared that she could curse her own stupidity for her death and pressed its enormous claw toward her. At that very moment, Knox's arm twitched slightly. Memories began to surface in his mind as he reflected that Knox von Reinhaver was a new name he had obtained in a new world, though it had originally belonged to someone else, a name he had stolen for himself. He admitted that he had grown accustomed to playing that role. Many things had happened, and he had formed countless bonds in that world. Yet the more Knox gained, the more he himself was haunted by loneliness. He acknowledged that he remained trapped in suffering because he could not escape Knox's shadow, and that he, Yu Chan, was still an outsider in that world. He questioned who he truly was and why he had possessed Knox's body. Suddenly, the scene shifted to his room in the modern world, and Knox's consciousness, Yu Chan's consciousness, began to return. Looking at everything on the desk, he thought in astonishment that it was his room. On the computer screen appeared the words, "inner lunatic," and the keyboard began typing continuously. A whispering voice asked Yu Chan who he thought he was, stating that he was no different from Knox. Confused, Yu Chan questioned what that meant. Then, the figures of Yu Chan and Knox gradually overlapped, and a thought slowly emerged in his mind. Yu Chan was Knox, and Knox was Yu Chan. They were one and the same, his only child. At that point, Knox's mind seemed to be enlightened, and the image of his previous life's room gradually faded. Clenching his hand with certainty, he concluded that he was both Yu Chan and Knox, two people who were the same from the very beginning. Looking up excitedly, he murmured that the name had belonged to him from the start, and that he was not a fraud using Knox's body, but Knox von Reinhaver himself. Because he had believed Yu Chan and Knox were different, he had continued to feel doubt and uncertainty, and that uncertainty had been the most destructive force within him. He reasoned that the hollow memories from his time as Yu Chan were not real, and wondered whether he had merely been sent to another world temporarily, recalling the words "welcome back" written in the letter addressed to him. Afterward, Knox stepped forward lightly and stood calmly, stating that at last the picture had become clear. He admitted that sometimes he had hated the character of Knox because, in that world, he could feel the warmth of others that he had longed for so deeply, and because Knox, that delinquent, possessed far more than he had ever had. He reaffirmed that Yu Chan was Knox, and Knox was Yu Chan, and that from the beginning, they had been one and the same. Raising both hands absent-mindedly, he reflected that all of it had belonged to him from the start. Finally, lifting his face with relief, he resolved that in that case, he would willingly accept even his own flaws and use them to survive, no matter what happened. Knox closed his eyes tightly as he recalled that Astrid had told him that in order to master dragon breathing, he had to open his lower dantian and circulate mana there, and that to do so, he needed to enter his mental image, his inner world. He gave a faint smile and reflected that he had already entered his inner world, the inner worlds of Yu Chan and Knox, which was the room from his previous life. Looking down at the purple-blue energy swirling before his chest, he concentrated and reasoned that if he opened his lower dantian, he would be able to overcome every obstacle and rise again, but in exchange, to release that power, he would have to erase every trace of presence and breath within his body. He closed his eyes and solemnly concluded that this meant he had to stake his life, yet none of that mattered to him anymore. Soon after, his body seemed to begin falling. He relaxed himself and sensed that his consciousness was fading. At the same time, the system notifications appeared, announcing that the player's heart would stop beating in 3 seconds, then in 2 seconds, and then in 1 second. In an instant, everything turned into a streak of light within the void. In reality, Eleanor lowered her head powerlessly. Seeing this, the dragon sneered and asked whether she was still being stubborn. Observing that her body had completely run out of strength, it mocked her further, saying that she would not be able to endure it any longer. On her side, Eleanor helplessly reflected on how pitiful she was, and admitted that the dragon was right. She no longer had the strength to avoid the attack. At the same time, she stepped her feet apart and raised her arms, resolving that she would soon die, but that she had to endure until the very end. With tears of despair welling up, she sent a telepathic message to Shane, saying that she knew he could not hear her now, but there was one thing she wanted to tell him. She thanked him for protecting her and had wanted to say it to him directly. She apologized, explaining that this was the only way she could deliver this message. At that moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide and began gathering energy. She sorrowfully added that Shane had to survive, as it was her final wish. Just then, the dragon's mouth shone brightly, and the powerful energy was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, a gentle voice responded that it was still too early to part like that, and at the same time, a purple slash descended from the sky in attack. Seeing the figure standing in front of her, Eleanor froze for a moment. She widened her eyes in shock and wondered if it was Shane, but then, stunned, she called out unconsciously, asking if it was Knox. Eleanor stared in shock and exclaimed in disbelief that it was Shane, then immediately denied it and wondered if it was Knox instead. The person who had stopped breathing earlier was now standing firmly before her with a sword in hand. At that moment, Eleanor noticed the red light coming from the pendant around her neck and wondered why the pendant on her neck had suddenly reacted. She questioned why the pendant she had given to Shane was reacting to Knox. A sudden realization struck her, and she blurted out that perhaps Knox had actually been Shane all along. Knox's current appearance looked very similar to Shane's, while Eleanor's pendant emitted a magical power like flames that enveloped the surroundings. Knox said that he could apologize later for deceiving her. At that moment, a blazing eye appeared, and Knox smiled as he told her that it would be better if she stayed silent. The power from that eye merged with the purple energy emanating from Knox and gathered into the sword as he unleashed Moonlight Blade. First form, Super. Knox inwardly remarked that he had expected that she was the one who had awakened him. The purple power surged like a storm as he continued with Moonlight Blade. Second form, Full Moon. First step. The white dragon began its attack, and Knox taunted it by saying that it had awakened on its own and started causing trouble. The dragon became even more ferocious and attacked wildly. Knox leapt into the air and coldly declared that it should die. A barrage of attacks followed as he executed Moonlight Blade. Third form, Moon-Splitting Slash. The relentless strikes injured the dragon, and Knox's terrifying power made Eleanor inwardly marvel while struggling to keep her footing during the battle. She thought that he was completely different from the Knox she had known all this time and wondered what the red eye and that immense power truly were. More importantly, she could not understand how Knox could have awakened after having died completely. Within Knox's fading consciousness, he recalled that to master dragon breathing, one had to open the lower dantian and circulate mana into it. However, in order to release that power, one had to stop the trace of presence and breath within the body, meaning the person had to risk death. He felt his consciousness fading as he used the Fire Spirit Pendant, an item capable of summoning spirits based on the mana he possessed. He remembered that it was a precious keepsake belonging to Eleanor's mother, even though she had given it to Shane rather than to him. Knox silently thanked Eleanor and reflected that she could have made a contract with the intermediate Fire Spirit Salamander. He thought it would be a waste if such a valuable artifact were used only for a mid-tier spirit. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he believed he had to obtain something greater. Knox then laughed confidently, grabbed the pendant in his hand, and declared that he refused. He proclaimed that he would summon the Spirit King. A system message warned that summoning a spirit of a higher rank would consume the player's life force and asked if he wished to proceed with the summoning. Knox speculated inwardly that he needed a spirit with mana powerful enough to kill a dragon, the Spirit King of Flames. He then decisively declared the summon. His heart trembled as the dragon's power surged around him. System messages appeared stating that he could form a contract with the Fire Spirit King, Ifrit. Warnings followed that most of the player's life force would have to be sacrificed to complete the contract and that the player might die. The system asked if he still wished to proceed. Clutching the pendant on his neck, Knox was surrounded by the breath of the dragon. The flames gathered like a majestic fiery soul before transforming into the shape of a woman with blazing orange hair. The woman laid out a condition, asking whether he truly dared to attempt a contract with her, the Spirit King, and telling him that if he wished to form such a contract, he might have to surrender everything he possessed. Knox did not hesitate and replied that perhaps it was she who actually wanted him. His words caused the Fire Spirit King to pause in surprise. Knox calculated inwardly that he possessed enough mana to summon the ice dragon, that his fire resistance had improved thanks to his training with Astrid, and that he was still young with plenty of room to grow. He reasoned that Ifrit favored contractors like him. He recalled that Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King, enjoyed punishing demons and had even helped Solomon kill them. Knox believed that his own goal of destroying the 72 demons aligned with Ifrit's purpose. The Fire Spirit King then asked Knox how much he was offering. Knox answered that he was offering 10 days. The Fire Spirit King questioned him in confusion, remarking that only 10 days was not even enough. Knox confidently replied that he would give everything except 10 days. The Fire Spirit King laughed and accepted the request, remarking that the small creature was quite amusing and asking his child what his name was. Knox answered that his name was Knox von Reinhaver. The Fire Spirit King then began to grant power to the necklace, saying that it was good, and that Knox von Reinhaver should make a contract with him, adding that they should begin. As the power spread throughout Knox's body, a system message suddenly appeared stating that the player's lifespan had drastically decreased. Returning to reality, the White Dragon, after receiving Knox's attack, became irritated and demanded to know how a small boy like him could possess such tremendous power. Nox confidently raised his sword without fear and mockingly replied that it was amusing, adding that he was also curious how an ordinary lizard like the dragon could possess such great strength. Provoked and furious, the dragon roared that Nox dared to challenge it and declared that it would kill him cruelly. Nox dodged the attack and advanced toward the dragon, challenging it while stating that he had to become stronger and that the dragon would become his foundation. The dragon stomped the ground, causing spikes of ice to emerge and attack Nox. Nox leapt high into the air with both hands raising his sword. The dragon lifted its head toward him as a glow of icy power gathered in its mouth, shouting that the little rat had reached the end and ordering him to die. Nox smiled and said that he wondered how much lifespan he would gain this time. Both sides attacked simultaneously. The dragon, in disbelief, exclaimed that Nox, being a human, could not possibly possess such power. Nox then swung his sword with the technique called Moonlight Blade, third form, Moon-Splitting Slash. The powerful strike hit the dragon, causing it to scream in pain. Eleanor stood stunned by the scene as Nox's immense power enveloped the entire mountain. When the battle ended, the dragon was defeated and system messages appeared stating that the player had successfully defeated a dragon for the first time, that the mana stat had permanently increased by plus 0.5, that the effect of the Black Flame Ring had increased the player's lifespan by 170 days, that dragon materials had been obtained, and that the title, Dragon Slayer, had been acquired. With blood staining his sword, Nox smiled at his own victory. Rick looked at the glowing orb in his hand and called the person involved a pathetic fool, remarking that the man had acted cocky and arrogant, only to end up getting caught by them. He then thought to himself that Reinhofer's eldest would have been better, but concluded that it did not matter anymore because Lord Amdusias would soon be revived. In front of Rick, beyond the chains, the crystal moon emitted a purple mark. Rick reflected that Demon Amdusias was among the 72 demons and that he used sound attacks, with skills said to be extraordinary. He thought that being able to meet such a great being was unbelievable. More importantly, he noted that the sealing stone had remained safe this time and believed that Amdusias must have almost completely recovered his power. Rick reasoned that once that happened, they would be able to kill not only Nox von Reinhofer, but also Noah von Trinity, along with Luna. After finishing his thoughts, Rick reached out and touched the mark on the crystal. The crystal began to crack and eventually shattered, revealing a strange demonic figure. The figure asked who had awakened him. The being had dark skin and a single horn on his head. Rick immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully stated that he was the one who had awakened him and greeted Lord Amdusias. Amdusias observed that Rick seemed to be quite a useful one and then asked where Archduke Baal and Agares were. Rick lowered his head and apologized, explaining that they had been unable to gather all the fragments, so Archduke Baal's revival would take a long time. He also reported that they had not yet determined Lord Agares' location. Amdusias replied that he understood and stated that, regardless, their purpose remained unchanged from before. It was then explained that among Solomon's 72 demons, Baal ranked first as the first Archduke. The goal of the demons and the demonic humans was to revive him, root the demon realm into the earth, and turn the mortal world into hell. Rick calculated in his mind that in order to revive him, they had to recover the 9 soul fragments scattered during the Eastern War. To accomplish that, the other archdukes would need to awaken as quickly as possible, and he thought that it would not be long. At that moment, Nox's status window appeared with a message stating that the title, Dragon Slayer, had been acquired. Seeing the message, Nox breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it had been a bit too close this time. He believed he had survived thanks to the fire spirit's pendant that Eleanor had given him. Suddenly, Eleanor wrapped her arms around Nox's waist and refused to let go, startling him. Nox called out to her and asked Eleanor to wait, saying that he would put her down first before they talked. Eleanor then apologized. Nox asked what she was apologizing for. Eleanor explained that she was sorry for misunderstanding him and for trying so hard to hate him for so long, saying that she regretted all of it. Hearing the emotion in her voice, Nox was surprised and wondered to himself if Eleanor was actually crying. He reflected that it was the golden fox, Eleanor, and thought that if anyone should apologize, it should be him. Feeling awkward, Nox reassured her that she had nothing to be sorry for and said that he was truly sorry that he had not told her about Shane earlier. Eleanor interrupted him and told him not to apologize, explaining that she knew he had done it to help her. Hearing that, Nox was stunned and wondered what she meant. When he turned to face her, his eyes widened as he saw her tear-streaked face. Nox teased that she was crying more than he had expected. Embarrassed, Eleanor blushed, wiped away her tears, and muttered that he should just pretend he had not noticed it. Knox silently evaluated the situation, thinking that the expression on her face had no acting or pretense. He had thought her eyes might become only slightly moist at most, but now realized that Eleanor was genuinely worried about him and crying. Knox reflected that he had believed she saw him only as business, which was why he had not expected to be this surprised. Eleanor then asked Knox why he had saved her and wondered if it was because he was good-hearted. She also asked whether he had not hated her. Knox replied that he did not know what she meant. Eleanor held onto the hem of Knox's clothes as if pleading and asked him not to avoid the question, begging him not to leave her alone like he had done that day at the social gathering, and asking if he could at least say that he did not hate her. Knox firmly stated his feelings, saying that there had never been any reason for him to hate Eleanor de Rivellin. His confession made Eleanor blush. Knox then turned away and said that they should move because it was dangerous to stay near the ice dragon's corpse like that. Realizing what she had just done, Eleanor's thoughts became flustered as she wondered in embarrassment what she had just done and said that she could not believe she had shown such an embarrassing side of herself to Knox. She thought that tears had suddenly welled up without her realizing it, and that somehow, simply being behind Knox had made her feel warm, which was why the tears had come out on their own. Meanwhile, Knox walked over to the dead dragon and carefully began gathering materials from it, while thinking that they needed to carefully collect the materials from the defeated ice dragon. When he suddenly heard Eleanor's soft laughter, Knox turned to her and asked what it was. Eleanor cheerfully replied that she had just been thinking that he never changed even in a situation like that. Knox curtly told her to be quiet and just follow him. Eleanor agreed lightly and said she would. As they continued moving, Knox sensed something and thought to himself that he could feel two powerful mana presences flying toward them, and that if they kept walking, they would probably run into them halfway. Meanwhile, Noah, riding on Astrid the dragon, suddenly exclaimed in surprise and asked if that meant Knox's heart had started beating again, while the ice dragon's breath had stopped instead. He wondered if it was really true, thinking that although it sounded unbelievable, Knox had already killed several Archduke-level demons from the 72, so perhaps it was not that surprising anymore. He concluded that killing a dragon might not be so shocking after all. Noah then asked Astrid whether she thought Knox had defeated it single-handedly. Astrid explained that if Knox had perfectly mastered dragon's breathing and opened his lower energy core, it would be possible. She added that he would have had to stop his own heart by his own will and forcibly open his mind world, and that if he had truly done that, he could have killed the ice dragon with absolute certainty. Noah sighed and remarked that he had suspected it, yet Knox truly was extraordinary. However, he continued wondering how a normal human could stop their own heart and reach such a realm. He admitted that even if it had been him, he would not have gone that far, and questioned what exactly Knox believed in that allowed him to do something like that. At that time, Knox and Eleanor were sitting side by side on a wooden bench in the middle of the snowy field. Knox and Eleanor were sitting together in the snowy courtyard when Knox looked up and saw that the dragon Astrid was flying toward them and landing powerfully on the snow. Eleanor exclaimed that she was there. Noah jumped down from Astrid's back and asked with concern whether everyone was safe. Eleanor replied by thanking him for coming to help them, adding that if it had not been for him, it could have been dangerous. Knox silently observed that Eleanor seemed to have returned to normal. Astrid remarked that the dragon's breathing had been a success, asking if that was correct. Noah crossed his arms and answered seriously that it was, adding that stopping one's own heart was something only lunatics would do, but since Knox was safe, that was what mattered, and he commented that Knox was quite a handful. Knox then asked if it had been Professor Aleph. Noah confirmed that it was, explaining that Professor Aleph had been a demonic human and that, in any case, he had been nothing special, angrily adding that those vermin had dared to lay a hand on his academy. Astrid interrupted Noah, saying that was enough and advising that everyone must be exhausted and that they should head back. She then turned around and told them to get on her back. Eleanor inwardly expressed her admiration, thinking that she could not believe she was actually meeting one of the four sages, Astrid, and that her dragon form was truly awe-inspiring every time she saw it. Astrid turned to her and reminded her that she needed to keep her true identity a secret. Eleanor stammered that she understood. Knox jumped onto Astrid's back first, then reached out his hand to Eleanor and told her that he would help her up, asking her to grab on. Eleanor paused for a moment before placing her hand in his, shyly thanking him. Noah cheerfully announced that boarding was complete. Astrid then took off, saying that they should depart. As morning came, it was said that they returned safely to the academy. However, rumors about Eleanor began to spread among the students, as they wondered whether she had really been expelled from the Rivalin merchantry, mentioning that they had heard even the nobles had turned their backs on her and questioning how that had happened, adding that the imperial family had completely severed ties with her. Upon hearing this, Knox turned and glared angrily. Eleanor gently held Knox's arm and smiled reassuringly, saying that she had expected something like that might happen. She explained that when she had asked him, to protect her, the nobles had already begun turning their backs on her, but that everything was fine now. She then smiled optimistically as she walked, declaring that if anyone thought she would back down that easily, they were mistaken, and that more than anything, she would not let anyone take what was hers. Knox inwardly reflected that he had thought she would be quite shocked, but that this was actually a relief, adding that he knew exactly how the scenario would play out in the end. He thought that now was the perfect time to devise a plan to pressure and deal with Rick and the First Prince. Knox then stepped forward, placed a hand on Eleanor's shoulder, and told her that a crisis could also be an opportunity, advising her to try to maintain her composure. Eleanor replied cheerfully that she would trust him. That evening, at the mansion, the maid Gitri seriously reproached Knox, asking what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into this time for things to escalate like that. Knox paused for a moment, then turned away and calmly asked whether she should not at least ask about his health first. Hearing that, Gitri immediately became worried and asked if he was feeling unwell. Knox replied that he seemed to have a slight fever. Gitri hurriedly told him to wash up and get some rest, asking if he could wash himself on his own. Knox took off his coat and replied that he probably could, while inwardly recalling that he had been in the cold for a long time and felt as though all his strength had been drained. Gitri placed a hand on his shoulder and said that it could not be helped, adding that she would help him with his upper body. Knox widened his eyes helplessly as he was dragged away, calling out to her to wait. Gitri then prepared a large bath for him and told him to wash thoroughly before leaving. Knox let out a sigh, closed his eyes and relaxed in the bath, thinking that no matter what, this was unusual, as his frequent sickness had been flaring up quite often this time, and he referred to it as a cursed trait. He then decided that he would check the newly acquired title first. Raising his hand into the air, Knox opened the status window, which displayed basic information stating that the name of the title was Dragon Slayer, classified as a title with an advanced grade and an ice attribute, with an equipment restriction of Slayer of Dragons, and a special effect that granted an additional 30% damage to ice attribute magic and swordsmanship. Knox quietly reflected that ice attribute magic and swordsmanship were something he had not yet mastered due to the cold hands and feet trait, but if he learned them properly, they would be quite useful. He thought that a 30% additional damage was insane and considered that he might learn the frost sword art from Christopher later on. For now, he felt that he needed to rest, believing that fatigue was the root of all evil. After finishing his thoughts, Knox relaxed his body and rested. Elsewhere, Eleanor rested her chin on her hand as she pondered that rumors were spreading about the imperial family wanting to sever ties. She questioned whether it would really be so easy for the imperial family to crush House Rivellin, no matter how hard they tried, noting that a merchantry with massive capital tied up could not be easily sanctioned by the state. She further considered that if such a merchantry were to take its capital and flee to another country, not only the wealthy but even master artisans from various industries would follow, which would lead to a drop in tax revenue and ultimately weaken the nation's power. She concluded that it was probably not Princess Penelope, reasoning that if it had been the princess, she would have acted more cautiously and likely did not harbor that degree of malice. In any case, Eleanor believed there was only one conclusion. She then voiced her deduction that it was Louis von Arkheim, stating that it was clearly the doing of the first prince. Standing up, she resolved that even so, she had no intention of backing down. Recalling Knox's earlier words to maintain composure, Eleanor encouraged herself, thinking that after hearing that from Knox, she did not want to give up. She also remembered the Knox she had seen at that time as beautiful, recalling the moment he defeated the white dragon with a confident smile, which made her blush with affection. In a forest under relentless rain, Rick stood beside Amdusius as Amdusius remarked that humans were dangerous and that they were growing stronger. He warned Rick that among them, Knox von Reinhofter could become as dangerous as the 7 saints of the continent, and instructed him to eliminate both Knox and Eleanor de Rivellin immediately, as they were becoming a threat to their plans. Rick responded with an eerie smile as he acknowledged that all of this was for the resurrection of Baal, while Amdusius laughed cruelly in excitement. Knox sat in the study and thought that it seemed like this situation would keep him busy for quite some time, as, although he had returned alive, the 3rd episode had still not ended. He reflected that the Rivellin merchantry had already fallen halfway into Rick's grasp, and even though Eleanor had also returned alive, the overall situation remained dangerously precarious. He considered that the greatest problem was the involvement of the imperial family, and that the most frustrating part was that the first prince, who stood in direct opposition to him, was acting as a threat. He reasoned that if the imperial family began to suppress House Rivellin in earnest, it would either lead to all-out war or continuous problems as long as one side refused to yield, and he believed that this was likely what Rick was aiming for. He concluded that to keep these forces in check, they would need power, specifically a backing strong enough to restrain even Prince Louis. At that moment, the door opened and a blonde girl entered, asking whether he had called for her because he wanted to keep her brother in check. The situation, he thought, was that although Eleanor had lost some of her forces, it was only temporary, and that the most crucial elements in regaining power were capital and leadership, both of which were possessed by none other than Eleanor, the great merchant known as the Golden Fox. Knox then requested that she lend him her strength. In his mind, Knox calculated that if he joined forces with her, he could orchestrate the downfall of the first prince, restore the prosperity of the rival in merchantry, and help balance the power among the factions. However, Penelope gently refused, saying that she was sorry, but was not fond of the proposal. Knox froze and asked for clarification, inwardly shocked as he wondered why she was rejecting the proposal. He questioned whether there might be someone else serving as her financial backing, or if she had already allied herself with Prince Louis. Penelope smiled politely and replied that it was not proper etiquette to ask another woman to help a rival marriage candidate. Hearing this, Knox was stunned, though he soon felt a sense of relief as he realized that she seemed to be joking. Even so, he thought that such a joke still felt like a threat and that she should seriously return the title of merciful princess. Penelope then set down her teacup and stated that in any case, she understood his proposal and the reasoning behind it. She explained that since they needed to keep the Gope merchantry, which had close ties with Prince Louis, in check, she assumed he believed it would be best for their side to collude with the rival in merchantry. However, she pointed out that he was surely aware that Eleanor did not support the imperial family, and thus questioned what reason she would have to collaborate with her. Knox fell into deep thought, recalling that Eleanor had recently openly rebelled against the imperial family during a large-scale merchant assembly. He reflected that Eleanor despised war to an extreme degree and fundamentally harbored deep skepticism toward the empire, believing that if the Archive Empire continued to persist, an age of war would inevitably arrive. He further considered that Eleanor had judged Princess Penelope to lack the qualities necessary to prevent such a future, concluding that countless lives would be lost regardless. Therefore, Eleanor's plan had been to abandon the nation and instead seek a way to survive together with the people, which Knox thought might have been the wisest choice after all. However, he also acknowledged that Princess Penelope would never see it that way, as even for the rival in merchantry, interfering with the imperial hierarchy was unacceptable under any circumstances. He believed that this was likely why people had begun to turn their backs on Eleanor. He continued to reflect that within Inner Lunatic, when the power struggle between Penelope, Prince Louis, and Eleanor reached its peak, the demon Amdusias would begin to build his forces in earnest. He noted that Amdusias was a demon currently impossible to deal with, one who would awaken countless other demons for the resurrection of Baal and escalate the entire situation. Knox suspected that Rick had likely played a major role in facilitating Amdusias's cooperation and collusion with the Gope merchantry, and he concluded that if Rick was not eliminated now, something far worse would occur. For that to happen, he believed that Penelope and Eleanor would have to join forces. Penelope frowned and said that she did not understand why a clever fox like Eleanor would turn the imperial family into an enemy. Knox explained that that was the only way to reassure the first prince, adding that Princess Eleanor had ultimately been concerned about the safety of the people. He said that, otherwise, it would have been far better for her to side with another nation and keep the Archive Empire in check. He continued that the reason she had not done so was because she had refused to give up on the place where she had grown up and on the people of the empire. He further stated that the disaster caused by the foolish Emperor Esteban had only deepened the factional strife between the nobility and the commoners, but that Eleanor refused to give up. In fact, he noted that by operating the merchantry, she had played a role in easing tensions between the two classes. He concluded by asking whether she did not already know that she had no other options now. Clutching her skirt, Penelope admitted that she had already known her influence was still weak. She acknowledged that Knox was right, saying that she had no power at the moment, would not be able to get out of any situation alone, and had to rely on someone. Losing her initial confidence, she lowered her head and asked Knox why he was helping her and why a member of the Dark family would do so. She pointed out that he had said he would not support anyone. Knox replied that it remained true that he would not support anyone, but that he trusted the nation he had lived in and its people, which was why he hoped Archive would not collapse. Although she heard this, Penelope still felt insecure and said that Eleanor would not help her either, reasoning that, as Knox had said, Eleanor would likely think it better to join hands with another nation. Suddenly, Penelope widened her eyes in surprise, while Knox smiled with satisfaction and remarked that her timing was certainly impeccable. A servant then announced that Princess Eleanor de Rivellin had arrived and urgently wished to see her. After being momentarily stunned, Penelope told the servant to let her in. When Eleanor entered, she placed her hand on her chest and stated that she had come because she had something to say to Her Highness. Speaking directly, she declared that she could help Princess Penelope and added that the princess must already know that the rival in merchantry had been split in two. She explained that although the people's factions were said to be divided, her influence remained stronger, as she had been the most visible figurehead and the one actually managing the merchantry. She added that when people mentioned the rival in merchantry, the golden fox was the first thing that came to mind, and asserted that Penelope already knew Prince Louis needed to be removed. Penelope then questioned the other party's intentions, asking what her condition was and noting that given the current state of the imperial family, there was not much she could offer. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Eleanor smiled and stated her objective, demanding that the engagement be broken off. Surprised by this request, Penelope softly asked what she meant. Knox, who maintained a polite smile outwardly, inwardly questioned what was going on. Standing behind Knox, Eleanor confirmed her demand, stating that in exchange for her support, she required the dissolution of Penelope's engagement with Knox von Reinhofter. This unexpected demand caused Knox to inwardly panic as he wondered what Eleanor was suddenly talking about. He speculated whether she was trying to keep the Dark family in check and secure the princess's support, intending to undermine the Dark family from within while growing the merchantry, though he quickly felt that something about that reasoning was not right. Penelope then spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, asking what she should do, and stating that Knox von Reinhofter was not an object. Her attitude made Knox feel even more anxious, as he wondered why the princess was making such an expression, especially when time was of the essence and they needed Eleanor's help. Penelope then asked Eleanor whether House Reinhofter was worth that much to her. Eleanor lightly laughed and replied that of course not, saying she had no interest in House Reinhofter. Leaning closer to Knox, she added that what interested her was the princess's kingmaker, Knox von Reinhofter. Frowning, Penelope pressed further, pointing out that it was contradictory to claim she would support her while simultaneously trying to take away her kingmaker. She demanded to know Eleanor's goal and asked her to explain what profit she would gain from such a deal, as well as why House Rivalen would show interest in Knox von Reinhofter. Eleanor responded with a smug, provocative smile, revealing that the truth was that she had come to want him and had therefore decided to take him for herself. This blatant claim of possession shocked both Penelope and Knox, leaving Knox inwardly panicking in disbelief. The confession made even the girl eavesdropping outside blush with embarrassment, while Eleanor continued to explain that she had no particular interest in Knox von Reinhofer supporting Penelope, adding that it was not his house she needed but Knox himself. Knox, pretending to remain calm as he sipped his tea, inwardly wondered in confusion what she was saying at that moment and questioned whether she did not hate him. Eleanor then smiled and continued that if that happened, he could escape the image of being the imperial family's dog, and that for Knox, those would not be bad terms at all. Hearing this, Penelope frowned in discomfort, while Knox gazed at his reflection in the teacup and reflected that Eleanor's words were true, that the existence of stronger demons was still veiled, and that if he drew attention to himself, they would surely trample over him. He reasoned that this was why he was moving so carefully, and that the title of the imperial princess's fiancé was nothing but dangerous to him, concluding that it would be better to receive Eleanor's help, though he did not understand why she was helping him to such an extent. At that moment, Penelope spoke up in compromise, saying that she would agree to the deal as long as Knox von Reinhofer would make the final decision. Eleanor, satisfied, replied with a smile that what interested her was Penelope's kingmaker, Knox von Reinhofer. In the prison, Aleph revealed his true form and shouted for release, demanding to know if they knew who he was, when a voice suddenly remarked that the filthy demonic human was still alive, causing Aleph to freeze. Aleph, in disbelief, asked if it was Knox von Reinhofer and how he had returned alive, insisting that he should have died there. From above, Knox cracked his wrist and looked down at Aleph with disdain, stating that it was none of his business and that first he needed to take a beating. He immediately threw a heavy punch into Aleph's face and demanded that he answer his questions. As Aleph's face twisted in shock, Knox told him that he already knew he served demons and that he should not bother playing tricks. Aleph retorted mockingly, questioning what a mere academy student could possibly do against him. At that point, Knox, filled with killing intent, threatened that if he refused to answer, he would be beaten even more. Frightened, Aleph stammered that surely a knight would not resort to something so undignified as hitting someone, but Knox coldly ordered him to grit his teeth. After some time, Aleph, now covered in bruises and wounds, trembled and said that Knox was like a demon. Knox, laughing in satisfaction as he rubbed his shoulder, resumed the interrogation and asked whether Aleph already knew the village where Amdusius and Rick had set up their base. Still shaken from the beating, Aleph reacted in shock, while Knox's expression turned cold as he held his sword before Aleph and mentioned Pandemonium, offering that if Aleph told him where they were, he would ease his pain slightly. It was explained that for demons, Pandemonium referred to their garrison or collective, representing conquest to them, while for humans it marked the beginning of the demon extermination war. Even within Inner Lunatic, its location was randomized, so its exact position was unknown, and although the method was crude, it was the only way to find out. Placing the blade against Aleph neck, Nox demanded to know where their hideout was. Aleph, unable to believe it, asked how Nox knew about that, but as the blade pressed against his artery, he hurriedly confessed that he did not know how Nox had found out, yet he could not reveal to a human where the Archduke stayed. Nox, however, did not become angry. Instead, he smiled and said that he had expected that answer, which was why he had brought in a specialist, adding that now Aleph would talk. Behind Nox, Astrid and Noah appeared with sinister smiles, and Aleph, overwhelmed with terror, broke down in tears as his scream echoed through the space. After it was over, Astrid reported to Nox what she had extracted from Aleph, stating that he said it was somewhere in the desolate western region. Nox then remarked that the West seemed troublesome and thought to himself that it was far more problematic than he had initially expected. He reflected that the demon's base could be in one of 3 locations: the East, already a war zone and ideal for demons to gather; the Central region, where the dense population made it difficult to identify and suppress both demons and demonic humans; and the West, which maintained a republican system where houses fiercely competed to select their next representative. He further considered that the West was perfect prey for demons, but the frightening part was the massive barrier required to reach it, a wall of incredible height that magic could not affect at all. Moreover, due to its unique system accepting many races, the West even housed the continent's only demon-worshipping church, making it difficult to demand demon subjugation, even under the guise of diplomacy. Finally, he lamented internally that whenever those demons took root in the West, he had never once been able to clear Inner Lunatic, concluding that it was unfortunate that it had always been that way, and that this time it was even worse. Astrid noticed Nox's anxiety and gently patted his head, which prompted Nox to ask what she was doing. Astrid smiled and reassured him that since he had gone through a lot this time, she was praising him. Nox questioned whether it was really praise, remarking that it felt upsetting instead. Astrid simply told him to stay still. Nox then glanced toward Noah and pointed out that if Noah kept using ice magic so frequently, he might die. At that moment, as Noah was freezing Aleph, he confidently replied with a smile that since he had used absolute 0 instantaneously, it was fine, adding that while Aleph was frozen, he would not age and might even like it. Still being patted on the head, Nox responded that he understood, but inwardly thought that he really wished she would refrain from saying such things with an innocent-looking face, something he felt he could not say aloud, noting to himself that if Professor Raz had been present, he would have shrieked and foamed at the mouth. Meanwhile, Eleanor's words continued to echo in Penelope's ears, as she had said that she had come to want him and thus decided to take him for herself. Standing in her nightgown, Penelope reflected on Eleanor de Rivaline, reasoning that by Nox's logic, Eleanor could have built an even larger merchantry by parasitizing another nation, yet that had not happened precisely because Nox von Reinhafers had intervened in the negotiation. Regardless of his true intentions, Penelope acknowledged that she had received a great favor from Nox, recognizing that his actions had been the best way to keep Prince Louis in check and that he had effectively set the stage for negotiations. However, she admitted that there was one thing that still bothered her. Recalling Eleanor's condition in exchange for her support, that Penelope dissolve her engagement with Nox von Reinhafers, Penelope wondered what that even meant, reasoning that as the owner of a merchantry, there would be no reason to make such a proposal. She admitted that she could not claim to fully understand Eleanor's words, acknowledging that it was common for powerful houses and merchantries like House Reinhafers to form alliances and expand their influence. Yet what troubled her more was the nuance behind Eleanor's words. Murmuring to herself that Eleanor had come to want him, Penelope continued reflecting that there was something pure in those words that she could not comprehend. She questioned whether Eleanor truly desired to have Nox, and whether the so-called Golden Fox genuinely wanted that. She also recognized a faint and muddled belief within herself, that as long as she was with Nox, all problems would be resolved, and realized that this small belief had often saved her from difficult situations. She wondered if that was why she felt a slight resistance upon hearing that Eleanor wanted to have Nox. Regaining her composure, Penelope smiled and lifted her gaze toward the sky. At that moment, someone arrived to report that Prince Louis seemed to be preparing for a civil war. In response, Penelope stated that they did not have time to dwell in contemplation, then turned and ordered that they must prepare on their side as well. She declared that she would join hands with Nox and Eleanor to prepare for the civil war, emphasizing that they must move faster than expected and that the time frame would be no later than 1 month. Eleanor stood before the ferocious white dragon and, in that life-or-death moment, closed her eyes as she inwardly thought that it was over. At that moment, a voice called out to her, and Nox appeared, asking whether she had really thought he would abandon her. Eleanor then woke from the dream, suddenly sitting up as she placed a hand over her chest and thought that she believed she liked Nox von Reinhofer, and that it was more than just friendship. While sitting in front of the mirror and brushing her hair, Eleanor reflected that until now she had failed to recognize and express her feelings, and that it was probably because she had grown used to wearing a mask as the owner of a mercenary. However, she admitted to herself that she was certain she thought of Nox as more than just a friend, even though she had never truly had any friends. She continued thinking that even in dangerous situations he had never lost his dignity or judgment, and that with his sharp and beautiful swordsmanship there was nothing about him that was not attractive. Eleanor then lightly slapped her cheeks to compose herself and thought further that, besides, she remembered Nox once saying that he had never had any reason to hate her from the start. Reflecting on that, she realized that he had truly never hated her and concluded that she wanted Nox von Reinhofer. After finishing her thoughts, Eleanor questioned herself about how she was supposed to get close to him and how she could convey her feelings. She then struck the table and stood up with determination, thinking that people were most attractive when they showed their strengths and that she should show him that she was a capable woman. She smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Inside the academy, the students were discussing among themselves, saying that they had heard Nox von Reinhofer had sided with the princess and that his engagement with the imperial family had been cancelled. They questioned whether there was any reason for House Reinhofer to help the imperial family and wondered whether the house had not abandoned Nox. Others added that they had heard the Eleanor faction still held the upper hand in the Rivelin merchantry and speculated that the first prince would win anyway since he currently held both regency and power. Some even remarked that Eleanor would have been better off seeking asylum in another country. Hearing these rumors, Nox thought to himself that, as expected, rumors spread quickly. He reasoned that with the two factions divided and in conflict, the atmosphere at the academy had naturally changed, involving even the faculty and high-ranking aristocrats. He further considered that even the three sword emperors and the four sages were in a situation where they were wary of one another, and concluded that in such circumstances it was only natural for everyone to be on edge. He repeated inwardly that everyone was indeed on edge. Nox was then stunned when he saw a mountain of gifts piled up in his room, and he wondered aloud whether all of it was a gift from the Rivelin merchantry. Internally, he thought that the value was enough to be used as war funds and questioned what such a mountain of gifts was doing there, estimating that it was worth at least 100 million gold. He then asked if anyone had heard any news about Eleanor having a terminal illness. Jitri reported that he did not recall hearing such news, while Rona stared wide-eyed and admired the gifts, and Prim thoughtfully examined them. Nox, feeling helpless as he watched Prim tearing open a gift box, remarked that the gifts had supposedly been meant for distribution to everyone. As the door opened and more gift boxes continued to be carried in, Elena stood by the doorway in amazement, exclaiming that the gifts were incredible. Everyone then entered the room filled with presents, and Nox tried to stop them, telling them to wait. Rona, holding an item, marveled that the vase alone was worth over 1 million gold, while Elena excitedly noted that there were also rare books and ancient texts left by great mages. The room filled with lively chatter as others exclaimed that he was already receiving tremendous support, that there was even a top-grade alchemy tool, and someone warned Elena not to touch things recklessly. At that moment, a newcomer stated that she could touch them since permission had been given. Eleanor then gently asked Nox whether he liked the gifts, adding that what was present was less than half and that the rest would arrive within a few days. Nox questioned why she had sent him such a large quantity of gifts. Eleanor replied that it was because he had saved her. Nox was inwardly surprised, wondering if that alone was the reason. Eleanor then explained that in the forest of frozen frost trees, even when he was facing death, he had chosen to save her first instead of himself. She recalled that he had told her to go deeper into the cave without him, and that it would have been far more beneficial for him to abandon her. She admitted that as a merchant, she had always carefully calculated profit and loss, so she had naturally assumed he would abandon her as well. However, she acknowledged that even in the face of death, he had chosen to save her by discarding what could have benefited him. She concluded by saying that this was her repayment, explaining that the gifts were both a gesture of gratitude and a form of bribery. After hearing Eleanor's words, Nox thought that it had been an urgent situation and that he did not remember it well, but there was nothing he would not have said to survive. He reflected that it was a relief Eleanor saw it in a positive light, since he had saved her and now she was being dramatic. He also mused that the units were all kind, though their personalities were wildly different, which, in his view, was what made them interesting. Nox then called for everyone's attention, telling them to focus for a moment because he had something to say and that he would get straight to the point. His expression turned serious as he explained that they all knew securing the imperial succession and suppressing Princess Penelope had led first Prince Louis and the Gope merchantry to prepare for a full-scale war. He declared that, for this reason, he had decided to stand against first Prince Louis alongside Princess Penelope and the Rivalan merchantry. He continued that Arkheim was on the brink of war, and as a war for the imperial throne was about to begin, more demons would reveal themselves. He warned that those released from their seals would create internal division and exploit even small fractures to bring chaos and ultimately swallow the world. He stated that he would prepare for war against first Prince Louis while also subjugating all demons causing chaos, emphasizing that he did not want Arkheim to collapse and could no longer stand by as the empire fell into disorder. He said that this was why he needed their strength, the strength of comrades who trusted one another and advanced together. However, he made it clear that he would not demand sacrifice, that the choice was theirs, and that he would not hold resentment or force anyone, giving them time to decide where they would stand. At that moment, Nox noticed someone in the ranks and internally evaluated Leon von Marvas, thinking that House Marvas had recently lost its patriarch and many retainers in territorial disputes, making their situation unfavorable for joining the war. He concluded that Leon would probably not stand by his side, but reassured himself that Leon trusted him deeply and was the kind of person who would immediately join him if it were solely his decision. Recalling the words of those who had already chosen to follow him, Nox remembered that they had said they were meant to die in the Chatters but had regained their lives thanks to him, and that they wished to repay that debt. They had insisted there was nothing to think about and that they would definitely go with him, adding that if he had to move forward, they would as well, and that those from the east would always follow him. Despite having received such support, Nox still resolved to give everyone a choice, thinking that some of the remaining personnel had declared they would stand with him, but even if they changed their minds, he would not stop them, as the decision ultimately belonged to each unit. He concluded that now was the time for him to do everything he could. As heavy rain began to fall, Nox stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. He assessed that the First Prince's forces were not particularly formidable, and that the Gope merchantry's capital power was similar. But the greatest threat was the demonic human Rick, whose demon squad was extremely dangerous and far too powerful for regular soldiers to face, meaning casualties would likely exceed expectations. He resolved that he had to take responsibility for the current situation and find a way to resolve it in order to protect his life as Nox von Reinhoff heir and his comrades. He also speculated that the game known as Lunatic might have been a tutorial designed to help him adapt to this world and survive. Suddenly, a status window appeared, informing him that he had one unread letter in his mailbox. Nox wondered to himself whether it was truly a letter. Upon reading it, he learned that the sender greeted Yu-chan, then remarked that it was probably fine to call him Nox von Reinhofer now, and explained that thanks to his growing strength, more truths about the world could be revealed. The sender admitted they could not tell him everything yet, asking for his understanding as it was also part of a promise tied to this world. They suggested that Nox must have already felt that the world was gradually changing and that, thanks to him, things were moving toward a happy ending. However, they cautioned that even the most joyful moments cast shadows, and that the original flow of the world he knew was beginning to break, meaning he would soon face countless variables. They apologized for delivering mostly troubling news, but added that they were sending him something useful and hoped he would make good use of it, assuring him that they were always on his side. As the letter self-destructed in his hand, Nox fell into deep thought, reflecting that the world was moving toward a happy ending while its flow was becoming distorted. He inferred that the sender was in a situation where they could not share much information, as evidenced by the hidden and distorted name. He then recalled that the sender had mentioned sending something helpful. The status window appeared again, notifying him that there was an enclosed artifact and that he had been granted a trait draw ticket. Seeing a lottery-like machine appear, Nox remarked internally that it was finally time for his luck stat to shine. As he reached out to grasp the lever, he thought that since his luck stat was maxed, he would definitely feel its effects, questioning whether this was a game or reality. Smiling confidently, he wondered what would come out, noticing among the balls inside the machine that one in particular was glowing brightly. A 7-colored gem fell out of the prize machine, and Nox exclaimed in astonishment that it was a rainbow-colored highest-rank trait. He then watched as the 7-colored sphere transformed into a scroll, and upon opening it, he thought to himself that he had never seen anything like it before, and that it was a new trait of inner lunatic. As he read the contents, which described a trait called synchronization, stating that when a player experiences a special turning point, they synchronize with the reality of the past they face and retrieve backup data. Nox reflected that backup data must refer to what had happened when he first entered Inner Lunatic, when the synchronization rate had stopped at 71%. He continued thinking that synchronization must be what allowed him to understand his past as Nox von Reinhofer, and that, in other words, it was a process of reclaiming himself. He further reasoned that if he truly wished to live as Nox, then as the subject of that body, he had to come to understand himself, especially when experiencing a special turning point. Under a crimson sky, Duff reported to Luna that he thought the situation would be difficult, adding that even so, he was uncertain whether Lunatic should support the Imperial faction's forces. Marin followed by saying that Duff was correct and that although she would follow whatever Luna decided, she still believed the rookie's actions had been foolish, pointing out that despite belonging to Lunatic, he was moving alongside the princess, who was no different from their enemy. Holding her sword, Luna reflected that the princess had been at the forefront of purging Lunatic until now, and that his cooperation with such a person could indeed be seen as betrayal, but she hesitated. Duff then expressed his belief that Nox von Reinhaver was not that kind of person. Luna agreed, stating that if he had truly betrayed them, he would have targeted Lunatic first as the greatest variable before the war began, since that would have been the only way for the princess to gain any advantage. She concluded that Nox must have another purpose. Marin sighed in frustration, saying that she could not understand why he was acting so cunningly and that there were limits to being so absurd. Meanwhile, Luna thought to herself that Nox never tried to resolve things with anyone else and instead handled everything alone, which inevitably made her worry. She reflected that he bore far too many burdens on his shoulders and that even in truly dangerous moments, he continued to wear himself down. Looking up at the sky, Luna wondered what exactly the rookie was planning. At the Stillreiner family residence, Lober assessed the situation, stating that he saw Nox von Reinhaver was preparing for war with the princess and was asking the house that followed him to show its support accordingly. Emma listened attentively and was startled when Lober suddenly laughed and slammed the table, declaring that of course they should support Nox von Reinhaver. She inwardly marveled at how easily he made the decision, then asked whether that meant they were supporting House Reinhaver. Lober replied with a smug laugh that supporting House Reinhaver was ridiculous, clarifying that what he supported was not the house but his son-in-law Nox. He explained that even then, he needed to calculate profit and loss clearly, and that he was simply supporting his son-in-law's talent and capacity to elevate his own house, which was the position of House Stillreiner. Later, Talia sat in thought after hearing Emma relay Lober's words, saying that although her father said that, she could not help but worry about Nox. She added that it seemed he had recently grown close to Eleanor, mentioning that she had seen the two heading to the very top of Sida's hall where the princess was, and she anxiously wondered whether Nox was having an affair. Emma comforted her by explaining that it had been a meeting with the princess herself, and that the engagement with the princess had already been called off, which might actually be fortunate for her. However, Talia continued to worry, recalling that Nox had been wearing the same necklace as Eleanor, and she wondered whether, even with the engagement cancelled, another complication had been added, admitting that she could not stop having such thoughts. Emma then knelt and sincerely reassured her, asking whether she truly thought Nox would abandon his fiancée and insisting that he would never leave her alone. Talia steadied herself and admitted that it was true, but then resolved that this would not do. She declared that once the struggle for imperial power ended safely, she would give clear warnings to those around him, insisting that Nox was meant to be with her. Emma encouraged her by affirming that no matter what anyone said, Nox was engaged to her, and advised her to trust him and focus first on the succession issue. As a gloomy sky poured down a dreary rain, Theo walked through a long corridor with his guard Christopher, lost in thought, reflecting that unless something major went wrong, the struggle for imperial power would likely become the exclusive stage of the first prince. He considered that when that happened, the forces threatening House Reinhaver would also grow, and they might face a situation where the house's very existence was at stake, so they had to prepare countermeasures. In that context, he recalled that Nox had declared he would support the princess, and he questioned whether Nox was implying that he would abandon the Reinhaver name, or perhaps something more. Theo's gaze turned frightening as he remembered a warning addressed to him as Theo von Reinhaver, the head of House Reinhaver, that his child, Nox von Reinhaver, would kill him if necessary. Upon entering the Reinhaver conference chamber, an announcement was made that the patriarch was entering. Grain, the eldest son, wore a sinister smile, and once seated at the head position, Theo stated that he believed everyone understood why the Council of Elders had been convened. Beryl von Reinhaver, Theo's older half-brother, responded that he was aware the patriarch faced a major decision in the current situation, adding that the problem between the imperial family and House Reinhaver was not one that could be handled easily. Tass von Reinhaver, Theo's younger brother, continued that because of the engagement incident between the patriarch's youngest son, Nox von Reinhaver, and the princess, the relationship between the first prince and House Reinhaver had already reached its worst point. He insisted that as the patriarch, Theo could not overlook this, noting that the imperial family's recent favoritism toward the divine family had gone too far and urging him to make a decision. All eyes then focused on Theo, creating invisible pressure. At that moment, Aris von Reinhofer, Theo's younger sister, proposed that there was an option that could avoid any bloodshed. At Theo's command for her to speak, she suggested that they should announce their support for the first prince and, in exchange, abandon Knox Reinhofer, his youngest son. Theo was taken aback by this proposal, and Christopher could not restrain himself from exclaiming in protest. However, he was suddenly struck by a punishing force that caused him to collapse, unable to breathe, as Beryl rebuked him for daring to speak carelessly in the chamber as an uninvited vassal. Enraged, Theo slammed the table and declared that it was enough, rebuking Beryl von Reinhofer and stating that his actions were destroying the atmosphere of the council. Beryl responded with disdain, arguing that it was precisely because Theo coddled his own family that Knox behaved so recklessly. Grain then expressed his view that Emperor Esteban had promised to guarantee equal and proper rights to all dark families without discrimination. But that promise had not been kept, as the emperor had only concerned himself with enriching himself. He continued that no matter how foolish Esteban might be, House Reinhofer alone could not eliminate him, and therefore they should make use of the power of demons. He added that he had heard reports that the first prince had colluded with demons, but questioned whether demons could truly be trusted, only to conclude that humans could not even trust one another, so demons were no different. Furious, Theo rose from his seat and demanded how the eldest of House Reinhofer could seek to borrow the strength of those who had killed his own mother. Grain, unable to restrain himself, shouted back that the only mother he acknowledged was the one by his side. He then challenged Theo, asking whether it was because Knox von Reinhofer was the child of a woman Theo had loved that he wished to place him in the position of patriarch, and whether it was because Grain was not her child that he had been abandoned by his own father. Unable to listen any further, Theo summoned his sword, pointed it directly at his eldest son, and angrily declared that he was stripping Grain von Reinhofer, his eldest son, of the glorious name of Reinhofer. He ordered him to take those who followed him and leave at once, warning that if they did not comply, he would cut them all down where they stood. That morning at the Reinhofer estate, Knox, while tying his tie, reflected that they had now truly split into two competing factions, one belonging to Prince Louis and the other to Princess Penelope. He noted that those supporting Princess Penelope mostly came from units on his side, including Astrid and Noah von Trinity, Eleanor from the rival in merchantry, House Gynos, which served Penelope, and House Strillreiner. He found it surprising that Paracelsus, who despised nobility, had supported the princess, apparently because he found the first prince even more distasteful. He further considered that Leon was pretty much the only one who could be said to support the first prince, though it was an unavoidable choice for his house and not an active endorsement. Among the remaining dark families, he observed that House Sader maintained neutrality, likely because their western position meant less central restraint, leading them to believe it would not matter much even if civil war broke out, as Arkheim would lack the forces to reach that far west. He concluded that, as Knox von Reinhofer, he had completely stepped away from neutrality and now fully stood with Princess Penelope, as he needed to protect the units that had chosen to follow him and eliminate the risk posed by the bad-ending maker, First Prince Louis. However, he acknowledged that this decision had created a problem. Christopher, looking worried, reported that he had been told the Council of Elders of House Reinhofer had been convened and had split into two factions due to internal discord. He explained that one faction, led by Grain von Reinhofer, sought to topple the Arkheim imperial system, while the other, led by Theo von Reinhofer, the Patriarch, aimed to maintain the imperial regime. Knox assessed the situation, remarking that Grain had caused trouble after all, but pointed out that House Reinhofer should not have enough forces to attack the imperial family, and that the Black Sword Knights would not move without the Patriarch's permission. Christopher then hesitated before continuing his report, saying that he had heard young Master Grain had joined hands with a demon. This revelation shocked Knox, as Christopher went on to explain that Grain had sought to use demons to overthrow the Arkheim Empire, but that the Patriarch had ultimately expelled him from House Reinhofer. He added that the retainer's opinions of Knox had become very sharp, partly due to his attempt to forge ties with the imperial family and his past, and that Priscilla's influence within the Council of Elders had grown more than expected. He further noted that there were currently quite a number of people who did not trust the name of Knox von Reinhofer. Christopher clarified the situation, while Gitri, crossing his arms, questioned how Grain could go so far as to make a pact with demons to attack the Empire. Knox inwardly expressed dissatisfaction, wondering whether that bastard Grain had truly lost his mind. He then, pressing his temple in thought, asked which demon might be backing him, though he assumed it was probably unknown. Christopher replied that it was indeed unknown, and added that the Patriarch had declared he would support neither faction, stating only that he would definitely punish young Master Grain before leaving the hall. Knox did not hesitate as he asked what would become of his punishment. Christopher replied that nothing had been decided yet, but added that if Knox continued to remain by the princess's side like that, the situation would not seem particularly favorable for him. Hearing this, Knox internally assessed that it was an unexpected turn of events, reflecting that in the original story, Grain had been building strength quietly at that point, yet now he was already moving actively, seizing imperial authority and elevating himself to the highest position. He further considered that matters were worsening because Grain was borrowing power from demons, and that Theo would take advantage of the chaos of war to eliminate him, the marked successor, and secure his position within the Council of Elders. Knox also reasoned that Grain, being overly cautious by nature, would not attack him recklessly, but would instead wait until he was careless or alone. After finishing his thoughts, Knox expressed that he had grasped the situation for now and praised Christopher for his great work. Christopher then pleaded that the young master was needed by House Reinhofer. This request led Knox to reflect that aiding Theo von Reinhofer would be problematic, since Theo would become one of the final villains after being possessed by a demon, and even in Inner Lunatic, his attack patterns had been terrifyingly dangerous. Knox concluded that regardless of circumstances, Theo was certainly his enemy, and moreover, he had sworn to kill him himself. He recalled the moment he had once declared that he could kill Theo von Reinhofer. Continuing his reasoning, Knox thought that the Patriarch had already been warned about this, and because of his ties to the imperial family, the retainers treated him as a traitor, leaving him without a position in the house where he could stand with dignity. Therefore, he concluded that he could only trust himself and act accordingly. Turning away, Knox stated that his mind remained unchanged, explaining that he had his own reasons to help Princess Penelope and that he would focus on stopping first Prince Louis. Christopher bowed and affirmed that he would follow the young master's will, to which Knox replied with a smile that he had faith in him. As Knox walked away, he felt uneasy and admitted to himself that he did not know how much time he had left as himself, but he would do his best with what he had. Meanwhile, in the lecture hall, Professor Ras continued his lesson, stating that he would briefly review the previous session before moving on, and that they would apply the theory taught that day to the previous lesson's content. Internally, Ras pondered why first Prince Louis, despite solidifying his power, seemed to be in such a hurry to start a war. He speculated that another faction was likely inciting Louis, noting that the prince was shallow-minded and quick to reveal his true nature, and recalling vividly his arrogant attitude and disdain for commoners. Raz remembered an earlier incident when Prince Louis had angrily overturned chairs and caused a disturbance in class, shouting that he should not have to attend lessons with commoners he considered trash, and arrogantly claiming that with a single word from him, all instructors and professors could be put to death. He also recalled a sword training session where, after being struck once by an opponent, Louis had flown into a rage, declaring that a lowborn dared compare himself to him and threatening to teach the insolent commoner his place, even warning that running would make things less fun. Raz remembered how Louis had swung his sword, causing blood to splatter as a student screamed in agony, sobbing that it hurt and calling out to the professor. The student had lost a leg and lay trembling in a pool of blood. Raz reflected that although Academy rules forbade the use of real swords, the prince had brazenly used one, and as Louis himself had implied, there had been no way to oppose him. He questioned whether he himself had improved even slightly as a person since then, admitting uncertainty, but acknowledging that one thing was clear. Coming out of his thoughts, Raz addressed the students, stating that recently various rumors had been circulating within the academy, and although such matters were difficult to ignore, there was one fact they must remember, that the academy was a place of learning. Internally, he resolved that he would protect his students no matter what happened, and wondered what choice Knox would make in a crisis like the current one. He reflected that although Knox was his apprentice whose thoughts he could not read, after learning what kind of person he truly was, he believed he could trust whatever decision Knox would make. Raz then concluded the lesson, announcing that they would end the class there for the day. After class, Knox approached Jitri and called her name, and the maid respectfully responded by asking what he required. Knox suggested that they should depart for the 4th Commercial District immediately. Jitri, slightly surprised, asked if they were leaving right away, to which Knox confirmed that he had heard the special equipment entrusted to Arson had been completed and instructed that they depart at once. Jitri acknowledged the order and stated that she would make the necessary preparations. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stood quietly by the doorway, listening to their conversation. Later, on a bustling street, Knox stood in front of a shop and called out to Arson, asking if he was inside. Hearing the commotion within, Arson was surprised upon recognizing his distinguished visitor and greeted the young master of House Reinhofer, asking if he had come to collect the item he had previously commissioned. Knox replied that he had heard it was finished and asked to be shown the item. Arson invited him inside, urging him to come in first. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard saying that he had arrived, causing Knox to freeze in surprise as he questioned what Eleanor was doing there. Nox stared at Eleanor in disbelief as she smiled and explained that she had appealed to Dwarf 1 by mentioning that they shared a rather close relationship. Arson was visibly startled by her remark and awkwardly laughed as he hurriedly clarified that she was right, adding that since Eleanor was supposedly on special terms with Nox, he had no choice but to let her inside. At that moment, the money pouch carelessly tucked inside Arson's pocket slipped out and hit the floor. Golden coins scattered everywhere, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Nox's expression darkened as he slowly pulled out his fox-winged sword and warned Arson to choose his next words carefully before asking whether he had happened to share the production method with her. Terrified, Arson frantically denied it and insisted that he had only allowed Eleanor inside because she claimed she merely wanted to see the artifacts. Eleanor calmly supported his explanation by remarking that the dwarf simply could not refuse her attractive offer. Nox instantly recalled how Arson had been bribed earlier by Eleanor's bag of gold, causing his anger to intensify. He harshly questioned whether Arson had really let her in just because she wanted to see the artifacts, then accused him of shamelessly accepting the confidentiality fee while betraying his trust. Nox coldly declared that Arson deserved death. Panicking further, Arson begged him to wait and insisted that Nox would feel differently once he saw the item. Nox dismissively replied that he could simply take the item after Arson died. Desperate to survive, Arson covered his head with both hands and urgently asked whether Nox truly intended to ignore the information he possessed about that sword. He promised to provide the information for free if only Nox would spare him. Hearing that offer, Nox finally calmed down and sheathed his weapon, saying that the joking had gone far enough. Arson immediately sighed in relief after narrowly escaping death. Meanwhile, Nox silently reflected that Arson already possessed information about Stormbringer and concluded that the man's intelligence network was truly remarkable. He recalled that Stormbringer was the sword wielded by the first patriarch, supposedly forged from the scales of a black dragon, and that it grew stronger by consuming mana. Beyond those details, however, he knew almost nothing. After pondering briefly, Nox sat down and agreed to hear the information Arson had gathered, though he first demanded to see the item. Arson quickly agreed and rushed away to retrieve it. When the artifact was finally presented before him, Nox stared at it in surprise. The status window revealed the item's information: the wind-infused chainmail, an upper mid-grade wind-attributed equipment that granted stamina, increased movement speed by 1.2 times, reduced physical and magical damage by 15%, and unlocked the trait, Body Blessed by the Wind. Reading through the details, Nox was visibly stunned. He inwardly concluded that with stats like those, he would not be overwhelmed even if an entire group of average knights and mages attacked him simultaneously. He also appreciated that Arson had converted the equipment into lightweight chain mail, allowing him to move freely while concealing it beneath his clothing so that no one would notice. Nox eventually praised the equipment by admitting that it was not bad at all. Arson proudly laughed and boasted that such craftsmanship could only come from him, emphasizing that the lightweight design ensured superior fit and mobility. Nox then shifted the topic and announced that now that he had inspected the equipment, it was time to begin the enhancement process. Arson stared at him in shock and asked if he was truly serious. Nox responded that unenhanced equipment was meaningless. Arson nervously explained that he doubted he would ever be able to create something like that again. Even Eleanor cautiously remarked that enhancement seemed somewhat excessive. Despite their concerns, Nox firmly ordered him to proceed. Still hesitant, Arson confessed that he hated to admit it, but he had recently broken all sorts of items during enhancement attempts and had nearly died because of it. Curious, Nox asked who the last person was that had entrusted him with an enhancement. Arson sighed deeply and answered that it had been Paracelsus, who had attempted to kill him afterward. He added that he had only narrowly escaped death because Paracelsus's companion stopped him. As Arson recalled the terrifying memory and trembled in fear, both Nox and Eleanor simultaneously realized that the companion who intervened had undoubtedly been Leon. Without hesitation, Nox placed a stone on the table and ordered Arson to proceed with a +10 enhancement. Arson stared at the stone in conflict before reluctantly agreeing on the condition that Nox would not hold him responsible if anything went wrong. Arson then began enhancing the armor. Moments later, the status window announced that the +10 enhancement of the wind-infused chainmail had succeeded successfully. Arson erupted in excitement while Nox inwardly smiled in satisfaction, thinking that Paracelsus's equipment had effectively become the sacrifice for his own enhancement. Once the enhancement process ended safely, Nox turned toward Eleanor and politely asked whether she could excuse them for a moment. Eleanor brushed her hair aside and gracefully agreed, though she requested that Nox reserve some time for her later because there was something she desperately wished to ask him. She also reminded him not to forget the contract involving Shane, or rather, the contract involving himself. Though slightly uneasy, Knox quietly agreed. Eleanor waved farewell before departing, telling him that she would see him later. After she left, Knox turned toward G-Tree, who immediately responded to his young master before casting the spell, Silence. A sealed barrier formed around them, ensuring that none of their conversation could escape. Arson then began speaking seriously, explaining that House Reinhaver had truly established itself roughly 200 years ago. He revealed that the first patriarch, Jean von Reinhaver, had built the family from nothing and possessed enough power to dominate the entire continent like a supreme ruler. Knox thoughtfully remarked that 200 years ago would have been before the establishment of the Arkheim Empire. Arson confirmed this and explained that the history of House Reinhaver extended far deeper than most people realized. He then added that there was an even more shocking rumor claiming that Jean von Reinhaver had actually been a demon. That revelation left Knox utterly stunned. Arson clarified that it was merely a rumor, but according to the story, the first patriarch had wielded demonic power. Using that power, he supposedly slew the holy enchanted beast known as the Black Dragon and forged Stormbringer from its scales, hide, and teeth. Knox's thoughts immediately turned toward his mother. He bitterly remembered that a demon had killed her and found it impossible to accept that the founder of his own house might also have been a demon. Clenching his fist tightly, he admitted that although he could understand the possibility, it was still extremely difficult for him to accept. G-Tree agreed, stating that if the first patriarch had truly been a demon, then the madam would never have met such a tragic end. Arson nodded thoughtfully and admitted that he felt the same way, though he also remarked that 200 years could change many things and perhaps even cause such creatures to fall into corruption. He then awkwardly realized he might have insulted House Reinhaver and sincerely apologized. Knox shook his head and assured him that it was fine, adding that thanks to Arson, he had gained valuable information about both his house and Stormbringer. On a more positive note, Arson suddenly revealed that he believed he might be capable of enhancing Stormbringer itself. Knox was immediately surprised and asked whether that was truly possible. Arson then explained that countless mysterious artifacts existed throughout the continent, especially in the barren east and the lands where the Catalu Kingdom once stood. He mentioned legendary items such as Cold Moon, wielded by Luna of the Lunatics, and the sword Dusk, once used by Knox's father. However, among all those artifacts, Stormbringer stood above the rest. The real issue, according to Arson, was that the blade was heavily chipped and required repairs. He lamented that if only dragon scales or fangs could somehow be obtained, restoration might become possible. Knox froze briefly before pulling out the scales of a white dragon and calmly asking whether those would suffice. Arson's eyes widened in absolute shock as he recognized them immediately as the scales of an adult ice dragon. Unable to comprehend how Knox had obtained something so precious, he demanded to know where they came from. Knox casually replied that he had killed the dragon himself. Arson nearly jumped in disbelief, but Knox calmly stated that he intended to keep the matter secret and therefore would say nothing more. He simply asked whether Arson could repair the sword. Arson answered that restoring Stormbringer perfectly would be difficult, though with materials of such quality, he believed he could at least repair it substantially. Satisfied, Knox stood up and asked how long the process would take. Arson confidently claimed that if he began immediately, he could finish within a month. Knox immediately replied that he would return in 2 weeks to retrieve it. Arson could only stare blankly at him, while Knox silently gave him a look that seemed to ask whether there was a problem. Realizing resistance was futile, Arson reluctantly accepted the impossible schedule and muttered that he would simply have to survive on several all-nighters. He also requested that Knox keep the matter secret from the reddish-brown-haired girl because he had already promised to craft equipment for her and would now have to postpone it. Knox smiled faintly and thanked him. Afterward, Knox silently reflected on everything he needed to accomplish from that point onward. He resolved to prepare for the coming war, uncover the secrets surrounding the first patriarch, and guide the world toward a better ending than the destruction awaiting it. He believed that if he could accomplish those goals, he would eventually be able to triumph even against the first prince. Determined not to surrender so easily, Knox swore that he would carve out his own path just like the infamous troublemaker of House Reinhaver. Beneath a crimson sky, Prince Louis stood atop a cliff overlooking an army of demons. He quietly declared that once the war ended, he would finally dispose of his younger sister after such a long time. Louis then revealed a sinister smile, while Rick slyly agreed that it truly had been a very long time indeed. Garen respectfully knelt before Amdusius as the latter ordered Knox von Reinhofer to be dealt with, asking how many archdukes that troublesome brat had already eliminated, and warning that if they failed to stop him, there was no telling what other variables might emerge. Therefore, Amdusius declared that he was assigning Garen von Reinhofer a mission to kill his younger brother, Nox von Reinhofer, and promised that if he succeeded, the armies of the demon realm would be placed under his command. Garen smiled cruelly as he accepted the order, declaring that the first mission Lord Amdusius had entrusted to him would be completed without fail, and that he would surely offer up Nox von Reinhofer's corpse. As if sensing an ominous foreboding, Eleanor quietly raised her pendant and murmured Nox's name in deep thought. At that very moment, the citizens of the town noticed a troop of soldiers appearing before the city walls. The commander atop his horse raised his sword high and proclaimed to the people of the empire that the era of Emperor Esteban had come to an end. He announced that the imperial palace had been surrounded and all imperial decrees nullified. Henceforth, the new emperor of the Archheim Empire would be declared as the first prince, Louis von Archheim, and he proclaimed the dawn of a new empire to all its citizens. The townspeople panicked and fled in terror while Prince Louis crossed his arms arrogantly as he watched the chaos unfold. Penelope, unable to accept her brother's actions, furiously demanded to know what he thought he was doing by taking the cadets of Eldon Academy hostage, insisting that he had clearly crossed the line. Louis merely smiled and coldly replied that she should stop calling him brother because he had simply come to claim what was rightfully his. The students of the academy trembled in fear, and Penelope realized inwardly that the first Prince Louis had orchestrated the entire affair in order to secure the sons and daughters of noble families throughout the nations as hostages. Louis then raised his sword high and declared that the new sun of the Archheim Empire would cast its light there, and its thunder would strike down every vermin foolish enough to oppose him. He ordered everyone to bow their heads and kneel if they wished to obey him. The students hesitated before his command, causing Louis to erupt in anger. He suddenly grabbed one of the students by the collar and with a brutal swing of his sword, severed the unfortunate boy's head. The horrifying sight left Penelope utterly shocked. Afterward, Louis calmly declared that commoners and nobles alike would all die if they stood against him, his face covered in blood as he spoke. Mr. Gope was equally horrified by Louis's cruelty and turned to Rick in panic, shouting that nobody had informed him matters would escalate this far. He feared that if the situation continued, their merchant company would never again be able to do business with anyone, and if the armies of those noble families arrived, there would be no way for them to handle the consequences. Rick responded with a sinister grin, mocking him for still failing to understand the situation and calling him nothing more than human trash. The answer filled Mr. Gope with terror as he cursed himself for his madness, lamenting that he had truly committed an act of insanity. Meanwhile, Louis showed no intention of stopping his tyranny and once again raised his sword, ordering everyone to swear their loyalty to the new sun. At another location, a fierce battle erupted between the Reinhofer brothers. Garen declared that for the sake of the house and the greater cause, Nox von Reinhofer had to die there. Unshaken, Nox mocked him by pointing out how laughable it was for someone who had already lost the Reinhofer name to speak of the house and a greater cause. The insult successfully enraged Garen, who snapped that Nox was all talk before unleashing a powerful slash. He coldly stated that he would now see whether Nox's skills were truly genuine. Nox blocked Garen's relentless attacks as the latter fought like a maddened demon determined to destroy his younger brother. Although Nox desperately evaded wave after wave of strikes, he still failed to avoid a shallow cut across his face from Garen's blade. Garen then raised his sword with both hands and delivered a devastating downward slash that blasted Nox backward. Feeling the overwhelming force behind the attack, Nox inwardly admitted that despite his bold words, the difference in their weight classes was immense. He acknowledged that his opponent was Garen von Reinhofer, the eldest son once considered the future patriarch of the family, and realized that his swordsmanship alone was still nowhere near enough to confront him. Garen arrogantly taunted him, claiming it was far too early for Nox to challenge him, and suggesting that was the reason he had fled to such a remote village. Nox scoffed at the accusation and replied that he had never fled. He warned Garen to listen carefully because he had no intention of dying quietly, and instead declared that this very place would become Garen's grave. Furious, Garen shouted that Nox remained as arrogant as ever despite being his foolish younger brother. At that moment, Nox activated the skill hour of the Genius Plus, causing his perception of the world to sharpen as every movement around him became crystal clear. Using Step of Light, first step, he suddenly rushed forward with such speed that Garen was left in shock. Nox then unleashed Black Sword Art, first half, Shadow Blade Slash against him. However, the attack proved too shallow, and Garen emerged virtually unharmed while furiously demanding how Nox dared to strike him. Internally shaken, Nox realized that his attack had not penetrated deeply enough. Completely enraged, Garen roared that Nox was nothing but a low-born wretch before retaliating with another vicious slash. Nox barely managed to evade the strike. Immediately afterward, Garen ordered his subordinates to stand by and execute Nox at once. As Garen's soldiers advanced to attack, the situation quickly turned unfavorable for Nox. However, Christopher arrived just in time to protect him, respectfully announcing that he, Christopher, had come to assist the young master at the perfect moment. Then, from behind Nox, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name. Standing amidst the soldiers was a girl with crimson hair and unwavering eyes, her determined figure immediately recognizable. Nox happily called out to Eleanor, while the red-haired girl reproachfully complained that if he vanished like that without a word, the rest of them would not know what to do. She admitted that he had startled her, and that if it were not for the pendant, she would not even have known he was there, adding that she had truly thought something terrible had happened to him. Nox gently touched the pendant around his neck and replied that she had come anyway, adding that he had known she would come. His sincere words caused Eleanor's heart to race, and she blushed before shyly responding that if he said things like that, she would not know how she was supposed to react. At that moment, Garen spoke with contempt, saying that it seemed Nox had used a shallow trick, but that was as far as it would go. He declared that no matter how hard Nox tried, he would never be a match for him. As Nox looked at him, he silently evaluated that Garen's words were not merely empty boasting. He realized that the army Garen had bought was overwhelming in size and that his skill far exceeded what an ordinary house flag bearer could handle. Nox calmly answered the mockery by stating that Garen had only succeeded in tarnishing the Reinhaver name and called him a fool. Garen retorted that such words were not something he wanted to hear from a disgrace to the house like Nox. He added that if Nox had simply stayed out of things, he might at least have kept his life, before demanding to know why he had dared to oppose him. No longer wishing to hear meaningless words, Nox warned him to cut the nonsense and hold his sword properly, unless he wanted word to spread that he had fallen to the sword of House Reinhaver's disgrace. Nox's words once again enraged Garen, who shouted that Nox was truly getting on his nerves and ordered him to raise his sword. Christopher anxiously asked whether Nox would truly be all right, admitting that even if it was Nox, Garen had once been revered as the legitimate successor of House Reinhaver, so he could not help but worry for his safety. Before Christopher could finish speaking, Nox dismissed the concern as ridiculous and clearly stated that he would never lose to insignificant trash like Garen. Looking at Christopher's worried face, Nox silently thought that he could understand why Christopher was concerned. He reflected that Garen had mastered all 3 techniques of the first half passed down within House Reinhaver, and had even mastered techniques stronger than the previous 2. However, as he stepped forward, Nox reassured Christopher that if he was worried about the house's 3rd technique, then he should not be, and instead trust the one to whom he had sworn loyalty. Garen continued to sneer, saying that Nox certainly seemed confident, but his sword would never reach him. Declaring that he would become serious from then on, Garen charged directly toward him and launched a frontal attack. Nox blocked the powerful slash from his opponent. Christopher cried out in extreme worry for the young master, but at that moment, one of Garen's subordinates suddenly attacked Christopher and told him to stop worrying about that snot-nosed brat because his own life was now in danger. The enemy forces reminded Christopher that the battle between both sides had already begun. Christopher summoned his power and slammed his weapon into the ground, sending the opposing forces flying away. Eleanor then ordered all troops to support Christopher and declared that they had to eliminate the forces disturbing the Archive Empire. Eleanor's army joined the battle, and the 2 sides clashed fiercely. With his exceptional combat skills, Christopher easily slew his enemies. Meanwhile, Nox was struck by one of Garen's slashes, but thanks to the protection hidden beneath his clothes, he remained temporarily safe. He silently thought that thanks to the chainmail he wore underneath, enduring the attacks had become easier. He reflected that the inner lunatic's difficulty might have increased, but it was fortunate that he had prepared so thoroughly for the real battle. Garen observed that Nox seemed to have prepared quite extensively in order to fight him. Then, summoning a dark power, he declared that if Nox believed that equipment would make a difference, he was mistaken. Instantly, the surroundings became engulfed in Garen's enormous dark energy. Nox stared blankly as he realized that the power consisted of black petals. Garen announced that he would show Nox something special and reveal the reason he was the new master of House Reinhaver. Leaping high into the air, he unleashed the technique Shadow Blade Flower Rain, swinging his sword and sending countless sharp black petals toward Nox. Seeing the dangerous situation, Christopher shouted anxiously for the young master, while Eleanor also cried out Nox's name in alarm. At that moment, Nox swung his sword and destroyed the petals while counterattacking Garen's assault. Although several petals sliced through and tore parts of his clothing, he continued to swing relentlessly and destroy every incoming petal. When Garen landed back on the ground, he triumphantly asked how it felt and proclaimed that this was the 3rd technique of the first half passed down within House Reinhaver. Shadow Blade, Flower Rain. He arrogantly declared that someone born of such a lowly mother could never learn such a technique, not even in another life. Before he could continue his disrespectful words, Knox interrupted him provocatively and asked whether that was truly all he had. Seeing Knox's appearance clearly, both Christopher and Eleanor were left stunned. Nevertheless, Garen stubbornly continued, shouting that Knox still had not realized his place. With a crazed expression, Knox pointed his sword at Garen and smiled contemptuously as he stated that Garen still did not know how to properly handle that sword technique. Garen angrily demanded to know what kind of nonsense that was, but soon he became horrified and internally questioned what this bone-chilling aura was. He wondered what the terrifying energy he felt from that vermin could possibly be. Elsewhere, among the students, Lewis had completed a massacre, his clothes and sword stained with blood. Unable to accept such cruelty, Penelope exclaimed that he had become unsightly. Lewis demanded to know what she understood to speak to him in that manner. He accused her of looking down on him simply because she possessed some talent for magic and mockingly asked whether she believed the entire world would side with her. Laughing madly, he proclaimed himself to be the first Prince Lewis, the legitimate heir of Arkheim. At that moment, a voice rang out and coldly called him a piece of trash. Louis asked what had just been said, and then Paracelsus stepped forward to face the villain before repeating once again that he had called Louis a piece of trash. The screams of the unfortunate students echoed through the area as they witnessed the prince's brutal massacre. Paracelsus struggled to suppress his fury while recalling the warning from long ago, remembering that he had once been told to keep in mind that if he wished to die peacefully, he must never oppose Arkheim, the imperial family, because they were dangerous and would surely take away everything he had, one way or another. Countless students had already died beneath Lewis's sword, and Paracelsus gritted his teeth as he wondered if, in order not to oppose the imperial family, he was truly supposed to stand there and watch such a disaster unfold. He rejected the idea as ridiculous and resolved that he would kill Lewis, no matter whether he was a prince or not. Looking at Lewis with contempt, Paracelsus muttered that he was a piece of trash. Hearing this, the arrogant prince asked what he had just said. Without the slightest hesitation, Paracelsus clarified that he had called him a piece of trash. Lewis laughed in disbelief and asked whether Paracelsus was insulting the imperial family, then whether he was insulting him, the prince himself. Unable to tolerate Lewis's arrogance any longer, Paracelsus declared that someone who took the lives of innocent students and recklessly swung his sword around was not someone he could ever regard as a prince. After saying that, he turned toward the trembling students behind him and demanded to know why everyone was frozen. He urged them to stand up and fight, asking whether they truly wanted to lose their lives there in vain. The students hesitated, and silence filled the air for a moment before some of them fearfully admitted that if they stood against the prince there, they did not know what would happen to their families or to their mothers and fathers. Others gradually began to question Paracelsus instead, insisting that he, a mere commoner, could not possibly understand what they were going through. Some even shouted for His Highness to strike Paracelsus down first. Cowardly, they pushed Paracelsus forward as a shield. Disappointed by their weakness, Paracelsus let out a bitter laugh and remarked that, in the end, they were the ones placing the leashes upon themselves. He admitted that he was disappointed before stepping forward alone. Lewis responded with a smug and contemptuous smile, calling Paracelsus a fool and asking whether he finally understood now that no one would ever take the side of a lowly wretch like him. Mockingly, he said that if Paracelsus refused to recognize him as a prince, then he should go ahead and try to cut him down with that lowly sword of his and take his head. Raising his sword high with both hands, Paracelsus unleashed the living sword. Art first half. First technique, Golden Torrent. Coldly, he declared that he would definitely kill Lewis. As he prepared himself, Paracelsus evaluated the situation inwardly and recalled that if one truly wished to save someone, one first had to become strong. Once again, he remembered his master's old words, hearing in his mind that only when one's sword was swung from a position no other could reach would one finally be worthy of being called strong, and that the living sword art was the very essence of that ideal. He then summoned the living sword art first half. Second technique, Salvation Sword Technique. At that moment, Lewis ordered the knights to show that vermin exactly where he stood. However, Paracelsus moved like a flash of lightning, instantly cutting down the imperial knights as his terrifying power surged toward every opponent before him. Even then, Lewis arrogantly shouted that no matter how hard Paracelsus tried, he could never oppose the imperial family. Blue flames seemed to flicker from Paracelsus's sword, while the imperial knights continued launching relentless attacks under Lewis's orders not to back down. Paracelsus clicked his tongue in annoyance, complaining that they just kept swarming endlessly. Suddenly, one knight attacked from behind, but Paracelsus narrowly managed to block the strike with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Lewis immediately ordered everyone to attack at once, and the knights launched a coordinated assault against Paracelsus while he was at a disadvantage. At that moment, strange black-blue smoke spread through the air. The smoke seemed to contain poison, instantly bringing down the knights. Then a voice echoed across the battlefield, remarking that it seemed the first prince's tyranny was even worse than expected. The newcomer held a magic book that had created the poisonous smoke, and Paracelsus recognized him immediately, calling out Leon von Marvis's name. Lewis sneered at the sight of him and mockingly asked whether now even a dog of the Dark families dared to challenge him. Leon calmly apologized to His Highness, but explained that even if he had not belonged to a Dark family, he still would not have remained silent. He stated that what Lewis was doing was completely different from his own usual methods, and that it was also embarrassing. With an overwhelming presence like the embodiment of death itself, Leon stood before them. Louis gritted his teeth in anger, snatching a spear from one of his subordinates before unleashing his power. Looking down on Leon with cold disdain, he declared that a mere member of the Dark families dared to oppose him. He questioned whether Leon had forgotten the great power passed down through the imperial family, the power that dispelled darkness itself, and promised that he would personally teach Leon his place. Louis then hurled the spear forward as golden lightning crackled around it, proclaiming that this was divine punishment. At that very instant, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the spear, neutralizing it completely. The one who had summoned the lightning was Penelope, and she immediately spoke out against him. Addressing him first as brother and then as Louis von Archheim, she declared that as the princess of the empire, she could no longer overlook his disgraceful behavior. From that moment onward, in the name of Archheim, she condemned him as a traitor. Blinding lightning filled the sky as Penelope silently assessed the situation, believing that by now the army she had placed on standby should already be heading toward the village. She realized that she now had to kill her own brother, because otherwise the safety of the empire could never be maintained. She concluded that it was finally time to cast aside the title of the Merciful Princess. Gathering her immense power and directing it toward Louis, Penelope pleaded for the sake of the empire's safety that her brother should die. Having steeled her resolve, she prepared to strike him down. Paracelsus and Leon stood frozen in shock at Penelope's decision as an enormous force surged directly toward Louis. Brilliant golden magical light illuminated the entire sky,